The outbreak of the zombie virus forced carpenter Xu Mingda to fight his way through a city teeming with the undead using nothing but an axe. He seized a small wooden boat by the seaside and drifted to a deserted island forsaken by humanity. Chapter 1. As waves crashed upon the shore, Xu Mingda gradually regained consciousness from his stupor. He lifted his head, only to find himself barefoot on the sand, with a 4-meter-long wooden skiff floating gently behind him. Am I dreaming, or is this reality? Xu Mingda pondered, contemplating whether to pinch his own cheek. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. He let out a startled cry and hastily pried a large sand crab off his pants. "Damn it, you pinched me!" Xu Mingda exclaimed, springing to his feet and crushing the crab underfoot before surveying his surroundings. An island? He murmured in disbelief. At 25 years of age, Xu Mingda, a graduate of a technical school, had been engaged in interior decoration, primarily as a carpenter. Although the work was arduous, it was also rewarding, and he relished his status as a blue-collar aristocrat, determined to pursue his career in renovation until old age. Little did he know that a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus would engulf the globe. At that time, he was busy working on a villa with a few colleagues when the female owner of the villa became infected. Consequently, the electrician, Xiao Li, who had a murky relationship with her, also fell victim, along with several of their co-workers who lived and dined with him. Fortunately, Xu Mingda had been preoccupied with his newly acquired girlfriend, Yunyu, thus avoiding the fate that befell his colleagues. However, upon returning to the construction site, he was met with a horrifying scene. A room full of zombies was fixated on him, with a zombie dog blocking the entrance. He realized there was no escape. Having lost his mother at the tender age of 7 and being abandoned by his father for another woman, Xu Mingda had learned a crucial lesson. He had no support, he could only rely on himself. Without much deliberation, he seized a shovel and charged forward. Though he emerged victorious, he soon found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of zombies. In truth, the entire city had succumbed to the apocalypse. He had intended to escape with his girlfriend in the pickup truck used for transporting company goods, but upon arriving at her home, he was confronted with a shocking sight. His girlfriend was biting into the neck of a young man, turning her head to gaze at him. He had long been aware of her promiscuous nature and her lingering connections with ex-lovers, but as a mere laborer, he felt he had no choice. The fact that someone was willing to share a bed with him was already a stroke of luck. He did not cleave his girlfriend's skull, not out of reluctance, but because he felt a profound despair. The realization that the person he cared for most had transformed into a zombie left him feeling utterly devoid of attachment. Though Xu Mingda possessed only a secondary vocational diploma, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. The virus spread with alarming rapidity, proliferating in crowded areas. To survive, he concluded that the only option was to seek refuge in desolate locales. He recalled the islands in the sea. Surely, the stumbling zombies could not swim across the ocean to pursue him. Thus, he drove his vehicle to the harbor, hastily loaded a few supplies onto the wooden skiff, and set out into the vast expanse of the sea. An island. At last, I have reached the island. Xu Mingda exhaled in relief as he confirmed that he had arrived at a small island surrounded by water. He was neither skilled in rowing nor knowledgeable about directions, and he didn't even possess a nautical chart. To his astonishment, the small boat had carried him for 2 days and nights, ultimately drifting to an island. However, his heart sank once more. Judging by the rudimentary dock and the concrete path leading inland, it was evident that this island might be inhabited. He feared the presence of individuals returning from the mainland. If they were to bring the virus to the island, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Xu Mingda's expression darkened. He seized an axe from the small boat's toolbox and secured it at his waist. He cautiously made his way along the path towards the island. At this moment, he had firmly decided that this island belonged to him, Xu Mingda. If there were zombies on the island, he would eradicate them all. After surveying the area, he found that apart from a dozen abandoned houses, the island was utterly deserted. This revelation brought him both relief and a hint of disappointment. It was only then that he felt the exhaustion coursing through his body, his muscles aching and his hands heavy. From the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse to his escape, to this isolated island, 3 days and nights had passed with little food or sleep. At this juncture, he longed for a week of restful slumber. The island was small, a mere 2 or 3 kilometers in circumference. Being a rocky isle, it lacked streams or rivers, which left Xu Mingda somewhat disheartened. Yet, he recalled seeing a large stone at the entrance of the fishing village inscribed with Ganjingzi village. Since it was named Ganjingzi, there must be a well. After searching for a while, he indeed discovered a water cistern within the village. Xu Mingda filled a bucket with water and took a sip, confirming it was fresh. He then sought something to eat. However, the houses had been abandoned for too long. Many roofs had collapsed, exposing the interiors to the elements. The courtyards, overgrown with grass, offered no edible provisions. Forget it. I'm too tired, I'll sleep first. Xu Mingda noticed a rickety wooden bed in one of the houses and promptly lay down, succumbing to slumber. In the dead of night, he was awakened by a mournful, wailing sound. The noise resembled a child's cry, yet also echoed the lament of a woman. What is that? Xu Mingda sat up abruptly, straining to listen. The dilapidated old house and the dimly lit night created an eerie atmosphere. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a cold arm stealthily wrap around his waist from behind. Xu Mingda's adrenaline surged as he seized the ghostly hand and forcefully slammed it to the ground. The phantom hand was not attached to a ghostly figure. It was a snake that thudded against the concrete floor. Realizing this, Xu Mingda acted swiftly, striking the serpent several times until it released its excrement, and then he let go. At that moment, the mournful wailing retreated, startled by his fierce aggression. Xu Mingda surmised it must have been a mating wildcat, but he could no longer return to sleep. Gazing at the more-than-a-meter-long snake in his hand, he suddenly felt an insatiable hunger, one that could consume an entire pot of rice. After some contemplation, he demolished a few pieces of furniture in the house, using a lighter to kindle a fire. Subsequently, he decapitated the snake, skinned it, and skewered it on a stick to roast and consume, despite the absence of salt and other seasonings. And even though some of the snake meat remained uncooked, Xu Mingda was utterly unconcerned and devoured it all in one go. During this time, whether it was the sea breeze or the effects of thermal expansion and contraction, peculiar noises occasionally echoed within the house. However, Xu Mingda, a formidable individual unafraid to confront a horde of zombies heathen, paid no heed to such trivialities. Here I am the king. Anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet their end, Xu Mingda proclaimed, striking his axe decisively against the doorframe. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the house. Chapter 2. As dawn broke, Xu Mingda once again found himself on the beach. It was the time of high tide, and the small skiff rocked precariously at the water's edge, seemingly on the verge of being swept away by the surging waves. With urgency, he dragged the boat closer to shore and securely tied the rope to a stone. Although he could not navigate a boat, he recognized the value of the skiff and understood that it might serve him well in the future. Despite being a carpenter, he knew he could never craft such a vessel on his own. Afterward, he leaped onto the skiff and began tossing its contents onto the shore. Having prepared for survival in the wilderness when he fled the city, he had stowed away some supplies on the boat. Among these were several articles of clothing and a pair of shoes, half a bottle of liquor, a Swiss Army knife, a pack of cigarettes, and 2 lighters. These items were hastily gathered from his dormitory and stuffed into a backpack. In the pickup truck laden with materials and tools, he had 2 pickaxes and shovels, as well as carpentry tools such as chisels, hammers, and saws. A pouch contained 2 nail guns and several boxes of steel nails, while the cab held a machete he had appropriated from a general store. He had initially intended to procure some food and bottled water, but the supermarkets had become congregations for the undead, instilling a sense of dread that deterred him from venturing there. Furthermore, he feared that the boats at the harbor might all be commandeered, compelling him to act swiftly. Upon reaching the harbor, he realized his supplies were rather meager, prompting him to stow all the tools from the pickup onto the skiff. Fortunately, the skiff also contained a bundle of fishing nets and several hooks, alongside ample ropes and floats. The vessel's owner appeared to be a frequent mariner, for there was a kerosene stove, an iron pot, and a ladle aboard. In the storage compartment, he discovered half a barrel of peanut oil, several pounds of rice, and bundles of noodles, as well as an assortment of seasonings like salt, soy sauce, and spices. As Xu Mingda found himself tossed about on the tumultuous sea, he struggled to maintain his footing, utterly unable to attend to his hunger. He hastily shoved these provisions into a plastic bag and disembarked from the boat. He contemplated his solitary existence on this island, uncertain whether humanity would endure the calamity that had befallen them, fearing a world where he might be the last of his kind, which seemed utterly disheartening. In the city, he had harbored a fear of people, avoiding them at all costs, wishing for a world devoid of humanity. Yet here, he was struck by a sudden yearning for companionship, particularly for women. If all women were to transform into zombies, not only would he be deprived of companionship, but humanity itself would be doomed to extinction. This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over him, as he lifted his gaze to survey the island he now called home. he unexpectedly spotted a small temple perched atop the highest rocky outcrop. How did I miss that yesterday? Xu Mingda's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The previous night, he had sought refuge in an abandoned fishing village, an experience that left much to be desired. Although he was aware that the dilapidated houses were uninhabited, he couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that unseen eyes were watching him. The presence of snakes and wild cats lurking among the ruins unnerved him, despite his generally bold demeanor. To Xu Mingda's surprise, he discovered a temple on the island, which brought him immense joy. Although he was unaware of the deity worshipped within or if anyone resided there, it was certainly preferable to the dark and dilapidated ruins. A path had been constructed leading to the temple, and where the ascent became steep. Stone steps and wooden railings guided one to the summit. The mountain was adorned with a few trees, albeit gnarled and twisted due to the strong sea winds and thin soil. Following the winding path, Xu Mingda arrived at the temple gate. Despite being situated at the highest point of the island, the small temple was enclosed by a perimeter wall. The entrance featured 2 sturdy wooden moon gates, secured with a lock. Peering through the crack, he observed that the temple, neither large nor small, comprised 3 main halls, the plaque above reading Sea God Temple. Though the doors were shut, Xu Mingda speculated that the main deity was the Dragon King of the Sea, with a few adjoining rooms likely serving additional purposes. The locked doors implied a lack of inhabitants within. Without hesitation, Xu Mingda took up his axe and forcefully struck the lock until it shattered. O great deities, I, Xu Mingda, seek refuge here and shall temporarily reside in your sanctuary. Henceforth, we shall be neighbors, he proclaimed, bowing towards the main hall. He then ventured into the courtyard, laden with his belongings, in search of suitable accommodations. After a thorough inspection, he felt a sense of belonging. The temple spanned approximately 200 to 300 square meters, housing the 3 main halls dedicated to the Dragon King of the Sea and other deities. Opposite the main hall were 2 rooms with an earthen bed and furniture. Adjacent to these was a kitchen equipped with a stove and various utensils. It seemed that fishermen often sought shelter here to pay homage to the sea gods and rest from stormy weather, which explained the superior condition of the temple compared to the village homes. Its doors and windows were intact. As for fresh water, 2 large barrels stood before the main hall, filled to the brim, likely for fire prevention. Behind the hall, there were also 2 small vegetable gardens with a few fruit trees, for after all, this was the abode of deities. Overall, the environment here surpassed that of the fishing village below by a considerable margin. Furthermore, the elevated position offered a panoramic view of the island and the surrounding sea, uplifting Xu Mingda's spirits. After surveying the area, he made his decision. He would claim the temple as his stronghold. He promptly moved his supplies into the living quarters, tidied the earthen bed, and reclined upon it with a stretch. Ah, how comfortable. Xu Mingda sighed, but after a brief moment, he sprang back up and retrieved his phone. The island's remoteness meant no signal could be found, and as he scrolled through previous messages, he was met with an array of posts concerning zombies. Subsequently, he switched off the device. Without electricity on the island, the phone would be rendered useless once the battery died. Though Xu Mingda had consciously chosen a life of seclusion, the solitude of the island made him yearn for the vibrancy of city life. This cannot continue, he thought. I must take action and forget the past. Xu Mingda tapped his forehead and then dashed out of the room. He was determined to devise a plan for his future. At the very least, he aspired to achieve self-sufficiency on this island, leading a life abundant in both fish and meat. Chapter 3. Now that the house has been secured, the next pressing matter concerns sustenance. Xu Mingda managed to find some rice, flour, oil, and salt aboard the small boat. Yet these provisions would only suffice for his own consumption for a fortnight. Lacking the skill to navigate a boat, he was unable to venture elsewhere. To indulge in rice again would likely be a distant dream. Thus, it was imperative to conserve these supplies. As the saying goes, one must eat what the mountains and seas provide. Having taken refuge on this island, it was only natural to rely on the bounty of the sea. The walls of the small temple served not so much to keep outsiders at bay as to prevent those within from wandering off. For the mountain peak was confined within the walls. Xu Mingda perched himself atop the temple wall, surveying the surroundings to grasp the nature of his territory. The temple stood as the highest point on the island, with steep cliffs encircling it. One side faced the sea, towering 30 to 40 meters above the water. The waves crashed against the rocks with a thunderous roar. The remaining 3 sides were adorned with sloping hills, interspersed with verdant plants growing in the crevices of the rocks. The fishing village where he had spent the previous night was situated in the flattest area of the island, which, to be fair, was merely a gentle incline. The houses were constructed in succession up the slope. It could be said that the island resembled a grand mountain submerged in the sea, leaving only its peak exposed. The fishing port was a bay formed by a hollow in the mountains, with a breakwater extending into the sea. The pier, crafted from concrete and stone, could accommodate approximately 10 fishing boats simultaneously. Despite its modest size, it was complete in every essential aspect. Xu Mingda pondered why the inhabitants of this island had collectively abandoned it. Perhaps the surrounding waters had grown increasingly barren, and few young souls remained eager to fish, leading them to migrate to larger islands or inland towns. Would he be reliant on fishing for his livelihood? This thought troubled Xu Mingda. Having grown up in an urban village, he had no knowledge of fishing. Moreover, fishing alone could hardly sustain him. Agriculture seemed a more reliable means of sustenance. The temple's backyard featured 2 small plots of land. While not extensive, they could yield vegetables, although he would likely be unable to consume all of them. As for staple crops, the soil atop the mountain was too shallow, lacking nutrients, rendering any farming futile. To complicate matters, he had no seeds. Ultimately, Xu Mingda resolved to revisit the village. He felt certain that the villagers could not solely depend on fishing for their sustenance. There must be other sources of food available. At this moment, daylight had broken, with the sun illuminating the island, the sea shimmering azure, the greenery flourishing, and white seagulls soaring through the sky, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Hey, is anyone there? My name is Xu Mingda, and this island is now mine. Everything in this village belongs to me. I am the king here. From now on, you all must heed my command. Xu Mingda shouted into the village, his voice echoing back with newfound courage. With a determined stride, he made his way down the hillside and into the village. Unlike his hurried visit the previous day, where he had been preoccupied with finding water, food, and a place to rest, he now approached with the intent to gather supplies for a more permanent existence, thus observing with greater scrutiny. At this moment, Xu Mingda resembled an invader rummaging through homes, searching for anything of value. Although the fishermen on the island had relocated, many everyday items had been left behind: ceramic bowls, earthenware jars for pickling vegetables, cracked water tanks, rusted bicycle frames, and antiquated furniture from decades past, including a mattress with springs protruding. Some households seemed to have departed only recently, their doors still locked. Xu Mingda, as if discovering treasure, broke down doors or climbed over walls to enter. Yet these homes yielded little more than additional debris. He considered his greatest find to be a stack of wire fish traps, many of which were still intact. Despite his inability to swim or navigate a boat, he surmised that casting these traps into the sea could yield fish or crabs. Moreover, he discovered several vacant plots behind the village, once cultivated with sweet potatoes, corn, watermelons, and loofahs. Of course, these fields had long been neglected. He lifted a sweet potato vine, revealing tubers as slender as fingers, while the corn appeared stunted. These artificially cultivated crops were no match for the resilient wild grasses. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda felt a surge of optimism. If he could clear away the weeds, the resulting sweet potatoes and corn would suffice for his sustenance. However, he did not immediately set to work. Instead, he gathered several fish traps, intending to head towards the harbor to catch fish, for he was hungry. The snake he had consumed the previous night had long since been digested, and he needed to fill his belly before contemplating anything else. Upon reaching the seaside, he remembered that bait was necessary for the traps, yet he had none. The tide was neither rising nor falling. The sea surface remained calm, with small fish occasionally darting beneath the water. Xu Mingda noticed that the stones on the breakwater were encrusted with oysters and other shellfish. He crouched down to scrape a few off with his knife, but they clung stubbornly to the rocks. Frustrated after a prolonged effort, he struck the oysters with the back of his knife, smashing them to pieces. He needed to find something else. Aware that deceiving the fish would likely result in being deceived himself, he strolled along the sandy beach of the harbor. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a dead fish, approximately a foot long, emitting a foul odor. Wrinkling his nose, he chopped the fish into several pieces and placed them into the traps. He secured a few traps at the edge of the dock and beneath the breakwater with ropes. Xu Mingda understood that fishing with traps required patience, and given their proximity to the shore, success was not guaranteed. Ideally, he would row a small boat into deeper waters to cast a net or fish. He gazed longingly at the boat resting on the beach, but ultimately hesitated. He did not wish to be swept away by the waves again. This island felt like a haven. Xu Mingda had already begun to regard it as his home. He took another stroll along the shoreline, collecting several sea snails, a dozen shells, and 2 small crabs. The island's resources proved bountiful. In just an hour, he had amassed such a harvest. As he prepared his meal, satisfaction washed over him. The small kitchen of the temple boasted both a large and a small stove. By the edge of the kitchen, there were still some ready-to-use twigs and firewood. It was essential to stockpile more firewood. The old furniture from the dilapidated house, once chopped, would suffice for quite some time. Xu Mingda initially intended to steam a pot of rice, but ultimately decided to gather a handful of rice to prepare a thick porridge instead. The sea conchs and shellfish were cooked in another pot. Though the texture was somewhat coarse, Xu Mingda finished every last bit of the porridge and shellfish with satisfaction. He mused that next time, he should nurture these shellfish a bit longer to allow them to expel the sand before cooking. The flesh of the conchs could be added directly to the porridge, transforming it into a delightful seafood congee. Xu Mingda reflected on this newfound insight. After satiating his hunger, he began to contemplate the 3 Dragon King halls across the way. Chapter 4. Although the main hall of the small temple was not locked, the door remained closed, and Xu Mingda chose not to enter. After all, the other living areas of the temple intrigued him far more. Having satisfied his hunger and explored much of the island, he began to ponder the Dragon King Hall. The immaculate condition of this humble shrine might be attributed to the nearby fishermen who still came to pay their respects. He contemplated how to manage the situation should anyone come to light incense. At that moment, Xu Mingda had already come to regard the small island as his home. He did not wish for any outsiders to intrude, fearful that they might bring the zombie virus along with them. Thus, he contemplated dismantling the idol to deter visitors. Upon pushing open the hall's door, he was greeted by a towering statue of the Dragon King seated regally upon a throne, flanked by 2 golden boys and jade maidens. The Dragon King's complexion was a vivid green, adorned with a crown and clad in a dragon robe, his large eyes fixed sternly upon Xu Mingda. Once, Xu Mingda had not been devoid of reverence for the divine. However, in the face of the apocalypse, the gods had failed to save humanity. In his struggle for survival, he had slain no fewer than 10 zombies, once living beings just like himself. Consequently, his heart had hardened. He now believed solely in himself. Xu Mingda reached out to touch the Dragon King's statue, noting its heavy clay composition, far too weighty for him to move alone. His gaze then fell upon the offering table before the Dragon King. A few plates rested upon it, but no offerings were present, suggesting that no one had visited recently to pay tribute. However, 2 candles, as thick as a man's arm, caught Xu Mingda's attention, eliciting a smile. With no electricity on the island at night, these candles would provide light for some time. "Old Dragon King, I shall borrow these candles," he declared, tucking the 2 large candles under his arms. He also discreetly took a handful of incense from the offering table, intending to use it as mosquito repellent. After searching around the back of the statue and finding nothing else of use, he exited the hall and returned to his quarters, placing the candles and incense upon his table. Looking at the 2 candles, Xu Mingda couldn't help but chuckle. He had never imagined he would dare to plunder even from the Dragon King in his lifetime. The more resources he gathered, the greater his chances of survival became. Not only did he wish to survive, but he aspired to do so with quality. With this thought in mind, Xu Mingda retrieved a kerosene lamp and began to meticulously clean it with a scrap of cloth. Daylight was manageable, but the nights were arduous, especially on this desolate island. He would be lying if he claimed he was unafraid of the strange noises that had disturbed the night. At the very least, he was curious about what lurked in the darkness. The absence of electricity on the island made the candles and the kerosene lamp invaluable to him. The lamp operated on kerosene, and he had fortuitously brought a kerosene stove with him on the boat, which still contained a substantial amount of fuel. Moreover, the wick could be repurposed for the lamp. After an hour of diligent work, he miraculously revived the antique lamp that had lain dormant for decades. Gazing at the glistening glass and the vibrant flame, Xu Mingda smiled broadly. In that moment, he felt a swell of pride in his craftsmanship. Subsequently, he seized his tools and ventured out to secure the grand entrance of the small temple, as well as the doors and windows of his humble abode, reinforcing them with iron bolts. By this time, the clock had struck 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and Xu Mingda felt the pangs of hunger anew. He grasped the iron tongs he had fashioned from 2 slender steel rods along with a small bucket, and descended the mountain. It was the time of low tide, and he intended to emulate the scenes from the videos he had watched to catch seafood. It was only at this juncture that he realized most of those videos were staged, for the bounty of the sea was not so easily gathered. Xu Mingda toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, managing to collect only 5 or 6 conchs and a diminutive octopus. He inspected the fish traps one by one, only to find them barren and desolate. Relying on such meager provisions would surely lead to starvation. A wave of despair washed over him. He turned back to glance at the small fishing village, contemplating that farming might offer a more reliable yield. Yet, even with the corn seedlings having reached a height of a foot, it would still take 1 or 2 months for them to mature. What was to be done? Was he destined to starve upon this island? Xu Mingda returned to the small temple, disheartened. As he entered the courtyard, he cast a glance at the main hall, where the Dragon King statue appeared to bare its fangs, glaring fiercely at him as if to accuse him of theft. With a start, he turned and slipped into the kitchen. This time, as he prepared his porridge, an inexplicable unease settled in his heart. Before the porridge could fully cook, darkness enveloped the land. On the island, devoid of other light sources, the darkness was so profound that one could not see one's own hand. Fortunately, he had procured an oil lamp and candles. Xu Mingda lit a candle and hastily consumed a mouthful of rice. In that moment, amidst the monotonous and relentless crashing of the waves against the shore, an overwhelming sense of loneliness surged within him. Could one truly not survive without a woman? Xu Mingda felt a flicker of anger towards himself as thoughts of his girlfriend crossed his mind. In a sudden impulse, he blew out the candle. Thanks to the warmth of the Kong and the comfort of the bedding, Xu Mingda soon succumbed to slumber. At an indeterminate hour, he was jolted awake by a furious voice. "You thief! How dare you steal my incense? Seize him!" Xu Mingda found himself inexplicably within the temple, with two spectral enforcers grasping his arms. The dim light of the temple illuminated the Dragon King, who pointed an accusatory finger at him, flanked by several shrimp and crab soldiers brandishing weapons in a menacing display. "Release me. What of it that you are the Dragon King? What favors have you bestowed upon me? Why should I show you any respect? I have suffered greatly, yet you have offered me no protection. What is wrong with using a bit of candle wax? If you dare, take my life. If you do not end me today, I shall shatter your statue and cast it into the sea tomorrow." Xu Mingda writhed in defiance, shouting at the Dragon King. "Humph! You wretched thief! How do you know I have not protected you? This expanse of sea is my dominion, and all creatures, great and small, are sheltered under my guardianship." The Dragon King retorted dismissively, twirling his dragon whiskers. "Then ensure that I am fed. If you satisfy my hunger, I shall offer you not only incense and fruits, but even a human head as tribute." Xu Mingda refused to cower. "I do not wish to oppress the small with the great. I demand your respect and submission." The Dragon King, unperturbed by Xu Mingda's retorts, merely chuckled coldly. Subsequently, the lights in the Dragon King's hall dimmed, rendering everything invisible. Xu Mingda abruptly awakened, still nestled comfortably in his bed. The echoes of the Dragon King and the little ghost's cries lingered in his ears. He lifted his gaze towards the window, where a black cat perched, its large, round eyes fixed upon him, yowling loudly. This seemed to be the same wild cat from the previous night. Xu Mingda slipped on his shoes and approached the window to get a better look. To his surprise, the black cat showed no fear, instead scratching at the glass, as if eager to enter. "I fear not even a zombie. Do you think I would be daunted by a meerkat?" he mused, as he opened the window and welcomed the black cat inside. The creature measured 2 feet in length, its entire body a lustrous black, devoid of any stray hairs, though it appeared quite slender. "Are you hungry?" Xu Mingda wondered aloud as the cat circled around his feet. He retrieved the octopus he had hesitated to eat the previous night and tossed it to the black cat. In mere moments, the cat devoured the octopus, then leapt onto the bed, settling down at the head of the Kong and quickly falling into a deep slumber. Perhaps this cat was once cared for at the temple. Xu Mingda pondered, admiring its presence. With the cat's companionship, a sudden warmth enveloped his heart, and soon enough, he drifted back to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Xu Mingda was roused by the cat's cries. He opened the door, and the black cat darted out, then perched on the wall, calling out to him while peering outside. "Are you beckoning me to go fishing?" Xu Mingda inquired, for he had already devised a plan for fishing the night before. Upon seeing Xu Mingda emerge, the cat leapt down from the wall and scampered downhill. The two, cat and man, traveled in tandem, the cat frequently glancing back, seemingly urging Xu Mingda to follow. Eventually, it halted at the spot where Xu Mingda intended to lower his fishing cage, meowing insistently. As Xu Mingda lifted the cage, he was astonished to discover 2 crabs, each the size of his palm, nestled inside. Could it be that the Dragon King has manifested? Chapter 5. Xu Mingda initially believed himself fortunate, only to discover that several fishing cages he lifted contained an abundant catch, clams the size of fists, abalone as large as plates, and octopuses exceeding a foot in length. One cage even housed a hefty grouper weighing several pounds. During his renovation work, a client had once treated him to this fish, which was quite expensive. One fish could cost hundreds. This was indeed peculiar. Although Xu Mingda had never fished, he understood that such rich resources could not possibly exist in the waters surrounding the small island. If they did, why would fishermen risk venturing out to sea, merely tossing a few cages to fill their nets? Could it be that the Dragon King had manifested? With a bucket full of his bounty, he gazed pensively at the small temple atop the mountain. If the Dragon King had truly shown favor, what could he offer in return? Had he not promised the Dragon King a human head just yesterday? Did that mean he was to sacrifice his own? Yet, as he pondered, reality struck him. The world was overrun by zombies. What did a mere clay sculpture matter? Enough. Time to eat. Without further ado, Xu Mingda returned to the temple. Bucket in hand, he heated oil in a pot, preparing to cook a seafood feast. The black cat had been trailing his feet, mewing mournfully, its gaze dark and insistent, seemingly urging him on. Initially thinking the cat was hungry, he tossed it a handful of fish entrails. To his surprise, the cat refused to eat, merely continuing its plaintive cries, which infuriated Xu Mingda to the point of kicking it aside. Before long, the air filled with the savory aroma of cooking seafood. Sea cucumbers, abalone, octopus, and crabs were all ready, while several large scallops opened their shells as if to smile at him. Dragon King, please indulge first. Xu Mingda swallowed hard and placed a bright red crab and an octopus onto the altar. However, as he turned away, the cat leaped onto the altar, yowling and knocking the offerings to the ground. Damn it, if you won't eat, I will. I fear you not. Xu Mingda, incensed, picked up the crab and took a hearty bite, chewing with vigor while casting a fierce glare at the Dragon King's statue. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder rolled in from the distance, causing Xu Mingda's heart to skip a beat. He turned to look outside, realizing that the sky had transformed into a leaden gray, the sea wind howling ominously. It appeared a violent storm was brewing. Beneath the low-hanging clouds, lightning flickered as it swiftly approached the island. The ocean, whipped by the wind, surged with towering waves, crashing violently against the stone walls of the temple, sending sprays of water soaring over 10 meters high. Come on, I'm right here. If you dare, strike this house and flood this temple. Xu Mingda shot a wicked grin at the Dragon King's statue. At that moment, the black cat began its mournful howling once more, but this time, it was not directed at Xu Mingda. Instead, it stretched its neck, gazing out at the sea. Xu Mingda followed the cat's gaze, his heart racing with sudden realization. A boat, a small vessel, was struggling through the treacherous waves, seemingly seeking refuge on the island. Damn it, speak of the devil. And Liu Bei appears. Xu Mingda cursed under his breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Xu Mingda retreated to the island to avoid contact with the outside world, as he remained ignorant of how the zombie virus was transmitted. At the very least, this small island should be a sanctuary. Little did he know that outsiders would arrive so soon. With a gloomy expression, he opened the courtyard gate and gazed down towards the harbor. There, a small boat had already entered the bay, moored beside the breakwater. A man was tying the craft to the stones at the dock, indicating that those aboard were determined to set foot on the island. They must not be allowed to enter, Xu Mingda thought, turning on his heel to rush back inside, preparing to secure the temple door with tools and nails. However, upon glimpsing the nail gun in his tool pouch, a fierce glint momentarily flickered in his eyes. 10 minutes later, 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, arrived at the temple, panting heavily. Upon entering, they were taken aback to see Xu Mingda. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where is Taoist Liu? The stout man at the forefront, with bulging eyes resembling a frog, scrutinized Xu Mingda from head to toe, then glanced towards the back room, seemingly searching for someone. You are seeking refuge as well, aren't you? Behind him, a stunning woman in her 30s, exuding an air of sophistication, inquired with a radiant smile. She was voluptuous, with a face resembling a peach blossom, and her every gesture radiated an enchanting allure. Xu Mingda felt his heart race, swallowing hard. Beside her, a young girl in her 20s curiously appraised Xu Mingda as well. Is this fellow mute? A young man in a plaid shirt, adorned with tattoos on his arms, sneered at Xu Mingda, who remained silent at the threshold, gazing at the woman. Xiao Wu, don't mind him. Bring the offerings over first. Wen Bin placed the items for Taoist Liu inside the room. The stout man cast a glance at Xu Mingda, wiping his sweat as he directed the others, displaying familiarity with the surroundings. Yes, Boss Nyo, replied a young man with a crew cut, who then hoisted 2 large bags and headed towards the back room. His demeanor suggested he was honest and upright. Xu Mingda paid no heed to whether it was Boss Nyo or Boss Ma. From the gap in the bags, he discerned that one contained 50 pounds of rice, while another held flour, along with various vegetables and fruits. Such generosity. Someone was offering free sustenance. Xu Mingda's heart surged with joy. What he lacked most was food. If he could claim this rice, flour, and oil for himself, he would not need to worry about provisions for 3 months. By then, the crops of corn and sweet potatoes on the island would be ripe. Thus, in his mind, Xu Mingda had already appropriated these supplies for himself, forbidding anyone else from touching them. Brother, let me help you, the young girl said, lifting 2 barrels of peanut oil and heading into the back room. Xu Mingda caught a whiff of her fragrance, an uncontrollable desire stirring within him. Truly, it was a timely blessing, as these 2 women were also within his grasp. During the day, he busied himself with menial tasks such as laundry and cooking, while at night, he had been keenly observing these individuals. Based on his experience, he discerned that they were all ordinary people, untainted by the zombie virus. Naturally, acquiring their provisions would require little effort. A few well-crafted lies would suffice. However, retaining the 2 women would necessitate a more cunning approach. Xu Mingda resolved in his heart, stealthily slipping a hand into his pocket to grasp the nail gun. Chapter 6. These individuals, in addition to bringing essential supplies such as rice, flour, and cooking oil to the venerable Liu at the temple, also carried an assortment of fruits and prepared delicacies like roasted chicken and pig's head. It appeared they had come specifically to pay homage to the Dragon King. What chaos has befallen this place? Where is Liu? At that moment, a corpulent man, referred to as Bosnio, emerged from the shrine with a pallid expression, his slanted eyes narrowing suspiciously at Xu Mingda, evidently suspecting his involvement. Bosnio, Daoist Liu is not in the house. We found this at that juncture. A young man named Hao Wenbin and a girl emerged from the dormitory, each holding incense and candles. What are you doing here? The stout man barked, his bulging eyes fixed on Xu Mingda. Is this place off limits? Xu Mingda replied, his expression impassive. How dare you speak to Bosnio like that? At that moment, a tattooed man named Xiao burst out of the shrine, ready to strike Xu Mingda. Wait, let us clarify the situation first. The portly man, seeing Xu Mingda posed no immediate threat, restrained his assailant with an outstretched arm. Xu Mingda gripped his nail gun tightly, squinting at the two men before him. In his mind, both Bosnio and Xiao were as good as dead. However, he had yet to determine how to deal with the man named Hao Wenbin, who seemed to be the brother of the girl. If he were to kill him, the girl would surely refuse to be with him. Bosnio, look at this big catch. At that moment, a seductive woman emerged from the kitchen, one hand holding a plastic bucket filled with seafood, the other brandishing a cooked abalone. Damn it, I don't care where you come from. This sea is under my jurisdiction. If you dare to steal from me, you will pay. The stout man's stubby finger nearly poked Xu Mingda's forehead. I did not steal anything. Moreover, the sea does not belong to you. Xu Mingda replied in a low voice. Haha, is there such a big catch by the seaside? Ask them if my word holds any weight here. Bosnio boasted. I declare you a thief. Therefore, you are one. Hand over 10,000 yuan and get lost. Seeing Xu Mingda's humble appearance, the stout man grew increasingly brazen. Kid, quickly say something nice to Bosnio. He wields considerable influence in these waters. The alluring woman approached, swaying her hips in an attempt to persuade, clearly favoring Bosnio. Damn it. Xu Mingda gritted his teeth, suddenly drawing his nail gun and pressing it against Bosnio's chest, pulling the trigger without hesitation. This nail gun, designed for fastening steel nails, could penetrate reinforced concrete, let alone flesh. With a resounding bang, everyone froze in shock. Bosnio, caught off guard, clutched his chest, staring incredulously at Xu Mingda, never anticipating that such a destitute youth would strike without warning. He staggered back before collapsing, lifeless. Oh my God, the seductive woman shrieked, her face turning pale with fright as she turned to flee. However, her anxiety rendered her legs weak, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, trembling. Seeing Xu Mingda's sudden aggression, Xiao pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and charged at him. With a mere wave of his hand, Xu Mingda struck the barrel of the nail gun forcefully against the young man's head. Though slender and not particularly tall, the boy appeared quite robust, likely fond of physical activity. However, Xu Mingda showed no mercy. Before the boy could react, Xu Mingda delivered several more blows, sending him crashing to the ground like a rag doll. The rapidity of the events left everyone startled. Upon witnessing the scene, Hao Wenbin and his sister screamed in terror and attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Xu Mingda. Stay where you are, Xu Mingda commanded coldly. Brother. The girl clung tightly to Hao Wenbin's arm, retreating behind him, her eyes wide with fear of Xu Mingda. Brother, please let us go. I want to say a word, Hao Wenbin stammered, despite his imposing stature, feeling a chill of dread in the presence of Xu Mingda, the harbinger of violence. He is a zombie. You may well have been infected. Xu Mingda intoned deliberately. His true intent was to stabilize the situation with Hao Wenbin and the girl. Emerging from the horde of zombies, he could discern the distinctions. The cold aura of the undead contrasted sharply with the warmth of the living. The blood of zombies congealed, while human blood spurted. That Nyosi was not a zombie. Wenbin and the girl were momentarily struck dumb, their eyes reflecting confusion and terror. Oh dear. Please help me. At that moment, the alluring woman, having learned of Nyosi's condition, reached out in desperation for Xu Mingda's protection. Meanwhile, the seemingly deceased Xiao had revived, struggling to crawl away from Nyosi's corpse, evidently aware of the outbreak. Xu Mingda recognized that his plan had succeeded. You may leave if you wish, but the zombie virus has an incubation period. Should you gather together, should anyone transform into a zombie, none will escape. Xu Mingda surveyed the individuals in the courtyard. How do you know? The young man named Hao Wenbin asked, cautiously guarding his sister. I fled from the mainland. There are no good people left there. Xu Mingda replied disdainfully. Brother, what should we do? The girl fretted, glancing nervously at Xu Mingda. Brother, you must help us. We have zombies too, it's terrifying. The enchanting woman implored Xu Mingda, clearly having experienced the outbreak firsthand. Xu Mingda had become the authoritative figure due to his decisive and ruthless actions. You all must be quarantined. In 3 days, if nothing occurs, all will be well. Anyone who transforms will be dealt with as he was, Xu Mingda said, lifting the nail gun slowly. Don't believe him. Call the police. Xiao Wu shouted hoarsely, his head bloodied and vicious looking from Xu Mingda's earlier blow. Brother, is that feasible? The alluring woman hesitated, glancing at Xu Mingda as she reached for her phone. Xu Mingda gazed at the sky, where dark clouds loomed ominously, the wind howling with rain, threatening to tear the roof from its foundations. The sea appeared to churn violently. In such weather, even the Coast Guard could not venture out. Once the storm subsided, the situation might transform into something far more sinister. Whatever, he uttered expressionlessly, the words falling from his lips like a cold decree. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's words, the four individuals felt as though they had received a reprieve, and they promptly began to devise ways to contact the outside world. Yet, they instinctively maintained a distance from one another, wary of the possibility that one among them might carry the virus. Inkwa, our phones have no signal, exclaimed a girl named Jiang Xiao, who was a cousin of Wenbin. Xiao Wu, why not try using Boss Nio's satellite phone? Suggested the strikingly beautiful woman, Guo Meiwan, to the bloodied Xiao Wu. It seemed that apart from Niu Si, she was the cornerstone of this group. With a look of disdain, Xiao Wu retrieved a satellite phone from Niu Si's pocket and dialed a number. It's connected. It's connected. Guo Meiwan stood on tiptoe, eagerly gazing at Xiao Wu. Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao stood together, while Guo Meiwan maintained a distance of several meters from Xiao Wu, yet positioned herself rather close to Xu Mingda, indicating her greater trust in him. Though Xu Mingda was young, his experience in renovation had acquainted him with individuals from all walks of life. He could discern that Guo Meiwan shared a significant bond with Niu Si. On the other end of the line, as Xiao Wu relayed their circumstances, he kept a vigilant eye on Xu Mingda. Yes, he said our boss Niu is infected with the zombie virus. He's already dead. Shot with a nail gun. Yes, we are all quarantined here. Observing Xiao Wu converse with the authorities, Guo Meiwan and her brother's demeanor seemed to stabilize. However, Xiao Wu soon became agitated. Protect the scene? How are we supposed to do that? What are you doing? You can't come? You can't come now? Damn, hello. Clearly, the call was disconnected. The police instructed us to wait here. No one can leave. As Xiao Wu spoke, his gaze flickered towards Xu Mingda, now devoid of his earlier bravado, clearly wary. So we can't go back? Guo Meiwan inquired anxiously. Xiao Wu shot her a fierce glare, remaining silent. Though he did not elaborate, it was evident to all that the virus had already spread to the area they had come from. At this moment, they were entirely preoccupied with their own predicament, leaving little concern for a remote island devoid of support. Chapter 7. At this moment, the sky began to drizzle, and the people in the courtyard exchanged bewildered glances, remaining silent. You two, carry him inside, Xu Mingda instructed, gesturing towards the corpse of Niu Si. Directing Xiao Wu and Wenbin, they hesitated for a moment, but ultimately yielded to Xu Mingda's authority. It was evident to them that whether Niu Si had turned into a zombie was inconsequential. What mattered was Xu Mingda's willingness to commit murder without hesitation. Enkwa, what should we do? At this juncture, Jiang Xiaoyu timidly implored Guo Meiwan, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. Alas, I am at a loss as well. Mr. Niu initially intended to bring us here to seek the Dragon King's favor, claiming that he was quite powerful and would bless our Dongshan Island. Who could have anticipated? Guo Meiwan said, discreetly gauging Xu Mingda's expression. On the surface, Xu Mingda appeared indifferent to their conversation, yet his ears were keenly attuned to their words. Jiang Xiaoyu resembled a fresh university graduate, clad in blue sweatpants, white sneakers, and a beige windbreaker, her dark ponytail swaying gently. Despite her modest attire, her fair complexion, rosy lips, and delicate features exuded an irresistible youthful charm. Previously, Xu Mingda would never have dared to covet such a girl. He could neither afford to marry nor support her. He belonged to the lowest rung of society, toiling daily across various construction sites in a relentless struggle for survival. The mere thought of a woman of comparable age, unblemished in health, willing to prepare a meal for him, alleviate his pent-up desires, and bear him a child seemed like a distant dream. Love? A relationship devoid of monetary considerations was nothing short of folly. But now, a wild notion surged within him. In this apocalyptic world, where the old order had disintegrated and no one was in charge, perhaps his own days were numbered. If that were the case, why not indulge in desires once deemed unthinkable? For instance, seizing Jiang Xiaoyu and making her his consort. He too desired to relish the company of an extraordinary woman. However, to achieve this ambition, he could not rely solely on brute force. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. He was outnumbered 4-1. Just then, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin emerged from the main hall, their expressions frantic as if fearing some lurking threat. Hey, you two go to that room. You ladies, head next door, Xu Mingda commanded, pointing towards 2 other quarters. He intended to separate the 4, preventing them from uniting against him. My brother and I will share a room, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly interjected upon hearing Xu Mingda's directive. It's inappropriate for us to be isolated together. Guo Meiwan glanced at Xiaowu, visibly distressed as she approached Xu Mingda. She harbored her own concerns. Xiaowu, being Niu Si's lackey, had always been close to him. If Niu Si had contracted the zombie virus, Xiaowu would be in peril as well. Furthermore, with Xiaowu's face swollen and bloodied from Xu Mingda's earlier confrontation, she felt a twinge of fear. You and I will share a room. He can go alone, Xu Mingda replied, suppressing his excitement as he cast a cold gaze at Guo Meiwan. Though she was slightly older, her physique was undeniably alluring. The contours of her figure were accentuated beneath her snug black top, the delicate curve of her waist peeking through, while her jeans clung tightly to her shapely form, as if they could burst at any moment. The high-heeled leather boots adorning her feet elongated her legs, accentuating the allure of her expressive brows and delicate voice. Imbued with the seductive charm of a woman on the cusp of maturity, had it not been for the presence of others, he would have hastily whisked her away to his chamber to indulge in their desires. Is that feasible? Guo Meiwan mused aloud, though her body revealed her true intentions as she stepped into Xu Mingda's dwelling. We must check on the boat over there. The winds and waves are too fierce. I need to navigate it further into the sea, or it will be damaged, Hao Wenbin stammered. Jiang Xiao anxiously fixed her gaze on Xu Mingda, fearing his disapproval. All right. I shall accompany you, Xu Mingda nonchalantly replied, waving his nail gun dismissively. Brother. Jiang Xiao urgently tugged at Hao Wenbin's arm. It appeared they sought to evade Xu Mingda under the pretense of inspecting the boat. Very well, let us go together. I worry you may tire. After all, we must return shortly, Hao Wenbin said, his face flushed with reluctance. Haha, how considerate of you. Xu Mingda chuckled knowingly. Make haste, otherwise. Do not blame me for denying you entry upon your return. With that, he strode confidently into his quarters. Although unfamiliar with navigation, Xu Mingda understood that in such tempestuous weather, even their modest vessel, weighing several tons, would not dare venture out to sea. He was unconcerned about Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao's potential escape. The island was small, and the temple was the only place suitable for habitation. His foremost priority was to manage affairs within the temple, as both Guo Meiwan and Xiaowu appeared to be untrustworthy individuals. The 3 rooms were arranged in a row, each with its own entrance. One was presumably occupied by Lu Daoshi, the temple keeper, while the other 2 seemed designated for male and female devotees. Xu Mingda resided in the central room. Ah, little brother, you have arrived. Upon seeing Xu Mingda enter, Guo Meiwan hastily rose from the bed, her demeanor awkward as she regarded him. Xu Mingda noticed her hands concealed behind her back. What do you have there? He inquired, his tone indifferent as he scanned the room, noting that his belongings remained undisturbed. Nothing. I'm not hiding anything. Guo Meiwan feigned calmness with a forced smile. Yet, Xu Mingda approached her directly, yanking her hands from behind her. Little brother, you're hurting me. Guo Meiwan protested, attempting to struggle, but was swiftly caught in Xu Mingda's embrace, almost toppling onto the bed. Oh, are you trying to summon someone to capture me? Xu Mingda teased upon seeing the mobile phone belonging to Niu Si in her grasp, his gaze lingering on her alluring features. No, absolutely not. I merely seek your assistance with a matter. Niu owes me money, and I wish to transfer my funds. Could you possibly offer your endorsement? Guo Meijuan's voice dwindled to a whisper as she became acutely aware of Xu Mingda's ravenous gaze. Though she was over a decade his senior, her blend of shyness and fear ignited a powerful desire within him, especially now that she was in need of his help. Very well. Xu Mingda took the phone, glancing at it in surprise, discovering a staggering balance exceeding 1 million in her Alipay account. It appears that this esteemed individual truly possesses some prowess. However, in this apocalyptic world, wealth has become merely a digit, devoid of real value. Xu Mingda understands that tangible resources and services are the true currency of this era. Upon learning that Xu Mingda was willing to assist her, Guo Meiwan divulged her predicament entirely. She is a widow, having previously run a seafood restaurant with her husband in Dongshan Island town. It was there that she became acquainted with the local fishing magnate, Niu Si. Though Niu Si is rather unappealing in appearance, he is insatiable and lustful and immediately took a fancy to Guo Meiwan. To court the young widow, he would frequently gather a group of friends to drink at her restaurant. Guo Meiwan was well aware that Niu Si's intentions extended beyond mere camaraderie. Yet for the sake of her business, she felt compelled to indulge him. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure. A year ago, a bizarre car accident irrevocably altered her life. Her husband was tragically killed by a large truck while out on a supply run. Although she received a compensation of around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, the loss of her husband was irreplaceable, leaving Guo Meiwan despondent. However, her troubles did not end there. Her restaurant faced ostracism from competitors, resulting in a drastic decline in customers, coupled with occasional disturbances from ruffians. It seemed she could no longer sustain her business. Just then, Niosio appeared, masquerading as her savior while simultaneously attempting to win her over. He proposed that running a restaurant was arduous and suggested they venture into aquaculture together, promising that with his guidance, she could effortlessly earn millions in a year, far superior to the restaurant business. Guo Meiwan, swayed by his words, invested over 500,000 yuan of her husband's insurance money into Niosio as a stake. Yet, the much-lauded fish farming operation existed solely in words. Realizing she had been deceived, Guo Meiwan sought to reclaim her money from Niosio, but as a local rogue and influential figure, he was not easily intimidated. Faced with the prospect of losing both her money and her dignity, she dared not provoke him, fearing he would abandon her, and thus resorted to flattery. Hoping to retrieve her modest insurance funds, she had accompanied Niosio this time because he claimed to take her to inspect the waters he had secured. Now that Niosio had met his demise, Guo Meiwan surreptitiously took his phone, intending to transfer the funds to her own account. However, she was unaware of his payment password and could only transfer money through facial recognition or fingerprint authentication. Yet, she would never dare approach the Dragon King Hall to deal with Niosio's corpse. Brother, help your sister this time, and you shall not be left wanting. I promise you anything, Guo Meiwan said, casting seductive glances at Xu Mingda. Chapter 8. Will you promise me anything? Xu Mingda's gaze drifted toward the enticing neckline of Guo Meiwan's attire. You see, sister, I keep my promises. First, assist me with this matter. Guo Meiwan, noticing Xu Mingda's avaricious stare, hurriedly tugged at her clothing, playfully pushing him away with a bashful smile. This woman thinks of me as a little wolf dog. Xu Mingda scoffed silently. Yet, he realized that by aiding Guo Meiwan, he would have leverage over her. As a free-spirited widow, if he ensured her well-being, she would undoubtedly remain loyal to him. In the future, living on this island would necessitate her assistance in many matters. Having made up his mind, Xu Mingda led Guo Meiwan to the hall where the body was laid. Niosie's corpse rested in a corner beside the side chamber, a cloth draped over his face. Courtesy of his companion, Xiao. Brother, I'm scared, Guo Meiwan said, gripping Xu Mingda's hand tightly, her nails nearly piercing his skin. What is there to fear? It's merely a corpse. It has risen from the dead. Xu Mingda laughed derisively. After witnessing countless grotesque figures in the city, Niosie's stillness made him appear almost docile. Xu Mingda picked up Niosie's hand and pressed his short, stout fingers against Guo Meiwan's smartphone. After several unsuccessful attempts, perhaps due to Guo Meiwan's nerves or the fingerprint payment malfunctioning, he muttered, let us try facial recognition instead. He yanked the cloth from Niosie's face, revealing his ghastly visage. Niosie, a figure of the underworld, lay there with his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. As Guo Meiwan timidly positioned her phone towards Niosie's face, she quickly turned away in fright. What are you afraid of? Do you not want the money? Xu Mingda glared at her in exasperation. Summoning her courage, Guo Meiwan directed the phone at Niosie's face. When prompted to turn his head, Xu Mingda assisted by shaking and nodding his own head. However, when the phone requested him to open his mouth and blink, Niosie remained uncooperative. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Mingda instructed Guo Meiwan to fetch fishing line and hooks, using them to manipulate Niosie's eyelids and mouth into a grimace that startled Guo Meiwan. Old Nio, I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Every debt has its rightful owner. Do not implicate me, Guo Meiwan murmured softly. Xu Mingda scoffed at her attempt to shift the blame onto him, reminiscent of his unfaithful ex-girlfriend. Women are but playthings for men. Those who take them seriously are destined to lose, he thought to himself. After some time, Guo Meiwan successfully completed the verification process and the money was released, 50,000. The limit reached. What now? She fretted, trying to withdraw more, but to no avail. Then we shall continue tomorrow, Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Noticing a fine watch on Niosie's wrist, which he promptly removed and pocketed. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, a mechanical watch still proves its worth. Hand over the rings you have on, Guo Meiwan demanded, pointing at the several large gold rings adorning Niosie's fingers. As Xu Mingda sought to claim the wealth of the deceased, Xu Mingda cast her a glance before yanking the rings off and stowing them in his pocket. Among them, a diamond ring was particularly tight, compelling him to retrieve his axe and swiftly sever the finger to acquire the precious gem, useful for cutting glass. Frustrated at not obtaining the gold rings, Guo Meiwan felt a surge of irritation, but upon witnessing Xu Mingda's brutality, she gasped and swiftly fled the grand hall. Xu Mingda initially intended to remove the genuine leather shoes from Niosie's feet, but deemed them too large for himself. With a cold chuckle, he turned and departed without covering Niosie's face with clothing. As he exited, a black cat leapt forth from behind the altar, sauntering towards Niosie and sniffing around his face. Suddenly, Niosie's eyelids appeared to flutter, startling the cat, which quickly scurried beneath an offering table. Just as Xu Mingda stepped outside, he spotted Xiao Wu standing in the courtyard with his hands in his pockets, his head wrapped in cloth resembling an Indian. His comical appearance, coupled with a nonchalant expression, was quite amusing. Guo Meiwan, feeling somewhat diminished, glanced at him before hastening indoors. Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing look, nearly bursting into laughter. Though they remained silent, an unspoken competition lingered between them. Xu Mingda observed Xiao Wu for a moment, recognizing that he still harbored feelings for Niu Si, perhaps as a loyal follower for reasons akin to Guo Meiwan's. Wait a moment. Xu Mingda called out, re-entering the grand hall to fetch the roast chicken and steamed buns offered to the Dragon King, which he then handed to Xiao Wu. I want a pig's head. Xiao Wu replied impassively. Xu Mingda returned, carrying a hefty smoked pig's head. Upon seeing Xu Mingda actually procure the pig's head, Xiao Wu's face broke into a rare smile, revealing that he too was a person of audacity. However, Xu Mingda did not relinquish the entire pig's head to Xiao Wu. Instead, he sliced off a portion to share, taking the majority back to his own dwelling. I won't eat it. You can have it, Guo Meiwan remarked, shocked that Xu Mingda had taken the offerings meant for the Dragon King. Remembering that a corpse still lay within the hall, she shook her head repeatedly. You won't eat it. Soon, you may find there's nothing left, Xu Mingda said, munching on a pig's ear while casting a mischievous glance at Guo Meiwan's ample backside. At that moment, she was turned away, using Niu Si's phone to call her only daughter. Xiaoyu, how are things at school? Mommy has to be away for a couple of days. What? School is already out? You've gone home alone? Her anxiety spiked as she learned that her daughter was alone at home, prompting her to look anxiously at Xu Mingda. What are you staring at? I can't fly, Xu Mingda replied expressionlessly as he lunged forward, embracing Guo Meiwan. Get away. Someone might see, Guo Meiwan exclaimed, startled as she struggled to push Xu Mingda away. At that moment, the doors swung open, and the siblings, Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao, returned. Through the window, Xu Mingda observed that Hao Wenbin was leading a sheep, while Jiang Xiao carried 2 live chickens. Releasing Guo Meiwan, he hurried outside. These were gifts from Boss Niu to Daoist Lu. Daoist Lu, in his old age, expressed a desire for sheep's milk and eggs. Since we were unable to deliver them ourselves, we brought a ewe and some hens for him to care for, Hao Wenbin said, eager to please. The rain poured heavily outside. Despite wearing a raincoat, Hao Wenbin's hair and clothes were soaked. Jiang Xiao was in a similar state. Well, you're responsible for their care. Do not let them perish, otherwise, I shall hold you accountable, Xu Mingda said, staring intently at Hao Wenbin. I still have to navigate the boat. Once the typhoon passes, I must escort them back, Hao Wenbin replied, gathering his courage to meet Xu Mingda's gaze. Although they were of similar age, Hao Wenbin appeared considerably more juvenile than Xu Mingda. Indeed, fighting zombies could hasten one's maturity. Brother, let us return indoors, Jiang Xiao said, noticing Xu Mingda's unwavering gaze upon her, and she turned towards the room assigned to them. At that moment, Guo Meiwan emerged as well. What was her situation? Why had she come along? Did Niu Si owe her money to? Xu Mingda inquired of Guo Meiwan, his curiosity piqued as he watched the siblings' retreating figures. Humph. It is all due to that lecherous old Niu Si. That young lady just graduated from university, and he promised to find her a high-paying job. In reality, she ended up as his secretary. It is clear what his intentions are. Bah, Guo Meiwan scoffed. And what of Hao Wenbin? Xu Mingda asked. He is an employee at Niu Si's company, responsible for operating the boat. He is quite honest. Jiang Xiao is his aunt's daughter, Guo Meiwan explained. Indeed, Xu Mingda replied, casting a satisfied glance at Guo Meiwan. Moments ago, he had been filled with desire for this woman. But the rain and the sight of Jiang Xiao had suddenly diminished her allure in his eyes. Chapter 9. The rain outside fell in a sporadic yet heavy manner. Despite the disruption caused by the Hao siblings, Xu Mingda remained in high spirits. Although the island boasted scarce trees, it was adorned with ample grasslands, making it quite suitable for raising chickens, ducks, and goats. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about procuring poultry and eggs in the future. To his surprise, Niu Si's visit had remarkably resolved a significant aspect of his survival, igniting a rather audacious notion within him. If the vessels from the outside world could yield such substantial benefits, why not invite more ships to this island? Wouldn't that render him devoid of any deficiencies? In that moment, he grasped the motivations behind the ruthless behavior of practitioners in fantastical novels, who were willing to eliminate their peers to obtain spirit stones and magical artifacts. Being a pirate truly had its allure. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era where the populous regions had succumbed to the undead, societal order had crumbled and the law had been obliterated, who would dare to intervene in his affairs? Xu Mingda felt invigorated by his entrepreneurial aspirations. Yet, he understood that to dominate these waters, he could not rely solely on his own strength, armed with merely 2 cannons and a nail gun. He required allies. As he contemplated this, the door creaked open, and Xiao Wu emerged from his own quarters. "Bring me some incense," he demanded, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Xu Mingda. His head bore the marks of injury, swollen, and with eyes squinting into narrow slits, yet his gaze was unflinching. Xu Mingda scrutinized him in return, sensing that Xiao Wu was a formidable character. It was merely due to his opportunistic maneuvering that he had gained the upper hand previously. He had always been wary of Xiao Wu, contemplating that should Xiao Wu make a move against him again, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, with his newfound ambition of claiming dominion over the island, Xiao Wu appeared increasingly endearing to him, especially since Xiao Wu's request for incense was intended to honor his beloved elder brother, Niu Si, which stirred a deeper sense of camaraderie within Xu Mingda. Such a loyal and righteous individual, if he could forge a brotherly bond with him, would indeed be an invaluable ally. Thus, he readily handed over a handful of incense to Xiao Wu. "Have a smoke," he said, tossing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to him. Though the brand was not particularly expensive, in this desolate island of the apocalypse, each pack was a rare gem, and a single cigarette was a considerable gesture of goodwill. Xiao Wu effortlessly caught the cigarette, casting a thoughtful glance at Xu Mingda, as if pondering his true intentions. Yet, Xu Mingda did not afford him the opportunity to delve deeper and swiftly retreated back into his room. In truth, he feared that Xiao Wu might see through his thoughts. If this individual could not be utilized to his advantage, it would be wisest to eliminate him. Otherwise, Xu Mingda was uncertain whether he might find himself ensnared by Xiao Wu. Of course, to deal with Xiao Wu, he needed to amass a considerable number of allies. He flashed a smile at Guomeiwan inside the room, but she flinched, taking a cautious step back. "Sister, you are quite beautiful, and you appear youthful," Xu Mingda remarked. His lack of eloquence made this compliment a significant display of his intentions. On one hand, he sought to win over Guomeiwan, while on the other, he aimed to apologize for his earlier hasty actions. Noticing his gesture, Guomeiwan felt somewhat reassured. However, she was no naive girl easily swayed by mere flattery. "My dear brother, could you kindly spare me 2 of Niu Si's rings? He truly owes me a considerable sum of money. These rings would suffice as interest." She has perceived Xu Mingda's desperation for her assistance. "Hiki." Xu Mingda, with a forced smile, fixed his gaze upon Guomeiwan, harboring a murderous intent within. He detests women who exploit men's needs to impose conditions upon them. His ex-girlfriend was just like that. He squandered all his resources just to be with her. Yet she remained indifferent to his struggles and ultimately betrayed him. Upon sensing the unsettling look in Xu Mingda's eyes, Guomeiwan felt a pang of anxiety. "Brother, I am not particularly concerned about that ring. Besides, you have already helped me recover 50,000, right? Tomorrow, could you assist me in reclaiming another 50,000? As she spoke, she playfully nudged Xu Mingda's arm. Xu Mingda slowly nodded in response. This woman certainly knew how to wield her charm. It was no wonder she had ensnared Niu Si. Just as he began to relax, he heard Xiao Wu hurriedly emerge from the main hall. Rushing to knock on Hao Wenbin's door. "Niu Zong is missing," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Is Niu Zong alive?" Hao Wenbin asked in astonishment. It turned out that Xiao Wu had intended to offer sacrifices to Niu Si but discovered that his corpse had vanished. "Niu Si is alive?" Xu Mingda and Guomeiwan exchanged a swift glance. They had just plundered Niu Si, and Xu Mingda had even broken one of his fingers. If Niu Si were merely pretending to be dead, he could not possibly endure such pain. Yet both of them understood the dire consequences if Niu Si had indeed returned to life. "Let us investigate," Xu Mingda declared. Grabbing a machete and stepping outside with Guomeiwan, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin shared a glance with Xu Mingda before following him into the Longwang Hall. In the corner of the Longwang Hall, the spot where Niu Si's body had previously lain was now deserted. Save for a single garment that Xiao Wu had used to cover Niu Si's head. "How strange. If Niu Zong is alive, he should have sought us out," Hao Wenbin said nervously to Xiao Wu. "No, I distinctly saw him lifeless," Guomeiwan exclaimed, unable to contain her shock at this bizarre occurrence. "Do you wish for him to be dead so fervently?" Xiao Wu shot a dark glance at Guomeiwan, causing her to lower her head in silence. "Everyone, let us search thoroughly. Niu Si has not merely returned to life. He has transformed into a zombie. If we do not locate him, we are all in peril," Xu Mingda proclaimed. Upon hearing that Niu Si might have turned into a zombie, the others present exhibited expressions of shock and fear. Xu Mingda did not wait for their reactions, but rather turned and exited the main hall with his blade in hand. This small temple was not expansive. Aside from 3 main halls and 3 quarters, there were few places to conceal oneself. Yet after a thorough search, he found no trace of Niu Si. "Have you found him?" Guomeiwan inquired anxiously as Xu Mingda emerged from behind the hall. "Strange," he mused, furrowing his brow as he observed a pool of blood on the cement ground before the temple gate, due to the wind and rain. Xu Mingda had secured the temple door from the inside. Now that the door was firmly closed, it indicated that Niu Si could not have exited. Could he have scaled the wall? Xiao Wu seemed to sense the underlying mystery and hurried to the wall for a closer inspection. Indeed, he discovered a muddy footprint on one of the bricks. Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend how the hefty figure of Niu Si, weighing around 200 pounds, could have scaled a 2-meter-high courtyard wall to escape. Remembering Xu Mingda's assertion that Niu Si was a zombie rendered their thoughts more plausible. Concurrently, their gazes towards Xu Mingda transformed into admiration. "Brother Xu, what shall we do?" Jiang Xiao timidly inquired as she noticed Xu Mingda frowning at the wall beyond the courtyard. "We must pursue him. The most effective method to eliminate a zombie is to sever its head," Xu Mingda uttered through clenched teeth. At that moment, Jiang Xiao's address of Brother Xu ignited a surge of protectiveness within him. "I'll accompany you," Xiao Wu declared. "We shall join you as well," Hao Wenbin interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Xiao before hastily stepping forward, anxious that Xu Mingda might wish to leave him behind in the small temple. Just then, the door of the main hall creaked ominously. All eyes instinctively turned towards the Dragon King Hall. Though it was still afternoon, dark clouds shrouded the hall, casting it into gloom, and the statue of the Dragon King appeared to come alive, glaring at them with fury. Suddenly, a black cat squeezed through the crack of the door, meowed at Xu Mingda, and then tiptoed to his quarters, settling down. "Brother, take me with you too," Guomeiwan exclaimed, rushing to Xu Mingda's side, tugging at his sleeve while casting anxious glances towards the Dragon King Hall, as if fearing Niu Si would emerge from the hall to seize her. "We'll go together, but let it be clear, if anyone falters or becomes a hindrance, do not blame me for being ungracious," Xu Mingda declared. Chapter 10. Xu Mingda was equally perplexed about whether Niu Si had indeed transformed into a zombie, and how he could have possibly escaped. Nevertheless, he had resolved upon a certain principle. Regardless of Niu Si's state, alive or dead, he was determined to behead him to establish his authority. He had noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu, who had always regarded him with indifference, now viewed him as a great hero. Furthermore, Hao Wenbin and Xiao Wu, who had previously harbored suspicions about him, were now looking to him for guidance. This presented a splendid opportunity. Should he succeed in proving Niu Si to be a zombie, he would ascend to the status of a deity in the eyes of these individuals. Whatever he said would command their obedience. This not only promised to enhance his appeal to the ladies, but would also dispel their doubts concerning him. With these thoughts invigorating him, Xu Mingda felt emboldened. Before departing the small temple, Xu Mingda equipped Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin with makeshift weapons. Xiao Wu wielded a carpenter's axe, while Hao Wenbin brandished a shovel. The disparity in the lengths of their weapons clearly indicated their differing levels of courage. Xu Mingda, on the other hand, carried a nail gun for ranged attacks, and had a 2-foot-long chopping knife hanging from his waist. This knife, procured from a sundry shop, weighed between 4 to 5 pounds. With a spine as thick as a pinky finger and a blade forged from high-quality steel, featuring a curved hook at the tip. The balance of the entire chopping knife was impeccable. It could sever a sapling with a single stroke. Confident in his armament, Xu Mingda felt unafraid. Even if Niu Si had indeed transformed into a zombie, the group descended from the mountain temple, traversing the rain-soaked path until they reached the main road. Yet there was no sign of Niu Si. Could he have gone to the boat? Hao Wenbin suggested, trembling with trepidation. "Let us check the dock," Xu Mingda barked, striding purposefully towards the harbor. There lay Hao Wenbin's motor sailboat. If Niu Si had indeed returned from the dead, he might attempt to escape by boat or seek refuge aboard. Upon arriving at the dock, Xu Mingda finally understood why Hao Wenbin had brought his cousin Jiang Xiaoyu back to the temple. The very motor sailboat that Niu Si and his companions had used had been tossed onto the dock by the turbulent winds. The vessel was stranded, with its bow submerged in the sea and its stern elevated high. Fortunately, the boat was constructed of steel and was relatively small, measuring just over 10 meters, thus avoiding severe damage. However, it was no longer seaworthy nor suitable for habitation. Xu Mingda took the lead, climbing aboard the vessel. The deck was deserted. Below deck, the makeshift sleeping arrangements resembled a slide, with the bedding heaped at one end. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin also clambered aboard. Xu Mingda was about to investigate further, but was halted by Xiao Wu's grip. Xiao Wu then ventured into the tilted lower cabin and surveyed the area. He opened a drawer beneath the iron bed and retrieved a black duffel bag. In Xu Mingda's presence, he unzipped the bag, extracting a pair of binoculars and a hunting rifle. He then loaded 2 bright yellow cartridges into the rifle and slung it over his shoulder. Xu Mingda realized this must have been Xiao Wu's self-defense weapon from his previous illicit dealings with Niu Si. He couldn't have anticipated such tenacity from the young man. Xu Mingda instinctively grew wary, though Xiao Wu showed no inclination to turn these weapons against him. He climbed back onto the deck, raising his binoculars to scan the surroundings, seemingly wielding a weapon to confront the zombie bull. While Xiao Wu searched for arms, Hao Wenbin ascended to the wheelhouse, seizing the radio and calling out to nearby vessels. This is the X-Fishing 3019 sailing vessel. We have capsized in turbulent waters near Long Wangmyo Island. Requesting rescue, requesting assistance. This fishing boat, worth over 100,000, was purchased on loan, and its current stranding weighed heavily on Hao Wenbin's heart. Yet, all that emanated from the radio was the crackling of electromagnetic interference, with no response. As he contemplated switching channels, Xiaowu snatched the intercom from him and cast it aside. Do not waste your breath. In a radius of 150 kilometers, no ships will set sail. Xiaowu coldly regarded Hao Wenbin. Since no signs of the bull were found aboard, the only place it could have ventured was the abandoned Ganjingzi village. Xu Mingda leapt off the boat, preparing to continue the search for the bull's whereabouts. Could it be that old Lu has returned? Guo Meiwan suddenly remarked. Old Lu? Xu Mingda paused, turning his gaze towards Guo Meiwan, while he and Xiaowu, along with Hao Wenbin, boarded the vessel to search for the bull. Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao had remained at the dock, shivering, whether from the rain or the fear that the bull might suddenly appear. The bull once told me that he funded the construction of the Dragon King Temple. Old Lu is a wandering Taoist priest who, upon visiting the temple, claimed it possessed divine qualities, Guo Meiwan explained. The bull, pleased, invited the Taoist to preside over the temple, offering him a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan and would occasionally bring him food. To assuage Xu Mingda's skepticism, Guo Meiwan elaborated. Indeed, Xu Mingda grunted. He recalled how the bull sought out old Lu as soon as he arrived at the small temple. Their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. However, upon arriving on the island, he had found no signs of life. If the Taoist Lu had indeed returned, he might first visit the main hall, where he would discover his old friend, the bull, resting within. Thus, it was quite plausible that the Taoist had relocated the bull's body elsewhere. At that moment, thunder rumbled, and the wind and rain intensified. The sea roared with fury, waves crashing in relentless succession, as if intent on engulfing the entire island. Xiaowu and Hao Wenbin stood nearby, observing Xu Mingda, seemingly awaiting his decision. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Let us return and wait. Xu Mingda raised his eyes to the leaden sky and spoke softly. Chapter 11. In accordance with Xu Mingda's thoughts, had Niusi not transformed into a zombie, but rather been carried away by the Taoist priest old Lu from the Dragon King Temple, it would be certain that old Lu would return to the temple in such weather. At that time, they could interrogate him and uncover the truth. This matter was inherently peculiar. The others, lacking any better ideas, followed Xu Mingda's suggestion to return to the temple, thus ascending the mountain together and retreating to their respective chambers to rest. Inside the dimly lit temple, flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the courtyard in a ghostly pallor. The trees planted in the yard swayed violently in the wind, akin to demons yearning for life. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Indeed, the Dragon King was truly enraged. Xu Mingda murmured as he gazed at the torrential rain battering the glass window. He had taken the Dragon King's incense yesterday and consumed the offerings today. Though he had previously dismissed the supernatural, the tempestuous weather and ominous atmosphere induced a sense of apprehension within him. Not only Xu Mingda felt this way. Upon returning, Hao Wenbin and Xiaowu noticed no signs of anyone's arrival. Though they remained silent, they harbored doubts about Xu Mingda's judgment. With darkness having descended and the winds howling, searching further was unfeasible. Thus, they retreated to their lodgings, securing doors and windows, preparing to resume their search at dawn. Undoubtedly, the absence of Niusi meant that this night would bring no solace to any of them. Xu Mingda had distributed 2 red candles to Hao Wenbin and Xiaowu, while he himself lit a hoof lamp, placing it upon the table to illuminate the room, ready to keep vigil throughout the night. As the island was uninhabited, old Lu did not draw the curtains. In fact, there were no curtains in old Lu's room at all. After returning, Guo Meiwan nestled in the corner of the Kong. Draped in the outer garments Xu Mingda had given her, her eyes fixated on the pitch-black window. When Xu Mingda inquired if she was hungry, she replied that she had no appetite, clearly shaken by the sudden resurrection of Niusi. In the adjacent room, silence reigned. They were all suffocated by tension. Only Xu Mingda remained composed, having consumed some pig's head meat and half a bottle of the white liquor offered to the Dragon King. You shouldn't drink that. You might attract Niusi. Guo Meiwan chided him, a hint of reproach in her voice. She implied that Xu Mingda should extinguish the lamp. Thus, if Niusi were to come, he would first be drawn to the 2 rooms illuminated by light. Are you frightened? Xu Mingda teased, noticing the tremor in Guo Meijuan's voice, as she dared not make a sound. He smirked and dimmed the hoof lamp before climbing onto the Kong and embracing her. What are you doing? This isn't appropriate. Guo Meijuan attempted to resist, but how could she withstand the overwhelming desire and strength of Xu Mingda? 2 hours later, Guo Meijuan, feeling as though her body were falling apart, was just about to drift into slumber when Xu Mingda's hands began to wander again. You rogue. she exclaimed in indignation, trying to push him away. I am a rogue, but you are hardly innocent yourself. We are but two of a kind. Xu Mingda retorted with a cold chuckle. I know you have your eyes on Jiang Xiaoyu, Guo Meiwan said, her tone laced with melancholy. Indeed. Xu Mingda admitted without hesitation. He and Guo Meiwan were merely engaging in frivolity. Guo Meiwan was a decade older than him, with a daughter already 16 years of age. If he were to survive in the apocalypse, marrying her would be an impossibility. He had no desire to deceive Guo Meiwan with falsehoods. It was unnecessary. Guo Meiwan could not impose upon him in any significant manner. If I were to facilitate your union, what benefit would I gain? Guo Meiwan was a woman of considerable experience. Her prior reliance on Niu Si for financial gain indicated that her principles were secondary to self-interest. Now that Xu Mingda had seized control of the situation, she instinctively sought to benefit from him. After all, she believed she should not be taken advantage of without recompense. What do you seek in return? Xu Mingda inquired. You, a penniless lad, speak with such bravado. What can you offer me? Guo Meiwan responded with a mocking laugh. As long as you remain focused on me, I assure you that your needs will be met, Xu Mingda stated with gravity. Huh? Do I appear to be in want of sustenance? Guo Meiwan scoffed at Xu Mingda's assertion. You will come to understand how generous this offer truly is. Xu Mingda replied coldly. If Guo Meiwan were aware that, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, a single loaf of bread or a pinch of salt could lead to fatal conflict, she would recognize the weight of Xu Mingda's promise to ensure her basic needs were met. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from the room occupied by Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao. Niu Si has returned? Guo Meiwan exclaimed, instinctively clutching Xu Mingda as she sought refuge in his embrace. Xu Mingda pushed her away, hastily donning his clothing while illuminating the hoof lamp. At that moment, he noticed that the once warm orange glow had transformed into an eerie, pallid white. Chapter 12. A sudden scream echoed from Jiang Xiao's room, instantly heightening Xu Mingda's vigilance. However, he refrained from rushing outside. Instead, he dimmed the light of the hoof lamp to its lowest setting, grasped his machete, and cautiously peered out of the window, pressing his head against the wall. It was already past 2 in the morning, and the outside world was shrouded in darkness, with rain continuing to fall intermittently. Visibility was severely limited, yet he could discern the flickering candlelight emanating from the neighboring rooms. Then, a loud crash resonated as Xiao Wu flung open his door, and a shadow flitted past Xu Mingda's window, heading towards the room of Hao Wenbin. Wenbin, what is going on? Xiao Wu whispered. I think there is someone in my room, but I looked around and saw nothing. It's so strange, Hao Wenbin replied, panic evident in his voice. Are you seeing things? Xiao Wu leaned into Hao Wenbin's room but perceived nothing unusual. Brother, that chicken seems to be dead, Jiang Xiaolu suddenly cried out. Previously, Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiaolu had brought back a female goat and 2 laying hens. Due to the rain, they had confined the goat and chickens to a corner of the room. Now, one hen lay on the ground in a bizarre position, its neck stained with blood, as if it had been attacked by something. When I returned tonight, both chickens were perfectly fine, Hao Wenbin exclaimed in distress. Xu Mingda felt a sense of dread as he realized one of the animals he was supposed to care for had inexplicably died, leaving him unable to account for it the following day. Is there a skunk around? Xiao Wu frowned, releasing the safety on his shotgun and peering into the courtyard. At that moment, a black cat emerged from the slightly ajar window of the Dragon King Hall, its eyes glinting like brass bells as it stared at the people outside the dormitory. Xiao Wu, what do you see? Don't scare me, Jiang Xiaolu said, trembling with fear. Should we call Su Go out? Hao Wenbin asked nervously. It's nothing. It's probably that cat that killed it. You two should just sleep and stop frightening yourselves, Xiao Wu replied, attempting to return to his room. Suddenly, he halted, his head slowly turning toward the great hall. There, a dark figure stood against the wall, gazing intently towards the dormitory. Fourth brother, is that you? Xiao Wu asked calmly. At his words, a wave of anxiety surged through everyone present. Oh my god. Guo Meiwan instinctively covered her head with her clothing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiaolu recoiled into the safety of the room. Xu Mingda tightened his grip on the machete, observing the scene through the glass. The shadow remained motionless, uttering not a word. Yet, judging by its posture, it was undoubtedly Niu Si. Fourth brother, I know you died unjustly. I've been with you for 7 or 8 years, and you've treated me well. If you have something to convey, just let me know, and I will handle it, Xiao Wu declared, clenching his fists. The dark figure seemed to respond to Xiao Wu's words, shifting slightly. At that moment, the candlelight from Jiang Xiaolu's room illuminated the figure's face. Indeed, it was Niu Si. However, Niu Si's plump face was ghastly pale, and his expression appeared exceedingly bizarre, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Xu Mingda spat inwardly, recalling the time he had hung fishhooks on Niu Si's face in a bid to make some quick money. He never anticipated the results would be so horrifying. Nonetheless, since Nyosi had emerged, he could not be allowed to escape again. With this thought, Xu Mingda stealthily reached for the horsehoof lamp, intending to seize it and rush out to capture Nyosi. At that moment, he realized the lamp had inexplicably extinguished. He crouched down, hiding beneath the window, and pulled out a lighter, attempting to relight the lamp. However, the lighter could not reach the wick inside the lampshade. Xu Mingda casually tore a talisman paper painted with vermilion from the wall, ignited it, and extended it into the lampshade to ignite the oil lamp. Just as the talisman paper caught fire, Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream. Following that, a gunshot rang out. Xu Mingda peered out, only to see Nyosi pinning Xiao Wu to the ground, his hands gripping the ladder's neck, causing Xiao Wu to flail helplessly, his eyes rolling back in distress. Without a moment to spare, Xu Mingda, holding the burning talisman in one hand and a machete in the other, kicked the door open and charged outside. Upon hearing the door creak, Nyosi abruptly raised his face, recognizing his adversary, released Xiao Wu, and sprang up to pounce on Xu Mingda. In a fit of urgency, Xu Mingda hurled the burning talisman at Nyosi's face and swung the machete. To his astonishment, Nyosi's corpulent body sprang up, leaping onto the roof of the shed. There, he crouched on the eaves, observing Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu in the yard, emitting strange guttural sounds. "Are you all right?" Xu Mingda asked, pulling Xiao Wu up from the ground, who was clutching his neck and gasping for breath. "I won't die?" Xiao Wu managed to swallow hard, then raised his gun, aiming at Nyosi on the eaves, and fired. It was evident that Nyosi's earlier actions had caused Xiao Wu to entirely abandon his loyalty to his older brother. Although Nyosi was overweight, he was surprisingly agile. Seeing Xiao Wu take aim, he leaped high into the air, evading the gunshot that struck the eaves. Subsequently, like a monstrous creature, Nyosi scurried up to the ridge of the roof and vanished behind it. "Be careful. Nyosi has escaped to the back of the house," Xu Mingda shouted. The 3 adjoining rooms had windows on both the front and back. At the rear window was a heated bed. "Ah," Guomeiwan screamed, rushing out from the room, clutching Xu Mingda's arm while glancing back. She had been thoroughly stripped by Xu Mingda earlier that night and had not settled down since. Now, she was clad only in a red panty, her long, fair legs starkly visible in the darkness. At this moment, Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao also leaped from the room. They had been so frightened by Nyosi's appearance that they had hidden inside, only regaining their composure upon seeing Xu Mingda emerge, offering them a sense of security. Nyosi had transformed. He had become a formidable entity. Everyone needed to muster their strength. If they failed to capture him this time, he would be even more challenging to contend with next time. Xu Mingda encouraged the group, though he understood in his heart that Nyosi had not merely transformed. He had undergone a ghastly metamorphosis. Chapter 13. In truth, Xu Mingda did not comprehend these matters either. However, having grown up in his grandparents' rural home, he was exposed to the tales of ghosts that the elderly folk often recounted. Although they instilled a sense of fear in him, he found himself eager to listen. From these narratives, he received a wealth of education regarding traditional customs and practices. For instance, the reason behind keeping vigil over the deceased was twofold. Firstly, to prevent small animals, such as cats and dogs, from disturbing the body, and secondly, due to the fear that the spirit of the recently departed might borrow the vitality of a small creature to return. When Nyosi passed away, his body was placed in a corner of the Dragon King Temple's main hall, where a black cat resided. Thus, Xu Mingda speculated that it was this very cat that had allowed the newly deceased Nyosi to rise again. While Xu Mingda entertained this notion, Guomeiwan and her companions remained bewildered. Now that Nyosi had leaped to the roof's edge, panic ensued. "Quick, let us search behind the house. We cannot allow him to escape," Xu Mingda shouted, seizing a machete and sprinting towards the back. Xiao Wu, loading his shotgun with ammunition, followed closely behind. He no longer cared whether Nyosi was indeed a good brother. Moments ago, Nyosi had nearly strangled him. His singular thought now was to eliminate this revenant. Hao Wenbin wished to join them, but Guomeiwan and Jiang Xiao restrained him. "Wenbin, don't go. We're terrified." The 2 women trembled in fear. At that moment, Nyosi leapt from the roof and crouched on the eaves, staring at Hao Wenbin, Guomeiwan, and Jiang Xiao, emitting a ghastly croaking sound from his throat. Terrified, Guomeiwan impulsively pushed Wenbin away, while she herself leapt into the adjacent hall in a frenzy. Just then, Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu reappeared from behind the house. "Come down," Xu Mingda shouted at Nyosi, brandishing his machete. Xiao Wu raised his shotgun, took aim, and fired. Nyosi turned abruptly and jumped to the other side of the roof. "You two, get inside," Xu Mingda called out as he noticed how Wenbin and Jiang Xiao huddled together in fear, spinning in confusion. Seemingly granted a reprieve, Wenbin grasped Jiang Xiao's hand and hurried back into their dwelling. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Mingda opened the door and retrieved a nail gun from within. "You go first. I'll cover the back. We shall trap him," he instructed Xiao Wu. Xiao exchanged a profound glance with Xu Mingda and nodded vigorously. With the nail gun in hand, Xu Mingda dashed to the rear. Upon reaching the back, he found Niu Si hanging upside down from the eaves, peering into the rear window of Hao Wenbin's room, resembling a large toad in a most eerie manner. Here goes. Xu Mingda raised the nail gun and fired. Startled, Niu Si sprang upright, growling menacingly at Xu Mingda. His face was ashen, akin to the painted white face of a character from Peking opera, rendering him particularly terrifying in the darkness. Realizing that Niu Si was undeterred by the nail gun and was about to seize him, Xu Mingda swiftly evaded and darted to the front yard. Niu Si, resembling a giant toad, bounded from the rooftop to the opposite edge. In that instant, Xiao Wu's gun fired. The shotgun blast struck Niu Si, causing him to stagger, yet he did not fall. Instead, he became increasingly frenzied, roaring with even greater ferocity. Feigning a leap, Xu Mingda hastily pushed Xiao Wu, and the two of them jumped into the abode of Daoist Lu. After Niu Si descended, he aimed to rush into the dwelling to seize Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu. However, it appeared as though an invisible barrier thwarted his entrance, as he collided against the door multiple times without success. It seems these talismans are effective against Niu Si. Observing the walls adorned with vermilion and rooster blood talismans, Xu Mingda recalled that he had previously intimidated Niu Si with the talisman when he first ventured out, and a plan began to form in his mind. He swiftly snatched a talisman, reloaded his nail gun, crumpled the talisman into a ball, and inserted it into the barrel of the weapon. At that moment, piercing screams erupted from the adjacent room, belonging to Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiaoyu. It turned out that Niu Si, frustrated by his inability to breach Xu Mingda's quarters, had redirected his assault toward Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiaoyu's room. His massive frame crashed through the window, intent on causing harm. Witnessing Niu Si's intent to harm his beloved Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Mingda narrowed his eyes, sprang forth, and called out, "Hey, Niu Si, grievances have their source. Come for me instead." As he shouted, he dashed towards the Dragon King temple, hoping to divert Niu Si's attention. "Come save me." At that moment, Guo Meiwan was knocking on the door of the Dragon King temple, calling for Xu Mingda. Hearing commotion behind him, Niu Si abruptly turned, spotting Xu Mingda leaning against the door of the temple, and lunged towards him. Xu Mingda deftly sidestepped Niu Si, firing a nail. With a resounding clang, the steel nail struck the talisman, impaling Niu Si's arm and pinning him to the door of the Dragon King temple. As Niu Si struggled to free himself, Xu Mingda was relentless, seizing a hatchet and delivering a decisive blow to his massive head. Niu Si's neck was severed, and his corpulent body crumpled to the ground. Chapter 14. Xu Mingda observed Niu Si's severed head rolling across the ground, and was suddenly reminded of the vow he had made to the Dragon King. "O great Dragon King, I now fulfill my promise of tribute to you." With that, Xu Mingda lifted Niu Si's head and placed it with a resounding thud upon the altar before the statue of the Dragon King. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, rendering Niu Si's face a ghastly white, devoid of color and contorted in agony. Guo Meiwan had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. She let out a shriek and promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao, trembling with fear, cautiously emerged from the room, peering anxiously into the shrine. They exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, silently expressing their profound admiration for Xu Mingda. "Come here and help her back," Xu Mingda instructed the trio outside the shrine. They hesitated for a moment, but then, almost in unison, approached to assist Guo Meiwan. They carried her into Xu Mingda's room. Xu Mingda lit a horse hoof lamp and hung it high above, then regarded the four individuals in the room. "Brother Xu, what shall we do?" Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin exchanged glances, then simultaneously inquired. The recent clash between human and corpse had left them utterly convinced of Xu Mingda's capabilities. "What shall we do?" "Sleep, of course. We'll discuss it when dawn breaks." Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Hao Wenbin glanced at Xiao Wu, but remained motionless. Moments earlier, Niu Si had nearly broken through the glass window to invade his room, which still stood shattered. "You two go to Xiao Wu's room. She will stay here," Xu Mingda said, understanding that Hao Wenbin, being timid, would not dare return to his own room. He gestured towards Jiang Xiao. "Brother, that won't do." Jiang Xiao, sensing Xu Mingda's intention to leave her behind, anxiously grasped Hao Wenbin's arm. From the moment she arrived, she had noted something unsettling in Xu Mingda's gaze. She had clearly heard the events transpiring next door in the dead of night. How could she possibly remain in Xu Mingda's room? Hao Wenbin found himself in a quandary. He had initially considered sharing a room with Xu Mingda for the night, but Xu Mingda had not invited him. He contemplated taking Jiang Xiao to Xiao Wu's room, but feared provoking Xu Mingda's ire. At that moment, Guo Meiwan stirred, letting out a groan as she awoke. Upon opening her eyes and realizing she was lying on the Kong, she scrambled up, her eyes darting about in confusion. "Enkwa, you're awake," Jiang Xiao exclaimed hurriedly. Xiao, Guo Meiwan paused, then grasped Jiang Shao's hand, bursting into tears. She sobbed about how terrified she had been and expressed her unwillingness to remain alone in the room, insisting that Jiang Shao stay with her. Jiang Shao, unable to extricate herself, cast a look of desperation towards Hao Wenbin. Enough, Wenbin. Aunt Guo is here. Let Shao keep her company. We'll go to my room. Shao interjected, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the group before pulling Hao Wenbin away. All right, Xiao. Take care of yourself. Call for me if anything happens, Hao Wenbin said as he was dragged out by Xiao Wu. In Lu Daoshi's quarters, a profound silence descended. Time to sleep, Xu Mingda declared, elated at having successfully kept the beautiful Jiang Xiao in his room. As he removed his shoes, he could not help but boast with a triumphant tone. The modest dwelling of Daoist Lu measures a mere 10 square meters. Upon entry, one is greeted by a cement floor, and at the rear window lies a small kong, which provides ample space for one person to sleep comfortably, under special circumstances. It can accommodate 2 individuals nestled side by side. Last night, Xu Mingda and Guo Meiwan had rested upon this very kong, and now, upon seeing Xu Mingda prepare for slumber, Jiang Shaoyu could not help but rise. What are you doing? Xu Mingda inquired. I'm not tired. I'll just sit for a while until dawn, Jiang Shaoyu replied, her voice hesitant. Xu Mingda chuckled lightly. Aren't you afraid something out there might come looking for you? Jiang Shaoyu instinctively cast a glance out the window, where she vaguely perceived the headless corpse of Niu Si lying in the courtyard, a sight that sent her scurrying back in fright. Go lie on the kong. I shall keep watch over you, Xu Mingda declared, propping his feet on the table and leaning back in his chair. Jiang Shaoyu understood clearly. Xu Mingda did not say he would keep watch over them, but specifically over her, which caused her heart to flutter and her cheeks to flush. I'm not tired. How about we sit together? She suggested. Sleep. Tomorrow brings its own matters, Xu Mingda retorted, extinguishing the oil lamp with a decisive puff. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room. Nevertheless, the 3 occupants remained restless. The bizarre events of the previous night haunted Jiang Shaoyu, for whenever she closed her eyes, the ghastly visage of Niu Si invaded her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda, with eyes shut, pondered how he might reasonably convince Jiang Shaoyu to remain with him. Chapter 15. As dawn approached, Xu Mingda opened his eyes to discover that the rain had considerably diminished and the wind had calmed, hinting at a clearing sky. Well, this is quite the personal affair, he mused. Just then, he heard the sound of a door creaking next door, and Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin passed by the window, making their way towards his room. Brother Xu, I apologize for interrupting your rest, Hao Wenbin said, noticing that Xu Mingda had dozed off in a chair while allowing his cousin Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan to sleep on the bed, which touched him deeply. Brother Xu. Xiao greeted Xu Mingda with a stoic expression, yet it was evident to all that Xiao held Xu Mingda in much higher regard now. After the shared trials of the previous night, Xu Mingda's perspective on the two had shifted. Initially, he had intended to monopolize the island to evade the zombies. But now he reconsidered. Life on the island would be rather dull without their company. Of course, he envisioned himself as the sovereign, wielding authority. Xiao was formidable and unflinching, suitable for the role of a bodyguard or general. Hao Wenbin, though timid and honest, could engage in farming and fishing. As for Jiang Xiao, she was destined to become his cherished consort. Guo Meiwan, the somewhat aged woman, could serve as the logistics officer, handling laundry and cooking while also providing some diversion. With money rendered useless and his girlfriend having strayed to another, he had no desire to be subservient any longer. In summary, he no longer needed to rely on anyone and would not heed anyone's demands. He was determined to live for himself. The act of eliminating Niu Si had granted him a taste of the exhilarating power of life and death. Now, Xu Mingda's mind brimmed with a malevolent thought. Whoever dared to impede his happiness would meet their demise. Thus, he prepared to gauge Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin's sentiments. He was well aware that they would not willingly accept the role of mere followers, obedient to his commands. Everything must unfold gradually. Could one of you expedite the removal of Niu Si's corpse? Leaving it in the courtyard is rather alarming, Guo Meiwan remarked anxiously from the bed, gesturing outside at the 3 men. Xu Mingda remained unmoving, as if he hadn't heard her. After a moment, Xiao Wu turned to Hao Wenbin and suggested, Shall you and I handle it? That is feasible, but the question remains, how do we manage it? Where should we place him? Hao Wenbin queried, glancing at Xu Mingda as if awaiting his decision. This was precisely the outcome Xu Mingda had anticipated. The most critical part of a zombie is its head. Severing it renders the creature incapable of attack. However, the zombie virus is highly contagious. We cannot bury him on the island for fear of contaminating the environment. Nor can we toss him into the sea, lest the fish mutate. Therefore, we must incinerate him, Xu Mingda declared, rising with conviction. He wished to keep the truth of Niu Si's identity a secret. By burning the body, there would be no evidence left. How Wenbin nodded vigorously, impressed by Xu Mingda's reasoning. Though Xiao Wu remained silent, his eyes conveyed agreement with Xu Mingda's plan. However, incinerating Niu Si's corpse would prove to be no easy task. The rain falls incessantly, and it is said that the corpulent Niu Si will take an eternity to burn thoroughly. If you intend to proceed, do so swiftly. The corpse sprawls in the courtyard, a sight so ghastly that it has rendered me hesitant to venture outdoors even to relieve myself, Guo Meiwan remarked. In truth, Xu Mingda discerned that Jiang Xiao was also desperately restraining the urge to urinate. You have diesel on your boat. Draw a barrel up and use the oil to incinerate him. Xu Mingda instructed Hao Wenbin. Now, accompany me to gather firewood. When he returns, the three of us shall drag him to the rocky outcrop outside and set him ablaze. Xu Mingda continued, addressing Xiao Wu. Chapter 16. Xiao Wu felt quite content with Xu Mingda's arrangements. Inside the room stood a bucket. The two of them would relieve themselves in it, carry it out afterward, and then head to the kitchen to prepare some food so that they could work energetically. Xu Mingda then turned to Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao, saying, all right. Jiang Xiao nodded eagerly, hoping they would leave quickly. Xu Mingda deliberately sauntered out the door. In the corner, Guo Meiwan could no longer hold it in. She pulled the bucket over and lowered her pants to urinate. You mentioned that if a person contracts the zombie virus, they will mutate within 3 days. Outside, Xiao Wu suddenly halted, staring intently at Xu Mingda. Yes, no later than 3 days. It can happen as quickly as in a single day? Xu Mingda replied without hesitation. In truth, he had no idea how the transformation into a zombie occurred or what the process entailed. However, before Xiao Wu, he chose to feign expertise. During these 3 days, I will be with fourth brother, Xiao Wu said quietly. Huh? Xu Mingda was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of Xiao Wu's words. If fourth brother is changed, will I also change? Xiao Wu's gaze was unwavering as he looked directly at Xu Mingda. It was at this moment that Xu Mingda noticed Xiao Wu was still holding a gun, while he himself, feeling emboldened after eliminating Niu Si, had left himself unarmed, under the impression that he could easily dominate those around him. What do you want? Xu Mingda's throat felt dry, yet he forced himself to maintain a defiant demeanor. If I change, please put me down, Xiao Wu said, lowering the barrel of the gun and offering it to Xu Mingda. Huh, brother, what are you saying? Xu Mingda felt a heavy weight lift from his chest. He patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, laughing in a manner that was more sorrowful than joyful. I only ask that you blow my head apart, rather than sever it and present it as an offering. Xiao Wu's gaze drifted through the window of the hall, landing on the head of Niu Si that lay upon the altar. All right, don't worry. I believe that as long as you make it through today, the odds are in your favor. Xu Mingda looked at the hunting rifle, uncertain whether to accept it or not. Just then, Guo Meiwan hurried out of the room, clutching Niu Si's satellite phone. Su Laudi, Niu Si's wife is on the line. Should we answer it or not? She said in a flurry. Although Xu Mingda had stated that Niu Si had turned into a zombie, Guo Meiwan still felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the situation. Of course we should answer. Why not? After a moment's thought, Xu Mingda replied. Hey, sister-in-law. I am Guo Meiwan, who came here with Boss Niu. What? Boss Niu? He has contracted the zombie virus and has already. What? You say that money from the account has been moved? It wasn't me, it was. Guo Meiwan's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly handed the satellite phone to Xu Mingda. She wants to bring people to examine the corpse. She also mentioned that someone has moved Niu Si's money. You need to tell her. Guo Meiwan was anxiously stamping her feet. Seeing Guo Meiwan's habitual tendency to shift blame, Xu Mingda scoffed dismissively. However, the fact that Niu Si's wife intended to come and inspect the body caused his expression to grow serious. Let me handle this, Xiao Wu said as he reached for the phone. Hello, sister-in-law. He squinted his eyes and spoke into the phone. Xiao Wu, where is your elder brother? How is he? I was out yesterday and just heard this morning that you reported to the police, claiming he is dead. Is that true? An agitated woman's voice came from the other end. Sister-in-law, I have been with General Niu all this time. He has indeed changed, exhibiting symptoms resembling a widespread illness. I am at a loss, Xiao Wu replied in a somber tone. I ask you, where is he now? We must see him alive or, at the very least, confirm his death, right? I have already arranged for a boat. We shall set sail shortly. Niu Si's wife exclaimed. Give me the phone. Xu Mingda. Seeing Xiao Wu hesitate, forcibly snatched the phone away. Who are you? How did my brother Niu Si contract the virus? Who can attest that he has been infected with the zombie virus? What is his condition? Who has the authority to execute him? A woman's voice on the line fired off questions in rapid succession. Xiao, you ask me, but who do I ask? Let me tell you, he bites anyone he encounters. Like a rabid dog. I had no choice. In self-defense, I had to put him down. He has contaminated the entire island. We are currently in isolation. If you are not afraid of infection, then come. Xu Mingda concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. Chapter 17. Guo Meiwan felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing Xu Mingda's formidable retort towards Niuxi's wife. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Xiaowu's face. Brother Xu, we cannot incinerate President Niu's body. Let it rest for the time being. After all, his neck is severed, and he poses no further threat. Are you familiar with his wife? What sort of person is she? Xu Mingda inquired, raising an eyebrow. Since he dared to sever Niuxi's head, he surely isn't afraid of repercussions. Nevertheless, he has undeniably reaped benefits from Niuxi's arrival, acquiring a wealth of supplies. Thus, upon hearing that a vessel is on its way, he cannot resist the temptation to exploit the situation, even if it means receiving some rice, flour, oil, or bedding. It would be advantageous. He has already resolved to keep Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiaoyu to live with him, so the more resources he gathers, the better. Brother Xu, Niu's wife is quite a formidable individual. She holds a significant position in an important department within the county and is acquainted with many influential figures. It can be said that a substantial part of President Niu's success is attributed to her efforts, Xiao Wu stated expressionlessly. It appeared he was also awaiting Niuxi's wife to address this matter. Oh, if only she could bring us some liquor, Xu Mingda lamented. Realizing that Niuxi's wife was a person of considerable power, acknowledging that she would not be easily deceived. Do you believe liquor would be of any use? Xiao Wu queried. For disinfection, and besides, when someone passes, isn't it customary to pay respects? Such a prominent figure, Xu Mingda replied. Xiao Wu fell silent. Yet he seemed to have come to an understanding. Indeed, moments later, Niuxi's wife called again. Xu Mingda handed the phone to Xiao Wu, who exchanged a glance with Xu Mingda before stepping aside to speak. Xu Mingda vaguely overheard him mentioning the matter of liquor, and he ceased to worry about it. After all, the circumstances surrounding Niuxi's corpse could be corroborated by Guo Meiwan and the others. Regardless of Niuxi's wife's prowess, it was evident that this was a case of justifiable self-defense. Moreover, Xu Mingda secretly anticipated seeing what Niuxi's wife looked like. If she proved to be attractive, he would consider leveraging that to his advantage. He believed that to expand and strengthen his small island, transforming it into an Eden amidst the apocalypse, he must first amass substantial resources. Niuxi, with both wealth and influence, was the most suitable supplier. Of course, to sway Niuxi's wife to act according to his desires, he would need to use Niuxi's corpse as bait. With this thought, he glanced at Niuxi's body lying before the grand hall. He should procure a piece of plastic to fashion a shroud for him and ensure that his head was reattached to his neck. This way, if he could please Niuxi's wife, persuading her to assist him would be a simpler task. Xu Mingda confidently approached the grand hall, intending to remove Niuxi's head. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Niuxi's head had already begun to decay, resembling putrid meat left unattended for several days. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the Dragon King had truly accepted his offerings? Xu Mingda's heart raced, and he instinctively looked up at the statue of the Dragon King, which sat majestically in the shrine, its round eyes glaring down at him. By heavens, having consumed my offerings, do you not owe me a favor? Dragon King, if you bring an end to this storm, I shall believe in your spirit. Xu Mingda murmured towards the Dragon King. He then grasped Niuxi's head and placed it alongside his lifeless body. At that moment, Xiao Wu had concluded his phone call and approached from the corner of the room. How did it go, Xiao Wu? Guo Meiwan, feeling anxious as she transferred Niuxi's funds, hurriedly inquired. She mentioned that she had brought several members of the enforcement team along with a forensic expert from the police department, instructing us to remain on the island and forbidding any unauthorized departures. What? Guo Meiwan's face paled, and she glanced apprehensively at Xu Mingda. Are we able to return by boat? At that juncture, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from the room, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Wu. I do not know. Xiao Wu replied, shaking his head, his gaze shifting to Xu Mingda. Their arrival is fortuitous. Let them promptly remove Niuxi to prevent decay and the potential spread of infection. Xu Mingda feigned calmness. You two should not dwell solely on this matter. Hurry to prepare a meal. Given the weather, it remains uncertain when they will arrive. Jiang Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, hastened towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Guo Meiwan lingered by Xu Mingda's side. Xu, if Niuxi's wife inquires about the funds transfer, I shall claim that he willingly transferred it and that you had no part in it. Moreover, he has given you an IOU to present to his wife. Xu Mingda declared. Understood, Guo Meiwan responded, smiling at Xu Mingda's assurance. I only fear she might deny it. Rest assured, I will handle it. Xu Mingda replied with a dismissive smile. That is splendid. I always knew you were a reliable person, Guo Meiwan exclaimed excitedly. Having assisted you so much, you know how to express your gratitude, right? Xu Mingda regarded her with a sidelong glance. Guo Meiwan blushed, casting a flirtatious wink in his direction. Though she was not one to be easily swayed, Xu Mingda's demeanor indeed satisfied her. "I'm in her," Xu Mingda remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the industrious Jiang Xiaoyu in the kitchen. Chapter 18. Although Guo Meiwan cannot be considered a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance, she is nonetheless experienced enough to perceive Xu Mingda's infatuation with Jiang Xiaoyu. "Very well, as long as you can retrieve my money. I shall play the role of a matchmaker," she resolutely declared, despite the pangs of jealousy stirring within her heart. In a bid to convey her sincerity and efficiency, she swayed her alluring hips into the kitchen, engaging in conversation with Jiang Xiaoyu while preparing a meal, subtly probing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda and Xiaowu had found a piece of plastic sheeting to wrap the body of Niusi. "Where is Hao Wenbin? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Xu Mingda remarked, only to be taken aback by the sudden change in weather. The oppressive gloom had dissipated, and the sun emerged triumphantly from behind the clouds, calming the tumultuous sea. Had the Dragon King been appeased? Such stormy weather typically lingered for several days. Yet the abrupt shift made Xu Mingda recall the wish he had made. "He is still over by the dock," Xiaowu stated as he peered through binoculars down the mountainside before turning to Xu Mingda. "Is it really this difficult to procure some diesel? Let us venture down and see." Xu Mingda's expression grew grave. Throughout that day and night, he and Xiaowu exchanged sporadic conversation. Learning that they hailed from a nearby island, Dongshan Island, which lay approximately 20 to 30 kilometers from Ganquanzi Island. In the surrounding waters of Dongshan Island, there were numerous other isles akin to Ganquanzi Island. In addition to Dongshan Island, 5 or 6 other islands were home to fishermen who engaged in agriculture and fishing. But due to resource depletion, declining birth rates, and employment issues for the youth, these isles, much like Ganjiu Island, had been abandoned. Most of the populace had relocated to Dongshan Island or the mainland for sustenance. Among this cluster of islands, Dongshan Island is the largest, boasting mountain springs and a population of thousands, with regular ferry services to the mainland. Hence, a town was established there, known as Dongshan Town. Niusi and his companions resided in Dongshan Town, while Hao Wenbin had only moved there in recent years, previously hailing from Ganquanzi Island. From Guo Meiwan and the others, Xu Mingda gleaned a substantial understanding of Niusi's situation. Niusi also resided on Dongshan Island and had acquired extensive marine farming rights, in addition to controlling several fishing companies on the island. However, Niusi's wife worked in a port city of Dongshan Island. She was well aware of her husband's indulgences in gambling and his monopolistic hold over the fishing market in Dongshan Town. Despite knowing of his chaotic private life, she only concerned herself with one matter: money. Niusi's finances were strictly monitored by her. Thus, when Niusi brought Guo Meiwan to Ganjiu Island to pay respects to the Dragon King, she turned a blind eye. However, when a sum of 50,000 yuan was transferred from Niusi's account, she immediately became aware. Initially intending to confront him via phone, she found his number unreachable. Consequently, she leveraged her connections to ascertain Niusi's whereabouts through the police. It was at this juncture that she learned from the authorities of her husband's demise, reportedly due to an infection from the zombie virus. Niusi has passed away, yet his wife remains surprisingly untroubled, primarily concerned with matters of inheritance. Niusi possessed assets exceeding 10 million, and it is imperative to clarify the situation, especially to prevent that unscrupulous woman, Guo Meiwan, from laying claim to even a fraction of it. Thus, despite the rampant presence of zombies and the police force nearing collapse, Niusi's wife has leveraged her position to secure a government vessel, accompanied by several individuals, to investigate Niusi's circumstances on Ganjingzi Island. With the winds having calmed, navigation is now possible. Niusi's wife may arrive at Ganjingzi Island at any moment, compelling Xu Mingda to assess the situation. He is acutely aware of Hao Wenbin's character, naive and timid. Should he inadvertently utter anything detrimental, Xu Mingda would find himself in a precarious position. Upon arriving at the dock with Xiaowu, Xu Mingda observes Hao Wenbin busily tending to his newly acquired vessel. The winds have settled, and with the boat aground, Hao Wenbin attempts to pry it free using wooden beams, hoping to push it back into the sea. However, the iron-hulled boat weighs several tons, rendering his efforts futile. Seeing Xu Mingda and Xiaowu approach, Hao Wenbin abandons his attempts, wiping the sweat from his brow and carrying a diesel barrel towards them. Is it difficult to manage? Xu Mingda inquires with feigned concern. His interest in the boat is insincere. In truth, he harbors a desire for no vessels to traverse near Ganjingzi Island, lest the zombie virus be inadvertently introduced. Nevertheless, he recognizes the necessity of winning over Hao Wenbin for future endeavors. Indeed, it is quite the challenge. We must wait for high tide. Otherwise, the boat will take on water, leading to significant losses. Hao Wenbin laments, his expression troubled. When I find a moment in the next few days, I shall assist you in erecting a tripod beside the boat. Perhaps we can lift the bow together. Xu Mingda offers, patting Hao Wenbin's shoulder. Thank you, Su Gu. However, it may not require such effort. There are large airbags at the dock on Dongshan Island. If we borrow two and place them beneath the boat, we could elevate it, Hao Wenbin suggests tentatively. Oh, is it that simple? Xu Mingda perceives the underlying implication in Hao Wenbin's words. What I truly lack is a boat. If Su Gu could lend me your wooden vessel, I could row to Dongshan Island, enlist a few brothers, and swiftly resolve this issue, Hao Wenbin proposes, glancing at the small skiff docked nearby. Very well. Let us return for a meal. If you need to borrow the boat, it is no trouble at all. Consider it done, Xu Mingda replies readily. Thank you, Su Gu. Hao Wenbin beams, his spirits lifted by Xu Mingda's willingness to lend him the boat. However, the more people congregate, the greater the risk of virus transmission. It would be prudent for you to return alone. Do not bring Xiao along, as it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Xu Mingda finally articulates the concern that has been weighing on his mind. Chapter 19. When Xu Mingda and his companions returned to the small temple, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao had already prepared the meal. Guo Meiwan, having run a restaurant for over a decade, was an adept cook. The sight of the steamed giant grouper, abalone stir-fried with chives, and the fragrant white rice made Xu Mingda swallow hard, eagerly picking up his bowl for a generous mouthful. Come, everyone, let us eat, he urged, noticing the others watching him. The three of them had just settled down and picked up their bowls. Since yesterday, they had hardly eaten anything, and after a restless night, Guo Meiwan and the others were famished. Guo Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The dishes are so delicious. Hao Wenbin praised as he savored his meal. Wenbin, you flatter me. I have no particular skills, Guo Meiwan humbly replied. Indeed, he speaks the truth. Your cooking is exceptionally tasty, Xu Mingda added, giving a thumbs up while chewing. Delighted by Xu Mingda's compliment, Guo Meiwan beamed with joy, finding him increasingly endearing. Though she felt a twinge of fear towards Xu Mingda, the intimacy they shared the previous night had stirred within her a unique affection. Xu Mingda possessed the assertiveness of Niu Si, yet his physical prowess surpassed it. Although Guo Meiwan was just in her 30s, she had no thoughts of remarrying at present. In summary, those she admired found her too old, while those who admired her were either unattractive or impoverished. Nevertheless, as a woman, she often expressed a desire for independence. Yet, deep down, both emotionally and physically, she yearned for the companionship of a man. Look at the three of you. You resemble the brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang from the Three Kingdoms. Youth is truly a blessing, Guo Meiwan remarked, aware of her own fading beauty and her inability to retain Xu Mingda for long. You speak wisely, Meiwan. We are indeed like the three brothers, Xu Mingda exclaimed, lifting his gaze from his bowl towards Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin. He was contemplating ways to bond with them, and forming a brotherhood seemed the most cost-effective method. Indeed, we are brothers who share life and death together. Hao Wenbin responded with a smile, albeit somewhat perfunctorily. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Xu Mingda with bright eyes. What are you looking at me for? If not, let us just swear an oath. We have everything we need for the ceremony, Xu Mingda declared, rising to his feet with a loud voice. Let us do it. Xiao Wu chuckled in agreement. Come, let us go of old Dragon King as our witness. Seeing Xiao Wu's acquiescence, Xu Mingda quickly grabbed each of them by the hand and led them towards the Dragon King's temple, fearing they might reconsider. Brother, Jiang Xiao, noticing Hao Wenbin's bewilderment, quickly called out to remind him to think carefully. What? Am I unworthy to be your brother? He stammered, his face reddening. No, he replied, feeling embarrassed. At that moment, Guo Meiwan, understanding Xu Mingda's intentions, thoughtfully brought out the incense and candles from the room, placing them before the Dragon King. Xu Mingda knelt before the Dragon King, proclaiming, I, Xu Mingda, hail from Triple X Village, XX Township, XX County. At the age of 28, I serendipitously encountered two brothers, Qing Shiwu and Hao Wenbin, believing that we shared a bond of camaraderie and thus wished to forge a brotherhood, promising to share both fortunes and adversities. Though we cannot be born on the same day, may we depart this world together. Should anyone betray this oath, let them face divine retribution, drowning in the depths of the sea with no grave to mark their passing. Subsequently, I knelt before the statue of the Dragon King, bowing my head in reverence. Observing my solemnity, Xu Wu and Hao Wenbin also introduced themselves and swore their allegiance. Among us, I, Xu Mingda, was the eldest. Xu Wu and Hao Wenbin were both 23. With Hao being 2 months my senior, yet he insisted on designating Xiao Wu as the second brother, willingly taking on the role of the youngest. In truth, I am only 25. I inflated my age to assume the mantle of the elder brother. After our vows were exchanged, just as Xiao Wu and Hao were about to rise, I called them to halt. Brothers, in the past, blood oaths were taken to signify that blood is thicker than water, that our bond surpasses all others. Let us partake in a ritual. I instructed Guo Meiwan to bring forth a bowl, filling it halfway with wine. while I took a paper cutter and made a small incision on my fingertip, letting my blood drip into the bowl. As Hao was about to follow suit, Xiaowu intervened. Elder brother, third brother, Miozone has turned into a zombie. I've been with him daily, and I cannot ascertain if I've contracted the contagion. Let us wait until I've quarantined before we partake in the blood wine. Is that acceptable? Unacceptable, I retorted. We have vowed to die on the same day. If we cannot even drink blood wine, what kind of brothers are we? My eyes widened, emphasizing the gravity of our commitment. Deep down, I understood that Niusi was not truly a zombie. There was no virus to fear. Seeing my unwavering resolve, Xiuwu felt a surge of courage, his face flushed. All right. Elder brother, I shall heed your wishes henceforth. With that, the three of us each took a sip from the bowl of blood wine. Afterwards, I took one brother by each arm and returned to the kitchen. In a whirlwind of camaraderie, we consumed the hefty fish and a pot of rice. Our conversation becoming increasingly affectionate. We addressed one another as elder brother, second brother, and third brother, truly embodying the sentiment of feeling as if we had known each other for ages, wishing we could share the same trousers. I had never felt such a sense of triumph in life. In my previous days as a construction worker, not only was I unable to be an elder brother to others, but even as a younger brother, few were willing to take me under their wing. Now, with two brothers by my side, I felt reborn. A capable person never complains about their circumstances. What is a zombie apocalypse to me? Even if the world were to end, so what? Zhu Yuanzhang once begged for alms and yet ascended to the throne. I am starting from a far more advantageous position than he did. I firmly believe that the three of us can carve out a successful path in this apocalyptic world. My tongue may falter, but my mind grows ever clearer. A grand vision is gradually taking shape within my thoughts. Chapter 20. By chance, I found myself among two loyal followers. Xu Mingda felt a surge of pride within. He understood that once he took this step, the path ahead would become considerably easier. Naturally, as the elder brother, one must not only be older but also possess wisdom. Otherwise, who would acknowledge you? You would merely become a laughingstock. Thus, Xu Mingda recounted in detail to his two brothers how he encountered a horde of zombies and managed to escape to the island. Afterwards, he earnestly declared, second brother, third brother, you must trust me and follow my lead. Let us reside here on this island. Once the outside calms down, or if the virus is contained by the authorities, or perhaps if there are simply no people left, all transformed into zombies, we can then contemplate our exit strategy. Or perhaps we shall develop our lives right here in Ganjingzi village. Do you find my reasoning sound? Having had a few drinks, Xu Mingda was quite eloquent, particularly since he had contemplated this idea for quite some time. Even Guo Meiwan listened intently, her eyes wide, beginning to consider how to develop their future refuge. Elder brother, your words resonate with wisdom, Hao Wenbin exclaimed repeatedly. Nevertheless, he still held thoughts of his boat and his family back on Dongshan Island. Third brother, if you truly intend to go to Dongshan Island, please bring back some rice and flour for me. Ideally, you could also bring your parents along. After all, you were originally from Ganjingzi village. Wouldn't it be perfect for you to seek refuge here? However, if our numbers increase in the future, living here long-term could become quite taxing, and food will only become scarcer, Xu Mingda said, passionately gathering morsels from the table into his mouth. Rest assured, elder brother. Hao Wenbin replied, his face flushed, making a vow. Brother, are you leaving? When will you depart? I'll go prepare. Jiang Xiao abruptly stood up upon hearing this. Xiao, I wish to borrow 2 air sacks from Dongshan to support the boat. Elder brother mentioned that there is a zombie virus over there, and he fears you might be at risk, so you must wait here for me. I will go and return the same day, Hao Wenbin said, casting a glance at Xu Mingda before continuing. Brother, with the zombie virus present, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to return? Furthermore, I still need to see my parents. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Xiao, be obedient. Your brother is looking out for your well-being. Did you not hear? There is a zombie outbreak in Dongshan town, and the police cannot handle it. We are quite safe here in Ganjingzi. Moreover, we have each other for companionship. If you miss your parents, just have your brother bring them here. There is ample space for them to stay. Guo Meiwan interjected, hastily offering her counsel. She had promised Xu Mingda to assist in winning Jiang Xiao's affections. Thus she echoed his sentiments. Stay here. Niusa is likely to arrive soon. And when she does, she will certainly seek you for updates, Xiaowu remarked. He had previously dealt with Niusi's wife and understood her ways. Very well. Jiang Xiao conceded, noting that Guo Meiwan and Xiaowu were also urging her to remain, albeit reluctantly. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall fetch it for you. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu agree to remain on the island, Xu Mingda felt a surge of elation. I am not particular about what I wish to eat. I simply yearn to return home swiftly, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Xu Mingda before rising and making her way outside. Over by the dormitory, the female goat that Niu had brought was now released, busily grazing on the grass by the perimeter wall. One of the two hens had fallen victim to an unknown creature, while the remaining hen busily circled around the great hall, foraging for insects. At this moment, the sky was remarkably clear, and the sea stretched out in a brilliant shade of blue. Chapter 21 Brother, as the wind has calmed, I must take my leave swiftly. Otherwise, I shall not return by nightfall, Xu Mingda said. Very well, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. I shall see you off, Xu Mingda replied, lifting his leg to descend the mountain. I shall accompany you, observed Guo Meiwan, noticing Jiang Xiao's intent to send Xu Wenbin off. Fearing the solitude of the temple, she too ventured down the mountain. The small boat previously used by Xu Mingda had been blown ashore by the typhoon onto the muddy flats of the island. Fortunately, Xu Mingda had secured the vessel well, and it had not been swept away by the storm. Together, they exerted their efforts to push the boat back into the water. Xu Wenbin, eager to rescue his vessel, leapt aboard to grasp the oars and began to row towards the sea. Though he was young and strong, relying solely on rowing to reach Dongshan Island, which was several dozen kilometers away, would take several hours. However, Xu Wenbin had many companions, and he could return by commandeering their boats. Brother, do take care, Jiang Xiao called out, waving her hand as if bidding farewell in a life-or-death situation. In addition to purchasing grain, do bring back some sanitary supplies for your sister, Xu Mingda shouted, his voice rising. Jiang Xiao, both embarrassed and incensed, shot him a fierce glare. As the small boat gradually shrank into the distance, Xu Mingda suddenly felt a pang of disappointment and abandonment. Although there were women on the island now, he pondered that over time, the novelty would surely wear off. It would be best to have a boat to explore nearby islands, allowing for relaxation while also seeking resources. He gazed at Xu Wenbin's iron-hulled fishing boat, contemplating the prospect. If only several more boats could dock in this harbor, and if there were a few capable and obedient men like Xu Wenbin at his disposal, he would undoubtedly command a fleet, embarking on grand expeditions. What a magnificent sight that would be! Fantastical musings aside, Xu Mingda did not squander too much time in idle daydreaming. Second brother, let us venture to the village to procure some glass and wood to repair the houses, Xu Mingda suggested to Xiaowu and the others. Leading the way, he set off towards Ganjingzi village. The previous day's transformation of Niu had nearly dismantled the dwelling where Xu Wenbin and Jiang Xiao resided. Currently, there was a sizable hole in the window, and many tiles on the roof had been damaged. To ensure a prolonged stay, these accommodations needed urgent repairs. Moreover, Xu Mingda contemplated that Xu Wenbin might return with others. If they could be persuaded to stay, suitable lodging must be prepared. Thus, the repair of that dwelling became imperative. Xu Mingda, being a skilled craftsman, found such tasks easily manageable. Before long, he, along with Xiaowu and Guo Meiwan, as well as Jiang Xiao, arrived at Ganjingzi village. Xu Mingda sought out large shards of glass, unloading several pieces, and gathered some wood for their return journey. Upon noticing a pair of fragrant camphor wood chests in one household, his eyes sparkled with delight. These 2 chests shall be taken as well, for storing grain. He already envisioned Xu Wenbin returning with a boat laden with grain and daily necessities for the island. Aunt Gua, the houses here are quite nice. Why don't we stay here tonight? I can find my uncle's place, Jiang Xiao suddenly proposed, grasping Guo Meiwan's arm. Ah? Guo Meiwan exclaimed, quickly glancing towards Xu Mingda. Chapter 22 Guo Meiwan was astonished to learn that Jiang Xiao intended to reside in Ganjingzi village, and she turned her gaze towards Xu Mingda in surprise. What purpose could there be for staying here? The houses are in disrepair, there are strange noises at night, and it can be quite frightening, Xu Mingda remarked. Well aware that Jiang Xiao was indeed fearful of the corpse of Niu in the small temple. Rest assured, tonight I will repair the house and take care of Niu's remains, Xu Mingda assured her confidently. Indeed, Xiao. It is far too unsafe for the 2 of us to stay here. We should return to the small temple, Guo Meiwan urged. After all, we are companions. With no other option, Jiang Xiao sighed and replied, Very well, I shall stay with Aunt Gua for one more night. Tomorrow, if my brother returns, I shall leave the small temple without fail. All right, Xiao, it's settled then, Guo Meiwan said hurriedly. Xu Mingda understood that insisting on Jiang Xiao's stay would be futile. Especially now that he and Xu Wenbin had become sworn brothers, it would be unwise to act harshly towards Jiang Xiao. Thus, he added, Xiao, if you find it uncomfortable staying in the small temple, I can build you a house in Ganjingzi village. What do you think? Xu Mingda thought to himself that as long as he could keep Jiang Xiao on this island, he would eventually have his chance. Seeing Xu Mingda's offer, Jiang Xiao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Brother Xu. Don't mention it. Xu Wenbin and I are sworn brothers. You are his sister, thus you are my sister as well. Xu Mingda replied with a playful smile. Xu Mingda then surveyed the vacant plots outside the village. In the desolate earth, he found several sweet potatoes the size of his fingers, and with a heavy heart, he led his companions back. He believed that many people would eventually inhabit this island. However, the food supplies were dwindling. If more food could not be transported back in a timely manner, the influx of new inhabitants would spell disaster. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate this land and plant sweet potatoes and corn as soon as possible. Yet, he lacked the manpower to undertake this task at present. He would not personally toil in the fields to sustain those who arrived later on the island. Instead, those newcomers should be self-reliant and serve themselves. Otherwise, their existence would hold no significance. Upon returning to the small temple, Xu Mingda did not hastily grab his tools to repair the windows. To him, the only way to ensure Jiang Xiao would remain in his room was if the house was not adequately fixed. This would grant him the opportunity to be closer to the youthful and radiant girl. While he engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Wu, Niuxi's phone suddenly rang again. The phone had remained in Guo Meijuan's possession, and at that moment, she sprang forward to hand it to Xu Mingda, as if it were a death warrant. Hello? Listen carefully, you lot. Stay put on the island. None of you are to move or attempt to flee. I am on my way to Ganjingzi Island with my people. Niuxi's wife shouted sharply from the other end of the line. We haven't committed any wrongdoing, so why would we run? If you intend to come, then hurry up and bring plenty of fine wine and delicacies to reward us, for we are the ones who subdued Niuxi. Otherwise, if he returns home as a zombie, you won't fare any better, Xu Mingda scoffed, dismissing the threat. After all, Niuxi had previously been nothing more than a mere laborer. I have long grown weary of the duplicitous facade of the affluent and powerful. Who among us would dare to exert pressure upon them? Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting disaster. Very well, you all shall await your just deserts. Threatened Niuxi's wife. Truly, like attracts like, not being of the same ilk, one does not enter the same door. Neither of this couple is particularly virtuous. Xu Mingda spat and ended the call. Su, what should I do if Niuxi's wife inquires about that sum of money? Guo Meijuan quivered with trepidation. What can be done? A grievance has its origin, and a debt has its master. Repaying debts is a matter of fundamental principle. I will take the lead for you. Does she not still owe you over 500,000? Let us demand an additional 50,000 from her today. Upon concluding, Xu Mingda intended to lead Guo Meijuan to the corpse to collect Niuxi's fingerprints. Terrified, Guo Meijuan shook her head vehemently. I shan't go. I no longer desire that money. Of course, Xu Mingda did not genuinely intend to further provoke Niuxi's wife by collecting fingerprints. He merely wished to instill in Guo Meijuan the understanding that he was the one in control on this island. Only in this manner could he maintain authority over her, ensuring her servitude. Dongshan Island town lies merely over 20 kilometers from Ganjingzi village. If traversed by speedboat, it would take at most 1 or 2 hours. Since Niuxi's wife was to arrive, Xu Mingda found little inclination to engage in other pursuits and instead perched upon the wall, peering through binoculars at the vast ocean expanse. However, several hours passed, and they continued to wait until the afternoon, yet no vessel arrived at Ganjingzi Island. Could it be that Niuxi's wife is not coming? Guo Meijuan inquired, her fear of Lucy's wife still palpable. Let it be. We shall eat and drink as we please, Xu Mingda declared, preparing to accompany Xiao Wu to the shore to retrieve fishing traps, hoping to catch some seafood for the evening's libations. Brother, look over there. It seems there is a boat. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly pointed towards the sea. Xu Mingda seized the binoculars from his hand and gazed in the direction indicated by Xiao Wu. Indeed, he spied a blue and white law enforcement vessel bobbing on the distant waters. Something is amiss with that boat. It appears rather unsteady. As though no one is at the helm, Xu Mingda remarked, furrowing his brow. Brother, could it be that the boat is in trouble? Xiao Wu peered through the binoculars for a moment longer, then cast a deep glance towards Xu Mingda. Niuxi's wife had mentioned coming to Ganjingzi Island in the morning. Yet now, as evening approached, the vessel had only just arrived in such a peculiar manner, igniting a myriad of unsettling thoughts. Chapter 23. The vessel swayed gently, seemingly adrift without direction. This left Xu Mingda pondering anxiously. Could it be that the individuals aboard the ship? Why had they not yet reached the shore? What could possibly be transpiring up there? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of the government vessel, which would liberate her from her precarious situation. The thought of spending another night within this temple was unbearable. Alas, if only I could swim, I would traverse the water to pull that ship closer. I cannot allow you to fret, Xu Mingda remarked, half-jokingly. Humph, Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, yet his words did indeed endear him to her. Although Xu Mingda possessed a certain fierceness and domineering nature, there were moments when he exhibited an undeniable charm. However, the thought of his questionable relationship with Guo Meijuan extinguished any fondness she had for him in an instant. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener was keenly aware. Big brother. I shall swim over to inquire about the situation aboard the ship, Xiao Wu suggested at that moment. Are you certain you can manage? It is far too perilous. I advise against it. Xu Mingda feigned concern, secretly relieved. Not to worry, Xiao Wu replied with a calm smile. As a child of the island, he had spent years adrift at sea. Swimming to Dongshan Island posed no significant challenge for him. Very well, exercise caution. I shall await your return on the shore. Xu Mingda said, visibly pleased. They all proceeded to the dock together. Xu Mingda had initially intended to have Xiao Wu bring along his hunting rifle, suspecting something was amiss with the vessel. However, Xiao Wu cautioned him that it was a government ship, and bringing a firearm aboard would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Instead, he simply removed his outer clothing, stowed it in a plastic bag, and dove into the water, propelling himself toward the government vessel like a fish. How unfortunate it was that he did not participate in the Olympics. Xu Mingda marveled at Xiao Wu's graceful form slicing through the waves. Behind Xu Mingda, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiaoyu watched the bobbing government vessel in anticipation, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Hurry, Xiao Wu, please. Jiang Xiaoyu silently cheered him on, yearning for him to swiftly summon the government vessel and whisk her away. Through the lens of his binoculars, Xu Mingda observed Xiao Wu's robust figure emerge from the tumultuous waters, grasping the ladder on the side of the ship and climbing aboard. Yet, the government vessel remained unresponsive, with no personnel visible even on the rear deck. A sense of dread washed over Xu Mingda, for this was indeed suspicious. He harbored a chilling suspicion that the occupants of the ship had transformed into zombies. This was disastrous. He had only just acquired a capable subordinate, and now it seemed he was doomed from the outset. Such a waste. Xu Mingda lamented inwardly, feeling that Xiao Wu's ascent was akin to a futile endeavor. However, mere minutes later, the government vessel surprisingly sprang to life, as if its engine had been reignited, and it began to sail towards Ganjingzi Island. Wonderful! Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, dancing with joy at the dock. As she observed Xu Mingda and Guo Meiwan, an inexplicable expression emerged on their faces, causing her smile to gradually fade. This vessel may not necessarily be piloted by Xiao Wu. Do not be foolish, remain vigilant, and heed my gaze. Acting accordingly, Xu Mingda whispered to Guo Meiwan. Subsequently, he loaded a bullet into the nail gun he held and concealed it once more within his embrace. In a short while, the official boat gently docked at the seaward end of the breakwater, followed by the deployment of a gangway. Xiao Wu, I am coming. Xu Mingda mentally urged himself as he hastened towards the official boat at the breakwater. Though he was unaware of the mysteries unfolding aboard this enigmatic vessel, he was prepared to risk everything should Xiao Wu find herself in peril. Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao, after a moment's hesitation, followed suit and ran toward the boat. Before they could reach the end of the breakwater, a disheveled figure stumbled down from the official boat, bloodied and dazed, racing towards the island without a backward glance. Even Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao, despite being women, sensed that something dreadful had transpired aboard the vessel. Xu Mingda cursed under his breath, extracting the nail gun from his concealment, and charged toward the official boat, resolute in his intent to rescue Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged from the ship. Xiao Wu, what is happening? Xu Mingda inquired, relieved to see her unharmed, albeit with a serious expression. Brother, the people on this boat, they have all changed. Xiao Wu replied, glancing back toward the ship. How many of those creatures are there? Xu Mingda scrutinized Xiao Wu as he questioned her. There are 7 or 8. Niuxi's wife is also inside. Are there any living ones left? There was one just now, and I took care of it. Upon learning that there were no living beings aboard, Xu Mingda turned his attention to the enforcement officer who had stumbled onto the breakwater. The officer appeared utterly terrified, trembling and staring blankly at the boat, his face etched with horror. What on earth is going on? Xu Mingda pressed. It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. The young enforcement officer murmured. Suddenly, in a fit of despair, he clutched his head and began to scream. Do not approach him. Xu Mingda urgently cautioned Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao as they attempted to comfort the officer. He had witnessed enough of this situation on the mainland. Anyone who had encountered the undead could undergo a transformation, swiftly attacking any healthy individual who came near. The enforcement officer, seemingly drained of energy, cried out a few more times before collapsing onto the cement ground, unconscious. Xiao Wu, fetch a rope and bind him, Xu Mingda instructed, urging Xiao Wu to retrieve a length of rope from the ship. The two then securely tied the unconscious man. Let us investigate the ship. Xu Mingda noted the vessel was over 20 meters long, comprising 2 levels, and he believed there must be valuable items inside. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Chapter 24. Since reaping significant benefits aboard Niuxi's vessel, Xu Mingda had secretly devised a plan. From now on, He intended to inspect every ship arriving at Ganjingzi Island, regardless of ownership. Anything of value would be retained, and even the useless would be kept for future purposes. Before him lay the grand ship. Prior to the zombie outbreak, such enforcement vessels were beyond his reach. Merely approaching one would have drawn fierce reprimands from the officials, sending him away. Yet now, he had become the sovereign of this island. What arrived here would surely yield something for him. Dissent? Should anyone defy him? He would confront them head-on. He was the ruler here. Upon noticing Xu Mingda's intention to board the ship, Xiao promptly set up the gangplank and cleared the way, guiding Xu Mingda aboard. Xu Mingda observed a splatter of blood on the windshield of the cockpit. A man in uniform lay asleep at the helm, confirming his suspicions. Were they armed? Xu Mingda noted a uniformed man sprawled at the cabin door, a shotgun tossed nearby, prompting him to question warily. There were 6 individuals aboard, 5 from the Maritime Enforcement Patrol and 1, Niuxi's wife. It appeared she was not an unwelcome presence. As Xu Mingda spoke, his curiosity led him to pick up the shotgun, examining it closely. He had previously seen such a weapon in the hands of an armored car escort, rumored to possess considerable power at close range, far superior to his nail gun when confronting zombies. Do you know how to use this? He inquired, handling the weapon before turning to Xiaowu. I can, replied Xiaowu, taking the gun and demonstrating its mechanics. Brother, this gun is registered. We can't use it. It could lead to trouble, Xiaowu cautioned, noticing Xu Mingda's eager aim with the firearm. At a time like this, if we don't use a gun, what else is there? This is self-defense, Xu Mingda retorted with a dismissive smirk, clutching the shotgun as he descended into the ship's interior. At the ship's side entrance, a kitchen lay on one side, while on the other was a cabin equipped with bunk beds. Progressing through the corridor towards the bow led to a modest lounge and the cockpit. In the kitchen, a man knelt on the floor, a bone knife piercing through his neck, affixed to the cabinet. In the corridor leading from the bedroom to the lounge, 2 bodies lay sprawled, one a man in a black uniform, tall and robust, his face unrecognizable due to brutal damage, and the other a woman in her 40s. Clad in a dark-colored official suit, her short hair styled, and glasses perched on her sharp features, exuding an air of competence. A large portion of her neck was missing, exposing blue arteries and white vertebrae likely bitten off by the towering man. Is this Niuxi's wife? Xu Mingda asked. Yes, Xiaowu replied with a subdued grunt. Clearly burdened by the grim scene before them, Xu Mingda scrutinized the woman's features, noting her symmetrical visage, which he found somewhat regrettable. Yet he was also aware of the circumstances. The wife of Niuxi arrives here with malicious intent, accompanied by individuals armed to the teeth. It is evident that their presence is not for the purpose of inspecting Niuxi, but rather to silence him permanently. Sever her head, Xu Mingda instructed Xiaowu. Before proceeding towards the cockpit, Xiaowu gazed at Xu Mingda's retreating figure, a perplexed expression crossing his face. He could not fathom why Xu Mingda would resort to violence against a deceased individual. Just as he was about to move the corpse of Niuxi's wife, her eyes suddenly snapped open. In a frenzy, she seized Xiaowu by the shoulder and lunged at him with her gaping maw. Although Xiaowu was startled, he reacted swiftly, twisting away to break free from her grasp and delivering a powerful kick that sent Niuxi's wife sprawling backwards. With a horrifying shriek, she attempted to charge once more. A loud bang echoed through the air as a shotgun blast struck her head, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. This is the essence of the transformation. Those bitten by the undead, regardless of their previous demeanor, become ferocious once they turn. Observing Xiaowu's bewildered and terrified expression, Xu Mingda offered a faint smile before promptly loading another round into his weapon. The cockpit also housed 2 corpses. Xu Mingda did not delve into the circumstances of their demise or the order of their transformation. Instead, with precision, he severed both heads with a machete, feeling a sense of assurance thereafter. Now this vessel belongs to me, he proclaimed, laughing maniacally after surveying the cabin and finding no survivors. Chapter 25. This is a fast boat weighing 150 tons, measuring over 20 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width. Its interior is opulent, equipped with advanced technology and ample power. If Xu Mingda's stolen little skiff can be likened to a bicycle, then how Wenbin's iron-hulled sailboat resembles a delivery truck. As for this official vessel, it is akin to a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Thus, Xu Mingda immediately set his sights on it, intent on claiming the boat as his own. Brother, from now on, you shall be the captain of this vessel. Wherever the 3 of us wish to go, we shall set sail. Xu Mingda exclaimed with exuberance to Xiaowu. Xiaowu merely smiled, refraining from speech. He understood that while this official boat was indeed luxurious, it would consume a significant amount of fuel. A round trip would cost as much as how Wenbin's fishing boat would use in 2 days. There was no fuel on Ganjingzi Island, and even if there was a fuel depot on Dongshan Island, he could not very well navigate the boat there for refueling. However, Xu Mingda paid no heed to such concerns. Since it was now his vessel, he certainly wished to explore it thoroughly. Passing through the kitchen, he arrived at the aft deck. To Xu Mingda's astonishment, he discovered a coffin resting on the deck. It seemed that Niu Si's wife was quite devoted to her late husband, as the coffin was crafted from exquisite Nanma wood. Xu Mingda marveled at it. Tapping on the wood. Being a carpenter, he understood the value. This craftsmanship alone must be worth at least several 100,000 yuan. At that moment, a sudden knocking sound emanated from within the coffin, as if in response to his thoughts. What on earth is happening? Xu Mingda was taken aback. Although he had seen much in his life, this unexpected noise startled him. Could it be that a zombie resided within? He scoffed coldly, dismissing the notion. Brother, come here. There's a hidden surprise, he called to Xiao Wu, urging him to open the coffin. He brandished his gun, ready to confront whatever might emerge. As the lid was pushed open, a young woman's voice cried out, "Oh no, I can't breathe. Please save me, brother." This woman doesn't seem to have been bitten, Xiao Wu observed, noticing her normal demeanor, and hurriedly informed Xu Mingda. Let me see. Xu Mingda leaned in to peer inside the coffin, where he beheld a striking young woman in her 20s. She wore a white lab coat and clutched a small medical kit, her wide, dark eyes reflecting fear as she gazed at him. Remove your clothing. Let me inspect you. Xu Mingda commanded, aiming his gun at the woman inside the coffin. You rogue. I am a forensic doctor. She retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, you shall remain here forever. Xu Mingda warned, chambering around with a distinct click. Brother, I know this woman, Xiao Wu interjected, rushing over, concerned that Xu Mingda was acting on base desires. You know her? Very well, you shall be responsible for examining her. Remember, you must inspect every inch of her for any signs of bites or scratches, Xu Mingda replied, casting a skeptical glance between Xiao Wu and the woman before proceeding. Xiao Wu finally comprehended Xu Mingda's intentions. Moments ago, Niu Si's wife had nearly bitten him, thus he could not afford to be negligent. Will you undress, or shall I assist you? He inquired of the female forensic expert. You first turn your back, she stammered, feeling bashful. Yet, being a forensic expert, she understood the necessity of the examination. Otherwise, these two would not relent. Biting her lip, she removed her garments. Xu Mingda retreated to the kitchen to smoke, while Xiao Wu, with a stern expression, scrutinized her from head to toe, even parting her hair to examine her scalp, leaving the female forensic expert so flustered that she nearly burst into tears. Brother, she is fine. She hasn't been bitten, Xiao Wu announced. Indeed, very well. Xu Mingda replied, reluctantly turning his head, having thoroughly observed her through the mirrored cabinet. The hazy visual effect heightened his excitement. Subsequently, he and Xiao Wu pretended to interrogate the female forensic expert. She introduced herself as Wu Xia, a newcomer to the county's team, having been interning for less than 6 months. When Niu Si's wife insisted on bringing her along during the enforcement boat's deployment, Wu Xia had been accompanying the vessel to address an incident involving a zombie bite in another village. Niu Si's wife insisted on her company, partly because of her qualifications to test for the zombie virus, which could ascertain whether Niu Si had been infected, and partly for companionship, as she was the only woman among the crew, making it rather inconvenient. Unbeknownst to Niu Si's wife, some enforcement personnel had already contracted the virus while dealing with a previous zombie attack. It was merely a matter of time before symptoms manifested. When Niu Si's wife boarded the vessel, the enforcement boat was midway to Ganjingzi Island when the virus erupted. First, the squad leader bit Niu Si's wife, leading to chaos among the enforcement team. Realizing the dire situation, Wu Xia sought refuge but found no escape on such a confined vessel. Fortunately, Niu Si's wife had taken a coffin on board under the pretense of preparing Niu Si for burial, and Wu Xia concealed herself within it, shutting the lid to hide. However, the coffin space was limited, and as time passed, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe, gradually succumbing to oxygen deprivation. Had Xu Mingda not knocked on the coffin to awaken her, she might have suffocated within. The more Wu Xia recounted her ordeal, the more aggrieved she felt, especially recalling her deceased colleagues and the indignity of being stripped for examination by 2 wild youths. She began to sob softly. Hey, please don't cry. Why are you weeping? Xiao Wu, seeing her in tears, hastily consoled her. Indeed, why are you crying? It's merely my younger brother who has seen your form. If you feel wronged, I shall take charge and arrange for my brother to marry you. That would resolve everything, Xu Mingda declared. Brother, you? Xiao Wu was taken aback by Xu Mingda's words. What? Wu Xia cautiously parted her hands that had covered her face, peeking at Xiao Wu through her fingers. Chapter 26. Wu Xia might perceive Xu Mingda as someone of lesser cultural refinement, merely jesting. However, Xiao Wu was well aware of Xu Mingda's character. When Xu Mingda declares his intention to marry Wu Xia, he is indeed capable of realizing that ambition. Should Wu Xia decline, it is likely that Xu Mingda would resort to forceful measures. My dear brother, this matter, she cannot simply be dismissed as a medical professional. She must surely comprehend that our intentions are rooted in goodwill. Xiao Wu finds himself stammering. Haha, even if her reluctance is not due to this. Her current predicament among us is quite pitiable. As a young woman, she certainly deserves our care. As Xu Mingda speaks, his gaze is fixed on Wu Xia. In truth, regardless of whether Xiao Wu marries her or not, he is resolute in his intention not to let Wu Xia leave. Setting aside her beauty, the presence of a skilled medical practitioner during these apocalyptic times is immensely valuable. It matters not that Wu Xia is a forensic doctor, even if she were a veterinarian. Xu Mingda would insist on her remaining on the island. Furthermore, he has yet to secure Jiang Xiaoyu's affections, and given that Xiao Wu has already seen Wu Xia's vulnerability, bestowing her upon Xiao Wu would serve to strengthen their brotherhood. Would you not agree with this reasoning, my dear sister-in-law? Noticing Wu Xia's gaze upon him, Xu Mingda offers her a smile. We must indeed provide care. Xiao Wu, typically reticent, now finds himself rendered speechless by Xu Mingda's words, merely hanging his head and mumbling. Wu Xia wipes her tears and shoots Xu Mingda a reproachful glare before moving closer to Xiao Wu, gently grasping his hand and inquiring, "Do you have a partner?" Xiao Wu becomes increasingly flustered. Xiao Wu, take her up and introduce her to Xiao Yu. They shall be companions henceforth, Xu Mingda instructs. Yes, brother, Xiao Wu replies. It seems that, at some point, his previous hostility has diminished considerably, rendering him somewhat restrained. With the unexpected acquisition of a beautiful doctor, Xu Mingda feels buoyantly cheerful. His spirits soar especially upon opening the kitchen cabinets and refrigerator, discovering them brimming with a variety of exquisite ingredients. The maritime law enforcement personnel are inherently entitled to such provisions. Many are eager to curry favor with their superiors and unscrupulous characters alike, filling storage compartments with wealth, fine spirits, and an abundance of food and fruit. Fortunately, the outbreak of the zombie virus has necessitated the concentration of these public servants, who are poised to confront the front lines of the epidemic. Thus, these supplies remained untouched for personal use. A fortune has been amassed. Xu Mingda, overjoyed at the sight of the refrigerator and cabinets overflowing with food, dances with elation. However, much of it consists of frozen goods. And with no electricity on the island to preserve them, they must remain aboard the vessel. Clearly, the kitchen on the ship is equipped with a microwave, induction cooker, oven, and all necessary amenities, powered by solar panels. Henceforth, this will serve as his mobile dining establishment. Xu Mingda initially intended to invite Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiaoyu aboard to showcase his bounty, but upon noticing the unkempt corpses and the lingering stench of blood, he reconsidered, deciding it prudent to wait until he had tidied the ship before bringing them over. In addition to food and drink, Xu Mingda has also gathered a multitude of other supplies. Items such as cigarettes, alcoholic beverages, and tea were abundant aboard the vessel. The cigarettes came both in packs and loose, and he even rummaged through the pockets of the zombies' clothing, discovering a lighter, an invaluable find. As for the alcohol, there was no need for elaboration. While beer was somewhat lacking, he managed to uncover several bottles of renowned high-proof liquor. The tea, available in both boxes and bags, was swiftly cleared away. Additionally, he removed watches and mobile phones, gathering them all in a large plastic bag. These items alone filled 2 substantial bags to the brim. Chapter 27. Moreover, Xu Mingda primarily sought women's necessities, such as cosmetics and sanitary products, for the island was so devoid of even toilet paper. While men were relatively manageable, the presence of 2 women complicated matters. To retain Jiang Xiaoyu, he had to meticulously attend to these details. Although Xu Mingda lacked formal education, he was not at all uncouth when it came to women. He was quite considerate in his thoughts. Fortunately, he stumbled upon the bag belonging to Niuxi's wife. While he was unaware of the brand, it appeared to be quite valuable. The bag was replete with essentials, a makeup kit, perfume, tissues, and sanitary napkins. Additionally, there was a wallet and a mobile phone. The wallet contained several shopping cards and a substantial amount of cash, along with a jewelry box that housed a gold chain with a pendant and a receipt from a jewelry store, suggesting it was a recent gift. Without hesitation, Xu Mingda claimed these items as his own. When he returned to shore, he was adorned with 5 long firearms and 2 handguns, with one hand burdened by a bag of goods. On the boat, there were also several riot shields, helmets, steel forks, iron chains, and other enforcement tools, which he had not had the time to collect. "Hurry up and grab this," he called to Guo Meiwan, as he had begun to regard her as one of his own and intended to reward her with some fine items. At that moment, the first enforcement officer to descend from the ship regained consciousness. Upon seeing Wu Xia alive, he became agitated and repeatedly urged Xu Mingda to release him. "Hey, don't be so arrogant. I just learned how to shoot, and I'm quite addicted." Xu Mingda pressed the shotgun against his head, silencing the man named Zhang Jun instantly. Xu Mingda intended to examine Zhang Jun in the same manner he had Wu Xia, to ascertain whether he too had been infected with the zombie virus. However, Zhang Jun bore numerous abrasions. The bloodstains were inconclusive as to how he had acquired them. In front of Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Mingda was reluctant to execute Zhang Jun indiscriminately. Take him to the temple. Isolate him for now. Later, let Wu Xia, our forensic expert, conduct thorough tests. If he transforms, we will deal with him then. This is merely self-defense, a service to the public, and ultimately a noble act. Xu Mingda stated earnestly to Xiao Wu. In comparison to Wu Xia, he still found Jiang Xiaoyu more aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Indeed, it seemed that no other woman would capture his attention before he had secured this girl. Upon hearing that Niu Si's wife had turned into a zombie, Guo Meichuan's anxious heart finally eased. Oh, what a pity. Has Dongshan Island descended into such chaos? Subsequently, she began to worry about the safety of her daughter, who remained on the island. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? Jiang Xiaoyu did not share in the relief over the enforcement boat's zombie attack. She anxiously gazed at the sea. According to Hao Wenbin, he should have already arrived at Dongshan Island, bringing a rescue vessel with him. Could it be that her cousin had encountered some misfortune on Dongshan Island? As this thought crossed her mind, her blood ran cold, and she felt a chilling sensation envelop her. Chapter 28 Xiao, do not worry, your brother is fine. Xu Mingda reassured as he observed Jiang Xiao gazing vacantly at the desolate sea. Understanding that her anxiety was futile, Jiang Xiao reluctantly followed Xu Mingda and the others to the temple. Lock him in this room, Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu, directing him to confine Zhang Jun in the room previously occupied by Hao Wenbin. He further requested Xiao Wu to escort Wu Xia to her own quarters for some rest. Xiao Wu hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. However, upon Xu Mingda's stern glare, he stammered, "What should I do? Should I share a room with her? Guo Meiwan and Xiao Wu cannot be left alone with me. They might feel frightened at night." With a sheepish scratch of his head, Xiao Wu complied and led Wu Xia to his room. Though Wu Xia was tearful due to the misfortunes befalling her companions, she did not reject Xiao Wu's company. In fact, she found herself rather fond of his sturdy physique and his somewhat inarticulate demeanor. "Xiao Wu, this makeup case is for you. It appears to be from a prestigious brand," Xu Mingda offered, attempting to gift Jiang Xiao with the makeup case belonging to Niu Si's wife. "I do not want it," Jiang Xiao replied dismissively, expressing her distaste. "Xiao Wu, how about this necklace? It is quite valuable," Xu Mingda continued, producing a jewelry box. Jiang Xiao did not even glance at it. "Then, would you not be interested in these?" Xu Mingda, unwilling to yield, retrieved 2 packets of small nurse snacks and a pack of wet wipes. "All right, thank you," Jiang Xiao accepted with a hint of shyness. Casting a fleeting glance at Xu Mingda, his face lit up with joy. "What else have you found?" Guo Meiwan inquired quietly, eyeing Xu Mingda curiously. "This. Here, take it." Xu Mingda offered a tube of used lipstick and half a bottle of perfume to Guo Meiwan. Upon recognizing the brand, her face brightened as she accepted the gifts eagerly. "And that gold chain. Please give it to me as well," she added. "Gold. I have my uses for it," Xu Mingda firmly declined. "But you just gave it to Guo Xiao," Guo Meiwan retorted, annoyance flickering in her gaze directed at Xu Mingda. Yet, when he presented her with a stack of cash, her demeanor shifted. "I knew you could not forget about me. I took some steak rolls and noodles." "You should go prepare the meal," Xu Mingda suggested. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he surreptitiously patted Guo Meichuan's ample rear. Xu Mingda grew increasingly anxious as Hao Wenbin had not returned on time. He had previously attempted to contact Hao Wenbin using Niu Si's satellite phone. Yet the lack of a network signal rendered him unreachable, causing furrows to form on his brow. Although Hao Wenbin was not as capable as Xiao Wu, the increasing number of people on the island highlighted the necessity of having a reliable partner like Hao Wenbin to assist him. Moments later, Xiao Wu approached, requesting to borrow the phone. The somewhat antiquated maritime satellite phone from the public vessel had also found its way into Xu Mingda's pocket. Wu Xia expressed her desire to contact the county's brigade to report the situation and inquire about potential rescue efforts. "What else did she say?" Xu Mingda asked, reluctant to let Wu Xia leave and equally unwilling for outsiders to commandeer the boat. Once they reached Ganjingzi Island, both the vessel and its passengers would belong to him. She did not say much. She merely inquired about our situation and mentioned that the island they had previously visited was plagued by an overwhelming zombie outbreak, with nearly every household affected, rendering the situation utterly unmanageable. Xiao Wu replied, "I'll have a chat with her shortly," Xu Mingda said. Soon, Guo Meiwan called them to dinner. The evening's fare was simple. Guo Meiwan had prepared seafood noodles, using several crabs and octopuses caught in their fish trap to create a flavorful broth, and added a roll of steak that Xu Mingda had brought back to the pot. A large pot of white noodles bubbled enticingly in the broth, creating an appetizing sight. Xu Mingda asked Xiao to summon Wu Xia to join them for the meal. Moments later, Wu Xia timidly entered. She had already removed her police uniform, leaving only her casual clothes underneath. At first, Xu Mingda did not recognize her. Upon closer inspection, he noted Wu Xia's short stature, round, pale face, swollen eyelids, and slightly disheveled shoulder-length hair, as if she had just been crying. She wore a pink t-shirt on top and black yoga pants below. Xu Mingda thought to himself, this young woman is quite ample. Her figure strains against her clothing. He was not particularly fond of girls with a fuller figure and felt that introducing Wu Xia to Xiao Wu seemed somewhat unfair to his younger brother. However, Xiao Wu was unbothered and even attentive to Wu Xia, having brought her those shoes from the boat. Guo Meiwan first served a large bowl of noodles to Xu Mingda, generously topped with beef. Xiao Su, do eat more, she said with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. You all should eat plenty too, Xu Mingda replied, lowering his head to slurp the noodles. Brother Su, Xiao Wu mentioned that the satellite phone is with you. I would like to call the team. Wu Xia, however, was not eating. Instead, she extended her hand towards Xu Mingda, requesting the phone. Oh, let's eat first. Xu Mingda gestured toward the bowl before her. I said I need to call to report the situation first. Wu Xia's voice rose dramatically, her tone laced with impatience. It seemed she was still immersed in her identity as a forensic expert, speaking down to ordinary individuals like Xu Mingda. With a sharp crack, Xu Mingda slammed his chopsticks onto the table, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Wu Xia looked towards Xiao Wu for help, but he maintained a stoic expression. I said, let us eat first. We can discuss it after the meal. No matter how significant the matter, it cannot surpass the need to eat, Xu Mingda asserted, enunciating each word clearly. In the kitchen, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Xiao glanced at Xu Mingda, then picked up her chopsticks, attempting to ease the tension. At that moment, a sudden, anguished wail echoed from the dormitory, as if Zhang Jun were lamenting like a wolf. Chapter 29. Goodness. Has everything changed? Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, pushed their bowls aside, and swiftly grasped the shotguns at their sides. Xiao Wu also seized the hatchet by the door, and together they advanced towards the dormitory. Guo Meiwan glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and Wu Xia before hastily following them out of the kitchen. Do not fear, Brother Su is here. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily reassured Wu Xia, who appeared pale with fright. At that moment, they heard Xu Mingda calling for them from outside. Dr. Wu, look, is he turning into a zombie? Xu Mingda pointed his gun at Zhang Jun, who was struggling within the dormitory. Although Wu Xia was terrified, she understood that if she identified Zhang Jun as a zombie, Xu Mingda would surely eliminate him. After all, she knew Zhang Jun, who was a member of the law enforcement team. He seem to be infected with the zombie virus. Wu Xia bravely leaned in for a closer look and remarked, Xiao Wu, use the whip on him and see if he still shouts. Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu with a gesture. At that moment, Zhang Jun was handcuffed and bound to a beam, shouting and struggling to free himself from his restraints. Stop yelling. Behave yourself, Xiao Wu shouted as he entered the room. Xiao Wu, hurry and untie me. I'm your fourth brother. Zhang Jun suddenly grinned at Xiao Wu with a mischievous glint, casting a mysterious glance outside. This revelation left everyone bewildered. He knows Nyosia? Guo Meiwan trembled as she clutched Xu Mingda's arm and asked anxiously, stop with the tricks. Beat him. Xu Mingda barked sternly. Xiao Wu glared, raised his belt, and brought it down mercilessly on Zhang Jun. Ouch. Ouch. Zhang Jun rolled and writhed, yet continued to mutter curses at Xiao Wu, claiming that Xiao Wu was ungrateful for daring to strike him. Wu Xia's face turned pale as she realized that the voice emanating from Zhang Jun was not his own, but that of a strange man. By heavens, this wretched soul hasn't he left yet. He is playing tricks on me. Xu Mingda gritted his teeth in frustration, then swiftly returned to his room, tore off a talisman, and strode back into Zhang Jun's quarters, slapping the talisman against his forehead. Whether it was his force or the talisman's efficacy, Zhang Jun let out a cry, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and lost consciousness. Wu Xia, check him, Xiao Wu commanded coldly. At that moment, Wu Xia, disregarding her fear, stepped forward to examine Zhang Jun, checking his pulse, lifting his eyelids, and pressing on his philtrum. With a sigh, Zhang Jun slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Wu Xia attempting to revive him, he clutched her sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go, imploring her to save him. When Wu Xia inquired about what had transpired, Zhang Jun looked utterly bewildered, only expressing that he felt immense pain, recalling nothing else. His pain was from Xiao Wu's whipping. Give him some food, and then we shall see, Xu Mingda said, noticing Zhang Jun's demeanor and speech returning to normal as he slipped his hands into his pockets. Guo Meiwan hurriedly brought a bowl of noodles. Zhang Jun took the bowl as if he had been starved for years, slurping it down with great fervor. Afterwards, he stared blankly at those around him. "Brother, what is happening?" His behavior just now was reminiscent of Niu. Xiao Wu inquired softly as he approached Xu Mingda. "Perhaps Niu feels wronged in death, and his spirit has taken over," Xu Mingda replied. Though he spoke as if delivering a dark jest, no one found it amusing. For they too sensed that Zhang Jun seemed truly possessed. As night gradually descended, the wind rattled the doors and windows of the Dragon King Hall, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. "Brother Su, could you lend me your satellite phone?" Zhang Jun's transformation prompted Wuxia to timidly request. She no longer dared to underestimate Xu Mingda. Having realized that he held dominion over this island, Xu Mingda was the one who bore the responsibility here. In a world teeming with zombies and malevolent spirits, only those capable of vanquishing demons and safeguarding others deserved reverence and reliance, for wealth and status held no value in the face of the undead. Xu Mingda indifferently retrieved the maritime satellite phone from his pocket and handed it to Wuxia. She hurriedly dialed a sequence of numbers, anxiously awaiting a response. However, the phone rang for an extended period with no one answering. How could this be? They are supposed to be on duty 24 hours. Wuxia complained, redialing in frustration. Yet, still, there was no response. Finally, she switched to another number, and at last, someone picked up. "Hello, is this the command center? I am Wuxia from the county police department, and I am looking for..." As she spoke, her expression shifted to one of shock. Helplessly, she turned to Xiao Wu and handed him the phone. Xiao Wu listened for a moment before switching off the call and returning the phone to Xu Mingda. Things have changed on the other end. Thus, staying on this island is the safest option, Xu Mingda proclaimed loudly as he surveyed the others around him. Chapter 30. The Law Enforcement Command Center of Dongshan Island has fallen. This news struck Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily stunned. It is well known that the enforcement team is the most fortified location on Dongshan Island. If even this stronghold has succumbed to the undead, one can only imagine the fate of ordinary residential areas. Guo Meiwan was consumed with worry for her only daughter, while Jiang Xiao fretted over her parents and cousin. How Wenbin's family? What should they do? In their desperation, they turned their gazes towards Xu Mingda, whom they believed to be the sole individual capable of resolving their plight. "You all stay here quietly. I assure you, you will neither starve nor freeze. Once the zombie virus passes, you can go wherever you wish," Xu Mingda declared with a wave of his hand. He was aware that these women were counting on him to rescue their families from peril. Yet he did not wish to assume the mantle of a superhero. He was no Superman. "Brother, I want to set sail for Dongshan Island tomorrow to bring their loved ones back." Xiao stepped forward. Seeing that Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao were on the verge of tears. "No, you cannot go." Xu Mingda exploded like a firecracker. It was the first time Xiao Wu had witnessed Xu Mingda's fury directed at him, rendering him momentarily speechless, his hands clenched into tight fists that cracked ominously. "Have you considered their feelings? Have they ever thought of yours? The island is teeming with zombies. How many can you hope to rescue? You are my brother. If they do not care for you, I certainly do. I do not wish for you to become one of them," Xu Mingda shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu. "Su Gu is right. Those zombies are indeed perilous. The captain of our vessel was caught by one, and the entire crew perished. Only Zhang Jun and the two of us remain," Wu Xia quietly interjected, tugging at Xiao Wu's hand. As a forensic expert, her psychological resilience was stronger than that of ordinary individuals, and she was acutely aware of the gravity of the zombie virus situation. "Yes, brother, I understand," Xiao Wu said, relaxing his fist, his voice filled with emotion. "What will happen to Mightingting?" Guo Meiwan sobbed softly, covering her mouth, before turning and rushing back into the house. Jiang Xiao, witnessing this, also turned to comfort Guo Meiwan. In the courtyard, only Xu Mingda, Xiao Wu, and Wu Xia remained. "Brother, what should we do about Zhang Jun? Leaving him bound like this is not a solution," Xiao Wu remarked, glancing at Zhang Jun, who was tied up in the storeroom. "Indeed, Su Gu," Wu Xia quickly added. Although she had only recently arrived on the island, Xu Mingda's decisive actions had already earned her profound admiration. It is often said that one should not judge by appearances. Despite Xu Mingda's humble attire and lack of formal education, he exuded a compelling charisma that inspired trust. Furthermore, she found Xiao to be quite commendable as well. Consequently, she had begun to see herself as a member of this island community, hoping to take refuge here for the long term. According to Wu Xia, Zhang Jun, 30 years old, was a veteran of the law enforcement team and the second in command of the vessel. He was well-versed in operating various types of boats, making him an invaluable asset. This revelation sparked a light of inspiration in Xu Mingda's mind. Although Xiao Wu possesses the ability to navigate a vessel, he is, after all, not a professional. Additionally, Hao Wenbin has left behind a fishing boat at the dock. After 2 days of fishing, He has come to realize that only small fish and shrimp inhabit the coastal shallows and rocky reefs of the island. To catch larger specimens, one must venture into the deep sea. Currently, there are 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women on Ganjingzi Island. Yet the provisions they have stored will suffice for merely 1 to 2 months. Furthermore, it is likely that the population on the island will increase. Cultivating land on the island requires validation, and should that endeavor prove unsuccessful, they will inevitably resort to a life reliant on the sea, venturing out to fish in the open waters. Of course, they may also need to scour the nearby islands or coastal towns for supplies to replenish their provisions. Chapter 31. Regardless, a skilled ship captain is an absolute necessity. Considering these factors, Zhang Jun, being a technical talent, must be saved and retained. I can see that he has not contracted the zombie virus. He is merely a bit shaken. Let's confine him for the night to prevent any erratic behavior. And we shall reassess the situation tomorrow, Xu Mingda suggested. Indeed, Wu Xia felt a sense of relief upon hearing Xu Mingda's words. By the way, Xiao Wu, let us dispose of Niu Si's body later and set it ablaze, Xu Mingda continued. Who? Wu Xia inquired curiously. The deceased you came to examine, of course. Do you wish to conduct another test to ascertain whether he is a zombie? Xiao Wu asked. No need. I trust your judgment. Wu Xia hastily waved her hand. Xu Mingda was eager to incinerate Niu Si's body because he believed that Niu Si's spirit was still causing disturbances. By burning him, perhaps Niu Si's ghost would dissipate and no longer dare to return. Thus, when he and Xiao Wu dragged Niu Si's body to a stone pit outside the small temple and doused it with diesel before igniting it, Xu Mingda even issued a few threats to Niu Si. On their return, Xu Mingda jokingly asked Xiao Wu what he thought of Wu Xia, the plump girl. Xiao Wu chuckled but remained silent. Your silence implies consent. You must make her your bedmate tonight, Xu Mingda asserted. Brother, I believe this is too hasty. We hardly know each other, Xiao Wu said, somewhat bashfully rubbing his head. Second brother, do you think our survival thus far is a matter of luck or skill? Xu Mingda questioned. Luck, I dare say, plays a significant role, Xiao Wu replied thoughtfully. Indeed, therefore, none can guarantee that we will still be alive tomorrow. Let us seize the moment. Xu Mingda patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. The 3 women, upon witnessing Xu Mingda and the others burning Niu Si's body, felt a considerable reduction in their fear. After Xiao Wu returned, Xu Mingda sent him to accompany Wu Xia. Before returning to his own quarters, Xu Mingda checked in on Zhang Jun in the adjacent room. Buddy, detaining you is truly unavoidable. At this moment, no one can assure their own safety. Let us understand each other. With that, he tossed Zhang Jun a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. As he pushed the door to his own room, Wu Meiwan lifted her head from the Kong, her eyes swollen from crying. Jiang Xiao, however, appeared notably calmer. I apologize, Brother Su, we may have asked for too much. Jiang Xiao said. Do not say such things, Xiao. Perhaps your brother is unharmed. I worry for him as well. However, San Di is quite clever, and besides, with so many people in Dongshan Island town, not everyone will have turned into zombies. If one hides well at home and avoids detection by the zombies, survival is possible. Xu Mingda's heart softened. Jiang Xiao nodded vigorously. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you, Guo Meiwan interjected, having listened to their conversation. Her mood seemingly lightened as she rose from the Kong. I am not hungry. Let us retire early. We have much to attend to come morning. Xu Mingda initially intended to shamelessly squeeze himself between the 2 women on the Kong, savoring the bliss of their embrace. However, upon witnessing their sincere gazes fixed upon him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and ultimately reclined in his chair, bracing himself to endure another night. From the neighboring room, the faint sounds of Wu Xia's fluctuating voice could be discerned. This fellow, even when presented with an opportunity, proves to be ineffectual, Xu Mingda thought anxiously for Xiao Wu. Just then, the flame of the horse hoof lamp flickered unexpectedly, before suddenly leaping up, emitting a ghastly white light. Chapter 32. What in the world? Xu Mingda's heart tightened as he scanned the room with vigilance. On the small bed nearby, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao lay facing each other, resting. In the adjacent room, Wu Xia had fallen silent, her place taken by intermittent moans. Xu Mingda slipped on his shoes, picked up the hatchet hanging by the door, and prepared to check on Zhang Jun. Suddenly, he noticed a plump, white face pressed against the window, peering inside. What the hell? You truly are an unrelenting specter. Xu Mingda recognized the face as that of Niu Si, feeling a mix of hatred and anger, and rushed out, hatchet in hand. However, there was nothing outside. The sky was clear, and the air was refreshingly cool. Inside Zhang Jun's room, a candle flickered. Xu Mingda saw him lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a cigarette in his mouth, lost in thought. Was it merely an illusion? Xu Mingda rubbed his eyes and glanced into the Dragon King Hall. The door was firmly shut, and silence reigned within, showing no signs of disturbance. He then looked into Xiao Wu's room, which was enveloped in darkness. After some contemplation, he returned to his room with the hatchet. What happened? Guo Meiwan, startled by the noise of the door, rubbed her eyes and inquired. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Xu Mingda replied, suspecting that his lack of rest and heightened tension over the past few days had caused him to see things. At that moment, though, Jiang Shao began to sob softly. Her voice emerged as a strangled sound, filling the air with a disquieting tension. Xiao, what's wrong? Xu Mingda looked at her in surprise. He noticed Jiang Shao lying there, her brow furrowed and her expression one of distress. Xiao, wake up. Guo Meiwan shook Jiang Xiao's shoulder to rouse her. Guo, I had a nightmare. Jiang Xiao sat up, her face a mask of terror as she scanned the room in confusion. What kind of dream? You're drenched in sweat. Guo Meiwan pulled her close, wiping her brow. I suddenly saw someone peering in through the window. It seemed to be Niu Si. It was terrifying, just a big head. Jiang Xiao said, burying her head in Guo Meiwan's embrace, too frightened to continue. What? Xu Mingda's anger ignited at once. It seemed that he had indeed seen correctly. Niu Si was once again causing trouble. Fear not, sister. If he dares to frighten you, I shall slay him once more, Xu Mingda declared, brandishing the hatchet as he strode towards the door. Su, my brother, it was just a dream. Where are you going? Guo Meiwan urgently called out from behind him. She, too, was frightened and did not wish for Xu Mingda to leave the room. Xu Mingda hesitated momentarily. Just then, a loud ruckus erupted from Zhang Jun's room, resembling the sounds of a fierce scuffle. Without a second thought, Xu Mingda kicked the door open and charged outside. Chapter 33. Suddenly, Zhang Jun appeared to be in a frenzied state, clutching his neck and engaging in a struggle with himself. The room was in utter disarray, with objects scattered chaotically. The goat, too, bleated incessantly, circling in the corner. You bastard! Niu Si, come out. Let us settle this. Xu Mingda shouted. Brandishing a knife at Zhang Jun, taken aback, Zhang Jun's body went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Xu Mingda felt a chilling gust swirl towards him. He swung his axe into the whirlwind, dispersing it instantly, which then rushed towards the Dragon King's hall, causing the doors to creak ominously. Damn it! Don't you dare run. Xu Mingda, seeing the gust enter the hall, dashed in pursuit. Brother, what is happening? At that moment, Xiao Wu and Wu Xia, startled by Xu Mingda's ruckus, burst out of the room. Damn it, you old Dragon King. You consume my offerings, yet offer no help, assisting others instead. What use are you to me? I'll burn your temple to the ground. Xu Mingda yelled, pointing angrily at the imposing statue of the Dragon King, threatening to ignite the hall. Brother Xu, you can't burn it down. Come back. Guo Meiwan, aware of Xu Mingda's impulsive nature, wrapped her arms around his waist, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu learned the reason for the commotion from Jiang Shao and looked on in astonishment at the Dragon King's hall. Brother Xu, if you set this place ablaze, where will we live afterwards? Wu Xia, shivering in her coat, inquired. Today I grant you a chance. Should you ever dare to frighten us again, I shall surely raise your temple. With everyone gathered, Xu Mingda had vented enough and, still fuming, recounted the incident of Zhang Jun's possession to Xiao Wu and Wu Xia. Wu Xia promptly pulled Xiao Wu to Zhang Jun's room. They beheld several eerie purple-black marks on Zhang Jun's neck, a truly terrifying sight. Upon questioning him, Zhang Jun recounted how a rotund figure had charged in, choking him and threatening his life, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to overpower his assailant. Fortunately, Xu Mingda's arrival with the knife had frightened the intruder away, and Zhang Jun's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude for Xu Mingda. This is utterly unscientific, everyone thought, incredulous. Yet, Wu Xia remarked, when I assisted my teacher with cases in the past, I encountered many strange occurrences. In such situations, finding someone knowledgeable to burn paper money or conduct a ceremony often proves effective. While science may not offer explanations, the results are undeniable. All right, but who understands such things? Xiao Wu sighed, glancing at Xu Mingda. I'll rearrange the layout of this hall first thing in the morning and see if it helps, Xu Mingda declared. Despite being a carpenter specializing in renovations, he possessed a smattering of knowledge regarding feng shui, having learned from clients who placed great importance on it. After a tumultuous commotion, dawn was approaching. Xu Mingda yawned and suggested, since everyone is unharmed, let us rest a bit longer. If anything arises, we shall confront it together. Xiao Wu glanced at Xu Mingda and led Wu Xia back to their room. Observing the intimate closeness between Wu Xia and Xiao Wu, it is apparent that they engaged in a significant encounter the previous night. Upon returning to the room, Xu Mingda prepared to keep vigil for Jiang Xiaoyu on the chair. Brother Xu, you are exhausting yourself. Perhaps I could take a turn while you rest, Jiang Xiaoyu expressed, touched by Xu Mingda's dedication. Let us not remain on the ground. Shall we three squeeze together? Liu Meiwan suggested, shifting her position on the bed at Jiang Xiaoyu's words. Very well, let us endure the night together. Tomorrow, I will accompany Xiao Wu to the village to find a suitable house for both of you, and we shall relocate, Xu Mingda said, hesitating momentarily before heaving himself onto the bed. Chapter 34. Although the small Kong was cramped, with Xu Mingda closely pressed against Guo Meizhuan's waist, his thoughts were far from lascivious. Instead, he gazed intently at the gradually brightening window. He was contemplating how to restructure the main hall for the morrow. Since his arrival on this island, he had intended to use this humble temple as a base, enduring the darkest moments at the onset of the apocalypse. However, as the number of inhabitants on the island grew, he increasingly felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Although they were merely a group of 6, 3 men and 3 women, it was evident that the other 5 looked to him as their leader. Xu Mingda understood that these individuals were neither foolish nor dim-witted. They followed him because they believed he could provide them with a semblance of stability in their lives. Yet, Xu Mingda was no deity. Even in these apocalyptic times, the essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, could not be neglected. Presently, the temple housed a bag of rice, a bit more than a bag of flour, and several pounds of dried noodles. The government vessel, frequently tasked with missions by the enforcement team, often remained at sea for days. Thus, it too stocked a similar amount of provisions. Additionally, the refrigerator contained approximately 100 pounds of beef, lamb, and pork. Naturally, relying solely on these stored supplies would not sustain them for long. To his delight, there were also several pounds of potatoes aboard the ship. However, rather than consuming them, he intended to plant them as seeds. This way, the island's primary crops would include potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, crops known for their high yield and robust survival capabilities, requiring minimal environmental conditions. Of course, planting would necessitate the passage of time and the right season. The earliest benefits would not be realized for at least 2 to 3 months. Fortunately, he possessed fishing nets and cages, allowing him to venture out to sea for fishing or to gather shellfish during low tide to supplement their food supply. In terms of clothing, aside from what they wore, Xu Mingda had a few spare garments. However, Xiao Wu had only the outfit on his back, and Guo Meizhuan and Jiang Xiao were similarly unprepared, having not anticipated an overnight stay on the island. Thankfully, Wu Xia, who frequently ventured out, had prepared more thoroughly with ample supplies, including toiletries and spare clothing. This did not pose a challenge for Xu Mingda, as he discovered some police uniforms aboard the government vessel. These garments were of excellent quality and quite new. After a thorough wash, they could easily serve as replacements. Currently, it was the question of accommodation that troubled Xu Mingda. The old houses in Ganjingzi village had succumbed to decay after prolonged abandonment, with many having collapsed. Even the few that remained habitable required considerable repairs. Thus, the Longlong Temple stood as the most suitable residence. After all, they had just arrived, with countless tasks ahead and little energy to devote to repairing houses or cultivating land. However, the Longlong Temple felt somewhat cramped for Xu Mingda. Aside from the main hall, there were only 3 small rooms and a kitchen. In theory, if arranged judiciously, these 3 rooms could comfortably accommodate 6 people. Yet, Xu Mingda envisioned something different. He desired 3 spacious rooms, one to serve as a living area and the other 2 as bedrooms. Thus, he could arrange for Guo Meizhuan and Jiang Xiao to reside in separate bedrooms, allowing him the convenience of indulging at his leisure. In this post-apocalyptic world, the duration of life was uncertain, so why should he deprive himself of pleasure? Xu Mingda mused. Constructing a dwelling was no trivial task, hence, he decisively turned his attention to the Dragon King Temple's grand hall across from the dormitory. The temple's hall spanned 7 to 8 meters and extended over 20 meters in length. Transforming it into 3 or 4 rooms would pose no challenge. It was settled then. After all, he harbored no expectation of divine favor from the old Dragon King. He resolved to claim it as his own palace the following day. With this thought, Xu Mingda abruptly sat up. What's wrong? Guo Meizhuan turned her head, surprised by his sudden movement. She had not been asleep. Though Xu Mingda had exhausted her the night of her arrival, it only intensified her desires. It is said that at 31 is like a wolf, and at 40 like a tiger. Guo Meizhuan, at 35, was in the prime of her fervent needs. Although she had previously been entangled with Niu Si, he had other interests and was now eager to rid himself of her, thus ignoring her. In contrast, the robust Xu Mingda made her acutely aware of the joys of womanhood. Consequently, rather than harboring resentment, Guo Meizhuan found herself infatuated with Xu Mingda. However, Jiang Xiao was present. This arrangement is untenable. I'll step outside to see if we can expand our living space, Xu Mingda declared. I'll accompany you. Guo Meizhuan replied, springing up and reaching for her clothes. What are you 2 planning to do? Jiang Xiao, now awake, sat up, gazing at them in confusion. You should rest a bit longer. I'll take your brother Su out for a moment, Guo Meiwan suggested, hoping to steal some intimate moments with Xu Mingda while everyone else was asleep. Little did she know, Jiang Xiao was less than perceptive. Are you going to Ganjingzi village to find a house? I can't sleep either. Let us all go. Jiang Xiao insisted. Very well, let us all go. Xu Mingda acquiesced. He had promised Jiang Xiao the previous day that he would help her find a home in Ganjingzi village. In truth, this was merely a ruse to placate the young girl. There was no way he would allow Jiang Xiao to venture to Ganjingzi village. Instead, he intended for her to suggest that living in Ganjingzi village was unfeasible and that she would prefer to stay with him in the temple. Thus, he readily agreed to her accompanying him. His trip to Ganjingzi village was also to gather materials in preparation for the renovation of the Dragon King Hall. Chapter 35. At this moment, as dawn broke, Xiao Wu and Wu Xiao had tossed and turned throughout the night, lost in deep slumber. Zhang Jun also lay soundly asleep on the Kong. Xu Mingda did not rouse them. Instead, he accompanied Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao down the mountain. The reason Xu Mingda had chosen this small temple was due to its advantageous geographical positioning. The entirety of Ganjingzi Island resembled a great turtle resting in the sea, its neck proudly raised. The Dragon King Temple was perched precisely atop the turtle's head. Under ordinary circumstances, villagers might deem the path to the Dragon King Temple too steep and arduous. However, in the apocalyptic scenario, such treacherous terrain proved exceptionally valuable. From this vantage point, one could gaze far and wide, surveying the surrounding waters, while simultaneously looking down upon the entire island, taking in the entirety of Ganjingzi Island. Moreover, the steep cliffs encircling the small temple meant that there was only one narrow path leading up, making it virtually impregnable. Thus, despite the temple's inconvenient water supply and the haunting presence of ghosts, Xu Mingda remained unwilling to relinquish this auspicious site. He possessed foresight. With the increasing population on the island, should a zombie virus emerge on Ganjingzi Island, fortifying himself within the temple would ensure his safety. In contrast, Ganjingzi village lacked such protective conditions. Ganjingzi village was constructed facing the sea along the hillside. The modest fishing village, comprising a dozen households, resembled a staircase, with some residents able to leap directly from their doorsteps onto their neighbors' rooftops. Additionally, due to the island's size, the roads within Ganjingzi village were exceedingly narrow. Some paths had been blocked by collapsed houses. In such an environment, if zombies surrounded the village, escape would be nearly impossible. Naturally, Xu Mingda refrained from sharing these thoughts with Jiang Xiao, fearing it might frighten her. He first proceeded to the dock to inspect his precious speedboat. The public boat remained securely moored by the breakwater, its ropes firmly tied. He intended to take a closer look inside. But Jiang Xiao had already climbed aboard Hao Wenbin's fishing vessel. Confronted by memories, she gazed at the boat that had brought them here, recalling that their employer, Niu Si, had perished and her cousin, Hao Wenbin, was now missing, leaving her stranded on Ganjingzi Island. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks. Xiao, do not weep. Your aunt feels sorrow too, Guo Meiwan said, her heart heavy as she thought of her daughter, who remained on Dongshan Island, unaware of her fate. Her eyes reddened as well. Gurai, please do not cry. We are fortunate, at least Ganjingzi Island is free of the zombie virus. Since we cannot change our circumstances, we must accept them and strive to live well. Perhaps, in time, the zombie virus will be eradicated. Jiang Xiao comforted Guo Meiwan as she wiped her tears. Indeed. You are right, Xiao. We are fortunate. If it were not for Su Laudi, your elder brother Su, we must cherish what we have, Guo Meiwan said, dabbing her eyes as she spoke. Seeing that the two women were beginning to accept reality brought comfort to Xu Mingda. Xiao, look at these houses. They are in disrepair and will require considerable effort to restore. You must wait for me a while, he feigned. Sudage, there is no rush. Thank you. Jiang Xiao replied, smiling gently at Xu Mingda. Although she was aware of Xu Mingda's ulterior motives, through their interactions over the past few days, she discovered that he possessed numerous commendable qualities. Despite his coarseness, he appeared increasingly endearing. Enkwa, we have some old nets here. Let us craft a few more fish traps to catch more seafood, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable, Enkwa responded. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden display of understanding, Xu Mingda felt quite pleased. He wanted to utter some kind words to charm her. Yet he found himself at a loss for sweet nothings. Noticing his clumsy speech, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled gently. You should first find a way to retrieve my brother's fishing boat. We can hardly catch any sizable fish near the island, she advised. Leave that to me, Xu Mingda declared with great enthusiasm. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's words, he was determined to take them to heart. He planned to construct 2 triangular supports and use ropes to secure the bow of the boat, employing pulleys and levers to lift the vessel mired in the mud. This posed no technical challenge for him. However, sourcing the necessary materials proved somewhat arduous. Fortunately, although the houses in Ganjingzi village were built of stone, the beams and frameworks were made of timber transported from elsewhere. These sturdy logs, weathered yet resilient, were suitable for his needs. Nevertheless, dismantling these timbers and transporting them to the dock was a task beyond his capacity alone. After some contemplation, he decided to return to the small temple to enlist the assistance of Xiao Wu and Zhang Jun. As the three of them were making their way out of the village, Xiao Wu and Wu Xiao approached them. "Brother, what brings you to the village so early?" Xiao Wu inquired. "I brought them here to see if we can find anything useful." "You're just in time. Could you help me carry a few logs to the dock?" Xu Mingda replied. "Brother," Wu Xiao interjected, "the bodies on the boat need to be dealt with. Otherwise, they will contaminate it." Xiao Wu leaned closer to Xu Mingda and whispered, "Oh, we must act swiftly." Upon hearing that his precious boat was at risk of being tainted by the zombie virus, Xu Mingda's eyes widened in alarm. However, a disagreement arose between Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu regarding how to handle the corpses aboard the vessel. Chapter 36. According to Xiao Wu's thoughts, he intended to navigate the official vessel out to the open sea and unceremoniously cast the corpses overboard. However, Xu Mingda vehemently opposed this notion. "No, what if those zombies drift back? Wouldn't that contaminate our waters?" Xu Mingda argued. Although he hailed from a rural background and was a carpenter who typically donned work attire whether engaged in labor or not, he maintained a sense of cleanliness. After completing his tasks, he ensured that the worksite was left immaculate. Furthermore, while residing in the homes of his employers, he was meticulous about hygiene, never imposing a nuisance upon others. Since he regarded Ganjingzi Island as his home, he deemed the surrounding sea as his territory and would not permit Xiao Wu to dispose of the corpses indiscriminately. "Didn't he mention that there are nearby islands? Find an uninhabited one and discard the bodies there," he suggested, observing Xiao Wu's dilemma. "Brother, I may know how to operate a boat, but with such a large vessel, I cannot manage it alone. I fear it may collide and sustain damage," Xiao Wu replied, visibly troubled. "Who was it? Zhang Jun knows how to sail, doesn't he? Let him take the helm," Xu Mingda proposed. "Is Zhang Jun capable of handling it?" Xiao Wu questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Wu Xia. "He should be fine." In fact, during the recent viral outbreak, the National Center for Disease Control conducted research, and we were informed that this zombie virus transmits through blood. This means that as long as one is not bitten or scratched by an infected zombie, they will not contract the virus. Moreover, the incubation period for the virus is remarkably brief. Some may mutate within mere minutes or half an hour. I've observed Zhang Jun for quite some time now, and he hasn't shown any signs of mutation. He appears to be fine, Wu Xia explained. "Go back and conduct a thorough examination," Xu Mingda instructed. "Yes, leader," Wu Xia replied, standing upright with a serious demeanor. "Me? What leader? Please refrain from calling me that. I am no leader," Xu Mingda chuckled at Wu Xia's insistence. "You are indeed our leader, and we willingly accept your guidance," Wu Xia insisted earnestly. "Let us just call you brother at home. If outsiders are present, we can refer to you as leader then," Xiao Wu suggested, feeling a bit embarrassed by Wu Xia's comments. "All right, we can call you brother at home. But if there are any outsiders, addressing you as leader is also acceptable," Guo Meiwan chimed in with a smile. At that moment, she had intertwined her fate with Xu Mingda's, sharing both misfortune and fortune alike. If Xu Mingda was to be regarded as a leader, her proximity to him filled her with a sense of pride. Her words resonated deeply within Xu Mingda, who suddenly found the term leader to be quite pleasing. Despite his smiling dismissal of the title, he straightened his posture unconsciously, inadvertently protruding his already sturdy midsection. Jiang Xiao, observing Xu Mingda's elevation to a leadership role, cast a curious glance in his direction. In truth, she had begun to perceive him as the pillar of strength on the island, particularly after her cousin, Hao Wenbin, had gone missing at sea. She found herself increasingly reliant on Xu Mingda. The thought of what the island would become without him was unfathomable. She had envisioned scenarios of an apocalyptic outbreak. Without a man to rely on, women might become mere playthings or the lowest of slaves to men, or worse, be killed to stave off hunger. "Xiao, I'll tidy up this boat now. Once it's clean, I'll take you out for a sail," Xu Mingda said to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao nodded eagerly, though her anticipation for a leisurely sail was not the true desire of her heart. However, upon meeting Wu Xia, the woman who would later come to admire Xu Mingda, she realized that her previous attitude towards him had been rather unfriendly. "Zhang Gu, from now on, we will be working alongside leader Xu," Wu Xia remarked while examining Zhang Jun's physical condition. "Ah, splendid. That truly is wonderful," Zhang Jun replied, having worked within the system for 7 or 8 years. Although he discerned that Xu Mingda was not a bureaucrat, he still chose to align himself with Wu Xia's sentiments, offering Xu a warm smile. "All right, You will primarily be responsible for operating the boat, though you will also attend to other tasks, Xu Mingda stated, without a hint of modesty, naturally designating Zhang Jun's responsibilities. Understood, leader, you can rest assured, Zhang Jun responded with a smile. Shall we embark on our journey? Xu Mingda felt that Zhang Jun was in good spirits and was eager to head out to the open sea. According to Xu Mingda's plan, Zhang Jun would navigate the boat while he and Xiao Wu accompanied him, locating a deserted island nearby to dispose of the body. However, Wu Xia insisted on accompanying them, expressing concern about their ability to manage health precautions and avoid viral infection. Xu Mingda found her suggestion to be quite sound and professional. Meanwhile, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao were left feeling somewhat flustered, being alone on the island. Xiao, do not be afraid. What seafood would you like? I will fetch some for you, Xu Mingda hastily offered. No need, leader. Aunt Guo and I will take this opportunity to organize the fishing gear, as the tide will recede soon, and we will need it when we go out, Jiang Xiao replied with a smile. Xiao, you two have learned to jest like them. Xu Mingda thought with pride as he noticed Jiang Xiao addressing him as leader, his gaze greedily assessing her, wishing to embrace her and kiss her passionately. At that moment, Zhang Jun had already started the government boat, awaiting Xu Mingda's arrival. Wu Xia had also provided them with protective suits along with rubber gloves and masks, creating a rather tense atmosphere. All right, we will only be out for a couple of hours before returning. Take good care of yourselves, Xu Mingda instructed reluctantly as he boarded the larger vessel. According to the precise nautical chart aboard the government boat, there lay a small island called Nuewa, situated a dozen kilometers from Ganjingzi Island. Unlike Ganjingzi, although Nuewa was somewhat larger, it lacked fresh water and was classified as an uninhabited desert island. This was Xu Mingda's intended destination. Chapter 37. Cowtail Island, named for its resemblance to a bovine tail, is a narrow, elongated isle that carves out a modest harbor amidst the vast sea. Upon the arrival of Xu Mingda and his companions near Cowtail Island, he was taken aback by the scene before him. 7 or 8 vessels of various sizes and types were nestled within the shelter of the harbor, akin to a litter of puppies vying for nourishment beneath their mother-ass belly. Surrounding these fishing boats, an aged cargo ship, weighing several thousand tons and adorned with provincial markings, lay anchored, laden with a cargo of timber stacked high upon its deck. What could be the reason for such a congregation of ships in this locale? Xu Mingda grasped his binoculars for a closer inspection. Leader, these vessels must belong to local fishermen seeking refuge from the sea, Zhang Jun explained, gradually reducing their speed. Xu Mingda had been by his side, learning the ropes of navigation, and had even taken the helm for a brief period, fostering a camaraderie between them. In turn, Zhang Jun began to address Xu Mingda as leader, emulating Wu Xia's manner. Operating such a vessel is relatively straightforward, thanks to the comprehensive suite of radar, navigation, and detection instruments, not to mention the automatic pilot feature. One need only remain vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. However, Xu Mingda quickly discerned a significant drawback of the ship. It was exceedingly fuel inefficient. The electricity aboard was supplied by a generator, which, in turn, consumed oil. Xu Mingda inquired about the remaining fuel and how long it could sustain their journey. Leader, if we refrain from using full throttle, we could cover another 500 or 600 kilometers without issue. If we remain docked, it could last for half a month to a month, Zhang Jun replied. Xu Mingda felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, fine machinery comes at a cost, while a bicycle merely requires pedaling. Such a high-capacity vessel is beyond the means of an ordinary person, especially when there is no place to refuel. However, upon sighting the large cargo ship, a notion began to form in his mind. As it was a deep-sea vessel, it must possess a considerable supply of fuel. Moreover, being from another region, it was a prime target. Coincidentally, the crew aboard the cargo ship, upon spotting the official vessel, waved frantically as if they had seen a savior. Brother, let us keep our distance, Xiao Wu advised Xu Mingda, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. How can we do that? When the people are in distress, we must come to their aid, Xu Mingda replied with a sly smile. Moments later, he steered the official vessel closer to the cargo ship. What is the matter? Xu Mingda exclaimed as he leapt from the cabin, gripping the railing at the bow while addressing the crew of the cargo ship. Comrades, you are from the Coast Guard, right? I need to report an emergency. One of the crew members aboard the cargo ship exclaimed anxiously. Please, tell me what has transpired, Xu Mingda inquired, maintaining his composure despite knowing he was not, in fact, from the Coast Guard. In preparation to avoid the risk of the zombie virus, Xu Mingda and his companions had donned raincoats issued by the law enforcement team, equipped themselves with gloves and masks, and even secured their helmets. Thus, to the untrained eye, outsiders could hardly discern the identities of Xu Mingda and his companions. let alone the presence of two legitimate individuals aboard his vessel. Our crew members have sustained injuries, and if we do not intervene promptly, it could lead to a tragic loss of life. A weathered captain in his 40s exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 38. Who are they? What is the situation? Speak slowly. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingda felt a stirring in his heart. Comrade officer, here's the situation. The ship's captain stammered in his urgency. He then recounted the events as they unfolded. His vessel had been transporting a shipment of timber from the south to Qingdao when they encountered a typhoon. Aware of the recent outbreak of a zombie virus at the nearest port, Dongshan Island, they were compelled to seek refuge here. Upon their arrival, they found that 2 fishing boats had already reached the area. Gradually, a few more boats arrived. Due to the size of their ship, they could not dock close to the island and remained anchored a kilometer offshore, while the smaller boats made their way to the shore, and their crews disembarked onto the island. As their freshwater supply dwindled, the captain, accompanied by 2 crew members, took a small raft to the island to collect water. To their surprise, the local fishermen forbade them from landing, claiming the island as their own. In truth, they were wary of the captain competing with them for the wild boars they had discovered on the island. Being an outsider, the captain wished to avoid conflict and proposed purchasing water, suggesting that they could also buy some pork if they caught any wild boars. Seeing the captain's willingness to negotiate, the fishermen harbored ill intentions. They took advantage of the situation, forcibly boarding the ship to sell fresh water and pork at exorbitant prices, demanding payment in the form of rice, flour, and oil from the ship's provisions instead of cash. The captain naturally refused, prompting the fishermen to provoke a fight. Resorting to outright robbery, the cargo ship was crewed by 6 sailors, along with a woman who cooked for them. When the fishermen attempted to seize their food supplies, the crew could not simply stand by and retaliated. However, the fishermen, being numerous and well-prepared with fish knives and iron hooks, fought ruthlessly. 1 crew member sustained severe injuries, while the other 4 were also injured to varying degrees. Even the cook narrowly escaped being thrown into the sea as the assailants divided up the stolen provisions. The captain initially contemplated reporting the incident, but realized there was no one to respond to the call at that moment. Aware that they had suffered a silent defeat, he considered weighing anchor and departing. Yet, the group on the island insisted they were owed compensation for the injuries inflicted, demanding payment either in cargo or diesel from the ship. Otherwise, they would not be permitted to leave. With their food supplies pilfered and news of the viral outbreak back home preventing their return, the captain found himself trapped with no way out. Desperate and on the verge of tears, he spotted a government vessel approaching and immediately signaled for help. How can they be so oppressive? Xu Mingda felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. As someone from the lowest echelons of society, he empathized deeply with the plight of the working class. Now armed, he could no longer contain his urge to take action. Brother, I believe that boat belongs to Zhaifo gang, Xiao remarked, tugging at Xu Mingda's sleeve and pointing to a large yacht moored at the shore. Who is Zhaifo gang? Is he someone significant? Xu Mingda scoffed dismissively. Brother, the Lao Zhai family in Dongshan town wields considerable influence, with 4 brothers, each excelling in different domains, running boats, managing maritime affairs, and holding positions within the town government. They are all remarkably capable. I've heard that his younger sister's boyfriend is the son of a city leader. Even Niusi dares not provoke their family. Xiao Wu, a local of Dongshan town, has mingled with Niusi since his teens and is well acquainted with both the underworld and the respectable figures in the area. In Xiao Wu's view, Xu Mingda would do well to remain a local tycoon on Ganjingzi Island and avoid antagonizing the Zhai family, who are entrenched in their territory. Even in these times of viral outbreaks, the Lao Zhai family possesses several boats and numerous relatives seeking refuge together. In contrast, Xu Mingda's group consists of merely 4 individuals, including 1 woman. So what if he is wealthy and powerful? I am determined to confront him. Xu Mingda's eyes widened as he spat out those words through clenched teeth. Chapter 39. In truth, Xu Mingda was not as fierce as he appeared. He had no desire to provoke the local tyrant. However, the lucrative benefits presented before him were undeniably tempting. If he could seize this cargo ship, the mountains of timber and the hundreds of tons of fuel oil in its hold would belong to him. He was currently troubled by the lack of materials for the reconstruction of the Dragon King Temple, but if he could transport all that timber to Ganjingzi Island, he could construct a 5-star scenic area there. Of course, the individuals aboard the cargo ship were not devoid of agency. It was not as simple as just commandeering the vessel. Thus, Xu Mingda had to devise a scheme to deceive the crew into relinquishing the ship under the guise of the law enforcement team. This situation entailed 3 parties, Ganjingzi Island, the captain and crew of the cargo ship, and the local despot, Zhaifeng gang, along with his henchmen. If Zhaifeng gang refused to relent, even if the captain wished to accompany him back to Ganjingzi Island, it would be impossible. Xu Mingda understood that a person of Zhai Fengang's caliber, especially during a time when societal order had collapsed, would not care for any law enforcement team. If his interests were threatened, Xu Mingda could easily find himself in dire straits. Xiao Wu, come in. We need to discuss something. Xu Mingda gestured for Xiao Wu, then turned and entered the cabin. Zhang Jun and Wu Xia also approached, eager to discern the situation. Xu Mingda shared his plan to masquerade as the law enforcement team to trick the cargo ship into sailing to Ganjingzi Island and to intimidate Zhai Fenggang into submission. No. Leader, you have no idea. We cannot provoke Zhai Fenggang. Our captain is friends with him. If we go, he won't care at all. One phone call from him, and we would be exposed. Zhang Jun shook his head vigorously. What do you mean it's impossible? Have you forgotten how we assisted you last night on Ganjingzi Island? You should go and confront Zhai Fenggang. Xu Mingda scolded, his expression darkening. Zhang Jun, now in his 30s, remained silent, bowing his head and scratching his head, fully aware that Zhai Fenggang's crew would never offer him refuge. Wu Xia, what about you? Xu Mingda turned to inquire of Wu Xia. The group consisted of only 4 members, as Xiao Wu had also mingled with Niu Seer in Dongshan Town. And many of Zhai Fenggang's men recognized him, rendering his presence unwise. Xu Mingda needed Wu Xia and Zhang Jun's cooperation to succeed. Leader, I'm fine. I will follow your instructions. I'll do whatever you say, Wu Xia replied, although fear lingered in her voice. Yet, being an emotional creature, she was deeply involved with Xiao Wu. The thought of being cast aside by Xu Mingda left her feeling homeless, so she acquiesced. Very well, then it's settled. Wu Xia, you and I will first head to the cargo ship to assess the condition of the injured. Xiao Wu and Zhang Jun, secure the ship. Do not let anyone in. If anyone dares to intrude, shoot to kill. Xu Mingda felt a surge of confidence upon receiving Wu Xia's agreement. They approached the cargo ship and climbed aboard using the rope ladder. Inside the crew quarters, a young man in his 20s lay weakly on the bunk. Wu Xia pulled back the blood-stained blanket and discovered a gaping wound in his abdomen, inflicted by an iron hook, with the surrounding flesh in a state of decay. Captain Su, this individual is in dire condition. If we do not transport him to the hospital for surgery promptly, he may not survive, Wu Xia remarked. Her brow furrowed with concern. Officer, please, we implore you to save him. We will comply with any conditions. Upon hearing this, the captain nearly fell to his knees in a plea to Xu Mingda. This is a blatant act of severe assault. Does that scoundrel Zhai Fenggang not fear the law? Xu Mingda scolded, covering his nose in disdain. Comrade, you must take charge of this situation. The captain and several sailors looked at Xu Mingda with desperate eyes. Very well. Do not fret. I shall confront Zhai Fenggang shortly to ensure you receive justice. First, however, start the vessel. Prepare to accompany us back to record your statements. Xu Mingda instructed. Comrade, the ship cannot be started. Would it not suffice for us to travel on your vessel? A sailor nudged the captain, who then appeared to recall something. He pulled out a roll of money from his pocket and attempted to thrust it into Xu Mingda's hands. How can it not be started? Who claims it cannot? If you cannot navigate the ship, how am I to collect evidence and witness testimony? Xu Mingda forcefully pushed the money back. We fear that group will prevent us from leaving. You do not understand. They are incredibly ruthless. If we had not begged for mercy, they could have killed us. The captain lamented, his face drawn in distress. Do not worry. I am here. What is there to fear? Hurry and prepare. We will return with you to gather evidence. Xu Mingda replied, his demeanor one of impatience. If this ship could not be moved, he would not need to confront the tiger that was Zhai Fenggang. Captain Su, please respond. At that moment, Zhang Jun called through the intercom. Speak. Xu Mingda clumsily replied. Captain, a vessel is approaching us. Zhang Jun announced. Understood, I will return at once. Xu Mingda smirked, a cold smile curling his lips. Ah, speak of the devil, and Liu Bei appears. Let us see how I shall deal with them. Chapter 40. Xu Mingda remembered a saying, one may doubt the character of the wealthy, but one must trust their vision. Over the course of his 7 or 8 years in the industry, he had renovated several houses for affluent clients and had conversed with numerous members of the wealthy class. Despite his humble beginnings, he was eager to hear their entrepreneurial tales. Thus, he believed that Zhai Fenggang's seizure of the timber-laden vessel was motivated by more than just the few bags of rice and flour on board. Now, having just boarded the freight ship, Zhai Fenggang had sent a vessel over, indicating that Su's suspicions were indeed correct. There was likely a significant cargo aboard, which ignited Xu Mingda's competitive spirit. Having recently ascended to a leadership position and savored its rewards, his entrepreneurial passion was at an all-time high. The arrival of Zhai Fenggang's ship did not instill fear in him. Rather, he felt exhilarated by the challenge and excitement. He thought to himself, let's see what caliber of leader the big boss of Dongshan Town truly is. Upon noticing Zhai Fenggang's ship approaching, The captain turned pale with fright. "Leader, you must stand up for us ordinary folks," he exclaimed. "There's no need to panic. As I mentioned, I will ensure you can sail away without issue." Xu Mingda casually reassured him before returning to the official vessel with Wu Xia. At that moment, Zhai Fengong's men arrived. "Hey, where are the people? We need to file a report," shouted a short-haired man with a face full of flesh, who was one of Zhai Fengong's enforcers, Lei Biao. "Little Wu, inform him," Xu Mingda instructed. According to Su's plan, he donned a bandit hat that concealed his face and wore a helmet, clad in a bulletproof vest and wielding a shotgun. He disguised himself as an ordinary law enforcement officer. "Proceed as planned." Xu Mingda signaled Zhang Jun with a glance. Zhang, understanding the cue, nodded hurriedly and, clutching a shield, joined Su as they emerged from the cabin. "Well, if it isn't Zhang Jun." Lei Biao laughed boisterously. "Brother Biao, what brings you here?" Zhang Jun responded with a grin. "Oh, my boss Jai is here as well. He purchased this island last year to establish a base, and he often brings his family here for leisure. Whereas your Captain Li, I need to discuss something with him," Lei Biao remarked, glancing at Xu Mingda. "Oh, our Captain Li is currently unavailable. He is not on the ship. This is our newcomer, Captain Su." Zhang Jun hastily introduced Xu Mingda. "Ah, never mind who is who. I want to file a report. I am reporting the individuals on that ship for intentional harm. Will you handle this? If not, I shall take matters into my own hands." Lei Biao arrogantly pointed to the nearby cargo ship. "Who are you? What is your name? Intentional harm? You're the one who has been harmed?" Xu Mingda coldly inquired, staring at Lei Biao. "Lei Biao, if you don't know me, you can ask around." Lei Biao asserted domineeringly. "Enough of your nonsense. Our Captain Su has been dispatched from the city. He is here to gain experience at the grassroots level," Zhang Jun interjected, urgently signaling Lei Biao. "I don't care if you're Lei Biao or Lei Hu. Adhere to the rules. If you wish to report something, follow the proper procedures. Stop making threats," he warned. "In the current extraordinary circumstances, we have been instructed to adopt special measures, particularly in handling cases that disrupt public order with utmost severity and urgency. This grants us the authority to act decisively without prior consultation." Xu Mingda's eyes widened as he spoke with righteous authority. Lei Biao was momentarily taken aback by Xu Mingda's imposing demeanor, left speechless for a moment. "Biaozi, ISNT General Zhai right here? If there is anything, let our Captain Su discuss it with him. Our General Zhai holds a significant reputation in Dongshan Town, and we have been eager to make his acquaintance." Zhang Jun quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "All right, if you wish to befriend our elder brother, that is not an issue. I will relay your intentions to him." Lei Biao responded readily, sensing that Xu Mingda preferred to engage with someone of higher authority. He then communicated the situation via the walkie-talkie. "What is the matter that requires my presence?" After a prolonged silence, an impatient voice crackled through the device. This remark drew the attention of several individuals aboard the nearby vessels, who emerged to glance towards the official boat. On the island, others began to rush from makeshift tents and pavilions in the woods towards the shore, preparing to board the boats. These individuals, a mix of men and women, young and old, appeared to belong to Zhai Fengong's clan. They seemed entirely unfazed by the bold lettering of comprehensive law enforcement on the official vessel, gazing at it with blatant defiance. Goodness, the influence of that old Zhai is formidable. Xu Mingda felt a surge of anxiety at this sight. Fortunately, there were firearms on the boat. He was also aware that the opposition possessed speedboats, and even if he attempted to flee, he likely wouldn't escape. Since he refused to cooperate with the investigation, Zhang Jun notified the personnel below to detain the cargo ship and take it away. Xu Mingda declared, turning to retreat into the cabin. "The ship cannot be taken," Lei Biao shouted, brandishing a machete. Simultaneously, 5 or 6 men surged out from the cabin, armed with various weapons. "Do you intend to resist the law with violence?" Xu Mingda swiftly chambered a round in his shotgun, aiming it at Lei Biao. At that moment, a voice crackled through Lei Biao's walkie-talkie belonging to Zhai Fenggang. "Since you are here, let us become acquainted. I await you in my office." Chapter 41. Zhai Fenggang suddenly expressed a desire to meet the newly arrived team leader Su. The previously tense atmosphere between the two parties instantly relaxed. "Haha, team leader Su." It was a misunderstanding. Lei Biao clasped his hands together and signaled his subordinates to put away their weapons, preparing to guide Xu Mingda's vessel to meet Zhai Fenggang. "By the way, do you have any doctors or medicine here? One of our team members is injured and requires urgent assistance." Xu Mingda called out to Lei Biao, halting him. "Well, I must consult our boss on that." Lei Biao replied with caution. "Huh, what authority do you have? Why are you even here? Tell your boss that if there are no medical supplies, we will withdraw immediately. How can you boast about being the leader of Dongshan Town and owning a private island without even a bit of medicine? You're just inflating your own significance." clearly not treating our law enforcement team with the respect it deserves. Xu Mingda retorted angrily. Unexpectedly, Xu Mingda's brashness amused Lei Biao greatly. Team leader Xu. Do not fret. Is it conceivable that we lack medicine? There is no need to consult the boss about this. Just approach Biaozi, and he will make the arrangements. Lei Biao patted his chest confidently. All right, that's the spirit. Xu Mingda felt a surge of joy upon realizing that Lei Biao was on his side. He then instructed Xiao Wu to assist an injured team member, disguising him as gravely ill, and brought him aboard Lei Biao's vessel. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda maneuvered the official boat closer to the shores of Nueva Island. Zhai Fenggang was indeed affluent. He owned a grand yacht measuring several dozen meters in length, worth millions. Additionally, he possessed several fishing boats and a speedboat for passenger transport, along with 2 more yachts. In maritime society, vessels were as essential as cars were for the wealthy in inland cities. From the onset of the zombie virus outbreak, Zhai Fenggang had caught wind of the impending crisis from the upper echelons. Thus, he took refuge on Nueva Island with his sister Zhai Lina, loyal confidants, and over 100 relatives, masquerading their escape as a vacation. They planned to return and seize control of Dongshan town once the zombie crisis had passed. Due to his early awareness and substantial wealth, he had made ample preparations. His ship was laden with supplies, and tents and makeshift houses were erected on the island, equipped with solar panels for the accommodation of his relatives and subordinates. Zhai Fenggang himself resided on the grand yacht with his wife, Lu Tsuitsue, sister Zhai Lina, and several servants. Xu Mingda believed his official boat was quite impressive, yet upon seeing Zhai Fenggang's opulent yacht, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. In comparison, his vessel resembled a Wuling Hongguang, while Zhai's yacht was akin to a fully outfitted, extended Cadillac. When Xu Mingda brought Zhang Jun and Lei Biao aboard the yacht, Zhai Fenggang did not even come out to greet them. Our General Zhai is currently engaged in matters. He will meet you shortly. A bodyguard clad in a black suit obstructed Xu Mingda and Zhang Jun's path and ushered them into a small waiting room. Meanwhile, Lei Biao took Xiao Wu to procure medicine for the ailing law enforcement team member. As soon as Xu Mingda and Zhang Jun settled onto the leather sofa, a well-dressed female attendant approached, inquiring what beverages they would like to enjoy. Xu Mingda glanced at the maid, who stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing a slender figure and exquisite features, moving with a grace akin to that of a star. A stir of desire coursed through him. What is your name? How old are you? Xu Mingda inquired, fixating on the maid's bosom. All is well, the maid replied with a subtle smile, her voice melodious. Yet, from her unwavering gaze, it was evident that she regarded Xu Mingda with indifference. Observing the maid's poised demeanor, which was neither subservient nor arrogant, Xu Mingda found himself increasingly intrigued. He mused. Here I am, striving to win the affections of the village girl Jiang Xiao, and yet I am left uncertain of the outcome. Meanwhile, the maid employed by Zhai Fenggang is far more alluring than Jiang Xiao. The disparity is indeed vast. Given that the apocalypse has shattered the established order of the old world, he resolved that if he were to survive, he must aspire to be a person like Zhai Fenggang. Chapter 42. Xu Mingda, while sipping tea, silently resolved to himself. Captain Xu, there's a surveillance camera. Zhang Jun softly reminded him, noticing Xu Mingda's anxious demeanor. Oh, Xu Mingda suddenly became alert. He understood well that if Zhai Fenggang had left him here, it was likely to undermine his authority and perhaps to discreetly gauge his character. As the saying goes, flies do not alight on seamless eggs. His earlier behavior had been rather unguarded. However, Xu Mingda was indifferent. He had no intention of befriending Zhai Fenggang. He was acutely aware of what friendship entailed. Only the weak seek warmth in numbers. His alliances with Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin were born out of his lack of resources, wealth, and influence. Individuals like Zhai Fenggang would never deign to associate with someone of his ilk. To ordinary fishermen, the law enforcement team may seem like a formidable force, instilling fear of fines, license revocation, or even administrative detention. Yet, in Zhai Fenggang's eyes, they were merely a group of laborers serving the interests of the elite. Mr. Zhai requests your presence. At that moment, the muscular man in black approached once more. Xu Mingda shot him a defiant glare before rising with Zhang Jun to enter Zhai Fenggang's office. Contrary to his expectations, Zhai Fenggang, seated behind his desk, did not exude an imposing or intimidating presence. Instead, he was a man in his 40s, of average build, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Dressed modestly in a plain white shirt beneath a checkered blazer, complemented by jeans and canvas shoes, he appeared quite amiable, even refined. Ah, Captain Xu, I presume? Please. Have a seat. Zhai Fenggang gestured for Xu Mingda and Zhang Jun to sit on the leather sofa beside him. Xu Mingda felt a weight of authority and obediently settled into the sofa. Care for a smoke? Zhai Fenggang inquired, reaching for a pack of Wuxi 5000 on the table. I only smoke Li-kun, Xu Mingda replied, striving to maintain his composure as he retrieved half a pack from his pocket and placed a cigarette between his lips. Go fetch 2 packs of Li-kun for Captain Xu, and also a pack of Jiaowuji Zun, Zhai Fenggang instructed the black-clad attendant. Oh, no need. Xu Mingda suddenly became restless. Although tobacco was not a necessity, in this post-apocalyptic world, it had become an exceedingly precious luxury. Zhai Fenggang's immediate offer of 3 packs was not merely a financial matter. If he proceeded with such generosity, Xu Mingda would feel disinclined to extort him further. Moreover, he realized with clarity that had he truly been Captain Xu of the law enforcement team, he would have been easily bought off by Zhai Fenggang, ultimately becoming a loyal subordinate. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Zhai Fenggang had too many allies, and defending him could lead to dire consequences. Ah, Mr. Zhai, I come with no particular agenda. It's just that your subordinate, Lei Biao, reported a conflict with an external cargo ship, and I wanted to inquire how you plan to address this matter, Xu Mingda stated. How do you wish to handle it? I am all ears, Zhai Fenggang replied, his demeanor unflinching. Chapter 43. Though Zhai Fenggang's tone remained composed, Xu Mingda felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles in his presence. What is happening here? Xu Mingda chastised himself inwardly, fully aware that in this confrontation, he was entirely at a disadvantage, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. He had underestimated the oppressive influence of the affluent far too greatly. How to handle this? According to the current demands, I must return both the vessel and the individuals aboard, collecting personal testimonies and evidence. After all, there are serious injuries on the cargo ship, and no one can afford to bear the consequences of a fatality. Xu Mingda spoke with a facade of calm. At that moment, a man clad in black entered, holding 3 cigarettes. Zhai Fenggang gestured for him to place them before him, clearly dissatisfied with Xu Mingda's approach. What is your name? I shall make a call to your team leader. Zhai Fenggang's tone shifted, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Xu Mingda. The man in black, upon hearing his employer's words, instantly adopted a sharp demeanor, reaching into his pocket. Xu Mingda had initially believed that the law enforcement agency in Dongshan town had been decimated by the zombies, allowing him to masquerade as an officer without issue. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhai Fenggang intended to contact the municipal team. From his tone, it seemed he was well acquainted with the higher-ups in the city. If he were to learn of Xu Mingda's deception, it was likely that he would never leave the yacht. Mr. Zhai, please do not be angered. Our team Xu did not mean it that way. At this juncture, Zhang Jun recognized the precariousness of the situation and hurriedly offered conciliatory remarks. Mr. Zhai, you have many issues and do not think I am unaware. I am merely assisting you in minimizing the severity of the matter. Furthermore, do you think contacting our team's leadership will halt my investigation into you? If that is the case, let us see how it unfolds when we tear off the FAAD. As Xu Mingda spoke, he abruptly rose to his feet, intending to leave the yacht before Zhai Fenggang could react. Zhai Fenggang appeared momentarily taken aback by Xu Mingda's sudden assertiveness. Captain Xu, I hold you in high regard. Perhaps we could become friends, Zhai Fenggang remarked, gazing intently at Xu Mingda. He was engaged in a psychological duel, and he discerned that Xu Mingda was avaricious and somewhat naive, having not encountered the larger world. Yet, for reasons unknown to him, he felt that Xu Mingda was different from others, for it was often individuals like him who adhered to no rules or boundaries. Friends assist one another. They do not undermine each other. Xu Mingda narrowed his eyes in response. What is all this commotion, brother? At that moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and a fashionable young woman sauntered in, her expression one of surprise as she glanced at Xu Mingda and Zhang Jun. Lina, it is nothing. This is our new officer from the law enforcement team, Captain Xu. Here is my guest, Zhai Fenggang explained. My boyfriend is part of your team. How could I not recognize him? Lina shot a glance at Xu Mingda. Captain Xu has been assigned from elsewhere. He is not from our area, Zhang Jun hastily interjected, sensing the potential exposure of their ruse. Oh, regardless of where he hails from, are we not all one family? One family should not speak as if they are 2 separate entities or conduct affairs as if they belong to 2 different households, right, Captain Xu? Lina, having sensed the tension in the room, raised an eyebrow and flashed a flirtatious smile at Xu Mingda. It appeared she was already aware of his intentions for being there. Hee. Upon encountering the enchanting beauty of Zhai Lina, Xu Mingda found himself momentarily at a loss for words, captivated by her melodious voice. Indeed, we are all family, Zhang Jun remarked, attempting to descend the steps. Just then, an urgent call for assistance crackled through Xu Mingda's walkie-talkie. What is the situation? Xu Mingda inquired sharply upon recognizing the voice of Xiao Wu. Previously, in a bid to extort Zhai Fenggang, he had ordered Xiao Wu to don full gear and place the corpse of a law enforcement officer on Lei Biao's boat to fabricate a scheme. It now appeared that Xiao Wu had successfully executed his task. Outside, the faint sound of gunfire echoed ominously. Zhai Fenggang, upon hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and cast a dark glance towards his assistant clad in black. The figure understood immediately and stepped out of the room. Captain, Lei Biao and his men have struck. I cannot withstand it any longer. Xiao Wu's voice once again rang out through the walkie-talkie. Xiao, daring to assault the police? Do they wish to forfeit their lives? Xu Mingda, upon hearing this, swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at Zhai Fenggang's head. Do not act impulsively, brother. Zhai Fenggang, visibly shaken, hastily gestured to avoid the ominous barrel of the gun. What do you intend to do? Zhai Lina, initially brimming with arrogance, paled at the sight of Xu Mingda's menacing expression and cried out in alarm. Zhang Jun, check on Xiao Wu. Xu Mingda urged Zhang Jun with a kick, signaling him to hasten outside while he kept his gun trained on Zhai Fenggang and Zhai Lina. Su, it's bad. Lu Quan has been slain by those men, and Xiao Zhou is currently trying to manage the situation. Zhang Jun shouted as he reached the yacht's railing. Upon learning that his subordinate had been murdered, Zhai Fenggang slumped back into his chair, utterly defeated. Chapter 44 Zhou Mingyang, secure everyone aboard that vessel. I will call for reinforcements immediately. Xu Mingda shouted the alias of Xiao Wu into the walkie-talkie while retrieving his satellite phone to dial. Captain Su, this must be a misunderstanding. Zhai Fenggang hastily rose to intervene. What misunderstanding? My men are being slaughtered here. You dare speak of misunderstandings? Xu Mingda bellowed at Zhai Fenggang, his face flushed with anger, as if he had truly lost a colleague. At that moment, a figure clad in black entered, solemnly nodding towards Zhai Fenggang, confirming that a member of the law enforcement team had been decapitated on Lei Biao's ship. Where's Lei Biao? Summon him here. Zhai Fenggang's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. He is dead, killed by the law enforcement team. The others on the ship have been subdued. The black-clad figure whispered to Zhai Fenggang while casting a sidelong glance at Xu Mingda. Quit your chatter, you go over there too. Xu Mingda waved his gun menacingly at the black figure. He feared that Zhai Fenggang, cornered, might resort to violence against him. Captain Su, please remain calm. There will surely be a resolution to this matter. In these chaotic times, death is a common occurrence. Captain Su, let us sit down and discuss how to handle this. Zhai Lina urgently tugged at Xu Mingda's sleeve. Indeed, Captain Su, let us convene and deliberate. There are no outsiders present, so feel free to state your terms. Zhai Fenggang gazed at Xu Mingda with a sinister look, perhaps sensing the impending danger. I have no particular demands. Firstly, I must take possession of the ship and its crew responsible for my colleague's death. Secondly, I need the cargo vessel as well. Otherwise, if a fatality occurs in the case without resolution, I will have no way to report back to my superiors. Thirdly, Boss Zhai, I understand you are quite busy. But since this incident transpired on your island, you must send someone with me, preferably someone close to you. As for how you choose to compensate, I will not be demanding. I can attest that the actions were solely those of the crew aboard the ship, with no connection to you, Boss Zhai. Xu Mingda concluded, glancing at Zhai Lina. His request for Zhai Fenggang to send a confidant alongside him ostensibly appeared to be a commitment to transparency, devoid of any ulterior motives. However, in truth, Xu Mingda sought to secure a hostage for his own safety. He feared that, upon his departure, several vessels might emerge from the sea, sinking the official boat and silencing him permanently. Brother, I will accompany Captain Su. Chaoyang is from the municipal support team. I will call him to come and meet me there, Zhai Lina declared. Very well, Captain Su, I have entrusted this friend of yours. Seeing that Xu Mingda had made no excessive demands, Zhai Fenggang, with a forced smile, extended his hand. Boss Zhai, the world has changed. It is much more tumultuous now. You should exercise caution, Xu Mingda remarked, choosing not to shake Zhai Fenggang's hand, but instead speaking with profound implication. Although Zhai Fenggang felt considerable displeasure and yearned to teach Xu Mingda a harsh lesson, he concealed his animosity. In addition to 3 packs of cigarettes, he instructed his subordinates to present Xu Mingda with 2 cases of fine wine and various provisions, sending them aboard the official vessel. Moreover, he presented Xu Mingda with a card, claiming it contained 2 million as compensation for the deceased. Xu Mingda declined, stating that he would apply to the authorities for martyr status for the deceased, which would entitle them to state compensation. However, the individuals aboard Lei Biao's vessel were unlikely to return. At this juncture, Zhai Fenggang found himself incapable of safeguarding his subordinate. In gratitude for Xu Mingda's assistance, he arranged for an additional box of fuel for the official boat. Miss Zhai, please, Wu Xia said, having heard that the eldest daughter of the Zhai family would also be boarding. Concerned for her convenience as a young woman, she hurried out to greet her. Although Zhai Lina exhibited a semblance of politeness, she seemed to regard Wu Xia, the young law enforcer, with disdain. Instead, she insisted on bringing her maid aboard to attend to her needs. Chapter 45. On the other side of the government vessel at that moment, Xiao was escorting Lei Biao's ship while armed. Previously, he had seized the opportunity to incapacitate Lei Biao when the latter was delivering medicine to an injured law enforcement officer. Following this, he promptly informed Xu Mingda of the attack. Upon witnessing Xu Mingda feign anger and call for reinforcements, Xiao Wu understood that the plan remained intact. He swiftly executed Lei Biao with a bullet to the head and eliminated another of Lei Biao's accomplices to instill fear in the others aboard. The remaining 4 or 5 ruffians on the ship were rendered paralyzed with shock, their minds blank and limbs unresponsive. As for the events that transpired within the cabin, whether Lei Biao had indeed assaulted the law enforcement officer with a knife, they could not articulate. Nevertheless, it was evident that the officer had met his demise on the ship, his head severed. Aside from the helmsman, Xiao Wu handcuffed the others, ensuring they could not be left for Zhai Fenggang, lest that cunning old fox swiftly deduce that Xu Mingda had orchestrated the situation. As the government vessel ventured into open waters, a large cargo ship laden with timber also weighed anchor, following the government vessel toward Ganjingzi Island. Zhai, I hear your partner is also from the waterborne law enforcement team? Noticing that Zhai Fenggang had not dispatched a vessel to trail them, Xu Mingda finally felt a sense of relief. Observing Zhai Lina idly fiddling with her phone on the sofa in the reception area, he inquired. Not quite. My Chaoyang merely works at the City Comprehensive Law Enforcement Office. However, his father can influence your affairs. You must have heard of Deputy Mayor Zhang Shichang, who oversees the political and legal matters in the city. Zhai Lina responded with a hint of pride. Ah, indeed. Deputy Mayor Zhang is also one of our superiors. Xu Mingda felt reassured upon learning that Zhai Lina's boyfriend was not part of the waterborne law enforcement system. Although he had not disposed of the corpses during the expedition to Niuwu Island, he had achieved considerable gains. Accompanying him back were a 1,000-ton cargo ship and an iron-hulled fishing vessel. On board the government vessel, he possessed not only the cigarettes, alcohol, and tea sent by Zhai Fenggang, but also an abundance of fruits and vegetables, along with 2 bags of rice and flour and 2 stunning beauties. This voyage had proven to be exceedingly worthwhile, with a high cost-performance ratio. However, with great profit came great risk. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that once Zhai Fenggang discovered his true identity as the impersonator of Captain Xu, he would undoubtedly come charging with his subordinates and associates. With only Xiao Wu and Zhang Jun as his male companions, alongside Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shao, he was uncertain if Zhai Fenggang possessed similar firepower. Confronted with 3 against 100, his fate would be sealed. Therefore, he needed to devise a way to conceal this incident. It was the greatest challenge he had faced since his survival on the deserted island. Chapter 46. Zhai Lina seemed to harbor no doubts regarding Xu Mingda's identity. She incessantly fiddled with her phone, perhaps out of habit. Occasionally, she would glance at the internet, puzzled by the lack of signal. Miss Zhai, the situation with the epidemic in the city is dire as well. It is possible that the communication company is experiencing technical difficulties, Xu Mingda remarked, feigning concern. He was preparing to lay an ambush at Ganjingzi Island, having gone there under the pretense of being part of the Dongshan Town water enforcement team. If he did not return to Dongshan Town, Zhai Lina would certainly become suspicious. For the time being, he dared not entertain any nefarious intentions towards her, especially considering her 4 brothers, any one of whom could easily crush him like a bug. This is the latest model of satellite phone, Zhai Lina said, casting a glance at Xu Mingda with a hint of pride in her eyes. Oh, so it's the satellites in the sky that are causing the interference. Xu Mingda scratched his head and replied. Uft. At that moment, someone who had been silent nearby burst into laughter. Captain Xu, you truly have a sense of humor. Oh, do I? I have always considered myself quite amusing, Xu Mingda mused, realizing he might have misspoken yet deciding to roll with it. The laughter intensified. But when Zhai Lina turned her gaze towards her, the laughter was immediately suppressed, and she sat up straight. Evidently, the Zhai family's eldest daughter commanded a significant aura of authority. Miss Zhai, there is something I must discuss with you, Xu Mingda said as Zhai Lina set her phone down and gazed out the window. Captain Xu, you need not be so formal. Please, speak your mind. Zhai Lina replied with a charming smile. After all, her family had caused trouble that resulted in the loss of a life within the enforcement team. Thus, she held Xu Mingda in considerable esteem. We have received several reports during this outing, so we will need to head to Ganjingzi Island shortly to address a dispute. This means we will require Miss Zhai to wait on the boat, Xu Mingda explained. That is no problem at all. You have worked hard. There is no need to go out of your way for me, Zhai Lina said, smiling. How could that be? It is essential to explain things to Miss Zhai. Ladies first, especially given how beautiful you are. It is the least I can do, Xu Mingda thought to himself, secretly pleased that Zhai Lina seemed untroubled and thus increased his charm. When Zhai Lina heard Xu Mingda compliment her beauty, her smile grew even brighter. Although she was only 24 years old, her affluent upbringing and graduation from a prestigious university, coupled with 2 years of study abroad, endowed her with perspectives and maturity far beyond Xu Mingda's. Particularly since she was now involved with a second-generation heir, it was a formidable alliance. Thus, her sense of superiority and composure in the presence of lesser individuals like Xu Mingda was completely natural. Nuedo Island was merely a few kilometers from Ganjingzi Island. Had it not been for the need to guide a cumbersome cargo ship, a government vessel traveling at nearly 100 kilometers per hour would have reached their destination in a mere 15 minutes. As Ganjingzi Island began to emerge from the sea's surface, Xu Mingda lifted his binoculars to gaze at the island. The large cargo ship could not possibly dock at the small pier. He wished to ascertain where the cargo vessel might appropriately anchor. Just then, he suddenly noticed that 3 additional boats had inexplicably appeared at the dock. What on earth is happening? Xu Mingda's body tensed. When they had gone out to dispose of the bodies, only Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan, 2 women, remained on the island. Xu Mingda believed they would return in just a couple of hours, without concern for their safety. However, he had been delayed at Jiefengans for an entire morning, and it was now nearly afternoon. If those outsiders had come in groups, like Jiefeng Gang, then Ganjingzi Island would have been overrun by these strangers. Would Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao be victimized by these people? Would the supplies he had stockpiled in the small temple be seized by the fleeing individuals? Xu Mingda's mind raced with several ominous possibilities. Zhang Jun, accelerate to full throttle and get us there as swiftly as possible. By all that is holy, I will not allow anyone to wreak havoc on my territory. He cursed through gritted teeth, simultaneously grabbing his shotgun, eager to leap ashore and eliminate anyone daring enough to trespass. Jailina, who had just witnessed Xu Mingda behaving like a gentleman, now transformed into a bandit, looked on with curiosity. Most girls are drawn to rebellious bad boys, and Jailina was no exception. Zhang Jun and Wu Xia were equally aware of the consequences of outsiders arriving on the island, and they too felt a surge of anxiety. Xu Mingda called through the intercom for Xiao Wu, instructing him to come alongside for assistance. Xiao Wu had already noticed the arrival of outsiders at Ganjingzi Island and was hastening the vessel's speed toward them. A few minutes later, the government boat arrived at the pier with remarkable speed. Wu Xia, stay on the boat with them. Zhang Jun, come with me to investigate, Xu Mingda declared, leaping onto the breakwater with agility. He had been observing Ganjingzi Island through binoculars and had seen individuals entering the small temple. This revelation darkened his expression. His greatest fear was that Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan might be mistreated. At the pier, 2 fishing boats and a tugboat were moored side by side. Individuals were stationed on board, and upon seeing the government vessel approach, they hurriedly emerged from the cabins and stood on the deck, their expressions betraying their status as refugees. Where do you come from? Who is in charge? Get over here immediately, Xu Mingda shouted frantically, brandishing his weapon as he approached the fishing boats. Initially, the individuals on board had looked hopeful upon seeing 2 uniformed officers, but upon witnessing Xu Mingda's fierce demeanor, many quickly retreated into the cabins. Comrade, I led them here. If there are matters to discuss, address them to me at that moment. A young man hurriedly approached, panic evident in his demeanor. Xu Mingda turned his head and exclaimed, "What the hell? It's you." Chapter 47. Upon hearing someone call out behind him, Xu Mingda turned around, grumbling in irritation. To his astonishment, the person was actually Hao Wenbin. "My goodness, it's you, their brother," Xu Mingda exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Hao Wenbin recognized the man in uniform wielding a spray can as Xu Mingda. "Elder brother, why are you dressed like this?" "I almost didn't recognize you," he replied, extending his hand in greeting. "Sure, third brother, I have something to discuss with you later," Xu Mingda quickly interjected, fearing that Jailina might discover his disguise as a government official. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu and Guo Meiwan descended from the mountain. Having seen 3 boats approaching from a distance, they looked rather pleased. "Xiaoyu, sister Guo, are you all right?" Xu Mingda asked, relieved to see their cheerful expressions. "Third brother, who are these people? Do you know them?" Xu Mingda pulled Hao Wenbin aside and inquired in a hushed tone. He had already stirred up trouble on Nyodo Island and was contemplating how to handle it when suddenly a group of individuals arrived on Ganjingzi Island. He feared losing control of the situation. "Elder brother, I brought my parents and a few friends along, apart from the 2 from the shipyard. The rest are old neighbors from Ganjingzi Island. They all wanted to come when they heard my parents were returning," Hao Wenbin explained hurriedly, noticing Xu Mingda's grave expression. "And those people on the mountain?" Xu Mingda inquired, furrowing his brows. "Oh, they knew there was a Dragon King temple on the mountain, and I asked Xiao Yu to lead them there for worship. By the way, elder brother, they are quite sincere and have brought offerings," Hao Wenbin replied. "You handled this matter too casually. Why didn't you consult me first? What if one of them is infected with a virus?" Xu Mingda chided. His concern was not the virus itself, but rather that the islanders might not heed his authority. He had come to regard Ganjingzi Island as his own property, including the dilapidated houses in Ganjingzi village, which he had already planned to utilize. The sudden return of the original inhabitants, even if they remained compliant, could lead to an overwhelming influence of Hao Wenbin's friends and family, complicating matters. Oh, what should we do then? Hao Wenbin asked, sensing Xu Mingda's growing anxiety. He had brought his family here to seek refuge after witnessing the zombie horde overrun Dongshan Island town. Initially, he believed Xu Mingda would welcome them. But now he was confronted with such concerns, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Third brother, I do not intend to drive these people away. For now, let us prevent them from wandering the island aimlessly. We should find a place to isolate everyone. After 3 to 5 days, if all seems well, we can assist them in settling down. What do you think? Xu Mingda pondered. All right, elder brother, Hao Wenbin agreed. When he had left, Xu Mingda lent him a small boat, and upon his return, he asked Jiang Xiaoyu about her experience. She mentioned that Xu Mingda had taken great care of her and had no ill intentions. This left Hao Wenbin feeling indebted to Xu Mingda. Now, with Xu Mingda's proposed arrangement, he found it to be quite reasonable. It just so happened that they had recently arrived on the island. Upon reaching Ganjingzi village, the people from the ship discovered that the old houses were either collapsed or in disrepair, rendering them uninhabitable. They were wandering around the dock, troubled about how to find shelter. As Hao Wenbin was about to approach them to convey Xu Mingda's intentions, he was suddenly pulled back by Xu Mingda. What do you intend to say? Xu Mingda inquired. I will inform them that my elder brother is concerned about the possibility of someone contracting the zombie virus among us, thus suggesting we keep our distance. Hao Wenbin replied. How do you plan to separate them? Where will they go? Who is your elder brother? Will they heed your words? Xu Mingda bombarded him with questions. Well, once I mention it, they will. Hao Wenbin faltered, looking at Xu Mingda, scratching his nose. He was a sincere man, skilled in labor, but utterly unaccustomed to directing others or even contemplating such a role. Listen to me, Xu Mingda said, nearly in tears. He tugged at the sleeve of Hao Wenbin's shirt, pulling him further away. Do you notice what I wear? Besides Xiao, none of your relatives know my true identity, do they? Xu Mingda asked. Yes, I only mentioned that there are people on the island, but did not disclose my elder brother's background, Hao Wenbin answered earnestly. You should state that I have been specifically dispatched by the city to maintain order here. I am the captain of the law enforcement team, understand? Inform them that anyone who disobeys me has the right to be detained. In severe cases, they could face execution. You, my appointed captain of the joint defense team, are responsible for maintaining security on the island. Do you comprehend? If you follow my commands, they will listen to you. Is that clear? Xu Mingda emphasized each point. Hao Wenbin nodded blankly, momentarily taken aback. Third brother, what provisions have you brought? How long will they suffice? If someone attempts to rob you, who will intervene? Therefore, you must act as an authority figure, a leader among them. With my support, your word will be final. Only then will they refrain from bullying or robbing you. And you can maintain order to prevent chaos. Do you understand? Xu Mingda stressed. Yes, elder brother, now I comprehend. Hao Wenbin responded, reflecting on the disorderly behavior of those on their journey to Ganjingzi Island, nodding earnestly and admiringly at Xu Mingda. I see the village office in Ganjingzi is vacant, and there are a few houses with roofs in the village that can be occupied. You should arrange for them to be spread out and isolated. This way, they cannot band together to trouble you. Go and convey this. Xu Mingda encouraged, sensing that Hao Wenbin had grasped the situation, giving him a gentle push. Chapter 48. Although the return of Hao Wenbin was akin to a timely reign for Xu Mingda, the 20-odd men, women, and children he brought along also furnished him with invaluable human resources. Yet, Xu Mingda remained acutely aware that if he failed to manage the relationships among the personnel on the island, he would find himself beset by internal strife and external threats. In tumultuous times, the hearts of men are fraught with anxiety, and order collapses. Each individual possesses their own motives, hence the adage that in chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. The experiences on Nueda Island inspired Xu Mingda with a notion to leverage public authority to achieve his own ends. With the apocalypse having only recently begun, people still retained a psychological dependence on and fear of public power. This presented an opportune moment. Therefore, Xu Mingda resolved to establish a power structure centered around himself in the shortest time possible to exercise his hegemony. Seeing Hao Wenbin comply with his directive to seek out friends and family to explain the situation, Xu Mingda felt a slight sense of relief. Brother, why have you only just returned? I was worried sick. Guomeiwan approached, swaying her hips as she walked towards Xu Mingda, who stood at the dock observing the 3 incoming boats. Sister Guo, please refrain from calling me brother from now on. Refer to me as leader or captain. Remember, I am the newly appointed Xu team leader, stationed in Ganjingzi village as the municipal authority, Xu Mingda said, gazing sternly at Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shaoyu beside her. Oh, leader. Guo Meiwan had never seen Xu Mingda so serious and timidly nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Shaoyu also regarded Xu Mingda with a serious expression, sensing that his return heralded troubling circumstances. Yet, her heart was filled more with concern than confusion. She was delighted that her cousin, Hao Wenbin, along with her aunt and uncle, had returned. She felt a renewed sense of reliance. However, the sight of Xu Mingda's return elicited a unique sense of comfort she had never experienced before. This complex emotion left her somewhat vexed, as she had never anticipated harboring feelings for someone like Xu Mingda. Shaoyu, you will henceforth be the village head of Ganjingzi, Xu Mingda stated earnestly, contemplating for a moment before fixing his gaze on Jiang Shaoyu. Me? She exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Yes, you are quite capable. A university graduate as a village head is most fitting. Sister Gua, you will serve as the village accountant. If anyone inquires, you shall state that you both were appointed in a time of crisis, chosen by the villagers. The village assembly will convene at the Longwang Temple, which will also serve as my office. We shall work together in unison, Xu Mingda elaborated as thoughts flowed from him. Xu leader. What exactly has transpired? Jiang Shaoyu, sensing something amiss, inquired urgently. You both have witnessed it. There are those who wish to seize our territory. Shaoyu, Sister Gua, you are aware that there have been zombie disturbances in Dongshan town, and you cannot return. This place is the safest. Therefore, we must assert control over the leadership here. This way, they cannot displace us. Xu Mingda declared. Indeed, I support team leader Su. Guo Meiwan immediately voiced her agreement. Shaoyu, hurry and agree as well. Your brother is the captain of the joint defense team. What is there to fear? Besides, leader Su will support you, Guo Meiwan urged, noticing Jiang Shaoyu's hesitation. Very well. Team leader Su, Jiang Shaoyu reluctantly acquiesced. Indeed. If anyone inquires later, you shall inform them that I am here to manage the affairs of the village. Xu Mingda, feeling uneasy, reiterated his instructions, allowing Jiang Shaoyu and Guo Meiwan to assist Hao Wenbin in isolating the newcomers to the island. Leader, what shall our next course of action be? Zhang Jun, witnessing Xu Mingda's swift and decisive organization of matters on the island, approached with a respectful demeanor to inquire. You should return to the ship and direct that cargo vessel our way. Then, I will devise a means to retain this vessel. We require the timber on board as well as the oil within. Xu Mingda instructed. Zhang Jun understood. Leader, I assure you the task will be accomplished, Zhang Jun responded, turning to head back to the official boat. Wait, Xu Mingda added, if Shailina inquires about me, tell her I am handling a case. If she wishes to come ashore, inform her that there are zombies on the island, and it is not safe. Xu Mingda contemplated for a moment before expressing his concerns once more. Chapter 49. All right, I know what to say, Zhang Jun nodded repeatedly. Having navigated the bureaucratic labyrinth for nearly a decade, he had mastered the art of adapting his demeanor, commanding and authoritative with the common folk, yet deftly obsequious to those in power and wealth. Xu Mingda, for his part, refrained from returning to the ship with Zhang Jun for two reasons. He harbored doubts about Hao Wenbin's leadership and wished to confer privately with Xiao Wu about the current situation to prevent any missteps. At that moment, Xiao Wu had already maneuvered the vessel to the dock. Brother, what is the situation? He inquired, leaping onto the dock fully equipped. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the bustling scene. It's nothing serious, it's just the third brother bringing people back, Xu Mingda replied. Upon hearing that Hao Wenbin had returned, Xiao Wu's face lit up with excitement, eager to greet him. Second brother, hold on, Xu Mingda interjected, grasping Xiao Wu's arm. He then outlined his plans and arrangements for Xiao Wu. Upon learning that Xu Mingda had secured positions for everyone on the island and had thus ascended to a position of power, Xiao Wu felt a surge of admiration. What about the few lackeys on the ship? He asked, gesturing toward Lei Biao's fishing boat. In truth, Lei Biao had discovered that the person Xiao Wu had brought aboard was deceased, prompting Xiao Wu to silence him. However, he was not a merciless killer. He refrained from eliminating the other 5 aboard. Xu Mingda furrowed his brow. Ask them if they are willing to join us. If they agree to be our subordinates, we'll take them in. I doubt it will be a problem, Xiao Wu scoffed, well acquainted with the mentality of such ruffians. For these individuals, true camaraderie was a mere illusion. With Lei Biao's demise, they were effectively leaderless, a disarrayed group. Then it's settled. We may need to venture out to acquire resources, and we will require additional manpower. Let them accompany you, Xu Mingda instructed. Understood, brother, Xiao Wu acknowledged. Xu Mingda's desire to recruit Lei Biao's underlings stemmed from a realization that his own influence was rather tenuous, especially with Hao Wenbin's return. He recognized that Hao Wenbin, lacking assertiveness, had been appointed as the liaison merely due to their fraternal bond. Should the villagers create disturbances, and if Hao Wenbin faltered, Xu Mingda would need to intervene personally to support him. Additionally, he aspired to commandeer that freighter, yet it harbored 6 or 7 men from the north. Should they resist, Xu Mingda could not simply eliminate them all. The underworld was not solely about violence. It also demanded cerebral strategy. Xu Mingda intended to play a clever game, designating Xiao Wu and Lei Biao as lackeys as the enforcers while he assumed the role of the negotiator, employing cunning to compel the crew to acquiesce. By the way, brother, Zhai Fenggang 1T let us abscond with the ship so easily. What if he inquires about these individuals? Xiao Wu posed. That is easily resolved. Don't we have a few corpses on board? Xu Mingda replied. In a moment, I will extract Jailina from the vessel. You and Zhang Jun will transport the corpses onto this boat, dressing them in the attire of the henchmen, and we shall claim that they have transformed into zombies. Zhai Fenggang will not only refrain from pursuing us, but he will also express gratitude for our assistance in eliminating the threat. Xu Mingda spat in disdain and declared, Brother, this plan is feasible. Xiao Wu, impressed by Xu Mingda's ingenious idea, felt a profound admiration. The critical issue, however, remains what to do about the cargo ship. I wonder if Zhang Jun can maintain control over the captain. After briefing Xiao Wu, Xu Mingda's gaze shifted towards the large vessel. At that moment, the cargo ship lay anchored 2 kilometers off the coast of Ganjingzi Island. The captain had suffered a setback at Nueva Island, and it remained uncertain whether he would fall for Xu Mingda's scheme again. Chapter 50. Beyond the Dock. Hao Wenbin, including his parents, brought a total of 8 families. A day prior, he rode to Dongshan Island town and immediately sought out his childhood friend Lu Shui at the shipyard, requesting his assistance to retrieve the stranded fishing boat. Afterwards, he hurried home to inform his parents to pack their belongings, as he intended to take them to Ganjingzi Island. Hao Wenbin's parents were well aware of the rampant zombie virus in Dongshan town and were eager to depart. However, the elderly often possess a certain inclination towards overzealousness. As soon as Hao Wenbin left to procure supplies, his father divulged their plans to the neighbors in their building, who in turn shared the news with their relatives, leading to a cascade of information spreading to a dozen families. The reason it did not spread further was the presence of numerous zombies roaming the streets of Dongshan town, coupled with communication disruptions, casting a pall of panic over everyone, who now hid indoors in fear. Hao Wenbin initially planned to leave Dongshan town that very night. Yet, due to his father's invitations to many, there was insufficient space on his small boat. The neighbors offered to assist in finding a larger vessel. Unfortunately, many fishermen at the harbor had already fled to other locations upon hearing of the zombie outbreak. While a boat was eventually procured, gathering enough people proved challenging. Some had to return for forgotten belongings, while others awaited companions. Hao Wenbin's father, much like his son, was indecisive and amiable, insisting they wait for everyone to be ready before departing, much to Hao Wenbin's frustration. Simultaneously, the shipyard where Lu Shui worked had also succumbed to the zombie virus. Fortunately, with Hao Wenbin's help, Lu Shui managed to escape with an apprentice aboard a tugboat. Aware he could not return home, Lu Shui decided to accompany Hao Wenbin to seek refuge. Thus, after nearly a day and a night spent in Dongshan town, they finally arrived at Ganjingzi Island with a total of 27 individuals, comprising 8 families. However, aside from his parents, neighbors, and childhood friend Lu Shui, Hao Wenbin was unfamiliar with the others. Additionally, due to the hasty departure, many individuals had not brought truly useful provisions, instead opting for large suitcases filled with valuables as if embarking on a leisurely vacation. Some even clutched cats or walked dogs. The 2 vessels carrying people were filled with both individuals and their belongings. As for the tugboat, although it was manned by only Lu Shui and Yang Gukai, they had escaped from a horde of zombies and had little more than some rescue equipment on board, with no food. Hao Wenbin, heeding Xu Mingda's advice, had purchased 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, and numerous daily necessities, which he loaded onto the small boat and towed with the fishing vessel. However, unbeknownst to him, they encountered rough seas midway, resulting in the loss of the small boat. Hao Wenbin was filled with regret, adamant about returning to search for it. Yet, his father disagreed, suggesting that since there was food available on the island, it would be unwise to venture out to sea. He proposed that they wait for the situation in Dongshan town to stabilize, after which they could return to express their gratitude to the island's inhabitants. Many individuals share the same mindset as Old Master Hao, believing that upon their arrival at Ganjingzi Island, the locals should cater to their every need. Consequently, when Hao Wenbin proposed to disperse and isolate them in various locations, an uproar of complaints ensued. As the captain of the joint defense team, I expected everyone to heed my directives, as my intentions were for their welfare. Hao Wenbin's voice nearly shattered with exertion. Yet all he received in return was a chorus of disdainful glances. Fortunately, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao stepped forward to assist in clarifying the situation. Otherwise, Hao Wenbin might have been overwhelmed by the irate refugees. By heavens, third brother, I grant you this opportunity, yet you prove utterly ineffectual. All this was observed by Xu Mingda, who seethed with frustration. He had initially hoped that Hao Wenbin would swiftly settle these individuals so he could attend to matters concerning the other two boats. However, the situation became increasingly chaotic under Hao Wenbin's management. Enough of this clamor. Xu Mingda raised his shotgun and fired a shot into the air. The raucous refugees were instantly silenced, their mouths agape in shock as they stared at Xu Mingda. Captain Xu, I was just trying to reason with them. Hao Wenbin, sensing Xu Mingda's menacing demeanor and fearing he might resort to violence, hurried to explain. Accountant Gua, you and Director Jiang, please fetch some rations from the temple. 2 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour constitute one portion. Those who obey will receive their share. Those who do not deserve to starve. This lawlessness cannot continue. Xu Mingda shouted vehemently. If any of them dares to challenge my authority, let them come to me. I shall teach them how to behave. The refugees, witnessing Xu Mingda in his uniform wielding a weapon, were paralyzed with fear, fleeing towards the village with their belongings, glancing back anxiously, terrified of being pursued. Brother, it truly is you. Hao Wenbin, his face flushed with gratitude, gazed appreciatively at Xu Mingda. Go on, display some of that leadership spirit. Xu Mingda waved him off, feeling both exasperated and somewhat relieved. While he was reassured by Hao Wenbin's lack of capability to oppose him, he was disappointed that he could not rely on Hao Wenbin to stand independently as his trusted ally, like second brother Xiao Wu. Brother, those few have submitted. Should we allow them to come and pay their respects to you? At that moment, Xiao Wu jumped down from the boat and approached Xu Mingda. Not necessary. They're not yet worthy. When they prove their capability, I shall consider meeting them then. Xu Mingda understood that Xiao Wu feared he might suspect him of amassing power. Yet, Xu Mingda remained confident that for the foreseeable future, Xiao Wu lacked the ability to separate from or supplant him. Chapter 51. Having temporarily resolved the issue of the refugees on the island, Xu Mingda devised a cunning plan to deceive Zhailina into believing that Lei Biao and his crew had turned into zombies. His next objective was to lure the large cargo ship into his possession, a move that would undoubtedly offend Zhai Fenggang. Naturally, to ensnare such a colossal entity, a meticulous approach comprising several steps was essential. Xu Mingda intended to employ a strategy of diplomacy followed by force. According to his arrangement, Zhang Jun had already set sail to locate the crew of the large vessel, guiding them toward the port. When Xu Mingda noticed that the official ship remained stationary and then turned back, he realized that Zhang Jun had failed to persuade them. This outcome was anticipated by Xu Mingda. The crew aboard that ship had been severely intimidated by Zhai Fenggang and his men at Nueda Island, rendering them like startled deer, too frightened to approach the shore. Had it not been for a seriously injured individual on board awaiting rescue, Xu Mingda would have feared that the captain might attempt to flee. Leader, they refuse to disembark. No matter what we say, they won't listen. Wu Xia reported helplessly as she stepped off the vessel. Fear not, I have a plan. How are things aboard? Is everything all right? Xu Mingda inquired. I'm fine, especially with our leader protecting me. I'm more worried about you, Wu Xia replied, her eyes radiating concern for Xiao Wu. The two appeared genuinely invested in each other's well-being. Did Lei Biao provide you with the medicine? Xu Mingda asked. Yes, it's all in the cabin. I'm not sure what it all is or how to use it, Xiao Wu replied, turning to fetch it. At that moment, Xu Mingda spotted Guo Meiwan and Zhang Xiao emerging from the village and waved for them to approach. Leader, we've settled everyone and we're just about to return to the temple to pack some relief supplies. It's infuriating that these people didn't even think to bring food when they fled, Guo Meiwan exclaimed with an exasperated tone. Hold off on distributing the food for now. Tell me, are there any doctors or individuals with medical knowledge among them? Xu Mingda queried. Yes. I believe Uncle Dong is a retired hospital doctor and runs a clinic at home, Jiang Xiao replied. Excellent. Go fetch old Dong. I have a patient in need of his care. Inform him that if he successfully treats the patient, I shall reward him with 5 pounds of rice. Should he be willing, I'll offer him the position of health center director in the village, Xu Mingda instructed. Understood. Both Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan acknowledged before making their way back to the village. Have you seen your brother? Xu Mingda called out to Jiang Xiao. He and my uncle are pondering over the old house, she answered. Tell him to stop mulling over that and come see me. At such a crucial moment. You should be demonstrating some awareness as a leader, Xu Mingda insisted. He was genuinely concerned about his third brother. If Hao Wenbin possessed the same astuteness and capability as Xiao Wu, it would save him considerable worry. All right, Jiang Xiao responded. And she and Guo Meiwan hurried towards the village. While Xu Mingda was occupied with work arrangements, Xiao Wu and Wu Xia found themselves together. Hands intertwined as they whispered sweet nothings. Wu Xia even attempted to embrace Xiao Wu, seeking a kiss, but was playfully pushed away. much to her amusement. Xu Mingda could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing the sweetness between the two. Although he was entangled with Guo Meiwan, his true desire was directed towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu's innocence made her elusive. Yet, the more unattainable she seemed, the more Xu Mingda's interest intensified. A moment later, Hao Wenbin rushed towards them from the village, accompanied by two men, one tall and slender, the other short and stocky. "Brother, did you call for me?" Hao Wenbin panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Xu Mingda, noticing the pair behind him, raised his chin in inquiry. "And who might these two be?" "Oh, this is my childhood friend Lu Shui, and this is his apprentice Yang Gukai," Hao Wenbin introduced. "Greetings." Xu Mingda unexpectedly extended his hand in salutation. "Hello, leader, Lu Shui." The short and stout man bowed slightly with a humble smile, while his apprentice, the tall and fair-skinned Yang Gukai, scrutinized Xu Mingda through his spectacles with wide eyes. Both men were clad in work uniforms stained with grease, a testament to their hurried arrival. "Captain Hao, you are quite familiar with the conditions of this port. Is that large ship able to dock?" Xu Mingda inquired, gesturing towards the distant vessel. "Not at all. This port is not deep enough. It can accommodate fishing boats of around 100 tons, but cargo ships would run aground," Hao Wenbin replied with certainty. "Indeed, Master Lu. Can your tugboat manage to pull that cargo ship?" Xu Mingda turned his attention to Lu Shui. "Perhaps, but it depends on the purpose," Lu Shui nodded. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, as he likely began to surmise Xu Mingda's intentions. "Have a smoke." Xu Mingda extracted a pack of Likun cigarettes from his pocket, taking one for himself and offering one each to Lu Shui and Yang Guokai. "If I were to ask you to tow that ship into the harbor, who among you would be willing?" Xu Mingda inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he fixed his gaze on the two shipyard workers. Chapter 52. This harbor is unfit. Once a vessel is brought in, it cannot move. Lu Shui shook his head while smoking, indicating his inability to proceed. Xu Mingda gazed coldly at him, wishing he could deliver a swift kick that would leave him sprawled on the ground. However, knowing that his fleet would only grow, requiring skilled and experienced craftsmen like Lu Shui, Xu refrained from lashing out and instead turned his attention to Yang Gukai. Yang appeared to be in his 20s. His face etched with worry, resembling someone who had indulged in opium. In truth, he simply lacked motivation to work, had irregular eating habits, and spent too many nights awake. "Do you have a partner?" Xu Mingda inquired. "No," Yang Gukai replied, shaking his head. "Are you willing to work at the shipyard?" Xu pressed further. "I am not," Yang responded flatly, shaking his head with an expression devoid of emotion. "Do you understand the current situation?" Xu asked. "It's the end of days. A zombie outbreak." Yang Gukai answered softly, his slender fingers greedily clutching a cigarette. "What are your plans?" Xu Mingda maintained his unwavering gaze on the young man, who was not much younger than himself. "Take each day as it comes. After all, we are bound to die sooner or later," Yang Guokai retorted, noticing Xu Mingda's unblinking stare and meeting it with his own defiant gaze. His voice was low yet brimming with rebellion and disdain. Perhaps he had long since lost hope for the future. Though uninfected by the virus, he lived like a zombie. "Captain Xu, this boy is simply naive. Please do not take offense." Lu Shui attempted to pull Yang Guokai aside protectively. Yet, Yang remained unmoved, defiantly staring at Xu Mingda, exuding a sense of despair and a readiness to confront. "Can you operate a vessel?" Xu Mingda asked, not angered, but rather with a hint of joy in his voice. "Is there any ship I cannot pilot?" Yang Guokai replied nonchalantly. "We are looking to recruit a few individuals for our team, and I have my eye on you," Xu Mingda declared, discarding the cigarette butt. "Ah, fine," Yang replied indifferently, as if he were a blindfolded donkey, ready to comply with any command from his master. "Shall we? Go fetch him a set of clothes," Xu Mingda instructed Wu Xia. "You will follow me from now on. Whatever I eat, you shall eat. But you must do as I say." Xu Mingda tossed a box of high-quality cigarettes to him. "Guokai?" Lu Shui, seeing his apprentice on the verge of being taken away, grasped Yang Guotsai's arm, watching Xu Mingda warily. "Master, I know you mean well, but you have nowhere to eat or sleep. What can you offer me? Please don't hold me back. If I manage to get by, I can still help you," Yang Guokai said, stuffing the box of cigarettes into Lu Shui's jacket pocket before shaking off Lu's grip and stepping forward to Xu Mingda. "I have no parents from now on. My life belongs to you," Yang Guokai declared. "Captain Xu, Dr. Dong has arrived." At that moment, Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan approached, leading a bald old man. "Who is the patient?" The elderly man, appearing nearly 70, inquired. "On that large ship, there is a person whose abdomen has been sliced open. Please go and stitch him up," Xu Mingda directed, gesturing towards the freighter as he noted Dr. Dong's white coat and the medical box he carried. Chapter 53. "Oh dear, that's simply one to do. Captain Xu, while I am indeed a physician, I specialize in otolaryngology," exclaimed the elderly Dr. Dong, astonished. But an otolaryngologist is still a doctor, is he not? As long as you can stitch, that's all that matters. I'm not asking you to cure anyone, Xu Mingda replied, bemused by the old man's insistence. It's still unacceptable if the patient does not improve. Should something grave occur, I would bear the responsibility. Dr. Dong asserted, preparing to leave. Hey, are you not interested in food? Or perhaps a place to stay? Let me remind you, we do not accommodate idlers here. Xu Mingda's expression darkened as he realized the old man was unwilling to cooperate. Indeed, Dr. Dong. Did I not mention that we are also in need of a director for the health clinic on the island? If you are unable to perform well, no one would hold it against you, Guomewan interjected, sensing Xu Mingda's growing irritation. Allow my daughter to assist or send her to the town hospital. She is a surgeon and is currently on duty there. Dr. Dong seemed resolute, unwilling to provide care without proper qualifications. What shall we do, Captain Xu? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Xu Mingda, feeling helpless. I have a doctor here. I merely need him to oversee the situation and lend a hand, Xu Mingda replied. At a loss. After several more pleas from Guomewan and Jiang Xiaoyu, Dr. Dong reluctantly agreed, saying, I will take a look, but I cannot treat the patient. My daughter is the finest doctor at the town hospital. You should summon her. The old man emphasized his point repeatedly. All right. As long as you take a glance and then suggest that we seek a specialist, I will arrange for your daughter to come here. Is that acceptable? Xu Mingda finally grasped Dr. Dong's intention, that he wished for his daughter to be brought to the island. Very well, very well. We have an agreement. I trust Captain Xu will keep his word. Dr. Dong nodded in satisfaction. Goodness me, this man is quite astute, Xu Mingda sighed. He felt a sense of nostalgia for the days when there were only 6 people on the island, a time when life was simpler and decisions were fewer. Now, the weight of responsibility bore down heavily upon him, like a donkey ensnared in a harness, compelled to move forward. By this time, the sun had begun its descent. And Xu Mingda worried that the cargo ship might slip away under the cover of night. Would you and Xiaoyu go up and prepare a meal? And make some dumplings as well. I will invite the ship's crew for dinner shortly, Xu Mingda instructed, pulling the 2 women aside to relay his orders. He advised them on how to communicate effectively, particularly emphasizing the need to maintain composure if Xylina arrived. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was puzzled by Xu Mingda's unusual nervousness, she understood this matter held great significance for the fate of Ganjingzi Island. Subsequently, under Xu Mingda's guidance, she approached Xylina, in her capacity as the village head of Ganjingzi, to invite her to visit the small temple for a respite. Having grown weary of the ship, Xylina was delighted to see the bustling activity on Ganjingzi Island, with Xu Mingda signaling and calling out. She was eager to discover what the captain was up to and gladly followed Jiang Xiaoyu to the temple. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Mingda hastily brought along Xiaowu and the newly recruited underling Yan Gukai to steer the official boat alongside Lei Biao's vessel. He commanded Xiaowu's subordinates to transfer all the corpses from the official boat onto Lei Biao's ship, orchestrating a clever switch. Subsequently, Xu Mingda instructed Xiaowu to take the group of ruffians to hide in the village, while directing Hao Wenbin to secure them a place to conceal themselves. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Wu Xia and Dr. Dong, ordered Zhang Jun to navigate the boat, with Yang Guokai assisting, as they set course for the large cargo ship beyond the island. The success of acquiring the resources from this grand vessel hinged on this very moment. Chapter 54, when Xu Mingda boarded the cargo ship with Wu Xia and Dr. Dong. The captain's demeanor had drastically changed since their encounter on Nueda Island. Captain Xu, if we cannot save him, we shall accept our fate. We will depart tomorrow. The captain said, grinning widely, his yellowed teeth on display as he thrust a red envelope into Xu Mingda's hands. What is your name? Provide the identity information of everyone on your vessel. Xu Mingda's expression darkened at once. Indeed, the ruthless nature of these individuals was evident. Having just escaped from Nueda Island, they now sought to exploit him. My surname is Liu, and my name is Lu Da. Here's my identification. Yes, I have my driving license and everything. The captain chuckled awkwardly. Lu Da? Is that not a reference to Lu Jishan? Xu Mingda glanced at Lu Da's identification and pocketed it without hesitation. No. Just Lu Da, comrade. You truly have a sense of humor. Lu Da stammered, flustered. Who is joking with you? Your crew is seriously injured. But they have also accused you of mutual assault. Several of their members are injured, and I hear one is near death. Is that not so? Xu Mingda asserted, casting a look at Wu Xia. Indeed, you cannot leave now. You must submit to an investigation, Wu Xia stated solemnly. But we have no food or water on our ship. If we stay any longer, we will perish from hunger. Lu Da protested, glancing at the other crew members. You will not starve. We will ensure your sustenance at our station on the island. However, you must cover some expenses, Wu Xia replied calmly. What can we do then? Comrade, could you possibly make an exception? We can leave 2 of our crew to attend to the patient, and we will return to unload the cargo at once. We will be at your beck and call. Luda implored, his face flushed with desperation. Have you forgotten how you begged us back on Nueda Island? Do you comprehend the costs I incurred to assist you? I nearly lost my life there, and now they have sent a whole crew to accompany us. We fear we cannot enforce the law impartially. Xu Mingda retorted. Fine, since you are so uncooperative, we shall not be accountable. If they come aboard to settle the score with you, do not seek our assistance, understood? You deserve whatever fate befalls you. With that, Xu Mingda tossed the red envelope to the ground and turned to leave. Captain Xu, please do not go. We will comply with your arrangements, Ludu exclaimed, panic rising in his voice as he hurried to grasp Xu Mingda's arm. Leave me be. I have far too many cases to attend to and no time for your ingratitude. Xu Mingda forcefully shook off Luda's grip and stormed out with Wu Xia and Dr. Dong. Quickly, everyone plead with Captain Xu. Do not abandon us. Luda cried out, urging the crew to block their path. Suddenly, a woman, presumably the cook, knelt and clutched Xu Mingda's leg. Honorable officer, please save my son. He is my only child. If he dies, I cannot bear to live. It became clear that she was the mother of the crew member who had been stabbed. Alas. Rise, I cannot bear to witness this, Xu Mingda said, feigning a frown as he contemplated helping the woman to her feet. Yet she lay on the ground like a heap of mud, her garments bunched up around her chest, refusing to rise, only sobbing bitterly. Captain Xu, we should first carry the injured away. If our clinic cannot treat her, we can seek a doctor elsewhere. We cannot simply stand by and watch her suffer. Wu Xia implored cautiously. Very well, let us take her down first, Xu Mingda replied. You all remember this. I am only doing this out of compassion for the women involved. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you at all. You are utterly clueless. Xu Mingda scoffed disdainfully. Yes, thank you, Captain Xu. Quickly, everyone lend a hand and help carry Xiao Hongba down, Luda urged, hastily organizing the crew to assist. Only one sailor remained aboard to tend to the boat. Chapter 55 Xu Mingda observed that the injured man, Xiao Hongba, was on the verge of death, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. He pondered inwardly whether there was any chance of saving him. Nevertheless, he had successfully deceived Luda and his companions into coming down from the ship. Xu Mingda decided that they should first carry the patient to the small temple and then arrange accommodations for them in the village. However, Luda vehemently refused, insisting that the ship was quite adequate for their needs, provided the island could supply them with some fresh water. Xu Mingda agreed but insisted that they could not leave. They must wait until the case was resolved and a conclusion reached. If they attempted to set sail again and were pursued by Zhai Fengang's group, he would not be responsible for the consequences. Captain Luda repeatedly assured him that they would not. At that moment, Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao had prepared 2 tables of food in the temple. Most of the ingredients were sourced from the island, with some meat procured from the government ship. Additionally, the refugees had contributed fruits, candies, and buns during their visit to pay homage to the Dragon King, resulting in quite a lavish spread. The invitation to dine was extended in the name of Ganjingzi Village, hosted by Village Director Jiang Xiao, Accountant Guo Meiwan, Joint Defense Team Leader Hao Wenbin, and the head of the health clinic, Old Dongtu. The primary guests were Law Enforcement Team Leader Xu Mingda and his aides Wu Xia and Zhang Jun, with the gathering also serving as a welcoming feast for Zhai Lina. A separate table was arranged for Lu Da and his group to express Ganjingzi Village's support for the afflicted. Although Zhai Lina hailed from Dongshan Town, she had been studying elsewhere and was visiting Ganjingzi Island for the first time. While she found it peculiar that the village committee was comprised entirely of young individuals, she was quickly captivated by the statue of the Dragon King in the main hall of the temple. Despite her higher education in science and culture, she held a strong reverence for the sea deities, as her family made their living from the ocean. As she wandered about the small temple, she noticed a storeroom filled with various carpentry tools, piquing her curiosity. Jiang Xiao casually mentioned that they belonged to Xu Mingda. Captain Xu can also do woodworking? Zhai Lina inquired with interest. He is not a carpenter. It is just that some villagers wish to renovate the temple, so Captain Xu prepared some tools for their convenience. Guo Meiwan quickly interjected. Oh, Captain Xu is indeed community-oriented and practical, Zhai Lina remarked. Subsequently, she respectfully offered incense in the Dragon King temple and made a vow that if the Dragon King ensured her brother, Zhai Fenggang, passed through this ordeal safely, she would fund the renovation of the temple. Guo Meiwan observed these actions discreetly and later informed Xu Mingda in a hushed tone. Where is Xiao Wu? I made dumplings with mackerel filling today, and it seems he is missing, she inquired. Shu, he has matters to attend to. Do not let it slip. Xu Mingda urgently signaled her to keep her voice down. The success of securing the freighter and dispelling the suspicions of the formidable Zhai Fenggang hinged on this very moment. Chapter 56. On the other side of the port, Xiaowu, following Xu Mingda's instructions, stealthily climbed aboard the cargo ship with a few newly recruited subordinates. Utilizing Lei Biao's vessel. Find him. Dressed in civilian clothes and concealing his face, Xiaowu gestured with a flourish, prompting Lei Biao's henchmen to swiftly overpower the watchman. Shrouding his head in a cloth bag, binding his hands and feet, and discarding him in a corner of the hold. Capture their leader. Avenge our brothers. Xiaowu feigned a shout. The group then dispersed, searching the ship, leaving the watchman so frightened that he wet himself. In truth, Xiaowu aimed to instill this very fear, ensuring that the crew aboard believed that Zhai Fenggang would never relent. Subsequently, he signaled to the inner harbor. Responding to the signal, Yang Gukai, one of Xu Mingda's new recruits, piloted a tugboat towards the cargo vessel. On the cargo ship's side, Xiaowu and his men raised the anchor and secured the mooring lines to the tugboat. Yang Gukai skillfully maneuvered the tugboat, towing the massive cargo ship towards the fishing port. Ganjingzi Island was relatively small. The so-called fishing port was merely a stretch of muddy shoal less than 100 meters long, accompanied by a makeshift dock and breakwater constructed from stone. Such a harbor could hardly accommodate a cargo ship exceeding 100 meters in length. Before long, a grating sound echoed as the cargo ship ran aground less than 100 meters from the dock. To ensure the vessel's immobility upon the rocky shore, Yang Gukai applied additional power, dragging the cargo ship onto a cluster of submerged rocks, resulting in a substantial breach in its hull. The seawater surged in, flooding one of the hold compartments. Even if a tugboat could later extricate the cargo ship, navigation would be impossible henceforth. Xiaowu observed that Yang Gukai had successfully fulfilled Xu Mingda's assignment. To further deceive those aboard, he pretended to retaliate, scattering the cargo's contents throughout the ship before departing. He then instructed his men to transport the zombified corpses onto the fishing boat, arranging them haphazardly. Following this, he dispatched one person to navigate the fishing vessel a short distance offshore before abandoning it and swimming back. All of this transpired with remarkable speed and secrecy. It was not until one of Lu Da's crew members, having finished his meal and idly smoking a cigarette while leaning over a wall, inadvertently glanced down to discover their cargo ship had capsized at the dock. My heavens, what shall we do? Upon hearing the crew's cries, Lu Da rushed out of the dining hall, his inebriation vanishing as he sat down, slapping his thigh in disbelief. This is intolerable. Daring to commit such an act under my very nose. Xu Mingda, upon hearing the news, slammed his fist on the table and hurried down the hill with Zhang Jun. Lu Da, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, gathered a few sailors and hastened towards the dock. Let's go see for ourselves. Jailina, observing the sudden turn of events, could not suppress a cold laugh. Her intent was to witness how Xu Mingda would handle this cargo ship. Now that the vessel had run aground on Ganjingzi Island, she was skeptical that it was merely a coincidence. She was eager to see what tricks Xu Mingda would employ. Upon boarding the cargo ship, Xu Mingda quickly discovered the bound crew members. From the lips of the crew, he learned that it was Lei Biao and his gang who had boarded the vessel. Where are their men? Xu Mingda seethed with righteous indignation. At that moment, the voice of Xiaowu crackled through Zhang Jun's intercom. Captain, it's bad news. The vessel we were controlling has been stolen by those suspects, and they are fleeing towards the open sea. Zhang Jun, start the boat immediately and inform the other team members to arm themselves and prepare for pursuit. We must capture this band of scoundrels. Xu Mingda bellowed. Chapter 57. Xu Mingda was previously a reticent individual. He would greet others with a smile, then immerse himself in his work. Even during romantic endeavors, he refrained from sweet talk. His affection for women manifested solely through intimate encounters. He never anticipated that he was, in fact, a performing artist overshadowed by his carpentry. Do not blame me. I am compelled. He silently mused, observing the ship's captain, Lu Da, wailing and weeping on deck. Mere moments ago, Lu Da had been casting flirtatious glances at the voluptuous and alluring Gua Meiwan, having consumed half a bottle of fine liquor. How dare he attempt to take advantage of me? With that appearance, he harbors delusions. Xu Mingda thought. In this apocalyptic era, everything on Ganjingzi Island comes at a price. Nothing is free, not even the emotional labor of women. This principle was etched in Xu Mingda's mind. Of course, his meticulous orchestration of events was ultimately aimed at deceiving the young lady of the Zhai family, Jailina. As for Lu Da and the crew aboard the vessel, they were of no consequence to him. He would not hesitate to confront them if challenged. Thus, when he set out to pursue the petty ruffians who had sabotaged the cargo ship, he deliberately brought Jailina and Du Hao along. The sky had darkened, and the sea was now turbulent, with waves rising over a meter high. As the patrol boat approached the swaying fishing vessel, illuminated by searchlights, Xu Mingda, despite feeling disoriented, rallied his spirits and shouted through a megaphone at the individuals aboard the ship. Halt your vessel. We're the Maritime Enforcement Team. and I suspect you are involved in serious criminal activity. Cease your operations and submit to inspection immediately, or face the consequences. Captain Xu. It seems their vessel has lost power. Zhang Jun reported at that moment. Get closer and see if we can regain control. Xu Mingda feigned nonchalance. As the beam of the searchlight illuminated the fishing boat's deck, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Two bare-chested men sat grinning maliciously, their bodies smeared with congealed blood. Wu Xia, quickly assist Miss Zhai to the cabin for rest. Xu Mingda urged, feeling a surge of anxiety. Earlier, Jailina had witnessed the ghastly scene through the windshield of the control room. Approaching the out-of-control fishing vessel was perilous, yet Xu Mingda displayed remarkable courage and determination. Zhang Jun's exceptional navigational skills came into play, and after a tense chase lasting several minutes, Enforcement Officer Yang Gukai seized the opportune moment as the fishing boat drew near to the patrol boat, leaping aboard and taking control. Following closely, Xiaowu also jumped over. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Xiaowu shouted through the radio, Captain Xu, it appears the individuals aboard have undergone a transformation. Please advise. What, have they turned into zombies? Xu Mingda stifled a laugh, feigning seriousness as he glanced at Wu Xia. Wu, how should we handle this situation? Xu Mingda's voice boomed, almost a shout. Deliberately loud enough for Jailina in the resting cabin to hear. Captain, we must call our people back immediately. If we come into contact with zombies and become infected, it would be disastrous. Wu Xia exclaimed, her concern for Xiaowu evident. This is unacceptable. There is a risk to innocent fishermen should they approach the vessel. It is imperative that we eliminate the zombies on board. Xu Mingda spoke solemnly, striding towards the rest cabin. Miss Zhai, I must apologize. The individuals we brought back from your camp have undergone mutations. In order to safeguard the lives and property of the fishing community, we must eradicate them. Please convey this to Director Zhai. Additionally, he need not worry, for with the perpetrators destroyed, we can no longer pursue the case of the cargo ship incident. Xu Mingda feigned regret. This matter is certainly at Captain Xu's discretion. As law-abiding citizens, we respect his measures, Jailina replied softly. Immediately destroy the ship. Fearing Jailina might change her mind, Xu Mingda seized the radio and commanded. Meanwhile, on the fishing boat, Yang Gukai opened the fuel tank and poured a bucket of gasoline he had brought into the cabin. He instructed Xiaowu to return to the official vessel first, while he remained behind to cover their retreat. Once the official boat had reached a safe distance, he ignited a lighter and tossed it into the cabin. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting several meters high from the vessel. Yang Gukai seized the moment before the fire spread beneath him, leaping into the sea and swimming toward the official boat. Xu Mingda observed the entire scene, realizing he had not misjudged Yang Gukai. The lad was indeed fearless. The fishing boat drifted away in the ocean like an oil lamp released during the Ghost Festival, and Xu Mingda finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Now, he had to contemplate how to deal with Jailina. Ganjingzi Island is merely a few kilometers from Noelia Island, and Zhai Fenggan could send someone to retrieve Jailina at any moment. Jailina was not like Lei Biao, a mere lackey. Her demise would hold greater consequence. She was Zhai Fenggong's own sister, and if she were displeased, Zhai Fenggan could easily take Xu Mingda's life, a thought that left him feeling uneasy. Miss Zhai. As you have seen, Lei Biao's crew must have all been infected by the virus, which explains their frenzied assault on the police. Therefore, we can conclude our case here. If Miss Zhai wishes to stay on Ganjingzi Island for a few days, I can inform the village committee to ensure you are well taken care of. Should you prefer to return to Director Zhai, I can escort you there as well. Xu Mingda spoke courteously, yet it was akin to issuing an eviction notice. Haha. I must thank Captain Xu on behalf of my brother. Jailina smiled warmly. You are most welcome. It is my duty. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to go to great lengths, Xu Mingda replied, elated by her words. Is that truly the case? I happen to have a matter I would like to ask Captain Xu for help with. Jailina's tone shifted as she gazed intently at Xu Mingda. Chapter 58. Xu Mingda had initially intended to engage in a polite exchange with Jailina before sending her revered presence away. Little did he know that Jailina would earnestly request his assistance. Of course. Please, go ahead. Though Xu Mingda was acutely aware of his ordinary status, having faced difficulties even in mundane dining situations, he nevertheless responded with enthusiasm. My best friend has always aspired to join your law enforcement team. My elder brother had once promised her a position, but given the current circumstances, we have yet to find a suitable vessel. Hence, I wish to arrange for her to board your ship. Would that be acceptable? Jailina said, her demeanor unruffled. Oh, well. Xu Mingda cast a glance at Dohao. This girl had remained rather taciturn since boarding, merely attending to Jailina with deftness. My friend has also remarked on the excellent nature of your team members, expressing her willingness to share a vessel with you. Naturally, I wouldn't want to impose on your kindness without reciprocation. Here is a fuel card. My second brother owns a gas station near the Dongshan town dock. You may use this card for fuel as you see fit, Zhai Lina declared, producing a golden card from her bag and offering it to Xu Mingda. Haha, Miss Zhai, you are far too gracious. Since Dohao is eager to intern on my ship, that is indeed splendid. We are currently in need of personnel. As for this card, it is unnecessary, Xu Mingda said, feigning reluctance as he subtly grasped the card within his palm. He was acutely aware that this was not merely a trivial matter, but rather a perilous proposition. Dohao's desire to work within the law enforcement team was, in essence, a fade. Jailina sought to plant a spy in his midst. He also understood that should he refuse, Jailina would undoubtedly have contingency plans. It was entirely possible that she could send an entire fleet to borrow accommodation on Ganjingzi Island. Moreover, Jailina had astutely identified his vulnerability, his dire need for fuel. Although he had intercepted a large freighter laden with hundreds of tons of fuel, most of it consisted of heavy diesel, leaving only a scant quantity of fuel oil suitable for fishing vessels. The fine oil required for official boats was entirely absent. Without adequate fuel, the official boats would inevitably become incapacitated. And without the official boats, Xu Mingda's title as captain would be rendered meaningless. Noticing that Xu Mingda accepted the fuel card, Jailina smiled subtly. To her, he was merely an ordinary man. Captain Xu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Dohao beamed at Xu Mingda's agreement to allow her to remain on the ship. Guidance is hardly the term. The work in our team is rather demanding. You must be mentally prepared. For now, you may assist me on the ship. Once you become acquainted with our team's operations, we can consider assigning you other responsibilities. Besides, a young woman as striking and diligent as you will surely be transferred to internal affairs in due time, Xu Mingda said. Feigning modesty. Thank you for your concern, leader, Dohao replied with a subtle smile. The thought of having such a stunning beauty as his subordinate brought a secret joy to Xu Mingda's heart. After all, those who truly understood the role of an assistant were well aware of its implications. Since both parties have needs to fulfill, given Xu Mingda's character, it is certain that he would not allow her to take advantage of him without reciprocation. With Xu's willingness to assist, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brother. If it is convenient for Captain Xu, I would appreciate being taken to Niuwai Island. As Jailina recognized the effectiveness of her charms, a smirk of mockery and satisfaction crept upon her lips. Convenient? Indeed, it is, Xu Mingda replied cheerfully, despite his internal reluctance to head to Niuwai Island. He promptly instructed Zhang Jun to accelerate towards their destination. Meanwhile, Jailina leaned closer to Dohao in a hushed conversation within the confines of the bedroom. Xu Mingda caught a glimpse of Jailina slipping a mobile phone into Dohao's hands, a device he recognized, previously utilized by Jailina for photography and data transmission. It was the latest model, capable of satellite communication. Xu was uncertain about other regions, but he was aware that coastal communications were disrupted, perhaps due to equipment failure. Or perhaps it was a deliberate effort to prevent the exchange of messages between various areas. Thus, satellite phones had become exceedingly rare and sought after. As securing a connection was nearly impossible for newcomers, only past users retained operational devices. The fact that Dohao, merely a servant of the Zhai family, was entrusted with such a valuable item was telling of Jailina's intentions. Perhaps she meant to use this phone to record compromising images of herself to leverage against Dohao. How delightful, Xu Mingda mused, eagerly anticipating Dohao's use of her allure. The prospect of being intimate with a woman like Dohao had once been beyond his wildest imaginings. Just then, two speedboats suddenly appeared ahead of them. These vessels, seeing Xu Mingda's official boat, did not shy away. Rather, they flanked it on either side. Zhang Jun, realizing the danger, quickly sounded the horn as he maneuvered to avoid a collision. Yet, the speedboats showed no sign of slowing down, becoming increasingly aggressive in their approach. Chapter 59. What on earth? Zhang Jun, knock it over. Xu Mingda was immediately infuriated. Xiaowu, who was resting on the rear deck, rushed in with young Gukai, ready to take action. This is a misunderstanding. These two boats are here to take me home, said Jailina calmly as Wu Xia handed her a life jacket. Mr. Zhai, your family's driving skills leave much to be desired, Xu Mingda remarked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment upon learning the speedboat belonged to the Zhai family. His tone laden with displeasure. Though the Zhai family possesses wealth and influence, times have changed. In this apocalypse, who can guarantee their survival till the end? Moreover, Xu Mingda had just assisted the Zhai family in handling a serious injury incident. Now, Zhai Fogang not only showed no gratitude but also acted arrogantly towards him. Isn't that a bit excessive? Had it not been for Jailina's striking beauty and his immature fascination with her, Xu Mingda would have surely lashed out by now. Haha, they were overly anxious. I will certainly give them a good talking to when I return. Jailina said with a smile, noting Xu Mingda's irritation. Although their acquaintance was brief, Jailina found Xu Mingda quite intriguing. He was not only meticulous amidst his roughness but also seemed unafraid of their family's power. She admired such fearless individuals. Let this be a lesson for the future. If you had delayed your warning any longer, my men would have treated them as pirates, and they would have been the ones injured. Xu Mingda scoffed. To speak candidly, Xu Mingda wished to avoid seeing Zhai Fenggang again. After all, he harbored a guilty conscience, having benefited from them, and felt vulnerable to their leverage. Zhai Fenggang's decision to send a boat for Jailina seemed fortuitous. The speedboat quickly docked alongside the official vessel. To Xu Mingda's surprise, the arrivals had even brought along all of Jailina's luggage, 3 large leather suitcases in total, indicating an intention for her to stay here permanently. Farewell, Captain Xu. Jailina called out lightly to Xu Mingda, signaling to do how to make a phone call before speeding away on the speedboat. Brother, let us head back. Jiang Xiao is waiting for you, Xiao Wu whispered as he noticed Xu Mingda's unwavering gaze on the speedboat Jailina had boarded. Let us go back. She is not my type. Xu Mingda chuckled knowingly and ordered Zhang Jun to turn the boat back towards Ganjingzi Island. All right, the conditions in Ganjingzi village are too poor. I fear it would be a hardship for you. Henceforth, you shall reside on the boat. This cabin will be your and Wu Xia's dormitory, Xu Mingda said. Noticing Du Hao standing behind the suitcase, observing him intently. I'm fine with anything. I'll follow the captain's arrangements. However, since I am your assistant, shouldn't I be at your side at all times, ready for instructions? Du Hao asked with a smile. Don't jest. I'm just a small team leader, not a high-ranking official. I hardly require such grand arrangements. I will seek you out when I need you, Xu Mingda acknowledged, aware of Du Hao's undercover status, thus attempting to minimize her close surveillance. By the way, from now on, Du Hao will be a member of our team. You gentlemen must be mindful of your conduct and not harbor any inappropriate intentions towards her. Furthermore, refrain from speaking nonsense. Xu Mingda pointed at Zhang Jun and Xiao Wu. His actions, driven not only by his own selfish motives, were also a means to prevent Du Hao from gleaning his true identity from Zhang Jun or Wu Xia. Indeed. Leader, Zhang Jun responded with understanding. By the way, where is Yang Wukai? Xu Mingda inquired upon noticing one less person. He is hungry and is having his meal in the kitchen, Xiao Wu replied. Very well, I shall speak with him directly. Wu Xia, please assist Du Hao in moving her luggage to the cabin and then explain to her the rules of our team, Xu Mingda stated as he proceeded to the back. Captain, what rules do we have in our team? Wu Xia asked, feigning ignorance. Chapter 60, the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Just follow my lead. I embody the rules. Xu Mingda shot a glare at Wu Xia, then, accompanied by Xiao Wu, made his way to the aft cabin in search of Yang Wukai. Yang Wukai was in the kitchen, gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon noticing Xu Mingda's arrival, he rose from his chair, albeit still clutching the partially devoured chicken leg. I hear you've been doing quite well, Xu Mingda remarked, sizing up the tall, lean youth whose demeanor seemed somewhat despondent, seeking to confirm his initial impression. Brother, are you truly the captain of the law enforcement team? Yang Wukai inquired, his tone unperturbed. Does it make a difference? Xu Mingda retorted, his gaze challenging. No difference at all. Regardless, I'm sticking with you. What you do is of no concern to me. Yang Wukai replied, returning to his chicken leg. Get him a gun, Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu. I have no use for that thing. I can't be bothered to learn. Just let me use this. Yang Wukai indicated a fish-slicing knife resting on the stove. I'll get you a proper knife. Wherever I go, you shall follow, Xu Mingda declared. He, too, had little fondness for firearms. Guns merely intimidate the living, while his greatest adversaries were the undead. The zombies relied on sound and scent to locate their prey. Gunfire could efficiently eliminate isolated zombies but would also attract more of them. He had traversed from the mainland to the island wielding cold weapons like machetes and shovels. Thus, Yang Guotsai's temperament suited him perfectly. This government vessel had originally been part of a 7-member team, but due to the zombie virus infection, only Zhang Jun remained. Wu Xia, being a forensic expert, was not counted among them. However, once Xu Mingda assumed command, he included Wu Xia, Xiao Wu, and Yang Wukai in the law enforcement team. Along with a few others who had connections, the crew now comprised 4 men and 2 women. According to Xu Mingda's vision, he aimed to recruit an additional 2 to 4 members into this small unit. Furthermore, he intended to establish a local defense team of 20 to 30 individuals on the island, or a militia platoon, if you will. This was essential as the government vessel would frequently venture out, necessitating protection on the island, as well as individuals to operate fishing boats in coordination with him. He planned to assign this task to his 3rd brother, Hao Wenbin. Naturally, this depended on whether Hao Wenbin could develop the necessary fortitude if he remained timid and indecisive. Xu Mingda had no qualms about selecting a new leader for the defense team. Before long, the government vessel had arrived at Ganjingzi Island. Due to the large cargo ship blocking the harbor, the waterway leading into the port had become quite narrow. However, Xu Mingda found this to be a pleasant surprise rather than an inconvenience. With the cargo ship obstructing the entrance, it not only formed a lagoon with the breakwater and pier, calming the water surface within the harbor, but also ensured that the narrow inlet could deter any vessels attempting to sneak into Ganjingzi Island. One could say that this cargo ship effectively served as a formidable barrier for the island. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that ships would continue to visit Ganjingzi Island in the future. These vessels might bring friends or, conversely, wolves in sheep's clothing. Vigilance was imperative. Brother, your timing couldn't be better. I urgently need to discuss something with you. As Xu Mingda docked, Hao Wenbin rushed over with Zhang Jun in tow. Third brother, what is the matter that has you in such a rush? Xu Mingda inquired, observing the beads of sweat on Hao Wenbin's brow with a furrowed brow. Chapter 61. Although Xu Mingda and Hao Wenbin had sworn brotherhood, with Hao Wenbin being the third brother, it was evident that Xu Mingda was closer to Xiao Wu. The bond between Xu Mingda and Hao Wenbin was not entirely pure. It was primarily motivated by Xu's desire to draw nearer to Hao's cousin, Jiang Xiaoyu. However, it would be unjust to claim that Hao Wenbin was entirely ineffectual. In fact, Xu Mingda had already considered Hao's potential when appointing him as the leader of the joint defense team. Ganjingzi Island was small, and with the return of several households from the village, Xu Mingda felt an intangible threat looming. He had often chastised Hao Wenbin in his mind for bringing along those unrelated individuals, as Xu had long regarded Ganjingzi Island as his private territory. Nevertheless, with the situation now established, Xu felt compelled to give his third brother some face. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of a certain population on the island. Only with adequate assistance could he fortify and develop this land. In essence, Xu Mingda was akin to a medieval lord, requiring a cadre of serfs to aid him in constructing homes, cultivating the land, and fulfilling military and labor duties. However, these local residents would undoubtedly prove challenging to manage. Fortunately, they were unfamiliar with him and inclined to heed Hao Wenbin's guidance. Their lack of familiarity afforded Xu the liberty to act without concern for their sentiments. As they relied on Hao Wenbin, it would be prudent for him to oversee the island's inhabitants, thereby demonstrating Xu's trust and reliance on his brother while ensuring that he could enjoy the fruits of their labor from Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda understood that to facilitate Hao Wenbin's successful transition into the role of his chief steward and protector, he would need to provide incentives that would bind Hao to him or create a substantial debt of gratitude. Thus, when Hao Wenbin, accompanied by Lu Xiefeng, approached him with urgency, Xu Mingda was not irritated. Rather, he greeted them warmly, inquiring about the matter at hand. Brother, you are acquainted with old Lu on the ship. Could you speak with him about borrowing the crane? I wish to hoist my boat, Hao Wenbin requested. Is that all? Xu Mingda chuckled in disbelief, contemplating Hao's naivety. You, a mere landholder, and I have bestowed upon you the title of joint defense leader, yet you cannot even manage this trivial task? How overly trusting you are. What? Is Luda unwilling to assist? If he refuses, we can simply cut off his supplies. After all, he cannot escape, and we could easily deal with him. Remember, my third brother, Ganjingzi Island is our territory, a realm we have collectively conquered. No one else holds sway here. They must heed the three of us. Reluctantly, Xu Mingda found himself reiterating these sentiments to Hao Wenbin. Yes, I understand, he replied, nodding vigorously. But this time, brother, I need your help. Following this, Hao Wenbin elaborated on the matter at hand. His urgency to retrieve his fishing boat from its grounded state stemmed from the need to recover a lost skiff that contained over 20 bags of grain. For Ganjingzi Island, that represented a fortune. However, when he sought to borrow a boat from the elderly neighbors, they refused him. Although they claimed not to fear the ship's departure, their limited diesel supply suggests otherwise. They seem to be saving it for themselves. Their ingratitude is glaring. Hao Wenbin feels a deep sense of frustration. Having assisted them in their escape to this place, they now refuse to lend even the slightest help and respond with icy remarks. Consequently, he summoned his childhood friend Lu Shui, hoping he might devise a way to free his vessel from its stranded state. He set off on his own boat to seek a solution. Chapter 62. Hao Wenbin initially intended to use a float to lift the boat out of the water. However, in their haste to escape, they had left behind the necessary rescue equipment on the tugboat. Lu Shui observed that a crane was present on the cargo ship and suggested that if they could secure a rope to it, they might be able to pull Hao Wenbin's vessel free. Yet, when Hao Wenbin and Lu Shui approached the cargo ship, Lu did not only refuse to lend assistance but also barred them from boarding. It was at this juncture that Hao Wenbin sought assistance from Xu Mingda. All right, brother. I will help you. Just come to your elder brother whenever you need something, Xu Mingda readily agreed. The crane was too distant to be of use. Employing the tugboat was a more viable option. In truth, They could devise a method to construct a float from wood, thereby avoiding damage to the boat. At this moment, young Gukai, who had been listening, interjected. Although he was reluctant to oversee the repairs at the shipyard, he was indeed clever and possessed an innovative approach to tasks. Indeed. I had contemplated that as well, Lu Shui admitted, but Ludo is unwilling to allow us access to even the crane, let alone the wood on his ship. Lu Shui scratched his head in frustration. I have a plan to deal with him, Xu Mingda exclaimed, slapping his thigh in enthusiasm. He then pulled Hao Wenbin aside to share his thoughts with him. Xu Mingda had intentionally grounded the cargo ship at Ganjingzi Island, primarily to seize the valuable timber it carried. However, since Lu Da's vessel had recently run aground, he was in a foul mood and had not acted hastily to commandeer the ship. Now that Hao Wenbin needed would to construct a float to lift his boat. Xu Mingda had ample justification to extort Lu Da. Come, let us inspect the cargo ship, Xu Mingda called out to Du Hai aboard the government vessel. At that moment, Du Hai had donned a deep blue suit, her hair neatly styled and secured at the back, with her polished shoes gleaming. She resembled a shrewd and capable office worker. Xu Mingda's decision to bring Du Hai along served two purposes. It signified her formal acceptance as a member of the government vessel team and, more importantly, he recognized that having a woman present often facilitated smoother negotiations. Aboard the cargo ship, aside from a woman in her 40s who cooked for the crew, the rest were predominantly men of various ages. They ventured out to sea for transport, with trips lasting anywhere from a fortnight to several months. And the monotony of their voyages often led to a longing for female companionship. Since Du Hai was an undercover agent sent by Jailina, Xu Mingda intended to make the most of her presence, assigning her a role as a public relations figure. Naturally, he would ensure that the rough men aboard did not take liberties with Du Hai. She was still uninitiated, and others could merely gaze without touching. In addition to Du Hai, Yang Gukai remained closely by Xu Mingda's side, serving as his enforcer. Should Xu Mingda wish to eliminate someone, Yang Gukai would not hesitate to strike down the adversary. Ganjingzi Island is my territory. Let us see who dares defy me here. Let us take action, Xu Mingda proclaimed, brandishing his authority. As he led his entourage and Hao Wenbin toward the cargo ship. Chapter 63 Luda, a seasoned traveler of the rivers and lakes, had been navigating ships since the tender age of 17 and was now 44. He had encountered all manner of people throughout his life. Upon witnessing his cargo vessel stranded, he sensed impending danger and feared he might meet his demise there. Thus, he instructed his crew to equip the ship with anti-pirate measures, such as spikes and other defenses. The crew was divided into two shifts, armed with firefighting axes and machetes, patrolling the bridge vigilantly. No one was permitted to board the ship, regardless of their identity. However, while Lu dared to stop Hao Wenbin, he hesitated to confront Xu Mingda, for he relied on Xu to assist him in solving the case and to provide him protection. Old Lu, come down, come down. I wish to discuss the case with you, Xu Mingda called out, noticing the heightened security aboard the cargo ship. He preferred not to exert himself climbing up and instead waved to Lu to Captain Xu. I'm coming right over, Lu replied. Seeing Xu Mingda and his companions standing on the gangway, he quickly responded and lowered a rubber dinghy, bringing one of his crew members along. Old Lu, your vigilance is commendable, Xu Mingda remarked with a double entendre. Captain Xu, this area of the sea is quite perilous. My nerves are frail. I have been thoroughly frightened. Lu responded with an awkward chuckle. You need not fear any longer. You must have seen that I dealt with those ruffians who attempted to seize your ship. Xu Mingda pointed to the charred fishing boat drifting in the outer sea. Oh, thank you immensely, Captain Xu. You are indeed the guardian angel of us seafarers, Lu exclaimed, bowing and clasping his fist in gratitude. It is only my duty to alleviate your troubles, Xu Mingda replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Captain Xu, although the perpetrator has been apprehended, what shall become of my ship? It remains stranded here and cannot be moved. Lu gazed anxiously at Xu Mingda. Although he recognized that this young man was not as simple as he appeared, he had no choice but to rely on Xu's assistance. Old Lu, could I possibly overlook this predicament? I have summoned the master from the shipyard to assist you. Xu Mingda turned and called for Lu Shui. Master Lu, you are the finest ship repair expert in this region. Please advise Captain Lu on how to repair his vessel. He is my friend, and I implore you to devise a solid plan. No half measures, Xu Mingda urged. Oh, you are the master from the shipyard? How splendid. Lu, having previously met Lu Shui when Hao Wenbin introduced him, initially thought these villagers sought to take advantage of him and scare them away from his cargo ship. Now, hearing Xu Mingda's introduction, he immediately softened his demeanor, nodding and approaching Lu Shui, offering him a cigarette. To be frank, your ship is quite challenging to repair. The grounding is one issue, but the hull may have sustained leaks. Would it not take on water? In such cases, according to our yard's methods, the vessel would typically need to be dry docked, reinforcing and re-welding the hull before returning it to the sea. However, your ship, it is too large, and we lack the necessary equipment and manpower, Lu Shui lamented, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the cargo vessel. Alas, what are we to do? Brother, think of a solution. We are all relying on this vessel to return home. Upon hearing this, Luda produced a cigarette and offered it to Lu Shui. I find myself at a loss. My welding equipment is incomplete, and I lack essential tools like the shaping machine. The situation is further exacerbated by the outbreak of zombies over there. Some of the workers have perished while others have fled. Lu Shui lamented with great difficulty. What shall we do now? Luda, upon hearing this, became increasingly anxious, rubbing his hands together in distress. Chapter 64. What could be difficult about that? Simply instruct him to unload all the cargo from the ship, and then, taking advantage of the rising tide, elevate the vessel. Once the tide recedes, proceed with the welding. What is there that cannot be accomplished? At this moment, Yang Gukai scoffed from the side. Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's face flushed crimson. Your skills are lacking. I have observed others rescuing ships that have run aground. This is precisely how it is done. Yang Gukai remarked with disdain. Old Lu, give it a try. I believe this idea may just work. Xu Mingda noted, sensing the atmosphere had reached an appropriate crescendo as he addressed Luda. But, did he not mention that the equipment and manpower were inadequate? Luda hesitated, glancing at Xu Mingda. I will find you people. How about it? Captain Hao? Do you not have acquaintances at the shipyard on Danshan Island? Let us head there tomorrow to procure equipment and recruit a few skilled workers. We must make an effort to assist those in need, Xu Mingda said to Hao Wenbin. Hao Wenbin was taken aback by Xu Mingda's persuasive abilities, momentarily left speechless. Xu, my ship, is not operational. It is stranded at the dock due to the typhoon. He gestured towards his vessel. Old Lu, you have a crane on your ship. Assist him with the lift. Helping Captain Hao is akin to helping yourself. Once his ship is operational, he can aid in retrieving equipment and personnel to rescue your vessel. A win-win situation. Xu Mingda interlinked the hands of Hao Wenbin and Luda. However, my crane is too far away. It cannot reach. Luda was bewildered by Xu Mingda's words. Momentarily feeling something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint the error. It cannot reach. Construct a tripod. Use timber to build a tripod in the sea. You have plenty of wood on your ship, and you must unload it. Xu Mingda suggested. This could work, if it can be arranged. Let us expedite the process and lift the ship today. Then Captain Hao and I will head to Danshan Island to find workers. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's resolve, Lu Shui chimed in. But what about the timber? Luda still hesitated, struggling to commit. Oh, do not worry. Nothing will be lost. Which is more important? The ship or the cargo? Both are insured. Your ship is currently blocking the way. Moreover, Captain Hao can keep an eye on it. If this fails, I shall wash my hands of the matter. Seeing the timing was ripe, Xu Mingda launched a full assault. Fine. I shall go unload the wood and construct the frame. Luda, unable to resist Xu Mingda's insistence, finally relented. Brother, I owe you one. As Luda and his crew returned to the ship to unload the timber, Hao Wenbin expressed his excitement. When dealing with such individuals, one must employ a bit of strategy. By the way, how are the people you brought faring now? Xu Mingda spoke with an air of nonchalance, feeling that he conducted himself with remarkable civility and inspiration in front of everyone. They have settled in, however. Most of the houses in the village are damaged and require repairs. Yet, it is difficult to find sufficient materials at the moment. Previously, families sourced their renovation materials from Danshan town. Hao Wenbin replied candidly. There is plenty of wood available, is there not? Let them come and collect it. Additionally, do not allow them to take it for free. Anyone who retrieves wood must assist you in constructing the frame at sea. The more frames, the better. After all, there is an abundance of wood, and we will all benefit from it in the future. Xu Mingda gave Hao Wenbin a gentle push, gesturing for him to prepare. At that moment, Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan hurriedly approached. Captain Xu, we were just looking for you to reconcile the accounts. Could you come with us? Guo Meiwan said, her gaze appraising them both, hesitating slightly. Chapter 65. Let us proceed, Xu Mingda stated. Earlier, while dining at the small temple, he had instructed Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the individuals who had accompanied Hao Wenbin. It was imperative not only to understand the identities of these individuals, but also to catalog the items they brought with them, establishing a ledger for his oversight. After all, these individuals were to reside permanently on Ganjingzi Island, a place of limited resources. It was not permissible for them to utilize these resources at will. Xu Mingda planned to consolidate the island's resources, including real estate, land, vessels, and the surrounding fishery assets, under his control for unified planning and centralized management, from which he would allocate usage. Concepts such as squatters would hold no sway here. He intended to implement a system of collective ownership on the island, where all property would belong to the community, which, in essence, meant him. Furthermore, all inhabitants would be subject to the directives of the village council, which in reality meant adhering to his command. The village council, primarily led by Hao Wenbin, Jiang Xiao, and Guo Meiwan, was merely a puppet. He was the sovereign lord of this island. Xu Mingda had also resolved that should the island's inhabitants oppose his methods and attempt to rebel, he would welcome the challenge. After all, Xiao had recently recruited 5 fierce subordinates. On the cargo ship, there were Lu De and 6 sailors. None of these individuals hailed from Ganjingzi Island. They relied on Xu Mingda to establish their footing there. He was confident that he would not need to deploy the personnel from the government vessel. With just a few words, these men could upheave Ganjingzi Island, forcing the indigenous people to seek his protection. Now, seeing Guo Meiwan approach him with a notebook, Xu Mingda was eager to learn what valuable items the refugees had brought. Anything useful would be appropriated for collective ownership. All right. You may return to the ship and rest. I have matters to attend to at the village council, Xu Mingda instructed Guo Meiwan. He had spent an exhausting day, and upon seeing the middle-aged Guo Meiwan, he felt an irresistible urge and wished to seize the opportunity to engage with her privately and relieve his tension. Captain, as your assistant, I cannot rest while you do not, Guo Meiwan replied with a smile. Moreover, did you not ask me to familiarize myself with the business? Very well. I am merely concerned for my subordinates, Xu Mingda said, feigning seriousness, fully aware that Guo Meiwan would not allow him to act alone. Allow me to introduce our new team member, Guo Meiwan. She is also my assistant and will be joining the brigade in the future. Noticing Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan's curious gazes, Xu Mingda elaborated further. Oh, congratulations, Assistant Guo, Jiang Xiao remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she observed that Guo Meiwan had transformed from accompanying Miss Zhai in the afternoon to being inseparable from Xu Mingda. Director Jiang, I understand that our captain holds you in high regard. He has mentioned that not only are you beautiful, but your professional abilities are also commendable. I look forward to our future collaborations. Guo Meiwan extended her hand to shake Jiang Xiao's. You're being overly complimentary. I hardly possess much experience, Jiang Xiao replied modestly. Jiang Xiao, upon hearing that Xu Mingda had been praising her behind her back, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, dispelling any previous displeasure. She cast Xu Mingda a sidelong glance, her gaze imbued with an ineffable ambiguity. Xiao, I am merely being pragmatic, Xu Mingda remarked, appreciating Du Hao's poised demeanor and refined manners, nodding inwardly. He recognized the necessity of social interactions with outsiders and deemed it advantageous to have Du Hao as his companion, believing it would facilitate smoother endeavors. This consideration significantly enhanced Xu Mingda's perception of Du Hao. Captain Xu, let us proceed without delay. The sooner we finalize the accounts, the sooner you can rest, Guo Meiwan observed, recognizing the charm of Du Hao. She glared at the elegantly attired and alluring woman before her, lamenting her own premature birth. Inside a small temple, a wounded crew member named Xiao Hongba lay in a makeshift room recuperating, attended by his mother, a woman who cooked for the cargo ship. Although Old Dong was an otolaryngologist, he possessed fundamental medical knowledge, coupled with medications and a medical kit procured from Lei Biao by Xiao Wu. He managed to treat Xiao Hongba's injuries, temporarily averting a life-threatening situation. Xu Mingda instructed Guo Meiwan to reconcile the accounts in the kitchen dining area. According to her calculations, there were a total of 26 individuals who had accompanied Hao Wenbin to the island, comprising 14 men and 12 women and children. Among them were 8 local residents, while the rest were relatives of the islanders. Additionally, 2 shipyard repairmen were included, with Yang Gukai already having been enlisted by Xu Mingda, and Lu Shui remaining with Hao Wenbin. They also brought along 2 pet dogs and 3 cats, as well as a couple of elderly individuals and various vegetable seeds intended for planting around their homes. In terms of daily necessities, most brought clothing and thermoses, with only one family carrying an alcohol stove and stainless steel lunchboxes. Wenbin, and we found several large pots that can be utilized, Guo Meiwan stated. Are they not currently dispersed for isolation? Xu Mingda inquired. Indeed, aside from the village center, there are 4 other locations. Essentially, 2 families reside in one house. At the village center, Master Lu from the shipyard is living with 2 families, Guo Meiwan replied. Very well. We shall assess the situation later, if unfeasible. We can centralize cooking at the village center for communal dining. With a dining hall like ours, it will save considerable effort and firewood, Xu Mingda mused. Agreed. Guo Meiwan glanced at Jiang Xiao, diligently noting down the details. The 2 fishing boats brought back by Wenbin included one from the island and another from Dongshan Island. His boat can also be considered ours. What about the tugboat? Does it count as belonging to our village? Guo Meiwan inquired. Of course it does. Once it reaches my Ganjingzi Island, Whether it be a living person or a dog, or even a vessel or other objects, they all belong to Ganjingzi village. Xu Mingda asserted with conviction. Does that mean I belong to? Du Hao, upon hearing Xu Mingda's declaration, covered her mouth and giggled softly, posing the question. Chapter 66. Du Hao boldly declared that regardless of whether one is a living being or an inanimate object, once they arrive at Ganjingzi Island, they become the property of Ganjingzi Island. He then half-jokingly inquired, am I also considered property of Ganjingzi Island? This question, though lighthearted, bore profound implications. Xu Mingda had brought a cargo ship to Ganjingzi Island, which inexplicably ran aground. According to Xu Mingda's theory, the ship and its cargo would thus belong to Ganjingzi Island. His intentions in transporting the vessel from Niue to Island appeared dubious, raising suspicions of him having pilfered from Zhaifeng Gang. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing Du Hao's inquiry, cast a wary glance at her and Xu Mingda. It seemed Du Hao's presence had instilled a sense of crisis within her. She understood that this woman, adept in her charms, could easily captivate Xu Mingda. Previously, she had not thought much of Xu Mingda, but now, an indescribable ache stirred within her heart. None of this escaped Xu Mingda's keen observation. You belong to the public. For now, you are under my management. Xu Mingda replied without hesitation. In his mind, he compared Jiang Xiaoyu and Du Hao. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was somewhat naive and did not flatter him, this was precisely what Xu Mingda found appealing. On the other hand, while Du Hao resembled a glamorous star, she had come with ulterior motives. Moreover, who knew how many others had laid claim to her before? Even if there were a story between them, it would merely be a fleeting dalliance. Xu Mingda was acutely aware of this distinction. His response was impeccably crafted, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily lowered her guard. Captain Xu, why don't you stay in Xiaoyu's room tonight? As Guo Meiwan concluded her financial report for the day, Jiang Xiaoyu gathered her hair and addressed Xu Mingda. Previously, he had been sharing a cramped dormitory with Guo Meiwan and her. Now, with more people on the island, she felt it inappropriate to maintain an ambiguous relationship with him. Captain Xu, didn't he used to stay on the ship? If you need to stay here, I can fetch some bedding from the ship, Du Hao remarked nonchalantly. No need, Xu Mingda replied. I was just attending a meeting with a few comrades from the village committee, and it got too late. So I'm making do for the night here. Noticing Du Hao intended to stay on the mountain with him, he quickly added, that's all right. I'll wait for the leaders to finish their meeting. Very well. I will wait for you to finish, Du Hao said with a gentle smile. Humph. Dare to play tricks on me in front of them? Just wait and see. Xu Mingda thought to himself. Seeing Xu Mingda decline to stay on the mountain, Jiang Xiaoyu revealed a hint of disappointment, but she swiftly concealed it. Captain Xu, it's getting late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. All right, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Don't hesitate. Xu Mingda acknowledged that lingering further would be of no benefit. With Xiao Hongba and his mother residing at the temple, he planned to have Xiao Wu bring Wu Xia back tonight, so he courteously took his leave, descending the mountain with Du Hao and Yang Gukai toward the dock. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The glow of the ship's lights illuminated the harbor, revealing numerous logs floating on the water's surface. Hao Wenbin and Lu Shui were busy assembling a tripod with their team. An increasing number of individuals are tugging 6-meter-long logs ashore with ropes, preparing to carry them back for house repairs. Since it is a free resource, the elderly are all eager to pitch in, almost wishing to hoist the logs and depart immediately. Carry it, repair it. After all, the houses on this island will eventually belong to me. Once you finish the repairs, I shall reclaim them, Xu Mingda thought with a sense of satisfaction. Brother, tonight we can right my boat and launch it. I plan to set out at dawn with Lu Shui to locate the grain ship. Hao Wenbin eagerly approached Xu Mingda as he descended from the temple. Xu Mingda understood the urgency behind Hao Wenbin's demeanor. The refugees had initially believed they could enjoy free food and drink on the island. However, upon arrival, they realized the reality was far different. Although Xu Mingda had distributed 2 pounds of rice and flour to them, it would only suffice for 3 days if rationed. Consequently, they sought Hao Wenbin, urging him to find a way to bring back food. In truth, this was a matter that weighed heavily on his mind as well. The grain brought by Nyo Sio had been nearly distributed. Currently, only the official boat had some rice, flour, and meat. But these provisions were strategic reserves and should not be carelessly disturbed. The 40-odd inhabitants on the island could not afford to go a day without sustenance. Brother, in such a vast sea, finding a small boat is no easy task. I think I shall return to Dongshan town with you tomorrow, Xu Mingda pondered aloud. Brother, that is far too dangerous. The place is swarming with zombies. Hao Wenbin had witnessed the terrifying reality of the undead, finding them even more horrifying than in the movies. Dangerous or not, we must go. Moreover, Guo Jie's child is still in town. What is the situation with Xiao's parents? Do you know? Xu Mingda inquired gravely. My uncle is traveling and is not in Dongshan town, which is why I did not bring them here this time, Hao Wenbin replied. All right, I will contemplate this. Let us meet again at dawn tomorrow to finalize our plans, Xu Mingda said, relieved to learn that Jiang Xiao's parents were not in Dongshan town. Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao were significant allies to him on Ganjingzi Island, so he resolved to bring Guo Meijuan's daughter back from Dongshan town if possible. Even though Guo Meiwan had not explicitly asked for his help, this inclination to empathize with others' needs is one of the reasons why. Despite his humble beginnings and lack of wealth, Xu Mingda has always enjoyed good relationships with women. Upon returning to the official boat, Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu to take Wu Xia to the temple to stay, reasoning that there was not enough space on the boat. This was plausible, as the vessel contained only 2 cabins with 6 bunks. He and Zhang Jun, along with Yan Gukai, occupied 1 cabin, leaving the other available for use. And Xiao Wu had nowhere to stay. In truth, Xu Mingda had no intention of squeezing into a cabin with Zhang Jun and Yang Gukai in such limited space. Regardless of who snored or disturbed the peace, no one would rest well. Given that he had the chance to offer hospitality, he would not turn away a willing guest. Chapter 67. The leader. As Dou Hao was applying lotion in the sleeping quarters, the sudden sound of a knock at the door made her hastily open it. Oh dear. The space was too cramped. Yang Guotsai's feet reeked, and Zhang Jun was snoring. Xu Mingda entered the room, taking a seat on one of the beds. Leader, why don't you stay here? I could manage on the sofa in the reception room, Dou Hao suggested with a playful smile. No need. I'll just lie down here for a while. I'm exhausted today. By the way, if I happen to fall asleep, please wake me up, Xu Mingda said, shifting his body and reclining on a single bed. Inside the sleeping quarters, there was a bunk bed against the wall and a single bed by the door. Seeing that Xu Mingda wouldn't leave, Dou Hao smiled slightly, choosing not to speak further, and instead turned away to continue grooming herself with a small mirror. She had already changed into a light yellow velvet pajamas. Through the mirror, she noticed Xu Mingda gazing at her with greedy eyes, as if his gaze were hands lifting her nightgown to caress her smooth shoulders, slender waist, and voluptuous curves. Humph, she scoffed inwardly. Over the years at the Zai household, she had encountered many men like Xu Mingda, who leered at her body. To her, men were merely creatures driven by hormones, often lacking even the smallest semblance of intellect. Thus, while she greeted them with a smile, she held a deep disdain for such lascivious individuals. The more Xu Mingda displayed his vulgarity, the more she looked down upon him, perceiving him as nothing more than a plaything. Just as she was about to tease Xu Mingda, she noticed that he had closed his eyes and was softly snoring, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. Untouched by corruption, Dou Hao found herself at a loss for words. This man, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world, did not even dare to face her directly. Leader? Leader? She sneered, rolling her eyes. She reached out and gently nudged Xu Mingda's shoulder. Moments earlier, she had positioned her bag containing a hidden camera at an optimal angle. Every action of Xu Mingda would soon be captured. Huh? Xu Mingda pretended to awaken, blinking in confusion. Leader, you seem too tired. Would you like me to help you relax? Dou Hao said softly, shifting her position on the bed. The scent was intoxicating. Xu Mingda marveled internally. The saltiness of the sea had left him with a constant taste of brine. But Dou Hao's body exuded a creamy fragrance that surged to his senses, making him yearn to embrace this enchanting figure beside him. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Ah, do you know how to perform a Thai spa? I've heard it's quite refreshing. Xu Mingda asked innocently. I'll give it a try. Dou Hao replied with a smile, thinking to herself, Xu Mingda, you are truly hypocritical. You're clearly undressing me with your eyes while pretending to be serious. I'll see how you handle this. Oh, Xu Mingda, oblivious to Dou Hao's thoughts, simply closed his eyes and surrendered to the indulgence she offered. To be frank, De Hao's skills are indeed commendable. Although Xu Mingda has only experienced Thai massage twice, he believes that the techniques employed by those therapists pale in comparison. An hour later, De Hao, drenched in sweat and slightly breathless, exerted every ounce of her strength to provide Xu Mingda with a full-body massage, even going so far as to offer him a series of wellness treatments. However, Xu Mingda remained like a clandestine patron, fearful of crossing the final boundary. Sir, how do you feel? She asked, suppressing her anger with a sultry tone. Quite well, indeed. Much more relaxed. I feel revitalized. Xu Mingda replied enthusiastically. Then, if you require any additional services, do not hesitate to let me know. I assure you, I will keep it confidential, De Hao said, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, gazing at Xu Mingda with a tenderness that could enchant countless valiant heroes. Shall I speak then? Xu Mingda glanced towards the door, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. De Hao replied bashfully. De Hao, do you know how to massage feet? I recently spent 30 yuan on a foot massage, and it truly alleviated my fatigue. Xu Mingda looked at her with eager anticipation. Do you take me for someone who offers that service? Deheo's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly pulled Xu Mingda from the bed and thrust him towards the door. Hey, Deheo, please don't be like this. If you can't massage feet, we can certainly try something else. Xu Mingda pleaded from outside the door. Yet, silence ensued within the cabin. Xu Mingda erupted into silent laughter, doubling over in mirth as he slapped his thigh. Deheo, do you think I am unaware of your true intentions? Fear not, I will grant you the opportunity to ensnare me, but it shall not be so easily done. You may fish for me, but I intend to reel you in as well. Let us enjoy this little game together. A cold smirk played upon Xu Mingda's lips. Chapter 68. As dawn broke, Hao Wenbin, accompanied by Lu Shui and 2 young men from their village, boarded the boat to seek out Xu Mingda. Brother, you mentioned we would head to Dongshan town for supplies today. I have brought the crew along. The boat is ready, and we can set sail at any moment. Hao Wenbin earnestly stated, his gaze fixed on Xu Mingda. Fishermen endure great hardships, often rising before dawn to venture out to sea in pursuit of greater catches. Thus, Hao Wenbin did not consider whether Xu Mingda and his companions had had enough rest. Third brother, have you managed to get the boat ready? Xu Mingda inquired, stifling a yawn while rubbing his eyes as he peered out from the vessel. It's all set, thanks to the excellent plan you devised, brother. Hao Wenbin replied with excitement. His fishing boat was one of the finest in Dongshan town, measuring 15 meters in length and 3.5 meters in width. Equipped with a 500 horsepower diesel engine. The total cost, including the nets, had exceeded 800,000 yuan, an immense sum for a family like Hao Wenbin's, which meant that he had invested his entire savings and incurred significant debt. Therefore, he regarded this boat with utmost reverence. Did Lalu say anything? Xu Mingda asked. He mentioned that people on our island are stealing timber. I assured him that we would compensate him in the future. Hao Wenbin sheepishly replied, scratching his head. You are too honest, always talking about compensation, Xu Mingda remarked with exasperation. Since Hao Wenbin had come forward with such initiative, Xu Mingda decided to include the expedition to Dongshan town in their agenda. After all, Hao Wenbin was not always so bold and passionate. Especially with the zombie virus spreading more severely, venturing into Dongshan town could be perilous without adequate support. He communicated this to the crew on board. Xiao Wu and Yang Gukai expressed no objections, though Zhang Jun appeared somewhat anxious and fearful. However, when he saw that everyone else was determined to proceed, he fell silent. Xiao Wu, we still lack manpower. Bring along those few individuals you recruited. We cannot allow them to remain here idly. Now is the time to test their mettle. If they prove inadequate, we will leave them behind, Xu Mingda said, pulling Xiao Wu aside. Understood, Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. To avoid drawing attention to the newcomers, Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu to take them aboard Hao Wenbin's vessel, thereby lending support to Hao Wenbin's efforts. The 2 boats agreed to use radios to maintain communication and synchronize their actions. As they were finalizing the details of their operation, Guo Meiwan, Jiang Shao, and Wu Xia, 3 women, arrived. Their swollen eyes indicated they had not slept well the previous night, perhaps due to Xu Mingda's absence from the mountain or disturbances at the temple. We gathered some oysters yesterday and planned to cook some noodles. You all should come aboard and eat, Jiang Shao said to Xu Mingda, her eyes glancing toward the boat. Director Jiang, coming to check on our leader so early? Do Hao teased, stepping out from the boat. We have some matters to discuss together, Jiang Shao replied sternly, showing no sign of politeness. Director Jiang, I was just about to inform you that I will be heading to Dongshan town today with Captain Hao from the Joint Defense Team to attend to some business. I expect to return later. As for the affairs on the island, I trust you both to manage. If any trouble arises, please refrain from confronting them until I return. Xu Mingda stated. Understood. Jiang Shaoyu observed that Xu Mingda and Du appeared to share a relationship devoid of any impropriety. With a firm nod, she assured Xu Mingda that he need not worry, she would manage the affairs at the rear with diligence. To speak candidly, although her position as village chief was thrust upon her by Xu Mingda after just 2 days in the role, she found fulfillment in serving the villagers and realized the significance of her contributions. Her fondness for this work grew ever stronger. It is often said that one cannot appreciate the value of household expenses without managing a household, nor can one comprehend the sacrifices of parenthood without raising children. Chapter 69. Jiang Shaoyu truly began to take charge, and she increasingly appreciated Xu Mingda's earnest intentions and the challenges of sustaining life on the island. Her perspective on Xu Mingda subtly transformed, shifting from disdain to a burgeoning sense of reliance. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin had also prepared the boat and personnel, according to Xu Mingda's wishes. He intended to have Wu Xia remain at the temple to assist Jiang Shaoyu. However, Wu Xia insisted that there should be a doctor on board, especially since the zombie outbreak had erupted in Dongshan Island town, and apart from Xu Mingda, she was the only one with experience in dealing with zombies. In truth, she was also concerned about Xiao Wu. Amidst the bustling activity around the public boat, Luda approached, lamenting that the 2 or 3 dozen logs he had suspended yesterday had all vanished, leaving not a single one on the water's surface. He demanded an explanation from Xu Mingda, seeking assistance in solving the mystery. I must attend to this matter. Wait for my return, Xu Mingda replied. That won't do. Captain Xu, I only allowed the villagers to use the wood yesterday out of respect for you. Now you cannot deny your responsibility. Luda, believing Xu Mingda was evading accountability, clung to him stubbornly. Do you think I am easy to talk to? Are you unaware of your own situation? The people on your boat are still in Ganjingzi village nursing their wounds. Their intestines are exposed. How much do you owe in medical fees? What is the significance of a few logs to you? Have you no sense of gratitude? If you do not wish to treat them, fine, carry them back. I will have them return the logs to you. In the future, when you find yourself in need, do not come looking for me. Xu Mingda, incensed, retorted. Luda's face turned pale, rendered speechless. Indeed, Captain Lu, Xu is currently occupied with official duties. Do not add to his burdens. He is a man of his word. And the more you press him, the more flustered he becomes, Guo interjected, attempting to mediate. Yes, little sister, I am not a petty person. I merely wish to inquire about the situation. As long as Captain Xu is willing to assist us, what are a few logs worth? Luda? Seeing Guo calming presence, softened his stance and tried to appear magnanimous. This man, with a strong personality, could not resist the charm of a woman. Xu Mingda shot Luda a glare before retreating to the official boat, calling out to Zhang Jun, set sail. Dongshan town lay over 30 kilometers from Ganjingzi Island. Under normal sea conditions, the public boat and fishing vessels sailed in tandem, arriving in approximately 2 hours. This time, Xu Mingda had dual purposes for his journey, to gather supplies and to refuel. When Jailina departed, she had given him a fuel card, instructing him to refuel at the gas depot run by her third brother. Although Xu Mingda had feigned reluctance at the time, he had long desired to take advantage of the old Zhai family's generosity. Not only did he intend to fill the tank of his official boat, but he also planned to ensure Hao Wenbin's vessel was fully fueled. In addition to diesel, he aimed to procure several large barrels of gasoline to bring back to the island. Another critical objective was to locate solar panels in Dongshan town to transport back as well. At the small temple, candles and lanterns were continuously lit. But such a practice could not endure for long. He planned to establish wind and solar power generation on Ganjingzi Island, illuminating the isle to create a more suitable environment for both production and habitation. Therefore, he conferred with Hao Wenbin, and they set off towards the fishing port of Dongshan Island, as Zhaisan's fuel depot was located nearby. However, before they could reach the fishing port, they were met with towering columns of thick smoke rising ominously in the distance. The dark, dense smoke obscured half the sky, making it appear as though the entire island was ablaze. What on earth is happening? Xu Mingda furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 70. Xu Mingda's vision extends far beyond that of Hao Wenbin. While Hao is preoccupied with the immediate concern of sustenance on Ganjingzi Island for the coming months, Xu is contemplating how to flourish and thrive in the post-apocalyptic world. Through his interactions with Zhai Fengyang, Xu's horizons have broadened significantly. Why should noble lords and ministers be of a different breed? Zhai Fengyang, having merely understood certain rules, reaps the rewards of a distorted society and wields control over substantial resources, commanding respect in Dongshan town and its surroundings. Xu Mingda is neither foolish nor incapacitated. Why should he endure a fate worse than that of cattle and horses? Now, in this apocalyptic era, while the past may have favored the privileged, the collapse of order has rendered everyone ungoverned. Standing at over a meter tall and weighing more than 100 kilograms, no one possesses 9 lives. What do I lack? I, too, shall strive for greatness. This is the most authentic thought within Xu Mingda's heart. Thus, upon arriving at Dongshan Island town, his objective is to seize other resources. For instance, oil. If he can acquire sufficient fuel, he can navigate his boat to explore and conquer the smaller islands surrounding Ganjingzi Island, transforming them into his resources and ensuring the inhabitants serve him. Those who possess boats but lack fuel would then need to barter other resources for energy. Hence, Xu Mingda promptly made his way to Zhai Laosan's gas station. Brother, the entire fishing port is ablaze. We should retreat. It's too dangerous. On the fishing boat, Hao Wenbin urgently called out to Xu Mingda via the walkie-talkie. Wait, there are still boats in the fishing port. Xu Mingda peered through his binoculars, intently observing Dongshan Island several kilometers away. When he noticed a large vessel loitering near the gas station, he signaled Zhang Jun to steer closer. Damn it. That ship is likely here to seize fuel as well. If they can do it, why can't we? Xu Mingda pointed at the vessel. Boss. That's a patrol ship from the military district. Zhang Jun, after taking a glance through the binoculars, responded with bemusement. What? Xu Mingda scrutinized once more and indeed recognized the distinction. Their deck was equipped with turrets, while his vessel was not. Damn it, let us retreat, Xu Mingda said dejectedly. He had not anticipated that the Zhai family wielded such influence, capable of enlisting military protection for their assets. He had underestimated them. However, it was too late for him to withdraw, as the patrol boat had already detected Xu Mingda's ship. 0816 Waterborne Law Enforcement Vessel. We command you to swiftly approach our ship and accept your orders, the crew on the patrol vessel announced. Xu Mingda momentarily found himself bewildered by the radio transmission. After a while, he comprehended that the patrol boat was addressing him. Quick, let us get out of here. Xu Mingda's expression changed as he turned to Zhang Jun boss. Shouldn't we go over? They're calling for us. Refusing to comply would be tantamount to defying military orders and could lead us to a military tribunal. Zhang Jun recoiled, speaking timidly. At that moment, the patrol boat had already turned, its cannon now aimed at Xu Mingda and his vessel. Xu Mingda felt a chill run down his spine. Akin to being held at gunpoint in the dead of night, his muscles tensing involuntarily. He was acutely aware of his own deception, leaving him with an unsettling sense of insecurity. Should he be unmasked, what fate awaited him? Hello, this is Enforcement Vessel 0816. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons? Xu Mingda mustered his courage and spoke into the radio. Hurry over. Your vessel has been requisitioned. Came a brusque voice from the other end, laden with impatience. This is... Xu Mingda glanced at the few individuals aboard, gritted his teeth, and declared, if the authorities inquire about you all, do you know how to respond? He looked toward Zhang Jun, Wu Xia, and Yang Gukai. Leader, what should we say? Zhang Jun, the only official personnel on the vessel, asked with a wry smile. In times of crisis, we are summoned to assist in disaster relief. Xu Mingda managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, it seemed that Hao Wenbin had also received signals from the gunboat. Brother, what do we do now? Hao Wenbin, having lost his bearings as the warship called out to him, looked bewildered. Let us go, since our country needs us. What is there to hesitate about? We must act. Xu Mingda seized the radio and shouted, his eyes glistening with determination as he gazed upon the flames ahead. He did not regard himself as particularly noble, yet the moment had come where hesitation was no longer an option. If he chose to retreat now, there might not be a future left for him. The situation unfolded as he had anticipated. As his vessel approached the gunboat, a speedboat was lowered, and a middle-aged man adorned with 2 bars and 3 stars on his epaulets, flanked by several fully armed soldiers, stepped aboard the enforcement vessel with a stern expression. Who was in command of this vessel? Just as Xu Mingda was about to step forward, the officer interrupted with a direct inquiry. I am. Xu Mingda began to explain that he was merely an interim commander, but the officer gestured for silence, not permitting him to speak. I am Officer Chen, dispatched by the military district to Dongshan town for a mission. We need to locate a person of significant importance. We are unfamiliar with the local conditions and require your local water enforcement team as cooperation. Officer, I must confess that I am not from this area. Xu Mingda struggled to articulate his words, overwhelmed by the officer's commanding presence. Chapter 71. Xu Mingda is not here to learn from Lei Feng, but rather to seize something. He has never taken a single cent from the state nor enjoyed the benefits that his position could bestow. Now, this general has ordered him to march towards death. Though he trembles in fear of the opposing force, he steels himself and strives to resist. I am not a local either. Given the current critical state of the pandemic and the national crisis, it is imperative that we set aside ranks and titles. All public officials must rise to serve the nation. At this moment, a man resembling an official stepped forward from behind the general, speaking with a foreign accent. Leader, I too wish to serve the nation. As you can see, these few individuals, these 2 women have only recently joined the team. And these 2 men. Xu Mingda gestured towards Zhang Jun and Yang Gukai, among the 5 on the boat. Aside from the 2 women and the helmsman Zhang Jun, Yang Gukai appeared to be in a stupor. I hereby declare, in the name of my superiors, that due to the extraordinary urgency of the situation, anyone brave enough to partake in this rescue mission, regardless of their official status, shall be awarded. Those who sacrifice themselves will be honored as martyrs and compensated, while those who succeed will be celebrated as heroes and receive accolades. Please submit the names and positions of your group, and I will issue commendation letters immediately. The official regarded Xu Mingda with a cold gaze. Retrieving a stack of red-headed stationery from a black leather bag, Xu Mingda, captain of the water law enforcement team. As for the rank, it seems to be deputy section chief. Upon hearing that the individual was from a higher authority, Xu Mingda discreetly glanced at Zhang Jun and reported his title. Very well, Captain Xu. You are now the only remaining law enforcement captain on duty that I have found. From this moment forth, you are appointed as the highest commander of the Dongshan Town Law Enforcement Team under the City Law Enforcement Detachment. Proceed to execute your orders, the official declared. swiftly writing Xu Mingda's name and title on what resembled a certificate of commendation before handing it to him. Xu Mingda noticed the provincial government's official seal prominently stamped on the document. Captain Xu, Zhang Jun, seeing Xu Mingda's stunned silence, urgently nudged him. Upon learning that he had unexpectedly become a section chief, Xu Mingda could hardly believe his ears. Yet, the commendation letter in his hand clearly bore his name, identification number, and title. Just days ago, he had been a carpenter, and now he found himself a part of the system, the captain of the water law enforcement team. Thank you for your guidance, leader. He fought to contain his excitement, raising his left hand in a rather awkward military salute. Captain Xu, our country is currently in a state of crisis. In order to swiftly quell the pandemic and safeguard the lives and property of our nation and its people, higher authorities have instructed us that all public officials from various departments are to be unified under provincial command. We are to implement a coordinated effort to eradicate the zombie virus. I now command your team to enter the port, remove obstacles, and mitigate fire hazards. Clear the entryway to the port to facilitate the rescue operation, the official stated sternly. Xu Mingda cast a glance toward the fishing port, where flames had engulfed the area, causing numerous facilities to collapse. The sole deep-water dock was obstructed by the charred iron frameworks on either side, preventing the gunboats, with their deep drafts, from approaching the harbor. Consequently, the soldiers aboard were unable to disembark and carry out rescue operations. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill the mission, but I have a request. Xu Mingda struggled momentarily before summoning the courage to speak. What conditions or demands do you have? Feel free to express them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. The leader, evidently aware of the perilous nature of Xu Mingda's undertaking, spoke gravely from the side. Sir, I am unaware of your rank, but most of my team members are temporary recruits and lack the necessary awareness. Therefore, I would like to request a formal designation for them. Xu Mingda gazed at his bewildered subordinates aboard the vessel. He had long wished to secure a proper identity for Yang Guokai. Furthermore, others like Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin also deserved recognition. They could not merely be assistants. In essence, all those who dedicated themselves to Xu Mingda's cause warranted such acknowledgement. No problem. I will provide you with 10 commendation certificates. You may fill them out yourself. The official added, noting that these red-headed commendation certificates functioned similarly to appointment letters and personnel orders, recognized throughout the province. Sir, this is wonderful. However, 10 certificates are insufficient. I have a large team. Please grant me an additional 10 or 8. Xu Mingda smiled ingratiatingly. He had no intention of meeting his demise as the captain. He was destined to recruit more personnel. 10 slots would hardly suffice. Xu, I have granted you the authority for personnel appointments. It now hinges on your ability to complete the mission, the official retorted with a cold snort, tossing half a booklet of commendation certificates to Xu Mingda. Brothers, the time for our trial has arrived. Prepare to set forth. Xu Mingda's eyes sparkled as he grasped the certificates tightly, fearful that the official might reconsider. He called out to the crew aboard, then prepared to steer the vessel toward the inferno. Chapter 72. Xu Mingda accepted the task assigned to him by the bespectacled man. He ventured into the port district in search of a particular individual. His sole responsibility was to ascertain the person's location and relay that information back to them, thereby completing his mission. Although this seemed straightforward, Xu Mingda was acutely aware that the reality would be far more challenging than it appeared. Otherwise, the personnel within the military would have already rushed in. Nevertheless, he believed that risking his life for a position within the Dongshan Town law enforcement team was worthwhile. He realized that despite the apocalyptic circumstances, those armed law enforcement agencies still held considerable sway, especially in the eyes of ordinary citizens, who regarded them as almost divine beings wielding the power of life and death. To boost morale, he promoted Zhang Jun and Wu Xia by 1 rank, and formally recognized Yang Guokai as a member of the law enforcement team. However, he did not bestow an official identity upon Du Hao. Although he possessed numerous commendation orders, only his trusted confidants or staunch loyalists would be eligible for such honors. Du Hao, being an undercover agent sent by the Zhai family, regardless of her beauty, was unworthy of such privileges. Subsequently, he contacted Hao Wenbin, instructing him to bring the fishing boat closer to assist in overcoming obstacles. In truth, the primary barrier preventing military access lay just a few dozen meters from the dock at a particular lock. The patrol boats were too deep in the water to pass. They had previously dispatched a contingent of assault troops on a speedboat, yet those 10 or so soldiers had been utterly annihilated by a horde of zombies. Thus, the bespectacled leader required Xu Mingda to locate the specific whereabouts of that crucial individual before dispatching a military helicopter for extraction. Xu Mingda observed that once they cleared the lock, they could disembark and search for the person. Naturally, aside from the physical barriers, they would also encounter zombie attacks upon landing. However, Xu Mingda had resolved to take the plunge. Brother, this won't work. This entire waterway is blocked by those iron structures. Our boat is too tall. It's completely obstructed. How Wenbin remarked, gazing helplessly at the crimson expanse of the fishing port. Height is not an insurmountable problem. As long as we deepen the draft, we can submerge the boat and get through, Yang Gukai, typically reticent, interjected. But even if my boat's draft is reduced by a meter, it's still 1 pass. How Wenbin retorted angrily. I meant our boat. Yang Gukai replied, his expression unyielding. Gukai, can you truly manage that? Xu Mingda exclaimed, his eyes widening. The cabin of the fishing vessel indeed protruded significantly at the stern. However, the government vessel was streamlined and had a low center of gravity, with its deck height barely exceeding a meter. Yet, it had to be maneuvered with precision. If the waves caused it to tilt, it would take on water and sink. Yang Guokai spoke gravely. Nonetheless, we must attempt it. Xu Mingda declared resolutely. He made up his mind. He instructed Hao Wenbin's fishing boat to serve as external support, utilizing a fire hose as a water cannon to douse the area on the dock from across the lock to lower the temperature. Meanwhile, he directed Zhang Jun to operate the boat, filling the cabin with water to decrease the draft. Leader, that means our equipment will be submerged. Zhang Jun lamented. As long as the engine doesn't T-stall, keep pumping water out. Xu Mingda commanded. In order to enhance the vessel's capacity and bolster his own strength, Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu and the 5 subordinates he had brought along to board the government ship, preparing to disembark and assist in the search for the individuals sought by the provincial leaders. Meanwhile, he arranged for Wu Xia and Do Hao to transfer to Hao Wenbin's fishing boat. After all, navigating the government ship to the pier engulfed in flames posed immense danger, and its return was uncertain. Wu Xia resolutely refused to part from Xiao Wu. Captain, I am your assistant. I cannot leave, she declared. Do Hao echoed her sentiments. Chapter 73. She watched with keen interest as Xu Mingda was promoted, yet it seemed to bear no relevance to her. At this moment, she understood the importance of projecting a resolute stance. All right, let us unite as one. Once we reach the shore, we need not fear the zombies. Let us navigate cautiously. But if we cannot evade them, aim for their heads with all our might. Xu Mingda explained the mission and precautions to the temporary assault team he had assembled on the boat. To prepare for a potential zombie attack, he distributed the weapons on board. There were 2 shields, 2 steel forks, 3 machetes, 1 hand axe, 3 assault rifles, 2 shotguns, and 2 handguns. Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu each took a shotgun, while the 2 female team members received handguns for self-defense. Among Xiao Wu's recruits were a retired soldier and a special police officer, who each took an assault rifle, while the remaining one was given to Zhang Jun. As for Yang Gukai, he expressed his preference for wielding a machete. So the shields and steel forks were entrusted to Xiao Wu's men for protection. Listen closely, brothers. I am now the captain of the law enforcement team in Dongshan Town, as per the newly issued appointment from the provincial government. Behold, it is authentic. Remember, I have the authority to make you official law enforcement officers, and you will enjoy the finer things alongside me. Conversely, I can also dismiss you, leaving you to scuttle in the shadows, deprived of even the simplest comforts. This is your opportunity to prove yourselves. Cherish it well. Xu Mingda displayed his appointment letter before the group, then tucked it away in his inner pocket. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun and Yang Gukai were using a pump to draw seawater into the cabin. The government vessel was visibly sinking and outside the porthole. The surface of the sea was ominously rising. Tension gripped everyone. A single wave could capsize the vessel. That should suffice. Yang Gukai gestured, prompting Zhang Jun to turn off the pump and haul it back inside, draping the hose over the side of the boat, ready to expel the water at a moment's notice. Then, Yang Gukai took the helm, skillfully maneuvering the government vessel toward the fishing port. Having encountered various vessel conditions at the shipyard, his psychological resilience and piloting skills far surpassed those of Zhang Jun. Of course, Zhang Jun had honed his driving skills over the years while pursuing illegal vessels in a speedboat, but in this particular situation, he lacked Yang Guotsai's experience. Following Yang Guotsai's method, the government vessel glided through the debris-strewn locks like a submarine surfacing, gradually entering the fishing port. Along the way, they occasionally spotted mutated zombies. Some had been dispatched, while others dragged their mutilated bodies along the locks or among the wreckage of sunken ships, howling menacingly at the government vessel. Xu Mingda felt as though they were traversing a passage through hell. Once they navigated the narrow channel, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Zhang Jun, you and Wu Xia stay behind to guard the ship. The rest of you, follow me to search for survivors. Xu Mingda rested his foot on the ship's railing, preparing to leap onto the dock as soon as they reached it. I am a doctor. I will accompany you. Wu Xia spoke as she donned her helmet and slung the medical kit over her shoulder. I shall also go, Do Hao exclaimed, searching for a protective helmet. You need not accompany us. The ship requires personnel. Xu Mingda's fierce gaze bore down on Do Hao. Oh, but Do Hao was evidently intimidated by Xu Mingda. Previously, she regarded him as a mere buffoon, yet now, in the face of imminent danger, she felt a sudden sense of reverence and awe towards him. What? Do you wish to disobey orders? Very well, you may disembark. Your presence is not required here. Xu Mingda coldly shouted at Do Hao. In this moment, he aimed to display his authority and astuteness to instill fear in his subordinates, ideally making an example of one. You require a guide. I am well acquainted with the locale. Do Hao asserted, tucking her hair behind her ear, lifting her chin. According to Xiao Wu, the official was seeking someone within an upscale villa district. A place encircled by walls, typically guarded by special police, making entry impossible for ordinary citizens. Xiao Wu had also ventured inside once with Niu Si, albeit only lingering near the entrance for a brief period. Do Hao claimed familiarity with the interior, which was largely true, as the Zhai family represented the foremost clan of Dongshan town, and Do Hao, as their socialite, was accustomed to frequenting such places. Ah, I was merely jesting. I feared I might tire you out. Since you consider my well-being, I shall certainly bring you along, Xu Mingda replied with a smile, extending his hand towards Do Hao. Onward, everyone, stay close. Xu Mingda leaped from the ship, gesturing for his subordinates to charge towards the villa district. Chapter 74 Guided by Do Hao. Xu Mingda and his companions deftly circumvented a horde of zombies and leaped through a side entrance into the villa district. This area, spacious and enclosed, typically hosted only service personnel and affluent individuals seeking leisure, thus it was devoid of the throngs of undead that plagued the town. Form groups of 3 and search each house. Xu Mingda commanded his subordinates, gesturing towards the villas nestled behind the ornamental rocks and pavilions. He, along with Du Hao and Yang Gukai, entered the nearest 3-story villa. As soon as Xu Mingda stepped inside, a mutated young attendant lunged at him from within the villa. Blood smeared her face, and her fingers curled like steel hooks as she emitted a low, menacing growl, clawing towards Xu Mingda's neck. Damn it! Xu Mingda exclaimed, swiftly pressing his firearm against her chin before pulling the trigger. The shotgun blast obliterated the zombie's head. The headless torso did not collapse immediately but spun in place. Searching for a target. Hello, is anyone there? Du Hao called out, peering upstairs. Don't bother looking. Xu Mingda pulled her arm, dragging her outside. In situations like these, it was exceedingly rare to find any living souls inside. Even if there were, they would most likely be zombies. From other villas, gunfire intermittently rang out. However, Xiao Wu and his group were mostly novices in dealing with such creatures. Some, caught off guard, fell victim to the zombies within the villas, while others, attempting to salvage valuables, found themselves trapped and terrified, their screams echoing. Xu Mingda had no intention of rescuing them. Before departing, he had outlined all necessary precautions. Their disregard left him powerless. In this apocalyptic world, no one would care for you like a mother. If those around you did not use you as a shield against zombies, it was already a stroke of good fortune. This is the grim truth. Those who survive are the ones who claw their way out from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. According to Du Hao's account, this villa district spanned over 10 acres, comprising more than 20 villas. After searching only 4 or 5, they had already lost 3 members, all former subordinates of Lei Biao. Xiao Wu, along with Wu Xia and the last 2 remaining subordinates, huddled closely together. Brother, we should retreat. Those things are too formidable. Seeing Xu Mingda emerge from a villa with Du Hao and Yang Gukai, Xiao Wu urgently shouted. The gunfire had attracted the zombies in the vicinity. In the distance, 2 or 3 dozen zombies were seen charging wildly towards them. Second brother, find a place to hold your ground. I will return for you in half an hour. Xu Mingda called through the walkie-talkie, seeking refuge behind a building. This rocky beginning was, in fact, part of Xu Mingda's predetermined strategy. Based on Du Hao's description, there was a service hall at the center of the villa district. Xu Mingda surmised that if there were any living individuals in the area, they would likely gather there first, seeking food and assistance, and huddling together for warmth. By drawing the zombies with gunfire and sacrificing a few subordinates to the creatures, the ensuing bloodshed would attract all the zombies in the district. The corpses of those individuals would suffice for the zombies to feast upon for a while. Xiao Wu would also continuously fire his weapon to fend off the zombies, persistently diverting their attention and depleting their numbers. The time thus gained would be utilized by Xu Mingda to search for that significant individual. The service hall served as a congregation point for the residents of the villa district, offering the greatest probability of locating their target. Should they fail to find him there, Xu Mingda would be compelled to scour other villas, a task he was most reluctant to undertake. As they approached the entrance of the service hall, they discovered that the glass door was tightly secured from the inside. Surrounding the 4-story building, there lay no fewer than 7 or 8 dismembered corpses of zombies, a sight not encountered in the other villas. Hello, is anyone there? De Hao called out, but was promptly silenced by Xu Mingda, who picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the upper glass windows of the service center. The sound of shattering glass resonated sharply in the air. He then retrieved a piece of white cloth from his pocket, stretching it out with both hands, upon which he had inscribed in lipstick the words, "We are here to rescue you. If no one comes out in 5 minutes, we shall depart." Xu Mingda whispered to his two companions. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Deheo's heart raced, nearly suffocating her with anxiety. She frequently glanced back, fearful that another grotesque zombie might emerge. Despite her extensive experiences, the bizarre actions of these reanimated corpses genuinely terrified her. Yang Gukai, meanwhile, held a long-handled battle axe, his gaze sharply fixed on Xu Mingda's back. This European-style double-edged axe, once merely a decorative piece on the wall of a villa, was now wielded by Yang Gukai in place of his dulled machete. It was hard to fathom how his slender frame could unleash such formidable strength, wielding the hefty axe with remarkable vigor. 5, 4, 3, 2. Xu Mingda counted down, watching the second hand of his watch, before finally retracting the white cloth sign. "Let us go," he declared. Though he was certain that survivors resided within the service center, Xu Mingda had no desire to forcibly breach the doors or windows. Each person has their fate. If those inside wished to remain unrescued, he would not impose upon them. Breaking in to save someone would only compromise the building's structural integrity. Those inside, gripped by fear, might mistake them for zombies and attack. It would be most disgraceful to perish at the hands of the living. Even the most elite forces dread urban warfare. How could Xu Mingda allow himself to fall into such peril? Just as they turned to leave, a figure suddenly emerged from a third-floor window. "Who are you? Are you here to save us? I'm from a certain bureau. Please help me out," the individual shouted hoarsely. Xu Mingda and Deheo exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 75. The act of rescuing lives sometimes truly depends on fortune. The survivor who called for help, though not the primary target, served as the protector of the actual objective. The individual they were genuinely seeking merely fluttered a sheet at the window for a fleeting moment. Once it was confirmed that the target was still alive, Xu Mingda signaled using the equipment provided by Officer Chen. They were then instructed to maintain vigilance in the surrounding area. Du Hao and Yang Gukai felt a surge of joy at the ease with which they completed their search mission, believing that a little more perseverance would lead to the successful conclusion of their task. However, Xu Mingda blinked and sensed a signal of impending danger. "Du Hao, do you know where the nearest exit is?" His expression was grave. "Aren't we evacuating together?" Du Hao gazed quizzically at Xu Mingda. Upon seeing the anxious intensity in his eyes and the grimace on his face, she hastily crouched down and sketched a rudimentary map of the villa area's entrances using a twig. "Let us go. We'll exit through this way." Xu Mingda glanced at it and urged Du Hao and Yang Gukai to follow. Though puzzled, Du Hao dared not question him further, while Yang Gukai simply gripped his axe tightly and followed Xu Mingda without a second thought. "Brother, how is the situation over there?" Xu Mingda inquired through the walkie-talkie, quickening his pace towards the exit. "Big brother, we can barely hold on," Xiao Wu shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony of undead groans surrounding him. "Don't give up. In a few minutes, the zombies will disperse. Avoid prolonged engagement and try to break through towards the southwest. We will meet at the dock." Xu Mingda shouted urgently into the device. Moments later, the thunderous roar of helicopter blades filled the air as a chopper hovered above the service center. Several Special Forces soldiers rappelled down to the rooftop and entered the building to commence the rescue operation. Xu Mingda's judgment had proven accurate. Previously, he had lured the inexperienced followers to the zombies and had Xiao Wu divert the horde away from the villa area. Now, he found himself discarded like a used tissue, having served his purpose. With the helicopter's noise, not only the zombies inside the villa but also those outside were drawn to the sound. Thousands of zombies converged from nearby, breaching the villa's defenses, clawing and gnashing as they surged inside. Had Xu Mingda and his companions remained foolishly stationed around the service center, they would have become bait, delaying the horde's assault on the center. This was also why the man in the Zhongshan suit had so readily bestowed numerous commendations upon Xu Mingda. In his eyes, Xu Mingda would never live to utilize them. Du Hao was now completely captivated by Xu Mingda's brilliance. She stretched her long legs, steadfastly following him, fearful of missing his commands and being left behind to face the zombies. Yang Gukai, wielding his hefty axe, ran breathlessly beside them, although his physical condition was decent. His late-night gaming and indulgence in Japanese films had taken a toll on his health. Fortunately, Xu Mingda harbored no intentions of abandoning Yang Gukai. To Xu Mingda, Yang Gukai was a treasure unearthed from the refuse, a rarity in these times, a loyal and capable individual, skilled in both navigation and repair. He would rather feed the undead than forsake this devoted acolyte. Due to their early action and familiarity with the terrain, the trio encountered no substantial hordes of zombies. Those few who fell under the stars were swiftly dispatched by Xu Mingda and Yang Gukai. Encouraged by this, Dou Hao brandished a small handgun, executing a close-range shot to the head of a particularly grotesque and corpulent zombie. However, Xiaowu and his companions were not as fortunate as Xu Mingda. Previously, they had been assailed by the zombies within the park. Once these creatures were lured away by the sound of the helicopter, they faced another wave of the dead that had infiltrated from outside the villa district. Thankfully, Xiaowu and his two subordinates were seasoned warriors. They fought valiantly alongside Wu Xia, making their way through the villa district towards the harbor. As Xu Mingda and his group emerged midway, the helicopter ascended, carrying an important figure to a safer location. On board, a woman in her 30s gazed down from the window, observing the unfolding scene below. The discarded sheets beneath her feet indicated that she was indeed the mysterious person recently rescued. From her aerial vantage point, she could clearly survey the situation below. Curiously, she watched three individuals sprinting along an empty street. Are they the ones who discovered us first? She inquired, turning to a bodyguard with a square jaw beside her. Yes, ma'am, he affirmed. She contemplated personally approaching the aircraft's hatch to annihilate these potential informants with the mounted Gatling gun. No, let them go, since they are already aware. It is better to release them, the woman murmured softly. Chapter 76. Zhang Jun, are you on the boat? Xu Mingda inquired as they approached the harbor, clutching the walkie-talkie. Although he had yet to establish contact with Xiao Wu and the others, his primary concern was the potential theft or sinking of their vessel. If that were to happen, they would be irrevocably trapped on Dongshan Island. Su Dui, I'm here. I've just cleared the obstacles near the lock with Captain Hao from the Joint Defense Team. I am awaiting your return. Zhang Jun responded eagerly. Is that gunboat still in place? Xu Mingda pressed further. Su Dui, it appears the warship has departed. I can no longer see it from my position. Should I maneuver the boat to search for it? Zhang Jun replied. With Xu Mingda now officially recognized and promoted, Zhang Jun's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. There's no need for that. Just keep an eye on the boat. We'll be there shortly. Xu Mingda instructed. He then resumed communication with Hao Wenbin. Previously, Hao Wenbin's fishing vessel, due to its elevated wheelhouse, could only dock outside the harbor. Aboard, besides Hao Wenbin, was Lu Shui from the shipyard. Brother, just now, Lu Shui and I managed to pull away those obstructive frames with ropes, Hao Wenbin exclaimed, eager to take credit upon hearing Xu Mingda's voice. He had been preoccupied at sea, oblivious to the horrors unfolding on the island. I understand. Prepare the boat now. Once we return, we shall gather our supplies, Xu Mingda replied, nodding in silent appreciation for Hao Wenbin's safety. At that moment, he felt increasingly grateful for Hao Wenbin's loyalty and reliability. After all, among the dwindling population of survivors, those possessing such admirable qualities would become increasingly rare as the zombie virus spread. As they drew within a few hundred meters of the fishing port, Xu Mingda caught sight of the azure sea in the distance. Yet, unexpectedly, their path was obstructed by a horde of zombies. From their attire, it was evident that these creatures were once dockworkers and seafood sorters at the fishing port. It was unclear who had succumbed to the virus first. One could only imagine the chaos that erupted in the bustling port, where the terrifying virus spread rapidly among the crowded masses. Those infected transformed into horrifying zombies within mere minutes, while the oblivious onlookers remained unaware, mistaking the scene for a mere brawl. Gazing at the grotesquely contorted faces and mangled bodies before him, Xu Mingda felt an uneasy mix of fear and revulsion. His stomach churned, a physical reaction to the tension. Over 100 zombies stood in their way, blocking the route to the fishing port. The earlier blaze at the port had finally begun to subside, prompting the zombies to emerge from their hiding places at the sound of Xu Mingda and his companions, their faces twisted in rage, eager for their next meal. Everything is fine. I regret this, Xu Mingda muttered as he raised his gun, aiming at the encroaching zombies, his voice low yet fierce. At that moment, Yang Guokai wielded a double-edged axe, steadying his handgun, as they formed a triangular combat formation to confront the approaching horde. What do you regret? Yang Guokai asked curiously. I regret not taking care of you last night. At present, it seems there may no longer be any opportunities. Xu Mingda gazed at the surroundings with a bitter smile. To return to the fishing port, he must traverse this road, yet with so many zombies, he simply cannot eliminate them all. Chapter 77. At this moment, behind them, zombies began to stagger and lurch towards them, blocking their escape route. Whatever regrets you have, just lead us out of here, and you can have whatever you desire. Du Hao half exposed her bosom, tearing off the straps of her corset. Xu Mingda's initial tactics were clear to her. He could easily use those ruffians as pawns. And even his sworn brother, Xiao Wu, became a tool to attract the zombies. At this juncture, she feared that Xu Mingda might resort to a strategy of sacrificing her to save himself, throwing her into the horde while he fled. After all, Yang Guokai was Xu Mingda's bodyguard, but she, as his assistant, felt utterly expendable at that moment. Really? Xu Mingda chuckled mischievously. You go, and I'll cover you. Suddenly, he pushed Du Hao aside, urging her to escape down a nearby path, then pulled the trigger, firing at the foremost zombie. Captain Su's actions left Du Hao momentarily stunned. The men she had encountered before were all enamored with her beauty, yet none had ever regarded her as a person. Now, Xu Mingda intended to risk his life to protect her, which deeply moved Du Hao. Damn it, hurry up, or we'll miss our chance. Xu Mingda shouted fiercely, reloading his weapon and firing at the zombies. Yang Gukai realized it was the final moment. He swung his axe, roaring as he charged into the horde. Du Hao, momentarily dazed, then squealed, picking up a wooden stick and following Xu Mingda into the fray. The trio's assault briefly halted the zombie swarm. The recently mutated zombies lacked coordinated movement, driven solely by their instinctive desire for fresh protein, attacking independently. Xu Mingda initially aimed to carve a bloody path through the disorganized horde to reach the port. However, at a critical moment, his shotgun ran out of ammunition. The horde did not scatter in fear of their valor. Instead, it grew denser, completely blocking the route to the port. Damn it, we can't fight them off. Run. Xu Mingda swung his shotgun like a club, striking a zombie on the head, then turned to flee. Yang Gukai and Du Hao were momentarily taken aback by Xu Mingda's cowardly move and quickly followed him back towards the island. Yet, they had already missed their prime opportunity. Behind them, clusters of zombies had begun to converge, lunging wildly towards them. The three of them found themselves surrounded. Climb a tree. Zombies can't climb trees, right? Xu Mingda, weaponless and being relentlessly pursued by the horde, frantically grabbed onto a large tree, attempting to ascend. He regretted his greed for that commission. At this point, he would refuse even the position of a naval commander if offered. Just as they were in dire straits, the zombies behind them suddenly became disorganized. The horde began to disperse, drawn towards something else. Just as Xu Mingda craned his neck to see, an armored personnel carrier approached, and bullets rained down from its firing ports, pelting the zombie horde and scattering them in disarray. Chapter 78. The Army. The army has arrived. Kill. Xu Mingda cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. Regardless of the time or circumstances, ordinary civilians, upon seeing soldiers, felt akin to lost children reuniting with their parents. Du Hao and Yang Gukai had already succumbed to despair, yet now they summoned their courage, squeezing out the last vestiges of their strength to fiercely resist the onslaught of zombies. The machine guns mounted on the transport vehicles accurately targeted the zombies assailing Xu Mingda. Unlike the portrayals in films, some of the zombies in the horde had recently been infected and retained vestiges of human consciousness. In other words, they were not entirely dead, still possessing the instinct and awareness to evade danger. Confronted with the instinct to flee from peril, a number of these zombies chose to retreat. Xu Mingda suddenly felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Hey, don't run, he shouted, leaping down from a tree and hurling a half-brick towards the throng of zombies. An imposing zombie was provoked, turning to bellow at him. Xu Mingda, frightened, tightened his grip and clung to the tree, contemplating another escape. At that moment, the camouflaged transport vehicle had approached them. As the side door swung open, Xiao unexpectedly jumped out. Second brother, is that you? Xu Mingda felt as though he were dreaming. Elder brother, get in the car. We'll talk later. Xiao pulled Xu Mingda into the vehicle, followed closely by Du Hao and Yang Gukai, who scrambled inside as well. The instant the door closed, a profound sense of safety enveloped them. The military vehicle did not linger in battle. Instead, it swiftly turned around, crashing through several oblivious zombies before veering onto another road. Although the zombies howled in pursuit, they could not catch up with the rapidly advancing armored vehicle, and the threat gradually receded into the distance. Inside the vehicle, Xu Mingda noticed that, aside from a fully armed soldier, Wu Xia and Xiao Wu's two subordinates were also present. Xiao Wu, what is going on? How did you come into contact with the soldiers? Xu Mingda asked, gripping Xiao Wu's hand tightly. We ran into them along the way, Xiao Wu explained. Are these soldiers here to take us to the troops? Du Hao, her hair tousled, inquired eagerly. The recent battle with the zombies had left her shaken. They are here to conduct a rescue mission, but the rescue personnel have all perished. Wu Xia's tone grew somber as she recounted the details to Xu Mingda. It turned out that prior to their arrival, the military had dispatched a group of commandos to the island for a search. To ensure the safe evacuation of the target individuals, the military requisitioned 2 armored vehicles from the special police force stationed on Dongfeng Island, deploying 15 special forces members for the task. However, faced with the ferocious and cunning horde of zombies, even the armored transport vehicles could not withstand their onslaught. One vehicle was directly surrounded and overwhelmed. Although this particular vehicle managed to break through, the soldiers sent out to scout had not returned. In order to prevent the zombie virus from spreading within the military, all soldiers dispatched for this mission were ordered, upon completion of their tasks, to seek out and join local government forces to continue the extermination of the zombies. Before the complete eradication of the zombies or the development of a vaccine for the zombie virus, they were forbidden from returning to their unit. Consequently, the remaining 3 soldiers in the armored personnel carrier had no choice but to steer the vehicle towards areas with fewer zombies, preparing to initiate guerrilla warfare on the island. By chance, Xiao and his team managed to break out from the villa district and encountered this vehicle along with the 3 surviving soldiers. Upon learning that Xiao and his companions were local rescue team members, the soldiers invited them aboard the armored vehicle. At that moment, the rescue mission had been successfully concluded, and a helicopter was dispatched to extract the target individual. Xiao received a directive from Xu Mingda to retreat to the port. So he and the 3 soldiers hastened towards the harbor, only to unexpectedly come across Xu Mingda, who was besieged. I am the captain of the water enforcement team in Dongshan Town. If you have no other organization to turn to, I will accept you. Upon hearing this fortunate news, Xu Mingda produced his commendation order from his pocket. Captain Xu, we have one too. A soldier named Zhang Mingxing replied with a wry smile, pulling out a similar commendation order to show Xu Mingda. Damn, it turns out we are all martyrs. Xu Mingda muttered under his breath, suddenly feeling that stack of commendation orders had lost its allure. Nevertheless, the 3 soldiers expressed their agreement to join Xu Mingda's enforcement team, placing themselves under his command. Xu Mingda briefly inquired about their roles and specialties. Zhang Mingxing was a machine gunner, the one who had repelled the horde of zombies using the vehicle-mounted machine gun. The other 2 soldiers were Wu Zuowei, a military vehicle driver, and Xie Tiandi, a drone operator. The 2 nodded at their future leader from the driver's compartment. Brother, there are too many zombies near the port. We can't break through. At that moment, Xiao furrowed his brow and looked at Xu Mingda, while the others awaited his decision. Chapter 79. At this moment, Xu Mingda had regained his composure. We have been deceived, yet we cannot return empty-handed, he remarked, addressing the individuals within the vehicle. Initially, Xu Mingda had intended to visit Dongshan Island for a profitable venture, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in a daunting task. Although it appeared he had gained a hollow title, it came at the cost of 3 comrades who had perished. Fortunately, Xu Mingda had managed to enlist 3 well-trained soldiers and acquired a military vehicle. Notably, this vehicle was stocked with various tactical gear, including bulletproof vests, helmets, and cut-resistant gloves, which significantly boosted his confidence. Wu Zuowei, do you know the location of the other military vehicle? Xu Mingda inquired. Yes, sir, Wu Zuowei replied emphatically. Take us there. Let us see if any comrades are in need of rescue. Xu Mingda commanded. Captain, we have already checked. The comrades in that vehicle have sacrificed their lives. Zhang Mingxing lamented. Search again. We must not overlook any opportunity for rescue. Xu Mingda thundered. Understood. Zhang Mingxing and the other 2 responded, suppressing their sorrow. Wu Xia, do you still have any disinfectants? Xu Mingda turned to Wu Xia. Only some alcohol, Wu Xia replied, glancing at Xu Mingda with uncertainty. Can alcohol effectively disinfect weapons and ammunition that have been contaminated with zombie blood? Xu Mingda inquired more specifically. His intention in seeking other soldiers was, in fact, to gather more equipment. Although gunfire would attract zombies, making it a double-edged sword, the previous battle demonstrated that high-caliber weapons, such as machine guns, were particularly effective in annihilating zombies, especially from a distance. His shotgun was entirely out of ammunition, and both Xiao and his other 2 subordinates had emptied their magazines. It was imperative to replenish their arsenal, otherwise, they could not escape Dongshan Island relying solely on melee weapons. Team leader, according to the epidemic prevention guidelines, as long as the skin and mucous membranes remain intact, infection can be prevented, Wu Xia stated. Oh, that's reassuring, Xu Mingda nodded. It appeared that the zombie virus was akin to the plague. Ordinary contact posed no threat. At that moment, Wu Zuowei pressed the accelerator, propelling the military vehicle forward. Despite obstacles in the roadway, they were no match for the vehicle's momentum. However, the occupants experienced a tumultuous ride, akin to being tossed about in a small boat amidst a raging storm. Soon, Wu Zuowei brought the vehicle to a halt. Xu Mingda peered through the observation port and, indeed, spotted another military vehicle quietly parked in a grassy area. Both on and around the vehicle lay soldiers, their forms unrecognizable due to the gruesome gnawing they had endured. Their identities could only be discerned through their weapons and uniforms. At the driver's seat, the zombie was feasting upon a corpse. Damn it, Zhang Mingxing exclaimed, ready to fire upon the zombie. Don't shoot, we'll attract the other zombies. Xu Mingda quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Xie Tiandi had launched a reconnaissance drone to survey the surrounding area. Report to the captain, there are no zombie hordes nearby. As he maneuvered the drone on the laptop screen, he reported, Come on, let us go. Xu Mingda gestured with a hand and led Xiao Wu and Yang Gukai out of the vehicle. The zombie, sensing the presence of fresh prey, leapt excitedly from the car and lunged towards Xu Mingda and the others. "Take him down," Xu Mingda commanded, and Yang Gukai advanced with an axe, cleaving the zombie's skull in two. Xiao joined in, delivering a kick that sent the creature sprawling to the side before he opened the car door to peer inside. The compartment was crammed with corpses, both soldiers and zombies alike. Perhaps feeling that escape was futile and unwilling to succumb to being bitten, one soldier had detonated a hand grenade, causing the interior to erupt in a shower of gore. Xiao Wu attempted to retrieve a weapon from the pile of bodies, but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpses, rendering the location of the arms uncertain. He had no choice but to call upon his two subordinates to assist in dragging the bodies away. The three soldiers also wished to help but were restrained by Xu Mingda. "You three stay by our vehicle," he instructed, wary of them becoming emotionally compromised in the face of such horror. After all, they were merely in their early 20s, indoctrinated with a complete doctrine of obedience to superiors, utterly unaware of the perils and complexities of the world. Once Xiao Wu and his companions had cleared a considerable number of the bodies from the vehicle, Xiao Wu intended to board and scavenge for firearms and ammunition, only to discover that the soldiers' weapons were nearly devoid of bullets. It appeared that they had fought desperately for their lives, striving to carve out a path through the chaos before their demise. "Captain Su, a horde is approaching," reported Zhang Mingxing. At 9 o'clock, approximately 50 to 60 of them, 1,050 meters away. "Xiao Wu, stop searching for now. The fuel tank is full. Let us drive away," Xu Mingda exclaimed as he yanked the skeletal remains of the driver from the vehicle, glancing at the fuel gauge. "Tang Gucheng, you take the wheel." Xiao Wu signaled to one of his subordinates. Tang Gucheng had served as a driver for a year prior. "Do you know where the enforcement team's headquarters is?" Xu Mingda inquired of Xiao Wu. "Yes, it's not far from here," Xiao Wu replied, peering out to gauge their surroundings. "Let us head there and see if we can procure some weapons and ammunition." "Agreed." Xiao Wu nodded in understanding and took his place in the passenger seat. "Follow the lead vehicle." Xu Mingdao returned to the original armored vehicle and directed the driver, Wu Zuowei. Chapter 80. Xu Mingda's intentions were unequivocal. Having arrived on the island, his purpose was to procure resources, be it weaponry, medical supplies, or provisions and clothing. He aimed to acquire it all. His two vessels, though modest in size, hinted at a more expansive ambition. Had they been larger, he would have endeavored to transport both of the armored vehicles. Dongshan Island, while not extensive, boasts a prime geographical position and is home to the deepwater Dongshan port, which contributes to its thriving economy and status as a tourist haven. The island is primarily comprised of three key areas: Dongshan Town, Dongshan Port, and the Dongshan Tourism and Health Resort. Dongshan Town serves as the residential hub for the island's inhabitants, featuring comprehensive infrastructure such as schools and hospitals. Dongshan Port encompasses two significant sections: the Dongshan Fishing Port, where fishing vessels dock and seafood is traded, and the main port, separated by a cape, which accommodates cargo and passenger ships from afar. The tourism area of Dongshan, where Xu Mingda and his companions had recently arrived, is characterized by opulent villas frequented by affluent elites seeking relaxation and recuperation. In addition to these luxurious residences, the area boasts hotels, restaurants, and agritourism establishments, all adorned with splendid architecture. The office of the waterborne law enforcement team is situated within Dongshan Port, conveniently close to the dock, and features a dedicated pier for their enforcement vessels, as well as yachts from affiliated organizations or confiscated vessels. Therefore, when Xu Mingda communicated via radio to Zhang Jun and Hao Wenbin that he intended to proceed to Dongshan Port and requested them to meet him there, Zhang Jun immediately understood and set sail with Hao Wenbin toward the law enforcement team's headquarters. At this juncture, Xu Mingda was still some distance from the enforcement team. The thunderous roar of the two armored vehicles attracted a significant number of zombies. These creatures, pursuing along the roadside, were mercilessly struck down by the vehicles. Wu Zuowei, behind the wheel, had learned from past experiences. His gaze was steely and unyielding. His teammate's vehicle had met its demise due to an unwillingness to confront the undead out of sympathy for the civilians. In the rear vehicle, Xiao Wu was even more relentless. Having battled the zombies for an extended period, he now engaged in a ruthless onslaught, disregarding all else in his path. Thus, they avoided repeating past mistakes and successfully surged toward Dongshan Port. Dongshan Port, distinct from the adjacent fishing port, had been sealed off at the onset of the zombie virus outbreak. Passenger ferries were barred entry, and cargo ships seldom ventured in or out, with operations mechanized. The port area was relatively uninhabited and spacious, which also indicated a scarcity of mutated individuals through their encounters and studies of the undead. Xu Mingda and his team had gained valuable insights. Those infected and transformed into zombies typically remain stationary, only moving towards stimuli such as the scent of living beings or sounds. At present, they had not observed any organized groups of zombies exhibiting purposeful searches for humans. Consequently, upon entering Dongshan port, the density of zombies diminished significantly, rendering them virtually inconsequential. Captain Zhang, the building ahead is our headquarters. Wu Xia pointed to a small 5-story white building by the harbor and said, "Indeed, let us go." Xu Mingda instructed 2 vehicles to drive into the compound. With a loud crash, Wu Zuowei smashed through the security barrier. A guard, startled from the guardhouse, staggered towards the armored vehicle, only to be struck down by Wu Zuowei, crushed beneath its wheels. "Damn it, you brought this upon yourself. I am now the captain of the battalion. From now on, everyone must heed my command. This is my stronghold in Dongshan." Xu Mingda alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the exquisite building with an air of authority. Chapter 81. Is there someone in this building? The entrance to the building was firmly locked from the inside, obstructed by a metal filing box. Xu Mingda glanced at Tang Guochen. "Open the door," he commanded. Xiao understood and gestured to his subordinates. The towering Tang Guochen retrieved a crowbar from the vehicle, preparing to smash the tempered glass door. "Wait. Let Xiao Xie deploy a drone first to assess the situation inside," Xu Mingda interjected, halting Tang Guochen. At that moment, 3 soldiers had disembarked from the armored vehicle, cautiously surveying the modest courtyard. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's request for reconnaissance, Xie Tiandi quickly stood at attention and affirmed, "Yes." He then opened his laptop and initiated the drone operation. Meanwhile, the other 2 soldiers remained vigilant by the armored vehicle, ready to respond to any sudden attacks. Feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction at the prospect of commanding such skilled soldiers, Xu Mingda watched as the drone ascended and began to scan the interior through the windows. "Report, Captain. There are individuals on the 2nd and 4th floors, but their status is unclear," Xie Tiandi informed, pointing at the computer screen. "Excellent. Can your drone venture inside?" Xu Mingda inquired. While he could see movement within the building, he could not ascertain whether the occupants had been infected by the zombie virus. Entering recklessly might lead to dire consequences if confronted by the undead. Clearly, each of his subordinates was an elite. Their loss was not an option. "Certainly," Xie Tiandi replied, maneuvering the drone through a corridor window on the 5th floor. The footage from the drone's camera revealed a vivid, clear view. "Report. The 4th floor has 2 rooms occupied by 2 men and 3 women. The 2nd floor has 4 men and 1 woman who have already been infected by the zombie virus." Moments later, Xie Tiandi grasped the basic situation inside the building. If they've already turned into zombies, why block the door? Xu Mingda mused. He surmised that the individuals on the 2nd floor had barricaded themselves in an attempt to evade the zombies before succumbing to the infection, leading to their current entrapment. The occupants of the 4th floor, upon realizing the transformation of those on the 2nd floor, had barricaded the staircase to the 3rd floor and retreated to the 4th. "Xiao Wu, pry open the door and lure those zombies from the 2nd floor out," Xu Mingda instructed. He refrained from sending Yang Guokai, as the latter had steadfastly protected him throughout their journey. "Tang Guochen, Han Song, you 2 go." Xiao Wu signaled for his 2 subordinates to take action. Tang Guochen, a former soldier, and Han Song, a retired special police officer, were well-versed in firearms and vehicle operations, possessing impressive physical capabilities. Having previously associated with Lei Biao in the underworld, they had maintained their training, unexpectedly becoming Xiao Wu's valuable allies in this post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, they understood that Xu Mingda was the leader of the enforcement team, and thus, they were eager to align themselves with him for a promising future. The 2 promptly shattered the door's glass with the crowbar, then used pliers to sever the chain lock. As they were about to pull open the door and step inside, a cacophony of scratching and thumping erupted from behind the iron box. It seemed that the zombies on the 2nd floor, alerted by the noise, were already descending upon them. Chapter 82. 4 men and a woman staggered out of the door, yet they could hardly withstand the ferocity of the several assassins lurking outside. "Drag those things out and do not dirty the courtyard," Xu Mingda commanded as he strode confidently into the building, accompanied by Yang Guokai and Du Hao. The thought of being the captain and the master of this establishment made Xu Mingda stand even taller, his demeanor exuding the airs of a bureaucrat. As Yang Guokai cleared the debris from the staircase on the 3rd floor, intending to ascend to the 4th, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted from above. A man peered down the corridor, only to retreat hastily, but he soon re-emerged to glance down again. "Are you here to rescue us?" he inquired with a trembling voice. Are there still people up there? Come down." Xu Mingda shouted upward, craning his neck. "Yes, right away," the man replied repeatedly, followed by the voices of several women from above. Soon, cautious footsteps echoed in the corridor. "Comrades, you are." A young woman cautiously descended the stairs, holding a clothing rack, her face alight with joy. "We are from the municipal support team. Please reassure those above to come down," Xu Mingda responded. Noticing her uniform, a short-sleeved top and long trousers, indicating she was a member of the enforcement team. "Hey, Team Leader Fu, Team Leader Fu. It's the support team here to rescue us," the woman exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing Xu Mingda's affiliation. "Is it really the support team?" A middle-aged man, plump and in a hurry, rushed down the stairs, accompanied by a cadre in her 30s, followed by two women in uniform. "Who are you?" the chubby man, known as Team Leader Fu, inquired, extending his hand toward the unfamiliar Xu Mingda. "Just call me Captain Xu," Xu Mingda replied, producing a commendation certificate from his pocket and waving it before him. Captain Xu, thank you for your hard work." Team Leader Fu hurriedly extended his hand for a handshake. "Team Leader Fu, during the epidemic, let us forego the pretense of pleasantries," Xu Mingda stated coolly, withholding his hand. Understood." Team Leader Fu's face flushed, and he smiled awkwardly. "By the way, Team Leader Fu, where are our firearms stored?" Xu Mingda shifted to the matter at hand. "Oh, on the second floor, there is a storage room with dedicated personnel," Team Leader Fu replied, somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Xu Mingda's true standing. "Let us there," Xu Mingda said with a knowing smile. "Captain Xu, I'm merely a deputy. I lack the authority for that. Accessing the armory requires the captain's direct order," the plump man explained. "Oh, no authority, you say?" Xu Mingda glanced at Yang Guokai and Du Hao. "If you lack authority, why waste our time?" With that, he turned to lead his companions back down the stairs. "Hey, Captain Xu, what do you mean by that? You cannot abandon us," Team Leader Fu exclaimed in distress. "Do you not understand what I mean? I am the captain here, and this is under my jurisdiction. You are the vice captain. Do you not know what to do?" Xu Mingda exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "Well, I have not received any orders from the brigade," the chubby man surnamed Fu retorted, his face reddening. "This is an official document from the province. Is it ineffective here?" Xu Mingda brandished the commendation order, revealing the prominent red seal. "Oh, Xu Captain. Then I shall make a phone call." Fu, clearly not easily deceived, began to retrieve his phone to verify. "Guokai, take him to the vehicle to make the call." Xu Mingda winked at Yang Guokai. "Come, I shall lead you to a good place." Yang Guokai grasped Fu's arm, intending to escort him to the armored vehicle for a lesson. "Where are you taking him?" At that moment, a woman urgently grasped Yang Guotsai's arm and inquired. "To the special police's armored vehicle, cannot you see? And our most beloved person will be there. Where else could we take him if not to a secure location?" Xu Mingda pointed towards the courtyard through the window. "I am his partner. I will accompany him," the woman declared. "Very well, go ahead," Xu Mingda replied with a nod. At that moment, only a man in his 30s remained on the staircase, accompanied by two uniformed women. "Captain Xu, I am the office director of our team. My surname is Zhao. This is our internal staff, Wang and Zhang." The man, sensing Xu Mingda's formidable presence, hurriedly introduced himself with a smile. "Oh, Director Zhao, where is your captain's office?" Xu Mingda, noting the man's awareness, sneered coldly. "On the third floor, please." Director Zhao quickly gestured for Xu Mingda to proceed. "You too. Come along as well. I wish to familiarize myself with the situation and the team." Xu Mingda instructed the two female staff members. Chapter 83. The man with the surname Zhao, being the office director, was adorned with a heavy set of keys. He even managed to unlock the captain's office. Xu Mingda, upon entering this grand office, confidently approached the boss's desk and settled into the plush chair. As he opened the drawer, he discovered it was brimming with fine cigarettes and envelopes. Naturally, he extracted a box of cigarettes, unwrapped it, and placed one between his lips. The waterborne law enforcement team inherently possessed the authority to combat smuggling and drug trafficking. Thus the captain's power was evident. "Why are only you few here? Where are the others?" Xu Mingda inquired. At that moment, Director Zhao and the two internal staff members were visibly taken aback. Captain Xu. Ever since the emergence of the strange virus, our team has." Xu Mingda interjected, "Our team?" Yes. Our team has received directives from higher authorities and has been fully engaged in frontline epidemic prevention efforts. Only Deputy Captain Fu and a few of us internal staff remained at home. Who would have thought that our Dongshang would?" Director Zhao's eyes reddened as he spoke sorrowfully. "What about those downstairs?" Xu Mingda asked. "The ones downstairs are here to see Deputy Captain Fu. That woman is quite improper. I believe the virus was brought by her," said a female team member named Wang. "Oh, your name is Wang Hongyan," Xu Mingda remarked, reading the name tag on her chest. "I am Zhang Dan," the other female staff member replied haughtily. "Zhang Dan?" Xu Mingda noted the disdain in her eyes, pondering her attitude. "Captain Xu, she is the niece of Zhang Shusho from the Port Authority." Director Zhao hurriedly leaned closer to Xu Mingda, whispering, "Oh, Zhang Shusho. I am not familiar." Xu Mingda feigned realization. He was keen to gather information about these individuals, recognizing the value of human resources. As the virus spread, the number of healthy individuals would inevitably dwindle. While it remained uncertain whether the situation would mirror films wherein only 1% of the population remained normal, it was evident that the population in affected areas would significantly decrease. No matter how much equipment and food he amassed, he would require laborers to assist him and companions to share in his endeavors. Although Director Zhao and the 2 internal staff members did not appear particularly formidable, they possessed a certain caliber and organizational skills. In essence, they were capable, discreet workers. Xu Mingda needed warriors like Xiao Wu and Yang Guokai, as well as shrewd aides like Director Zhao, to help him manage a vast number of future subordinates. As for Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan, judging by their ages, one in her early 20s and the other around 30, they were quite attractive and fashionably dressed, potentially suitable as wives for his subordinates. If they proved unsuitable, they could be assigned to the laundry. At that moment, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from outside the window. Xu Mingda glanced out to see Xiao Wu and Yang Guokai mercilessly beating Deputy Captain Fu, who was rolling on the ground in agony as his wife begged Xiao Wu for mercy. "How long have you been trapped here?" Xu Mingda asked nonchalantly. 5 days, came the timid reply. Director Zhao, upon witnessing the brutality inflicted upon team leader Fu, realized it was instigated by Xu Mingda, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow in fear. Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan, equally terrified, huddled in the corner, whispering softly, "There is no need for fear. I am merely seeking to comprehend the situation," Xu Mingda remarked as he lit another cigarette. Chapter 84. I see, leader. Director Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 female staff members and then smiled apologetically. 5 days, what have you been surviving on?" Xu Mingda inquired, noticing that they did not appear to be suffering from hunger or cold. "Well, there's a refrigerator at the brigade, and on the 5th floor. We have a small cafeteria where we can prepare some meals ourselves," Director Zhao quickly replied. The conditions are rather good." Xu Mingda's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He had been troubled about where to find food, and he hadn't expected such ample facilities here. "Oh, Su Brigade, you must be hungry too. Shall I go prepare some food for you?" Director Zhao asked, stretching his neck in a solicitous manner. "Sure, go ahead and prepare it," Xu Mingda replied. At that moment, Yang Guokai and Xiao Wu arrived. "Boss, we've secured the keys to the armory," Yang Guokai said, handing a set of keys to Xu Mingda. It seemed their earlier efforts at the brigade had yielded significant results. "Good. Summon our people to come up and load everything into the vehicle," Xu Mingda said with satisfaction. "Understood." Xiao nodded and turned to head downstairs to the warehouse. "Su Brigade, if there is nothing pressing, we'd like to go home." Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan mustered their courage to speak up, having sensed the precariousness of the situation. They were wary of Xu Mingda's dubious identity and feared for their safety. "I actually do have something for you two to do. Open all the offices in the brigade and gather all the good cigarettes, fine wines, and quality clothing from the boxes. Find some large plastic bags or suitcases to pack them in. As for going home, it's quite dangerous outside. I will arrange for a special vehicle to take you later," Xu Mingda instructed. "Oh, thank you, Su Brigade." Although Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan were reluctant, they dared not decline. At this point, Xu Mingda had swiftly claimed the entire building along with its occupants and valuables. He activated the intercom to contact Zhang Jun and Hao Wenbin. Zhang Jun quickly responded, indicating he was nearing the brigade's dock, and Hao Wenbin was accompanying him. Seeing his troops successfully assemble, Xu Mingda's expression brightened. "All right, let us clean up and change into fresh clothes," he said, signaling to Do Hao, having just fought off zombies. Although unscathed, Xu Mingda felt grimy from the splattered blood and found himself yearning for cleanliness. Remarkably, the enforcement brigade's building had electricity, and the restroom had running water. This thrilled Xu Mingda. Do Hao, who was naturally fastidious, shared his sentiments. The two hurried to the restroom, shedding their outer garments and turning on the faucet, scrubbing themselves vigorously as if to peel away a layer of skin. "Your chest is quite ample," Xu Mingda remarked, glancing sideways at Do Hao, who was clad only in her undergarments. "You are quite sturdy yourself," Do Hao retorted, eyeing Xu Mingda's muscular physique. "Does your offer to sleep with me still stand?" Xu Mingda grinned, mischievously inquiring. "Are you interested?" Do Hao smirked, seemingly attempting to decipher Xu Mingda's intentions. In her eyes, this man was increasingly captivating, and she was well aware of his notorious reputation as a lecher, knowing he would not remain faithful to just one person. If she wishes to earn his affection, she must invest more thought and effort into it. Chapter 85. Although Xu Mingda was consumed by lust, he still maintained a sense of propriety. He understood that at this moment, he could not allow his desires to interfere with the pressing matters at hand. Despite the relative scarcity of zombies in the port area, it was by no means a safe haven. Furthermore, he had errands to attend to in town. As for the alluring beauty, Xu Mingda could only admire her from a distance, exchanging a few playful remarks to satisfy his cravings. upon his return to Ganjingzi Island. He would ensure she fulfilled her promises to him. Though he was not highly educated, Xu Mingda detested being looked down upon, having his words disregarded, or being treated like a fool. At that moment, a distant, resonant foghorn drew everyone's attention. "Who on earth is that?" Xu Mingda exclaimed. Rushing to the window to vent his frustration, he observed a large container ship slowly maneuvering, seemingly attempting to exit the port. The horn had sounded because Zhang Jun and Hao Wenbin's vessel obstructed the shipping lane. The blast would inevitably attract zombies from afar, and the tantalizing aroma wafting from Director Zhao's kitchen on the 5th floor was akin to a feast for the undead. "Stop that ship. Others may pass, but they cannot." Xu Mingda gritted his teeth, barking orders into the intercom. "Understood, Captain Xu," Zhang Jun responded, turning his vessel towards the cargo ship. Although it was the height of the zombie outbreak, the enforcement boat still wielded considerable authority. After all, the personnel aboard needed to be apprised of the situation on land, which necessitated the oversight of the enforcement vessel. Additionally, being issued a citation by the enforcement boat was quite intimidating. With the appearance of Zhang Jun's enforcement boat, coupled with Xu Mingda's direct orders, his authority as captain became increasingly apparent. Office Director Zhao Dongwang, along with Zhang Dan and Wang Hongyan, had already concluded that Xu Mingda was a newly appointed leader from higher up. Xu Mingda's brusque actions were perceived by them as decisive and charismatic. "Captain Xu, I have prepared the meals. Is there anything else we need to do?" Zhao Dongwang inquired earnestly. "In a moment, I need you to help transport the rice, flour, and cooking oil from the cafeteria upstairs down to the boat. The situation here is dire, and we must relocate to a safer location for our operations. Remember, it is during difficult times that our loyalty to this work is truly tested. As long as you follow me in completing the next task, you will all be rewarded by our superiors," Xu Mingda stated, noticing the 2 female clerks peeking in from outside, and he spoke with solemnity. Yes. Zhao Dongwang nodded vigorously. "Captain Xu, we have gathered everything." At that moment, Zhang Dan and Wang Hongyan also called out from the doorway. "Excellent. You deserve commendation." Xu Mingda beamed upon seeing that they had procured dozens of fine cigarettes and amassed a considerable collection of uniforms and civilian clothing. In this apocalyptic world, resources would only dwindle, and even toilet paper would likely surpass gold in value. Thus, it was prudent to gather as much as possible while they could. Just then, Xiao arrived. "Brother, there are only 4 guns in the armory, but plenty of ammunition. Tang Wucheng mentioned there is also plastic explosive. Should we take it?" "Absolutely. Clear it all out," Xu Mingda instructed. "Understood." As Xiao Wu observed Xu Ming arriving here as if he were at his own home, he shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Xu Captain, have you all managed well?" Just then, Zhang Jun hurriedly ascended the stairs. "You arrived at the perfect moment. Hurry and load the goods. By the way, has that decrepit ship been stopped?" Xu Ming, seeing Zhang Jun, asked without preamble. "It has been halted. They said they were transporting live animals and were concerned that if they waited any longer, the cargo would perish, so they wanted to leave. I told them that was unacceptable. Without Xu Captain's approval, no one is permitted to depart." Zhang Jun exclaimed with exaggerated expression. "Live animals? What are they transporting?" Xu Ming, disregarding Zhang Jun's flattery, furrowed his brow and inquired. It seems to be live pigs. What does Xu Captain intend?" Zhang Jun recalled, then gazed thoughtfully at Xu Ming. "Have them unload 100 or so, then tell them I have permitted their departure." Xu Ming instructed. "Xu Captain, that many pigs won't fit on our ship. Even if we filled it entirely with pigs, they would spoil over time." Zhang Jun replied, looking troubled. "Trust my judgment. Urge them to unload swiftly. If they demand payment, we will issue a receipt," Xu Ming said impatiently. At that moment, Xie Tiandi, in charge of drone surveillance, reported that a horde of zombies was approaching the dock, numbering in the hundreds. Upon hearing of the impending zombie attack, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. "Xu Captain, hurry, let us seal the doors," Zhao Dongwang exclaimed in a panic. Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan, the 2 women, began to sob in fright. Outside the main door, Wu Zuowei and Tang Wuchen had already positioned 2 armored vehicles to block the imminent assault of the undead. "Xu Captain, I was wrong. I beg you. Please save me and my wife." At that moment, Fu Captain stumbled forward, clutching Xu Ming's leg and pleading desperately. "Get up. I truly cannot fathom how you hold your position." Xu Ming looked at Fu Captain with disdain, contemplating that had it not been for his wife's modest beauty, he would have gladly cast him out to feed the zombies. "By the way, old Fu, you and Zhang Jun are to supervise the unloading of the pigs on the cargo ship. If it drags on, you may never see your wife again," Xu Ming declared, as he had already conceived an effective strategy to deal with the zombies. Chapter 86. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that the zombies, drawn by scent, would inevitably locate the building housing the team. Their departure by boat was timely. However, the resources within the team headquarters were abundant. Beyond weapons and ammunition, there was a substantial stockpile of essential provisions, including grains and oils, as the 5 official patrol boats required constant supplies. Additionally, there existed communication devices, notably a radio station for liaising with vessels in the harbor. To counteract potential power outages, a generator was also available. Emergency lamps, powerful flashlights, and other necessities were plentiful. Furthermore, a small warehouse adjacent to the perimeter contained a significant amount of diesel and gasoline. The financially astute Xu Mingda contemplated transferring these invaluable resources to his own vessel. For many items were simply unavailable in ordinary shops. Even if they were, the current supermarkets and markets had become congregating grounds for zombies. However, transporting such a vast quantity of supplies would necessitate time, something Xu Mingda could afford, but the zombies could not. As the horde of zombies approached, he was reluctant to resort to firearms to fend them off. Firstly, the zombies exhibited no fear of death. They instinctively sought fresh protein. The ammunition available to Xu Mingda was not limitless, and he needed to conserve these precious resources for establishing his future dominion. Secondly, the sound of gunfire would attract even more zombies, potentially resulting in a catastrophic outcome where Xu Mingda would lose both his assets and men, ultimately forcing him to retreat from the gruesome carnage surrounding the headquarters. Thus, when Xu Mingda learned of a ship transporting live pigs docked in the harbor, a thought flashed through his mind. Zombies crave protein, not merely human flesh. By releasing some pigs, the zombies would be drawn to them. And pigs were far more resilient than humans. Even if they were bitten on the snout or ears, they could still flee. He envisioned a scene where a horde of zombies surrounded a group of pigs, biting them, and the agitated pigs would retaliate against the zombies. Of course, there was a possibility that the pigs could become zombified themselves, but he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. At the very least, enraged pigs possessed greater strength and speed than humans. Utilizing a herd of pigs to combat the zombies proved far more cost-effective than pitting humans against them. Consequently, he instructed Deputy Fu to oversee the unloading of the pigs. Deputy Fu recognized that, despite Xu Mingda's dubious origins, he was a fearless figure in this chaotic era, and thus refrained from voicing any objections. Eager to demonstrate his worth, he promptly seized a walkie-talkie and coordinated with Zhang Jun to command the livestock transport vessel. Upon witnessing the captain of the enforcement team personally directing operations, the cargo ship complied and maneuvered closer to the dock. Fu and Zhang instructed the crew to lower several specially designed containers. Each container housed 15 to 20 adult pigs, originally destined for coastal cities, but have been stranded at Dongshan port due to an outbreak. As the short-distance transport vessel was running low on water and feed, the pigs began to perish, and the crew could no longer endure the dire situation, prompting them to prepare to set sail. Regardless of whether we reach our destination, at the very least, we can cast the dead pigs into the open sea. Otherwise, the entire cargo of pigs will be lost. Chapter 87. It was reported that Captain Fu had ordered the unloading of several pigs and even provided compensation. Naturally, the crew aboard the ship was elated, shouting cheers, believing that the maritime enforcement team was alleviating the difficulties of the common folk and bringing warmth to the vessel. Consequently, over 100 pigs were hastily unloaded. As soon as the pigs were brought down, a foul stench permeated the air. The pigs, seemingly invigorated by the fresh air, squealed and rushed out, eager to seek food and drink. Just then, a horde of zombies emerged. Upon hearing the pigs' cries and catching the scent of fresh protein, they surged towards the pig transport ship. The crew, perched high above, saw the dark mass of zombies approaching and, in a panic, attempted to flee into the sea. However, the thick ropes securing the ship had not been untied, rendering their escape futile. The crew members screamed in terror, seeking refuge within the confines of the vessel. One crew member, seizing a fire axe, dashed to the ropes, determined to sever them. At that moment, compensation was the least of their concerns. Their sole desire was to escape. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda had no intention of providing them with any money. Zhang Jun, you and Captain Fu go and open the pig cages. Release the pigs, Xu Mingda commanded, observing the situation at the port through the window, gripping his walkie-talkie tightly. Captain Fu, upon witnessing the approaching horde of zombies, felt his legs turn to jelly. Before he could manage to open a single pig cage, he stumbled back towards the government ship in a frantic retreat. Truly, you are Fu the Fleer, Xu Mingda cursed through gritted teeth. Fortunately, Zhang Jun remained composed. He leaped forward, successfully opening the exits of the other 4 containers. The pigs, oblivious to the danger, had long been pent up in the cramped containers and, upon sensing their newfound freedom, squealed loudly as they surged forth. Chaos erupted at the dock. 100 stinking pigs, having just emerged from the containers, were met by a throng of equally foul-smelling humans. The pigs were not inclined to be easily captured. Thus ensued a desperate struggle. The zombies bit the pigs, and the pigs retaliated by biting the zombies, creating a tumultuous scene at the dock. Xu Mingda's subordinates stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation with the zombies, but to their astonishment, the horde made an abrupt turn, engaging in a fray with the pigs instead. They quickly glanced back at Xu Mingda, who remained in command from the upper levels, filled with admiration for their leader. Not only the likes of Xiao Wu, but also Director Zhao and the 2 female staff members, who had nearly been paralyzed with fear by the zombies, gazed at Xu Mingda with a sense of reverence. Although Xu Mingda was young and often spoke with a brash demeanor, he bore the weight of significant responsibility. Yet, his astute command immediately earned the respect of those present, especially for Wang Hongyan and Zhao Dan, who, witnessing Captain Fu's cowardice and Zhang Jun being left behind, were filled with their own thoughts, barely suppressing their disdain. They had only remained in the team due to Captain Fu's insistence that they complete additional tasks. Had it not been for Captain Fu's wife, who had sensed something amiss and rushed over, they might have faced dire consequences at Captain Fu's hands. Director Zhang, isn't dinner ready yet? Let the 2 of them fetch bowls and chopsticks to serve our comrades engaged in the frontline battle. At this moment, Xu Mingda, witnessing the zombies being vanquished by his efforts, felt a surge of joy and instructed Wang Hongyan and Zhao Dan to take on the role of attendants. Subsequently, he picked up the intercom and called out to those below. He ordered a few individuals to remain on guard while the others ascended in turns to partake in their meal. After satisfying their hunger, they could resume their tasks with renewed vigor. Chapter 88. Director Zhao's culinary skills are quite commendable. His capacity for alcohol is impressive, and his eloquence adds to his charm. Otherwise, a young man like him would not have been appointed as the chief administrator of receptions. Team Leader Su, on behalf of all our team members, I raise a toast to you, said Zhao. He opened a fine bottle of wine, filled a glass, and held it with both hands, ready to toast Xu Mingda. All right, let us eat. Xu Mingda accepted the glass, downed it in one gulp, and then immediately returned to his meal, ravenously hungry. Since he had been dispatched by an official from the province to undertake a search and rescue mission, he had not had a morsel to eat. The rice prepared by Director Zhao was neither too soft nor too hard, and the 4 dishes offered a delightful balance of meat and vegetables. Additionally, fearing there might not be enough to eat, several cans of food were also provided. Seeing Xu Mingda's appreciation, Director Zhao sought to further showcase his eloquence and drinking prowess, pouring another glass, intending to couple it with auspicious and celebratory remarks. However, unexpectedly, Xu Mingda's demeanor shifted abruptly. You out. Did I not make myself clear? Or do you not understand Chinese? I said it was time to eat, yet you persist with this nonsense. In a moment, you will carry 20 bags of flour to the ship. You shall not leave until it is done. Leader, please do not be angry. I shall drink 3 cups as punishment. Zhao Dongguang's face flushed crimson, still holding his wine glass and attempting to explain. Yang Gukai suddenly stood up, swiftly delivering a sharp shove to Zhao, grabbing him by the collar and pushing him out the door, giving him a solid kick to ensure he exited. The entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable precision. Nearby, Wang Hongyan and Zhang Dan, responsible for serving rice and dishes, were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Zhao Dongguang, a figure of some authority within the team, had been expelled without warning. They exchanged apprehensive glances at Xu Mingda, fear filling their hearts. You 2 should eat as well. Aren't you heading home? I will see you off shortly, Xu Mingda said while continuing his meal. Leader, if there are tasks for the team, we can finish them before leaving. Wang Hongyan hastily replied, casting a glance at Zhang Dan. Yet Zhang Dan remained silent, her connections affording her a different perspective, and she did not regard Xu Mingda with the same earnestness as Wang Hongyan. Is everything all right with Xiao Zhang? Xu Mingda inquired, feigning ignorance. Leader, I have not returned home in 3 days. My family is worried about me. If you could escort me, it would be greatly appreciated, Zhang Dan responded. Indeed, I may consider your personal request. However, allow me to remind you that we are in a state of emergency. Not just our country, but potentially the entire planet is affected by this virus. Therefore, once you leave this place, you will no longer be part of the team, and the team will not provide you with protection, Xu Mingda stated calmly. His words were meant not only for Zhang Dan, but also for Zhao Dongguang and Team Leader Fu's wife, Xiao Yin. He intended to address similar ideological concerns with Fu upon his return. Zhang Dan appeared taken aback. Of course, if you are departing to undertake a mission, that is a different matter, Xu Mingda added nonchalantly, noticing her trepidation. Then, Team Leader Su, what constitutes leaving to execute a mission? Zhang Dan inquired eagerly. Oh, for instance, Shortly, I shall visit the hospital to seek medical supplies and consult with physicians. At such a moment, should you take the initiative to accompany me, and perhaps stop by my residence, that would indeed be fulfilling a mission, Xu Mingda remarked, patting his well-fed belly. Captain Xu, my home is conveniently located near the hospital, and I am well acquainted with many doctors there. May I accompany you? Zhang Dan implored eagerly. Wu Xia, you shall remain here to oversee the transportation of supplies. I will allow Zhang Dan to go to the hospital in search of medicine. Xu Mingda's face betrayed a subtle hint of satisfaction. Chapter 89. Xu Mingda's purpose for coming to Dongshan Island is quite clear, to gather supplies. Additionally, he seeks to locate individuals, particularly aiming to bring back Guo Meijuan's daughter and the surgeon from the town hospital. Currently, the provisions available in the law enforcement team's building and warehouse are sufficient for their needs. Hence, finding people has become Xu Mingda's next significant objective. I know where Anqua lives. She resides on the 3rd floor. If her daughter is clever and stays at home, she should be safe, Xiao Wu remarked. He understood Xu Mingda's intentions, having lost his father early and with his mother residing elsewhere. He believed that Xu Mingda would have brought his mother to Ganjingzi Island if circumstances allowed. As someone who had navigated the underworld for nearly a decade, he deeply admired Xu Mingda's sense of justice. Xiao Wu, you must accompany me once more. You take a vehicle to locate Sister Guo's daughter, while I will head to the hospital to find the doctor, Xu Mingda instructed. Captain Xu, it seems no one is working at the hospital anymore. I know the head of surgery, Director Liu. His home is right below mine. I can help you find him, Xiaoyan interjected, revealing her knowledge of the local situation. Though she was not part of the law enforcement team, she had come to catch someone in the act but found herself trapped there instead. I'm looking for Dr. Dong. Do you know where she might be? Xu Mingda inquired, casting a knowing glance at Xiaoyan. He understood her motives. She sought to use this opportunity to have Xu Mingda escort her home. However, regardless of her familiarity with Director Liu, Xu Mingda was primarily interested in Dr. Dong, the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Dong, who currently served as the head of the health clinic on Ganjingzi Island. Once he mentioned her name, she would undoubtedly agree to accompany him. As for Director Liu or Dr. Li, if they were unwilling to join, it would require unnecessary persuasion and consume valuable time. A reluctant companion is seldom sweet. Oh, I know. She lives not far from my place, Xiaoyan exclaimed eagerly. This woman, around 40, had double eyelids, thin lips, prominent cheekbones, and cascading waves of hair. Although her skin appeared decent and she adorned herself with jewelry, her long, thin legs and slender hands suggested a lack of fortune. Very well, Xu Mingda nodded. And let us have my old comrade Fu join us as well. Upon seeing Fu, disheartened, ascending the stairs, Xiaoyan earnestly urged Xu Mingda. All right, since you insist, let us proceed together. While Xu Mingda was keen on gathering more followers, he did not particularly require the likes of Fu and his wife. Firstly, Fu was overly timid and of little use. Secondly, his wife had surpassed her prime for childbearing and appeared self-serving and opportunistic. If such individuals were brought to Ganjingzi Island, they would only disrupt the local order and cause him further troubles. Nonetheless, he did not wish to simply discard them. Xiaoyan, a section chief in the town's civil affairs department, possessed extensive knowledge of the personnel and resources in Dongshan town. Although Fu seemed ineffectual, he held a legitimate position as deputy captain and wielded considerable influence in Dongshan port and the town itself. Let them remain as informants in Dongshan town, occasionally assisting him with supplies or intelligence. That would also be beneficial. Chapter 90. After confirming the personnel, Xu Mingda, accompanied by his subordinates Yang Guokai and the Fu couple, along with Zhang Dan, boarded a rugged armored vehicle driven by 3 young soldiers, heading towards the vicinity of the town hospital. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu took Tang Guocheng to a fishing village near the harbor in search of Guo Meijuan's daughter. The remaining members, led by Hao Wenbin and Zhang Jun, busied themselves loading the gathered supplies onto 2 boats. In 2 hours, regardless of the outcome, we shall reconvene here and then depart for Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda informed Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin. Captain Xu, how's the situation outside? Fu, who had been trapped at headquarters for several days, asked Xu Mingda in a hushed tone. I can only say that the situation is quite dire. Therefore, the team greatly needs an experienced veteran like you to oversee things. Xu Mingda replied. Captain Xu, you know that our enforcement vessels are all on missions. Moreover, I have received word that, apart from your team, only one other ship has not been infected by that zombie virus, but that vessel has likely been requisitioned by the city, Fu said, glancing at Xu Mingda with concern. Old Fu, sustaining work does not necessarily mean being at headquarters. In such circumstances, flexibility is key. You can work from home as long as you maintain contact with the team, Xu Mingda chuckled. Indeed, Captain Xu, your youthful brilliance shines through. We share the same sentiment. Xiaoyan quickly affirmed. Captain Xu, what about me? Zhang Dan inquired. noticing Xu Mingda's arrangement for Fu and Xiao Yin to work from home. You. How can you be compared to old Fu? He is a veteran, while as a young comrade, you should be on the front lines. Of course. You have the right to choose for yourself. I do not impose, Xu Mingda declared with pride. He nearly added that as a young woman tasked with the formidable duty of ensuring the continuation of humanity, it would be a waste for her to remain at home. Oh, I see, Zhang Dan muttered, rolling her eyes in displeasure. Dongshan town is not large, and the residents, having received advance warning from the mainland, took precautions. The proportion of infected individuals was relatively low, at least 1/3 of the population remained unaffected. At this moment, a large number of zombies had been drawn to the harbor and villa area, resulting in no significant horde within the town. However, scattered zombies could be observed wandering the streets. Upon seeing the armored vehicle, they instinctively reached out with clawing hands, attempting to halt and devour the occupants, only to be struck aside or knocked down by the vehicle. Xu Mingda and his group first drove to the town hospital. However, as Xiaoyan had mentioned, the hospital had long since ceased operations. A few zombies were wandering near the entrance, one even clad in a hospital gown, indicating that the facility had succumbed to the chaos. This was not unexpected, as public sectors were among the hardest hit during this viral outbreak. There's no one here. We need to procure some medicine, Xu Mingda said, disembarking with Yang Gukai to search the pharmacy for supplies. Who knew that a mutated nurse would suddenly emerge from the pharmacy, her gaping maw eager to bite? Yang Gukai, swift and astute, felled her with a single swing of his axe. What a pity. Gazing at the young nurse clad in her white uniform, Xu Mingda shook his head. Once, his greatest infatuation had been the allure of such uniforms. Of course, it was the nurse he admired, not the zombie draped in the garb. The pharmacy contained but a meager supply of medicine, now scattered across the floor by the chaos wrought by the undead. Furthermore, the sounds they emitted had drawn the attention of other zombies, their growls echoing ominously through the hospital corridors. The atmosphere was particularly chilling, prompting Xu Mingda to hastily gather a handful of supplies before retreating from the hospital. Come, lead me to Dr. Dong, he instructed the couple, who had long since huddled in fear. Chapter 91. Xiao Yin did not go back on her word. She guided the armored vehicle toward Dr. Dong's residence. Meanwhile, Captain Fu concealed his discomfort, clutching his heart and feigning illness within the confines of the vehicle. On the other side, Zhang Dan peered anxiously through the observation window, her eyes wide with terror. Though only a few days had passed, the once prosperous Dongshan town had been reduced to a desolate ruin. It was not merely the physical destruction of buildings that struck one, but rather the pervasive atmosphere of death that seeped into the vehicle like a relentless parasite. Captain Su, may I bring my family members along with the team? Zhang Dan gazed hopefully at Xu Mingda, her large eyes adorned with long eyelashes, and her delicate arms and hands presented a fragile, demure appearance, yet her demeanor exuded an air of superiority and arrogance. Certainly. However, you are aware that the public vessel has limited space, unless you possess some extraordinary merit. Xu Mingda observed her with a calm expression. He held little regard for this second-generation girl. Physiologically and psychologically, she did not pique his interest. While he did not admit to harboring resentment toward the affluent, he also did not covet their wealth. The chasm between their disparate social strata was akin to the caste system in India, rendering communication nearly impossible. My father is wealthy, and he knows many leaders at both the municipal and provincial levels. He can provide financial support for you, or if you seek a promotion, he can assist you with that. I speak the truth. Zhang Dan began to barter, believing these offers would sway Xu Mingda. Hey, do you think me so vulgar? Xu Mingda replied with a mocking smile, turning away to disregard her. In the apocalypse, money is as worthless as dirt. The powerful will be reshuffled. He gritted his teeth. If there were still those in power in this world, he would become one of the new elites. Indifferent to all, capable of deciding who would live or die. In truth, poverty and lowly status indeed constrict one's imagination. Xu Mingda could not fathom how the affluent survived in such dire times. Yet, he had not forgotten that merely half a day prior, he had nearly been sacrificed to the undead while attempting to save a powerful individual whose face he had never seen. Here, Dr. Dong's home is right ahead. Xiaoyan pointed to a residential building in front of them. You and old Fu go check if she is home. If she is, and in good health, summon her, stating that her father urgently needs to see her. As Xu Mingda surveyed the surroundings of the building, he gestured for Captain Fu and his wife to disembark. That is far too dangerous. Upon hearing that she should seek Dr. Dong, Xiaoyan immediately shook her head in refusal. Are you suggesting that I go? Xu Mingda's tone turned icy. Though he was a decade younger than Captain Fu, he held a position of authority. No, please do not misunderstand. Have those soldiers go instead. My husband, old Fu, is unwell, suffering from heart disease. He cannot handle the shock. Xiaoyan hastily clarified. Do you have children? Xu Mingda inquired. I have a son, still in school. Xiaoyan was puzzled as to why Xu Mingda suddenly asked this. Send your son. Xu Mingda replied coldly. Captain Xu, my son is only 16, still a child. Xiaoyan looked at Xu Mingda in disbelief. Your son is a child, but are they not children too? Should they be condemned to serve you? Xu Mingda abruptly pointed at Wu Zuowei and Zhang Mingxing, bellowing at the heavens. This, Captain Xu, is not what I meant. Xiaoyan felt a wave of embarrassment as Xu Mingda pressed her for answers. In truth, Xu Mingda's outburst stemmed merely from a sudden surge of emotion. Moreover, his actions were a calculated attempt to win the hearts of these three soldiers. Xiaoyan and Captain Fu had already been deemed expendable in his eyes. Even if they were wronged, what could they truly lose? What more could they dare to do? Damn it. Captain Xu, I will go. Xiaoyan, do not speak. Captain Fu, worthy of his leadership position, swiftly discerned Xu Mingda's intentions. With a stern expression, he silenced his wife and then stepped out of the vehicle. Clutching his chest, Captain, shall we not disembark to search for them? Wu Zuowei, noticing Captain Fu's unsteady gait, felt a pang of compassion. Let them go. They are locals and more acquainted with the terrain, Xu Mingda remarked, observing the couple's retreating figures. This pair has enjoyed both tangible and intangible benefits in this locality for a lifetime. Now, in the face of national adversity, it is time for them to take some tangible action. Chapter 92. Dr. Dong resides in a modest, open community. Everyone, exercise caution. Xu Mingda instructed Wu Zuowei to park the vehicle at the street corner, then urged Xie Tiandi to deploy a drone for surveillance of the surrounding area, prepared to assist Dr. Dong for a swift departure. However, the very situation Xu Mingda feared transpired, rather than the return of Dr. Dong. He witnessed Team Leader Fu and his wife, Xiaoyan, emerging from the corridor in a frenzy. The terror etched on their faces suggested they had encountered something dreadful. Just moments after Team Leader Fu and his wife bolted from the corridor, two mutated women emerged, clad in sterile green surgical attire. One wielded a knife while the other dragged her own intestines, creating a grotesque and chilling tableau. Indeed, finding a living doctor in this apocalyptic world was an arduous task. Xu Mingda cursed under his breath, preparing to start the vehicle. No time for needless combat or wasted ammunition. After several skirmishes, he had learned to command his team with a calm resolve. If Team Leader Fu did not reach the vehicle in time, both he and his wife would become expendable. Watch above. Xie Tiandi suddenly shouted. Xu Mingda looked up to see a young girl attempting to descend from the fourth-floor window using bed sheets. Help me, she cried hoarsely. Noticing the people in the vehicle, go back. The rope might break. Xu Mingda waved his hands in desperation. At that moment, a half-bodied zombie crashed through the window, roaring at the girl. Startled, she lost her grip and fell, landing with a thud atop the vehicle before rolling off. Check on her. Xu Mingda gestured for Yang Gukai to investigate. She is beyond saving, Yang Gukai replied, shaking his head after assessing her injuries. The commotion had attracted more wandering zombies from the corridor, now lurching toward the vehicle. Let us move quickly, Xu Mingda urged, pulling Team Leader Fu into the vehicle and instructing Wu Zuowei to drive away from the scene. Team Leader Fu and Xiaoyan appeared dazed, seemingly still reeling from their recent encounter. I hope your neighbor, Director Liu, is still alive, Xu Mingda remarked. Oh, Team Leader Fu numbly nodded. His and Xiaoyan's thoughts were consumed by their son, left behind at home. After turning several corners, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of an upscale community. My home is here too, Zhang Dan, who had been huddled in the corner, said. Xu Mingda glanced at her but remained silent. Preoccupied with the urgency of finding medical personnel, Zhang Dan's concerns were of little consequence. Although there was no guard at the entrance, the iron gate was firmly shut, indicating that neither outsiders nor zombies could enter, thereby enhancing their safety. Although Xiaoyan possessed access credentials, the vehicle could not proceed further. Wu Zuowei, you and Xie Tiandi stay in the vehicle on alert. Zhang Mingxing, accompany me, Xu Mingda succinctly commanded. Everyone, maintain communication at all times. With that, he and Yang Gukai were the first to leap from the vehicle. Yet Zhang Dan remained hesitant to descend, as her recent encounter with Dr. Dong had instilled a profound sense of existential dread within her. Thus, despite being mere steps from her home, she found herself reluctant to leave the relative safety of the vehicle, prioritizing her own life over familial ties. Xu Mingda, however, paid her no heed, instead instructing Team Leader Fu and his spouse to lead the way directly to Director Liu's residence. The upscale community boasted a unique layout, with two households sharing a single elevator, and fortunately, the undead had yet to master the art of operating such machinery, rendering the building relatively secure. When Team Leader Fu rang the doorbell at Director Liu's home, they were astonished to discover that someone was indeed inside, and remarkably, it was a living person. Director Liu, Our captain requests your medical expertise, announced team leader Fu. I cannot possibly venture out, old Fu. This is hardly the time for such matters, Director Lu replied, promptly disconnecting the intercom. Yang Guokai, go outside and capture a zombie to place at his doorstep. Xu Mingda overheard clearly, turning to his subordinate with a commanding tone. Though the high-end residential area had few zombies, there were still some anomalies present, making the task of capturing one quite feasible. In the meantime, Xiao Yin requested permission to return home to check on her son, which Xu Mingda granted. He, however, retained team leader Fu for future communications with Director Lu. Yang Guokai and Zhang Mingxing ventured out and soon succeeded in capturing a small zombie, binding its limbs and securing a rope around its neck before dragging it back. They placed the creature in the corridor outside Director Lu's residence, where it began thrashing about, drawing the attention of Director Lu's family. When they peered through the peephole and beheld a zombie at their doorstep, they were utterly terrified. Team leader Fu, please save me, Director Lu pleaded, his voice quivering as he pressed the doorbell again. Director Lu, this is Su from the enforcement team. I must urgently inform you that if you do not come out immediately, you may never have the chance to do so again. There is a zombie in your corridor, and if you delay, it may soon be at your windows, Xu Mingda remarked with a sardonic tone through the intercom. He was well aware that his approach was rather unscrupulous and could invite ire, yet he remained indifferent. What he sought was results. With Director Lu alive, he represented a valuable medical asset, and having identified such a resource, it was imperative to secure it. Director Lu, quick to grasp the gravity of the situation, promptly agreed to accompany Xu Mingda. The latter even offered him the special consideration of bringing his wife and child along. However, it seemed that Team Leader Fu's family upstairs was not as fortunate. Just as Team Leader Fu attempted to return home via the elevator, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from above, piercing the tense atmosphere. Chapter 93. When Xu Mingda and his team ascended, they found the door of Team Leader Fu's residence ajar, revealing a scene of carnage within, with several zombies swaying about. It turned out that although Fu's son was young, he had inherited his father's reckless spirit. During the quarantine period, he had gathered several dubious companions to entertain him at home. Given Fu's influential position, the property security could not intervene. Consequently, one of the companions, a woman brought in for revelry, had contracted the virus outside, leading to a deadly game of survival unfolding within Fu's opulent mansion. One child managed to hide in the ceiling of the bathroom for 3 days, narrowly escaping this calamity. Fu was utterly devastated, as if the sky had fallen upon him. Xiaoyan wept inconsolably, wishing to scream her lungs out. Stop crying, you'll attract the zombies, Xu Mingda admonished, his brow furrowed. But with her son reduced to a hollow shell by the zombies, Xiaoyan had lost all will to live, gripping Fu and demanding retribution for her son's demise. Hey, are you going to handle this woman? If you want tea, I will. Xu Mingda, witnessing the scene, was incensed. Fu, too, became aggressive, seizing Xiao Yan by the throat and shoving her against the wall, but for the pleas of the surviving child, which diverted his attention. She might have met a grim fate. Old Fu, you can't stay here. Take a look around for anything valuable and come back with me, Xu Mingda, seeing Fu in despair and his wife in a near-death state, felt a pang of compassion. Thank you, Captain Xu, Fu replied, mustering what little spirit he had left. The child knelt, calling out uncle and aunt, displaying a surprising understanding, likely having strayed from the path for the first time. Old Fu, why not take him as your son and leave together? Xu Mingda suggested before heading downstairs with Yang Guokai and Zhang Mingxing to find Director Lu. This operation of Xu Mingda's went rather smoothly. Although he did not retrieve Dr. Dong, he successfully brought back Director Lu and his family of 4. Additionally, Fu and his wife accompanied a surviving teenager back as well. As they retreated towards the community's exit, a university student clad in camouflage rushed out from the building. Seeking help, he wielded a bloody baseball bat and carried a backpack, moving with agility and composure, clearly having battled zombies before, showcasing commendable survival skills. Nowadays, children were often so pampered they lacked the strength to run. Those who could escape were few and far between. Xu Mingda took a liking to him at first glance. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the youth, named Han Li, was an athlete studying martial arts at a sports institute. All right, you've been specially recruited. Join us. Xu Mingda, in need of capable subordinates, felt that the boy's appearance, name, and abilities aligned well with his own, thus taking him under his wing. Zhang Dan, witnessing the transformation of Fu's household into a den of zombies, refused to leave the vehicle, abandoning her home in favor of following Xu Mingda. At that moment, news arrived from Xiao Wu, who had successfully located Guan Meiwan's daughter, Xiao Min, and was retreating towards the pier. Let us go, we should head back. Xu Mingda assessed that his side was nearly done, opting to leave behind any trivial belongings. With a command, they sped off in their armored vehicle. Along the way, they stopped to raid a pharmacy, procuring antibiotics, gauze, and iodine, before finally returning to the dock. At the dock, Hao Wenbin and his companions have nearly finished loading both vessels. The fuel tanks are brimming with oil. Director Zhao from the office indeed believes that every drop of liquor corresponds to the labor expended. It is said that he has tirelessly carried bags of rice and flour back and forth over a dozen times, nearly aggravating his back injury. Yet he has not taken a moment to rest. Inspired by this, Wang Hongyan, despite her frail constitution, has joined the fervent wave of relocation efforts. To Xu Mingda's astonishment, he discovers that Hao Wenbin's boat is tethered to 3 large, plump pigs. Brother, these pigs wandered over to our side, and I merely took advantage of the situation. I did not capture them intentionally. I have thoroughly checked, and they have not been harmed, Hao Wenbin sheepishly explained. This was his first experience of seizing the moment, and he felt anxious, fearing Xu Mingda's disapproval. Third brother, in the future, do not shy away from such opportunistic endeavors. For now, let us return to Ganjingzi Island in Dongshan Town. The future is ours, Xu Mingda declared as he gazed upon the tranquil small town enveloped in twilight, articulating each word with deliberation. Chapter 94. The return. Gazing upon the tumultuous sea, Xu Mingda found himself engulfed by an unsettling calm. He could scarcely fathom that when he had journeyed to Dongshan Town, he was merely a part of the local militia, yet upon his return, he had transformed into a regular army officer, trading in his old musket for a cannon, including Zhang Mingxing, Xie Tiandi, and their comrade Han Li. Along with the enforcement team comprising 2 men and 3 women, Xu Mingda's contingent had swelled to nearly 14 individuals. They possessed an arsenal of over a dozen firearms and nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Moreover, they had rescued Director Zhao's family, Guo Meizhuan's daughter Xiaomin, and 3 hefty pigs. Xu Mingda intended to slaughter one in celebration, while the other 2 would be retained for breeding, in hopes of establishing a pig farm on the island. As he beheld Ganjingzi Island, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, akin to a rustic villager's exhilaration upon returning home from the city with an armful of festive goods. He suddenly realized how deeply he cherished this desolate isle. Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin shared a similar sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard Ganjingzi Island as their most steadfast stronghold. However, for the first time, visitors like Team Leader Fu and his wife, Director Liu, and Zhang Dan, the sight of this desolate island evoked a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness. After all, having longed for and grown accustomed to the opulence of the metropolis, how could they possibly adapt to the harsh realities of survival on a barren island? Conversely, soldiers such as Wu Zuowei and his companions, along with the later joined Han Li, were imbued with curiosity about Ganjingzi Island. Upon witnessing a massive ship, over 100 meters long, stranded before the island, their expressions were filled with skepticism. They speculated that perhaps the island had succumbed to a zombie outbreak, which led to such an enormous vessel being marooned. There's no need for alarm, that is merely my warehouse, Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Hao Wenbin brimmed with enthusiasm. He felt invigorated in his role as the joint defense team's leader, especially with his vessel laden with valuable goods. With these assets, he would command respect when conversing with the neighbors. As Hao Wenbin's fishing boat gently docked at the pier, Jiang Xiaoyu and Guo Meiwan, who had been eagerly awaiting by the shore, hurried forward. "Aunt Guo, look who has arrived," Hao Wenbin exclaimed as he brought Guo Meizhuan's daughter, Zhao Min, onto the deck. "Darling? My precious girl." Guo Meiwan could hardly believe her eyes as she embraced her daughter. The overwhelming joy of reuniting with the daughter she had longed for brought her to tears. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu observed with growing seriousness as numerous uniformed individuals disembarked from Xu Mingda's boat. She felt that Xu Mingda's stature had risen considerably. "Director Jiang, allow me to introduce you to Ms. Xiao Yan from the Civil Affairs Bureau of Dongshan Town. I have appointed her as the Deputy Director of Ganjingzi Village to assist you in your duties," Xu Mingda announced. Is that appropriate?" Jiang Xiaoyu, a resident of Dongshan Town, had heard of Xiao Yan's esteemed reputation. Upon learning that this astute and formidable woman would be her assistant, she hastily waved her hands. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What could possibly be wrong with that? Currently, Ganjingzi Island serves as the temporary command center of Dongshan Town, and I believe Director Xiao would be more than willing to accept this responsibility. Xu Mingda cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yan. "Oh, Director Jiang, greetings. It was Captain Su who facilitated my introduction to this position. I am quite unfamiliar with the circumstances here, and I kindly asked for your guidance." Xiao Yan, a person of adaptability, promptly extended her hand to shake with Jiang Xiao, concealing her grief over the loss of her child and forcing a day of insincere smiles. "Old Fu, it appears there is a vacancy for the Deputy Director of the Village Security Committee in Ganjingzi. I wonder if you would be able to fulfill this role." Xu Mingda then cast a sidelong glance at Captain Fu. Captain Su, I discern the intentions of the organization, Captain Fu replied. A hint of awkwardness in his voice upon hearing the mention of this position. That is splendid. I shall recommend you to our village's joint defense team leader shortly, Xu Mingda said with a concerned expression. In his view, while the population of Ganjingzi village is currently limited, it is bound to grow in the future, necessitating experienced management personnel for effective governance. Naturally, the reins of power must remain firmly within his grasp, thus ensuring that the key position is entrusted to his most trusted confidant. Chapter 95 Chao Xu Mingda, you must remain composed. Never allow pride to take hold of you. Should you become arrogant, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Xu Mingda silently admonished himself. Having previously been regarded as a mere footnote, he had now unexpectedly ascended to the most esteemed position on the island. Internally, Xu Mingda found it challenging to maintain an unflappable demeanor. The smirk of pride at the corner of his lips was akin to an AK that was difficult to suppress. Yet, he understood that as the foremost leader on the island, he must exude calmness. Before outsiders, regardless of the magnitude of any fortune he encountered, he must appear unfazed, so that others would perceive everything as under his control. This would prevent any doubts regarding his authority and ensure compliance with his directives, irrespective of their correctness. Thus, when Guomei Wan, seizing a moment of inattention, grasped his hand in gratitude for rescuing her daughter, Shuexiamen, Xu Mingda promptly pulled her up. Accountant. This is but a trivial matter, merely a gesture, he said, suppressing his pride. To Guomei Wan, however, this was no small favor. It was a life-saving grace. Ordinarily, had Xu Mingda saved her daughter's life, she would have prepared a grand gift, parading with a banner and drums in appreciation. If Xu Mingda were a bit older, it would not be unreasonable for her daughter to recognize him as a godfather, at the very least for the next few years. She would need to visit him bearing gifts during festivals. This incident would forever remain a legendary tale and a topic of discussion within her family. Yet, in Xu Mingda's words, it was merely a trivial act. Guomei Wan understood that this was simply Xu Mingda's humility, and she must not take it lightly. Captain Su, look at the multitude you've brought back. As the accountant, she began. You shall continue in your role. Would you like me to assign a cashier as your assistant? Xu Mingda raised an eyebrow, astonished by her suggestion. Leader, thank you. I thought my age would necessitate my retirement, Guomei Wan replied, her waist twisting in delight. She was well aware of Xu Mingda's nature, which was fundamentally that of a dominant male. Therefore, she did not expect him to take responsibility for her. Previously, Xu Mingda had shown interest in Jiang Xiao, and later, he had proactively sought her favor. Now, having returned with several young and beautiful women, Guomei Wan felt certain of her diminished standing. However, that did not concern her. She understood that Xu Mingda was too busy to attend to all matters, and there were several men on the island whose eyes burned with desire for her. Thus fulfilling her physiological needs was manageable. What troubled her was the fear of losing her position as accountant. Although the village accountant was not considered an official, it held tangible benefits. Xu Mingda would surely provide her with a share of whatever he consumed, particularly now that her daughter Xiamen had returned. She dreaded the prospect of descending into a state akin to those islanders, eagerly awaiting the meager scraps Xu Mingda might distribute to endure a life of hardship. To her surprise, Xu Mingda still entrusted her with the responsibility of accounting and managing resources, which brought tears to Guomei Wan's eyes, leaving her at a loss for words. How can I express my gratitude? She said, wiping her tears as she spoke to Xu Mingda. Sister, remember, our relationship is incomparable. I trust you completely. Your management reassures me. Xu Mingda glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then gently wiped away Guomei Wan's tears and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Well, at least you have a conscience. You haven't forgotten your sister, she said, her sorrow dissipating as she twisted her waist in delight. In a fervent embrace, she clung to Xu Mingda's neck, her affection overwhelming. In that moment, she yearned to express her gratitude through passionate gestures, intent on serving this man wholeheartedly. Xu Mingda, nearly breathless from her fervor, managed to push her away gently. Sister. Not now. I have matters to attend to, he said. When will you be done? Come find me. I miss you, Guomei Wan replied, her voice heavy with longing. All right. I miss you too. Though Guomei Wan was in her 30s, she possessed a maturity that only enhanced her allure. Xu Mingda was drawn to her effortless charm, devoid of pressure. They exchanged a knowing glance before returning to the dock to inspect the goods. Xu Mingda instructed Hao Wenbin to oversee the unloading while Guomei Wan and Jiang Xiao managed the accounts. Villagers from the island gathered, eager to lend a hand, though many were merely there for gossip or personal gain. Even the captain of the cargo ship, Lu De, came ashore. Captain Hao, let Fu Dui handle the ship's affairs. You organize the young villagers to move the lighter items to the temple. Keep a close watch. Nothing should go missing. Wang Hongyan, You are responsible for recording the outgoing supplies on the ship. Make sure to keep an eye on the cigarettes and alcohol. We can't allow anyone to pilfer. Xu Mingda directed with authority. Xiaowu, take our crew to rest, leaving 2 brothers here to maintain order. Inform everyone that during these tumultuous times, they should avoid being a negative example. Anyone who causes trouble or tries to act slyly will face consequences. Xu Mingda observed the chaotic scene and commanded with calm determination. Immediately, order was restored at the dock. Those who had initially sought to gain from the situation were intimidated into compliance by Xu Mingda's fierce presence, quickly following his directives. After more than an hour, 2 boats laden with bounty were emptied. All items were neatly organized on the dock, awaiting transfer to the warehouse for storage. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda convened a meeting with several village leaders to discuss future plans for the island. To everyone's surprise, he invited Captain Lu De to join the discussion. Everyone, I would like to share my thoughts. If anyone has additional insights, please speak up. There are rewards for contributions. However, if you have dissenting opinions, it would be best to keep them to yourselves, Xu Mingda declared, retrieving a box of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one, and tossing the box onto the table as he surveyed his audience with a commanding gaze. Chapter 96. Xu Mingda convened this meeting with the express purpose of establishing the status and developmental trajectory of Ganjingzi Island. With the increasing populace on the island, diverse opinions inevitably emerged. While it may not be accurate to say that every individual harbors a unique perspective, few share his sentiments. He must unify thoughts and actions, ensuring that these individuals align with his vision. The considerable effort expended to bring them here was not intended for them to merely consume resources, but rather to serve as valuable assets. Otherwise, he would prefer to forego their presence. Xu Mingda's recent visit to Dongshan town left a profound impression on him. His initial realization was that the island boasted an abundance of valuable resources, far beyond what he could transport. Particularly noteworthy were the fuel supplies at the gas station and the 2 armored Humvees. Additionally, his preoccupation with seeking medical assistance had precluded him from acquiring solar panels. Although he managed to bring back a small 8-kilowatt generator, it operated on gasoline. While it could suffice in emergencies, its long-term viability was questionable as he lacked sufficient gasoline. And even if he had it, he could not afford to dedicate it solely to power generation. Should he fail to secure a sustainable, economical, and clean energy source, he would rather resort to lighting fires for illumination, for he possessed a substantial stockpile of wood. The Humvees were purely a personal indulgence. He parked both vehicles in the law enforcement team's garage, hoping to utilize them on future visits to Dongshan town. However, he recognized the necessity of procuring transportation and logistics vehicles. Though Ganjingzi Island is relatively small, it boasts nearly 5 kilometers of paved roads. Furthermore, he was on the brink of launching large-scale infrastructure projects on the island, necessitating vehicles for the transportation of stones, timber, and other materials. On his next trip, he intended to return with bicycles and small carts. Xu Mingda jotted down notes in his notebook alongside the mention of solar panels. Following this, he turned his attention to epidemic prevention. His journey to Dongshan town had deepened his understanding of the zombie virus. He was not one to remain stagnant. He aspired to bring more individuals back to Ganjingzi Island, infusing it with fresh faces and vitality. However, epidemic control was paramount. He understood all too well that should one person mutate, those in proximity would be compromised. He did not wish for Ganjingzi Island to face annihilation due to a single oversight. Currently, it was known that the last group of personnel brought back by Hao Wenbin had passed the necessary evaluations without infection. Therefore, he had yet to permit the newcomers from Dongshan Island to disembark, as they remained in isolation aboard the vessel. Nonetheless, remaining on the ship indefinitely was not a viable solution. Chapter 97. What if an infected individual is discovered aboard the ship? That would pose an even greater peril. Consequently, Xu Mingda's immediate undertaking is to establish a quarantine platform upon the ocean. Specifically, the plan entails utilizing a cargo ship as a base, unloading a portion of the timber from the vessel, and then constructing a large wooden raft platform along the opposite coastline. This approach will effectively seal off the fishing port of Ganjingzi Island, leaving a solitary ship lock as the entry passage. Furthermore, isolation cabins will be erected upon the raft, serving as a custom stronghold for entry into Ganjingzi Island. All incoming personnel and vessels will be required to dock at customs for quarantine. Should they wish to enter the island, they must undergo a minimum of 1 week's isolation, followed by a quarantine inspection at the village health station, only gaining access to the port and island upon passing. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's plan, everyone erupted in applause, for they had endured enough suffering from the virus and were fearful of another zombie onslaught threatening their sole refuge. Only Lu De stood speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Leader, did you not say you would assist us in repairing the ship? If we offload the timber, We will have nothing to report, he exclaimed, his face reddening. Without unloading the timber, how can the ship remain buoyant? Moreover, you and your crew rely entirely on Ganjingzi Island for sustenance. Are you expecting to feast without paying? Xu Mingda replied, suppressing his impatience. Realizing the depths of Su's authority, Lu Da's heart sank. What is this nonsense? Has our water enforcement team lost even this minimal authority? Should we not inspect your various credentials? Captain Fu slammed his palm on the table, glaring fiercely at Lu Da faced with such intimidation. Lu Da bowed his head in submission. Brother Lu, we are merely considering the well-being of your crew. The duration of this pandemic remains uncertain. You and your associates are cooped up on the ship. Aren't you becoming restless? If we establish a wooden raft platform, you could engage in fishing and stretch your legs. Whenever an outsider vessel arrives, which one would toss you a couple of smokes? I can also allocate some essential supplies for you. Xu Mingda spoke gently. Cough, cough. Thank you, Leader Su, Lu Da replied, his gratitude evident as he nodded appreciatively. Since Captain Lu demonstrates such profound understanding, I hereby declare that he shall serve as the inaugural Chief of Customs for Ganjingzi Island. His crew will be integrated into the customs team. Naturally, to facilitate effective operations, I shall appoint a deputy chief to assist you. Who shall it be? Xiao Wu, you shall assume the role of deputy chief temporarily. Xu Mingda said with a warm smile, having garnered Lu Da's compliance. He promptly retrieved a commendation letter from his pocket, inscribing Lu Da's name and title, then presented it to him as a formal acknowledgement of his new position. Yes, I shall diligently accept the leadership of the deputy chief, Lu Da said, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that Xiao Wu was Xu Mingda's close associate and the most formidable individual on the island. Xu Mingda's choice was indeed astute. Now that we are all one family, let us refrain from speaking as if we were separate entities. Xu Mingda gazed deeply into Lu Da's eyes, filled with earnest expectation. Subsequently, the assembly deliberated on the long-term development goals for Ganjingzi Island, emphasizing the need to utilize the vacant land effectively. Previously, I observed that our island possessed approximately 2 to 3 acres of farmland. Did we not? Xu Mingda turned his gaze towards Hao Wenbin. Indeed, elder brother, Hao Wenbin replied, unsure of what Xu Mingda intended to propose, nodding innocently. I heard from Director Jiang that some individuals have already begun to intervene in this matter, uprooting the grass and even pulling out the sweet potato vines. Captain Gon spoke with gravity. This is a serious issue. The land of Ganjingzi Island belongs to all of us. Each one of us present here has a stake in it. It is not the possession of any single individual. Given that you accompanied us to Dongshan Town today to carry out the directives from higher authorities and were not present on the island, I shall not hold you accountable for your negligence at this moment. However, I grant you 2 days to reclaim the collective land. Additionally, you must find several capable individuals who are willing to cultivate and manage our farmland, as it pertains to the sustenance of everyone on the island. Strict management is imperative. No one is permitted to harvest privately. Xu Mingda raised his voice abruptly, his demeanor resolute. Chapter 98. Hao Wenbin was taken aback by Xu Mingda's extensive reach and the breadth of his interference, his face paling in response. The only person in his family engaged in the cultivation of crops was his father. Moreover, the farmland on the island had previously been under individual ownership, with some plots having been painstakingly filled with soil transported by boat. Now, with the prohibition on farming, he found it difficult to voice his objections. Captain Fu, you and the others have more pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you could take charge of addressing the issue of unauthorized cultivation? Xu Mingda, fully aware of Hao Wenbin's ulterior motives, deftly shifted the conversation. Rest assured, leader, Fu's face flushed as he lowered his gaze. Finally grasping the true intention behind Xu Mingda's appointment of him as the deputy director of village security, it appeared he would be tasked with the unpleasant job of demolishing occupied houses and exhuming graves in the future. Indeed, Xu Mingda soon turned his attention to the houses on the island. Director Jiang, could you inform me of the total number of properties in Ganjingzi village, distinguishing between those that are privately owned and those that belong to the collective? He directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been discreetly observing him with keen interest. Xu Mingda's effortless demeanor and transformative aura captivated her, yet as she sat beside him, diligently recording the meeting minutes, she felt a pang of jealousy whenever her arm brushed against his or her leg inadvertently touched his beneath the table. Upon hearing her name, she quickly raised her head. Captain Su, aside from 1 house and 2 warehouses belonging to the brigade, all other properties on the island are privately owned. That doesn't seem quite right. Could you think it over again? Xu Mingda prompted. Jiang Xiaoyu, looking perplexed, was unsure where she had erred. Xiaoyu, what Leader Su means is whether all these properties are indeed collective. Guo Meiwan interjected quietly, nudging Jiang Xiaoyu. Aunt Guo, that's not accurate. My uncle's house was built with his own funds. I distinctly remember, Jiang Shaoyu replied, confused. Yes, what Accountant Gua stated is correct. The houses are collectively owned. However, we also respect the rights of past users. For instance, how Captain's house may continue to be utilized without issue. Should repairs be necessary, we can offer assistance. Yet, for other properties lacking clear usage rights, they must all be reclaimed. If any of these houses are currently occupied, we will require a formal lease agreement for the usage rights, commensurate with the size of the dwelling and the contributions made. Does that seem reasonable? Xu Mingda inquired with a smile directed at Jiang Shaoyu. Jiang Shaoyu looked helplessly at Xu Mingda, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Despite the overtly forceful nature of his actions, his reasoning was undeniably sound. This matter requires you and Accountant Gua to disseminate further. As for the allocation of vacant houses, my proposal is as follows. The village needs a space for administrative activities. Those serving in the village council or other critical departments should receive priority in the distribution of housing. This policy will enhance everyone's motivation and reflect the principle of earning according to one's labor. Xu Mingda asserted, preemptively dismissing any dissenting opinions, laying out his thoughts with conviction. The attendees exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up in unison at his words. According to Xu Mingda's perspective, they all have the potential to acquire a house in Ganjingzi village. Although these dilapidated old houses were previously deemed worthless in their eyes, now, even a spacious apartment in a first-tier city could hardly be exchanged for them. Naturally, the implementation of this matter was entrusted to team leader Fu. As for the anticipated increase in population and the ensuing housing shortage, Xu Mingda proposed a solution. New houses could be constructed on the island, with the village providing timber. However, the construction of these homes would not be undertaken lightly, given the limited land available on the island. Additionally, Xu Mingda expressed the need to build a large office and dormitory for the law enforcement team, to be located beside the dock, constructed from wood, and designed as a 2- or 3-story structure. This would accommodate the current personnel of the water law enforcement team. This also raised design considerations. Yet, being a carpenter, Xu Mingda intended to design a mortise and tenon structure that would not require nails, ensuring both sturdiness and lightweight construction. Of course, this endeavor would demand considerable time, skilled labor, and an array of tools and machinery. Thus, for an extended period, he would still need to use Longwang Temple as his office. The assembly was fervent, and with few exceptions, the faces of the attendees were radiant with joy. Moreover, Xu Mingda was poised to surprise everyone further by rewarding the contributors. Chapter 99. At the conclusion of the conference, Xu Mingda announced the new appointments. Naturally, these officials were appointed solely by him, without any collective voting process. In this post-apocalyptic world, mere survival was not sufficient to warrant authority. Those who were dissatisfied would simply have to comply. Xu Mingda solemnly picked up a list and cleared his throat before declaring, Dou Hao has been appointed as the office director and deputy captain of the waterborne law enforcement team, responsible for internal affairs. Henceforth, all matters concerning the team must be reported to Xu Mingda through Dou Hao. As for the former office director, Zhao Dongguang, he has been promoted to deputy captain, taking on logistical responsibilities. Xu Mingda primarily valued his culinary skills. Additionally, for future procurement of food and other supplies, he would be the go-to person. If resources were lacking, he was authorized to lead a team to seize them. Next, Wu Zuowei and 2 other soldiers, having affiliations with the military, could not be absorbed into the law enforcement team. However, Xu Mingda granted them the title of Special Operations Group, with Wu Zuowei as the leader and Xie Tiandi and Zhang Mingxing as members, to collaborate with the law enforcement team. This meant that whenever Xu Mingda embarked on missions, these 3 would serve as his core support. Regarding other team members, Xu Mingda also elevated their ranks. Zhang Jun was directly promoted to the captain of Team 1, while Yang Guokai took command of Team 2. As for the team members, Xu Mingda assigned Wang Hongyan to Team 1 under Zhang Jun's leadership. Zhang Dan was allocated to Zhao Dongguang for logistical duties, not due to any special favoritism from Xu Mingda, but because she was genuinely incapable of much else. Yang Guotsai's team included Han Li, a newly recruited university student, who had been enamored with the vessel during his time aboard. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda had officially promoted him to a formal team member, he was nearly moved to his knees, calling Xu Mingda foster father. Although Xu Mingda divided the law enforcement team into 2 smaller units, the enforcement vessel remained singular. However, for future maritime missions, the teams could alternate outings, alleviating the burden on each group. With appointments came benefits. Xu Mingda eschewed superficial gestures, opting instead for tangible rewards. For those who received promotions, the first order of business was a fine cigar. Tobacco had become a valuable commodity. A pack of previously ordinary cigarettes could now equate to a bottle of premium liquor. Salaries were distributed in the form of food. Those at the level of deputy captain received a monthly supply of 40 kilograms of rice or flour, while regular team members received a daily ration of 400 grams of grain, totaling 24 kilograms a month. Additional provisions would be allocated based on practical circumstances, with the bounty of the sea available for personal harvest. Xu Mingda did not neglect the village officials either. He provided Hao Wenbin with a fine cigar, 2 bottles of quality liquor, and 2 bags of rice. As for Lu Shui, Hao Wenbin's childhood friend, who had consistently assisted in managing the fishing boats, Xu Mingda also remembered him, granting him the title of shipyard director and rewarding him with a small house. This not only honored Hao Wenbin but also encouraged Lu Shui to continue serving the island, while simultaneously setting an example for the islanders to follow Xu Mingda's lead. The Fu couple remained on the island to support the village council's work, with benefits equivalent to those in the team. Xu Mingda sought to secure their loyalty through generous welfare benefits. Should the situation on the island deteriorate, he too would find no respite. Observing that Xu Mingda had not distributed food to the villagers, Hao Wenbin cautiously inquired, "Wenbin, even as a landlord, I have no surplus rations." Xu Mingda replied with a wry smile, revealing his predicament. Although he appeared to possess a significant quantity of supplies after his recent distribution, only 2 or 3 bags of grain remained, with the majority consisting of tobacco and a few cases of alcohol, his intended rewards for his subordinates. What shall we do then? Hao Wenbin lamented, clearly aware that without providing greater benefits to the villagers, he would forfeit his credibility. "Third brother, you must encourage them to devise their own solutions. They have boats and manpower, while we have work and firearms. We need to motivate them to seek us out for labor. Only then will they spring into action, and we shall thrive as well," Xu Mingda articulated. Noticing Hao Wenbin's lingering confusion, Xu Mingda elucidated his strategy. He suggested that Wenbin's father, old Hao, recruit a few individuals from the village to work the fields in exchange for grain. Those involved in construction could barter their labor for sustenance. However, Xu Mingda made it clear that he would not provide any grain, as he lacked agricultural production himself. Xu Mingda was contemplating his next expedition to Dongshan town. Yet he realized that relying solely on his and Hao Wenbin's 2 boats was insufficient due to their limited capacity. He intended to utilize the other 2 fishing vessels in the port, either sending them out to fish or dispatching them to nearby islands in search of grain. Xu Mingda could provide personnel and boats for protection, as well as fuel, but he insisted that any items recovered would be subject to a 50-50 split. Should they remain idle at the port, Xu Mingda was prepared to charge them docking fees or directly confiscate their goods in exchange. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's plan, Hao Wenbin comprehended the implications. "I understand, elder brother. I will speak with them immediately," he grinned, revealing his white teeth. Go ahead. I shall rest for a while. I am utterly exhausted." Xu Mingda waved him off. Once the office personnel departed, only Yang Guokai and Hanli remained, standing guard like the 2 warriors at Xu Mingda's side. Xu Mingda exhaled deeply. "You too. Hanli, stay on the boat. Guokai, come with me to the temple. It's too unstable to sleep well on the boat," Xu Mingda instructed. He had initially considered bringing Hanli along, but, recalling his quarantine status, waved him off instead. His visit to the temple served 2 purposes: to plan the renovations and to indulge in thoughts of women. Although Du Hao was appealing, he was not yet ready to engage with her, as he sensed a change in Jiang Shuyu's demeanor towards him. How pure this girl, Xiao Yu, was. If he could win her over, she would undoubtedly be devoted to him. As for Du Hao, he would gauge her and the Zhai family's attitudes, tantalizing her interests. Until the situation clarified, he would ensure not to leave any incriminating evidence with Du Hao. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Mingda rose, straightened his attire, and confidently strode toward the temple. Chapter 100. At this moment, the injured crew members from the cargo ship were being carried down the mountain to receive treatment from Director Liu. Xiao Wu and Wu Xiao went to supervise old Liu in unloading the timber to construct a wooden raft. In the Dragon King Temple, only Guo Meiwan, Zhang Xiao, and Guo Meijuan's daughter, Shui Xiamen, remained. Upon seeing Xu Mingda bring Yang Guokai up, Guo Meiwan and Zhang Xiao were immensely pleased. After all, in such a vast temple, there were only 3 women, and they felt a sense of fear, especially considering the supernatural events that had previously occurred there. "Xiao, Guojia, you must have had a tough time recently," Xu Mingda remarked, noticing that the room Jiang Xiao had previously occupied had been converted into a storage space. Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan were busy taking inventory of the supplies. "It's no trouble at all. We are merely organizing the items for easier access in the future. With so many valuable things, it would be impossible to keep track otherwise." Guo Meiwan replied hurriedly. "Hello, Uncle Su." At that moment, Guo Meijuan's daughter, Shui Xiamen, timidly gazed at Xu Mingda. At just 16 years of age and a freshman in high school, she was of similar height to Guo Meiwan. Yet her features appeared more delicate, bearing a resemblance to her father. when Xiaowu rescued her. She was still clad in her school uniform and carried a backpack filled with her textbooks. Good, Xu Mingda responded while observing the girl. He rummaged through his pocket, finding only cigarettes, a lighter, and a small rechargeable flashlight. Alas, I did not prepare any gifts, he said, pulling out the flashlight to offer it to Xu. I don't want it. Xu retreated slightly. What gift would a child want? If it weren't for you bringing her back, I wouldn't even know if she would have survived. Guo Meiwan said, her eyes reddening once more. Indeed, Xu Mingda replied. Good, yeah. Why don't you come with me to the hall? This space is too cramped. I wonder if we could convert the main hall into our village's office. As he spoke, he turned to exit. Mom, I want to go with you, Xu said, wanting to accompany Guo Meiwan. Her relationship with her mother had been average. While she had been closer to her father, as Guo Meiwan was often preoccupied with business and seldom attended to her. However, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, Xu had hidden at home for 3 days, realizing that her mother was the only one who truly cared. You stay here with your sister Xiao. I'll be back shortly. Guo Meiwan quickly stopped her daughter. Afterward, she stepped outside, smoothing her hair and adjusting her clothing before hastily entering the Dragon King Hall. Inside, Xu Mingda stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the statue of the Dragon King. Brother, I'm here. Guo Meiwan softly tugged at Xu Mingda's sleeve upon noticing the hall was empty. She needed to accompany her daughter to sleep that night. Thus she wished to resolve a matter with Xu Mingda here. Would yeah, do you think we could move the Dragon King statue to the side? Xu Mingda, however, was not in a hurry. This grand hall, apart from the Dragon King and 2 attendant statues, housed no other deities. Perhaps when Niu Si constructed the hall, he intended to accommodate additional deities but had not invited any. Hence, the spacious hall felt rather vacant. If they could relocate the Dragon King statue, it would free up a significant portion of space. Xu Mingda envisioned erecting a partition wall in the center, thereby creating a large conference room capable of accommodating around 20 people. He wished to create a private lounge behind the grand conference room, a secluded retreat. This way, during his future visits to the mountains for work, he would no longer have to endure the cramped quarters. Furthermore, he could indulge his desires with his women at any moment in this intimate hideaway. Although he possessed an official vessel and had numerous residences to choose from in Ganjingzi village, Xu Mingda had nonetheless set his sights on the advantageous location of the Longwang Temple. This site offered a vantage point that was both defensible and formidable, akin to a natural fortress. Xu Mingda understood that despite the current calm in Ganjingzi Island, where everything appeared to be under control, one must always tread with caution. He resolved to assume the role of a high-ranking leader, commanding the respect of many. Brother Xu, it all depends on your word. I am at your behest, and I shall acquiesce to your decisions. Guo Meiwan cooed, her mind clouded by desire. Ah, very well. Come with me to the back, Xu Mingda replied, intending to explore the area behind the statue of the Dragon King. He realized he had yet to examine the interior of the grand hall in detail. Guo Meiwan, misinterpreting Xu Mingda's intentions as a desire for secrecy, blushed at the thought and followed him behind the statue. At that moment, illuminated by Xu Mingda's small flashlight, she discerned that the statue sat centrally in the hall, with cushions and kneeling mats set before it. The rear area was spacious, similar to the front, yet devoid of any altar, revealing the base of the statue. Is this hollow? Xu Mingda mused, tapping the wooden base and shining the flashlight upon it. Wait, this seems to be a door, Guo Meiwan exclaimed, leaning in to investigate. Xu Mingda observed that the wooden frame behind the base indeed resembled a door. With a firm push, he surprisingly managed to open it. Inside lay a dark void, exuding a faint chill. By heavens, could this be a secret passage? Xu Mingda turned to Guo Meiwan with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 101. Xu Mingda had visited the Dragon King Hall on multiple occasions, yet he had never contemplated exploring behind the statue. Moreover, the dim lighting within the hall concealed the intricate details beneath the statue. However, today, fortuitously equipped with a small flashlight, Xu Mingda was eager to examine the statue's base to determine if it could be moved. Thus, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret. Brother, this looks rather frightening, Guo Meiwan remarked, her trepidation evident as she tugged at Xu Mingda upon glimpsing the depthless chasm. Look, there is a small ladder. Let us descend and investigate. Xu Mingda illuminated the abyss with his flashlight, revealing a wooden ladder standing within the cavity, prompting him to gesture for Guo Meiwan to descend. I'm scared. Guo Meiwan recoiled, her voice trembling with concern. Go down. I shall illuminate the way for you, Xu Mingda commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. All right. Guo Meiwan conceded, well aware of Xu Mingda's temperament. Cautiously, she extended her leg to step onto the ladder while Xu Mingda provided light from above, observing her gradual descent. Once he ascertained that Guo Meiwan was unharmed, he followed suit. The underground chamber was not particularly deep nor spacious. It was an irregular space carved out amongst several large rock formations. Could it be that the usable area on the mountain was too limited, and during the temple's construction, they could not avoid this sinkhole? Filling it would have been a waste of materials, so they simply placed the Dragon King statue atop it? Xu Mingda mused. As he shone his flashlight around, he noticed a shrine carved into one of the rock faces, draped with a red cloth emblazoned with an inscription in seal script, seemingly bearing the name of the great mighty heavenly dragon. In front of the shrine stood an altar and an incense burner. To have a temple above and still worship the Dragon King below, what a redundancy. Xu Mingda scoffed. It occurred to me that before the temple was built, there existed the Dragon King's tablet. Guo Meiwan interjected. Oh, Xu Mingda responded, suddenly enlightened. Although he was a carpenter, he possessed a thirst for knowledge. His master, being versed in feng shui, had imparted some wisdom to him, which he eagerly absorbed. This must have been a place of efficacy, attracting the wealthy and fated, leading to the reconstruction of the temple. The original small temple was not dismantled but simply incorporated into the new structure. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered a significant crevice beneath a rock. The edges of the fissure were smooth, wide enough for a person to crawl through. Shining his flashlight down revealed another hole, complete with a wooden ladder. Sister Gue, there lies another world beneath. Let us explore, Xu Mingda urged. Very well, Guo Meiwan acquiesced, unwilling to defy him, and cautiously attempted to descend through the rock fissure. Fortunately, the crevice was sufficiently large. Despite her awkward positioning, she managed to navigate through. Xu Mingda craned his neck, awaiting her descent to gauge the situation. Just as Guo Meiwan reached the bottom, a sudden crash echoed from below, as if something had broken, followed by her piercing scream. After which silence enveloped the chamber. Gue, Sister Gue, Xu Mingda called, peering into the darkness below. The cavern appeared vast, yet he could only discern Guo Meiwan's legs, splayed apart, and nothing more. This time, Xu Mingda had come unarmed, devoid of both gun and knife, as he has now ascended to the position of captain. With Yang Gukai serving as his bodyguard, he felt reassured, especially since the small temple was devoid of any other presence, save for Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shao, along with a couple of other women. Thus, he chose not to carry these items. Noticing Guo Meiwan's silence, Xu Mingda did not flee. Although he often commanded Guo Meiwan, he did not treat her as less than human. He was not the type to abandon someone in distress. Sister Gue, do not be afraid, I am here, Xu Mingda shouted as he bit down on his small flashlight and descended the ladder. Just as he reached the midway point, he felt the ladder tremble violently, seemingly having broken from below. Consequently, he leaped down. The space below was considerably larger than above, entirely encircled by stone, enveloped in darkness. What the hell? Xu Mingda exclaimed, swinging the flashlight, only to be startled by an old, wrinkled face staring back at him, causing him to tense up in fear. However, having emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, his mental fortitude remained formidable. He quickly composed himself and directed the flashlight towards the figure. At that moment, he recognized it was an elderly Taoist priest, seated cross-legged on a mat, utterly still, with a face ensnared by cobwebs, as if he had transcended to immortality. Sister Gue, awaken, Xu Mingda urged as he scanned the rest of the cave, noting nothing else of significance, and then reached out to shake Guo Meiwan. With a sigh, Guo Meiwan gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xu Mingda, she clutched his arm tightly, seeking refuge in his embrace. Fear not, Sister Gue, it is merely a corpse. To affirm his words, Xu Mingda deliberately shone the flashlight on the Taoist's face. Oh my, is that not Taoist Lu? Guo Meiwan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Xu Mingda, upon realizing it was the temple guardian, Taoist Lu, scrutinized the lifeless figure before him. No wonder Niu Si had entrusted him with the protection of the Dragon King temple. Xu Mingda observed the Taoist adorned with a purple golden lotus crown, donning a pristine blue robe, and wearing 8 directional shoes, sitting reverently with an indescribable solemnity. Oh, venerable sage, having attained enlightenment and transcended the sea of suffering, you must extend your compassion to save us, the wretched souls, Xu Mingda murmured as he knelt before the Taoist and bowed 3 times. Despite his seemingly fearless demeanor, since the incident involving Niu Si's demise in the temple, strange occurrences had transpired over the following days, leading him to believe in the existence of spirits. Particularly, he found himself increasingly fascinated by the efficacy of the talismans in the quarters where Taoist Lu resided, deepening his reverence for the unseen guardian of the temple. At this moment, despite his newfound strength and status, he yearned for divine blessings to ensure his prosperity and the flourishing of his descendants. Chapter 102. As Guo Meiwan witnessed Xu Mingda bowing, she hastily rose to her feet and knelt beside him, prostrating herself. However, Xu Mingda stood up and directly reached toward the chest of Taoist Lu, for he had spotted a corner of yellow paper peeking from Lu Taoist's robe. Oh, this must be some talismans. Since I noticed it first, it rightfully belongs to me, Xu Mingda mused with glee. To his astonishment, as he tugged, he pulled out a handwritten manuscript. The manuscript, crafted from yellow paper, contained scriptures at the front and various talismanic symbols at the back. As Xu Mingda flipped through it, a page fluttered out. Disciple, since you have come here, it is evident that you are destined to meet me. I shall impart the 3 mountains talismans to you. Now, quickly bow and express your gratitude. What? Such a fortunate event? Xu Mingda was elated to discover that he had encountered a fortuitous adventure akin to those found in novels. He promptly tucked the manuscript into his pocket, calling out to his master while bowing several more times to Lao Daoist Lu. Guomeiwan, observing Xu Mingda's peculiar behavior, feared he had fallen under a spell and instinctively recoiled, nearly tumbling into another deep pit. Xu Mingda shone his flashlight, revealing a winding crevice leading downward, with a rope dangling above, adorned with knots spaced about a meter apart, resembling a rope ladder for descent. He was intrigued to explore what lay within the crevice but was seized by Guomeiwan. Junior Xu, let us ascend quickly. My leg seems to be twisted and it hurts terribly. Seeing Guomeijuan's distress, Xu Mingda realized she was not feigning. Moreover, having been away from others for some time, he feared they might come searching for them. To protect their secret, he nodded. Sister, I will assist you in climbing. The stone chamber stood over 3 meters high, resembling a funnel, or one might liken the entire cavern to a gourd, due to a broken leg on the ladder leading into the chamber. Xu Mingda could only shoulder Guomeijuan and push her ample form upwards, urging her to grasp onto the remaining ladder rungs to ascend into the stone chamber dedicated to the Dragon King. Only after ensuring her safety did he cautiously ascend the rickety ladder. Just as he grasped the stone above, the ladder below collapsed with a thunderous crash. Peering down, Xu Mingda surmised that the disciples of the accomplished Lu Zhenren had likely severed the ladder to prevent disturbances, enhancing his belief in their wisdom. After he and Guomeijuan exerted considerable effort to escape the stone chamber through a concealed door, Guomeijuan could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the ground, cradling her leg in distress. Let me see. Xu Mingda noticed Guomeijuan's ankle had swollen, realizing it was the result of her earlier twist. He grasped her foot, attempting to realign it. Ah! Guomeijuan cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Mother, what is wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shuimin rushed into the temple, calling out. Jiang Xiao followed closely behind, her expression cold. Having witnessed Xu Mingda and Guomeijuan enter the shrine without emerging, she suspected they were engaged in something inappropriate, causing her heart to churn with indignation. Though Xu Mingda had never explicitly pursued her, Jiang Xiao could sense his affection towards her. She had begun to alter her impression of Xu Mingda, but the thought of him being involved with Guomeijuan ignited a surge of anger within her. Mom, what's wrong? Shuimin exclaimed, noticing Guomeijuan sitting on the ground, clutching her ankle, her face contorted in pain. It's nothing. We were trying to lift something, and unexpectedly, she twisted her ankle. Xu Mingda replied. Aunt Gua, do you need us to call a doctor? Jiang Xiao observed that both Xu Mingda and Guomeijuan were dressed appropriately, unlike those who had engaged in inappropriate behavior. Realizing her misunderstanding, her face flushed, and she hurried over to inquire. No, I simply didn't exert myself properly. Guomeijuan struggled to shake her head. Chapter 103. She had originally come to secretly meet Xu Mingda, not intending for the situation to become widely known. No need for that. We have a doctor, right? Let us not waste it, Xu Mingda remarked. He then called over Yang Gukai and instructed him to fetch Director Lu from the village. Afterward, he bent down and, with a princess carry, lifted Guomeijuan, proceeding towards the room. Guomeijuan, in pain, clung to Xu Mingda's neck, her face pressed against his chest, resembling a bashful young girl. Although this man was 10 years her junior, Guomeijuan felt as though Xu Mingda was a sturdy mountain upon which she could lean. Half an hour later, Director Lu arrived hurriedly at the temple, led by Yang Gukai. Though he was quite a skilled surgeon in Dongshan Town, where others would offer red envelopes for his services, he found himself begrudgingly trekking up the mountain at night just because Guomeijuan had sprained her ankle. However, he dared not defy Xu Mingda, recognizing him as a ruthless man who would not hesitate to dismiss familial ties. It was clear that reasoning with Captain Xu would be a fool's errand. To his credit, Lu was adept in his craft. He examined Guomeijuan's ankle, posing a few questions, and then, seizing the moment when she was unprepared, he executed a swift pull and push. Guomeijuan winced in pain, but her expression soon shifted to one of surprise. How is it? Is it feeling better? Xu Mingda inquired. Much improved. It doesn't hurt as much now, Guomeijuan exclaimed, testing her foot with delight. Dr. Lu, does the patient need any medication? Xu Mingda asked, knowing he had a stockpile of common medicines in Dongshan Town. Those close to him, like Guomeijuan, would undoubtedly receive priority. Perhaps some Yunnan bio spray. Just be careful not to exert yourself too much in the next few days, as her periosteum is bruised, Lu advised. Thank you, Director Liu. I'll see you back, Xu Mingda said, beckoning young Gukai to bring him a pack of cigarettes. Oh, Captain Xu, there's no need for that. It's merely a small favor, Liu quickly protested. Really? No need? Xu Mingda pressed, his gaze intense. Take it, he insisted with a smile, stuffing the pack into Liu's pocket. Though he detested the practice of gifting, particularly when it came to doctors accepting red envelopes, believing it unjust for those already burdened with illness to have to pay extra, he reconsidered his stance. In this post-apocalyptic world, finding a doctor was a rarity. No one could guarantee they wouldn't fall ill or suffer an injury. Previously, he might have had the luxury to choose a hospital or doctor, but now, options were severely limited. On the entire Ganjingzi Island, and even in Dongshan Town, aside from Dr. Dong of the otolaryngology department, Liu was his only viable option. Xu Mingda wanted to offer him more benefits, hoping he would sincerely care for his future medical needs. As for others, he was indifferent to their ability to give gifts. Just as Liu was about to descend the mountain, Xu Mingda suddenly called out to him, Hey, Dr. Liu, are you teaching any apprentices over there? Chapter 104. As Xu Mingda had just instructed young Gukai to escort Lu Yidao down the mountain, he suddenly called out to Director Liu, having noticed Xu Min, Mage Wan's daughter, meticulously tending to her mother. It appeared that the girl possessed an aptitude for learning in the midst of the apocalypse. She had not packed clothes or food, but had instead brought a backpack filled with textbooks. Xu Mingda had no intention of establishing a school on Ganjingzi Island, as he believed that the knowledge contained in those books was of little practical value. He himself had struggled academically, eventually becoming a carpenter and faring quite well. Reflecting on his former classmates, many of whom had attended prestigious institutions yet found themselves unable to secure even a modest job upon graduation, he concluded that pursuing higher education was often futile. In these dire times, no one would dedicate years to acquire skills for menial jobs such as delivering takeout or assembling parts. Mastering survival skills was paramount. In truth, the pursuit of academic subjects was a misleading proposition, a farce. 90% of what was learned was useless. The societal restrictions against child labor and the scarcity of job opportunities had given rise to an entire industry of schools and tutoring services, draining the pockets of parents. Nevertheless, certain skills remained essential, particularly in medicine, where a solid foundation was imperative. Thus, he called out to Lu Yidao, inquiring if he would accept an apprentice. Relying solely on Lu Yidao was insufficient. He needed more individuals capable of healing. Captain Xu, do we have any graduates from medical school here? Even students who haven't graduated would suffice. I could guide them, Lu Yidao replied, somewhat troubled by Xu Mingda's question. There are none from medical school. If there were, I would have them treat patients directly. I do have a student. Why not take her under your wing? Xu Mingda said, gesturing toward Xu Min. Xu Min's eyes widened in astonishment at the prospect of learning medicine from Lu Yidao. However, Guo Meiwan felt a surge of excitement. Captain Xu, this child is merely in high school. She lacks medical knowledge. I cannot mentor her, Lu Yidao protested. Oh, Lu. It seems you are simply reluctant to take on the responsibility. Why can't you guide her? Start by teaching her nursing, and then gradually impart your knowledge. I, too, began with no carpentry skills and learned gradually. It's the same principle, Xu Mingda remarked. Chuckling awkwardly, Lu Yidao refrained from arguing, but seemed hesitant to agree. Director Liu, I intend to establish a hospital here in the future, with a generous salary for the director, but it must be someone willing to put in the effort. Xu Mingda stated emphatically. Oh, that sounds wonderful. We are in dire need of numerous doctors to combat the epidemic. Anyone with aspirations in the medical field should be welcomed. Lu Yidao responded, momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile. Director Liu, with the establishment of a hospital, there will surely be a shortage of nurses. Want tea there? Xu Mingda remarked, playfully patting Lu Yidao on the shoulder. Xiaomin, quickly thank Uncle Xu. Guo Meiwan, filled with excitement at the prospect of her daughter being assigned as a nurse, urged her daughter to express her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Xu, Xu Min said shyly. She never anticipated that as a first-year high school student, she would be chosen to serve as a nurse. Her mind was momentarily clouded, struggling to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Oh, come on, we're all friends here. No need for formality, Xu Mingda said with a smile. After arranging this matter, Xu Mingda intended to take a rest in the adjacent dormitory for the night. After all, Guo Meiwan was injured, and he could not impose his own desires upon her. More importantly, he had just taken a master in the Hulu cave and needed to thoroughly study the book inscribed on yellow paper. At that moment, under Xu Mingda's special care, several emergency lamps brought back from Dongshan Town were stored in the little temple for the village's use. Xu Mingda, utilizing the light, glanced through the contents of the book, which were obscure and difficult to understand. As he examined the subsequent talismans, some resembled individuals wielding knives and guns, while others appeared as serpentine forms, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 105. Xu Mingda turned a few pages and suddenly felt as if his eyelids were laden with lead. As soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted into slumber. Just as he succumbed to sleep, he heard the door of the dormitory creak open, followed by the entrance of an individual. "Our lord summons you for a conversation," the person said in a peculiar tone. "You mean your lord summoned me? Well, I might as well be a lord myself," Xu Mingda thought, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he rolled out of bed and followed the individual out of the dormitory. To his surprise, the person headed straight for the Dragon King's hall. Xu Mingda stepped in after him. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a brilliant light, where a figure adorned in a yellow robe was pacing angrily with his back turned. When the figure noticed Xu Mingda's presence, he abruptly turned around, revealing a fearsome visage. Xu Mingda gasped, realizing it was the revered Dragon King. "How is it that you still breathe?" he pondered, unafraid yet bewildered. The Dragon King spoke. "Xu Mingda, do you comprehend that your smooth journey to this point is solely due to my protection? Not only do you show ingratitude, but you also seek to dismantle my divine status. What is the reasoning behind this?" The Dragon King's voice resonated with a thunderous echo, causing Xu Mingda's eardrums to throb painfully. "Lower your voice. Others are still asleep. Have some civic sense." Xu Mingda glanced back, noting the darkness of the dormitory, concerned not to alarm Jiang Xiaoyu and Guo Meiwan. "Humph, you dare to treat me with such disrespect? Watch as I extract your heart." The Dragon King lunged forward, extending his claw towards Xu Mingda's chest. The claw, sharp as iron, struck swiftly, leaving Xu Mingda no time to evade. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Unexpectedly, just as the claw was about to make contact, a brilliant golden light radiated from Xu Mingda, forming a protective barrier against the Dragon King's assault. Xu Mingda looked down to discover that the yellow paper manuscript he held was glowing. "What? How do you possess the celestial scroll of Master Lu?" the Dragon King exclaimed, aghast. "Ah, Lu Laodao is my master. I am his most devoted disciple," Xu Mingda declared, reveling in the newfound power of the manuscript. "Ah, so you are a companion of the Taoist sect. My apologies." The Dragon King's demeanor shifted to one of humility as he clasped his hands and smiled. "Indeed. It's good that you understand. Henceforth, do grant me your blessings, and I shall refrain from dismantling your temple. I may even bring you delicacies," Xu Mingda boldly asserted. "Thank you, esteemed Taoist. I shall certainly safeguard you and ensure the prosperity of all beings in the surrounding seas." The Dragon King responded with increasing humility. "Just protect me. Why concern yourself with others? They won't offer you tributes," Xu Mingda retorted. Yes, the Dragon King replied, his voice diminishing further. Seeing the Dragon King's unexpected reverence, Xu Mingda felt as though he had struck gold by having a corpse as a master. Elated, he burst into laughter. "Brother Xu, are you dreaming?" Just then, Xu Mingda felt a gentle push, and upon opening his eyes, he found Yang Gukai staring at him with wide eyes, astonished. "Alas, it was merely a dream," Xu Mingda said, bewildered and disheartened. Chapter 106. Although Xu Mingda believed he had merely experienced an unusual dream, he felt it was more than just a dream. During this period, fortune had favored him remarkably, almost to the point of being supernatural. While he acknowledged that his own efforts contributed to this success, he recalled a time when all his hard work had yielded no results, not even a marriage. Now, with the Dragon King vowing to continue his protection, why not seize this auspicious moment to accomplish something grand? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xu Mingda found himself too excited to sleep. The Dragon King temple certainly could not be demolished. After all, the Dragon King had become his guardian deity and deserved to be honored properly. As for the renovation plans for the temple, they must proceed, dividing the main hall into 3 sections, one for village meetings, another as his own office. Surely it was not excessive to regard the Dragon King as an equal partner in this venture? As Xu Mingda pondered these matters, he lay awake until dawn. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xue Min rose to prepare breakfast for him. Xu Mingda had become their benefactor, not just to them, but to the entire Ganjingzi island. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu was more than willing to cook for him. "How did you sleep last night?" Xu Mingda inquired, noticing the commotion and seeking a chat with Jiang Xiaoyu. "I slept quite well, particularly soundly," she replied while rinsing rice. She spoke the truth. During her previous night spent in the temple with Guo Meiwan, they had often been disturbed by various noises, which left them restless and anxious. They had even contemplated discussing moving down to the village for a better living arrangement. However, since Xu Mingda had come to stay, they found themselves sleeping deeply, with no external disturbances. Their minds were at ease, and their spirits lifted. "Uncle Xu, my mother mentioned last night that you are our family's great benefactor, and that I should repay you well in the future," Xue Min shyly remarked. "Repay me? Just focus on mastering your medical skills. Healing others will be the greatest repayment you could offer," Xu Mingda said, gazing at Xue Min's delicate face, which was fair and rosy, making him want to pinch it playfully. Yet, He restrained such thoughts as he held on to certain principles. At that moment, Hao Wenbin appeared, carrying a string of crabs and a fish from down the mountain. "Brother, I caught these fresh this morning. Let Xiao Yu prepare them for you to taste," he announced with a grin upon seeing Xu Mingda had risen. "Indeed, these crabs look splendid and quite plump," Xu Mingda noted, recognizing that Hao Wenbin had deliberately chosen the finest. "Brother, living by the sea means we have an abundance of seafood. Whatever you wish to eat, just let me know, and I'll catch it for you," Hao Wenbin replied, beaming at Xu Mingda's praise. "Third brother, do you have any matters to discuss?" Xu Mingdao raised an eyebrow at Hao Wenbin. It was said that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without purpose, and Hao Wenbin, being straightforward, could not conceal anything from his elder brother. Brother, I wanted to discuss the matter of pig slaughtering with you." Hao Wenbin scratched his head nervously. "Isn't it already decided? We'll slaughter one and keep two. Why do you need to ask me again? And remember to save the head and hoofs for me." "I wish to honor the gods," Xu Mingda instructed. "Yes, brother, I just wanted to confirm with you," Hao Wenbin replied. Moreover, Hao Wenbin hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. "What else?" Xu Mingda inquired. Finally, Hao Wenbin broached the subject. "After yesterday's meeting, several individuals expressed their discontent, deeming our situation unreasonable, and are contemplating leaving for other opportunities." Xu Mingda's expression shifted, a coldness enveloping his demeanor as he asked, "Where do they intend to go?" Chapter 107. Xu Mingda had long anticipated that his dominion over Ganjingzi Island would not garner unanimous support. His preferential policies were designed solely for those who were either loyal to him or beneficial to his endeavors. As for the other islanders, merely allowing them to survive was considered an act of benevolence. With limited resources available, equitable distribution was simply unfeasible, nor could he permit those residing on the island to receive benefits without due compensation. When he heard from Hao Wenbin that someone wished to take people away, he was immediately displeased. Qian Shilai and a few others expressed that the population was too dense for comfort and that they intended to explore Changlo Island. Hao Wenbin mentioned this to Xu Mingda. Changlo Island? Xu Mingda blinked, contemplating briefly. On board his official vessel lay a jurisdictional maritime chart that encompassed several inhabited and uninhabited islands, including Dongshan Island. Changlo Island was part of this archipelago, situated over 20 kilometers from Ganjingzi Island. Once home to a small fishing village, it boasted a larger area than Ganjingzi Island and was surrounded by numerous aquaculture operations, where fish and shrimp were cultivated in net enclosures. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, many coastal inhabitants sought refuge by fleeing to sea on various vessels. Naturally, these boats could not remain adrift indefinitely and would ultimately need to dock at an island. "You say you wish to slaughter pigs? Tell that fellow named Qian to hold off until after we enjoy a feast of pig slaughter," Xu Mingda instructed. "Understood, brother," Hao Wenbin replied, turning to convey this message to Qian Shilai and the others. "Wait a moment. First, go fetch your second brother. Then we shall deliberate on a reconnaissance mission to Changlu Island. If there is no threat there, we shall take possession of it as well." "That Qian Shilai, is he not intent on venturing to Changlu? He shall find it impossible to escape our grasp if he wishes to oppose me. We shall not allow him to slip through our fingers." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xu Mingda's eyes. Although he was unfamiliar with Qian Shilai, he recognized the necessity of nipping this issue in the bud. Otherwise, if discontented individuals could simply depart at will, how could he maintain order among his subordinates on the island? "Understood, brother," Hao Wenbin acknowledged, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. He had not anticipated Xu Mingda to possess such a duplicitous nature, harboring a smile while concealing a knife, ready to retaliate against any perceived slight. Would Xu Mingda treat him similarly should he offend him? However, he resolved to heed Xu Mingda's counsel and followed him down the path. Before long, Xiao joined Hao Wenbin. The previous night, he had worked alongside Lu Did to unload timber, binding the logs together with iron wire and nails to create rafts, laboring until the early hours. "Brother Xiao Wu, have a crab," Jiang Xiaoyu said, lifting the pot lid to reveal several vividly boiled crabs on the table. "Guijia, please bring a bottle of white liquor from the storehouse," Xu Mingda requested, prompting Guo Meiwan to retrieve a fine bottle of wine. "Brother, I've heard from third brother that you plan to go to Changlu?" Xiao Wu pulled over a stool and sat beside Xu Mingda, inquiring. "Have you been to that place?" Xu Mingda replied, "I have. It's quite a nice location. It seems there are still people residing on the island." Xiao Wu remarked, "Today we shall take control of that area." Xu Mingda responded, "Brother, is this truly worthwhile? We can secure it, and should anyone defy us, I can deal with them. However, we must earn their respect. Mere threats will not suffice. We need to invest significantly. Indeed, let us assess the situation first. We should employ both kindness and authority. If they are in need of something we possess, we may offer it to them, such as timber. Additionally, We should check if there are any sick individuals over there for Wu Xia to attend to and dispense some minor medication. Afterwards, we will prepare Ganjingzi, installing electricity and constructing fine houses while stockpiling food and drink. We need not fear their allegiance. Xu Mingda said while savoring crabs. Understood, brother. Who shall we bring along? I'll notify them, Xiao Wu replied quietly. Brother, may I join as well? Hao Wenbin interjected, standing up. You need not come, stay home and tend to the pigs. We must leave someone on the island. I will go with your second brother to Chang'e and you will guard the home, regardless of who it is. Anyone wishing to come to Ganjingzi Island must be intercepted at the checkpoint. We shall decide further upon our return, Xu Mingda stated. He was aware of Hao Wenbin's sentiments. The departure of Qian Shilai undoubtedly left him unsettled, his countenance dimmed. As the captain of the joint defense team, he lacked the means to gather support. Unlike Xu Mingda and Xiao Wu, Xu Mingda had successfully garnered the loyalty of his subordinates, while Xiao Wu benefited from numerous favorable policies. Hao Wenbin's team, however, lacked resources, prompting him to seek opportunities at sea to acquire goods. Yet, Xu Mingda had resolved to adopt a conciliatory approach during this visit to Chang'e. He aimed to win over the people through virtue rather than seizing their possessions or grain, hoping to lead them in a unified manner. His newfound confidence stemmed from having taken a deity as his master the previous day and having the Dragon King as his brother. He aspired to unify all the islands, establishing himself as the sovereign of these waters. He recognized that strength lies in numbers, and the flames of a well-stocked woodpile burn brightly. By controlling these smaller islands, any individuals fleeing from the mainland would naturally fall under his domain, avoiding the risk of establishing their own strongholds and causing danger and strife. As for the Zhai family's influence on Yueta Island, he chuckled to himself, confident that one day, Zhai Fenggang would personally come to submit to him. Contemplating this long-term ambition, Xu Mingda could not help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 108. As Xu Mingda was dining and discussing matters with his two sworn brothers, Team Leader Fu suddenly rushed in, looking quite flustered. Team Leader Fu, what brings you here in such a hurry? Xu Mingda inquired, furrowing his brow without shifting in his seat. Team Leader Fu, known as Fu Biao, was 41 years old. Had it not been for the zombie outbreak, his political career would likely have been prolonged, possibly leading him to a position as a team leader or a deputy in a brigade. Although Xu Mingda had nominally granted Fu Biao the title of Deputy Director of Security on the island, this was merely a means to exploit his shamelessness and cunning. Any notions of fondness or trust were non-existent. How could Xu Mingda rely on someone who would abandon his subordinates to save himself? Xu Team Leader, Captain Hao is here as well. I have important information to report, Fu Biao panted. Xu Mingda, upon hearing this, immediately rose to his feet. Xu Team Leader, there is a repair vessel attempting to enter, but it has been halted by me and Chief Lu, Fu Biao quickly relayed. A repair vessel? Xu Mingda frowned and stepped outside the kitchen. He leaned over the temple wall, peering through binoculars. Indeed, a substantial orange catamaran, measuring over 10 meters, was anchored off the fishing port. Lu Da's small raft was also moored alongside the vessel, seemingly engaged in negotiations with those aboard. What is the condition of this vessel? Xu Mingda inquired first. This ship is quite impressive. It boasts an aluminum alloy hull, measures 26 meters in length and 9 meters in width, capable of reaching a speed of 27 knots, accommodating around 15 to 20 individuals without issue. Its equipment is top-notch. A typical vessel of this caliber would cost 3 to 5 million. Fu Biao, having spent many years enforcing maritime laws, was well versed in various types of ships. Since they have come, let us allow them entry, Xu Mingda said, suppressing his inner excitement. He had just been contemplating that to expand his influence, a single government vessel would be insufficient. He needed to acquire several fast boats, and unexpectedly, one had now presented itself. Xu Team Leader, there are over 20 individuals aboard that ship. If we retain them, the cost for their sustenance and lodging may not be trivial, Fu Biao cautioned with a worried expression. Earlier, he had been strolling on the dock and, upon seeing Lu Da approaching the port, intended to report the situation. He intercepted Lu Da and went to the temple to create a favorable impression for Xu Mingda. You raise a valid point. Xu Mingda turned to Fu Biao. Do we not have a regulation? Any outsiders must be quarantined at customs. Let us allow them to disembark and isolate them for a month or half a month at customs. When we require their services, we can lift the quarantine, can't we? Xu Mingda mused. However, Fu Biao began to protest, thinking of the provisions needed for their quarantine. But Xu Mingda interrupted him with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Team Leader Fu, what I desire is this ship. If we are to acquire it, we must be prepared to pay a price. Understood. I shall inform old Lu at once. Fu Biao nodded, ready to descend. How Team Leader, you should accompany him. Slaughter another pig and share the meat with them, making it a special welcome, Xu Mingda instructed as he turned to Gao Wenbin. Brother, shouldn't we keep the pig for raising? Gao Wenbin said with a twinge of concern. Haha, third brother, you remain too naive. A man is at the mercy of those from whom he accepts favors. Once they have partaken, they owe us a debt. If they heed our guidance, all shall be well. However, should they choose to disregard us, then they must face the consequences. Our pork and grain are not gifts from the wind. They are earned through toil and sacrifice. They must compensate us, and if they lack the funds, let them offer a ship in exchange. Xu Mingda said, his eyes narrowing with a knowing glint. Chapter 109. The catamaran. Xu Mingda had indeed taken a liking to the catamaran, since someone had graciously offered the vessel to him. He felt compelled to accept, in addition to planning to sell high-priced pork and grains to the crew aboard. Xu Mingda also intended to enlist their assistance in a particular endeavor. The occupants of this ship were professionals engaged in the maintenance and installation of offshore wind power. When he visited Dongshan Island, he had marveled at the colossal wind turbines standing majestically above the sea. The energy produced by a single turbine was sufficient to sustain the needs of Ganjingzi village. Hence, he devised a plan to have these individuals help him lay down a cable to channel the electricity from the turbine. Fu Dui, please go and speak with their leader. Remember, approach this matter in the name of our brigade working for the benefit of the island's residents. Assure them that I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Xu Mingda instructed Fu Biao. He had chosen Fu Biao for this task precisely because of his bureaucratic demeanor, his protruding belly, and the cigarette dangling from his mouth exuded an air of corrupt officialdom. Xu Mingda reasoned that if he were to approach them himself, his youth might diminish the desired impact. Rest assured, Xu Dui, I have had dealings with them before, and I will ensure this matter is handled proficiently, Fu Biao assured him. At that moment, he recognized the dynamics at play and understood that Xu Mingda was the local authority. To seek refuge here, it was prudent to curry favor with him. Once Xu Mingda had arranged this task, he returned to the dining area to eat. He noticed Jiang Xiaoyu observing him as if she did not recognize him, which prompted an amused smile from him. What is the matter, Xiaoyu? Do you think I am a villain? No, Sugu, don't say that. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily explained, her gaze evasive. Xiaoyu, if we were to unconditionally shelter them, our food supplies would soon be depleted, and they would resent me for not providing them with free sustenance. Do you know how we acquire this food? It was earned at the cost of our lives. During our last expedition, we lost 3 lives. If not for the assistance of those soldiers, we might not have returned at all. You may believe I am deceiving them and harming them, but I have offered them a chance at survival. If they return to Dongshan Island or the mainland, they will undoubtedly be bitten by zombies or become zombies themselves, Xu Mingda expressed passionately. Sugu, I understand you mean well. You are a person of great ambition. Unlike us, Jiang Xiaoyu said, sensing Xu Mingda's sudden agitation, and quickly offered her apologies. I apologize, Xiaoyu. I was a bit impulsive. I did not wish for you to misunderstand me. Others may misinterpret or criticize me, but you must not, Xu Mingda replied. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by Xu Mingda's sudden declaration, nodding in a fluster, her mind swirling in confusion. However, Guo Meiwan discerned the underlying tension. Do not worry, Su Laudi. Soon, Xiaoyu and I will represent the village and visit those working on the construction. We will ensure they remain on Ganjingzi Island. The more people we have on Ganjingzi Island, the greater our strength becomes, right? Guojia, I fear your legs may not manage it, Xu Mingda remarked, feeling a surge of joy at Guo Meijuan's understanding, and he asked with concern. It's all right. I will take my time walking, she reassured him. The matters of the village are of utmost importance. My personal injury is of little consequence, remarked Guo Meiwan. Xu Mingda had just arranged for his daughter, Xuemin, to take up a position as a nurse at the health clinic, and Guo Meiwan was at a loss as to how to express her gratitude towards him. Xu Mingda was more than pleased to enlist the assistance of Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiaoxiao. It was highly likely that the crew aboard the catamaran was composed entirely of men. After drifting at sea for 10 days or even half a month, it is only natural for anyone to long for the company of women. At this moment, upon encountering the youthful and radiant Jiang Xiaoxiao alongside the more mature Guo Meiwan, they would undoubtedly be entranced, lost in desire, and reluctant to depart. Of course, these 2 women were under his protection. The men could only gaze upon them, forbidden to act otherwise. Should they attempt to overstep, Xu Mingda would unceremoniously cast them into the sea to feed the fish. Once Xu Mingda had completed the arrangements for receiving the catamaran, he intended to descend the mountain with Xiao Wu, leading a party to Changle Island. His ambition was to annex Changle in one fell swoop, thereby establishing it as his own new dominion. Thus, he deliberately invited Xiao Yin to accompany them. Chapter 110. Fear not, Captain Su, for I am acquainted with the village head of Changlu, old Zhang. I shall speak with him and ensure your leadership over Changlu, Xiaoyan confidently assured Xu Mingda upon hearing his intentions. Xu Mingda, unexpectedly relieved to have inadvertently brought along Fu Biao and his wife, found himself in high spirits due to their significant role in the unfolding events. While selecting other team members, Xu Mingda exerted considerable thought. Captain Zhang, you have fought tirelessly. It is only fitting that this time, Team 2, led by Yang Wukai, undertakes the mission to Chonglu. You shall rest at home, assisting Captain Hao with the pigs or welcoming the new crew members alongside team leader Fu. As core members, we must remain engaged, Xu Mingda expressed to Zhang Jun. Thank you, Captain Su, for your concern. I shall entrust the boat to team leader Yang, Zhang Jun responded. Genuinely fatigued. Given the unpredictable circumstances, he felt relieved at Xu Mingda's decision. Venturing to Chonglu Island amidst potential zombie encounters would undoubtedly lead to another fierce battle. Xu Mingda intended for Yang Wukai to accompany him, as Yang was steadfastly loyal and his reliable aide. Additionally, appointing Yang Wukai as the captain of Team 2 would establish his authority. Allowing Yang to lead a mission independently would further solidify his reputation. A successful endeavor would secure his standing. Aside from Yang Wukai and Han Li, Team 2 had no other members. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda had already resolved that for any mission, the 3 elite warriors from the Special Operations Group must accompany them. He also brought along Du Hao and Xiaoyan, ensuring they had sufficient personnel. Ultimately, this visit to Chonglu Island was not for conflict, but rather for peaceful integration. Captain Su, Xiao Wu has asked me to accompany you. Wu Xia announced as she jumped onto the boat. What is your purpose? Shouldn't you assist Xiao Wu with the new arrivals quarantine? Your attire lends credibility, Xu Mingda replied. Glancing towards the port checkpoint, Xiao Wu expressed concern for Xu Mingda's safety, prompting Wu Xia's presence. As she ducked into the cabin, Xu Mingda remarked, Du Hao, you may disembark and rest. There is no need for so many people. Leader, I am your face. With me by your side, I shall not bring you disgrace. Only honor. Du Hao smiled subtly in response. Indeed, let us commence our journey, Xu Mingda declared with a wave of his hand. As the official boat passed the port checkpoint, Xu Mingda instructed Yang Wukai to slow down, guiding them alongside a catamaran. This vessel is truly impressive. Wukai, you shall navigate the ship henceforth, Xu Mingda commented, admiring the grandeur of the catamaran compared to their official boat. In that moment, he had already claimed it as his own. Ha! This ship is not something just anyone can master, Yang Wukai chuckled, though his gaze remained fixated on the vessel. The others aboard were equally astonished, particularly Han Li, who, upon hearing that he would soon be sailing this magnificent ship with Yang Wukai, exclaimed in excitement. Du Hao and Xiaoyan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They were unaware of the morning meeting's discussions and were taken aback by Xu Mingda's bold aspirations. However, they quickly regained their enthusiasm. There exists an ambitious magnate who leads them, instilling in them an inexplicable excitement. After all, having previously resided in the Zhai family, they had been exposed to the grandeur of the world. It is not merely a captain they have encountered, even a battalion commander or higher-ranking officials were within their reach. If Xu Mingda were to remain unsatisfied, content with a mere boat and a few firearms, the Zhai family would certainly not regard him with esteem. Moreover, Xiaoyan, enamored with power, is in the prime of her career at under 40. How could she resign herself to the role of a mere community matriarch? Thus, the greater Xu Mingda's endeavors and the more extensive his sphere of influence, the more elated she becomes. Chapter 111. Xu Mingda was astonished by the abundant resources of Chang'e Island. Although this island is not significantly larger than Ganjingzi Island, its terrain is remarkably flat, resembling a steamed bun. It is said that in the past, the islanders cultivated farmland spanning hundreds of acres. Though devoid of rivers, a large reservoir has been constructed. Akin to a small-scale water conservancy project, the islanders utilize the water from this reservoir for daily living and irrigation of their fields. Even now, a few households continue to cultivate crops and vegetables, selling their produce in Dongshan Island town. While this may have seemed trivial before, in this apocalyptic era, the farmlands on the mainland are no longer tended to. The 100 acres of fertile land on Chang'e Island have become exceedingly precious. Imagine, when everyone is deprived of food and water, the crops grown on Chang'e Island will not merely be corn, peanuts, or soybeans, but rather, they will be akin to gold. Thus, Xu Mingda has already envisioned Chang'e Island as his own backyard. Naturally, many others share similar sentiments. When Xu Mingda's official vessel arrived at the small dock of Chang'e Island, he discovered that a considerable number of boats had already anchored around the island, 20 to 30 of various sizes, encircling the modest dock. Strangely, there were still available berths. Hey, why are you all gathered here? Why aren't you going ashore? Xu Mingda inquired as he leaned over the deck railing. Leader, you've finally arrived. We've all come to escape disaster. However, the locals 1T allow us to disembark. They 1T even let our boats dock, some of the boaters lamented, hoping for his intervention. Hold on, don't panic. I'll go up and assess the situation. Xu Mingda waved to them and proceeded to find Xiaoyan. Leader. The village chief of Changle village is named Udakwai. He has contracted the land on the island and is working here with a few villagers. But that doesn't mean the island belongs to him, Xiaoyan explained. It seems that Udakwai may have some backing, Xu Mingda remarked. He was not an experienced veteran, yet he was indeed a lord of the island. When he first arrived at Ganjingzi Island, he had contemplated claiming it as his own. Outsiders were not permitted to land. But was that feasible? This was also the reason he had sworn brotherhood with Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin, even with his current influence. He would not dare to easily deny so many people access to the island. Therefore, the notion that the village chief would prevent outsiders from landing was rather naive. One could surmise that a mere farmer could not be so overbearing. In this apocalypse, many have turned into zombies, while many have not. Yet all teeter on the brink of madness. Udakwai could not arbitrarily keep so many people off the island. Otherwise, he would have been swiftly dealt with. As the vessels loitering outside the dock witnessed Xu Mingda's official boat boldly approach the dock, some astute individuals hastily weighed anchor and followed his ship into port. Wuzwawei. You will lead the special operations team to safeguard the vessels. Maintain open communication and be prepared for support. The rest of you, get ready to accompany me ashore. I intend to confront this landlord Udakwai, Xu Mingda declared, while tucking a shotgun under his arm. Yang Gukai and Hanli also armed themselves accordingly. The overall terrain of Changla Island is notably elevated. Surrounding the island are either rocky shores or towering cliffs. To access the island from the sole dock, where vessels can berth, one must ascend a steep slope. It is only upon conquering this incline that one can truly claim to have set foot on the island. Though this slope spans merely a few dozen meters, it rises over 20 meters above sea level. To prevent individuals or vehicles from accidentally tumbling down, railings have been installed on both sides of the slope. And there are also barriers exceeding half a meter in height throughout the island. Chapter 112. If you could envision the arduous ascent from a drainage ditch beneath the highway to the surface of the road, you would grasp the formidable nature of the Changle Island Wharf. This location is such that if a vehicle were to block the entrance, it would indeed be quite challenging to surge forward. It exemplifies the terrain where one man stands as an impregnable barrier against a multitude. Xu Mingda marveled quietly as he prepared to lead his group onto the island. Several other boats that had followed also saw individuals leap onto the wharf, eager to accompany him and assess the situation. It appeared that these individuals were keen on having Xu Mingda carve out a path for them, hoping to establish a foothold on the island. As the crowd clamored to ascend the island, a van approached with astonishing speed, from which 4 individuals sprang forth. The foremost among them donned a police uniform and wielded a handgun, while the others brandished machetes and iron rods, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind them, a dozen more figures could be discerned, brandishing knives and clubs as they rushed forward. Who permitted your ascent to the island? The officer barked authoritatively. Are you blind? Can't you see that we are an enforcement vessel? Xu Mingda retorted, astonished to encounter anyone daring enough to obstruct their ship. I care not what organization you belong to. Entry to this island is prohibited for epidemic prevention. It has been sealed off by directive from our leaders. The officer thundered. Indeed, Mayor Li has decreed that anyone who defies the regulations will be apprehended. Even if it results in death, it is not a crime. The others shouted menacingly, weapons aimed at the group below. Xu Mingda's companion, Yang Gukai, turned pale at the audacity displayed against Xu Mingda and immediately readied a shotgun, prepared to fire. Gukai, hold your horses. Let us ascertain the situation first, Xu Mingda urged, pressing down on Yang Gutsai's weapon. He understood that while the marine enforcement team was tyrannical at sea, they were not invincible. They did not extend courtesy to everyone. Which Mayor Li is this? Who possesses such audacity? Xu Mingda inquired, glancing back at Xiaoyan. Oh, it could be Deputy Mayor Li Shusen, who oversees township enterprises. I will go speak with him, Xiaoyan hastily replied. Very well. Xu Mingda extracted a cigarette, igniting it as he leaned against the railing, observing the individuals above. Greetings, comrades. I am Xiaoyan from the Township Civil Affairs Department. We seek to report to Mayor Li, she called out amiably while ascending. Upon noticing a woman claiming to be a town official, the individuals above relaxed their guard slightly, casting dubious glances at Xiaoyan. Approaching the officer, she greeted him and gestured towards Xu Mingda and his companions, though her words were inaudible. The officer waved them forward, granting permission to ascend. However, as others attempted to follow Xu Mingda, they were met with threats and intimidation from the villagers above. Dissenters were met with stones, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated on the ground. The villagers above displayed no signs of fear. Goodness, this world has gone awry. Xu Mingda's expression darkened further. Chapter 113. Xu Mingda was taken aback by the audacity of Li Shusen, a mere local official who had the audacity to impose a blockade on Chang'e Island, preventing refugees from landing. Was this not a blatant attempt to claim the territory for himself? How brazenly it contradicted Su's aspirations to seize Chang'e Island as his own personal garden. However, a conversation with Xiao Yan enlightened Xu Mingda to the rationale behind Li Shusen's actions. Firstly, Li was no ordinary village official. Dongshan Island boasted a harbor, and Dongshan Town was a thriving urban center, had it not been for its geographical constraints and the oversight of a larger port city. The elevation of Dongshan Town to a county-level city would have been entirely plausible. Thus, although the officials of Dongshan Town held a lower rank, their authority was considerable. Additionally, many officials from Dongshan Town had successfully ascended to positions in county or city governance, making it a veritable stepping stone to higher social strata. Secondly, at just over 30 years of age, Li Shusen had already spent 3 years in a prominent position, managing a particularly lucrative sector. This suggested one of two possibilities. Either he was a second-generation elite or had influential connections above him. Xu Mingda surmised that the blockade of Chang'e Island was unlikely to be solely Li Shusen's initiative. His public stance may well have been supported by a powerful benefactor who remained hidden from view. In these apocalyptic times, not everyone could find a safe haven to endure the chaos. Xu Mingda considered himself fortunate. He had chosen to set sail at the earliest opportunity and had drifted to Ganjingzi Island. Had he attempted to escape from the mainland now, he would likely have found himself in the same predicament as the refugees outside the island, unable even to set foot on the land, let alone claim it as his own. Moreover, Ganjingzi Island paled in comparison to Chang'e Island in terms of resources. 80% of Ganjingzi Island was comprised of rocky terrain, whereas 80% of Chang'e Island was flat land. Ganjingzi Island was home to Ganjingzi Village, a fishing community built along the slopes, resembling a staircase. Its infrastructure was modest. In contrast, Chang'e Island featured a combination of agricultural and fishing villages, where residents not only lived but also engaged in agritourism. The village boasted an ancient archway, over 4 to 5 centuries old, and a shrine dating back to the Republic of China era. Though the main street was short, it was paved with stone. There was also a small shop in the village, and the local farmers were quite prosperous, cultivating fresh vegetables in glass greenhouses and plastic tents. The farms also housed chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats. Xu Mingda's admiration for Chang'e Island grew with each passing moment. It was truly a land of abundance, ideally suited for him. If he could seize control of Chang'e, he could establish a magnificent residence there. Before he could wipe the drool from his chin, several individuals emerged from the agritourism courtyard. Who might this be? One tall figure, adorned with thick glasses, turned to Xu Mingda. Noticing the individual was dressed in an official jacket, impeccably tailored trousers, and polished shoes, Xu Mingda realized that despite his youth, he was surrounded by admirers, and he recognized him as Li Shusen, the vice mayor mentioned by Xiao Yan. Feigning ignorance, Xu Mingda gestured to Xiao Yan, prompting her to introduce him. Although he is stationed in Dongshan Town, he is not under the jurisdiction of the local town government, but rather directly supervised by the municipal detachment. Furthermore, his rank as the captain surpasses that of Li Shusen. Although his authority does not compare to those in actual positions of power, he has no need to curry favor with Li Shusen. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, who truly cares whether one is an official or not? Captain Li Zhen, allow me to introduce you. This is Captain Su of the Waterborne Law Enforcement Team. Captain Su, this is Li Zhen from our Dongshan Town. I have heard that Dongshan Town will soon come under direct municipal administration, transforming into Dongshan District. Captain Li Zhen has a promising future ahead, Xiao Yan hastily introduced. Oh, Captain Su, a pleasure to meet you. Li Shusen greeted Xu Mingda with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, scrutinizing him through his spectacles. Having navigated the corridors of power for several years, he had encountered a multitude of officials at various levels, including the former captain of the Waterborne Law Enforcement Team. Regardless of the department, cooperation with the principal government leadership is always essential. Captain Li Zhen, a pleasure indeed. Xu Mingda, unfamiliar with the intricacies of officialdom, mirrored the sentiment with a slight nod. However, his immediate impression of Li Shusen was unfavorable. It had nothing to do with rivalry. Rather, he found Li Shusen's demeanor disingenuous, his smile lacking warmth, suggesting he was not to be trusted. Upon meeting Xu Mingda, Li Shusen harbored suspicions due to his unfamiliarity and youth. Yet he maintained an enigmatic smile, refraining from extending his hand, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation. Noticing that Li Shusen did not offer his hand, Xu Mingda too withheld his, turning his attention to the surroundings, disregarding Li Shusen entirely. Captain Su, this is Village Chief Yu from Chonglu Village. Chief Yu is also an entrepreneur in our village, a significant figure in aquaculture and agriculture, leading the villagers towards prosperity, Xiao Yan. Sensing the tension between Xu Mingda and Li Shusen, quickly introduced a dark-complexioned middle-aged man next to Li Shusen. Ah, Captain Su, welcome to Changla Village. I happen to be hosting Captain Li Jin and his entourage for an inspection of our work. Would you care to join us for a cup of tea? Chief Yu, recognizing the awkward atmosphere, smiled and extended his hand. All right, let us go warm up with some tea. Xu Mingda shook hands with Chief Yu, then waved at his subordinates, disregarding Li Shusen as he made his way into the rural restaurant. Left behind, Li Shusen's facial muscles twitched as he fixed his gaze on Xu Mingda's retreating figure, then shifted to Do Hao and Wu Xia. He couldn't help but notice Do Hao's professional attire, a knee-length skirt, her graceful figure, and lovely features, which drew his attention. Captain, this fellow seems to lack decorum. Perhaps I should drive him away? A stern-looking companion whispered to Li Shusen. Not yet. This young man appears quite capable. It would be best to keep him around for our benefit, Li Shusen replied ominously, adjusting his glasses. Chapter 114. Team Leader Su just now. That Mayor Li had a keen eye. As the village chief served tea, Xu Mingda smiled at him. Humph, do not pay him any mind. Xu Mingda waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Caught off guard by the situation, his mind struggled to catch up. It appeared that Li Shusen had acted first. Judging by the company he kept, they seemed formidable, making it unlikely that reclaiming Chang'e Island from Li Shusen would be a simple endeavor. Was this trip to be in vain? Xu Mingda pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the village chief entered with a woman. Dressed in traditional attire, she carried a tray adorned with a teapot, teacups, and a kettle, evidently serving refreshments. Team Leader Su, do sample the new tea we cultivated this year, the village chief said with a jovial smile. The village chief, in his 40s, was of modest height yet remarkably robust, with sun-kissed skin and a closely cropped hairstyle. His neck bore the marks of time with folds of flesh, and he donned a faded t-shirt paired with work trousers. As he walked, he swayed as if a tank were rolling by. Ah, old Yu, thank you for your hospitality. Xu Mingda replied courteously. He then inquired, Old Yu, I noticed numerous boats anchored outside Chang'e Island. Why do you not allow the people aboard to come ashore? Times are tough for everyone. Ha ha. Team Leader Su, you may not yet be aware, but I have contracted this island, including the agritourism and those aquaculture facilities, all under my purview. My family and the few workers here are overwhelmed as it is. We cannot manage so many refugees. Furthermore, I have important guests residing here. What if those outsiders were to steal or demand food and drink? What would I do? Therefore, it is imperative that they remain off the island, the village chief asserted with conviction. Oh, does Mayor Li not oversee this? Xu Mingda asked. Some of those outside are from Dongshan Town. Mayor Li? Haha. Team Leader Su, you might be new to your position and unaware of the dynamics in Dongshan. The Li family wields considerable influence and power. To be frank, this Chang'e Island serves them. We raise chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, and cultivate organic vegetables solely for their benefit. Otherwise, how could I secure such a contract? Currently, members of the Li family are planning to stay here for an extended period, so I advise you, Team Leader Su, to refrain from further inquiries, the village chief replied. Ah, I see. Xu Mingda feigned enlightenment, widening his eyes and nodding in agreement. At that moment, Xiaoyan entered from outside. Team Leader Su, I just had a brief encounter with Mayor Li. He is eager to discuss our maritime law enforcement situation with you. If you have some time, he would like to invite us for a meal. Oh, a meal? Xu Mingda glanced at Yang Wukai and Han Li, who were seated on either side, hands tucked into their pockets, their eyes scanning the courtyard with keen vigilance, ready to protect. Indeed, Team Leader Su, Mayor Li just asked me to prepare a sheep. The village chief chimed in from the side. Oh, very well. Please inform Mayor Li that I shall make a few phone calls first, and I will join you shortly. Xu Mingda remarked. What calls could Xu Mingda possibly make? He had no business to attend to. He merely wished to delay his arrival. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's intent to make a call, village head Yu tactfully excused himself. Do Hao, you and Wu Xia should go with Xiao Yin to assess the situation with Mayor Li, who is present, and how many individuals are there. Are they armed? Xu Mingda gestured towards Do Hao and whispered. Understood. I will head there right away, Do Hao replied, rising to her feet. Having engaged in similar tasks at the Zhai family residence, she felt quite competent in this regard. Yang Gukai and Han Li, upon hearing this, also grew vigilant. Yang Gukai suspected that Xu Mingda was contemplating action and considered contacting Wu Zuowei on the official boat. No, it appears that we may not succeed this time. But we cannot return empty-handed. Let us first enjoy a meal. Xu Mingda countered with a shake of his head. Chapter 115. Through his observations of the dialogue between Xu Mingda and the village head, Lao Yu, it became evident that Changle Island had been claimed by Li Shusen. It appeared that Li Shusen had established deep roots in this place, and should Xu Mingda attempt to forcibly seize it, he would likely encounter insurmountable obstacles. However, retreat was not an option for him. He was determined to at least reclaim his expenses. At that moment, Wu Xia hurried over. Captain Xu. There are over a dozen people on their side, and I also spotted the former bureau chief Gao and several officers here. Oh? Xu Mingda furrowed his brow. It seemed that Li Shusen was orchestrating a grand affair, akin to a banquet of treachery. At this juncture, Lai Yu approached again to invite Xu Mingda. All right, let us go. Time to eat. Xu Mingda chuckled heartily, rising to lead his two subordinates to the dining hall. In the flower hall of the farmhouse, a lavish banquet had already been set. Several guests were already seated, and their demeanor revealed that they were either affluent or of high social standing. The operators of Changle Island and the village head, Lao Yu, appeared to be mere attendants in this gathering. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Du Hao were encircled by a group of men who were clearly captivated by Du Hao's beauty, showering her with attention and playful banter, while Xiaoyan found herself overlooked and in a rather awkward position. Come, let me introduce you. This is the newly appointed Captain Xu of the law enforcement team. Upon noticing Xu Mingda and his two companions, Li Shusen waved eagerly. Everyone, what a pleasure to meet you. Xu Mingda was unfamiliar with those at the table. He merely cupped his hands in greeting and boldly took a seat at the reserved position of honor. Captain Xu, please sit here. Li Shusen chuckled nervously, attempting to shift Xu Mingda to a secondary seat. What is this? Was I not invited by Mayor Li? Then I shall not play the supporting role. Du Hao. Let us leave, Xu Mingda declared, rising to depart. Hey, Captain Xu, you misunderstood. This seat is indeed reserved for you. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s gestured gracefully. Though he appeared unremarkable and spoke calmly and courteously, Xu Mingda sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, making it difficult to decline. Yes, Captain Xu. You are the guest of honor today, Li Shusen quickly concurred. Xu Mingda observed the exquisite array of cold dishes on the table, each a masterpiece of culinary art, crafted with meticulous attention to detail. Unmistakably the work of a master chef. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Goodness, this is the end of the world. Yet these individuals can still host such a lavish banquet. The resources on Changle Island must be extraordinarily abundant. What kind of stature do these people possess? He pondered silently. Captain Xu, your recent tasks have been quite formidable. I've heard that to assist in combating the epidemic, your team has suffered considerable losses, Li Shusen inquired, feigning intimacy. Ah, indeed. I've dispatched personnel from the East Mountain Town headquarters to the front lines. All capable comrades are engaged. The epidemic is akin to a wildfire. Our team cannot afford to cower in fear or disobey orders, Xu Mingda declared, his chest swelling with fervor. Chapter 116 Indeed, in times of great adversity, nations rise, and heroes emerge. The steadfast dedication of Captain Xu, who remains devoted to his duty and the welfare of the people, is truly commendable. Someone at the table concurred. When was Captain Xu assigned to our Dongshan Brigade? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face inquired. His demeanor was devoid of expression. Yet his icy gaze scrutinized Xu Mingda, making it difficult to meet his eyes. Beside him stood a man in his 30s, hands tucked into his pockets, tilting his head as he regarded Xu Mingda. Captain Xu is my former superior, Director Gao. Wu Xia quickly introduced the pockmarked man. This is our criminal investigation team's Captain Pang. She then smiled at the man in his 30s next to Director Gao. No wonder he looks at everyone with such disdain. P.S. from the 6 doors. Xu Mingda chuckled, leaning back in his chair, casually retrieving a box of premium cigarettes and taking one to his lips. Upon seeing this, Han Li promptly produced a lighter and ignited it with a snap. How dare you speak to me like that? Captain Pang of the criminal investigation team, perceiving the sarcasm in Xu Mingda's words, could not contain his anger. And who might you be? When did it become your place to bark at me? Do you even understand the rules? Must I report to someone like you? Xu Mingda retorted, flinging the cigarette but towards Pang. Captain Pang, unaccustomed to such affronts, sprang to his feet. Behind him, several uniformed personnel surged forward. Who dares to move? Yang Wakai and Han Li swiftly adjusted their clothing, drawing their shotguns and aiming them at the approaching officers from the 6 doors. Xu Mingda's actions startled everyone present, causing them to exchange nervous glances and retreat. What are you all doing? Have you lost your minds? Do you not have any respect for the Li family? The middle-aged man who had previously urged Xu Mingda to stay huffed in annoyance. Pang Qingyan, what are you doing? Is this where you flaunt your authority? Get these people out of here. At this moment, Director Gao recognized the escalating situation and sternly reprimanded Captain Pang. You two as well. Refrain from drawing your weapons so easily. We are all on the same side. We ought to reason with one another. If reason fails, We must appeal to our shared sentiments, Xu Mingda remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his two loyal companions. Just then, someone hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into Li Shusen's ear. Since Xu Mingda was nearby, he caught the mention of soldiers being on the ship. Chow. I never expected them to investigate me. Xu Mingda felt a surge of urgency, his hand instinctively reaching for his own weapon. Oh. This is like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Family members fail to recognize one another, Li Shusen remarked with a forced smile. Captain Su and Director Gao are the two great stabilizing forces guarding our Daoshan, one on land, the other at sea. Both are indispensable. Captain Su, please forgive my impertinence. Director Gao gestured politely towards Xu Mingda, as a form of courtesy. Director Gao, you are too kind. Xu Mingda returned the gesture, feeling a quiet sigh of relief within. He was not intentionally creating a scene, rather. He recognized that the investigation led by the Public Security Bureau was clearly instigated by the Li family to probe into his background. If he refrains from retaliating, it is likely that those present will take turns attacking him with various forms of verbal onslaught. Chow, at worst, I shall overturn the table and depart. If I do not partake, then none of you shall have the pleasure of doing so either. Chapter 117. As soon as the veil was lifted, Li Shusen subtly revealed a menacing demeanor. Had it not been for Xu Mingda's resilient spine, he might have been on the verge of a herniated disc. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of knowing when to retreat, for Gao Ju and Pang Dui were merely two incisors of the Li family. The power of the Li clan was likely far beyond his imagination. This visit had indeed broadened his horizons. While Xu Mingda pondered various thoughts, a melodious voice accompanied by the sounds of chirping swallows announced the arrival of a woman clad in a cheongsam and sunglasses, entering from the courtyard. Miss Li is here, an excited guest exclaimed, prompting others to rise and some to leave their seats to greet her. Clearly, she was the guest of honor. Xu Mingda observed that the woman was accompanied by a formidable-looking man and a woman, both exuding an air of professionalism. The male radiating authority with piercing eyes and carrying a small suitcase, while the female moved with agility and grace, unmistakably a professional bodyguard. Xu Mingda, compelled by the atmosphere, stood up, mimicking the applause of others and attempting to leave his seat. However, upon noticing Xu Mingda's presence, the woman paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Please have a seat. With that, she took the seat next to him, her tone suggesting an intimacy that implied familiarity. Xu Mingda was taken aback by her striking beauty. Her features were full and dignified, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to earth. The exquisite fragrance that enveloped her was akin to the most precious ambergris, refreshing to the senses, leaving him momentarily intoxicated. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he could not place where he had encountered this noblewoman among his esteemed clients. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it, he thought, deciding to abandon any pretense of innocence given her overt approach. Consequently, Xu Mingda responded with ease, even engaging in small talk about the weather. He assumed Miss Li had mistaken him for someone else, but the others present did not share his sentiment. Witnessing the esteemed guest's apparent familiarity with Xu Mingda left Gao Ju and Pang Dui in a state of shock. They had initially planned to confront Xu Mingda outside, but now they hesitated, realizing they could not proceed as intended. What they had thought was Xu Mingda's pretense now appeared to be a natural display of confidence, especially when they received reports that Xu Mingda was accompanied by 3 fully armed soldiers aboard his vessel, reinforcing the notion of his extraordinary background. Even Li Shusen was taken aback, yet he maintained his composure, offering courteous compliments about Xu Mingda's bravery and diligence. Miss Li remained silent, merely observing Xu Mingda with a smile. Then came the culinary segment of the gathering. Exquisite dishes were presented one after another, with Li Shusen standing to respectfully introduce each dish and its unique characteristics, emphasizing that they were specially prepared for Miss Li. Although she feigned an appreciation for the food, she hardly touched her chopsticks, leaving Xu Mingda anxious and fidgeting as he felt awkward to partake in the meal while the guest of honor refrained. Surely, you would enjoy this dish? Unexpectedly, Li Mei discerned Xu Mingda's intentions and personally served several dishes onto his plate. Delicious. You should eat more, she encouraged. Xu Mingda, feeling at ease, indulged in the meal while engaging Li Mei in conversation. The others at the table were left in utter disbelief. Even the elderly was baffled by Xu Mingda's true identity. He contemplated inquiring, but hesitated, casting a glance at Li Shusen. Shusen had invited Li Mei today to solicit her assistance, yet it was evident that she had a closer rapport with Xu Mingda, leaving him in a state of conflict. Li Shusen appeared equally perplexed, but he seemed to have found a potential shortcut. Perhaps appealing to Xu Mingda could facilitate his objectives. I've heard there is a Dragon King temple on Ganjingzi Island, quite remarkable. Are you familiar with it? Li Mei inquired, her eyes sparkling upon learning Xu Mingda hailed from Ganjingzi Island. Ah, You have indeed asked the right person. I reside at the temple, Xu Mingda replied. Having relaxed further after consuming a couple of glasses of Wuliangye, he couldn't help but notice Li Mei's delicate and soft hand, longing to grasp it. Yet the sight of her two bodyguards behind her brought him back to reality. Is that so? At the Dragon King Temple, there is a Taoist named Liu. Have you met him? Li Mei's excitement escalated upon discovering Xu Mingda lived in the temple, her face nearly brushing against his. Oh, you know Taoist Liu? Xu Mingda was momentarily taken aback when she mentioned the ascended Liu Taoist. Only he and Guo Meiwan were privy to Liu Taoist's transcendence. He was surprised to learn that such a revered figure was known even to someone as esteemed as Li Mei. Indeed, I met the Taoist over a decade ago. He told me that if I wished to find him again, I would need to go to Ganjingzi Island, Li Mei sighed, suggesting a profound connection with Liu Taoist. All right. I'll take care of this. Whenever you wish to go, just let me know. What is your number? Xu Mingda asked. Oh, Li Mei glanced at her female assistant, who quickly understood and presented a gold-embossed business card to Xu Mingda with both hands. "Do director, please leave your number for Miss Li." Xu Mingda carefully tucked Li Mei's card into his pocket. He did not possess a personal phone and preferred not to share the official ship's contact. However, Duda had a satellite phone, so Xu Mingda asked her to provide her number. This way, even if Li Mei sought to investigate his background, it would not be a straightforward endeavor. Xu Mingda had a clearer understanding of the situation today. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, it was still the apocalypse for ordinary citizens. While the powerful elites continued to wield vast resources for their own benefit, he was determined to keep his humble origins as a mere carpenter hidden. He aspired to become a notable figure. Chapter 118. During this meal, Xu Mingda indulged to his heart's content, while Li Mei appeared quite satisfied as well. She arranged to visit him at the Longwang Temple on Ganjingzi Island after concluding her business. How delightful it was to hear that she wished to spend time with Xu Mingda, seemingly oblivious to the apocalyptic circumstances surrounding them. Xu Mingda readily agreed, even promising to prepare a hearty pig stew for her. Li Mei accepted the invitation but excused herself to the restroom, discreetly departing with her two bodyguards. Once only a handful of individuals remained at the table, a palpable sense of relief washed over the crowd. Li Mei's commanding presence had rendered many merely spectators. Their smiles strained, muscles in their faces taut from forced cheerfulness, with none daring to engage her in conversation. The attitude of Old Master Li and Li Shusun towards Xu Mingda had undergone a complete transformation. "Captain Xu, you are indeed a remarkable young man. It is an honor to meet you. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor. I shall drink first, and you may follow suit," Li Shusun beamed, lifting a full glass towards Xu Mingda. "I must extend this courtesy." Xu Mingda chuckled, downing the contents of his glass with glee, pleased to encounter such a mysterious beauty today. However, when others attempted to toast him again, he feigned an inability to hold his liquor and chose to ignore them. "Captain Xu, as I understand it, the main office on Dongshan Island is no longer operational. Perhaps you might consider relocating here for your duties. This way, we can support one another more effectively. Rest assured, whatever your needs may be, whether for the team or personally, I shall do everything in my power to assist you." Li Shusun proposed earnestly. "Aha, thank you. At present, I am stationed on Ganjingzi Island. Furthermore, Miss Li is set to visit Longwang Temple in a few days, so I must prepare accordingly. We cannot let her travel such a distance only to find us unprepared, can we? As for moving the main office here, it is a possibility," Xu Mingda replied with a laugh, evading any serious commitments. Seeing Xu Mingda's evasiveness, Li Shusun refrained from pressing further. At that moment, Xu Mingda announced that he had drunk too much and needed to leave. Li Shusun promptly offered to escort him out. "Oh, Lao Yu, the stewed native chicken you prepare is quite delightful. I wonder if I will have the chance to savor it again. By the way, how much are your eggs per pound? I would like to buy some to enhance the team's rations." Alas, given the current circumstances, the team is struggling, Xu Mingda remarked as he noticed Lao Yu approaching to bid him farewell, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Haha, why buy?" Lao Yu chuckled awkwardly, not offering to see him off. "Village Chief Yu, please fetch a few small chickens and a few pounds of those native eggs for Captain Xu and his team." Li Shusun instructed, recognizing Xu Mingda's request. He felt that he might seek Xu Mingda's assistance in the future and thus obliged. "Understood, I shall do so," Lao Yu replied, trudging towards the chicken coop with a somewhat forlorn demeanor. "Ah, how could I have forgotten? I still have 3 people on my boat who haven't eaten. What should I do?" Just as Xu Mingda stepped out the courtyard, he turned back to glance at the dining table in the flower hall. The dishes remained largely untouched. Oh, Captain Xu truly cares for his subordinates. "Quickly, find some takeout containers to pack food for Captain Xu," Li Shusun remarked with a furrowed brow and a wry smile, having never encountered such a frugal official before. Xu Mingda's demeanor left both Du Hao and Wu Xia in a state of astonishment. They were taken aback by the audacity of Su Dui, who shamelessly indulged in food and drink, even going so far as to request takeout of leftover dishes. Xiaoyan, accustomed to such banquets, gazed at Xu Mingda with admiration as he navigated the grand occasion with ease. Yang Guokai and Han Li, however, felt no discontent in their eyes. Everyone should show respect to Xu Mingda, for he was capable of anything. Thus, his actions today were merely a standard display of his capabilities. Was it not merely a few chicks and several pounds of eggs that he sought? It should be noted that Xu Mingda's initial purpose for coming here was to seize control of the entire Changlu Island. Yet, Xu Mingda remained apprehensive. He feigned drunkenness to mask his true intentions, having discerned that the people at the table were astute individuals, influential figures. They had not challenged him earlier because he had initially adopted a streetwise demeanor, leaving them momentarily perplexed. With Li Mei's commanding presence now absent, he knew that lingering too long would risk exposure. Thus, he drank a couple more glasses and pretended to be intoxicated as he hastily made his exit. Li Shusen, Director Gao, and team leader Peng warmly accompanied him, despite Xu Mingda's insistence that they need not see him off. They insisted on escorting him to the pier, only waving their farewells once he boarded the official boat. Do visit me sometime. We shall drink again. Xu Mingda slurred politely before retreating into the cabin, not to emerge again. At that moment, Yang Guokai started the official boat, maneuvering it away from the small pier. As they departed Changlu Island, numerous fishing boats that had gathered outside the pier began to approach. Leader, what is the situation? Are they allowing us on the island? They inquired eagerly. Yes. Didn't you promise to ask? The crowd craned their necks, calling out to the official boat. No entry, there's a zombie virus on the island. If you have nowhere else to go, follow us to Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda instructed Han Li to relay. He then collapsed onto the bunk, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 119. This voyage may have yielded the least for Xu Mingda, yet it could also be his most fruitful. It is deemed minimal because he merely procured a few chickens and a basket of eggs. Conversely, it is considered substantial due to his unexpected acquaintance with Li Mei, which led him to realize that his master, Taoist Liu, had likely bequeathed him an invaluable network of connections. Furthermore, the meal he enjoyed on Changlu Island marked his closest encounter with the upper echelons of society. The worth of that meal, whether consumed on-site or taken away, was immeasurable, as it broadened his horizons and enriched his understanding. The cultured individuals on Changlu Island unveiled a world to Xu Mingda. At this nascent stage of the apocalypse, although the lower societal structures have crumbled, the upper strata remain largely intact. Those in power continue to live as they always have. In the aftermath, to sustain their way of life, there will inevitably be a reallocation of resources, redistributing what remains to serve those in authority. Thus, this world is still governed by the influential and the powerful, while the common folk, lacking both resources and connections, find themselves voiceless. How could a mere commoner like him enjoy freedom on Ganjingzi Island? Xu Mingda foresees that Ganjingzi Island may either become a desolate wasteland, forsaken and unwanted, or, should he succeed in its development, it would undoubtedly attract powerful factions seeking to claim it. He would either resign himself to being a subordinate, a mere pawn, or face death at their hands. His few impoverished companions, armed with only a handful of firearms, would stand no chance against such forces. Therefore, if he wishes to establish a lasting foothold on Ganjingzi Island, he must find a formidable ally. Yet, the reality is starkly challenging. In this apocalyptic era, everything is laid bare. There is no pretense or sentimentality. Without resources, what purpose would an ally serve? Unless, of course, one is willing to offer their life in service. However, that is not a viable option. Xu Mingda has toiled enough as a beast of burden, and his recent days on Ganjingzi Island have been his rare moments of humanity, a feeling he cherishes. He yearns to cease being a mere tool for others. Thus, Li Mei represents his most promising opportunity. Although he knows little of her true nature, she appears to value herself highly. Moreover, they share a connection through the Dragon King Temple and Taoist Liu. Additionally, this young woman embodies femininity, and her every smile and frown lingers in Xu Mingda's mind throughout his journey. Naturally, he is acutely aware that, given his current status, he is unworthy even to hold her hand. She is a true swan, while he is but a humble creature. Perhaps she has simply misidentified him, too polite to reveal the truth, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. Consequently, he anticipates that he will have no further interactions with Li Mei. However, as he traveled back to Ganjingzi Island, he was taken aback when she unexpectedly called him, causing his voice to tremble with surprise. Li Mei merely inquired about his whereabouts, expressing her regret for not seeing him off earlier due to feeling unwell. Xu Mingda promptly informed her that he had returned to Ganjingzi Island to tidy up the courtyard and kitchen in anticipation of her visit. Li Mei smiled and remarked that she had yet to make a definitive decision regarding the matter. It was absurd for Xu Mingda to take it so seriously. regardless of whether you come or when you arrive. As long as you express your intent, I shall treat it as a genuine undertaking. Xu Mingda felt as though his heart might leap from his chest to reveal itself to Li. He understood that this was his singular opportunity. Li Meiji was his esteemed benefactor. Seizing this chance would allow him to forge connections with the upper echelons of society, a realm he greatly admired. Once he secured Li's arrangement and solidified this relationship, he could rest assured that, for the foreseeable future, no one would dare to provoke him. Moreover, he could seize the opportunity to discreetly cultivate his power on Ganjingzi Island. When Xu Mingda reluctantly ended the call and returned the phone to Du Hao, she looked at him with a wistful expression. "Leader, I never expected you to have such charm with women. Have you consulted a fortune teller to see if you're experiencing a stroke of romantic fortune?" She teased. "Haha, what is this? Are you feeling jealous?" Xu Mingda reached out to pinch Du Hao's cheek, but she deftly evaded him and stood to leave. This girl might genuinely be upset, Xu Mingda thought to himself. He realized he had somewhat neglected Du Hao, who had clearly come to employ her allure to his advantage. Yet, upon glancing at the numerous vessels trailing closely behind his own, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Goodness, with so many people, how much food will this require? At that moment, he finally grasped why Changlo Island was so rigorously guarded, denying entry to ordinary refugees. However, Han Li appeared quite exhilarated. "Captain Su. Now we have a multitude of companions in misfortune." Xu Mingda shot him a disdainful look. "Do you expect these unfortunate souls to survive on mere wind and dew?" "Boss, I can lead them to Dongshan Island to gather supplies. I'm familiar with the area. I know where the supermarkets and grain stores are," Han Li suggested. It is indeed time to procure additional supplies. Although Xu Mingda harbored suspicions regarding Han Li's ulterior motives, he chose not to probe further. After all, gathering provisions from Dongshan Island was already part of his plan. Why bother going to the island for supplies? The cargo ships at Dongshan port have everything one could desire. Just bring down a few containers, and we'll have it all. Yang Guokai scoffed. "Wow, it seems you've got some ideas, huh?" Xu Mingda's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. Chapter 120. Xu Mingda finds himself living in an era of unparalleled material abundance. It is fair to assert that no other period in history can rival the scale of modern logistics. At Dongshan port alone, nearly 100 cargo ships are anchored. Not to mention the myriad of fishing boats, passenger ships, recreational vessels, and speedboats. Dongshan port, along with its affiliated islands, boasts at least 1,000 vessels. And this is merely a town. What of the nation as a whole? How many cargo ships laden with goods traverse the great rivers and seas? The cargo on these ships is diverse: clothes, footwear, grains, oils, coal, petroleum, mobile phones, televisions, and even aircraft and artillery. However, the apocalypse has rendered many large ships at sea unable to dock. Even if they could, unloading would be impossible, as evidenced by the state of Dongshan port, which has effectively ground to a halt. There is no one to direct the vessels to berth, nor anyone to operate the cranes for loading and unloading. With inland logistics disrupted, the supplies aboard these ships become a prize for whoever can seize them. Thus, when Yang Guokai suggested retrieving a shipment from the cargo vessels at Dongshan port, Xu Mingda felt a surge of excitement and slapped his thigh, deeming it an excellent idea. The cargo ships, anchored in isolation at sea, present a lower risk of widespread zombie virus infection. Even if some vessels were infected, how many people could be aboard? A dozen or 20 at most. Xu Mingda is confident he can handle these zombies. Naturally, the cargo on these freighters is varied, and he is not keen on exerting great effort only to haul back a ship full of iron or construction materials. For Xu Mingda, food remains paramount. If they are to seize anything, it must be grain. Of course, if they encounter any lovely ladies, they must be brought back as well. As he oversees waterborne inspections, he possesses the authority to board any ship and inspect its cargo, if this seems cumbersome. The waterborne law enforcement team maintains a backup of records for the vessels docking at Dongshan Island. A simple inquiry into which ship carries what cargo would yield a more fruitful harvest than risking a venture into a supermarket amidst zombies for scattered supplies. Yet, if he can conceive of such a plan, others surely can as well. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly. By the late stages of the apocalypse, opportunities to seize such resources may become scarce. The more Xu Mingda contemplates this, the more exhilarated he becomes, almost wishing to rush to Dongshan port immediately for a bounty. However, upon his departure, the customs at Ganjingzi Island is currently intercepting a fast boat for wind power maintenance. And he has also attracted a group of people to Ganjingzi Island. These incoming vessels and personnel must be properly managed and settled before he dares to pursue the acquisition of supplies. Quick, hurry up. Ensure that Catamaran is still there. We cannot let it slip away. Xu Mingda instructed Yang Guokai. In truth, Yang Guokai had already piloted the official boat as swiftly as a speedboat. When Xu Mingda finally spotted the catamaran still moored beside the cargo vessels, a weight was lifted from his chest. At this moment, after a day and night of hard work, Lu De had already hoisted hundreds, if not thousands, of logs from the ship. Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin had also organized a team to arrange the 6-meter-long logs, each measuring over 60 or 70 centimeters in diameter, into a wooden raft the size of a football field upon the surface of the sea. On the wooden raft, several temporary shelters have been constructed from timber, intended to serve as customs offices and makeshift quarantine rooms. To prevent the raft from becoming unwieldy, scattered by the crashing waves, or rammed apart by vessels. These rafts have been meticulously assembled piece by piece, measuring over 10 meters in length and 6 meters in width. The critical structural elements are interwoven both horizontally and vertically, forming 2 or even 3 layers. Following Xu Mingda's instructions, the timber framework has been fashioned into mortise and tenon joints using saws and axes, allowing for a seamless fit. When submerged, the wood swells, binding together as if it were one solid entity. The rafts are interconnected by iron wire or robust chains, with logs serving as bridges or passages between them. Thus, even in the face of turbulent winds and waves, the rafts, as a dispersed structural unit, nearly bob up and down without collapsing, ensuring the safety of those above. Furthermore, with the successful construction of the raft, a 20-meter-wide entryway has been left between the rafts and cargo ships, facilitating the passage of small boats in and out, mooring at the port. When Xu Mingda's vessel returns, Xiao stands atop the newly erected watchtower with his 2 subordinates, waving to the people aboard the ship. "How is everything?" Xu Mingda queries, peering out from the side of the windbreak. "All is in order." Xiao Wu responds with an okay hand gesture. However, his eyes narrow as he raises binoculars to scan the distant sea. "Those ships are all returning with me. Handle them just as you did with the catamaran earlier." "Do you understand?" Xu Mingda calls out. "I understand, brother." Xiao Wu replies while gesturing to Lu De below. He had initially intended to take a break and go ashore for some pork, but it seems he has his hands full. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda steers the boat directly towards the designated anchorage for government vessels, ready to summon Zhang Jun and his team, preparing thoroughly for the forthcoming operation. Chapter 121. Team Xu. The data regarding cargo ships is stored on the computer at the Team S base. To ascertain the nature of the cargo aboard those vessels, one must consult the computer records, as previously noted by Wang Hongyan, who is responsible for the internal operations. Zhang Jun, prepare yourself. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, we will return to the base tomorrow, Xu Mingda said with a furrowed brow. Within Dongshan Port, there are nearly 100 cargo ships, many of which are colossal vessels exceeding 10,000 tons, their hulls towering more than 10 meters above the sea surface. From the exterior, it is impossible to discern the cargo they carry. Furthermore, the crew aboard these ships are likely unaware of the current situation, even if they remain uninfected. They are likely to be exceedingly anxious. Thus, relying on the crew for information is a precarious endeavor. Xu Mingda believed it prudent to consult the port's database of ship classifications to expedite the process and ensure accuracy. He required swift and decisive action, minimizing any potential encounters with the undead. The threat of the zombie virus transcends the sacrifice of a few individuals. It possesses the potential to rapidly proliferate, threatening to obliterate all of Ganjingzi Island. As the situation on the island grows increasingly complex, vigilance regarding epidemic prevention becomes paramount, surpassing even the acquisition of provisions. Although Wang Hongyan was reluctant to return to the terror-stricken Dongshan Island, she understood that to remain on Ganjingzi Island, she must obey Xu Mingda's commands and prove herself useful. Accordingly, Xu Mingda prepared to embark on the next battleground without delay. As the safeguard of Ganjingzi Island, Customs Officer Fu Biao promptly approached the anchorage upon Xu Mingda's return to report on developments. Previously, he had left Lu De behind to relay information to Xu Mingda, and this time, he abandoned Xiao Wu, demonstrating a consistent pattern in his behavior. Team Xu, I've successfully managed the catamaran, Fu Biao announced, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. Very well. What is the situation aboard the vessel? Xu Mingda inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. This ship belongs to the Wind Power Group. Aside from 5 crew members and 16 installation workers, there is also a chief engineer, surnamed Ma aboard. They mentioned that their company leaders in the city had instructed them, due to the severe pandemic, to refrain from returning to the city and to seek refuge at sea. Consequently, they have come to our vicinity. Chief Engineer Ma expressed their profound gratitude for our hospitality, and they are willing to comply with our island's epidemic prevention measures during their quarantine at customs. Fu Biao reported with fervor. That is imperative. Have I presented them with our requests? Did they acquiesce? Xu Mingda asked, his tone neutral as he interlaced his fingers. His rationale for sheltering these wind turbine maintenance workers was not solely to benefit from their swift vessel, but also to enlist their assistance in establishing a power line to Ganjingzi Island, thereby providing it with complementary clean energy. Well, I conveyed our requirements to Chief Engineer Ma, who stated that while they could assist, we lack the necessary equipment to connect to the power supply on the island. Therefore, it is currently unfeasible. Fu Biao replied. Did he propose any additional conditions? Xu Mingda asked, struggling to conceal his irritation. None. I also concurred that given the inadequate resources on Ganjingzi Island, we do not even possess a proper relay or transformer. Even if we were to connect the power, it would be of no use. Fu Biao shook his head. With a resounding thud, Xu Mingda slammed his fist upon the table, startling Fu Biao. Captain Fu, are you truly unaware of these petty tricks employed by those engaged in engineering? They resort to using a handful of specialized terminology to bamboozle us for their convenience. Inform them that it is imperative to proceed. If there is anything lacking on the island, I shall procure it. The cables must be connected. Should they refuse, I swear I shall toss that manager mine to the sea. Xu Mingda said through gritted teeth. Chapter 122. His frustration was actually directed at Fu Biao, a veiled criticism. After nearly a decade as a carpenter, how could he still be unaware? For tasks that are typically manageable, one must feign difficulty. For those that are optional, one must insist on additional compensation. As for tasks that are utterly unfeasible, one should simply walk away without a word. Fu Biao discerned that Xu Mingda was venting his ire at him. I shall speak with General Ma, Fu Biao said awkwardly as he stood up. Please refrain from addressing him as General Ma in my presence. Who is he to merit such a title? Should I also call him General Ma should I encounter him? Xu Mingda glared at Fu Biao. Indeed, leader, do not be angered. I understand, Fu Biao quickly replied, offering a sheepish smile and an apology. Previously, he had regarded Xu Mingda as merely an inexperienced youth, even though he had connections to secure a position in the brigade. He assumed Xu Mingda lacked familiarity with the business and social nuances, believing he would ultimately depend on Fu Biao to maintain the FAAD. When Xu Mingda instructed him to liaise with the personnel from the wind power company, Fu Biao had approached it with such an attitude. The General Ma from the wind power company addressed him as brigade leader and bestowed upon him some benefits, which led Fu Biao to feel elevated. Thinking he understood the intricacies of human relationships, making unilateral decisions regarding what could be accepted or declined. Little did he know. Xu Mingda's few remarks revealed that the man was astute and well-informed. Fu Biao was merely there to listen and execute tasks. Watching Fu Biao depart in defeat, Xu Mingda took out his notebook and diligently recorded the details of the wind power equipment connection. Xu Mingda was also somewhat versed in electrical work, as it was an essential aspect of renovations. He understood that to connect to the grid, one required inverters, transformers, circuit breakers, disconnect switches, as well as cables and connectors, specialized equipment that was, indeed, absent on Ganjingzi Island. However, this was not a valid justification for General Ma or his superior to refuse to assist him. If equipment was lacking, he could procure it from Dongshan Island. In the absence of parts, he would dismantle a set to bring back. Moreover, Xu Mingda contemplated another possibility, that the wind power might genuinely be unattainable. In that case, he would have to install smaller, household wind turbines and solar panels on the island. Therefore, he needed to return to Dongshan Island promptly to resolve another significant issue aside from food, the power facilities. This was not only a long-term plan for Ganjingzi Island, but also a personal necessity for Xu Mingda. He had already resolved that when Li Mei arrived at Ganjingzi Island, he would surprise her by transforming the Longlong Temple into a resort that combined tourism, dining, and accommodation. If Li Mei could stay at a resort in Chang'an, she would surely be inclined to spend time at the resort on Ganjingzi Island, as long as she was willing to remain for a few days. He could leverage her formidable connections to wield influence in the future. With his objectives firmly established, Xu Mingda immediately proceeded to his second important task, welcoming the refugees who had accompanied him to Ganjingzi Island. Chapter 123. What is the most precious thing in the post-apocalyptic world? Some may argue that it is food, clothing, or weapons. However, Xu Mingda believes it is people. Or rather, individuals with specific skills. In a world overrun by zombies, devoid of humanity, his existence would be rendered meaningless. He requires companions for conversation, individuals to admire him and fulfill his emotional needs. Imagine being placed in a vast marketplace filled with an array of goods, where you could indulge in anything at your disposal, yet never leave and find yourself utterly alone. It is likely that within a week, madness would ensue. This is the conclusion Xu Mingda has drawn after nearly half a month of surviving in this apocalyptic existence. Fortunately, he is surrounded by people, most of whom obey him and act according to his wishes. Yet, as the population on the island increases, so too does the complexity of human nature. Xu Mingda recognizes the necessity of enforcing regulations, otherwise, even in the absence of zombies, Ganjingzi Island would devolve into chaos. He will not permit anyone to disrupt the order he has established on his island, for in his heart, Ganjingzi Island belongs to him, his private domain. Those who seek refuge on his island must adhere to his authority. Any defiance will invoke his wrath. Thus, Xu Mingda intends to formulate rules and establish his own judicial system to govern the behavior of the refugees. His earlier establishment of customs on Ganjingzi Island was merely the inception of this vision, which has crystallized further since his encounter with Li Mei. He will not tolerate any challenges to his authority in her presence. Moreover, Xu Mingda firmly believes in the principle that one must establish their foundation with authority. Although he felt that the first group of refugees had largely conformed, a few troublemakers remained, such as Qian Shilai and several villagers who expressed a desire to leave yesterday. Chow, you're overstepping your bounds. I have created a safe and just environment on Ganjingzi Island, and yet you still find fault. If you were to venture to Nuela Island or Changle Island, you would either be treated as a servant or find yourselves unable to even step foot on the island, let alone secure a meal. Xu Mingda fumed. This situation served as a reminder that such insubordination must be quelled. He cannot afford to be overly lenient with these refugees, lest they become emboldened. Previously, he had harbored some compassion, but that sentiment has since evaporated, particularly due to the laziness of the wind power manager, Mr. Ma, which has incensed Xu Mingda. In this post-apocalyptic world, where survival is paramount, one cannot afford to be complacent. If he fails to impose strict control, he risks individuals undermining his authority, spreading dissent, or attempting to usurp his position. Therefore, he must be resolute, employing decisive measures to instill fear and ensure loyalty among these individuals, converting them into assets rather than liabilities. With this newfound clarity, he is prepared to act. Xu Mingda's gaze flickered with a hint of ruthlessness. Yang Gukai, Hanli, arm yourselves and accompany me to the customs area. Without a moment's respite, Xu Mingda led his men towards the customs, urgently maneuvering through the surroundings. Dou Hao hastily adjusted his attire, closely following behind. As Xu Mingda's assistant, Dou Hao was ever at his heels, occasionally taking out his phone to capture moments of Xu Mingda. Though Xu Mingda was aware that Dou Hao's pretext of photography served as a conduit for transmitting his activities to the Zhai family. Having the stunning Dou Hao by his side undeniably added a touch of allure to his presence. Thus, he sometimes struck poses for Dou Hao to photograph. At this juncture, Xu Mingda was robust and influential, bolstered by his position and newfound connections with the enigmatic upper echelon figure, Li Mei, rendering him unperturbed by the threats from the Zhai family. Meanwhile, at the wooden raft, Lu De, Xiao Wu, and Hao Wenbin were present. In accordance with Xu Mingda's directives, Hao Wenbin had slaughtered an extra pig to host a feast for the personnel from the Fingguang Company, the most formidable faction emerging from Ganjingzi Island. Previously, Niu Xia had arrived at Ganjingzi Island with Guo Meiwan, Xiao Wu, and a few others in the initial wave, following Niu Xia's demise at the hands of Xu Mingda. The remaining individuals were successfully integrated into his inner circle. Subsequently, Zhang Jun and Wu Xia followed suit. Xu Mingda then returned from Yueta Island with Dou Hao and several local ruffians, along with Lu De and about 7 or 8 sailors from the ship. Totaling around 14 to 15 individuals, this constituted the second batch. The third group comprised 27 individuals from 8 households brought back by Hao Wenbin. The fourth batch encountered on Dongshan Island included Fu Biao, Wu Zuowei, and a dozen others, all of whom were incorporated into Xu Mingda's ranks. Thus, the 20-plus members from the Wind Power Group represented the fifth cohort from Ganjingzi Island. Although Ganjingzi Island now housed 60 to 70 inhabitants and had established grassroots organizations, Xu Mingda placed immense importance on the employees of the Wind Power Group. Previously, while the island was populated, the individuals had formed small factions, making them easy to control through a divide-and-conquer strategy. However, the personnel from the Wind Power Group were distinctly different. They hailed from the same company, possessed leadership, and were organized. Furthermore, they had expressed that their stay was merely temporary for refuge, believing that the Wind Power Company would provide for them due to their backing. Thus, should they become disobedient, they would prove challenging to manage. To effectively assimilate this group, Xu Mingda realized he needed to employ some strategic measures. Additionally, a multitude of civilian vessels congregated outside the port, and Xu Mingda estimated that these ships harbored 50 to 60 individuals also seeking refuge on the island. It was imperative to set a precedent for these evacuees. Xu Mingda was prepared to personally guide them through their initiation. Chapter 124. This is our Captain Xu. As Xu Mingda, accompanied by Yang Gukai, Hanli, and his personal assistant, gracefully boarded the wooden raft, Fu Biao, who was engaged in socializing with General Manager Ma from the Wind Power Group, quickly remarked, "Hello, Captain Xu." General Manager Ma, with a beaming smile, rushed forward to shake Xu Mingda's hand. Xu Mingda observed that he was a man in his 30s, standing over 6 feet tall. dressed in a dark jacket and beige khaki work pants, sporting a round face with a neatly cropped hairstyle, a short beard adorning his mouth and chin, and wearing a pair of reading glasses. He appeared both cultured and somewhat disheveled. Fu, do introduce me. What should I call him? Xu Mingda inquired, still holding General Manager Ma's hand, turning to Fu Biao. Ah, I am Fu Ming. Just call me by my name, Captain Su, General Manager Ma. Sensing Xu Mingda's commanding presence and surrounded by his entourage, quickly and humbly introduced himself. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin, upon noticing Xu Mingda approaching personally, also made their way over with their own group. On Ma Fumin's side, 2 construction team leaders joined in, eager to express their gratitude to Xu Mingda. They were already aware that Xu Mingda was the true authority on the island. However, upon seeing Xu Mingda's icy demeanor towards them, they were left bewildered, their eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Captain Hao, how have you arranged for the maintenance crew for these wind turbines? Xu Mingda asked Hao Wenbin. Brother, I followed your instructions. The pigs have been slaughtered, and the meat is being stewed and delivered, Hao Wenbin promptly reported. Later, return to my ship and fetch another pack of cigarettes to distribute among these brothers, Xu Mingda instructed Yang Gukai. Oh no, that would be too much trouble for you. Both Ma Fumin and the 2 construction leaders quickly responded. It is no trouble at all. We, on Ganjingzi Island, are in your debt. As hosts, we must ensure that our guests are well taken care of, Xu Mingda replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Fumin and the 2 foremen exchanged glances. Although Xu Mingda's words were eloquent, his expression remained cold. They felt a pang of guilt. As earlier Fu Biao had mentioned the matter of connecting the wind turbines to the grid, yet Ma Fumin had politely declined. Can we connect the power? Yes, certainly. He had asserted, mentioning that he possessed numerous components on his ship to establish a substation on Ganjingzi Island. However, the underlying implication of Ma Fumin's words was quite clear. The wind power belonged to the national grid, and he had no authority to make unauthorized connections. Nor did he wish to open that door of convenience. Xu Mingda's outward politeness belied an underlying warning. The substantial effort Ganjingzi Island had expended to host them was aimed at securing a power connection. Should they refuse, the consequences could be rather grim. Soon, Xu Mingda vividly demonstrated to them the adage of refusing a toast only to incur a penalty. At that moment, numerous civilian vessels had arrived at Ganjingzi Island's customs. The sight of smoke curling up from the island and the vast expanse of wooden rafts and temporary structures at the harbor filled the newcomers with excitement, eliciting enthusiastic cheers. After all, they had been adrift at sea for many days, and the provisions of food and fresh water aboard many vessels had run dry. They were eagerly awaiting the moment they could reach the shore in search of salvation. However, as they approached the port to dock, a small raft intercepted them. Luda, accompanied by several crew members, wielded a megaphone to address the civilian vessels. They were informed that they could not enter the harbor and must wait by the wooden raft for quarantine procedures. Once the quarantine is complete, will we be allowed to enter the port? The anxious individuals on the civilian boats inquired, stretching their necks in anticipation. You can only access the island after the quarantine is finalized. Do not fret. We will attend to each of you in turn. There is food and water available in the mobile quarantine unit. Rest assured, as long as you have not been contaminated by the zombie virus, we will permit your entry to the island, Luda proclaimed loudly, his Shandong accent resonating through the air. Chapter 125. Yet, no one cared about his origins. It was rumored that the wooden rafts offered fresh water and provisions, prompting the vessels to draw near to the makeshift dock constructed from logs. At the dock, Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin's crew promptly secured the bow lines to the wooden posts and orderly directed the passengers to disembark. No pushing, form an orderly queue. By heaven, anyone who cuts in line will be tossed into the sea to feed the fish. 2 formidable subordinates of Xiao Wu brandished their firearms, shouting at the refugees. On the platform, Guo Meiwan, Zhang Xiao, and Deputy Zhang Dongguang of the enforcement team sat behind a table with Zhang Dan, diligently recording the personal information of those intending to disembark on the island. Behind them, 2 doctors from the village clinic, Director Dong and Director Liu, donned their white coats, ready to conduct health screenings for these individuals. Guo Meijuan's daughter, Xue Min, had also officially commenced her duties, primarily responsible for the physical examinations of the female refugees. In truth, the procedure lacked complexity. It merely involved visually assessing whether the arrivals appeared healthy, followed by segregating them into separate rooms for men and women, where they would disrobe for the clinic's doctors and nurses to inspect for any signs of injury from bites or scratches. Once completed, they would be cleared to officially enter the island. The subsequent procedure involved investigating the refugees' intentions for landing, whether they planned to settle permanently or merely rest temporarily. Those intending to stay would be categorized separately from those who sought only a brief respite. This distinction held significant implications. as Xu Mingda had established varying prices for each group. For those merely passing through, a barrel of 20 pounds of fresh water would cost $100. As for food, it could not be purchased with money but rather exchanged for goods. For instance, a folding chair was traded for a bun, while a new fishing net or a pack of hooks could be bartered for 10 buns. Naturally, this depended on Xiao Wu's disposition. As for mobile phones and precious jewelry, they were worth little more than a single bun. However, for those intending to reside permanently, Xu Mingda instructed that they be divided into two categories. One for individuals with specialized skills willing to serve on Ganjingzi Island, such as doctors, various technicians, drivers, and experienced farmers who would be entitled to a credit system. This meant they could dine without immediate payment, with the understanding that their labor would offset the costs later. The other category comprised ordinary individuals, the elderly, children, clerical workers, and white-collar employees from large factories. Those with family members possessing special skills could also enjoy the credit system, while those without relatives would need to barter goods for food, albeit at significantly lower prices than those merely passing through. Among the passengers on these civilian vessels were coastal fishermen navigating their families to safety, yet many others had purchased their tickets at exorbitant prices. Initially, the boat owners feigned generosity, offering food to the refugees, but as time passed, some inhumane ship owners ceased to provide sustenance altogether. To obtain food and drink, one had to pay dearly or barter goods, with women sometimes compelled to trade their bodies for a morsel. Consequently, these individuals were the most eager to reach the island and expressed a willingness to remain on Ganjingzi Island. Listen closely, everyone. We do not harbor idlers here. Do not linger for a few days only to flee again. Before you depart, you must settle your accounts. Xiao Wu, with a sharp tongue, directed his ire towards the refugees. One male refugee, seemingly unable to contain his indignation, uttered a few defiant words, only to be swiftly felled by a punch from Xiao Wu's subordinate, Tanguchen. Subsequently, several customs officials descended upon the man, delivering a brutal onslaught that left him bloodied and battered. Despite his resilient spirit, the man was ultimately kicked into the sea by Xiao Wu. The other refugees, though feeling a sense of shared sorrow, dared not voice their anger. Listen closely, Xiao Wu proclaimed. Those who refuse to heed my warnings will meet a similar fate. He raised his gun, firing 2 shots into the air, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Chapter 126. Xiao Wu's actions were undoubtedly sanctioned by Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda understood that, since Xiao Wu had already created a cautionary example for these individuals, it was now time for a conciliatory figure to step in and ease the tension. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. What transpired earlier was an exceptional circumstance. Our punitive measures against disorderly conduct are intended to enhance your safety. Rest assured, as long as you adhere to the island's regulations, our island remains a safe and welcoming place. Xu Mingda strode forward, waving to the visibly shaken refugees. You may rest easy. Our Captain Xu will ensure your safety and facilitate relations with the island's residents, he assured them in a clear voice. The refugees, seeing someone advocating for them, felt a slight sense of relief. Although they recognized that sustenance on Ganjingzi Island would not come easily, they had nowhere else to turn. These refugees were isolated and burdened, their struggles unspeakable. In contrast, Engineer Ma and the wind turbine maintenance workers were not as naive. Having experienced many situations, Engineer Ma quickly grasped the underlying dynamics. Xu Mingda was subtly sending a message, and after a discussion with his 2 foremen, he decided it would be prudent to leave Ganjingzi Island. He was aware of other nearby inhabited islands, and during his previous installation of turbines near an island called Dayu Island, he had spent some time there and believed it to be a more favorable environment than Ganjingzi. Little did he know that within 10 minutes, this conversation reached the ears of Guo Meiwan, thanks to a foreman named Duan Yang, who had developed an interest in her. In truth, Guo Meiwan was merely being cordial, but Duan Yang misconstrued her demeanor as flirtation. Having recently divorced, he sought to pursue a romantic relationship with Guo Meiwan. To win her favor, he confided in her, suggesting that as they were about to leave, he was interested in taking her along. What is there on Ganjingzi Island? It's just a desolate rock. I can take you to a better place. I promise you will not suffer. Guo Meiwan was taken aback. When are you leaving? Why are you leaving? Isn't it fine here? The village even slaughtered its only 2 pigs to host you. Duan Yang shared Engineer Ma's intentions to sail to Dayu Island and urged her to keep it a secret. Guo Meiwan had a connection with Xu Mingda. He had initially been keen on their catamaran and had been making efforts to retain them. Now that they seemed ready to leave, she could not let that happen. She was astute and replied, I might consider going with you, but I have belongings on the island to gather, and I must bid farewell to my daughter. Ecstatic that Guo Meiwan had agreed to elope with him, Duan Yang readily acquiesced to her conditions. Seizing the moment, Guo Meiwan discreetly relayed this news to Xu Mingda. Upon hearing it, Xu Mingda's expression darkened instantly. Huh, that fellow Ma thinks he can play me for a fool and dine without consequence? He uttered these words through gritted teeth. Guo Meiwan, taken aback by his terrifying smile, dared not meet his gaze. Since entering society, Xu Mingda had suffered numerous setbacks due to his trusting nature, almost losing everything to a deceitful friend. Thus, he harbored a deep disdain for those who attempted to outsmart him. Given that Master Ma wished to engage in such games, Xu felt compelled to teach him a lesson, making it clear that survival in a post-apocalyptic world was no simple feat. Chapter 127. Xu Mingda, resolute in his intentions regarding the chief engineer surnamed Ma, promptly summoned Xiaowu. Brother, I could simply toss that engineer into the sea, and wouldn't that suffice? Are we really afraid of a few ruffians? Xiaowu scoffed derisively. Having previously mingled with Niu Seer, he excelled at handling individuals who feigned cleverness. Let us not be too overt about it. After all, I still need to rely on the others. Bring out a woman from the quarantine personnel. Xu Mingda whispered a few instructions into Xiaowu's ear. All right, brother. I shall endeavor to be a bit gentler with that engineer, Xiaowu replied. His notion of gentleness likely only meant not to kill him. To lend an air of legitimacy to their scheme, Xu Mingda also gathered Fu Biao and Hao Wenbin, imparting them with confidential directives. Understood, leader. I will certainly cooperate. Fu Biao responded promptly. However, Hao Wenbin appeared somewhat uncomfortable. In his view, such treatment of the brothers from the Wind Power Group weighed heavily on his conscience. Xu Mingda regarded him in silence. After several incidents, he discerned that Hao Wenbin was indeed a liability, incapable of achieving anything significant. Had it not been for his initial affection for Jiang Xiaoyu, leading him to forge a bond with Hao Wenbin, the latter might have already been relegated to the periphery of the power center on Ganjingzi Island. Even so, Xu Mingda was contemplating finding a new security chief to undertake the tasks. As for Hao Wenbin, he would merely oversee some rough work. Meanwhile, at the customs platform, the majority of individuals wishing to disembark had completed their quarantine. The once tumultuous scene gradually quieted. Dozens of refugees were being housed in several temporary wooden structures for isolation, while the vessels that had transported them remained docked outside the customs platform. Xiaowu and Hao Wenbin initially allowed the catamaran moored outside the customs platform to enter the harbor under the pretext of adverse sea conditions and an impending typhoon. In reality, this expanse of wooden rafts effectively served as a bridge extending nearly 100 meters into the sea, where certain areas reached depths of 4 to 5 meters. Thus, anchoring these smaller vessels posed no issues. Even ships weighing hundreds or thousands of tons could dock without concern. This development left Chief Engineer Ma with a sense of foreboding. Fu, what is going on? Do the higher-ups on the island have any objections to us? If necessary, we will leave at dawn tomorrow to avoid causing you any trouble. He approached Fu Biao, hoping to glean some insight. What kind of talk is that? On Ganjingzi Island, I am essentially the second in command. Do I lack even this small measure of authority? Just stay here comfortably. Our captain has arranged a meal for you all tomorrow. Rest assured. We are all brothers, Fu Biao assured him with a pat on his chest. Only then did Chief Engineer Ma return to his crew, albeit still feeling uncertain. He instructed his subordinates to prepare their belongings for an early departure, resolutely insisting that they must leave Ganjingzi Island the next day. To further mislead Chief Engineer Ma, other civilian vessels were also informed of the impending typhoon, and Ganjingzi Island authorities permitted them to dock. This included those ships that did not intend to make Ganjingzi Island their permanent home, all of which were granted access to the harbor. In Xu Mingda's eyes, these vessels had already become his private property, merely a matter of time before they were formally appropriated. If something belongs to oneself, it must be stored away securely, ensuring peace of mind. The individuals in quarantine on the customs platform, witnessing the hospitality of Ganjingzi Island, felt a sense of relief. However, in the dead of night, the tranquility was shattered by a piercing scream from a woman, jolting the quarantined crowd from their slumber. Suddenly, several blinding searchlights illuminated the isolation cabins, rendering those inside momentarily blinded. A cacophony of voices erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of scuffling and altercations. Gradually, the platform fell silent. Customs personnel informed that they had just discovered a woman infected with the zombie virus, who, in search of food, had sought refuge in the cabins of the Wind Power Group's workers to offer her services, inadvertently spreading the infection among them. Those affected had been safely managed, assuring everyone that they could continue their quarantine without concern. Upon hearing this news, the refugees on the platform became as agitated as ants on a hot skillet, never expecting to confront the terrifying zombie virus so soon after arriving at Ganjingzi Island. Yet, some remained clear-headed, understanding the implications of safe management. Anyone in quarantine could be subject to such treatment, and it would likely encounter no opposition. It resembled a horror film. Ganjingzi Island was far from the idyllic portrayal these individuals had imagined. Having entered, they found themselves at the mercy of a powerful entity. Akin to fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Escape was impossible, as all vessels had been confined to the harbor. The most prudent course of action now was compliance, striving not to provoke the island's inhabitants. Under this intangible threat, tempers flared. Meanwhile, the members of the wind power group remained sleepless, their eyes wide open, listening to the howling winds outside, their emotions as unstable as the raft beneath them. With the fate of Manager Ma having been sealed, who would be next? They realized they had been targeted by a formidable force beyond their capacity to resist. However, as members of the same corporate group, they retained a degree of organization. After deliberation, they decided to elect a representative to negotiate with the island's residents in hopes of finding a means for peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, they chose the foreman, Duan Yang, as their envoy. Chapter 128. The workers of the wind power group were wide-eyed and anxious, unable to sleep. Yet, Xu Mingda remained unfazed, planning to spend the night at the small temple on the mountain. It wasn't discomfort on the government vessel that drove him there. Rather, he intended to renovate the Dragon King temple. He first retrieved a design plan. Upon his arrival at the temple, he noticed Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shao seemingly waiting for him, both wide awake. How did it go with those wind power folks? Guo Meiwan hurriedly approached and whispered. Given that this matter largely stemmed from her, she exhibited a keen interest. Oh, you'll find out tomorrow. They'll be begging on their knees. Xu Mingda smirked dismissively. Let us hope no one gets hurt. Guo Meiwan expressed her concern, tugging at Xu Mingda's sleeve. What's the matter, worried? Xu Mingda shot her a sidelong glance, his tone teasing. Mind where your thoughts wander. Guo Meiwan blushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at his insinuation. Rest assured, I am no monster. I merely intend to teach them a lesson, to instill some discipline, Xu Mingda proclaimed confidently. He then left Guo Meiwan and entered the room to find Jiang Shao. Xiao, let me see the statistics on the refugee count from today. He noticed Jiang Shao scribbling in her notebook and reached out, casually brushing against her hand. Despite her busy days, her delicate hand stirred something within Xu Mingda. What exquisite skin she has. He mused, imagining her entire being to be just as smooth. Jiang Shao instinctively withdrew her hand, yet she did not display anger. Instead, she leaned closer to Xu Mingda, sharing the basic information on the refugees from today. Guo Meiwan, witnessing their heads nearly touching, couldn't help but roll her eyes discreetly. She was aware of Xu Mingda's intentions toward Jiang Xiao. Previously, Jiang Xiao had dismissed Xu Mingda, always avoiding him. However, it was evident that she had developed an affection for him now, which ignited a sense of urgency within Guo Meiwan. She recognized that she was no longer in her prime, while Xu Mingda was at the height of his allure. Not only Jiang Xiao, but many stunning young women among the refugees on the island would find it difficult to resist him. The thought of Jiang Xiao frequently spending time with her and becoming quite intimate stirred Guo Meiwan's resolve. She believed that since Xu Mingda would eventually seek new romantic interests, it would be prudent to encourage a union between him and Jiang Xiao. This way, Xu Mingda would appreciate her matchmaking, and Jiang Xiao would remain considerate toward her. You two continue your conversation. I'll fetch you something to eat. Guo Meiwan decided and stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Jiang Xiao, young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, was no match for Xu Mingda, who was quite adept in such affairs. As soon as the door clicked shut, he understood that Guo Meiwan was creating an opportunity for him. Xiao, your handwriting is a bit unclear. Could you point out what this says? Xu Mingda said, subtly reaching out, and, while she leaned in to check her notes, he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. What are you doing? Jiang Xiao was taken aback and immediately sprang to her feet. Xiao, please remain calm. Sit down and allow me to speak, Xu Mingda urged. The more flustered Jiang Xiao became, the more infatuated Xu Mingda felt. This indicated her innocence. She had yet to experience the complexities of romantic relationships. If she were to easily throw herself at him, he would find little appeal in such a gesture. Brother Xu, I won't sit. I'll stand and speak, Jiang Xiao replied. Noticing that the outside was dark and there was no one else in the room, making her feel increasingly vigilant. Xiao, I won't conceal anything from you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Our time together has only deepened my affection, and I yearn to kiss and embrace you. Xu Mingda gazed at Jiang Xiao with intense longing. Brother Xu, that is not acceptable. It's all too sudden. I'm completely unprepared. Aunt Guo. Jiang Xiao stammered, attempting to pull open the door, only to find it mysteriously locked. Xiao, please don't react this way. Did you not say you needed time? I will give you all the time you need. I promise I won't force you. I want you to willingly be with me, all right? Seeing Jiang Xiao's face turn pale with fear and her body tremble uncontrollably, Xu Mingda spoke earnestly. Jiang Xiao nodded quickly, anxiously glancing toward the door. All right, don't be so tense. I came not only to see you, but also to measure the dimensions of the hall. Haven Tea I mentioned before? I plan to renovate an office for you. Xu Mingda chuckled. Yes, I'm not anxious. I know you're a good person, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her heart easing as she realized Xu Mingda meant no harm. And she smiled shyly. Very well, I shall return to the boat now, Xu Mingda said, moving toward the exit. I'll see you off, Jiang Xiaoxiao hesitated, suddenly feeling reluctant to part with Xu Mingda. Just as she was about to open the door for him, he unexpectedly planted a kiss on her cheek. You naughty rogue, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, playfully swatting at Xu Mingda in protest. Haha, you truly are delightful. Any man would find it irresistible. Xu Mingda laughed heartily as he stepped outside. Chapter 129. Upon returning from his encounter with Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Mingda felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Not only had he boldly confessed his feelings to Jiang Xiaoyu today, but he also felt as though he had struck a remarkable fortune with the refugees he was now responsible for. Most of these refugees hailed from the mainland rather than Dongshan Island or its nearby isles, which implied that they would be compliant and unlikely to escape. Moreover, those who had fled from the mainland possessed a commendable level of education and capabilities. According to statistics compiled by Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiaoyu, among the 78 refugees, there were 2 university professors, 3 medical professionals, and 1 judge from the court. Although Xu Mingda himself was not highly educated, he held great respect for those who were. He understood that, following this great calamity, the world might regress to a state reminiscent of a century ago or even further back. Hence, it was imperative to make good use of these educated individuals. While Ganjingzi Island may lack abundant material resources, it must not be devoid of culture. He instructed Jiang Xiaoyu to ensure that, after a couple of days, once these individuals were settled and compliant, the judge could be appointed as her assistant, possibly serving as a legal advisor or establishing a small court within the village council. In time, the village council would gradually expand, evolving into a primary governing body to manage and oversee the residents of Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda even contemplated the establishment of a detention center on the island to handle those who defied authority. Once the population was consolidated and rules firmly established, any future arrivals or incidents would no longer require his direct involvement, as the village council would take charge of such affairs. This would allow Xu Mingda to devote his time to grander pursuits, such as expanding territory and seeking out more beautiful companions. As for the 3 medical personnel, they were promptly recruited into the Ganjingzi Health Center. These medical professionals were indeed treasures, and their ability to escape and be found by him was a stroke of extraordinary luck, especially given the widespread shortage of medical staff due to the pandemic. Regarding the 2 university professors, Xu Mingda intended to consult Jiang Xiaoyu or other educated individuals on the island to assess their fields of expertise. If their specialties proved impractical, he would assign them to more menial tasks, such as raising pigs or chickens, while also teaching the village children arithmetic and writing. In addition to these esteemed talents, Xu Mingda had also identified a few small business owners, alongside over 20 registered artisans. It appeared they understood the value of practical skills in these apocalyptic times. Small business owners were relatively easy to manage. If they were entrepreneurial, they likely possessed skills or organizational abilities that could be utilized, allowing them to lead small teams in their work, effectively making them temporary group leaders. However, if they were affluent second-generation individuals, Xu Mingda had no intention of allowing them to squander resources. Instead, they would be assigned as laborers, where diligence would ensure their sustenance. Those lacking even the strength for labor would have to be repurposed for specific tasks, such as becoming crew members. He found himself humming the tune of Sailor, reflecting on the notion that, amidst the storms, pain is but a fleeting concern. Wiping away tears, there remained dreams to aspire to. The prospect of training young boys as sailors excited him, especially as he was in need of crew members. Currently, more than a dozen vessels are anchored within the port of Ganjingzi Island. Chapter 130. Among these vessels, apart from a few privately owned boats where families reside, there are nearly 10 smaller crafts including fishing boats, sightseeing vessels, engineering ships, and rescue boats, all of modest tonnage. These boats have nowhere to dock and do not dare approach the mainland. Xu Mingda intends to requisition them all. The boats will remain under the ownership of their captains, yet they must comply with his directives, pay dock fees, and cover the costs of resources such as fuel, water, and electricity on the island. Xu Mingda believes that, in his view, it would be most advantageous for those captains to work directly for him. His various charges would surely be exorbitant enough that they would struggle to repay even if they sold their boats, ultimately leaving them indebted to him. This is not a matter of Xu Mingda's malice, it is a necessity for survival. He aims to consolidate all available resources to undertake significant endeavors for the sustained development of Ganjingzi Island. Otherwise, the island would remain fragmented, akin to a heap of loose sand, inevitably leading to internal strife. Xu Mingda has no time to litigate such matters. What he must accomplish now is to dismantle the ingrained mindsets of these refugees, to elevate their awareness, and to clarify a singular truth on Ganjingzi Island. There is only one voice that matters, and one person who calls the shots, that is he, Xu Mingda. Others, regardless of their past professions or wealth, must understand that upon arriving at Ganjingzi Island, they are to behave like dragons coiled and tigers lying prostrate. They should not overestimate their importance. Those bygone days are behind them. They must lower their self-worth, strive to perform well, create minimal trouble, maintain discretion, and obey orders. They must do as instructed. Only through such compliance can they earn Xu Mingda's tolerance, find refuge on Ganjingzi Island, and continue to survive there. Otherwise, they might as well leave and perish far away. This philosophy is also vividly reflected in his approach towards Chief Engineer Ma. Currently, Chief Engineer Ma is secretly confined within a fishing vessel. Adjacent to him in a cage is a disheveled female zombie who exhibited extreme agitation while aboard. The crew mistook her for mentally ill and locked her in the lower hold. After the refugees boarded the ship, the owner recalled her and opened the hold, only to find her fainted from hunger. To alleviate his burden, the owner brought her to the harbor, merely claiming she was ill, unbeknownst to him. After offering her a few sips of water, she sprang to her feet. Initially, Xiao suspected she had contracted the zombie virus and intended to shoot her. However, Director Dong of the health station disagreed, stating she only needed medical attention. This led Xiao Wu to leverage her presence to intimidate Chief Engineer Ma. Upon her arrival on the fishing vessel, she reached through the bars, grasping for Ma. Help me, please save me. I will do whatever you say. I was wrong. I will listen to you. Chief Engineer Ma cried out in terror, yet no one paid him any heed. Humph. This fellow refuses to heed kind advice and instead invites punishment, remarked Fu Biao with a cold smirk, casually smoking a cigarette. He truly admired Xu Mingda. Despite Xu Mingda being significantly younger, he executed his plans with precision and decisiveness. Take this matter as an example. Xu Mingda, without firing a single shot or raising his voice against Chief Engineer Ma, simply placed a woman with a rather eccentric disposition beside him, and Chief Engineer Ma capitulated. He even volunteered to provide electricity to Ganjingzi Island. Isn't that infuriating? Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. One must closely follow Xu Mingda, the esteemed captain. In the future, thought Fu Biao as he extinguished his cigarette. Chapter 131, Chief Engineer Ma and several of his loyal confidants were quarantined, instilling fear among the workers of the Wind Power Group, particularly the foreman Duan Yang, who harbored a guilty conscience. Understood that it was likely his intention to abduct Guo Meiwan that had provoked the ire of the island's powerful figures, resulting in Ma's removal. The notion of quarantine, which could implicate anyone as a carrier of the virus, left Duan Yang uncertain about his own fate. Thus, that night, he endeavored to contact Fu Biao, hoping for assistance in pleading their case. After all, it was Fu Biao who had hosted their group, and they believed he possessed enough influence to advocate for them. Ah, my dear brother Duan, Fu Biao lamented, to speak frankly, your predicament is of your own making. When our captain urged you to provide electricity to the locals, you hesitated and refused to comply. Now, when misfortune has befallen you, the islanders are unwilling to speak in your favor. Can my solitary voice affect any change? The pandemic takes precedence. I understand, brother. We can connect the wind power. It is not beyond our capability. We still have components aboard. Whatever we lack, I shall procure. The only thing that matters is ensuring the safety of our people. Duan Yang pleaded, desperation evident in his tone. Are you jesting? You think it's that simple to release you? What if Ma Fumin turns into a zombie and wreaks havoc? Do you still wish to survive? I can only guarantee the safety of your group. Do you comprehend? Fu Biao scoffed, his pride palpable. Very well. Thank you, Captain Fu. Duan Yang replied, secretly sticking out his tongue in frustration. Did Chief Engineer Ma truly have an affair with that woman? His workers, curious, craned their necks to inquire, only to be shooed away by Duan Yang's sharp reprimand. Blast it. How can you still be interested in gossip when our survival hangs in the balance? Hurry and gather your belongings. We need to work at dawn. Duan Yang exclaimed, his eyes reddened with anxiety. His position as foreman was a testament to his intelligence and adaptability. Observing their ship being detained by the islanders, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Though Fu Biao appeared amiable, Duan Yang discerned that he wielded little real power. To engage with the true powers on the island, he would have to seek others. Thus, the following morning, when Guo Meiwan, at Xu Mingda's behest, went to deliver breakfast to the remaining Wind Power Company employees, Duan Yang felt as if he had encountered a savior upon seeing her. Accountant Guo, have we offended someone? Could you please speak on our behalf? I genuinely wish to marry you. If I am also quarantined, who will care for you as I do? Duan Yang implored earnestly. Oh dear. Why must you go to that big fish island? Would it not be better to stay here? Trust me, Big Fish Island is not necessarily superior to this place. If you wish to remain here, I will speak to Captain Su on your behalf, Guo Meiwan chastised, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Very well, with you here. I have no desire to leave. It was Chief Engineer Ma who insisted on going there, and now that he is quarantined, I shall not depart. I shall stay here and live with you, Duan Yang vowed solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Yang's declaration, Guo Meiwan promptly sought out Xu Mingda. Hee, Sister Guo. As you have said, how could it possibly not work? Xu Mingda cast a meaningful glance at Guo Meiwan. Look, I have no other intentions. I merely wish to convey a message to him. Guo Meiwan felt her face flush under Xu Mingda's gaze. In this harsh and unforgiving world, she too yearned for a source of support. However, she knew that while Xu Mingda might be a fleeting amusement, he was certainly not someone she could depend on for the long haul. Thus, she contemplated that if Duan Yang truly proved himself, aligning with him might secure a semblance of stability for her future. I can offer him an opportunity, allowing him to take the lead, but he must be obedient. Furthermore, you must be understanding. When I require assistance, you must be readily available. Xu Mingda discerned Guo Meiwan's subtle thoughts. It was evident that she was at the prime of her allure, adept at seizing the right moments and angles in matters of intimacy. He had no intention of relinquishing this captivating woman to another man. I would be more than pleased if you called upon me. I just fear that you might grow weary of the younger girls around you, Guo Meiwan lamented wistfully. He chuckled. Not at all. Those younger girls cannot possibly match your skills. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Xu Mingda brazenly slipped his hand beneath Guo Meiwan's clothing. Although Xu Mingda agreed to promote Duan Yang, it came with stipulations. Duan Yang and his subordinates must successfully establish the wind power connection to the island. To ensure the smooth execution of this significant task, he instructed Duan Yang to enlist 2 electricians to accompany him to Dongshan Island in search of transformers and other essential equipment. Additionally, he planned to leave a few individuals on the island to commence the installation of the wiring on the construction vessel, fearing insufficient manpower. Xu Mingda also intended to dispatch several islanders under the pretense of assistance. In reality, their purpose was to learn how to operate the ship. This move was also a means to maintain control over them, apprehensive that they might seize the opportunity to abscond with the vessel. Duan Yang readily acquiesced to these conditions. Observing that the wind power group had been effectively subdued, Xu Mingda then turned his attention to the refugees. He aimed to procure food and equipment from Dongshan town, necessitating a large workforce. At this juncture, it was evident that the enforcement team under his command was insufficient, and even if it were adequate, he was reluctant to risk sending his trusted confidants into the fray. The refugees consume my provisions and drink from my stores. They must be made to contribute. Xu Mingda contemplated, simultaneously aspiring to select some among them for his own purposes. In accordance with Xu Mingda's strategy, under the prevailing circumstances, he required at least 10 vessels and 100 subordinates to maintain the ecological security of Ganjingzi Island. He had come to realize that, for the foreseeable future, their primary means of survival would involve seizing resources from the sea and venturing onto land to battle and upgrade their equipment. Hence, he needed a substantial influx of fresh recruits to serve as cannon fodder. Chapter 132. Xu Mingda is in dire need of fresh blood to fortify his death squad. To this end, he has issued a notice to all, including the refugees. His enforcement team is set to expand, with 10 official positions available. However, anyone meeting the criteria may apply, and after 3 practical assessments, the most qualified candidates will be selected. The so-called practical assessments involve going out to sea with Xu Mingda and engaging in real combat, against dissenters as well as zombies. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Ganjingzi Island was abuzz. The benefits of being part of the enforcement team are well known. Those who associate with Xu Mingda enjoy a life of luxury, fine food, drink, attire, and accommodation. Even the few women in the enforcement team appear to hold a superior status. It can be said that within Ganjingzi Island, if people were to be categorized into various ranks, Xu Mingda's enforcement team would represent the elite. The village committee officials and customs personnel would fall into the second tier, while the residents of Ganjingzi Island would be deemed third-class citizens. As for the incoming refugees, they would be classified into the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. Individuals from the Wind Power Group, for instance, are considered among the elite within the refugee community, yet they would still rank as 4th-class citizens on Ganjingzi Island. Thus, the open recruitment for the enforcement team attracted a multitude of applicants. Naturally, not all of them were familiar with Xu Mingda. In a bid to enhance their chances of selection, their Chinese-style emotional intelligence began to flourish. Even Zhang Jun found himself approached by acquaintances seeking his assistance in securing an internship position within the enforcement team. When Zhang Jun approached Xu Mingda to discuss this matter, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Please don't misunderstand, leader, It's not that I want to recommend friends, but they insisted on seeking my help. Well, isn't that splendid? It's certainly better than having no applicants. Xu Mingda chuckled. Keep up the good work. If you have someone in mind, make sure to keep them in your group. Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude with a salute, surprised at Xu Mingda's open-mindedness and consideration for his subordinates, given the small size of Ganjingzi Island. With only about 100 inhabitants, Xu Mingda successfully recruited over 20 robust men and women in less than half an hour. He divided them into 3 teams, assigning team leaders Zhang Jun and Yang Guokai to each lead 5 or 6 individuals, while the remainder would be under the leadership of Xiao Wu, third brother. You shall remain here to guard the home this time, Xu Mingda instructed Hao Wenbin, as this mission involved procuring food and equipment. Xu Mingda felt it necessary to lead the charge personally, knowing that Hao Wenbin's temperament was not suited for the fray. Furthermore, Xu Mingda was concerned about the possibility of theft in his absence. However, having Hao Wenbin stay behind did not mean he would remain idle on the island. With the increasing population and dwindling food supplies, Hao Wenbin had already planned to set sail for fishing to ensure the islanders were well fed. Additionally, as the commander of the joint defense team, it was his responsibility to patrol Ganjingzi Island and detect any incoming vessels. Although Xu Mingda did not permit Hao Wenbin to accompany him, he chose to bring along Hao Wenbin's good friend, Lu Shui. Lu Shui had approached Xu Mingda, saying, "Leader Xu, with the growing number of ships in our port, we will undoubtedly need maintenance and repairs in the future. Thus, I aspire to seize the opportunity to relocate the equipment from the shipyard to the entire ship repair base on Ganjingzi Island." "Quite well, your suggestion is indeed commendable." Xu Mingda readily agreed. Initially, Yang Guokai was an apprentice at the shipyard, showcasing a remarkable performance to Xu Mingda. Furthermore, Xu Mingda has transformed his perspective, intending to establish Ganjingzi Island as his home and develop the maritime economy. Given that the sea is now his home, ship repair and construction have become imperative. Additionally, Xu Mingda contemplated that, beyond their own vessels in need of repair, other ships from surrounding islands would also require maintenance. Should a shipyard be established on Ganjingzi Island, it would attract a multitude of vessels from afar, thus bestowing substantial economic benefits upon the island. Consequently, he appointed Lu Shui to the position of shipyard director. However, Lu Shui remains a solitary figure in this role, lacking substantial equipment, possessing only a tugboat. Now, as Xu Mingda prepares for a second journey to Dongshan Island, he summoned Lu Shui. "I shall assign you 5 individuals. Your task at the shipyard is simple. Select whatever you find suitable. Then, utilize the tugboat to bring it back to our Ganjingzi Island. If you can establish the shipyard, it will be a significant achievement." Lu Shui, in his 30s and having spent nearly 2 decades in the shipyard since his teenage years, is a seasoned craftsman. It is worth mentioning that the shipyard on Dongshan Island is also modest in scale, primarily focused on repairing fishing vessels. They lack the capacity for large cargo ships and, consequently, do not possess extensive heavy equipment. Having spent considerable time on Ganjingzi Island, Lu Shui frequently roams the fishing port, discerning which vessels are in need of adjustments. And he has long harbored aspirations. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Lu Shui replied with a broad, sincere smile. Chapter 133. Following his previous excursions to Dongshan Island and Changle Island, Xu Mingda embarked on his 3rd maritime journey. This time, he commanded a formidable fleet consisting of a tugboat, 2 fishing vessels, and a government ship, setting sail towards Dongshan Island with a resolute objective. He dispatched a team to search for ships laden with food and sundries, while Xiao led another group to the island in search of transformers and solar panels. Lu Shui, meanwhile, took to the waters to dismantle equipment at the shipyard. "Before nightfall, regardless of whether the tasks are completed, we shall reconvene at the base." Xu Mingda commanded the other 2 teams. Given the need to disassemble and reassemble equipment, Xu Mingda had prepared for an overnight stay on Dongshan Island. Xiao Wu and Lu Shui tuned their walkie-talkies to the appropriate channels and split up to explore various regions of the island. Xu Mingda, accompanied by his subordinates Yang Guokai, Han Li, Du Hao, and Wang Hongyan, along with 3 soldiers from the Special Operations Unit, made their way directly to the headquarters of the Maritime Enforcement Team. To Xu Mingda's relief, the 2 Hummer armored vehicles were still present. He immediately ordered the 3 soldiers to inspect the vehicle's conditions, ensuring that at least one could be ready for immediate deployment. This was imperative, as both Xiao Wu and Lu Shui could potentially face zombie attacks. This was also the reason he kept 3 soldiers, including Wu Zuowei, close at hand, preparing to assist the other 2 teams at a moment's notice. "These Hummer vehicles are excellent. I must arrange for one to be transported to the island upon our return," Xu Mingda mused. Though the distance on Ganjingzi Island was not extensive, the Hummer's fuel consumption was considerable. However, Xu Mingda had managed to elevate his circumstances beyond mere survival. Particularly after his visit to Changle Island, which had ignited a fervent desire within him to surpass it. Changle Island boasted a coastal highway and several cars. Whereas Ganjingzi Island lacked such infrastructure, Xu Mingda believed it too should have vehicles. He contemplated the impression it would make if Li Mei were to visit Ganjingzi Island, with someone driving the Hummer to greet her, enhancing the allure and significance of the occasion. Furthermore, he was attracted not only to the vehicle's defensive capabilities but also to the mounted machine gun, a genuine military asset. Although ammunition was scarce, there would be opportunities to procure more. The notion of having 2 machine guns stationed on Ganjingzi Island filled Xu Mingda with bravado. Who would dare oppose me? The headquarters was nearly as they had left it. Unlike the residential area, the port was relatively devoid of zombies, having been drawn away by a herd of pigs. Once the safety of the building was confirmed, Wang Hongyan promptly powered up the computer to search for registration information on the vessels in the harbor. Captain, the internet is down. I cannot update the data. The information on the page is a week old, Wang Hongyan reported. That's of no concern. Even if the internet were operational, those ships may not comply, Xu Mingda replied, gazing through the window with binoculars towards the harbor. He hoped to spot the vessel that transported live pigs, as the pork from the previous day had been delectable. Wu Meiwan had even rewarded them with 2 large jars of lard, stored in the Longwang Temple warehouse. However, that ship had long since vanished, likely having departed to open waters after offloading a few crates of pigs. Disposing of dead pigs in the harbor would incur a fine. The pigs aboard that ship were nearly starving and sick. Thus, they needed to search again. Wang Hongyan diligently searched for bulk cargo vessels on the computer and soon found 2 ships capable of transporting grain. Moreover, these 2 vessels were massive, each weighing 10,000 tons. Xu Mingda was overjoyed. If they could manage to get these 2 ships to Ganjingzi Island, it was likely they wouldn't even need to use food for fuel. Quickly, check the locations of these 2 ships. Thank heaven. Deploy the drone and locate them immediately. Xu Mingda exclaimed with excitement. To Xu Mingda's delight, one of the ships was still docked in the port. However, he was troubled to discover that the crew had mutated. As the drone hovered above the bridge, the zombie crew members swayed and reached out in an attempt to grab it. Damn it, how could the crew mutate on board? Is it possible that the virus spread through the air? Xu Mingda cursed in frustration. But soon, the drone's camera captured civilians. 2 young men, attracted by the drone's sound, staggered out from a corner of the cargo ship. Xu Mingda was astonished to see that one of them was carrying a semi-automatic rifle slung around his neck. Xietiandi, take a good look at this situation. How do they have guns? Captain Xu, I recognize that individual. His father is with the Armament Bureau. They must have taken weapons from there. They likely intend to seize this grain ship, and some of their crew must have mutated before boarding, leading to the calamity aboard. Hanli pointed out, indicating a young man on the screen. Indeed, we need the grain, and we also want those guns. Xu Mingda declared greedily. Captain, should I search for another ship? Wang Hongyan suggested, concerned that Xu Mingda might lose control of the situation. After all, Ganjingzi Island was small, and a 10,000-ton vessel could not simply be parked there. Furthermore, the mutated crew members would not obey any dispatch orders to disembark. Navigating a massive cargo ship out of a crowded harbor was not something Xu Mingda and his team could manage. Even the most skilled navigators, Yang Gukai and Zhang Jun, would struggle. It was akin to asking someone with only a C-class license for small cars to drive a large truck and maneuver it into a loading bay. They might manage to drive it, but the outcome would be disastrous. No, I want that ship, Xu Mingda insisted. His interest was not only in the food aboard but also in the weapons. Additionally, with the crew mutated, there would be no one to manage the ship. Captain Xu, cargo ships are equipped with hoisting mechanisms. This type of vessel should have grapples or conveyors. We could extract several tons of corn and soybeans from the hold. However, our own ship is too small to accommodate such a load, Yang Guokai observed, glancing at Xu Mingda, waiting for him to decide. Our ship is small, so let us find a larger one. Wang Hongyan, check if there are any available ships in the port. With a tonnage not too small, several hundred tons or 2,000 to 3,000 tons will suffice. We'll find a way to transfer the grain onto another vessel, Xu Mingda decisively proclaimed. Chapter 134. While Wang Hongyan was searching for a boat, Xu Mingda instructed Xietiandi to utilize a drone to thoroughly scan the bulk carrier, which measured over 100 meters in length and more than 30 meters in width. According to Xietiandi's reconnaissance, there were a total of 18 corpses aboard, comprising crew members and armed individuals from Dongshan Town. Upon hearing the drone's whirring propellers, these zombies gazed vacantly at the sky, having been deceased for quite some time. Their faces had taken on a dark brown hue. Some wore tattered clothing, exposing skin marred with horrifying scars. This virus was remarkably virulent. Even carrion flies refrained from laying eggs upon them. The most terrifying zombie Xu Mingda encountered was merely the upper half of a body, desiccated to the point of resembling a dried skin, yet it still retained some semblance of vitality. Captain Xu, should I use explosives to eliminate them? Xia naturally inquired with confidence. In his view, there was no need to engage in direct combat with zombies confined to a fixed space. Utilizing a drone equipped with explosives or a rifle and remotely controlling it via a laptop to eliminate targets with precision was his forte. No, Xu Mingda replied. Think of a way to coax those zombies into the sea. He blinked at his companions, who looked at him in bewilderment. Noticing their confusion, Xu Mingda felt compelled to elaborate. His intentions were clear. First, ammunition was precious and should not be squandered. Second, food supplies were invaluable. If zombies were killed on the ship, their bodily fluids might contaminate the provisions. Xu Mingda was not one to indulge in short-sighted gains. He intended to transport the entire ship's cargo back, akin to a rat burrowing into its hole. What is most precious in the apocalypse? In Xu Mingda's eyes, it was not talent, but food. Talent is only valuable when put to good use. Otherwise, it becomes mere excess baggage. Now was the moment for these capable individuals to prove their worth. Ensuring the safe transport of these provisions back to Ganjingzi Island was the task Xu Mingda assigned to his capable subordinates. With food in hand, he would possess a form of hard currency. Anyone who wished to speak with him would do so with a measure of respect. Figures like Boss Zhai, Deputy Director Li, and Deputy Director Wang could typically disregard Xu Mingda, but should he possess several thousand tons of food, they would be compelled to pay him their respects. For Xu Mingda had the potential to hire a band of desperados with the food at his disposal to intercept their ships on the high seas, stealthily invade their islands, shatter their windows, and even commit acts of arson or murder. Such possibilities were entirely feasible. It is worth noting that even in times of peace, offering someone 500,000 to sever another's arm would likely attract eager volunteers. Thus, Xu Mingda regarded this cargo of food as his treasury, the foundation of his survival and capital in the apocalypse. How could such provisions be squandered? Additionally, Xu Mingda had a minor ulterior motive. He was also interested in the other items aboard this freighter. Since this ocean-going vessel was designed for long-distance transport, it would undoubtedly carry ample daily necessities. Furthermore, the equipment on such a large ship would be advanced. For instance, essential firefighting equipment such as fire axes, extinguishers, fire hoses, and pumps are often absent from many small vessels. Similarly, vital apparatus like satellite positioning devices, navigational instruments, communication radios, and satellite phones are indispensable. Even the raincoats and waterproof boots worn by the crew are rare treasures that may never be encountered again. All these items, along with provisions, are deemed essential by Xu Mingda. Therefore, he is determined to avoid a chaotic scene aboard the ship, filled with dismembered corpses and the zombie virus. However, persuading the undead to leap into the sea at his command is a feat far more challenging than merely exterminating them. Isn't that simple? Someone remarked. Those zombies are flesh eaters. If one person stands at the ship's railing and evades quickly, they will surely plunge into the sea. Just as the group exchanged bewildered glances, Hanli suggested, "You should go." Upon hearing this, Xu Mingda found the idea utterly implausible. No, I'd prefer to stay by your side," Hanli retorted, retreating behind Yang Wakai. Xu Mingda surveyed his subordinates, who fell silent in an instant, the atmosphere in the room growing tense. No one knew whether Xu Mingda would indeed resort to the absurdity of sending one of them to serve as bait atop the cargo ship. "Captain Xu, there's a vessel here. Do you find it suitable?" At that moment, Wang Hongyan timidly offered, her voice quivering. She had overheard Han Li's bizarre suggestion and was eager to demonstrate her worth, lest Xu Mingda assign her to the perilous task. "Let me take a look." Xu Mingda responded, his attention piqued as he leaned toward the computer screen. The others, relieved, finally exhaled. Wang Hongyan had discovered a pilot vessel, measuring over 50 meters in length, 8 to 9 meters in width, with a draft of 3.3 meters and a capacity of approximately 1,000 tons. Since this vessel was intended solely for the accommodation of pilots, both its interior and exterior were tastefully appointed. This vessel appears quite commendable," Xu Mingda exclaimed upon seeing it. To be candid, his own government vessel, weighing merely a few dozen tons, felt akin to a motorcycle at sea, swift yet jarringly uncomfortable. Throughout the journey, he had suffered from nausea multiple times. Traveling back and forth between the islands aboard this larger vessel would undoubtedly be a far more pleasant experience. "Yang Gukai, you go and secure this vessel for me. We will use it to transport provisions back. If it proves serviceable, it shall become my flagship in the future," Xu Mingda commanded, gesturing toward his most capable subordinate. Thus, in a certain sense, Dongshan Port had transformed into Xu Mingda's personal showroom for selecting vessels. With hundreds of various cargo ships stocked, he could choose any he desired without monetary obligation. Each of these vessels was worth several 100,000 to millions, with larger ones costing tens of millions or even over 100 million. not to mention that they were laden with diverse cargo. The sheer thrill of this experience was inexplicably exhilarating. Chapter 135, Xu Mingda spoke, and Yang Gukai had no choice but to listen. Securing a pilot boat was far less challenging than allowing the zombies to leap into the sea. Without hesitation, he, along with Hanli and Wu Zuowei, boarded the official vessel, revving the engine, which sent forth a frothy white wave as they surged towards the pilot boat anchored at the harbor office. What if there are people on that boat? Hanli inquired during their rush. Yang Gukai shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, in Yang Guotsai's eyes, the presence or absence of people was irrelevant. All vessels were unclaimed property, ripe for their taking. Hanli understood and gripped his weapon tightly, his expression turning feral. In truth, it was not only the pilot boat they intended to commandeer, according to Xu Mingda's wishes. He also sought to acquire the fireboat and crane from the harbor office. However, due to the limited manpower at Xu Mingda's disposal, it was not feasible for each person to operate a vessel back to the island. Moreover, Ganjingzi Island lacked a sufficiently large port, leading to the decision to forego this plan. Otherwise, Xu Mingda could have easily returned with an entire fleet. While Yang Guokai and Han Li were busy preparing smaller boats to transport supplies back, Xu Mingda paced in his office, contemplating how to coax the zombies into the sea. Xu team, why not lure the zombies with sausages? We could use a drone to dangle the sausages, enticing them to the edge of the boat. Just then, Dou Hao approached Xu Mingda, who was lost in thought, gazing at the supply ship through binoculars. Sausages? That won't work. Zombies prefer fresh meat. They have no interest in decayed flesh, he remarked, scrutinizing Dou Hao from head to toe. Dou Hao was clad in a white blouse, a tailored blazer, and a knee-length skirt paired with black stockings, presenting an image reminiscent of an office lady from a film. Sausages, how clever of you. Do you have any other brilliant ideas? Perhaps you could perform a pole dance for them? Xu Mingda observed Dou Hao's innocent gaze upon him, causing a flutter within him. Ugh, how annoying. Dou Hao refrained from answering directly, casting Xu Mingda a disdainful glance before striding towards the exit, swaying her hips. Before stepping out, she turned back to give Xu Mingda a meaningful look. Xu Mingda felt a sudden rush of emotions. Xiao Wang, please continue your research. I will discuss our work with Director Dou, he said, bending slightly as he left the room. In the adjacent office, Dou Hao reclined elegantly in a genuine leather chair, crossing her legs. Upon seeing Xu Mingda enter, she playfully tossed her hair and smiled coyly. Leader, perhaps you wish for me to help you unwind from your tension? She teased, casting a seductive glance at Xu Mingda while casually lifting the hem of her skirt. Oh, how I adore your alluring demeanor. Xu Mingda swallowed hard, diverting his gaze from Dou Hao's legs. He approached her, seizing her ponytail and kissing her fervently. Dou Hao appeared equally ignited by Xu Mingda's passion. Breathing heavily, she slid down, attempting to help him out of his trousers, but he held her hand firmly, pressing her back into the chair. Dou Hao, I've thought of a plan. You are the most suitable to attract those zombies to the cargo ship. Xu Mingda panted. In a fit of rage, Dou Hao raised her fist, ready to strike, only to be firmly grasped by Xu Mingda. Dou Hao, your flesh is tantalizing. Even I cannot resist the temptation, let alone those zombies. I have a plan. I shall hoist you with a crane and place you by the edge of the boat. The zombies will undoubtedly lunge for you. And once you retract your feet, they will plunge into the sea, will they not? Rest assured, I shall lift you high enough that they cannot reach you. Once you accomplish your task, I shall reward you. As Xu Mingda spoke, he succumbed to the urge to nibble on Dou Hao, only to be bitten on the tongue in return. You scoundrel! Dou Hao exclaimed in exasperation. I may be a bit lecherous, but I am not despicable. I am aware of your association with Zhai Fo Gang. You have come to my territory, and I have treated you well. It is now time for you to repay my kindness. If you wish to ally with me, some sacrifices must be made. As I have stated, if you fulfill your task, I shall reward you. In the future, my bed shall be shared with you. Xu Mingda chuckled. He recognized Dou Hao as a rare gem. Should he choose to play with her and then cast her aside, that would be simple enough. However, he had appointed her as the office director and his personal assistant, making it impossible to change his mind so easily. Furthermore, he understood that Dou Hao would maintain contact with Zhai Lina, and he could not allow Zhai Feng Gang to seize the fruits of his labor, for that would be akin to adorning another's bride. Thus, today he must test Dou Hao's loyalty. Dou Hao regained her composure. Release me. I am leaving. She calmly stated to Xu Mingda. Dou Hao, you can still reconsider. I could easily pretend you never came and send you back to Zhai Feng Gang. Xu Mingda hesitated, reluctant to part with such a valuable prize, one he had yet to fully claim, only to be offered to the zombies, a true waste. I do not regret my choice. But remember your promise to me. Dou Hao declared, her head held high with pride. Chapter 136, Yang Gukai fulfilled his mission and successfully seized the pilot boat. At that moment, several Port Authority personnel, both men and women, were residing aboard the vessel. Upon seeing the arrival of the maritime enforcement team, they did not attempt to obstruct them. Having been trapped on the ship for nearly half a month, they were desperate for rescue, having lost all contact with the outside world. When they learned that the enforcement team did not come to rescue them, but rather intended to requisition their vessel, a heated argument ensued with Yang Wukai. "You maritime enforcement team have no right to bully us. We have not wronged you," shouted one of the pilots, brandishing a harpoon in anger. The outbreak of the undead had rendered everyone sensitive and aggressive. "Put it down. Lower the harpoon," Yang Wukai commanded sternly. However, others began to arm themselves as well, preparing to force the intruders off the ship. Ultimately, Uzwawei fired 2 shots into the air, which quelled the unrest. And Yang Wukai retained only the second mate who could operate the ship, confining the rest in the hold. When Yang Wukai and his companions learned that Xu Mingda had designated Du Hao as bait to lure the zombies, they exchanged glances of disbelief. It was common knowledge that Du Hao was a favorite subordinate of Xu Mingda, and all matters within the team required the approval of this office director before reaching Xu Mingda. The relationship between Du Hao and Xu Mingda was thus evident. No one expected Xu Mingda to assign Du Hao such a perilous task. It is worth noting that even Yang Wukai, known for his reckless bravery, had not volunteered for such a dangerous endeavor. A single bite or scratch from a zombie could lead to infection and transformation into one of the undead. However, they could see that Xu Mingda was not jesting, and Du Hao was indeed preparing. She had wrapped her legs in thick bindings to prevent being scratched by the zombies. Yet she was barefoot. What did this signify? It indicated that if Xu Mingda was willing to risk everything, he would not spare even himself. For him, there was only the mission, devoid of personal sentiment. Thus, a chill ran through Yang Wukai and the others, instilling in them a deep respect for Xu Mingda. They were all prepared to face perilous challenges. None dared to rely on their close relationship with Captain Xu to withdraw. "I will run along the ship's edge. If I fail, I will jump into the sea," Du Hao declared, looking at Xu Mingda. "Fear not, my dear. I cannot bear to lose you. I will be the first to rescue you," Xu Mingda replied, licking his lips, still relishing the sensation of kissing Du Hao. "Captain, there are people aboard the pilot boat. Perhaps we should replace Director Du?" Yang Wukai said anxiously. To him, those few pilots and their families were akin to speaking possessions. Utilizing them at such a critical time was a matter of resourcefulness. "No, I will go," Du Hao insisted stubbornly. Her courageous decision moved Yang Wukai and the young Wu Zuowei deeply. Indeed, they admired such a beautiful woman, yet they were well aware that Du Hao was already taken, belonging to Xu Mingda's team, which deterred any improper thoughts. As Du Hao prepared to make her noble sacrifice, she gripped her weapon tightly, eager to slay the zombies and clear the path for Du Hao. "Is everyone ready?" Xu Mingda sought precisely this effect. He cast a serious glance at the others and inquired with a grave tone, "Xu Brigade, please give the command." Wu Zuowei and the others roared in response. "Let us depart." Xu Mingda gestured with his hand and, accompanied by Du Hao and 3 soldiers, climbed into the armored vehicle, heading towards the cargo ship. Meanwhile, Yang Wukai and Han Li coerced the second officer of the pilot boat, urging him to maneuver the vessel closer to the freighter. Chapter 137. When they arrived at the anchorage of the massive vessel, Xu Mingda gazed up at the towering hull, realizing the enormity of the 10,000-ton cargo ship. Du Hao did not linger. Instead, she began to ascend the thick cables leading to the freighter. At this moment, she had shed her office attire, donning a fitted suit, with a rope and 2 iron hooks secured around her waist. Watching Du Hao scale the cable with the ease of walking on flat ground left Xu Mingda utterly astonished, pondering what Du Hao's prior profession might have been. "Up, prepare to cover Director Du." At that instant, Wu Zuowei and Zhang Mingxing hoisted their rifles and followed suit up the cable. Meanwhile, Xiet Tiandi launched a drone, intending to create a distraction and draw the zombies away from the bow of the ship. The drone's buzzing attracted the undead, who emerged from various corners of the freighter, drooling as they fixated on Du Hao. Upon reaching the bow, Du Hao did not pull herself up via the railing. Instead, she deftly hooked her iron hook onto the guardrail, bending her body and swaying gracefully, like a worm enticing fish in the water. One zombie, unable to contain itself, leaned forward to grasp Du Hao. Swiftly, she used her other iron hook to latch onto the nearby railing, swinging her body to another spot, causing the zombie to miss and tumble headfirst into the sea with a resounding splash. Success. As Du Hao lured the zombies into the water, excitement surged through the group, their hearts racing with the urge to assist her immediately. Xu Mingda, witnessing Du Hao's agile movements as she floated near the ship's edge, was left in awe. "I never imagined this young woman possessed such remarkable skills. It seems I underestimated her talents," he mused, increasingly convinced that using Du Hao as bait for the zombies was a gross misallocation of her abilities. At this juncture, Zhang Mingxing and Wu Zuowei, akin to the valiant warriors crossing the Dada River, ascended the thick cable to the bow, aiding one another as they reached the ship's forefront. With the arrival of reinforcements, Du Hao's confidence soared, and her movements became even more fluid. However, the zombies appeared to grow more cunning, no longer approaching her one by one. Instead, they formed a long line along the ship's edge, reaching out to grasp her. Du Hao attempted to shift her body left and right, but each leap risked landing in the clutches of the undead, leaving her precariously suspended outside the vessel. The zombies, attracted by Du Hao's enticing scent, began to clamber over one another, forming a grotesque mass resembling a monstrous amalgamation. As this horde of zombies loomed over her, Du Hao felt a surge of panic. Mingxing, let us pry those zombies' legs apart. Zhang Mingxing and Wu Zuowei, hiding at the bow and ready to support Du Hao, exchanged anxious glances as they witnessed her peril. Grasping a sturdy wooden stick, they crouched low and stealthily approached the back of the zombie horde. At that moment, Du Hao's situation became increasingly dire. The zombies' fingers clung to their companions as they crawled downward towards her, the foul stench and their chilling, menacing growls unsettling her. As she narrowly avoided slipping into the water multiple times. Yet she persevered, her hands entwined with hooks that she had connected, swinging precariously from the vessel's hull while evading the outstretched arms of the undead. Just when she was on the brink of surrender, a familiar face emerged from the ship's railing. "Get down, Director Du," they shouted, as the zombies turned their gaze towards the interior of the boat. However, they were entangled like worms, unable to react swiftly. At that moment, Zhang Mingxing forcefully pried the legs of the lowest zombie in the heap with a crowbar, causing the zombies on the ship's edge to tumble into the sea like the last dirty icicles from a roof in spring, crashing down with a resounding splash. Chapter 138. As Du Hao and Xie Tiandi played with the zombies, Xu Mingda could no longer remain on the shore. "Quickly, take me aboard," he shouted to Yang Guokai, who was on the pilot boat. The vessel under Yang's command was a three-tier structure. Besides the upper deck, there was a hold beneath and above the bridge. There was a terrace equipped with a pilot ladder for scaling large cargo ships. Yang Guokai acknowledged with a nod and maneuvered the pilot boat alongside the dock. Without hesitation, Xu Mingda leaped aboard and climbed up to the terrace of the bridge, eager to inspect the cargo on the bulk carrier. "I'll go first," he declared. Concerned for Xu Mingda's safety, Yang Guokai ascended the rope ladder to the ship's railing, securing the pilot ladder in place. At that moment, the cargo ship had been ravaged, leaving only a few zombies. Upon seeing Yang Guokai and Xu Mingda arrive, the remaining zombies, flailing their arms and shaking their heads, lunged towards them. "Goodness, how repulsive!" Xu Mingda exclaimed, retreating to the side as a zombie, covered in yellow pus, approached. Yang Guokai brandished a fire axe, decisively cleaving the zombie's head. Just as he prepared to deal with another zombie, a young man suddenly burst forth from the cabin, brandishing a bayonet and charging at the undead. Lacking experience, he thrust the weapon into the zombie's chest, but the creature remained unyielding, its gaping maw and flailing arms attempting to seize him. The young man resolutely held the zombie at bay, pushing it toward the ship's edge. With a shout, he hurled the zombie overboard. "Hey, who are you? How did you end up here?" Xu Mingda inquired, noticing the youth clad in athletic wear, with a backpack and a cap. Despite his haggard appearance, he was evidently a normal person, sparking Su's curiosity. "Who are you?" the young man asked, eyeing Xu Mingda and Yang Guokai warily, gun at the ready. "Tell him." Xu Mingda gestured to Yang Guokai. "We are from the waterborne law enforcement team, and this is our Captain Su. My surname is Yang." Yang Guokai, equally intrigued, sized up the young man, suspecting he might be one of those who had come aboard with friends to acquire supplies. However, it seemed that his companions had succumbed to transformation, while he remained unscathed. The fact that he had acted so coolly and decisively indicated exceptional capability. "Oh, you're with the law enforcement team? That is splendid. Please look for other survivors." "I must leave," the young man stated, making his way toward the pilot ladder, clearly eager to vacate the cargo ship. "Wait, don't go. You mentioned there are other survivors on the ship. Where are they? Take us to them," Yang Guokai implored, blocking his path. "They're in the hold below. You can search for them yourselves. I need to go home," the young man replied, gesturing dismissively. "How ungrateful. Not even a thank you? If we hadn't come, wouldn't you have ended up as zombie fodder?" Xu Mingda remarked, intrigued by the young man's nonchalant demeanor. "Don't push me. My gun doesn't discriminate." The young man noticed that the deck was bustling with Wu Zuowei, Zhang Mingxing, and others approaching him. He immediately raised the firearm in his hand, threateningly declaring, "What wrong have you committed?" Xu Mingda glanced at Yang Guokai, perplexed by the anxiety emanating from this tense youth. He could not fathom why the young man exhibited such hostility towards him. "Lower your weapon." At that moment, Xie Tiandi also sensed the imminent danger, maneuvering the drone to hover above the young man's head. "Let him go. We need not squander our time on him." Xu Mingda observed the young man's flaring nostrils, glazed eyes, and trembling lips, realizing that his agitation could lead to unpredictable actions. He thus waved dismissively. although the young man appeared fierce. Xu Mingda's numbers deterred him from taking any rash actions. He cautiously approached the ship's railing, intending to descend the rope ladder. "Hey, wait," Xu Mingda called out to him. "What do you want?" The young man turned, resembling a startled bird, as he faced Xu Mingda. "Have a smoke," Xu Mingda replied, retrieving a cigarette, lighting it, and tossing half a pack along with a lighter to the young man. "Thank you." The young man reached out to receive the cigarette and lighter, his expression softening, though he hesitated to speak further. In the next moment, he turned and swiftly scaled down the rope ladder. "I will inspect the hoisting gear and conveyor apparatus," Yang Gukai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the young man before striding towards the cockpit. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda picked up a Type 56 assault rifle, toying with it in his hands. Though this firearm was an antiquity from decades past, it remained a classic. Its reliability and lethality were indisputable, especially with the fearsome bayonet affixed to its muzzle. The fresh gun oil on the barrel indicated that it had recently been unsealed, suggesting that the arms depot in Dongshan town still possessed ample stock. This was understandable, as Dongshan Island lay within the nation's maritime territory, not far from the adversarial shores. Thus, even in the absence of station troops, the local militia underwent rigorous training that surpassed anything found in the mainland, equipped with a comprehensive array of weaponry. After acquiring provisions, it would be prudent to visit the arms depot, Xu Mingda pondered, contemplating whether he could procure additional weapons and ammunition. Chapter 139. On board the vessel. The crew members busied themselves with various tasks. Yang Gukai, after much exploration, finally discerned that the ship utilized an air pump for the unloading of grain. The single-deck hold housed over 10,000 tons of grain, specifically rice, not the hold variety. By inserting the air pump into the grain, they could extract it and transfer it onto the noticeably smaller pilot boat nearby. Meanwhile, Du Hao Wuzhuwei and Zhang Mingxing began gathering the ship's communication devices and essential supplies. Xu Mingda, on the other hand, wandered about the lower hold, clutching a salvaged firearm. At that moment, the hold was eerily quiet, thanks to Du Hao and Zhang Mingxing, who had successfully lured the zombies away. Xu Mingda pondered the whereabouts of a certain peculiar youth who had managed to survive for so long. Initially, he suspected the boy might be hiding in the machinery room. However, upon discovering that the door to that compartment was locked, he shook his head in disappointment. Yet, soon after, he heard a strange noise emanating from the resting chamber of the water supply crew on the second level of the hold. Could there be another person or even a zombie lurking there? Xu Mingda became alert. They were on the verge of unloading the grain. And should a zombie suddenly emerge to attack, it could result in significant casualties, potentially even infections or death. With this thought in mind, Xu Mingda grasped the firearm tightly and cautiously approached the chamber. To his surprise, the door was unlocked. He quietly pressed the lock and opened the door just a crack to peer inside. What unfolded before his eyes was a startling scene. A female zombie sat calmly at the head of a bed, gazing out at the clear sky. Xu Mingda noted her finely contoured features, now darkened and decayed like any other zombie, yet she appeared almost lifelike at a glance. Her attire was remarkably clean, as if someone had cared for her with great attention. Sensing the presence of a living being, the female zombie abruptly turned her head toward the doorway and let out a piercing shriek, lunging fiercely at Xu Mingda. Startled, he instinctively recoiled and slammed the door shut. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no sound of scratching from within. How curious, could this zombie possess such awareness? Xu Mingda, intrigued, cracked the door open slightly once more to peer inside. The female zombie was now furiously directed toward the entrance, her shrieks growing louder as she attempted to lunge at him. Fortunately, she was restrained by a chain around her ankle, limiting her mobility. Could it be that someone was keeping this female zombie as a pet? Xu Mingda mused. This cargo ship had a dozen or so crew members, but among those who sailed long distances, female crew members were nearly non-existent. Moreover, the bound female zombie did not appear to fit the profile of a crew member based on her age and attire. Initially, Xu Mingda had thought the crew members had captured her for amusement, but upon noticing a firearm propped up at the head of the bed, he began to piece together the truth. Perhaps the boy who had just fled and this girl were lovers. A young woman, infected by the zombie virus, finds herself tethered to her captor, who cannot bear to part with her, choosing instead to coexist in this bleak reality. In Xu Mingda's mind, a poignant tale of love amidst the apocalypse unfolds. Yet, deep within, he harbors an unfulfilled longing. Chapter 140. That was during the apocalypse, when he failed to bring his girlfriend out. Of course, her infidelity was a different matter entirely. As a man, there is an innate desire to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Yet, Xu Mingda suddenly had a revelation. What if that fellow, despite his affections, was reluctant to harm his girlfriend? What would he feed this female zombie? Even if they shared the same bed, being in the same room, would the female zombie not attack him? A sudden thought crossed Xu Mingda's mind. Could it be that he misjudged the situation? Had that young man transformed into a zombie? This likely explained the unmistakable stench he had detected emanating from him. Previously, Xu Mingda had presumed it to be the odor of sweat, excrement, or urine. Now he comprehended that it was the foul odor of decay associated with the undead. But wait, if zombies could engage in conversation, that would indeed be the most terrifying prospect imaginable. Imagine if zombies disguised themselves as normal individuals, infiltrating the sanctuaries of the living and subsequently unleashing their viral contagion. Xu Mingda was startled by his own thoughts. At that moment, Yang Guokai heard the growls of the undead and rushed down wielding a cleaver. Xu Mingda shared his doubts with Yang Guokai, speculating that perhaps this fellow had engaged in some unspeakable act with the female zombie, which was why she had not attacked him. Yang Guokai, contemplating entering to dispatch the zombie, hesitated, noting the creature's delicate features and seemingly docile demeanor. He suggested they confine her for further study. Xu Mingda, however, halted his friend. Despite the grotesque appearance of the zombie, he harbored a profound curiosity to understand this aberration. This was also the reason he held the medical practitioners in high esteem, even if they could not cure these zombies. Discovering a remedy or vaccine to prevent further transformations would be a monumental achievement. At the very least, he would not have to fear being bitten and infected. Thus, Xu Mingda contemplated establishing a laboratory in a secure area dedicated to the study of zombies. Regardless of whether that young man had truly engaged with the female zombie, the stench of decay that now clung to him would certainly deter the zombies aboard the vessel from attacking him. This might explain his prolonged survival in such confined quarters. Damn it, that fellow was quite the talent. Xu Mingda regretted letting the young man go, especially since he was currently recruiting for his team. And individuals capable of sharing a bed with a female zombie were precisely the kind of fierce characters he sought. Xu team, please respond. Xu team, please respond. At that moment, Xu Mingda's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Wang Hongyan was calling him. Yes, I'm listening. Xu Mingda pressed the button to respond. Xu team, I have discovered a container ship. There are several containers filled with canned goods, biscuits, and sausages. Wang Hongyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Excellent. Please report the location of that ship immediately. I must see it. Xu Mingda, elated at the prospect of such abundant provisions, made his way eagerly towards the deck. He had been troubled about how to transport the bulk grains. Now, he had a plan to procure a few empty containers and fill them with supplies to bring back. Once the grain is unloaded, with a slight modification, the containers can be transformed into ready-made homes. A twofold benefit. Chapter 141. When Xu Mingda recounted the incident of the young man raising zombies, everyone, including Douhao, deliberately glanced over. How wonderful it would be if someone treated me that way should I turn into a zombie. She cast a meaningful look at Xu Mingda. Shut your mouth. How can you say such morbid things? If you were to become a zombie, I would throw you into the sea without hesitation. So you better think it through. Xu Mingda retorted. In truth, Douhao had risked her life to help him deal with the zombies on the ship, and Xu Mingda had completely come to trust her. Since he had already acknowledged her as his own, he naturally felt compelled to protect her. Of course, his woman must also cherish herself and possess a sense of self-protection. Otherwise, if she were to suddenly transform into a zombie during an intimate moment, it would spell trouble for him. You have no sense of romance at all. Douhao cast a self-pitying glance at Xu Mingda. Let us go find some containers, Xu Mingda instructed as he led his men down to the pilot boat, preparing to gather a few empty containers to use as food storage on the deck. At that moment, Han Li, who had been stationed on the pilot boat, pulled Yang Guokai aside and whispered something to him. What is so difficult to say openly? Why are you two behaving like a couple of gossiping women? Xu Mingda glared menacingly at Han Li and Yang Guokai. Brother, Han Li began, the people on this ship are not to be trusted. They assaulted a mother and daughter who sought refuge aboard. They are still locked in the hold. Really? You witnessed this? Xu Mingda turned his gaze toward Han Li. As the apocalypse persisted, order slowly disintegrated, and the ugliness of human nature was inevitably revealed. Xu Mingda understood that he was not a savior. He had no desire to act as an arbiter of justice. He merely wished to establish a comfortable abode on Ganjingzi Island and enjoy the life of a lord. He gestured toward the second mate steering the ship. Have you participated in this? Xu Mingda scrutinized the second mate, who was of short stature, clad in a black t-shirt and khaki overalls, wearing flip-flops. In the wake of the apocalypse, he had neglected to shave and his hair was unkempt. He could easily portray Zhang Fei without any need for makeup. Xu, trust me. I have a wife and children. How could I commit such heinous acts? The second mate hastily replied. But you witnessed it and were tempted. Xu Mingda retorted sharply. The second mate immediately lowered his head, silenced by Xu Mingda's words. What is your name? Xu Mingda continued to question. Boss, his name is Cui Taijun. Han Li promptly reported. I did not ask you. Xu Mingda shot Han Li a glance of disdain. Captain Xu, I assure you, I will follow your orders. Wherever you direct me, I will navigate the ship there. However, I have one request. I have been aboard this ship for half a month now, and I have no idea whether my wife and children are alive or dead. I wish to disembark and search for them. Chui Tejuan's voice grew increasingly agitated, culminating in tears. There are many in similar situations. If you seek death, I will not stop you. But for now, you must focus on your work. With that, Xu Mingda turned his attention away from him, leaning against the railing to gaze out at the vast expanse of the sea. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing these matters. Yet, he found himself powerless, as his only concern was ensuring the survival of himself and his companions. The interior of the pilot boat was opulent, yet, given that it did not venture into port operations, provisions were scant. A total of 7 individuals, including the second mate, several pilots, and a security officer from the Port Authority, along with a mother and daughter duo, were on board. The daily consumption of food by these 9 individuals was considerable. Ultimately, Chui Taijun and his companions were left to drink rainwater and fish for small catches to brew a meager soup. Therefore, when he learned that Xu Mingda intended to procure supplies from a container filled with food, his eyes widened in alarm, prompting him to navigate the vessel with both speed and stability. Beside a colossal container ship weighing over 10,000 tons, Xu Mingda was about to employ his usual tactic of boarding the vessel to seize supplies, only to discover that guards were stationed aboard. Armed with a firefighting axe and hoses, they stood ready to prevent any unauthorized access. Hey, gentlemen, aren't you tired of being cooped up on that ship? Xu Mingda devised a plan. He instructed the second mate to bring the mother and daughter to the deck, and then shouted to the crew aboard the container ship. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing the women, the crew members exchanged knowing glances. Brothers, why not lower a few boxes for me? I'll send them up to keep you company, and in return, I'll provide you with a couple of fine cigarettes. Xu Mingda exclaimed theatrically to the crew. That's not possible, Chief. This is a port area. You're fishing for trouble. The crew member replied, leaning over the railing with keen interest in the 2 women. Confined within the ship's cabin, the women endured daily violations, their awareness somewhat dulled, yet they retained an air of allure. If you refuse, then you can handle it yourselves. Xu Mingda spat, feigning an intent to take the 2 women away. Come on, don't leave. Let us discuss this. The crew members began to show signs of anxiety. Xu Mingda haggled with them, demanding they lower 10 containers in exchange. Brother, isn't this a bit unscrupulous? Yang Gukai and Han Li, unable to watch any longer, discreetly tugged at Xu Mingda's sleeve. Do you know them? Xu Mingda inquired. No, Han Li shook his head. Damn it. The people you know are on the brink of starvation, and yet you worry for those you don't. Xu Mingda jabbed a finger at Han Li's chest, emphasizing his point. Chapter 142. Xu Mingda is not devoid of compassion, yet he often finds himself ensnared in circumstances beyond his control. There is little choice. Over 100 souls on the island await sustenance. In both the present world and the apocalyptic realm, to secure resources for survival, one must invariably make sacrifices. In a tranquil world, the offerings may consist of physical strength, time, health, or dignity, but in a world ravaged by chaos, the demands are far greater. In addition to the aforementioned, one may need to relinquish life, blood, virtue, or even organs. The exchange of 2 unrelated women for 10 filled containers presents a compelling cost-benefit scenario for Xu Mingda. He possesses the capability to seize that vessel, but at what price? Even if life is not the currency, are bullets not a resource? Is time not a commodity? For Xu Mingda, obtaining the maximum reward at the minimal expense is a responsibility he bears for himself, his comrades, and the entirety of Ganjingzi Island. Naturally, the moral condemnation and psychological torment accompanying such decisions are burdens he must shoulder alone. As a leader, the psychological weight he carries is profound. The crane aboard the container ship swiftly hoisted 10 containers onto the deck of the pilot vessel. With each descent, Yang Gukai and Han Li promptly unlocked the doors of the containers to inspect their contents. Brother, it's biscuits. Brother, it's clothing. Brother, this appears to be merchandise from an electronics factory. With each open container, Han Li reported loudly to Xu Mingda. Move these items to the hold. Empty the containers. Xu Mingda gestured for everyone to comply. He planned to position the containers upright to facilitate the storage of grain. The standard international containers, measuring over 6 meters in length, 2.3 meters in width, and 2.3 meters in height, could hold several tons of rice when filled. Everyone except Xu Mingda boarded the vessel, acutely aware of the dangers of remaining exposed, observing the fatigue etched on their faces. Xu Mingda decided to release a few individuals from the hold to assist with the labor. Shall work diligently. Those who perform well shall be rewarded with food. Those who slack off should not blame me if I toss them into the sea. Xu Mingda, cigarette in mouth, paced back and forth, overseeing the operation. Brother, the containers are too heavy. We need a crane or a forklift to upright them. Yang Gukai lamented as he surveyed the chaotic arrangement on the deck. Where is a forklift? Xu Mingda inquired. There is one at the dock. The second mate of the pilot vessel quickly responded. Who among you can operate a forklift? Xu Mingda asked the crew on board. Captain Su, I have experience operating one, replied Chen Guofu, a dock security guard. Bring a few here. Xu Mingda waved his hand. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air as a naked woman plummeted from the container ship. Xu Mingda grasped the railing and leaned over the side. Recognizing her as the daughter from the pair of women he had just sent aboard, she appeared to be in utter despair, leaping into the sea without a struggle for survival. Like a frog, her limbs sprawled out, her head diving, floating upon the surface of the water. On the container ship, several crew members were restraining the mother, preventing her from jumping down. Damn it. I'm trying to make you all happy, not to let you harm someone to death. Now, I will have all of you arrested and prosecuted. Xu Mingda shouted furiously after noticing that the 10 containers had been unloaded. He then instructed Xie Tiandi to immediately launch the drone, commanding it to hover over the container ship to assess the situation. Chapter 143 simultaneously. Wu Zuowei and Zhang Mingxing were instructed to prepare for a vigorous assault. The crew aboard the container ship was thrown into a state of panic, scurrying across the deck like ants on a hot skillet. In the end, a trembling official clutched the railing, attempting to engage Xu Mingda in conversation. Damn it. That woman is mine. How much is her life worth? You decide. Xu Mingda retorted, gesturing towards a floating corpse in the sea. Ultimately, the individuals on the container ship, resigned, agreed to deliver several more containers to Xu Mingda. These containers, hand-picked deliberately, were filled entirely with food and daily necessities. Xu Mingda, upon discovering that one container was stocked with duty-free imported cigarettes and another with Red Bull beverages, felt his anger slightly abate. He had initially intended to coerce the ship into unloading more containers. However, the limited space on the pilot boat's deck forced him to relent. Nevertheless, the snacks and drinks alone were sufficient to establish a large supermarket on Ganjingzi Island. Fearing further incidents, the crew decided to send the mother down as well. A gesture Xu Mingda did not refuse. Instead, he instructed Do how to accompany her and provide comfort. Subsequently, he directed the second mate to navigate the ship to the unloading dock, where they procured a brand new container forklift and 2 additional forklifts for stacking. These machines operated on diesel, and Xu Mingda had fortuitously learned the location of the Port Authority's oil depot, easing his concerns about operating such powerful machinery. His intention to transport these forklifts back to Ganjingzi Island stemmed from a meticulously crafted construction plan for the island. These forklifts would facilitate the transportation of timber and containers to the island. Chen Guofu, a security guard in his 40s, demonstrated remarkable skill in operating the forklift. After a few circuits on the deck, he expertly positioned an empty container upright. Recognizing his talent, Xu Mingda decided to retain him. Next, the second mate, Cui Taijun, maneuvered the vessel next to the grain ship, while Yang Guokai and his team activated the air pump and began unloading the grain. As the golden rice flowed into the container like a spring, Xu Mingda's heart blossomed with joy. All is well, he thought. Suddenly, he felt the urge to share his success and ventured into the ship's cabin to find his assistant. At that moment, Dohao was comforting the grief-stricken mother. The woman appeared dazed, clearly suffering from a profound psychological blow, yet she was incessantly stuffing her mouth with biscuits. Take your time eating, drink some beverage, don't choke, Dohao advised gently. Upon Xu Mingda's entrance, Dohao quickly signaled him with a glance, urging him not to startle the woman. However, to their surprise, upon seeing Xu Mingda, the woman immediately knelt down. Please keep me. As long as you provide me food, I will do anything, she implored, bowing repeatedly before him. Xu Mingda felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Sister, I will keep you. Please, get up, he said with a furrowed brow. Chapter 144. The woman's surname is Li, and her name is Lena. She is an employee of the Port Authority, and her husband serves as the chief stevedore there. When the zombie outbreak occurred in the port area, Lena was picking up her daughter from school to see her father. Tragically, she witnessed her husband, who was protecting them, being torn to pieces by zombies. In her desperate bid for survival, she found herself compromising her dignity aboard the ship, enduring humiliation. Now, she is faced with the heartbreaking tragedy of her daughter's suicide. It can be said that she has suffered relentless mental anguish and has lost all zest for life. Yet, upon seeing Xu Mingda and Du Hao in uniform, her instinct for survival kicked in. Xu Mingda agreed to take her in, partly due to her past sacrifices for him, and also to spare Du Hao the impression of being cold-hearted. Realizing that Xu Mingda had consented to shelter her, Lena began to tear open food packages, perhaps believing that constant nourishment might help her forget the pain of losing her loved ones. "Bring me those bastards who assaulted that mother and daughter," Xu Mingda commanded as he noticed the container was nearly full, preparing to deal with the men who had committed the heinous act. Moments later, Yang Gukai led the offenders before Xu Mingda. "Kneel," Xu Mingda commanded imperiously, settling into a chair with an air of authority. The sailors exchanged terrified glances, uncertain of Xu Mingda's intentions. Just moments ago, he had enlisted their help in unloading cargo, promising them ample food and tobacco. "Damn it. Didn't you hear our boss tell you to kneel?" Hanli rushed forward, delivering a flurry of kicks, while Yang Gukai brandished a shotgun, aiming it directly at them. "Anyone who dares to resist will be shot." Hanli, being trained in combat, applied his strength effectively, forcing the sailors to their knees. "Come on, Du Hao. Bring Sister Na out and let her speak about who has wronged her." Xu Mingda tilted his head, addressing Du Hao, who had been watching coldly from the side. It finally dawned on the sailors that Xu Mingda intended to use this as an excuse to exact retribution. Trembling, Lena stepped forward, her eyes filled with panic and fury as she faced the men kneeling before her. He and him, accompanied by Du Hao. The woman approached the offenders to identify those who had violated her. "Don't slander me. I didn't do anything," shouted a man named Dong Jun, tilting his head defiantly, only to be met with a resounding slap from Du Hao. As a fellow woman, she was equally repulsed by such behavior. The other men, witnessing this, lowered their heads in silence, realizing that any attempt to defend themselves would be futile. Among the 7 men aboard, Lena identified 5. The second mate, Cui Taijun, had indeed not touched the mother and daughter, nor had the chief engineer, Sun Yi. The remaining men had all engaged in varying degrees of misconduct, particularly Dong Jun, who had acted most frequently and perversely. Although Xu Mingda recognized him as a pilot, an esteemed figure in Dongshan port, he had already condemned him to death in his mind. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda did not intend to execute them aboard the ship. After all, the vessel must reach Ganjingzi Island, and these individuals are essential. "Rise, both of you," Xu Mingda addressed the second mate Cui Taijun and the chief engineer Sun Yi. The 2 men, as if granted a reprieve, wiped the sweat from their brows and stood up, yet they dared not move, remaining beside the others. Observing how Xu Mingda would manage the situation, "I have taken command of this ship. You are all aware of the circumstances outside. Work aboard. And as long as you adhere to my instructions and are diligent, I shall ensure you are well fed and well cared for. I can also arrange companionship for you. However, should you wish to part ways with me, that is permissible. I will see you ashore," Xu Mingda declared, surveying the individuals kneeling before him. I wish to leave the ship." At that moment, Dong Jun abruptly raised his head, taking a gamble. "Very well, but do not regret your choice," Xu Mingda replied with a subtle smile. To the others, his smile appeared sinister, evoking an unsettling sense of impending fate. "Is there anyone else?" Xu Mingda continued to inquire. "We shall not depart. We are willing to serve team leader Su, Chen Guofu, the forklift operator and security guard," forced a sycophantic smile. Observing this, the others hastily expressed their desire to remain. You are indeed wise," Xu Mingda remarked thoughtfully. "Team leader Su, may I take my leave?" At that moment, second mate Cui Taijun summoned his courage to speak to Xu Mingda. "Oh, old Cui, have you made up your mind?" Xu Mingda replied, somewhat surprised yet regretful. After all, with the captain and first mate absent, he was the only one capable of steering the ship smoothly. "Team leader Su, I have made my decision. I must find my wife and child. I beg you, grant me this mercy." Cui Taijun, believing Xu Mingda would refuse, suddenly knelt and bowed his head. "Rise." "I have not denied your request." Xu Mingda quickly pulled him to his feet. He believed in demonstrating a clear distinction between affection and disdain. For those he valued or who remained loyal, Xu Mingda would extend his utmost kindness, ensuring they would serve him devotedly. Conversely, for those who were disloyal or wished to defy him, he would exhibit severity, instilling fear in them. Cui Taijun was a target of his recruitment. Thus he naturally treated him with respect. Yet, Cui Taijun ultimately decided to seek out his wife. "Very well, I shall send someone to drive you," Xu Mingda stated. In truth, just prior to gathering these individuals to confront them, Xiao had urgently called, reporting that his team had encountered zombies and requested Xu Mingda's support. A trip to the city was imperative, but Xu Mingda also wished to seize the opportunity to undertake a gratifying endeavor. Chapter 145. Xu Mingda took 10 minutes to categorize the individuals aboard the pilot boat, dividing them into 2 groups, those deemed useful and those marked for elimination. The useful individuals comprised those who were clean and those who, despite having committed serious offenses, complied with Xu Mingda's directives. Conversely, the latter group consisted of those who, despite their crimes, harbored a desperate hope of escape, akin to Dong Jun. During this time, Xu Mingda had already dispatched Wu Zuowei to prepare vehicles, ensuring readiness to support Xiao Wu and his second team. Let us go. Get in the car. Xu Mingda understood Cui Taijun's insistence on leaving the ship to find his family, and thus decided to offer him a ride. However, when he instructed Dong Jun to board as well, Dong Jun sensed an ominous turn of events. Captain Xu, I wish to remain on the ship. I am familiar with the port area. I know where the reefs and undercurrents lie. Please, allow me to stay. It's too late. Get in the car. Xu Mingda replied with a cold sneer, seizing Dong Jun by the collar and shoving him into the armored vehicle. Though he was in need of manpower, he was selective. Individuals like Dong Jun, with questionable character and a tendency to shift allegiances, were not welcome. When Xu Mingda departed from Ganjingzi Island, a total of 4 vessels had set out. One tugboat, piloted by Lu Shui from the shipyard, was tasked with dismantling equipment. The other 2 fishing boats, commanded by Zhang Jun and Xiao Wu respectively, each carried 10 crew members, prepared to gather materials and supplies in the town. Xu Mingda was responsible for procuring bulk goods like food at Dongshan port. Currently, Xiao Wu reported that they had encountered a horde of zombies and were surrounded, requesting Xu Mingda's assistance. Xiao Wu was quite capable in combat, and his call for aid indicated the perilous nature of their situation. Therefore, while Xu Mingda contacted Zhang Jun to have him lead his team toward Xiao Wu, he retained Han Li and 2 female team members to guard the pilot boat, setting off himself with elite personnel to rescue Xiao Wu. The armored vehicle sped towards the city center. Based on Xiao Wu's provided location, they were trapped at the town's substation, nestled between several residential buildings. Boss, these zombies are even more frenzied than before. They show no fear of gunfire, and it seems they have become significantly smarter. No matter where we hide, they seem to detect us. Xiao Wu exclaimed in frustration during their last communication. He had brought along 8 newcomers, but had already lost 4, leading to a sense of despair as they were trapped on the 2nd floor of the substation with no hope of breaking free. Don't panic. We'll be there shortly. Prepare for the breakout on your end. I will divert the zombies. Xu Mingda assured him. He had gained considerable experience in dealing with zombies, and the fully fueled armored vehicle provided him with a profound sense of security. Captain Xu, I am also nearing the vicinity. Please issue the orders. Zhang Jun responded after hearing Xu Mingda's transmission, initiating his own call via the intercom. Things were progressing smoothly on his end. Both he and Xiao Wu were tasked with gathering supplies. However, Xiao Wu focused on electrical materials while Zhang Jun was responsible for collecting daily necessities, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals. During the process of emptying a pharmacy, Zhang Jun and his companions encountered no zombies. This was partly due to Zhang Jun's inherently modest combat abilities, which compelled him to act with great caution. Moreover, it seemed that the zombies were repelled by the scent of medicine, thus they did not congregate in that vicinity. This allowed Zhang Jun to thoroughly indulge in his task, even managing to fill over a dozen sacks with traditional Chinese herbs. Zhang, you needn't come over. Focus on loading the supplies you've gathered onto the boat, then wait at the designated spot, Xu Mingda instructed. He was reluctant to rescue one individual only to have another team fall into peril. Xu, there are zombies ahead. No, wait, that appears to be a person. Suddenly, the driver, Wu Zuowei, exclaimed to Xu Mingda. Upon closer inspection, Xu Mingda indeed saw someone sprinting down the street, with several zombies, resembling feral dogs, howling and pursuing him. That fellow looks familiar. Could he be the one we encountered on the boat? Xu Mingda pondered aloud, pointing at the individual. Indeed, it is he, the one who was loading zombies onto the grain ship, Yang Gukai remarked, recognizing the young man sporting a duckbill cap and a backpack. At that moment, the youth had lost his firearm and was relying solely on his agility to evade the pursuing zombies. However, these zombies had evolved beyond their initially clumsy state, now exhibiting remarkable speed and relentless stamina. Yet, the young man demonstrated exceptional swiftness, darting and leaping as if trained in parkour. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of a building, misfortune struck. Upon attempting to leap through the gate, several zombies suddenly emerged, obstructing his path. Draw the zombies over here and save him, Xu Mingda commanded, pointing at the youth who was now encircled by 6 or 7 zombies, on the brink of becoming their next meal. Chapter 146. Xu Mingda's intention to rescue the young man in the cap was not without ulterior motives. He sought to recruit the cap-wearing youth into his ranks, for the young man undoubtedly possessed knowledge of where to procure weaponry. Additionally, Xu Mingda was intrigued by his methods of sustaining his zombie girlfriend. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's plan to attract the undead, Wu Zuowei immediately honked the horn twice and accelerated toward the horde of zombies. Indeed, the zombies were drawn to the armored vehicle, turning their heads in its direction. However, they quickly redirected their focus, preparing to besiege the young man in the cap. After all, the armored vehicle appeared formidable. while the cap-wearing youth represented a fresh source of sustenance. Xu Mingda was struck by a sense of foreboding. Were the zombies truly this cunning? It seemed that the predicament faced by Xiao Wu and his companions at the substation was not without justification. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda was not without recourse. Get the vehicle closer. Ram into them. He commanded Wu Zuowei, glancing back at Dong Jun, who was curled up in the rear seat. You've arrived home. It's time to get out. Xu Mingda smiled at Dong Jun, but the latter protested. No, I don't want to go home. I want to stay with Team Su. I'll do anything you ask. I promise to obey you. Please, let me stay. Dong Jun's voice broke, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that Xu Mingda's intention to set him down was merely to feed the zombies. You promise to follow my orders? Xu Mingda regarded him with interest. Team Su. I promise. I'll face any danger, even if it means walking through fire. Dong Jun nodded fervently, swearing his loyalty. Very well. You shall remain outside for 10 minutes. If you are still alive after that, I will take you in. Xu Mingda declared. I want to go out. I refuse. Upon hearing this, Dong Jun clung desperately to the handrail, attempting to resist. Damn it. Yang Gukai swung the butt of his gun down onto Dong Jun's hand. Dong Jun winced in pain, and Yang Gukai kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Wu Zuowei had surged into the horde of zombies, skillfully drifting the vehicle and knocking two of them aside. The sound of the collision echoed ominously, heightening the tension. Get out. Yang Gukai seized the opportunity to shove the door open, forcefully ejecting Dong Jun from the vehicle. Dong Jun tumbled twice before scrambling to his feet, limping away in the opposite direction from the zombies. The undead, initially frenzied by the armored vehicle's provocation, had intended to extract the occupants from within. To their astonishment, a living morsel was voluntarily offered, and they shrieked in unison, abandoning the armored vehicle to pursue Dong Jun. Hey, get in the vehicle. Xu Mingda beckoned the astonished cap-wearing youth from the rear door. Realizing the door was ajar and that the occupants had come to rescue him, the youth wasted no time. Leaping into the vehicle without hesitation, Yang Gukai promptly shut the rear door. Through the observation window, they could see several zombies angrily chasing the armored vehicle. Their anticipated meal snatched away. Let us go and rendezvous with the second team. Xu Mingda waved his hand at Wu Zuowei, signaling him to drive away from the scene. Captain Su, that individual seems capable of enduring, Wu Zuowei remarked, glancing at Dong Jun through the rearview mirror as he drove. The lad was taking refuge behind a grand tree, engaging in a game of tag with several zombies. When I converse with my own, I speak earnestly. However, someone of his ilk is unworthy. Xu Mingda was aware that Wu Zuowei recalled his words to Dong Jun. He spat derisively, then procured a cigarette and lit it. Inside the armored vehicle, Cui Taijun was so terrified he had wet himself. He trembled, curling up in his seat, silently stealing glances at Xu Mingda, fearing that Su might treat him like bait, much as he had with Dong Jun. Brother, what is your name? Xu Mingda disregarded Cui Taijun and addressed the young man in the cap. Zhao Wenxuan, the young man replied, looking up at Xu Mingda, having recognized him as one of the individuals encountered on the cargo ship. Hey, my elder brother saved you. Do you not have a word of gratitude? Yang Gukai, noticing Zhao's gaze fixed on his own toes, asked with irritation. I could express a trainload of thanks, but what good would it do? Besides, I never asked you to save me. Zhao Wenxuan retorted, casting a glance at Yang Gukai. By the heavens! Yang Gukai chuckled, having never encountered such an ungrateful person before. He gripped his firearm, looking towards Xu Mingda for his reaction. To his surprise, Xu Mingda remained unfazed. Brother, I truly delayed your reincarnation. But I am quite curious about one matter. How did you end up sleeping with that female zombie? Zhao Wenxuan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in anger. He attempted to lunge at Xu Mingda, but was firmly restrained by Zhang Mingxing and Xie Tiandi. By the heavens! This foul temper resembles my own from years past. Xu Mingda chuckled softly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette as he observed Zhao Wenxuan with keen interest. Chapter 147. Xu Mingda rescued Zhao Wenxuan, not merely to tease him. Additionally, he aimed to save Xiao Wu and the members of their second team. Thus, he quickly concealed his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. Now, tell me how you managed to escape from that horde of zombies, Xu Mingda said, surveying Zhao Wenxuan with keen interest. I have no tricks up my sleeve, Zhao Wenxuan replied, turning his head away. Xu Mingda exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Gukai, who approached and swiftly stripped Zhao Wenxuan of his backpack. As he unzipped it, he couldn't help but grimace, nearly retching. Xu Mingda also noticed that the backpack contained a severed zombie head. Although it was merely a skull, the creature retained some consciousness and, upon sensing human flesh, bared its teeth in a futile attempt to bite. It could neither scream nor move. You disguised yourself as one of them with this, didn't you? Xu Mingda's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He hadn't anticipated that Zhao Wenxuan, A mere 18 or 19-year-old student possessed such audacity and cunning. They have evolved now, becoming smarter. Zhao Wenxuan remarked with an air of irreverence. Despite his flippant demeanor, Xu Mingda found himself increasingly drawn to him. If he could recruit Zhao Wenxuan, he would surpass the combined capabilities of Yang Gukai and Han Li. However, it is often the case that those with great talent also possess formidable tempers and high ambitions. For Xu Mingda to gain Zhao Wenxuan's allegiance, he must demonstrate his own prowess to earn genuine respect. At present, his authority as a captain and the firepower of his subordinates had no sway over Zhao Wenxuan. Upon inspecting the contents of Zhao Wenxuan's backpack further, Xu Mingda frowned as he discovered several brand new pieces of women's lingerie and stockings. It was evident that this young man's vulnerability lay with a female zombie. He had not forgotten the female zombie aboard the ship. These items were evidently intended for her. Hey, brother, what is the story between you and that female zombie? Xu Mingda lit a cigarette and extended it towards Zhao Wenxuan. This gesture was notably amicable. In a post-apocalyptic world, no smoker would disdain another's saliva. Sharing a cigarette signified a bond of brotherhood. Seeing Xu Mingda lower his guard, Zhao Wenxuan relaxed his vigilance. Accepting the cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. She was my girlfriend. We boarded the ship together, but I contracted that virus. To save me, she consumed my blood, and as a result, she became like that, Zhao Wenxuan declared with a nonchalant expression. His revelation left everyone in the vehicle stunned. You're telling me you transformed into a zombie? Yang Gukai exclaimed, grabbing his weapon and eyeing Zhao Wenxuan warily. Come at me if you dare. Zhao Wenxuan defiantly thrust his head forward, glaring at Yang Gukai. He seemed utterly disillusioned with the world, fearless in his despair. Brother, I understand your feelings. If I had such a girlfriend, I would act just as you do. Rest assured, your girlfriend is safe. I haven't harmed her. I shall not allow my brother to lay a single finger upon her. Xu Mingda asserted, forcefully patting Zhao Wenxuan's shoulder with sincerity. At last, Xu Mingda's demeanor garnered Zhao Wenxuan's trust. Subsequently, Zhao Wenxuan divulged the purpose of his recent expedition to the island. Their group was merely one of many tasked with securing provisions from the supply ship. On the island, other individuals had spontaneously banded together to combat the mutated zombies, numbering in the dozens. Zhao Wenxuan intended to report on the status of his team upon returning to the armed forces, only to be met with the sight of his former comrades transformed into zombies. It seemed he had severely underestimated the rapidity with which the zombie virus spread. Within his backpack lay the severed head of his former superior, the deputy chief of the armed forces on Dongshan Island, who was also his girlfriend's father. With his own hands, he had decapitated his now zombified father-in-law, a grim act he undertook in consideration of his girlfriend. However, this mission also confirmed his immunity to the zombie virus. Having contracted it and subsequently recovered, the zombies regarded him as one of their own, refraining from biting him, yet maintaining a wary distance. The zombies had evolved, with some exhibiting a degree of intelligence. Thus he dared not traverse freely among them. Brother, I have several individuals trapped by zombies in the substation. Do you have any effective solutions? Xu Mingda inquired, his eyes wide with concern. Zhao Wenxuan shot him a glance of disdain before turning away. Chapter 148 with a chuckle. I assured you that I would not let you assist me in vain. Name your condition. Xu Mingda understood that Zhao Wenxuan was quite cunning. Leaning back, he stated, take me to the mainland, and I shall divulge what you seek. Zhao Wenxuan retorted, the mainland is teeming with zombies. What purpose would you serve there? To become a mere guinea pig, reduced to a mere carcass by those so-called experts? Xu Mingda inquired, that is of no concern to you. Zhao Wenxuan continued, in truth, I yearned to journey to the mainland in search of a doctor, hoping to rescue my girlfriend. After all, she is unlike any other zombie. Brother, can we truly trust this fellow? Yang Gukai, witnessing the legendary tales spun by Zhao Wenxuan, felt his CPU nearly overheat, casting a bewildered gaze at Xu Mingda. If you choose not to believe, there is little I can do, Zhao Wenxuan replied. My younger brother enjoys jesting. Are you not bound for the mainland? I shall accompany you. Zhao Wenxuan's words ignited a sense of vigilance and urgency within Xu Mingda. He had initially presumed that Xiao Wu and his companions had merely been unfortunate enough to attract the attention of the zombies. However, considering that Xiao Wu led inexperienced newcomers lacking in combat experience, their entrapment now appeared far more dire. Observing the agility and ferocity of the zombies pursuing Zhao Wenxuan, it was evident that these creatures had evolved beyond their initial state, exhibiting a semblance of intelligence. Thus, Xiao Wu and his team would be at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Recognizing that if Xiao Wu could not prevail, his own chances of rescuing them were equally uncertain. Xu Mingda realized that he could muster only 5 combatants, including himself, and Wu Zuowei was tasked with controlling the vehicle. He was uncertain if he could return to the armored vehicle after disembarking. Therefore, Zhao Wenxuan's extensive experience navigating zombie-infested terrains was of paramount importance. At this juncture, should Zhao Wenxuan be willing to assist, he would effectively be saving the entire team. Xu Mingda readily consented to escort Zhao Wenxuan to the mainland, for their interests were now intertwined. Should they fall victim to the zombies, it would bode poorly for Zhao Wenxuan as well. Seeing that Xu Mingda no longer pressed him for his methods to combat the zombies and had agreed to facilitate his journey to the mainland, Zhao Wenxuan settled back into his seat. At that moment, Yang Wakai turned to Wu Zuowei, cautioning him that the substation was drawing near and advised him to be vigilant. Are you not meant to take me to the mainland? Zhao Wenxuan abruptly rose from his seat. I must first visit the substation to pick up a few friends before escorting you. Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly, let me off the vehicle. As Zhao Wenxuan spoke, he grabbed his backpack and made his way to the rear of the vehicle. Brother, if you proceed in such a manner, you shall find yourself friendless. Xu Mingda warned coldly, observing Zhao Wenxuan's intent to flee. You are courting death. I can hear them, waiting for you. Zhao Wenxuan turned to Xu Mingda, asserting, I refuse to serve as your sacrificial offering. You think you can take advantage and simply walk away? Not so easily. Yang Guokai gritted his teeth. Having long harbored disdain for Zhao Wenxuan, viewing him as a slippery character, yet Xu Mingda indulged him. He was prepared to teach the young rascal a lesson. And if he continued to defy, he might just toss him to the zombies. Do not resort to violence. Xu Mingda raised a hand to halt Yang Guokai. I am aware of your deep loyalty and unwavering commitment to your girlfriend. However, I too share a similar bond with my brothers at the substation, and I must rescue them. If you assist me, we can expedite our departure, and I shall ensure that your zombie girlfriend accompanies us as well. Xu Mingda stated with a grave expression. He understood that this was his final bargaining chip to hold Zhao Wenxuan. Indeed, Zhao Wenxuan paused, his brows furrowing as he regarded Xu Mingda. He had initially wished to avoid entanglements with anyone, yet lacking the ability to navigate the vessel himself. He found himself reliant on Xu Mingda to escape Dongshan Island for the mainland. Do you truly mean what you say? Zhao Wenxuan inquired, pointing accusingly at Xu Mingda. If you doubt my word, I shall let you go right now. My friends and I will save ourselves. Xu Mingda retorted. I shall place my trust in you. Just this once. Zhao Wenxuan deliberated for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding. Chapter 149. Xu Mingda's decision to humbly seek assistance from Zhao Wenxuan was driven entirely by brotherhood. Xiao Wu was his sworn brother. And now he found himself ensnared within the confines of the substation. Should Xu Mingda fail to intervene, both Xiao Wu and his men would surely meet a grim fate. Such a failure would obliterate Xu Mingda's reputation, leaving no one on Ganjingzi Island to believe he would rescue them from peril. Although, for the time being, no one possessed the means to challenge his authority, eventually, someone would rise to bear the banner of protection for the island, rendering Xu Mingda's prior efforts futile. The fall from grace he faced could lead to a lamentable end, something he could not possibly accept. Yet, to rescue Xiao Wu with only 3 or 5 loyal brothers to confront the merciless, wolf-like zombies was equally certain to end in death. The other brothers who had ventured to the island would fare no better. Xu Mingda would never allow the situation to deteriorate in such a manner. Thus, setting aside his pride to beseech Zhao Wenxuan for assistance was not a matter of great consequence. Should Zhao Wenxuan truly possess the ability to extricate Xiao Wu and the others safely, Xu Mingda would willingly bow before him in gratitude. Zhao Wenxuan seemed to sense Xu Mingda's sincerity. He retrieved his backpack, inspected the severed zombie head within, and then hoisted the bag onto his back. Brother, what equipment do you require? Speak freely. I shall provide whatever I possess. Xu Mingda understood the gravity of Zhao Wenxuan's mission and responded readily. I only need a helper to lure the zombies away, Zhao Wenxuan replied. The atmosphere within the armored vehicle instantly grew tense, and silence enveloped the group. Zhao Wenxuan's request for assistance implied the use of a decoy. The earlier incident involving Dong Jun being thrown from the vehicle echoed in everyone's minds, especially for Cui Taijun, who trembled in fear, unable to meet their gaze. Do you intend to toy with us? Yang Guokai asked coldly. If you're too afraid, then so be it. Zhao Wenxuan retorted with a mocking smile. Who are you referring to? Yang Guokai was instantly incensed. If none of you are willing, I shall go. Xu Mingda's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Brother, you stay in the vehicle. I will go with this brat. If he tries any tricks, I will deal with him first. Yang Guokai cocked his weapon with a resounding click. Humph, you are not capable. Zhao Wenxuan responded dismissively. You. Yang Guokai was so furious he nearly exploded at Zhao Wenxuan. Captain, I will go, Zhang Mingxing declared solemnly. Be cautious. We will provide support at any moment. Xu Mingda regarded the young soldier with a deep gaze, noting that Zhao Wenxuan did not oppose this decision. At that moment, to avoid alarming the zombies surrounding the substation, The armored vehicle had halted 100 meters from the site, nestled against a corner of a building. Through binoculars, one could discern that the Dongshan Island substation was a modest two-story structure. In front of the building stood several transformers of various models, enclosed by a wall that formed a yard. Within the courtyard, a pickup truck and a large freight vehicle were parked, already laden with electrical components. However, the presence of two corpses, not to expose their bones, attested to the perilous nature of acquiring these materials. Xiao Wu, I have dispatched someone to assist you. Xu Mingda shouted through the intercom. Brother, do not come here. I suspect this is a treacherous scheme. Those zombies appear to be luring us in. Aiming to draw all our people closer, Xiao Wu replied in a hushed and resentful tone from the other end of the intercom. Where are you? How many remain? Xu Mingda, upon noticing the clean surroundings of the substation and the absence of zombies encircling the small building, urgently inquired. Brother, we have 6 people left. We are on the 2nd floor, but we dare not move. These zombies are exceedingly formidable. They act like a pack of wolves on the hunt. The moment we reveal even the slightest shadow, they immediately spring forth to attack us. Xiao Wu said with a bitter smile. Damn, is it truly this bizarre? Xu Mingda muttered in disbelief, furrowing his brow as he grabbed his binoculars to survey the area surrounding the small 2nd floor. Chapter 150 At this moment, Xu Mingda felt that the situation within the substation was somewhat peculiar. The expansive courtyard revealed no trace of zombies. Had these creatures learned to conceal themselves? A shiver ran down Xu Mingda's spine. A normal person walking down an empty street, upon being informed of a knife-wielding assailant, would hastily secure their doors, too terrified to venture out. How much more alarming is it to know that this very street harbors an unknown number of zombies, not seeking merely to rob one of their belongings, but to consume flesh? The psychological pressure wrought by such dread is beyond what an average individual can endure. Furthermore, Xu Mingda was compelled to engage in a risky endeavor, akin to knowing the presence of a tiger, yet choosing to venture into its lair. Xie Tiandi, prepare the machine gun. Wu Zuowei, be ready to drive in for their rescue. Xu Mingda commanded, his brow furrowed, as he closely monitored Zhao Wenxuan and Zhang Mingxing's movements through binoculars. Within the circular field of view, Zhao Wenxuan, accompanied by Zhang Mingxing, cautiously approached the courtyard of the substation, halting approximately 30 meters away. Subsequently, Zhao Wenxuan opened his backpack, cradled a severed zombie head, and began to mimic the creature's guttural growls. In a swift motion, Zhao Wenxuan dashed towards the courtyard. Suddenly, as if conjured by magic, several zombies emerged from the corners of the building, beneath vehicles, and from behind trees, lunging at Zhang Mingxing to intercept him. Zhang Mingxing executed a sharp turn, sprinting towards the building across from the substation. To Xu Mingda's astonishment, more zombies sprang from within that building, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surrounded Zhang Mingxing. By heaven, these zombies are far too cunning. Xu Mingda found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that these seemingly clumsy and mindless creatures would set a trap to ensnare unsuspecting passersby. It appeared that this world was destined to become the domain of the undead, as few living souls could withstand such a coordinated hunt. Zhang Mingxing, however, was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing the zombies converge, he remained composed, raising his automatic rifle and delivering precise bursts of fire at the approaching horde. Though the zombies were cunning and ferocious, they were ultimately unarmed, and faced with the devastating power of firearms, they were rendered helpless. Nevertheless, these relentless creatures had no intention of retreating easily, continuing their assault with savage cries. In no time, several dismembered bodies of zombies littered the ground before Zhang Mingxing. Yet an even greater number encircled him. At that critical moment, Zhao Wenxuan, who had disguised his intentions to ambush Zhang Mingxing, stealthily maneuvered into the courtyard of the substation, making his way toward the entrance of the 2nd floor. Quickly, drive the vehicle over to assist Zhang Mingxing. Seeing Zhao Wenxuan cleverly approach the 2nd floor of the substation, Xu Mingda issued a command for Wu Zuowei to accelerate towards the street in front of the substation. He would not allow anything to happen to Zhang Mingxing. Yes. With a resounding affirmation from Wu Zuowei, the armored vehicle roared to life and surged forward. Meanwhile, Xie Tiandi stood atop the armored vehicle, partially exposing himself. As he operated the machine gun mounted on the roof, beginning to unleash a hail of bullets upon the zombies attacking Zhang Mingxing. Bullets, thick as fingers, whizzed through the air, reducing the zombies to mere flesh and bone, scattering them in disarray. At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan, who had just entered the 2nd floor, abruptly retreated. Xu Mingda noticed him, clutching a zombie's severed head, as he hurriedly fled, seemingly confronted by some horrific event. Suddenly, 2 zombies shrieked and charged out from the 2nd floor, pursuing Zhao Wenxuan. Realizing that the stench from the head was no longer sufficient to conceal him, Zhao resorted to hurling the decapitated head at the relentless zombies behind him. With a leap, he ascended onto a large truck parked in the yard. The two zombies, undeterred, scrambled up after him. Just as it seemed they would seize him, Xiao burst forth from the second floor with his men, firing his weapon and obliterating the two zombies. The vicinity of the substation had devolved into a chaotic battlefield. The roar of armored vehicles and the thunderous crack of heavy machine guns reverberated throughout the once tranquil street, accompanied by the sharp sounds of rifles in the hands of Zhang Mingxing, Xu Mingda, and Yang Gukai. The zombies, drawn by the cacophony, began converging towards Xu Mingda and his group. Seizing the moment while the horde's attention was captivated by the armored vehicle, Xiao Wu swiftly led his team into the pickup truck and cargo vehicle. With the transformers still unloaded, they neglected to finish their task, starting the engines and speeding onto the street, eager to escape this treacherous place. Chapter 151. Elder Brother, we must flee. The number of zombies is increasing. After ensuring his companions were safely aboard, Xiao Wu seized the walkie-talkie and called out to Xu Mingda. Second brother, you retreat first. I will cover you from behind. Xu Mingda responded loudly. The armored vehicle, heavy and robust, was fortified against typical machine gun fire, instilling in Xu Mingda a firm confidence that it could withstand a barrage of attacks. Furthermore, Zhang Mingxing was besieged by a horde of zombies, unable to break free. Thus, Xu Mingda could not abandon him. At that moment, Zhang Mingxing was engulfed in panic. His rifle was loaded with 30 rounds, and he had 2 additional magazines filled. He had initially thought that after delivering a series of shots, he would manage to escape the encirclement. Yet, these zombies seemed utterly fearless. Each bullet that felled one only drew in more, their shrieks echoing as they lunged forward. This relentless onslaught filled him with despair, the grotesque, fearsome faces before him striking terror into his heart. He scarcely had time to reload his magazine. Fortunately, Xu Mingda did not forsake him. Instead, he maneuvered the armored vehicle with reckless abandon, the mounted machine gun roaring to life, shattering the zombies that lunged toward Zhang Mingxing, granting him a brief respite to reload. However, the armored vehicle was not invincible. The blood and remains of the fallen soon caused the tires to slip. Wu Zuowei tirelessly adjusted the vehicle's position, striving to prevent it from getting bogged down by the corpses. Zhang Mingxing, hurry. Move towards us. Xu Mingda, seeing Zhang Mingxing retreat while fighting, grew anxious and called out, flinging open the vehicle door. Just then, a zombie lunged at Xu Mingda from several meters away, its maw agape. With a resounding thud, Xu Mingda slammed the door shut, the frenzied howls of the undead echoing from outside. What do we do? The door won't budge. Xu Mingda lamented, frustration evident in his voice. In that moment, Xie Tiandi suddenly slid down from the sunroof, forcefully shutting it with a bang. Before Xu Mingda could inquire, a series of thuds resounded from the vehicle. The atmosphere inside grew heavy with dread. The zombies were overwhelming. If they did not depart immediately, the armored vehicle would be ensnared. Yet, Zhang Mingxing was still fighting valiantly below. Xu Mingda understood that he could not abandon him. Boss, why not throw him out? It might buy us some time. Yang Gukai suddenly directed his gaze towards Cui Taijun, who had been cowering in the corner of the vehicle. The suggestion left Cui Taijun wide-eyed and speechless with fear. No. We cannot do that. Anyone who wishes to leave with us must not be left behind. Xu Mingda gritted his teeth and replied. He was reluctant to part with Cui Taijun, for he alone could pilot the guiding vessel. Xu Mingda had agreed to escort Cui Taijun home to find his wife. But that was merely a pretext. He desired to show Cui Taijun the realities of Dongshan Town, hoping to secure his unwavering loyalty. As for Dongjun, he was deliberately included to illustrate to Cui Taijun the fate that awaited those devoured by the zombies. At that moment, the armored vehicle was entirely encircled by zombies, those atop it attempting to pry open the sunroof and invade within. As the heavy machine gun on the vehicle fell silent, Zhang Mingxing found himself devoid of support, and the encroaching horde of zombies around him swelled alarmingly. These creatures exhibited an unsettling agility, executing movements that would confound an ordinary person, catching him off guard. It became evident that Zhang Mingxing was on the verge of being encircled once more by the relentless undead. Yang Gukai, noticing Xu Mingda's reluctance to use Cui Taijun as bait, shifted his attention to the formidable hammer within the vehicle. Wait a moment, do you have grenades on you? Xu Mingda called out loudly to Wu Zuowei and Xie Tiandi. Captain, I only have a few shotgun shells. Xie Tiandi quickly reported. Wu Zuowei, can we release some fuel to create an explosion with the shotgun? Can our armored vehicle withstand such a blast? Xu Mingda inquired with urgency. Captain, it should be fine. Our vehicle is blast resistant. Wu Zuowei replied, brimming with excitement. Hurry up, or Zhang Mingxing won't last. Xu Mingda shouted. In this dire situation, he had no choice but to resort to extremes, concocting an explosion that the armored vehicle could withstand, hoping to inflict widespread damage upon the zombies. Only in this way could he save Zhang Mingxing and ensure their own survival. Xie Tiandi and Wu Zuowei, being elite special forces, swiftly prepared 2 makeshift gasoline bombs. Xu Mingda instructed them to toss the bombs from either side of the vehicle. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a plume of thick smoke and flames swirling beside the armored vehicle. The shockwave from the blast hurled the zombies attempting to climb onto the vehicle, limbs flying as if they were barnacles being pried from a turtle's shell, an exhilarating sight. Quickly, go retrieve Zhang Mingxing. Xu Mingda shouted with exhilaration. Captain Su. The vehicle one team moved. Wu Zuowei exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 152. Xu Mingda initially intended to seize the moment of the explosion to rush over and assist Zhang Mingxing into the vehicle. To his dismay, Wu Zuowei suddenly discovered that the car had become immobile. Has the explosion damaged our vehicle? Xu Mingda inquired anxiously. I'm uncertain, Wu Zuowei responded, attempting to restart the armored car. Yonggukai, go check, Xu Mingda said, his brow furrowed. At that moment, the zombies, having been thrown into disarray by the explosion, were still reeling. Without hesitation, Yang Guokai opened the door and peered beneath the vehicle. He quickly returned, stating, a large rock was dislodged by the blast and is now lodged against the wheel. With that, he retrieved a crowbar from the car, ready to pry the stone away. However, as the zombies noticed someone had exited the vehicle, they began to lunge towards it. Damn it, seeking death, Xu Mingda exclaimed, grabbing a shotgun and unleashing a barrage upon the encroaching undead. Meanwhile, Wu Zuowei and Xie Tiandi seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to wield their automatic weapons and provide cover for their comrade. Just as Zhang Mingxing was about to successfully board the vehicle, a female zombie lunged at him with startling agility, landing on his back and gnashing her teeth. Zhang Mingxing grasped the female zombie by her hair and yanked her off, subsequently using the butt of his gun to crush her skull. Zhang Mingxing, hurry up! Wu Zuowei and Xie Tiandi shouted urgently, realizing he was under attack. Brothers, I've been bitten. I may not be able to fight alongside you any longer. Zhang Mingxing grimaced as he felt blood on his neck, standing resolutely before the vehicle. Zhang Mingxing, what is your condition? Xu Mingda sensed the gravity of the situation as Zhang Mingxing halted. Captain Su, thank you for sheltering my 3 brothers, but I cannot go back with you. You must leave quickly. I will cover you. After declaring this, Zhang Mingxing lifted his rifle and turned to begin firing at the approaching zombies once more. Mingxing, get in the car, urged Wu Zuowei. Yes, Mingxing, you might not necessarily be infected. Hurry. Both Wu Zuowei and Xie Tiandi cried out with urgency, their eyes glistening with desperation. Wu Zuowei even contemplated descending from the vehicle to drag Zhang Mingxing back. Damn it, if he has truly been bitten, he cannot board the car. Otherwise, we are finished. Yang Guokai shouted hoarsely, witnessing the unfolding chaos. I don't care. I must save him. He was bitten for our sake. Wu Zuowei glared fiercely at Yang Guokai. You all are courting death. You cannot endanger the entire island. Yang Guokai, casting aside the crowbar, angrily sought a weapon. Everyone, remain calm. Xu Mingda interjected forcefully, waving his hand to regain control. The others turned their attention to him, realizing the seriousness of the situation. If he has been bitten, he cannot remain with us. However, I will not abandon this brother. I will find a vehicle to isolate him until we reach the harbor. That female zombie was able to save Zhao Wenxuan. She may very well save Zhang Mingxing, Xu Mingda declared with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, Wu Zuowei and Xie Tiandi's anxious emotions began to stabilize. I will find a vehicle, Xie Tiandi exclaimed, rushing towards a car parked by the roadside. From behind the vehicle, a ghastly zombie suddenly emerged, glaring at him menacingly. Brother, look who has arrived. At that moment, Yang Guokai exclaimed with fervor. Xu Mingda followed his gaze and beheld a large excavator approaching down the road. To his delight, seated in the excavator's bucket was none other than Xiaowu himself. Moreover, he was thrilled to see that the 2 construction vehicles operated by his subordinates had also returned. Indeed, this is our true brother. Let's all join forces and vanquish these zombies. With the arrival of reinforcements, Xu Mingda's heart, which had been on the brink of despair, was instantly lifted. Chapter 153. The others in the vehicle suddenly felt a jolt of energy. On the road, Xiaowu resembled a colossal transformer, careening wildly in the excavator. The massive bucket at the front of the machine acted like his enormous fist, sweeping away several zombies with a single motion and with another strike, reducing others to mere pulp. In the presence of this terrifying behemoth, Xu Mingda and his companions' firearms appeared utterly inadequate. The horde of zombies was evidently intimidated by Xiaowu's display of power. They attempted to leap onto the excavator, hoping to drag Xiaowu out. But Xu Mingda and his team expertly targeted these clever undead. Soon, the 2 groups converged. The zombies, now daunted by the excavator's might, dared not approach too closely, resorting instead to frantic, impotent roars nearby. Seeing the armored vehicle stuck, Xiaowu utilized the excavator to extricate it before finally dismounting. At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan also leaped down from a construction vehicle and approached Xu Mingda, seemingly still preoccupied with the promise Xu had made to him. Brother, I feel I've been a burden to you, Xu Wu expressed with a face full of guilt as he gazed at Xu Mingda. It's hardly a burden. We are all good brothers, Xu Mingda replied, his brow furrowed as he observed his sworn brother. Xu Wu must have been under immense psychological strain. Despite only a day apart, he looked haggard, his eyes reddened. Zhao Wenxuan, I appreciate your efforts in bringing my brother back, Xu Mingda acknowledged as Zhao Wenxuan walked over. His demeanor somewhat despondent. I'm not as formidable as you might think, Zhao Wenxuan shrugged with a wry smile. The mutations among the zombies had rendered his unique abilities seemingly insufficient. Brother, you have already done your utmost. I understand, but I must ask one more thing. My brother has been bitten by a zombie. Do you have any way to help him? Xu Mingda regarded Zhao Wenxuan earnestly. He recognized that Zhao Wenxuan was not an omnipotent deity. Otherwise, he would not have needed to heed Xu's commands. He is changing rapidly. You must keep him away from your group, Zhao Wenxuan asserted, casting a glance at Zhang Mingxing. Clear a vehicle on your end. I need to transport Zhang Mingxing back. Xu Mingda instructed Xiao Wu, gesturing towards Zhang Mingxing, who stood nearby. No, I want to leave. Zhang Mingxing suddenly howled in an eerie voice. He seemed to be struggling against the virus's control within him, but blood had begun to seep from his eyes and mouth, indicating that the vascular mucosal tissues in his body were undergoing mutations. No, Zhang Mingxing, you must obey orders. Wu Zuowei and Xia Tiandi rushed over in an attempt to restrain him. Everyone stay back. Keep your distance, Zhao Wenxuan shouted as he dashed towards Zhang Mingxing, extending his arm in an attempt to choke him. In that instant, Zhang Mingxing lost control, lunging forward to bite Zhao Wenxuan's arm. Ah! Zhao Wenxuan let out a low roar of pain, using all his strength to bring Zhang Mingxing down to the ground. Zhang Mingxing, once well-trained, now exhibited tremendous strength, making him impossible for Zhao Wenxuan to restrain. Quick, help. Seeing Zhang Mingxing struggling fiercely, Wu Zuowei and Xia Tiandi rushed forward together to subdue him, binding him with a heavy iron chain. Quick, bring your vehicle over, commanded Xiao Wu, gesturing to one of his subordinates to drive the pickup truck closer. In the back of the truck was a large iron cabinet containing electrical instruments. Xiao Wu instructed his men to remove the equipment and place the restrained Zhang Mingxing inside the cabinet. This measure would not only protect Zhang from being bitten by other zombies, but also prevent him from harming others. Everyone boarded the vehicles, preparing to retreat towards the port. With a command from Xu Mingda, the group swiftly re-entered the vehicles. The armored vehicle led the way, while Xiao Wu maneuvered the excavator at the rear. And the convoy promptly headed towards Dongshan port. Behind them trailed a horde of reluctant zombies. At an unknown moment, a bald zombie suddenly pointed, prompting the mass of undead to surge in the direction of the port. A tide of corpses was beginning to form. Chapter 154. As the armored vehicle carrying Xu Mingda and Yang Gukai approached the dock, Xu Mingda quickly leaped from the vehicle and rushed towards the construction vehicle at the back. At that moment, Zhang Mingxing was bound in iron chains, confined within a metal box. Zhang Mingxing, how are you? Xu Mingda called out loudly. I'm fine. Zhang Mingxing gritted his teeth, raising his chin defiantly. Xu Mingda noticed the alarming flush on his face and the bulging veins on his neck, indicating he was enduring immense pain. Zhang Mingxing, hold on a little longer. I will take you for treatment immediately, Xu Mingda exclaimed, turning to signal the crane that had followed him, indicating for it to lift Zhang Mingxing along with the iron box onto the grain ship. Meanwhile, on the pilot boat, Han Li and Du Hao received news of Xu Mingda's rescue mission and hurried to the dock to join him. Upon learning that Zhang Mingxing had contracted the zombie virus and required treatment from a zombie girl named Ming Lei aboard the grain ship, they exchanged bewildered glances. It was the first time they had heard that zombies could provide treatment, let alone cure the zombie virus. Nevertheless, they were willing to believe in the efficacy of this method. Captain Xu, I believe it would be sufficient for one person to stay on the cargo ship to watch over Zhang Mingxing. The rest of us should remain near the pilot boat. Du Hao quietly advised Xu Mingda. After all, the zombie virus was highly contagious, and there were indications of mutations. Xu Mingda recognized the validity of Du Hao's suggestion. Captain Xu, I will care for Zhang Mingxing. He is my teammate, and I have a responsibility to look after him. Wu Zuowei volunteered upon hearing the need for someone to watch over Zhang Mingxing on the merchant ship. Captain Xu, I will go as well. Zhang Mingxing is my comrade. He was injured while covering for us. I must care for him. At this moment, Xia Tiandi also stepped forward. I understand your camaraderie, but the team also needs you. Here's the plan. One of you can go, while the other remains with the team, Xu Mingda replied. Wu Zuowei and Xia Tiandi exchanged glances before expressing their desire to go. Ultimately, Xu Mingda decided to send Xia Tiandi to care for their comrade while keeping the Special Operations Group leader, Wu Zuowei, behind. Wu Zuowei, as the leader of the Special Operations Group, although your team has suffered significant losses during this mission, the Special Operations Group will not falter. we will rebuild it. Therefore, your presence is essential to oversee the work, Xu Mingda said gravely. Previously, the Special Operations Group consisted of only 3 members. With one injured and another going to provide care, only Wu Zuowei remained as the leader. However, Xu Mingda had resolved to establish a larger and more well-trained Special Operations Group in the future, dedicated to executing similar rescue missions. He decided that, barring any exceptional circumstances, he would no longer partake in such perilous endeavors. As the saying goes, a bear leads a pack of bears. Talented subordinates like Wu Zuowei, who had proven themselves in battle and demonstrated remarkable resilience, were exceedingly rare. Xu Mingda was reluctant to let Wu Zuowei attend to the injured. Understood, Wu Zuowei responded solemnly, standing at attention. In an effort to appease Wu Zuowei, he dispatched Wang Hongyan from the team to accompany Xie Tiandi on the guardianship mission. Although Wang Hongyan was filled with trepidation, she had no choice but to comply with Xu Mingda's orders. Zhao Wenxuan, this time, we are relying entirely on you. Xu Mingda solemnly addressed Zhao Wenxuan. I should also express my gratitude for your decision not to harm Meng Lei. However, I cannot guarantee her ability to cure this virus. When the time comes, do not hold it against me. Zhao Wenxuan replied. Chapter 155. Rest assured. Regardless of whether Zhang Mingxing can be saved, I shall not hold you responsible. Moreover, I owe you a considerable favor, Xu Mingda declared. As the arm of the excavator ascended, the iron box containing Zhang Mingxing was gradually lifted into the air and placed upon the deck of the bulk carrier, which boasted a capacity of 10,000 tons. At this moment, Xie Tiandi and Zhao Wenxuan, accompanied by Wang Hongyan, also ascended the ship via the gangway. Brother, the outcome now rests upon you, Xie Tiandi said, casting a profound gaze at Zhao Wenxuan. I am uncertain whether this method of using poison against poison will be effective against the novel virus, but I shall exert my utmost efforts. Zhao Wenxuan, recognizing that Xie Tiandi was also a member of the People's Liberation Army, felt a measure of respect for him. Together, they worked to extricate Zhang Mingxing from the iron box. Zhang Mingxing, we are about to employ a unique method to save you. You must trust us and cooperate. Xie Tiandi observed that Zhang Mingxing's consciousness was fading. He occasionally rolled his eyes, and the veins beneath his skin had darkened alarmingly. Concerned, he called out, prompting a flicker of awareness to return to Zhang Mingxing. Xie Tiandi, do not concern yourselves with me. Just leave. Hurry. Take him to the lower hold. At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan seized a helmet and swiftly placed it over Zhang Mingxing's face to prevent him from biting. Then signaled to Xie Tiandi to assist in carrying him down below. Although Wang Hongyan's legs trembled with fear, she understood that she bore the crucial responsibility of documenting the treatment process. This might represent humanity's first instance of utilizing the virus from a living zombie to treat an individual newly infected with the zombie virus. The efficacy of this approach and its subsequent ramifications held profound significance for future research on the zombie virus. In the lower hold, Zhao Wenxuan arrived first at the cabin where Meng Lei was confined, using the key provided by Xu Mingda to unlock the door. Upon seeing Zhao Wenxuan, Meng Lei sprang to her feet, seemingly eager to convey something, yet she could only emit a terrifying shriek. Meng Lei, I know you miss me. I too cannot bear to be apart from you. I have brought you something to eat, Zhao Wenxuan said, retrieving a piece of frozen meat from his backpack. No, Meng Lei rejected in a hoarse voice. Meng Lei, I cannot bring you another living person to consume. I have found one who has just been bitten by a zombie. Please assist him, just as you once aided me. Zhao Wenxuan implored earnestly. No. Meng Lei emitted another desperate wail, tugging at the chains at her feet, which clattered loudly. Listen to me. If you do not comply, I shall ignore you forever. Zhao Wenxuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Meng Lei, clearly comprehending, grew increasingly agitated. Bring him in. Yet Zhao Wenxuan disregarded her and waved to Xie Tiandi outside the door. Meanwhile, on Xu Mingda's end, Lu Shui and Zhang Jun also received news. Their planned collection of supplies had been completed, and they awaited Xu Mingda's command in the port area. Inform them to immediately load the cargo onto the ship and set sail back to Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda commanded through the radio to both of them. He prepared to return to Ganjingzi Island overnight, accompanied by Xiao Wu's second team, taking separate government and pilot vessels. After all, the zombies on Dongshan Island had already evolved, and he could no longer guarantee his safety on this side of the dock. Should they encounter a highly intelligent zombie, akin to those they faced at the substation, their entire endeavor could end in utter annihilation, rendering all their efforts futile. Chapter 156. This time, although Xu Mingda's expedition to Dongshan Island yielded a bountiful harvest, he felt as if he returned with clipped wings. After all, he had injured Zhang Mingxing from the Special Operations Team, its most formidable and valued member, rendering the team effectively incapacitated. However, he soon recovered from this dejection. One must always strive to see the silver lining. Ultimately, he had accomplished the primary objective of the mission. Not only had he brought back several tons of rice and 2 containers of food, but he had also secured a pilot boat and a plethora of mechanical equipment. Particularly noteworthy was the young man, Zhao Wenxuan, whom he had recently met, who had provided him with innovative strategies to combat and overcome the zombie threat. Perhaps he was one of the few individuals in the world dedicated to researching the cure for those infected with the zombie virus. If he could discover a method to heal or even control the progression of the virus, he would become one of the most valuable and esteemed individuals in existence. Thus, after a brief spell of gloom, Xu Mingda found himself uplifted once more. Life rarely offers perfection. With gain inevitably comes loss. It is only by adopting a light-hearted perspective that one can truly embrace the beauty and joy of life. That midnight, Xu Mingda returned triumphantly to Ganjingzi Island with his fleet. Due to the considerable tonnage of the pilot boat, it could only anchor offshore. At this moment, the second-in-command, Cui Taijun, who had sworn unwavering loyalty to Xu Mingda, anchored the vessel about 2 to 3 kilometers from Ganjingzi, dropping the anchor into the sea. The other crew members aboard the pilot boat diligently performed their duties to ensure the vessel's integrity. Fearful that Xu Mingda might treat them as he had with Dong Jun, throwing them into a horde of zombies or casting them into the sea. The harsh realities of life serve as the greatest teachers. Now, even if Xu Mingda were to issue any demands, they would comply without hesitation. On the official boat, Xu Mingda reclined on the sofa at the helm, observing Yang Gukai skillfully maneuvering the vessel into port. The special operations team members Zhang Mingxing and Xie Tiandi, along with the female crew member Wang Hongyin, had remained on the merchant ship at Dongshan port, while Han Li oversaw the newly recruited crew aboard the pilot boat. Thus, only Yang Gukai and Wu Zuowei remained alongside him. The previously vibrant atmosphere aboard the ship had vanished, leaving a sense of somberness in its wake. "It's too late today. Let us not go up and rest here for the night," Xu Mingda remarked once Yang Gukai had secured the boat. Afterward, he headed to the restroom to freshen up. Upon his exit, he found Do Hao waiting for him outside the door. "You should also get some rest," Xu Mingda suggested, yawning as he made his way towards the male dormitory. "Aren't you afraid they'll snore?" Do Hao inquired calmly. "Surely not. They're all so young, oh dear." "What if?" Xu Mingda responded, pondering. "You don't snore, do you?" "I do not snore, but I talk in my sleep," Do Hao replied, closing the restroom door behind him. "Talking in your sleep is better than snoring." Xu Mingda turned to see Yang Gukai winking at him, and he shot him an embarrassed glare. Subsequently, he took a seat in the female dormitory where Do Hao resided. Tonight appears to be a splendid evening, everything unfolding as it should. The ship is sparsely populated, and Jiang Xiao remains unaware of their return. Du Hao's actions have already affirmed her loyalty to herself. Thus, it is time to delve into the specifics of the affection shared between Du Hao and Xu Mingda. As Du Hao entered the room, wiping her hands, she cast a mocking glance at Xu Mingda, who exhibited no trace of embarrassment. "Perhaps you should change your attire," Du Hao suggested, her tone devoid of further mockery. "Is it necessary?" Xu Mingda replied, surveying his jacket with uncertainty. However, Du Hao had already retrieved a freshly ironed silk set of lingerie from the wardrobe and tossed it beside him. She then turned her back to Xu Mingda to don her nightgown. As he beheld her graceful silhouette, a wave of thirst and a rapid heartbeat surged within him. "Why haven't you changed yet?" Du Hao turned back, noticing Xu Mingda still clad in his outerwear, and playfully inquired. "Must I?" he asked. "Be obedient." "One must change before sleeping," she replied, approaching him with the intention of assisting him in undressing. "Who is one?" Xu Mingda felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, jolting him into clarity. "Humph, are you jealous?" Du Hao, sensing the shift in Xu Mingda's demeanor, quickly sat beside him and spoke softly. "Not at all. I wouldn't dare. I'm not like those wealthy gentlemen." Xu Mingda retorted sarcastically before abruptly rising to his feet. The thought that Du Hao had likely been with numerous men ignited a flame of unnameable anger within him. "Do you care about my past?" Du Hao instantly grasped Xu Mingda's sentiment, feeling both heartbroken and touched. The sorrow stemmed from her youthful naivety, having been exploited by the Zhai family as a mere ornament and a tool for coercion. Yet, she was moved by the fact that Xu Mingda did not perceive her as a mere vessel for desire but had developed genuine feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have spoken thus. "I am weary. Let us not discuss this matter tonight. It's time for rest." Xu Mingda, recognizing his unreasonable behavior, was perplexed by the unexpected pang of jealousy he felt. He understood that Du Hao was far from being his ultimate destination, and their relationship was merely a fleeting affair. Yet, he found himself unexpectedly vulnerable, undone by a mere set of lingerie. "Damn it, I've embarrassed myself, revealing my humble origins," Xu Mingda initially thought, feeling a twinge of inferiority. However, he soon sought to rationalize his feelings, lamenting that he merely wished for intimacy without the need for the rituals akin to marriage. This has entirely dampened my spirits. Suddenly, Xu Mingda felt a surge of conviction, disregarding Du Hao's attempts to retain him, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 157. As Xu Mingda returned to the male dormitory, his demeanor was quite irritable, and Yang Gukai and Zhang Mingxing were still awake. "What's wrong, boss?" Yang Gukai sprang up from his bed, his curiosity piqued. "It seems that propriety has been cast aside in this room, hasn't it?" Xu Mingda retorted. "Brother, are you feeling guilty, or is it something else?" Yang Gukai exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Zuowei, suppressing their urge to expose Xu Mingda's discomfort. Xu Mingda slumbered until dawn, only rousing when Jiang Xiaoyu and Guomei boarded the ship. "Xu, I never imagined you would bring back such a bounty of provisions." "Our island is saved," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her admiration palpable. "Oh, it's merely a trifling matter," Xu Mingda replied, attempting to maintain a facade of modesty before her. Yet, he understood the significance of the several tons of food he had procured. Fearing prolonged delays, he resolved to expedite the unloading of the supplies. Only feeling at ease once they were safely stored on Ganjingzi Island. At that moment, Fu Biao and Hao Wenbin approached, seeing that Xu Mingda was awake. They hurried in to discuss the day's tasks. Third brother, organize the manpower swiftly. Instruct Zhang Jun to ready the tugboat. We need to transport the containers filled with provisions into the port immediately. Old Fu. Coordinate with Zhao Dongguang to prepare a level area on the island for the containers to be unloaded, Xu Mingda directed. Yes, I will attend to it right away. Fu Biao responded eagerly, heading out to find Zhang Dongguang, who was responsible for logistics. Finding personnel would not pose a challenge. Nearly 100 individuals were isolated under the guise of quarantine. "Brother, whenever you find a moment of respite, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Hao Wenbin hesitated to say to Xu Mingda as Fu Biao exited. "Third brother, when did you become so hesitant? Am I ever free of tasks? We are brothers." "Just speak your mind," Xu Mingda replied, bemused by Hao Wenbin's timidity. "Indeed, cousin, since Su has returned, you should promptly inform Su de Gu," Jiang Xiaoyu urged. "Brother, we encountered trouble while patrolling the sea yesterday. We were bullied by a group," Hao Wenbin confessed. "What?" Xu Mingda could hardly believe his ears. He had provided Hao Wenbin with a firearm, after all. They claimed to be city water police, demanding to requisition our vessel. I did not comply and fled back. They pursued us until they saw our numbers and the barriers we had set up, then they departed. But they warned us they would return today, Hao Wenbin explained. "Have you reported this to Fu Biao and the others?" Xu Mingda inquired, his brow furrowing. "I have. However, Fu Biao suggested that they might indeed be genuine water police, as they possess the authority. He assured me he knows some of them and advised me not to worry. He will resolve the matter," Hao Wenbin replied. "Third brother, remember this. We are in apocalyptic times. No one will come to your aid. When you were fleeing from zombies, who was there for you?" Xu Mingda remarked with a disdainful snort. "I understand, brother," Hao Wenbin acknowledged. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's words, Hao Wenbin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At that moment, Do Hao also approached, her hair tousled. She appeared to have had a restless night, her eyes swollen and tired. Nonetheless, upon seeing Jiang Xiao and Guomei present, she mustered a smile and greeted them warmly. "Su team leader, should I inquire with Miss Lina? They are familiar with the city officials and might know the true intentions of the water police department." Listening to Hao Wenbin express concern about the water police's interest in Ganjingzi Island, she looked anxiously at Xu Mingda. The reason Xu Mingda wielded considerable influence on Ganjingzi Island was largely due to his title as the captain of the Water Enforcement Squad. Now that the city's water police had come to enforce the law here, it was evident they were eyeing the resources of Ganjingzi Island. If not handled properly, it could ultimately be Xu Mingda who would suffer the consequences. "Let us hold off for now. We'll assess the situation first," Xu Mingda mused, shaking his head. He was reluctant to rely on the Zhai family's power, as it would reduce him to a subordinate of theirs, given his understanding of those societal leaders. Such assistance would come at a cost. The provisions he had procured from Dongshan Island could easily be seized, perhaps even half or more. He had no desire to bear such a silent loss. The only viable strategy was to swiftly transport those supplies onto the island and conceal them. As for the water police or anyone else, he would delay as long as possible. Xu Mingda harbored doubts about the integrity of the current power structure in the city. He surmised that a prominent figure had likely set their sights on Ganjingzi Island, aiming to recruit him as an underling. Damn it. If you wish to take on the role of my elder brother, you must possess the strength to back it up, Xu Mingda thought. This time, he had returned from Dongshan Island with several formidable weapons. These arms would certainly give external forces pause before attempting to invade the island. One should not aim to pilfer and end up worse off. If one seeks to be my elder brother, they may find themselves subordinate to me instead. Xu Mingda scoffed coldly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Let us go. We must expedite the unloading of the cargo from the pilot boat. With this thought, Xu Mingda instructed his capable aide, Yang Wakai. Chapter 158. The pilot vessel Chui Taijun had long since awakened. In fact, he had not slept a wink throughout the night. The scattered glimmers of fire on Ganjingzi Island instilled in him a sense of hope. Power had long been disrupted at Dongshan Port, and once night fell. Apart from the lights aboard the vessel, darkness enveloped everything else, intermittently pierced by the eerie howls of unknown creatures. Such despair was beyond the comprehension of the ordinary individual. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the significance of light, fire, and companionship for humanity as a social species. At that instant, he marveled at the sheer number of inhabitants on this small, desolate island, one devoid of the chilling howls typical of the undead. It felt as though he had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living, and he was eager to join this newfound community. Chief Engineer Sun Yi and the 5 other crew members aboard the vessel were equally stirred, their excitement rendering sleep elusive. This was not merely a matter of sustenance. It was the exhilaration of scattered individuals finally reuniting with a community. Therefore, when a boat approached to inquire about their situation and boarded their vessel, Chui Taijun and Sun Yi were filled with joy. However, unloading the cargo proved to be quite a challenge, as the pilot vessel lacked any cranes or similar equipment. The task of maneuvering the heavy containers, each weighing several tons, was far beyond their capabilities. Ultimately, they devised a plan to dock the pilot vessel alongside the bulk carrier that Lu Da and the others were on, utilizing the crane from the bulk carrier to transfer the containers into the harbor. Yet, this method was fraught with significant difficulties. After all, they were not well acquainted with the small fishing port of Ganjingzi Island and were unaware of the depths of the waterways or the distribution of reefs. To proceed recklessly would entail considerable risk. In the past, Chui Taijun would have expressed his frustration vocally, even if offered fine cigarettes and liquor with pleas of desperation. He would never have dared to approach a vessel that was already aground. Now, however, he appeared more anxious than the island's inhabitants. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped for professional navigation, and there were 2 pilots aboard to serve as crew. He called upon a pilot named Sun Lian to investigate the water levels and locate a safe passage. Sun Lian hesitated initially, but, upon spotting Xu Mingda's official vessel approaching, immediately complied and followed the ship to scout the route. Xu Mingda boarded the vessel and, after a brief glance, Hanli promptly informed him of Chui Taijun's intention to dock alongside the bulk carrier. Old Chui, that's a splendid idea, Xu Mingda remarked, nodding in approval. He had previously contemplated this issue himself and had considered employing the island's smaller boats to manually transport the supplies from the vessel to the island. If Chui Taijun could indeed maneuver the vessel alongside the cargo ship, it would simplify matters considerably, allowing them to use the larger crane to transport one container at a time. On that basis, he had already resolved to promote Chui Taijun to captain of the pilot vessel. Chui Taijun and Sun Yi, witnessing Xu Mingda's personal visit to the pilot vessel to oversee the next steps, were overwhelmed with excitement. They clasped Xu Mingda's hand, assuring him that they would accomplish this transportation mission successfully and imploring him to have faith in their capabilities. Xu Mingda, in a fit of joy, bestowed upon each of them a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Subsequently, he meandered about the ship's deck, inspecting one container after another. Upon departing the bustling Dongshan port, these containers appeared to swell in size, their contents seemingly more abundant. The thought that these containers and their cargo would soon be laid out on Ganjingzi Island filled Xu Mingda with exhilaration. He had already resolved that on his next visit, he would procure several dozen more containers, for such a method of transport far surpassed that of bulk cargo. At that moment, Xiaowu called out to Xu Mingda, prompting him to reluctantly descend from the vessel. Xiaowu sought out Xu Mingda primarily to discuss the installation of electrical equipment. Although he had not managed to secure an entire transformer during his trip to Dongshan Town, he did uncover an array of brand-new photovoltaic panels in the substation's warehouse, presumably materials designated for a certain project undertaken by the substation. Having previously heard Xu Mingda express a desire to utilize solar energy, he had loaded the panels onto the vehicle. Brother, I consulted with the electricians. They mentioned that the electricity generated by these panels is merely sufficient to power a few lights and cook a meal. It falls short for anything more substantial. However, installation is quite straightforward. The expert suggested that the most suitable location for these panels would be atop the mountain. Therefore, I would like to inquire where you would prefer these panels to be installed. Xiaowu articulated. Having failed to acquire a large transformer and feeling somewhat trapped within the substation, he worried that he might inadvertently drag Xu Mingda into a predicament, which led to a slight hesitance in his tone. He hoped that by initially installing the solar panels, he could alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Let us first install them near the temple on the mountain, and then connect power to the health station. You should also set up a few panels at customs. It cannot remain too dim. If there are any surplus panels, we will reserve them for when we establish the brigade headquarters, ensuring it is equipped with electricity as well. Xu Mingda contemplated briefly before responding. Noticing Xu Mingda's apparent disregard for the electricity needs of Ganjingzi village, Hao Wenbin began to feel restless. Brother, the village is quite eager for electricity as well. Is there any possibility of connecting them, even if it's just a few streetlights? Third brother, you truly wish to serve them wholeheartedly. Those people are not our priority. Our most critical areas must have electricity first. Once we have a surplus, we can extend power to the village. Besides, isn't Laofu responsible for coordinating with the wind power group to secure electricity? Xu Mingda replied, stretching his neck to seek out Fu Biao, eager to inquire about how the wind power company was progressing with their electrical provisions. Chapter 159. Xu Mingda's pursuit of electricity extends beyond mere illumination. He has grand projects to undertake. These infrastructural endeavors necessitate a robust supply of power, rendering electricity his foremost concern. Upon Xu Mingda inquiring about the matter, Fu Biao promptly summoned the wind power supervisor, Duan Yang, to address the situation. Leader Su, we transported the cables yesterday, but to connect the electricity, we require a transformer and an adequate power grid. Unfortunately, our materials are insufficient, Duan Yang stated, his gentle demeanor reflecting his southern roots, as he spoke in a mild and conciliatory tone, undoubtedly influenced by his apprehension towards Xu Mingda. Xiaowu, bring forth the materials you have gathered for Supervisor Duan to assess, which can be utilized and which cannot. Identify the deficiencies, and then we shall devise a plan to procure a transformer from another island. Supervisor Duan, do not wait until everything is in place to commence work. I am entrusting you with the 20 or so personnel from your wind power company. Your primary task is to lay the circuits. Do not delay until all is ready. Utilize whatever materials you have at hand, and once the missing components arrive, we shall proceed. With a simple press of a button and a flick of the switch, we can illuminate the island and activate the machinery and tools, thus achieving a significant milestone. What do you think? Xu Mingda remarked, tilting his head with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Certainly, we shall heed your guidance, leader. You are our pillar of support, Duan Yang replied with a conciliatory smile. He had also observed the large ship carrying supplies that Xu Mingda had sent, while members of the enforcement team were busily unloading boxes of biscuits and other provisions, causing envy among all. Yet, as the control of the ship and its cargo lay firmly in Xu Mingda's hands, their cravings were futile if they desired food. They must await Xu Mingda's distribution. Thus, he had become the de facto sovereign of Ganjingzi Island, revered and respected by all. After addressing this matter, Xu Mingda proceeded to Lu Shui's area to inspect the situation. Lu Shui, accompanied by 5 apprentices, had managed to gather nearly all the tools available at the shipyard. The old tugboat, boasting 1,000 horsepower, was laden to capacity, and he had also towed back a steel-hulled barge under repair, intended for housing the larger machinery. At that moment, he was strolling along the shoreline, hands clasped behind his back, in search of a suitable location for the shipyard's construction. Although the seabed at the fishing port was relatively flat, the space was too confined and congested. Shipbuilding and repair is a labor-intensive industry, often requiring months to occupy a single berth. Therefore, he was reluctant to monopolize the limited resources available. Good day, Captain Su, Lu Shui exclaimed, hurrying over to greet Xu Mingda upon his arrival. How are things on your end? Any difficulties? Xu Mingda inquired. Although he did not currently require any ship repairs, capable of simply commandeering a vessel when needed, he was acutely aware that the abundance of resources in the early days of the apocalypse would eventually dwindle. Hence, the necessity for repairs and maintenance would become inevitable. Despite the vessel's steel structure, seawater would inevitably corrode the metal, and engines necessitate regular upkeep. Thus, the usage of the shipyard would increase in the future. Xu Mingda regarded Lu Shui with a deliberate sense of esteem. Things are acceptable for now, we lack nothing. Our vessels are small, rendering larger equipment unnecessary. Given our current capabilities, we are adequately equipped. However, the issue of space is somewhat troublesome. Lu Shui expressed with a furrowed brow. Is there truly no suitable area on our island? Xu Mingda inquired. It is difficult to find. I require a beach or intertidal zone, yet our territory is predominantly rocky. Unless, Lu Shui's expression tightened. Unless what? Xu Mingda pressed. Unless we construct a dry dock. However, that would entail significant expenditure, Lu Shui replied. A dry dock is feasible, but I will need some time, Xu Mingda assured. Though he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of a dry dock, nevertheless, he sensed from Lu Shui's tone that it was a considerable challenge. No rush. It is not immediately necessary. I merely mentioned it, Lu Shui quickly clarified. The manpower and resources needed to build a dry dock far exceed what Ganjingzi Island can afford. It would require at least thousands of tons of cement and the corresponding ancillary facilities. Furthermore, even if Xu Mingda were to construct the dry dock, he would need the capability to repair the vessels. With the 5 apprentices currently assigned to him, it remains uncertain how long it would take to repair a small boat measuring over 10 meters. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Xu Mingda encouraged Lu Shui. Indeed. By the way, if we were to construct wooden boats, we would not require such a large dock. A deeper water location with a wooden framework would suffice, Lu Shui remarked as he escorted Xu Mingda. Can you actually build wooden boats? Xu Mingda halted abruptly upon hearing this. I was merely suggesting. Lu Shui's face flushed. He had never built a wooden boat. Yet he envisioned that wooden vessels might become a trend in the future, especially if modern industry were to diminish. Moreover, Ganjingzi Island is abundant in high-quality timber. That's an intriguing thought, Lu Shui. I will find you a few more carpenters. Start with constructing a skiff and attempt to build a large sailing vessel. Xu Mingda declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Shui. Chapter 160. For Xu Mingda, the construction of a large sailing ship remained a matter of little urgency. The pressing concern was the critical issue of life and death. It had come to his attention that someone had set their sights on the lucrative Ganjingzi Island. Consequently, Xu Mingda had to exercise utmost caution. Zhang Jun and Xiao Wu brought along 20 novices, of which only 14 remained after this round of eliminations. This was largely due to Xu Mingda's decision to shield them from excessive risk, taking on the most arduous tasks himself alongside Wu Zuowei. Otherwise, they would have been fortunate to return with even 5 or 6 survivors. Nonetheless, these individuals had received valuable training. Xu Mingda intended to test them once more before formally integrating them into his ranks. This upcoming trial would not involve procuring supplies, but rather assessing their loyalty. He had managed to acquire over a dozen rifles, which he planned to equip them with, appointing Wu Zuowei as a military instructor to enhance their shooting and combat skills. For Ganjingzi Island required not only those capable of securing resources but also individuals dedicated to safeguarding those resources. Xu Mingda aimed to cultivate a group of private militia willing to fight valiantly, solely accountable to him, to distinguish them from the militia under Hao Wenbin. He referred to these individuals as reserves or reserve members, subtly implying that they were merely one step away from becoming official members, thereby serving as a motivation for them. With this in mind, he promptly summoned Zhang Jun. He intended for Zhang Jun to assume the role of temporary captain of the reserve unit. At that moment, Zhang Jun was engaged in handing over the supplies he had procured to Jiang Xiaoyu and Guo Meiwan. His recent acquisitions primarily consisted of pharmaceuticals and everyday necessities such as tissues, wet wipes, soap, and detergent, all of which he had managed to collect in considerable quantities. Old Director Dong, head of the health station at Ganjingzi, was overjoyed upon seeing the large assortment of medicines Zhang Jun had brought back, his toothless grin lighting up his face. He hurriedly enlisted the help of Director Liu, Xuemin, and 3 newly recruited medical personnel. Xuemin, ensure these medicines are categorized properly. Do not let a single item go missing. These were obtained at great risk by your Uncle Su, Guo Meiwan cautioned her daughter loudly, fearing the health station staff might pilfer the supplies. Mom, I understand, Xuemin replied, glancing at old Dong. Make sure to note down the names of all the medications. Keep a record so I can verify the accounts. I should know what medications we have on hand, old Dong remarked, fully aware of the special relationship between Guo Meiwan and Xu Mingda. Furthermore, he recognized that Xu Mingda's decision to train a high school student as a nurse at his health station was deliberate. Despite his advanced age, he was astute enough to discern these subtleties. As Zhang Jun and his team unloaded the supplies, they chatted amiably with the 3 new doctors. Among them was a young woman named Su Qianqian, a clinical practitioner. She was quite attractive and talkative, and there was an undeniable chemistry in the air. Zhang Jun found himself captivated by her presence, his demeanor transforming into one of humor and charm, eliciting laughter from Su Qianqian. In a world overshadowed by the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, such a light-hearted moment was indeed a rare treasure. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda urgently requested his presence, Zhang Jun initially assumed that a significant matter had arisen. After hastily bidding farewell to Su Qianqian, he hurried towards the government vessel. When he learned that Xu Mingda wanted him to lead troops, he finally exhaled in relief. The Su Brigade? Certainly, I have no objections and shall ensure the mission's success. Chapter 161. Rest assured, you will not labor in vain. There are many concerns that come with being the captain of this team. I shall grant you additional benefits. Once those containers arrive, I shall see to it that you have an office and the like. Xu Mingda stated. Leader, thank you so much. Zhang Jun eagerly expressed his gratitude. The reason Xu Mingda chose Zhang Jun as the captain of this reserve brigade was due to his careful deliberation. Yang Gukai, Being young and Xu Mingda's personal bodyguard, could not be entrusted with leading the team. As for Xiao Wu, who had suffered a defeat at the substation, losing 4 brothers, Xu Mingda feared that the men would not respect him if he were appointed as captain. Regarding Hao Wenbin, after several trials, Xu Mingda had grown somewhat despondent about his 3rd brother. A soldier reflects the qualities of his commander. Xu Mingda feared that Hao Wenbin's indecisiveness would infect his men. Thus, Zhang Jun emerged as the most suitable candidate. Moreover, Zhang Jun harbored no ambitions and frequently spoke of leadership without ever wishing to shoulder responsibility. He would not seek to rally the hearts of his subordinates but would merely fulfill his duties, avoiding any extra work. After appointing Zhang Jun as the reserve captain, Xu Mingda called for Wu Zuowei and entrusted him with a new role, chief instructor of the Ganjingzi Island Reserve Brigade. Henceforth, all reserve soldiers would be under his training, and he could select exceptional members for the special operations team. Xu Mingda aspired to be a commanding figure, yet he did not desire subordinates steeped in the rough and tumble of the underworld. He sought a well-trained, disciplined private military force willing to face death in the line of duty. Yes, we shall ensure the completion of our missions. Wu Zuowei stood at attention, solemnly accepting this responsibility. He was tasked not only with training these reserve troops in firearms but also with selecting suitable candidates to learn drone operation, preparing them to serve as drone operators upon the return of Xietiandi, in addition to arranging personnel assignments. Xu Mingda rewarded several key figures who had accompanied him on the procurement mission with a bounty of supplies. For instance, Xiao Wu, Zhang Jun, Lu Shui, Yang Gukai, and Wu Zuowei each received a box of cigarettes, 5 boxes of biscuits, and a case of beverages. Those who joined the expedition were given 5 packs of cigarettes, a box of biscuits, and a case of beverages. As for the meritorious personnel on the island, such as Lu De, Fu Biao, Zhang Dongguang, Hao Wenbin, Jiang Xiaoho, Guo Meiwan, and Xiao Min, though they did not venture out to procure supplies, they maintained order on Ganjingzi Island and performed considerable work. Thus, they too were deemed worthy of reward. The men received a pack of cigarettes, a box of biscuits, and a case of beverages, while the women, who did not smoke, were given a box of tissue paper instead. Xu Mingda had procured several containers of cigarettes, biscuits, and beverages on Dongshan Island, and in rewarding his subordinates, he expended the contents of one entire container. As for the ordinary citizens on the island, should they wish to enjoy biscuits and beverages, opportunities were available through exchange, through labor, through risking their lives, and even through offering their very flesh. Xu Mingda distributed cigarettes, biscuits, and beverages to his subordinates, items that are rare and highly valued in the post-apocalyptic world. In such dire times, these commodities could easily be bartered for a woman's services. This marks Xu Mingda's second act of rewarding his followers. Chapter 162. Xu Mingda's generous rewards for his subordinates, aiming to win their loyalty. At present, there are already individuals eyeing Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda remains unaware of the identities of these individuals or their influential backers. However, he understands that regardless of who approaches, he cannot rely solely on himself to confront them. To cultivate loyalty among his subordinates, he must invest significantly to win their favor. Xu Mingda has learned this from experience. In the past, when he worked for stingy employers, he would cut corners and even pilfer a bit. Conversely, when he encountered generous patrons who were indifferent to the details of his work and occasionally treated him to meals, he felt a sense of obligation and would ensure that he performed his duties with integrity, even going out of his way to save them money and protect their interests. When one befriends a new acquaintance and offers them a cigarette, only to receive a whole box in return, it creates a bond of camaraderie. If they were to say, "My friend, if you enjoy this brand, I can bring you a couple of cartons," one would instantly regard them as a true confidant, perhaps even affectionately referring to them as a father figure. Xu Mingda is currently employing this very strategy. Although the rewards he bestows upon his subordinates consist of seemingly trivial items such as cigarettes and biscuits in this post-apocalyptic world, where the zombie virus has been rampant for over half a month, the implications are profound. This situation signifies that the vast majority of smokers have depleted their supplies. Acquiring cigarettes now necessitates risking encounters with zombies at the supermarket, a perilous endeavor. Xu Mingda knows this all too well. Hence, despite the strong desire for a smoke, most individuals would hesitate to jeopardize their lives for a single puff. In such times, anyone who offers even a half cigarette is extending a considerable favor. Thus, when Xu Mingda distributes cartons of cigarettes to his subordinates, although he incurs no personal expense, the value of these items is undeniable. If he withholds them, his men would have no grounds for complaint. To give them is to bestow a substantial reward. And what follows such generous rewards? The answer is self-evident. Biscuits hold similar significance. They possess a long shelf life, are calorie-dense, and contain sugar, an invaluable commodity in such desperate times. as few factories remain for processing it. The utility of sugar is immense. Therefore, the items Xu Mingda offers are highly sought after in this new world. A single cigarette can forge a strong friendship, or compel someone to undertake significant tasks. A box of biscuits can buy a woman's affection for a night. This is hardly an exaggeration. Xu Mingda's generosity leaves even his subordinates in awe, convinced of his exceptional leadership and resolute in their loyalty to him. This ensures that when challenges arise, countless individuals will readily assist him, for Xu Mingda is acutely aware of his shortcomings. He lacks height, looks, education, or connections. Why should others heed him? It is simply because he manages affairs adeptly, shares his fortunes, and fosters a good life for his comrades, compelling his subordinates to elevate him in their esteem. However, it is important to note that while Xu Mingda has distributed the rewards, the items still remain in the containers aboard the ship, necessitating a cooperative effort to unload them efficiently. At this moment, the enthusiasm of everyone surged, for the treasures aboard the pilot vessel belonged to each of them. They were eager to unload their bounty, knowing that no one would be able to seize it. Xu Mingda devised a clever scheme. He feared the individuals mentioned by Hao Wenbin might return by day, engaging in treachery to reclaim the goods he had labored to acquire. Therefore, he resolved to transform the items into collective property. If anyone dared to steal, it would be a matter of whether they were willing to risk their lives. Previously, Captain Chui Taijun of the pilot vessel had intended to maneuver the ship closer to the freighter, facilitating the use of the freighter's crane to unload the containers onto the shore. However, the freighter was grounded upon a bed of reefs, and although the pilot vessel had a shallower draft, it could not approach. After Xu Mingda concluded the celebration, his subordinates flocked to the pilot vessel to devise a solution. Some suggested dismantling a wooden raft from the customs area, towing it to the pilot vessel, and transferring the containers onto the raft, which would then be towed to customs. This way, the forklifts Xu Mingda had brought could be utilized to hoist the containers onto the island. Others argued against such labor, stating that the containers were waterproof and could be simply cast into the sea, then towed directly into Ganjingzi port, where the freighter's crane could lift them aboard. Xu Mingda, however, remained indifferent. He asserted that he had brought the goods back, and concerning the method of transporting them to the island, was it necessary for him to personally intervene? What purpose would that serve? Thus, he sought out Jiang Xiaoyu at the temple for a conversation. In truth, it was not merely a chat he desired. Xu Mingda wished to visit the Dragon King temple. The planning for reconstruction was one matter, yet having narrowly escaped death once more, he felt an extraordinary sense of fortune. He sensed that either the Dragon King was safeguarding him or his master, Lu Zhenren, was watching over him. He felt compelled to pay his respects. Chapter 163, it was said that Xu Mingda was heading to the temple to pay his respects to the deities, and Dou Hao promptly followed. Last night, due to an incident concerning her pajamas, Xu Mingda had lost his temper and stormed out, leaving Dou Hao sleepless throughout the night. In truth, Dou Hao bore no disdain for Xu Mingda. Initially, when Zhai Lina chose to bring her to Ganjingzi Island with the intention of having Dou Hao use her charm to entice Xu Mingda and remain by his side as an undercover, Dou Hao had not regarded Xu Mingda with any admiration. At that time, he appeared shifty and unrefined, clearly a lowly character driven by greed and lust, lacking worldly experience. Although Dou Hao was under the control of the Zhai family, her aspirations were lofty. However, as her understanding of Xu Mingda deepened, she began to perceive the myriad virtues hidden behind his coarse exterior. Despite his humble beginnings, he possessed an innate charisma indicative of a formidable leader. It is said that young girls are often drawn to rogues. In a post-apocalyptic world, a man like Xu Mingda, who was unrestrained in his desires, focused solely on survival, and possessed both cunning and resourcefulness, was indeed a rare find. In an era of peace, women gravitate towards wealthy individuals, as financial success signifies capability. Much like the hunters of yore, who secured resources and ensured sustenance. Thus, it is ingrained in women's nature to admire powerful men. The manifestation of such strength varies across different epochs. In the context of a post-apocalyptic world, Xu Mingda epitomized the archetype of a strong man. Moreover, Xu Mingda displayed genuine affection and loyalty towards Dou Hao, treating her not as a mere tool. Consequently, Dou Hao had already devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. Her insistence on Xu Mingda changing his pajamas stemmed from her accustomed lifestyle, having been pampered, and also served as a playful attempt to coax him. If he acquiesced, it would signify his submission to her charm, granting Dou Hao a sense of triumph and pride. After all, despite Xu Mingda's bravado in the outside world, he was expected to be compliant in her presence. Yet, Dou Hao was taken aback when she realized that Xu Mingda was not indulging her whims. Many things, indeed, are only recognized for their value in hindsight. After concluding the rewards ceremony, Xu Mingda headed directly to the temple. Dou Hao was immediately taken aback, realizing that his visit was not for official matters. The temple housed a stunning young woman and a captivating middle-aged lady. Dou Hao, being seasoned in matters of the heart, quickly discerned the ambiguous relationship between Xu Mingda and these two women. Should he become involved with either of them, her hopes of retaining her place in his life would likely dissipate. Thus, Dou Hao resolved to cast aside her pride and reclaim Xu Mingda. Noticing Dou Hao trailing behind him, Xu Mingda made no effort to shoo her away. He was there for serious business, not to flirt. Therefore, he saw no reason to avoid Dou Hao's presence. Upon arriving at the temple, he found that Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shaoyu were absent, as they were busy overseeing the loading of containers at the dock, where everyone, both relevant and irrelevant, had gathered to witness the spectacle, hoping to gain some benefit. Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shaoyu had to keep a close watch on the people and maintain accurate accounts. Xu Mingda entered the courtyard and cast a glance at the Grand Hall. He observed the statue of the Dragon King, seated majestically in the center, gazing down upon all beings. Xu Mingda clasped his fists in homage to the Dragon King. After lighting 3 incense sticks as an offering, he silently intoned, "Old Dragon King, I am immensely grateful for your protection. I have returned safely once more. This time, I have not procured any sacrificial offerings. Allow me to search for something worthy to present to you." Seeing Xu Mingda's sincere demeanor, Dou Hao also lit incense, bowed to the Dragon King, and said, "Please bless our Captain Xu with abundant wealth, robust health, favorable fortunes, and a plethora of romantic opportunities." Xu Mingda was taken aback by these words. He turned around to find Dou Hao kneeling respectfully behind him, so he chose to remain silent. Deep down, he understood Dou Hao's intentions. Just yesterday, he had felt a twinge of irritation and was somewhat embarrassed. Now that Dou Hao had acknowledged her misstep, he decided to take advantage of the situation. With no one else in the small temple, he contemplated directly addressing Dou Hao's desires. Dou Hao, noticing Xu Mingda's lingering gaze, understood his intentions all too well and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek before shyly averting her gaze. She tugged at Xu Mingda, implying that it was inappropriate to engage in such matters before the Dragon King's presence. She urged him to step outside to the dormitory or another location, where she wished to ensure he could fully enjoy her company. Dou Hao had resolved that regardless of Xu Mingda's other romantic interests, she would wield her charm to make him unable to part from her. If she could not be named queen, she at least aspired to attain the status of a favored concubine. Xu Mingda had long been enamored with Dou Hao's form, and sensing the moment was ripe, he took her hand, intending to lead her to the dormitory. Just then, the courtyard door of the small temple was abruptly pushed open, and a shifty-eyed man slipped inside. Xu Mingda quickly pulled Dou Hao aside, and the two of them deftly concealed themselves behind the statue in the Grand Hall. Chapter 164. The man had not anticipated the presence of anyone in the Grand Hall. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance before immediately bending down to peer through the window into the adjoining chamber. Xu Mingda observed that this man, in his 30s, was clad in filthy garments, with long, unkempt hair and a grimy visage, exuding an air of repulsiveness that ignited Xu Mingda's ire. "How dare someone like you set foot in a temple?" A glint of cold fury flashed in Xu Mingda's eyes as his hand instinctively sought for a weapon. However, having come to the temple solely to pay his respects, he had not intended to linger, nor had he brought a gun. Just then, Dou Hao gently tugged at him. Following her gaze, Xu Mingda noticed another man perched atop the temple wall. The lewd man gestured dismissively, indicating that no one was in the chamber, prompting the wall dweller to leap down. Xu Mingda's attention was drawn to the fact that this individual was brandishing a handgun. "I distinctly saw that fellow bring a woman inside," the lewd man exclaimed. "They can't escape. Let's search again." The armed man scanned the surroundings, and Xu Mingda could discern the malevolent intent in his eyes, clearly identifying him as a threat. Dou Hao also recognized that these two were clearly after Xu Mingda. The crucial detail was that they were armed. "I'll draw them away," Dou Hao declared, biting her lip with determination. Having encountered numerous individuals at Zhaifengong's, she was acutely aware of a shared trait among them. Whether they operated in the shadows or the light, a fleeting sense of heroism easily swayed by the allure of a young, beautiful woman, especially when an opportunity for exploitation presented itself. At that moment, Dou Hao understood that these two men were likely assassins sent from outside. Otherwise, they would not be armed. Nevertheless, she resolved to take a gamble. If they were inclined to pursue her, Xu Mingda would have the chance to flee. "There's no need. Follow me." Xu Mingda, touched by Dou Hao's willingness to sacrifice herself, recognized that this was not the time for a confrontation. Most of the island's inhabitants had congregated at the dock, and it would be some time before anyone noticed the commotion in the temple. Even if he managed to escape, the assassin's firearms would prevent him from getting far. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the hidden passage beneath the Dragon King's throne. He pushed open the secret door and pulled Dou Hao inside. Dou Hao was taken aback to discover the existence of a hidden passage within the Dragon King's hall, momentarily filled with joy as she shrank her body into the opening. Just as Xu Mingda squeezed through, he heard footsteps echoing in the grand hall. The two assassins had already entered. The hidden door beneath the Dragon King's throne was not particularly discreet. If the men conducted a thorough search, they would undoubtedly uncover it. Come with me. There's another passage below. He whispered urgently to Do Hao, navigating through the darkness toward the stone chamber where Master Lu had attained enlightenment. Unfortunately, the ladder within the passage had deteriorated. Xu Mingda had no intention of disturbing his master, and as he descended, he nearly lost his footing and slipped. In that instant of crisis, Do Hao grasped his arm, gently guiding him downward into the stone chamber. However, this also stirred some noise, and Xu Mingda could hear footsteps approaching from the front hall, circling toward the back. Hurry, I am waiting for you below. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that the Dragon King pavilion above could not conceal anyone. Thus he urged Du Hao in a hushed tone. He was deeply concerned that Du Hao might suffer harm because of him. Du Hao, having trained in dance, possessed a level of flexibility and agility that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Therefore, this secret passage posed no challenge for her whatsoever. Just as Xu Mingda steadied himself below, Du Hao's body descended gracefully like a serpent. He caught her with an embrace, securing her legs in his grasp. Chapter 165. Although Xu Mingda found himself in a hidden chamber, cradling a beautiful woman, his mind was devoid of any frivolous thoughts. This stone room was, after all, the very place where his master, the Taoist Lu, had ascended. Master, forgive me for disturbing your tranquility. I promise to erect a golden effigy in your honor once I am safely out of here. Xu Mingda fervently bowed in reverence to the spot where Lu Taoist had transcended. He then continued to descend via the rope ladder. At that moment, the upper floor of the Dragon King Pavilion had been breached, and two bandits were making their way into the secret chamber in search of them. Below the chamber where Lu Taoist had transcended lay a series of secret passages, and light was beginning to filter through. Xu Mingda discerned that this passage was, in fact, a rock crevice of varying widths. By descending the knotted rope ladder, he would reach the cliff base beneath the Dragon King Temple, from where a winding path would lead back to the coastal road of Ganjingzi Island. In other words, they could escape to safety. However, this vertical shaft offered scant hiding places. Should the two miscreants pursue them down the passage and open fire from above, Xu Mingda and Du Hao would have no chance of survival. At that tense moment, a shrill scream echoed from above, suggesting that the two bandits had encountered something dreadful. Could it be that my master truly manifested his spirit? Xu Mingda had no time for contemplation. He and Du Hao descended the rope ladder to the cliff's base. Just then, they spotted Hao Wenbin and his cousin Jiang Xiao, who were conversing as they approached the temple. Hao Wenbin carried a rifle slung over his shoulder. Their eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Xu Mingda and Du Hao maneuvering around the cliffside. Give me the gun, Xu Mingda shouted, seizing the weapon from Hao Wenbin's shoulder. Intent on exacting revenge, Hao Wenbin, taken aback by Xu Mingda's sudden aggression, was momentarily at a loss. Quick, summon help. There are assassins above. Du Hao urgently grasped Xu Mingda, urging Hao Wenbin to seek assistance. Jiang Xiao, upon hearing that two armed assassins had entered the temple, turned pale and was rendered speechless. After all, she resided nearby. Had she been the one in the temple instead of Xu Mingda and Du Hao, the consequences would have been dire. At this juncture, Hao Wenbin felt the weight of urgency. As the head of the Joint Defense Team and Security Director, he was responsible for the island's safety. The emergence of assassins, who had nearly harmed Xu Mingda, jeopardized not only their lives but also his position. Hao Wenbin sprinted a few paces down the path, grabbing his radio to rally the militia. Moments later, Yang Gukai and other enforcement team members received the alert and rushed toward the small temple. Dozens of armed men encircled the Dragon King Temple, while Hao Wenbin personally led a contingent of militia into the fray to apprehend the intruders. At this moment, Xu Mingda, under the protection of Yang Gukai and Han Li, had taken Du Hao and Jiang Xiao back to his vessel. Brother, let me see which reckless BYD dares to come here and stir up trouble, Yang Gukai exclaimed, brandishing a large machete, ready to confront the two assassins. Enough, Gukai. Allow Hao Wenbin to handle this matter, Xu Mingda replied coldly. He had already resolved in his mind that if Hao Wenbin could not even defend the island, then there would be no reason for his existence in the upper echelons. Xu Mingda was known for his generous rewards. He had yet to impose any penalties. Now, it was time to assert his authority. Chapter 166. The incident involving Xu Mingda and the assassins sent ripples throughout the island. Fu Biao and Guo Meiwan, among others, hurried to Xu Mingda's vessel, expressing their concerns and indignation to their leader. Xu Mingda chuckled, asserting that it was a fortuitous event. Even if he had not encountered an assassin this time, he intended to conduct drills to enhance the island's rapid response capabilities and foster unity. Truly, Xu's foresight was commendable. Observing Xu Mingda's calm demeanor, which belied any signs of fear, Fu Biao began to suspect that the entire affair might have been orchestrated by Xu Mingda himself. Before long, news arrived from Hao Wenbin. The assassin had been captured. Su, I shall interrogate him, Fu Biao volunteered. Go ahead. Let us not stir up a tempest in the city. Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, Su, I understand. Fu Biao nodded in agreement. Brother, who would dare to do this to you? Such inhumanity, Guo Meiwan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she watched Fu Biao depart. To her, Xu Mingda was the epitome of virtue. Xu Mingda pondered the situation. He had no recollection of the two infiltrators. Most likely, they had mingled with the group of refugees that arrived 2 days prior. However, aside from those with special skills who were granted access, the majority of the refugees were quarantined at customs. If it were discovered that these individuals had infiltrated the island from the quarantine area, the customs chief, Lu De, would face severe repercussions. Xu Mingda prided himself on his generosity towards these refugees, yet the assassins were armed and evidently prepared. Who would be so eager to take his life? Though the assassination attempt had failed, it served as a stark reminder for Xu Mingda. Despite having only recently embarked on his journey, he had already attracted unwanted attention. He was no longer absolutely secure on Ganjingzi Island. Who wished to eliminate him? And what was their ultimate aim? The thought sent chills down his spine. He realized that regardless of whether this case was resolved, he must exercise greater caution in the future. You two should no longer reside in the temple. For tonight, stay aboard the ship, and I will arrange new accommodations for you, he advised Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan, who wore expressions of panic and concern. They nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao hurriedly arrived with Wu Xia. He had been organizing the unloading of goods from the pilot boat. Brother, are you unscathed? Xiao inquired, relieved to see Xu Mingda unharmed. How goes the unloading? Xu Mingda asked. It is mostly complete. Lu Xuezhing is towing the containers to the island, Xiao Wu replied. And what of the vehicles? Xu Mingda was anxious about the 3 forklifts and the armored vehicle he had brought back. Given the recent events on the island, he needed to fortify his position. The armored personnel carrier was now of utmost importance. The vehicle has also been delivered. It's currently by the raft. Xiao Wu informed him. I don't care how you manage it. Get the armored vehicle to me immediately, Xu Mingda instructed. I will find someone right away. Xiao Wu replied, rising to his task. Furthermore, the customs authorities have been sealed off. No one is permitted to enter or exit freely, Xu Mingda added. I understand. Xiao Wu replied gravely, gazing at Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda was taking precautionary measures. He had come to realize that as the influx of personnel and resources to Ganjingzi Island increased, it had become a coveted prize in the eyes of certain influential figures. Particularly, with yesterday's summons, there were individuals attempting to seize control under the guise of the Coast Guard. Damn, these are merely remnants of my own tactics. Xu Mingda was well aware of this. Thus, he dispensed wealth to solidify the loyalty of his subordinates. Naturally, the adversaries were also cognizant of the situation on Ganjingzi Island. Eliminating him would be the most straightforward means of seizing the island. Damn it, there are traitors on this island. Otherwise, outsiders would not possess such intimate knowledge of Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda pondered. If Fu Biao fails to yield results, Xu Mingda was prepared to initiate a thorough purge on the island. Better to be selective. He would cast aside the ineffectual individuals, those who only grumbled about this and that, and let them fend for themselves in the sea. However, this was not the ultimate solution. The best course of action would be to swiftly establish a military force and defensive structures commensurate with his own strength. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face annihilation. After a couple of such examples, others would understand the consequences and refrain from challenging him. Xu Mingda had resolved to address this issue in his own way. The newly arrived containers were the quickest means to procure defensive equipment. Wu Zuowei, assist me in designing the defenses for Ganjingzi Island. He furrowed his brow and summoned the formally trained Wu Zuowei to his side. Chapter 167. Ganjingzi Island is characterized by its defensible, yet challenging terrain. Specifically, it lacks a deep water port, making it difficult for vessels to dock, and the island's landscape is rugged and steep, predominantly composed of rocky hills. With only a small area of flat and sloped land along the coastline, such an island requires minimal defense due to its lack of strategic value for an attack. However, with Xu Mingda's arrival, he has chosen Ganjingzi Island as his base of operations, prompting the need for careful planning. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zuowei sketched a defensive blueprint for Xu Mingda. In this design, the Longwang Temple is designated as a high vantage point and transformed into a machine gun nest. From this position, it can effectively oversee and control the island's sole entry and exit point, the fishing port. Surrounding the fishing port, 3 bastion-like circular fortifications are planned. Within these structures, rifles and light machine guns can create a crossfire network, effectively sealing off the entire fishing port. The outermost layer consists of a grounded bulk carrier serving as a base, with a firepower point established atop the vessel. This creates a defensive perimeter akin to an outer city, where invading forces would face resistance, even if they managed to breach customs and enter the port. This enclosed fishing port would act as a trap, ensnaring them. Xu Mingda, upon reviewing Wu Zuwei's plan, found it largely aligned with his own thoughts and nodded in agreement. In addition to Wu Zuwei's suggestions, Xu Mingda contemplated constructing an observation post on another high point on Ganjingzi Island. This would ensure that any attempts to land on the island from the rear of the fishing port would be detected promptly, once his power is consolidated. He plans to sink 2 vessels at the back of Ganjingzi Island to artificially create a port, ensuring that with guards on all sides, he would be safeguarded against surprise attacks. At that moment, news arrived from Fu Biao. Su's brigade, they have recruited, Fu Biao reported, brimming with excitement. What did they say? Xu Mingda asked calmly, reclining in his armchair. They claim to have come from the mainland. Hearing that life on Ganjingzi Island is pleasant, they sought to acquire some provisions. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Su's brigade. To cover their misdeeds, they impulsively aimed to harm Su's brigade. They're clearly misguided, unaware of Su's brigade's strength. Recklessly charging into danger, Fu Biao recounted with a sense of relief, reaching for a box of cigarettes on the table and offering one to Xu Mingda before lighting one for himself. Is that so? What do you plan to do with them? Xu Mingda inquired with a composed demeanor. Execute them. Such actions must be met with severe retribution. To dare disturb the peace is to court death. A show of strength is necessary to deter others. Fu Biao declared emphatically. Let them stay for a couple of days. We shall see if they have any change of heart or if there are accomplices, Xu Mingda replied coolly. In truth, he was quite dissatisfied with Fu Biao's interrogation results. While there is indeed a storage facility at the Longwang Temple, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to steal in broad daylight. Furthermore, he and Du Haoming distinctly heard those 2 individuals approaching with intentions directed at them. How had they arrived at Ganjingzi Island, and from where had they acquired their firearms? Once again, how did they evade the people on Ganjingzi Island and reach Longwang Temple? These crucial matters were not clarified during Fu Biao's interrogation. However, Xu Mingda did not intend to confront Fu Biao hastily. He had already begun to suspect that there was a traitor on Ganjingzi Island. Of course, the initial individuals, such as Xiao Wu, Guo Meiwan, and Hao Wenbin, could not possibly be implicated. The real traitor must lie among those who arrived later. Consequently, Xu Mingda planned to conduct a thorough investigation. His instruction to Fu Biao to keep things quiet stemmed from his belief that these 2 individuals had a mastermind behind them, and he feared alarming the other hidden traitors on the island. Sometimes, allowing a longer line to catch a bigger fish, drawing the snake out of its hole, proves far more effective than probing for answers. Su team, I propose we execute these 2 publicly at once. Otherwise, the chaotic elements on our island may harbor ill intentions. Fu Biao, noticing Xu Mingda's lack of opposition to the interrogation results, leaned in eagerly. Yes, I have my own ideas. You may take your rest, Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Or perhaps I should take a few people to keep an eye on them. Honestly, Wenbin lacks experience in such matters, and I fear he might. Fu Biao hesitated, his words trailing off. Fu team, you have worked hard. Please rest. The remaining tasks can be entrusted to Han Li and the grassroots personnel. Xu Mingda suppressed his dissatisfaction with Fu Biao and reiterated his point. At last, Fu Biao grasped the hint, offering an awkward smile before departing. Chapter 168 Brother. I can't shake the feeling that this Fu De team is rather unreliable. Yang Gukai scoffed as soon as Fu Biao departed. Do not underestimate him. Fu Biao is quite the cunning fox. Xu Mingda replied, a sardonic smile curving his lips. He then instructed Han Li to summon Hao Wenbin. Although Hao Wenbin had often disappointed Xu Mingda in the past, his loyalty was unwavering, and at this critical juncture, he needed someone he could trust. When Hao Wenbin hurriedly arrived, he bore an expression of shame and regret. Brother, I failed to guard our territory properly, and I caused you distress. Please punish me, he said, his face flushing crimson. Third brother, do not speak like that. Everyone has their careless moments. As long as you do not let it affect your duties in the future, that is what matters, Xu Mingda replied generously. Rest assured, I shall remember. Hao Wenbin promised. By the way, third brother, you were present when Fu Biao interrogated those 2 assassins, correct? Xu Mingda inquired. No. He told me to stay outside as a lookout while he conducted the interrogation himself. He seemed quite serious and even fierce, beating those 2 rascals thoroughly, Hao Wenbin recounted. Do you think they appeared to be thieves? Xu Mingda asked, dismissing the others to attend to their tasks, leaving only Hao Wenbin by his side. Brother, I find it hard to believe. If they were thieves and saw you in the temple, they should have fled instead of approaching you, Hao Wenbin remarked. Although simple-minded, he was not foolish. Xu Mingda chuckled at Hao Wenbin's insight. Indeed, this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. Moreover, Have you encountered these two on the island? When did they arrive? Why were they not quarantined? With so many people at the quarantine point, how did no one notice them coming ashore? Yes, brother. I have been pondering that very question. Our militia cannot afford such negligence, Xu Mingda replied, furrowing his brow. He found the situation peculiar. And now that Xu Mingda had raised these points, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, the distinction between intentional infiltration and his own oversight was significant. Well, third brother, it is good that you understand. I am entrusting these two individuals to your supervision. You know what to do, right? Xu Mingda looked at Xu Wenbin earnestly. Brother, I will keep a vigilant watch on them, never blinking for 24 hours, Xu Wenbin vowed resolutely. Third brother, are you not going to attend to anything else? If you keep such a tight grip on them, even if others wish to rescue them, they will have no opportunity. Can you also capture their accomplices? Xu Mingda laughed. Then, brother, what should I do? Xu Wenbin asked, bewildered. He was merely a fisherman, intent on earning a living from the sea, having never encountered such matters before. In truth, Xu Mingda had little experience in such affairs either. However, he was willing to think critically and learn from various people and situations. Do you have someone you trust implicitly? Xu Mingda asked. Yes, my childhood friend Lu Shui is my closest companion, Xu Wenbin replied. Well, that is sufficient. With that, Xu Mingda drew Xu Wenbin closer and whispered a few instructions to him. I understand, brother, Xu Wenbin replied, his expression growing serious. Do your best, third brother. Opportunities do not always favor the unprepared, Xu Mingda remarked, his words laden with double meaning. To everyone, Xu Wenbin appeared to be a person of little capability. This perception was precisely why Xu Mingda assigned him to guard the two assassins. It would create a false sense of security for their accomplices, giving them the illusion of an opportunity to act. Furthermore, Xu Mingda was familiar with Xu Wenbin's closest friend, Lu Shui, though he seemed honest and straightforward. Lu Shui was remarkably diligent in his work. Being a ship repairman rather than a member of the militia, he would not draw undue suspicion from others. Together, they would undoubtedly unearth the puppeteer pulling the strings behind the scenes. Xu Mingda's presence on the official vessel was not solely for the purpose of handling the case. He also harbored intentions to prepare for potential attacks from external forces. Xu Wenbin mentioned that a water police vessel had arrived yesterday, intending to requisition ships from Ganjingzi Island. And then an assassination incident occurred early this morning. Chapter 169. Xu Mingda felt that these two incidents were undoubtedly interconnected, rather than isolated occurrences. The assassination of him would leave Ganjingzi Island leaderless, rendering this bountiful territory vulnerable to exploitation. However, fortune smiled upon Xu Mingda as he narrowly escaped a calamity through a hidden passage and apprehended the two assassins. He surmised that the water police vessel would return today, potentially resorting to force. Therefore, he must prepare himself for confrontation. Fortunately, through collective efforts, the 10 or so containers aboard the pilot ship had been successfully unloaded and towed to the fishing port. The islanders constructed a ramp from wooden rafts, using ropes to haul the containers onto the dock's platform. Nearly 100 tons of rice had now come into Xu Mingda's possession, representing a considerable fortune. Of course, rice was not the same as polished white rice, as further processing was required, but this did not pose a significant issue. Although Ganjingzi Island lacked a dehusking machine, the village possessed a large stone mill and mortars for grinding rice. While the efficiency might be slow, the coarse rice produced would certainly suffice for the island's inhabitants. Additionally, the rice bran could be used to feed chickens. Currently, Ganjingzi Island boasted 3 goats, 5 hens, and 1 pig. These poultry and livestock were classified as first-class protected species, and their future meat supply required dedicated caretaking and feeding. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that through the diligent efforts of Xu Wenbin's father, Old Hao, several plots of land totaling over 2 acres had been cultivated. These plots had been planted with persimmons, eggplants, peppers, cabbages, and other vegetables, tended to by 5 elderly individuals. The produce would serve as special tribute items for consumption by high-ranking individuals like Xu Mingda, while the surplus would be distributed as welfare benefits or rewards to the lower-tier islanders. Xu Mingda also encouraged homeowners to plant potted vegetables or fruits using flower pots, stone troughs, or foam boxes for personal use. To accumulate fertilizer, he instructed Xu Wenbin to construct several dry toilets in the fields. All islanders were mandated to utilize these toilets for their waste. Failure to comply would result in a warning for the first offense and confiscation of food for the second. With the increase in food supplies, Xu Mingda planned to mobilize the villagers with boats to transport soil from other locations in exchange for food. His goal was to cultivate all available land on Ganjingzi Island with grains, potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and other crops. In this post-apocalyptic era, large-scale food production had ceased, and the current reserves would not last 3 years. If sufficient grain and vegetables could not be produced within 3 years, chaos would ensue. All of this was meticulously planned by Xu Mingda. In his vision, Ganjingzi Island would ultimately evolve into an Eden capable of accommodating 500 to 1,000 individuals in this new world. He could assume the role of lord here. The prospects were exceedingly bright, and with tangible efforts, Ganjingzi Island was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Thus, Xu Mingda was unwilling to relinquish this land lightly. Therefore, when Xiao informed Xu Mingda via radio that a water police vessel was approaching Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda rose abruptly. Hao Wenbin, Fu Biao, and Lu Da, gather your men and arm yourselves. Proceed to the customs area and ascertain the intentions of those who dare to approach. Xu Mingda promptly organized and directed his subordinates, preparing them to confront the impending threat, with the customs serving as an outer city and the primary line of defense. Any intruders seeking to penetrate into Ganjingzi Island would find it rather challenging. However, Xu Mingda, feeling discontented after the assassination attempt, summoned Wu Zuowei. Wu Zuowei, I command you to lead the reserve team to the front lines at customs immediately. Equip yourselves with weapons, heed my orders, and prepare for a live-fire drill to seize a vessel. Yes, I assure you we will accomplish the task. Wu Zuowei responded with resolute determination, swiftly departing to assemble the troops. Who dares approach here to cause trouble, I shall eliminate them. Xu Mingda declared with fervor as he observed the various teams swiftly assembling, striking the table with a resounding thud, exuding an air of indomitable courage. Chapter 170. Xu Mingda dispatched the entire customs headquarters, joint defense team, and the law enforcement reserve stationed on the island to prepare for the impending confrontation at the customs. Armed individuals wielding knives and guns could be found not only on the cargo ships but also on the wooden rafts of the customs, even within the fishing port. Some jumped onto fishing boats or jet skis, ready to surge towards the entrance of the harbor to meet the enemy. The atmosphere on Ganjingzi Island was charged with fervor, as dozens of militia members from various generations, elders, middle-aged, and youth, were united in their resolve to defend their right to reside on Ganjingzi Island, while also seeking to earn military merit, lavish rewards, or even direct enlistment under Xu Mingda or Xiao Wu. This was prompted by Hao Wenbin's mobilization order. Anyone who dared to retreat would be expelled from Ganjingzi Island, while those who advanced would be rewarded with benefits. He had finally come to a realization: if he did not strive diligently, he might lose his position as the captain of the joint defense team, and future rewards for mid-level officials would no longer be his concern. Moreover, even his father, old Hao, could lose his position as the production team leader. Thus, he was determined to turn the tide in his favor. Seeing Hao Wenbin rally the militia, Jiang Xiao also brought forth the cigarettes that Xu Mingda had given her, declaring that she would add rewards for the joint defense team members who distinguished themselves. The militia on the island already felt inferior to the joint defense team and the customs headquarters, but with Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao's actions, everyone was inspired and filled with fervor, eager to bring glory to the Ganjingzi village committee. As they roared with enthusiasm, Xiao Wu and Lu Da were equally undeterred. Their subordinates, armed with weapons, sought to outshine the joint defense team. Witnessing this momentum, Xu Mingda felt a surge of excitement. How gratifying it was to know that the provisions had not been acquired in vain, and that this group of people was genuinely willing to support him in times of need. Brother, shall we join in the excitement? Han Li, noticing the bustling crowd and the clamor of battle cries at the customs, could not suppress his urge to provoke a confrontation. Let us calm down. If we engage in every little skirmish, we shall surely exhaust ourselves. Yang Guokai shot a disapproving glance at Han Li. Indeed, Han Li was a skilled fighter. On Ganjingzi Island, few could match him in a one-on-one brawl. Even Xiao Wu was no match. His fighting style was lethal, aiming to incapacitate or eliminate his opponent in a single strike. However, when it came to combat technique, Han Li was superior, trained in martial arts. Prior to failing to gain admission to a sports academy, he had honed his skills in combat sports. He had even secured second place in the provincial youth competition. Yet, being young and freshly emerged from school, he lacked the wisdom gleaned from societal experiences. In contrast, Yang Guokai had been working since he was about 15 or 16. Though not highly educated, he had encountered many life situations. Thus, he could discern Xu Mingda's true intentions, as he too came from a working-class background, and his motives were not as intricate as the high-stakes games Yang Guokai could not comprehend. Yang Guokai recognized Xu Mingda's aspirations and decided not to take the lead in this matter. After all, the water police represented an official entity, despite their modest speedboat. They were backed by a formidable power structure. His absence does not imply that there is no one to take action. Hao Wenbin and Xiao Wu were quite adept at stepping forward. Chapter 171. The two of them represent Ganjingzi village. Given the current situation, their efforts to prevent the spread of the epidemic to Ganjingzi Island and to deter outsiders from entering are entirely justified. What of the water police? Do they not risk infection themselves? Moreover, they are merely common citizens, unbound by public duty. There is little they can do to enforce the law in such a manner. The law does not punish the masses. When the common folk rise and protest, there are no effective measures to quell their unrest, especially when they possess weapons. If the water police were wise, they would promptly withdraw. Thus, Xu Mingda anticipates that the water police's enforcement actions are, to a 99% certainty, destined for futility. It is highly probable that they are merely there to support the two assassins. Since you have nothing better to do, why not keep an eye outside? I suspect someone might seize the opportunity to either free those two or eliminate them to silence them, Xu Mingda suggested to Yang Gukai and Han Li. Let us go. Han Li responded, seizing his weapon and swiftly exiting the vessel. The two assassins had been confined to the village committee by Hao Wenbin, leaving only one militia member to stand guard. This was, of course, a FAAD orchestrated by Hao Wenbin. In a nearby room adjacent to the committee, Lu Xiuezhen was peering through the window, observing the situation below. Xu Mingda's official boat was anchored at the far end of the breakwater, closer to the cargo ship. After disembarking, Yang Guokai and Han Li proceeded along the breakwater towards the fishing port, while Xu Mingda remained seated in the captain's chair, gazing through the windshield at the unfolding scene in the port. At this moment, only he and Du Hao remained aboard. As the saying goes, true friendship is forged in the crucible of life and death. Du Hao's performance during this crisis had endeared her even more to Xu Mingda, compared to Zhang Xiaoyu. Although Du Hao's past might not be entirely unblemished, who among the young is without fault? Many girls date numerous partners only to conclude that all men are scoundrels. Yet, what does that say about them? They seek honest husbands while demanding exorbitant bride prices, desiring to dominate the household and treat their partner's wealth as their own personal treasury to squander at will. Should Xu Mingda encounter such a woman, he would undoubtedly fulfill her darkest imaginings of men, relegating her to a laundromat as a mere outlet for her frustrations. However, through his interactions with Du Hao, he discerned that she was not one to barter her virtue for gain. The fact that she had been exploited by the Zhai family must have been born out of her own struggles. Thus, Xu Mingda held no contempt for her due to her lack of virginity. On the contrary, her inherent pride and remarkable talents were profoundly captivating to him. At that moment, having validated Du Hao's loyalty, his affection for her only deepened. Du Hao, who do you think is the mastermind behind this affair? He inquired, tilting his head as she presented a cup of fine tea before him. Leader, I believe this behind-the-scenes figure wields considerable influence. The water police are merely the tip of the iceberg. At least, at this juncture, not everyone possesses the capacity to mobilize the water police for such provocations. Du Hao replied calmly. Despite having just navigated a harrowing moment that morning, she had changed into a fresh outfit and regained her former elegance and unapproachable nobility. Indeed, who could hold me, Xu Mingda, in such high regard? Hearing such words only deepened Xu Mingda's perplexity. Chapter 172. Xu Mingda had not been in the company of women for the past few days, leaving him feeling quite restless. With the anticipation of Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao coming aboard that evening, he realized that he would have even less opportunity for private interaction with Du Hao. In a moment of impulsiveness, he pulled Du Hao into his embrace, his hands wandering over her form. What are you doing? Du Hao asked with a smile, gently pushing Xu Mingda's hand away. Just what do you think? Xu Mingda replied, feeling a surge of heat course through him, his face flushed. He took her by the hand and led her toward the cabin. Are you that impatient? The situation outside is quite tense, you know, Du Hao said, shyly resisting his advances. I couldn't care less about what's going on outside. My own desires are at a critical point. Hurry up, Xu Mingda exclaimed, exerting force to toss Du Hao onto the bed. Just as he was about to remove his shirt, he heard a flurry of calls from the radio. Is Team Leader Xu there? Team Leader Xu, please respond. Why do they always come looking for me? I'm not interested. Xu Mingda snapped, frustrated. But he still yearned to continue with Du Hao. Leader, you should find out what's going on. If they can't reach you, they'll come aboard to look for you. A voice urged. I am yours. You can summon me at any time. Du Hao quickly sat up, pushing Xu Mingda away as he lunged toward her. Ugh. What a buzzkill. Xu Mingda acknowledged the validity of her words with a sigh. Reluctantly, he walked to the helm and grabbed the intercom. Brother, they want to see you. Came the urgent voice of Hao Wenbin through the device. Who wants to see me? Tell them I'm busy. Xu Mingda replied, impatiently tossing the intercom onto the table. Brother. This time they didn't mention requisitioning the vessel. They just want to inform you of something on behalf of the higher-ups, Hao Wenbin explained. According to the established hierarchy, Hao Wenbin represented the village committee of Ganjingzi. Apart from his cousin Jiang Xiao, he was effectively the second in command on the island. Xu Mingda, on the other hand, was merely using Ganjingzi Island as his office. Who? Ask him who he is. Tell him I'm not under the jurisdiction of the water police. Xu Mingda ordered. He claims to be Director Gao from the Dongshan Town Sub-Bureau. He knows you, brother, Hao Wenbin replied. Oh. Xu Mingda suddenly recalled the director Gao who had been present during the banquet hosted by Li Shusen on Changle Island. He remembered nearly clashing with a subordinate of his named Pang Long. It was only when the enchanting sister Li Mei intervened that the situation had been defused. Xu Mingda had initially dismissed Gao Yuan, considering him not truly part of their circle and merely someone attempting to exploit him. However, given that this gray-haired, diminutive figure had been responsible for security at the event involving Li Mu, Xu Mingda began to ponder whether this meeting might yield some news regarding Li Mei. With this thought, the frustration that had marred his earlier enjoyment began to dissipate. Let him come. I will be waiting for him on the boat, Xu Mingda declared. Should I call Yang Guokai and the others back? Du Hao, now composed and sitting on the bed, looked at Xu Mingda. He had recently encountered an assassin, and now he needed to be particularly vigilant about his personal safety. No need. Your presence is sufficient, Xu Mingda declared, retrieving a handgun from the drawer and handing it to Du Hao. With practiced ease, Du Hao pulled back the slide to inspect the weapon before concealing it against his thigh beneath his stockings. Moments later, a speedboat approached from the customs area. On board were Hao Wenbin and Fu Biao, flanking a short man with thinning, graying hair. As they navigated towards Xu Mingda's official vessel, it appeared that Gao Yuan was behaving rather submissively this time. Xu Mingda scoffed disdainfully at Gao Yuan's seemingly docile demeanor. Not long ago on Changle Island, Gao had exuded an air of arrogance, even implying a desire to detain Xu Mingda there. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. This was Xu Mingda's domain now. Regardless of Gao's rank or status, even Li Shusen would not receive preferential treatment here. Yet, Gao Yuan's audacity to come alone to Ganjingzi Island signified the urgency of his purpose. After all, in Dongshan Town, he held considerable influence and standing. Trivial matters would not compel him to take such risks personally. With this in mind, Xu Mingda issued a few instructions to Du Hao before reclining on the leather sofa in the lounge of the official boat, leisurely savoring his tea. Chapter 173. Xu Mingda clearly witnessed how Hao Wenbin and his companions brought Gao Yuan aboard, yet they exhibited no intention of offering a warm welcome. Instead, they feigned ignorance and engaged in sipping tea, even when Hao Wenbin and Fu Biao led their guest onto the ship. Xu Mingda merely gestured for them to go and greet him. What was termed as a greeting was, in fact, a thorough inspection. Our superiors mandated this for everyone, Du Hao explained with a smile at the cabin door. I understand. I am unarmed. Gao Yuan quickly nodded, humbly declaring, and willingly extended his arms for inspection. Xu Mingda's meticulous demeanor caused even Fu Biao to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Director Du, surely we can forego the inspection? Fu Biao inquired, his face flushing. I'm afraid not, Captain Fu. Anyone who boards the ship must be checked and have their weapons surrendered, Du Hao replied with a smile. Fu Biao's countenance grew crimson. However, upon hearing Du Hao's words, Hao Wenbin promptly removed his rifle and handed it over for safekeeping. Once Gao Yuan stepped into the cabin, Xu Mingda acted as though he were oblivious to his presence, fervently scribbling notes in a notebook, appearing wholly absorbed in his work. Captain Xu, there are guests who wish to see you, Du Hao announced at the door of the reception room. Can't you see that I am busy? Even distinguished individuals must wait, Xu Mingda retorted, not lifting his head. Oh, no rush. We shall await your convenience, Gao Yuan thought to himself. Though he felt a surge of indignation, outwardly, he maintained a smile. It was worth noting that in times past, no one dared to address him in such a manner, save for his direct superiors. Ah, it is Brother Gao who has arrived. Why did you not say so sooner? Xu Mingda finally raised his head, feigning surprise as he glanced at Gao Yuan. Haha, Captain Xu is simply too busy. I feel quite reluctant to intrude, Gao Yuan replied, self-deprecatingly. Come in. While I could forego meeting others, you are a distinguished guest, and I shall certainly make time for you, Xu Mingda said with a smile. Yet, despite his outwardly courteous demeanor, he did not even shift from his seat. What brings you here, esteemed leader? Xu Mingda inquired, pretending to search for a cigarette. I have been entrusted by the town leadership and my superiors to relay an important message to you, Gao Yuan explained. Observing Xu Mingda produce half a pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes, he quickly retrieved a box of Huazi from his pocket and offered it to him. Oh, what a significant matter it is that necessitates your personal visit, Xu Mingda exclaimed, not hesitating to take a Huazi and toss another back to Gao Yuan, lighting one for himself while pocketing the remainder of the box. He was not in need of cigarettes, but he aimed to display his insatiable greed. Only by doing so could he obscure his true temperament, leading others to misjudge him and believe they could win him over with material offerings. Chapter 174. This is indeed a splendid development. In light of enhancing our efforts in combating the pandemic, the higher authorities have decided to consolidate Dongshan Island along with 22 nearby inhabited reefs into a singular entity known as the Dongshan Group Company. Although it is an organizational restructuring, the elevation in status is significant. Those of us from the original administrative departments have been promoted accordingly, Hai Yuan remarked with raised brows. Oh, what does this have to do with me? Xu Mingda inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. How can it not concern you, Captain Xu? You too have received a promotion. Henceforth, you shall no longer be the captain of the Dongshan Island Law Enforcement Team, but rather the captain of the Dongshan Group Company's Maritime Law Enforcement Team, Hai Yuan explained. Who issued this directive? Xu Mingda pressed. The documents were dispatched from above, and it is said that the decision was made there, Hai Yuan replied, gesturing upwards with an air of mystery. Really? That's remarkable. But where will the district leadership be operating from? Xu Mingda asked. Well, due to the rampant zombie virus outbreak in Dongshan Town, the higher-ups have decided to temporarily establish our company's operational offices on Changle Island, Hai Yuan elaborated. Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Gao, for coming to inform me, Xu Mingda expressed, rising to escort his guest out. Captain Xu, our Dongshan Group Company is still in its formative stages, and we require the active participation of key personnel such as yourself. When shall our maritime law enforcement team head over to Changle? Hai Yuan inquired eagerly. Ah, I presume the chairman of the Dongshan Group Company will be Li Shusen? Xu Mingda asked coldly. That is provisional. No formal appointment has been made yet. Hai Yuan replied with a sly grin. I have a case to attend to, so I shall not be going. You all take care over there, Xu Mingda stated, making to show Hai Yuan out. That cannot be the case. Manager Li insists on convening all personnel immediately. Any lack of cooperation will result in expulsion from the group company S ranks. Hai Yuan's tone turned ominous. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Whether I comply or not is not for you to decide. Xu Mingda's expression darkened. Captain Xu, please do not misconstrue. That is not the intent. The leadership merely wishes for us to swiftly establish a team to effectively manage the affairs within the company's jurisdiction. This reflects their regard for you and the maritime law enforcement team, Hai Yuan hastily clarified, sensing Xu Mingda's rising ire. Given that, I have a question. Is Miss Li Mei aware of this matter? Xu Mingda asked with a sardonic smile. Ah, that I truly do not know. You overestimate my position. Someone of my rank could hardly fathom the thoughts of the upper echelons, Hai Yuan admitted, clearly flustered at the mention of Li Mei. Let me inquire about something you should know. Upon the establishment of the Dongshan Group Company, what position will you hold? Xu Mingda asked. As for me, I shall remain in my original field, likely overseeing public security, Hai Yuan replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Then let me ask you this. If someone in your jurisdiction attempts to assassinate a public official, what crime would that constitute? Xu Mingda scoffed. That would indeed be a grave offense, one that must be met with severe repercussions, Hai Yuan answered, his expression turning serious. If one is merely acting under orders, what crime does the instigator commit? Xu Mingda inquired in rapid succession. That would depend on the specific circumstances. I can only provide a preliminary analysis. The precise conviction will ultimately be determined by the court, Gao Yuan replied, somewhat uneasily. Damn it, he thought. I find myself embroiled in such matters now. Xu Mingda stated emphatically, tell Li Shusen that I shall not leave Ganjingzi Island until I uncover every detail. Chapter 175. When Xu Mingda heard that Li Shusen was spearheading the establishment of the Dongshan Special Zone, he nearly erupted in expletives. This was nothing short of a blatant, merciless expropriation. What advantages or resources could a special administrative region bring to the inhabited islands of Dongshan Town? Yet, once it became part of the special administrative zone, Ganjingzi Island would fall under Li Shusen's dominion. Whatever Li Shusen desired, Ganjingzi Island would be obliged to provide. He would not express gratitude, but rather consider it a given. Xu Mingda had anticipated that Li Shusen might stir up trouble on Changle Island, but he had thought that Li Shusen would only seek to monopolize the island with the best resources. He never imagined that Li Shusen would have such insatiable ambitions, swallowing not only Changle but all the other islands under Dongshan Town's jurisdiction. What qualifications did Li Shusen possess to seize all these islands and reefs within 100 miles? Was it not solely due to his family's connections and the influence of those above him? Xu Mingda had no intention of yielding to such machinations. Damn it. If you have the capability, come and take it. Let us see if I dare to stand against you. However, upon witnessing Fu Biao's exuberant demeanor, doubt crept into Xu Mingda's mind. He himself had tangible assets, yet many on Ganjingzi Island, like Fu Biao, had transitioned from beneficiaries to proletarians in the wake of the apocalypse. They would be fervently enthusiastic about this transformation, hoping to reap some benefits from it. Li Shusen would undoubtedly exploit this, instigating discord within Ganjingzi Island to further undermine Xu Mingda. Captain Xu, since the higher-ups have already made arrangements for Ganjingzi Island, I believe we should comply with their directives and follow our leaders, Fu Biao suggested, his voice dripping with sycophancy as he noticed Xu Mingda's reluctance to be subsumed by Changle Island. Indeed, Captain Xu, Fu Biao is right. We must prioritize organization and discipline, said Gao Yuan, who, despite harboring deep-seated resentment towards Xu Mingda, maintained a facade of congeniality. Fu Biao, as you can see, our island is beset with numerous issues, some of which concern my personal safety. I cannot simply let this go. Until this matter is resolved, I cannot detach myself from it. You will represent our team and investigate the situation on Changle Island. Report back to me with timely updates on their intentions. Xu Mingda declared. Is that acceptable? Fu Biao stammered, suppressing his excitement and feigning a serious tone. What's wrong with that? Fu Biao will represent Captain Xu just the same, Gao Yuan replied. He was determined not to return empty-handed this time. Furthermore, Li Shusen was well aware that Xu Mingda would not easily submit to manipulation. Therefore, bringing Fu Biao back to Changle would be a significant achievement. With Fu Biao, the conditions on Ganjingzi Island would be fully revealed. Then, they could solicit assistance from the formidable Li Shusen to deal with Xu Mingda. You have heard the directive. Whether you or I go is inconsequential. The crux is to ascertain the higher-ups' intentions and bring that information back to me, Xu Mingda emphasized with a weighty tone. Yes, please rest assured, Team Leader Xu. I assure you that I will complete the task. Fu Biao exclaimed with delight, preparing to accompany Gao Yuan to Changle Island. Just then, a gunshot suddenly echoed from the direction of the village committee. What on earth is happening? Gao Yuan exclaimed, turning anxiously towards Xu Mingda. It's nothing serious. Perhaps someone on the island simply discharged their weapon accidentally. Xu Mingda shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that the local customs on Ganjingzi Island would be so bold. Gao Yuan remarked awkwardly. He had been halted at the customs earlier, which had left him somewhat disgruntled. However, upon observing the situation on Ganjingzi Island, with its abundance of firearms, he felt a shiver of apprehension. He dared not linger any longer. All right, then. I shall take my leave, Xu Mingda said, rising from his seat as a polite gesture towards Gao Yuan. After Gao Yuan and Fu Biao departed, Xu Mingda slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Anger does not resolve problems. It would be wiser to contemplate how to deal with Li Shusen. Du Hao approached Xu Mingda, resting a hand on his shoulder and speaking softly. Do you have any good ideas? Xu Mingda gazed at Du Hao. To be honest, while Xu Mingda was astute and courageous, his beginnings were humble, and his experiences and insights could not compare to those of Du Hao. Now that Xu Mingda had confirmed Du Hao's unwavering loyalty, he felt compelled to inquire. Chapter 176. The Zhai family would undoubtedly resist being under Li Shusen's control. The pivotal question lies in how Li Shusen intends to handle Zhai Fo Gang. If one could form an alliance with Zhai Fo Gang, Li Shusen would likely hesitate to act against them. This was a suggestion for Xu Mingda. However, Xu Mingda had no desire to forge any alliance with Zhai Fo Gang and his associates. Although he had only encountered Zhai Fo Gang once, he perceived that these affluent individuals possessed too many ulterior motives, and he felt ill-equipped to navigate their world until he amassed sufficient strength. Mingling with them would inevitably lead to his downfall. Any alliance must be a union of equals, where both parties stand to gain, or it must be the case that the Zhai family has something to seek from him, thus ensuring successful collaboration. I prefer to avoid dealings with the Zhai family, for I fear they might compel you to return, Xu Mingda expressed, playing the emotional card. Frankly, as his interactions with Du Hao lengthened, he found himself increasingly reluctant to part with this clever and beautiful young woman. Yet, Du Hao hailed from the Zhai family. While he was unaware of the nature of her agreements with them, he was certain that if the Zhai family insisted on her return, she would have no choice but to comply. My dear brother, even if you do not meet with the Zhai family, they will still seek me out. Du Hao was touched by Xu Mingda's words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For your sake, I shall confront Zhai Laodao once more, ensuring that you remain here with me, Xu Mingda stated earnestly. Really? Upon hearing this, Du Hao could not contain herself and leapt into Xu Mingda's embrace, kissing him with fervor. To be honest, over the years, many wealthy young men had professed their desire to marry her. But Du Hao was acutely aware that their intentions were fleeting and superficial. Once their interest waned, she would be cast aside. Thus, she had always maintained a sense of reserve. However, today, she was completely moved by Xu Mingda's profound affection. Du Hao, my little darling. Xu Mingda felt a rush of blood to his face, wrapping his arms around her waist, yearning for her to sit upon his lap, imagining a more intimate encounter. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed, signaling someone approaching on the deck. Du Hao instantly sprang from Xu Mingda's lap, pivoting away. Xu Mingda could only glare at the cabin door, his spirits dampened. In that moment, Yang Gukai burst in, his face alight with excitement. Brother, we've captured them. What have you captured? Xu Mingda shot him an irritable glance. Someone attempted to rescue those two assassins, and we apprehended them. Yang Gukai exclaimed. Where are they? Xu Mingda sprang to his feet, seizing his gun and making to leave. Brother, that fellow was shot by Han Li. He may not be able to act anymore. Yang Gukai cautioned. Damn, what happened? We need to leave a witness. Take me to see. Xu Mingda declared as he exited the official boat. At the base, Hao Wenbin and several militia members were gathered around a figure lying in a pool of blood, while Wu Xiao was administering first aid. He has been shot in the lung. He's in grave danger. Upon seeing Xu Mingda approach, Wu Xia stood up, wiping the blood from her hands. Xu Mingda observed the man, who was struggling for breath, his mouth frothing with blood, and realized that he was beyond saving. Where did you come from? He turned to look at Hao Wenbin. It seems they approached from the rear of the island. There's a small boat over there, Hao Wenbin remarked. Glancing at Lu Shui, those two should be aware. Han Li pointed to the two assassins confined within the village committee's warehouse beneath the stone cover. I'll bring them out for questioning. Yang Gukai was already itching for action, rolling up his sleeves in anticipation of Xu Mingda's command. Let us head up the mountain. It's inappropriate to inquire here, Xu Mingda cautioned. Moments later, Hao Wenbin, accompanied by several militiamen, brought the two assassins along with their accomplice to the courtyard of the small temple. The accomplice, already struggling for breath, was hoisted upside down, gasping and nearly rolling his eyes back in distress. Hand me the knife, Xu Mingda gestured to Yang Gukai. Yang Gukai promptly passed him the large machete he carried. Without a flicker of hesitation, Xu Mingda swung the blade, severing the accomplice's head from his body. Blood erupted in a spray, reaching several meters away. Han Li turned his head away in fright, shutting his eyes, thinking to himself, for heaven's sake, boss, could you at least give us a heads up before you commit murder? The militiamen following Hao Wenbin were equally terrified, some trembling uncontrollably, with one collapsing to the ground to vomit. The two assassins, in that moment, were left wide-eyed and speechless. Xu Mingda, clutching the severed head, entered the Dragon King hall, found a wooden tray, and placed the head upon it, setting it before the Dragon King. Bring those two over as well, he instructed upon exiting the hall, pointing at the assassins. Big brother, we will talk. We will tell you everything, the two assassins pleaded. Kneeling on the ground, their voices choked with tears as they bowed repeatedly. Chapter 177. Xu Mingda's swift and decisive interrogation method left the two assassins utterly stunned. They divulged everything in a torrent of fear. It turned out they were refugees, one of whom had been the fisherman whom Xu Mingda had executed. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, they, along with their wives, had sought refuge on an uninhabited island, guided by the fishermen. Initially, they believed the virus would soon dissipate. However, the outbreak escalated beyond control. With only 2 makeshift tents and a few supplies, their living conditions became untenable, as the island's resources were woefully inadequate. Apart from stones and barren grass, the only man-made structure was a tin-roofed shelter erected by a former fisherman. After several days of struggle, they found themselves devoid of firewood for warmth and cooking, not to mention the absence of fresh water. Survival was impossible. Thus, they resolved to seek shelter elsewhere. The fishermen mentioned the proximity of a larger island, abundant in resources and devoid of permanent inhabitants, which seemed a safer refuge from the mutations. Consequently, they set sail towards Cowtail Island. Upon discovering that the island was inhabited, they approached cautiously, clinging to their last hope of finding a safe haven. The inhabitants of Cowtail Island were surprisingly accommodating, welcoming them and providing ample food and drink. Aware of the need to reciprocate, the trio offered their services. The islanders agreed, stating that if they were willing to eliminate a certain individual, they could enjoy free lodging and meals on Cowtail Island henceforth. Shocked, the trio initially thought it was a jest. Surely, they could assist without resorting to murder. However, the islanders, suddenly turning hostile, mocked them, questioning their purpose for coming if they were unwilling to kill. With a curse, a gang of ruffians seized the 3 men and subjected them to a brutal beating, leaving them battered and broken. Their wives were dragged into the woods, where the anguished screams revealed that their torment was no less severe. In desperation, and to spare their wives further suffering, the 3 men reluctantly consented to the heinous task. The islanders provided them with a photograph, instructing them that Xu Mingda resided on Ganjingzi Island. Under the cover of night, the 3 men stealthily approached the rear of Ganjingzi Island in their small boat. To avoid detection, the skilled fishermen rowed the boat away while the other 2 concealed themselves on the island, observing the situation and waiting for the right moment. Given the recent influx of outsiders to Ganjingzi Island, the few local residents were easily overlooked, allowing them to blend in until the events of the morning unfolded. After recounting their tale, the 2 men knelt before Xu Mingda, pleading for mercy. They did not wish to engage in such deeds. Yet with their wives and children held captive, they could only muster the courage to proceed. How absurd it is. If you lack the ability to protect your wives, why do you come here to take the life of our leader? Upon hearing this, Yang Gukai seized a machete, intent on slaying them. Wait, Xu Mingda raised his hand, halting Yang Gukai. Your actions against me will yield no benefit. I have not wronged you. Even if you were to kill me, you would return to a barren expanse. If you are truly men, you ought to confront those who have wronged your wives, should you not? Xu Mingda taunted, casting a mocking glance at the two refugees. How foolish. Others have violated your wives, yet you come here to serve them. Han Li derided coldly. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, igniting a flicker of vengeance within their eyes. Boss, we implore you to spare us, to allow us to return and seek retribution. We shall serve you faithfully while we live, and even in death, we shall repay you, they pleaded, bowing fervently before Xu Mingda, their foreheads bloodied from their fervent prostrations. It appeared that their motives were not rooted in fear of death, but rather in the fervor ignited within their hearts. Chapter 178. Very well. I shall grant you a reprieve, Xu Mingda declared. Upon hearing this, the two individuals were utterly astonished and promptly began to bow their heads in gratitude. Hao Wenbin, witnessing Xu Mingda's unexpected leniency towards the assassins, found it difficult to believe. Third brother, do you see? If we were unarmed and lacked any organization, anyone could come to Ganjingzi Island and bully us. At that point, not only would we be treated like dogs, but our families would also be subjected to their whims. Xu Mingda gestured towards the two assassins as he spoke to Hao Wenbin and the others. The militia members, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of gratitude and repeatedly expressed their thanks to Captain Xu for safeguarding them in Ganjingzi Island. You should also spread the word about this matter when you return. Do not linger in idle gossip about my supposed excesses, Xu Mingda instructed. No, big brother. No one is saying that, Hao Wenbin hurriedly clarified. Xu Mingda understood that such sentiments were natural and unavoidable. Nevertheless, he had his own plans in mind. Nueva Island was under the domain of Zhaifo Gang. Since these two assassins hailed from Nueva Island, Xu Mingda could not comprehend why iPhone Gang would send assassins to eliminate him. What are your names? He inquired, casting a glance at the assassins. I am Ming Dong. He is Zheng Jiqiang, they replied promptly. You too, come with me for now. Once I have concluded my business, I will take you to Zhaifo Gang to reclaim your wives and children. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong were overwhelmed with emotion, weeping and wailing. They were acutely aware of the dangers posed by the people on Nueva Island. Even if Xu Mingda released them, they could not rescue their loved ones, and at best, they would perish together. Now, Xu Mingda had actually promised to assist them. How could they not feel grateful? Moreover, they had come to kill Xu Mingda. Yet he bore no grudge and even offered to help them. Was he not akin to a living bodhisattva? Additionally, while pursuing Xu Mingda, they encountered a curious incident. Upon descending into the basement, the previously pitch-black tunnel suddenly illuminated, accompanied by an angry shout. You dare to harm Su Jinren? Prepare to face the consequences. Then, before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves bewilderingly assaulted. Now, Xu Mingda was showing them such compassion and benevolence. The two immediately revered Xu Mingda as a divine being, willing to face fire and water for him, and to fight fiercely in his defense. Enough, enough. I have little patience for empty flattery. As for your loyalty and willingness to sacrifice, let our actions speak for themselves. Xu Mingda dismissed them with a wave, instructing Han Li to take them below to change their clothes and provide them with some food. Xu Mingda's expression darkened as he slowly approached the Dragon King Hall, gazing intently at the Dragon King statue. What is it, leader? As soon as Gao Hao saw Xu Mingda's grave demeanor, he hurried over to inquire. What does it mean that Zhaifeng Gang sent 2 novices to assassinate me? Xu Mingda asked, furrowing his brow. Zhaifeng Gang was a renowned figure on Dongshan Island. Yu and Xiao deceived him out of a ship full of timber and even killed his trusted subordinate. Could he possibly not harbor resentment towards you? Gao Hao replied gently. Indeed, Xu Mingda nodded in agreement. He and Xiao Wu brazenly stormed into Nuishio Island last time, embodying the audacity of youth. Although he managed to intimidate Zhaifeng Gang and successfully returned to Ganjingzi Island, one must consider the formidable nature of Zhaifeng Gang. It was only a matter of time before he saw through the ruse. Sending 2 novice assassins to eliminate him was already a restraint, even serving merely as a symbolic warning. Had it been Xu Mingda, he would have undoubtedly dispatched his subordinates to obliterate the opposing island without hesitation. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. Due to Li Shusen's ambitions to annex Ganjingzi Island, he still needed to collaborate with Zhaifeng Gang. How should this matter be broached? Fear not. I shall first establish contact with Miss Zhai. Everything shall be taken care of. Chapter 179. Xu Mingda was anxious about Zhaifeng Gang's absence. After all, he needed to collaborate with this influential figure to confront Li Shusen. However, he suggested that she could first reach out to Zhai Lina, acting as an intermediary to gauge Zhaifeng Gang's sentiments. That would be splendid. Thank you for your efforts, Xu Mingda exclaimed joyfully. He then instructed Do Hao to prepare incense for a ritual to honor the Dragon King. As for the offerings, a fresh human head was readily available, while other items like steamed buns and roasted chicken were temporarily set aside due to limited resources. Dragon Brother, I find myself in a predicament. I beseech your assistance for a smooth expedition, an alliance with the Zhai family, and the conquest of Changle Island. Spare me from the vile pests and spirits that seek to torment me. In gratitude, I present you with a human head and a box of cash. Please accept them. Xu Mingda silently recited a few words and respectfully lit a stick of incense, placing it in the incense burner. He then bowed 3 times in reverence. Typically, making such a grand vow would necessitate an elaborate show of respect, including 3 bows and 9 prostrations. After all, the dragon god was the guardian deity of their maritime domain. However, Xu Mingda had already taken Lu Xunren as his master, being his closed-door disciple. And he was confident that Lu Xunren's powers surpassed those of the Dragon King. Otherwise, he would not have been able to subdue it. Thus, Xu Mingda treated the situation with a sense of camaraderie. After completing his homage, he lit 3 cigarettes and placed them on the offering table. The cigarettes crackled as they burned, sending shivers down Douhao's spine. Xu Mingda understood that his dragon brother was pleased with the offerings and had agreed to assist him. He was well aware that his connection with the Dragon King was entirely due to his master, the transcended Lu Xunren. Moreover, when he faced peril, his master had manifested to scare off the 2 assassins, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, thereby protecting him. Therefore, he was determined to repay his master. Next, he contemplated renovating the Dragon King's temple, intending to respectfully invite his master, Lu Xunren, out from the underground palace and enshrine him in golden form. If his master could subdue the dragon, he must be at least a deity of the caliber of a dragon-subduing arhat. As long as he offered his devotion sincerely, his master would not neglect him in the future. Xu Mingda was eager to proceed. In his vision, he planned to transform the main hall of the Dragon King's temple into 3 separate chambers, one for the Dragon King, one for his master Lu Xunren, and the final one for his personal use. Would the Dragon King assent to this? When Xu Mingda shared this notion with Douhao, the latter expressed some reservations. That is a valid point, Xu Mingda conceded, realizing the need for careful consideration. After all, both the Dragon King and Master Lu Xunren were deities. To presume control over their domains while desiring equality could lead to dire consequences if either deity decided to exact punishment. Xu Mingda understood that in carpentry, one should not undertake tasks without consulting the owner. Otherwise, no matter how skillfully one worked, their efforts would go unrewarded. The proprietor has expressed grievances towards you, claiming that you lack understanding of your own standing and have taken it upon yourself to make decisions on their behalf. However, Brother Long is a revered figure, and his master has already passed. How can one inquire in such circumstances? The Holy Grail. A prompt reminder was given. None? Xu Mingda glanced around, noticing the absence of such devices within the Dragon King temple. Could coins suffice? Another suggestion arose. How could one inquire with mere coins? Xu Mingda was utterly perplexed, for he had never worshipped deities or visited temples throughout his life, lacking the knowledge. Meanwhile, Douhao possessed some understanding, largely due to her service in the Zhai Fenggang household, where she witnessed the rituals of seeking blessings from deities. It seems that those who are affluent and powerful place great importance on traditional elements such as feng shui, fate, and spiritual beings. As the saying goes, one's name, two's fortune, three's feng shui. This world is composed of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and humanity, situated between heaven and earth, is among the most spiritually aware of all beings. Naturally, one must follow the natural order of these 5 energies, aligning with the currents to nurture and develop oneself. Such beliefs and knowledge belong to ancient culture, often unknown to the common populace, and they are not permitted to grasp these truths. If the masses were to attempt to change their destinies or defy the heavens, the thrones of princes and dukes would become unstable. Thus, this knowledge was historically shrouded in secrecy and encoded in various forms. The superstitions referred to later stemmed from the ignorance of the common folk, who were misled by external appearances and listened to hearsay without discernment. Moreover, true knowledge is not accessible to just anyone, as it requires substantial wealth. To alter one's fate could cost anywhere from tens of thousands to several million. One must ponder, if the common people struggle to afford basic sustenance, how could they possibly spare funds for such sophisticated practices? Xu Mingda, a humble carpenter from a modest background, had little chance to engage with this knowledge. However, he was fortunate enough to become a close disciple of Master Lu, assuming the responsibility of managing the Dragon King Temple, thus granting him an opportunity. Therefore, when Douhao spoke of these matters, although he did not fully grasp them, he was still receptive, observing the absence of the Holy Grail and coins. Xu Mingda decided not to dwell on these forms any longer. Master, Brother Long, I intend to renovate this temple. My master shall occupy the central position, Brother Long. You will sit to the left, and I shall take the right. What do you think? Should you have any objections, please convey them to me in a dream. If there are none, I shall commence this work tomorrow. Xu Mingda said, bowing respectfully to the Dragon King. He then pulled Du Hao along and headed for the exit. Where are you going? Du Hao inquired, puzzled. To sleep. How else can one dream? Xu Mingda replied. Chapter 180. Since Xu Mingda arrived at Ganjingzi Island, he has operated like a machine revved up and ready to go, diligently tackling one task after another. This relentless nature is inherently tied to his character. Xu Mingda is an industrious individual. Even during his woodworking days, he would rise early to commence his labor, eschewing slothfulness and late mornings. Earning money was one of his few passions, the other being his romantic pursuits. This behavior is quite understandable, as it is a natural inclination. At just over 20, with robust health, a knack for making money, and a charming demeanor, he is not lacking in female companionship. Why wouldn't he indulge in such pursuits? However, since the onset of the apocalypse, circumstances have shifted slightly, yet not significantly. Xu Mingda has come to regard Ganjingzi Island as his home, and since it is his abode, he feels compelled to organize it properly and ensure that everything is in order. Furthermore, Xu Mingda has harbored a profound sense of crisis since childhood. This feeling is rooted in his background. Having lost his parents at a tender age, he has always lacked a sense of security. Consequently, he is inclined to stockpile resources and save money. Amassing sufficient food and savings gives him a semblance of safety. In the current apocalyptic climate, his sense of urgency is heightened. He would prefer to forego sleep altogether, dedicating every moment to gathering supplies, ensuring that food, clothing, and necessities are brought back to his home on Ganjingzi Island, thus granting him peace of mind. He understands that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the window of favorable conditions is fleeting. After a few months, the items produced will be consumed or decay, and finding replacements will become impossible. Thus, he has resorted to any means necessary to acquire resources. His financial situation is dire. He possesses no capital. For every job he undertakes, he earns only a meager wage. If no one employs him, he has no income. This makes him particularly attentive to the essentials of sustenance and apparel, unlike the affluent, who have never faced hardship. They have never had to worry about food or clothing. Their concerns revolve around governance and expansion, strategizing how to seize territories and enhance their enterprises, or how to cultivate connections and increase their soft power. Individuals like Zhai Fenggang and Li Shusen do not resort to raiding for supplies. They seek to establish dominions. Once a territory is secured, all people and resources within it belong to them, available for their unrestrained use. At this juncture, despite possessing over a dozen vessels and the ability to command around 200 people, Xu Mingda remains, at his core, a poor man, or perhaps a fledgling entrepreneur. Nevertheless, he harbors a fervent ambition. If he can effectively manage his relationship with Brother Long and leverage the influence of his mentor, Master Lu, he might ascend to a higher echelon, transforming into a cultured small business owner. Thus, the construction of the temple must be expedited. It is evident that Xu Mingda is impatient, even attempting to drag himself to sleep during the day. Nearby, Yang Guokai meanders within the temple, stubbornly refusing to work. If you wish to sleep, do so. I will contact Jailina for you. With that, he turned and descended the mountain. Xu Mingda was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to secure a deal with Doha today, but fate had conspired against him, leaving him without an opportunity. Brother, shall I find someone for you? Seeing Xu Mingda in a state of deep disappointment, Yang Guokai approached him and said, Why seek anyone at this hour? Xu Mingda replied with a hint of irritation. He had initially intended to summon Guo Meiwan to vent his frustrations. However, following the assassination incident that transpired earlier in the day, both Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao had since vacated the temple and relocated down the mountain. At this juncture, asking Yang Guokai to find Guo Meiwan would be too conspicuous. After all, he was reluctant to create any discord between them before securing his position in the capital. Chapter 181. Brother, a visitor has arrived. At that moment, Yang Guokai glanced down the mountain, his expression brimming with delight. Who is it? Xu Mingda, curious, craned his neck to peer down the slope. He spotted Zhang Dan from the enforcement team hastily approaching the temple, notebook in hand, seemingly with a matter to discuss with Xu Mingda. Keep an eye on the door for a moment. Don't let anyone else in, Xu Mingda instructed Yang Guokai, feeling a surge of impatience, before striding towards the quarters. Yang Guokai understood and fixed his gaze on Zhang Dan as she approached the entrance. Our team leader is about to take a nap. If you have something to discuss, make it quick. We wouldn't want him to fall asleep. Yang Guokai gestured towards Xu Mingda's quarters. Thank you, Zhang Dan replied hurriedly as she entered the room. She had been reassigned from the enforcement team to assist at the village committee, primarily aiding Xia Min, the wife of Fu Biao. At that moment, A significant shipment of food and supplies had arrived on Ganjingzi Island, and Guomeiwan and her colleagues were busy tallying the inventory, uncertain about how to manage the influx. Hence, they had sent Zhang Dan to consult Xu Mingda. Upon entering the quarters, Xu Mingda noted how meticulously Guomeiwan and Jiang Xiaoyu had arranged everything, the bedding on the Kong exuding a pleasant scent. He removed his outer garment and reclined on the bed. "Leader, I apologize for intruding. I wasn't aware you were resting," Zhang Dan said as she pushed the door open and found Xu Mingda lying with his arms open, momentarily at a loss. "Oh, Zhang Dan, it's quite all right. I wasn't asleep. Please, come in." Xu Mingda sat up, waving her in. "Leader, Xie Jie mentioned that this batch of supplies is of utmost importance and instructed me to consult you on how to proceed," Zhang Dan reported, standing in the center of the room with her notebook. "Feeling warm? There are refreshments available," Xu Mingda indicated towards the table by the bed. "Thank you, leader." "But I'm not too warm," Zhang Dan replied. "You must be tired from the climb. Sit and rest for a moment," Xu Mingda encouraged, patting the Kong. "Leader, I'm not tired. If you could provide your guidance, I won't disturb your rest any longer." Zhang Dan noted Xu Mingda's lack of intent to work and closed her notebook. "Well, you've been on the island for a while now, haven't you? How do you find it?" Xu Mingda inquired calmly. "Everything is quite good," Zhang Dan responded. "That's all that matters, as long as you are satisfied." Xu Mingda assessed Zhang Dan with a discerning gaze. "Leader, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. If you wish to delegate tasks, you can directly reach out to Xie Jie." Zhang Dan, sensing Xu Mingda's underlying desires, coolly concluded, adjusting her hair as she prepared to exit. Although her appearance was quite pleasing, her perpetually icy demeanor often intimidated those with less than honorable intentions. Xu Mingda understood that women of such privileged backgrounds could not be swayed by flattery or material temptations. They lacked for nothing in that regard. The only way to truly engage them was to dismantle their inherent sense of superiority. "You must have noticed the influx of refugees during this period," Xu Mingda remarked. "Yes. We have conducted a thorough assessment," Zhang Dan replied. "If any one of them were to assume your position, how do you think they would repay me?" Xu Mingda inquired, tilting his head and casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Dan. Chapter 182. "Leader, I have always been diligent in my work." Zhang Dan appeared somewhat taken aback, and with a flushed face, she insisted, "Do you think your job is something so sophisticated that it cannot be performed by anyone else?" Xu Mingda scoffed. "Well, I was previously assigned to internal affairs in the brigade." Zhang Dan cast a furtive glance at Xu Mingda, her confidence wavering. "Yes, that was due to your family's connections that you were placed there. But I have neither accepted a cigarette from your family nor a drink. Why should I cater to you? Wang Hongyan is far more competent than you. She has already been assigned to care for the infected team members. How can you remain here? Think about it." Xu Mingda lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled the smoke towards Zhang Dan. "You wish to manipulate me, do you not?" Suddenly, Zhang Dan covered her face and began to cry. "I do wish to manipulate you. What of it? Do I not possess the power and authority to do so?" Xu Mingda replied coldly. "What should I do? I cannot resign, nor can I return home," Zhang Dan sobbed, growing increasingly distraught. "Then learn to read a man's expressions. Stand straight, hands down," Xu Mingda commanded sharply. Zhang Dan instinctively complied with his directive, looking at him with tearful, pleading eyes. "All right, turn around and run out. Do not wait for me to regret it," Xu Mingda added. He felt a surge of frustration. Initially, he intended to play the villain, yet in reality, these women on the island depended on him to live comfortably. It seemed only natural for him to expect some form of reciprocation from them. However, upon witnessing Zhang Dan's unwilling tears, his resolve softened. "Damn it, I wonder how those strong-willed offenders managed to assert themselves so brazenly. I certainly cannot," Xu Mingda muttered, turning away in annoyance, and lay down once more. To his surprise, he fell asleep almost instantly and began to dream. He suddenly found himself face to face with an elderly Taoist priest who was observing him with a cold glare while brandishing a whisk. "Are you my master?" Xu Mingda felt blinded by the radiant aura surrounding the old priest, making it impossible to gaze directly at him. "Hiki, disciple, why do you not kneel upon seeing your master?" The old priest laughed heartily. "Ah, truly my master. Thank you for accepting me." Xu Mingda immediately knelt and bowed his head, speaking as he did so. "Disciple, do not forget the teachings I imparted to you. They are essential for your future survival," the kind old priest advised. "Master, I do not comprehend." Xu Mingda recalled having found a book in a secret chamber. "I shall teach you how to utilize it. Moreover, reading it 1,000 times will lead to understanding," the Taoist said, placing his hand upon Xu Mingda's head. Xu Mingda felt a warm stream of energy flow into him, as if a series of mysterious symbols were entering his mind. Although he could not yet grasp their significance, he sensed they were undoubtedly beneficial. "Master, Grant me a bit more power, lest I be bullied by others outside. He implored with a charming smile. Humph, ungrateful disciple. Are you aware that the abilities I have just imparted to you are coveted by countless individuals for generations? Master Lu remarked with a cold snort. Master, why then have you bestowed them upon me? Xu Mingda inquired, somewhat foolishly. Unruly disciple, what were you attempting to accomplish earlier? Master Lu asked sharply. Master? I merely jested with a female colleague, Xu Mingda replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Had I not witnessed your sudden restraint from malice, I would have certainly extinguished you on the spot. Master Lu proclaimed sternly. Master, I assure you, I had other intentions. I wished to craft a golden effigy of you. Xu Mingda hastily knelt in supplication, fearing the master's wrath. Chapter 183. Xu Mingda, despite his fearless nature, felt an inexplicable trepidation upon encountering Master Lu. It was not merely fear, but rather a profound sense of reverence. Although he had never crossed paths with Master Lu in life, from the very moment he laid eyes on him, he experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to a lost child returning home. Thus, when Master Lu expressed his intention to discipline him, Xu Mingda was immediately filled with apprehension. Eager to appease, he offered to craft a golden statue in Master Lu's honor and even vowed to erect a temple for the public to pay their respects. Ah, you clever boy. So obedient and sensible, it seems I cannot even strike you. Master Lu's demeanor softened considerably upon hearing Xu Mingda's words. However, he regarded Xu Mingda's suggestion to enshrine both himself and the Dragon King with disdain. That dragon is merely a failed 1,000-year-old python. Had I not taken pity on it and offered refuge, it would not have had the opportunity to manifest or receive offerings. Master, I knew the Dragon King was unworthy. Turns out it is just a large python. Xu Mingda exclaimed. Whether I am a serpent or not is not for you to critique. At that moment, the Dragon King, seemingly summoned from a dream, appeared. Oh, Dragon Brother, I did not realize you were here. It was merely a jest. Please, do not take offense. Xu Mingda hurriedly explained, seeing the Dragon King's furious countenance. Humph. The Dragon King glared at Xu Mingda with contempt before respectfully bowing to Master Lu. My disciple, why do you deem this little dragon to be unworthy? Master Lu inquired, disregarding the Dragon King. Master, I was simply making a light-hearted comment, Xu Mingda replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you wish to betray your master? Master Lu's expression darkened again. Master, please do not be angry. My comment about Dragon Brother was metaphorical. For who would require sacrifices from a true deity? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Xu Mingda confessed that he had already offered 2 human heads to the Dragon King to elicit divine manifestations. Little dragon, perhaps it is time for you to reconsider your dietary preferences? Master Lu shot a cold glare at the Dragon King. Yes. I shall refrain from human sacrifices in the future. The Dragon King hastily bowed, casting a fierce glare at Xu Mingda. My disciple, it is not impossible for you to rebuild the temple and benefit the surrounding populace. However, you must honor me as the principal deity and regard the little dragon as a protective spirit at my side, Master Lu stated with gravity. But Master, what about me? Xu Mingda inquired anxiously. Living beings partake in the offerings. I fear you lack the fortune to enjoy them. The Dragon King made a face at Xu Mingda. Fine. I heed my master's words. Xu Mingda, however, was not interested in sharing the offerings with Master Lu. Rather, he sought to establish an office for himself within the temple. Since you are my disciple, you are indeed entitled to partake in the offerings. Yet, there is a condition. You must protect the surrounding populace and rescue them from peril. Otherwise, you will court your own demise. Master Lu proclaimed. This, I understand, Xu Mingda replied, somewhat hesitant. The prospect of having a position next to his master, while also performing numerous good deeds, left him feeling reluctant. After all, he came to Ganjingzi Island to be the king of the mountains, not to be a living bodhisattva saving others from suffering. Who says that helping others must come at one's own expense, while you revel in your own happiness? Assisting others in alleviating their dire predicaments is also a form of virtue. Master Lu perceived Xu Mingda's thoughts and spoke with a smile. Yes, Master, I understand. Xu Mingda exclaimed with excitement. Since you hold me in such high regard, please teach me a few effective techniques, so that I may also shine and spare you any embarrassment. Upon realizing that he was not being asked to become a monk, Xu Mingda's enthusiasm surged. Humph. Did I not just impart knowledge to you? Master Lu retorted. Simply unlock it gradually. With a swift flick of his feather duster, Xu Mingda felt a sudden prickling sensation on his face, awakening him entirely. Chapter 184. Xu Mingda was just about to seek some skills from his master when an unexpected itch in his nose caused him to sneeze, abruptly awakening him. Master. Xu Mingda intended to find Daoist Lu, but discovered Douhao grinning at him, wielding a grass stick. You're awake? Douhao inquired. Oh, why did you choose this precise moment to interrupt? just as I was discussing matters with my master. Xu Mingda sighed, pushing Do Hao away and sitting up. Am I interrupting your search for your little sister? Do Hao crossed her arms before her chest, gazing at Xu Mingda with a subtle smile. No, I'm a serious person. Xu Mingda quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, weren't you supposed to contact Jailina? What did she say? He felt a twinge of guilt as he hastily changed the subject. I didn't mention anything else to Lena, just invited her to come here to play. I also mentioned that you would present her with some gifts, Do Hao replied. That sounds appropriate, Xu Mingda nodded. As long as Jailina is willing to come, everything will be manageable. Do Hao, you truly are my capable assistant. Xu Mingda was elated that Do Hao had swiftly secured matters with the Zhai family. He pulled her in for a kiss. Do Hao chuckled. Do you even know what a capable assistant means? Isn't just a woman helping from within? Xu Mingda replied. My Captain Su, I've never seen you take such advantage. A capable assistant refers to marrying a good wife, yet from your words, it seems all the women on the island are your capable assistants. Do Hao deftly extricated herself from Xu Mingda's embrace, teasing him. Deep down, she longed for Xu Mingda to acknowledge her legitimate status. In other words, even if Xu Mingda did not formally marry her, he should at least accord her a title befitting her current role. Having decided to break away from the Zhai family, she no longer wished to be a mere plaything for Xu Mingda. So that's what a capable assistant means. It seems I haven't read enough. Xu Mingda remarked, though his education was limited, his intellect was sharp. He could easily discern Do Hao's intentions. In truth, he was continually testing her loyalty. Logically speaking, Do Hao was tall, attractive, cultured, knowledgeable, and possessed various talents. Had the world not succumbed to chaos, Xu Mingda would have considered himself fortunate to marry such a woman. His ancestors would have surely rejoiced. Yet now, amidst the apocalypse, Xu Mingda was merely a scoundrel surviving on a small island. And it appeared that his standards for a partner had shifted, becoming increasingly stringent. While Do Hao excelled in many aspects, Xu Mingda was reluctant to confine their relationship with a formal title. In fact, in the world of yore, marriage signified a man's legal claim, reproductive rights, and exclusivity over a woman. However, in this new world, those marital attributes had diminished or even vanished. Survival had become a struggle. Who could afford to contemplate purchasing property, marrying, or raising offspring? Perhaps in the future, once the zombie virus had passed, and he had established his own enterprise and status, he might consider marrying Do Hao. However, at present, he does not believe that Do Hao would remain steadfastly loyal to him. In fact, even when he is not Su Dui, but rather Su Mangli is he, Do Hao would promptly abandon him. This does not imply that Do Hao harbors no feelings for him. Rather, as a valuable asset, she would swiftly be claimed by those powerful men who seek to elevate their status. Sigh, why must one seek unnecessary troubles? Is it not better to indulge in the pleasures of the moment? Xu Mingda let out a quiet sigh and suddenly felt that everything was devoid of meaning. Chapter 185. After much persuasion, Do Hao successfully convinced Jailina to visit Ganjingzi Island, which alleviated a weight from Xu Mingda's heart. As for how to ensure Jailina's satisfaction during her visit, Xu Mingda was determined to make her experience delightful. He had also contemplated gifts for her. Do Hao was particularly attuned to Jailina's preferences. Unlike many young women from ordinary families who might covet designer bags or gold and silver jewelry as symbols of wealth and status, Jailina hailed from a prosperous family and had been affluent since childhood. Such material possessions might elicit envy from those less fortunate, but for Jailina, they held little allure. Instead, she had a fondness for beads and bracelets, which not only held intrinsic value but also served as symbols of quality. Additionally, they offered her a sense of spiritual connection, as her family adhered to a belief in the divine. By fortunate coincidence, Xu Mingda had discovered several exquisite bracelets in the meditation room of Master Lu. These were crafted from quality materials, including rosewood and sandalwood, likely gifted to the master by a wealthy devotee, and used and still in their packaging. Xu Mingda resolved to present Jailina with one or two of these upon her arrival. Furthermore, he planned to send her back with some food supplies, for even the wealthiest families could not carry a granary with them. In a world where resources were scarce, food was invaluable currency. To foster collaboration with Zhai Fenggang, Xu Mingda understood the necessity of offering tangible benefits, ensuring that there was something to gain from their association. Do Hao, you executed this splendidly. I shall send a boat to fetch Jailina tomorrow. Xu Mingda exclaimed, pulling Du Hao in for a celebratory embrace, only to be playfully pushed away. Director, do you not have a romantic interest already? Why cling to me? She teased. What? Who said that? You are my darling. Xu Mingda replied, his heart racing, yet maintaining a composed smile. My dear brother, Xiaomin has even begun to scout for concubines for you. Did you think I was unaware? Du Hao remarked, crossing her arms and laughing at Xu Mingda. What? Choosing concubines? Who permitted that woman to act so? It is utterly chaotic. Xu Mingda's brow furrowed as he began to piece together the situation. It was likely that Zhang Dan, after being mistreated at the temple, had returned to inform Xiao Min. Eager to curry favor with Xu Mingda, Xiao Min thought to present him with a selection of beautiful young women for his amusement. This was absurd. While the act itself may have been done in private, it had caused quite a stir, reaching even Du Hao's ears, which was truly troublesome. Moreover, it is indeed the perfect moment for oneself. Xu Mingda, increasingly agitated, slammed his fist upon the table. Go summon Xiao Min for me. I wish to inquire what on earth she is up to. What are her intentions? Is this not a deliberate attempt to meddle in my relationship with Director Du? He pointed at Yang Guokai. Yes, leader, Yang Guokai replied. He thought to himself, brother, everyone is aware of your little affairs. Nevertheless, he promptly descended the mountain to find Xiao Min. Yang Guokai was not foolish. He grasped the implications of Xu Mingda's demand. It was a signal for him to inform Xiao Min that this matter should be put on hold for the time being. If it were to proceed, it must be done discreetly, waiting for a couple of days until the situation calmed down. Du Hao, upon witnessing Xu Mingda instruct Yang Guokai to confront Xiao Min, felt his jealousy dissipate. Leader, you are also a man. It is only natural to be intrigued by attractive women. Xiao Min has done nothing wrong. Why must you pursue her with ire? If I were in her position, I too would consider providing you with a personal assistant to address certain needs of yours. Du Hao remarked. That is entirely different. You can fulfill my needs, but she cannot. She is too old. Xu Mingda, perceiving Du Hao's softened tone, felt a surge of joy and embraced her, intending to indulge in his desires. My dear brother, do not be hasty. Your sister is already yours. This is a temple, not a place for you to show off your competitive spirit. Be cautious lest your master sees and punishes you. Du Hao, having been sufficiently stirred, still feigned reluctance. She understood that only when a man is unfulfilled will he be compliant. If she were too easily won by Xu Mingda, it would not be long before she faced abandonment. Chapter 186. Although Xu Mingda was consumed by desire, he recognized that engaging in licentious behavior within a temple was indeed inappropriate. After all, he was a disciple of the Taoist sect, and certain principles must be upheld. What to do then? Perhaps I shall suggest that Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shao find somewhere else to spend the night, he mused, and then spoke. Aren't you concerned about offending your sister Jiang? Du Hao asked, her lips curling in a smirk. You think too much, Xu Mingda replied, playfully pinching Du Hao's cheek. Evading the question. His desire to relocate Guo Meiwan and Jiang Shao was not a mere whim. It had been part of his plan all along. The island had several shipping containers that he intended to convert into makeshift housing, given the limited availability of accommodations in Ganjingzi village, which were predominantly occupied. This seemed a practical solution. He had previously contemplated constructing dwellings from logs and had even mapped out a few locations. However, building with timber proved challenging, requiring a skilled workforce and tools such as chainsaws. Unfortunately, wind power could not be harnessed due to the absence of essential equipment. Although Xiao Wu had managed to procure a few photovoltaic solar panels, their energy output was modest, sufficient only for lighting. The idea of generating electrical power was far-fetched. Thus, under the current circumstances, emptying and arranging the containers, cutting a few windows with a handsaw, and using fabric curtains could transform them into sturdy, durable shelters. Interior decorations and measures for sun, cold, and moisture protection could be addressed later. Xu Mingda had even envisioned erecting 3 observation posts and hidden bunkers on the island. Following the defensive design proposed by Wu Zuowei, even if faced with armed adversaries, they would struggle to overcome a position fortified by steel containers. Xu Mingda was prepared. It would be ideal to secure a partnership with Zhai Fenggang, but if negotiations failed, or if Zhai Fenggang or Li Shusen attempted to forcibly annex Ganjingzi Island, he would not hold back. He would take decisive action. Therefore, establishing defensive positions was imperative, and renovations of the Longwang Temple needed to commence immediately. Xu Mingda planned to construct a tower within the temple, enhancing its aesthetic appeal and elevating its stature. Furthermore, he intended for this tower to serve as a signal tower, watchtower, and heavy machine gun position, monitoring the surrounding waters of Ganjingzi Island for several dozen kilometers. He estimated that if the tower were sufficiently tall, it would provide a clear view of nearby Nyodo Island, Changle Island, and several uninhabited islets, allowing for surveillance of their movements. Additionally, by installing the communication equipment retrieved from the grain ship at Dongshan port atop the tower, it could function as a command center, coordinating the activities of vessels operating around Ganjingzi Island. Once this stronghold was completed, Xu Mingda believed that apart from naval ships or gunboats, no one would be able to seize Ganjingzi Island. Of course, realizing these projects required not only copious amounts of stone and timber but also considerable manpower. This illustrates why Xu Mingda sought to shelter so many refugees. The employees of the wind power group had become largely redundant. Other than retaining Duan Yang and a few obedient electricians to lay down electrical circuits and build a transformer station, the remainder could be utilized as laborers. Regarding the refugees awaiting quarantine at customs, the time has come to take action. Xu Mingda is fortunate that the number of individuals on Ganjingzi Island is relatively small, with fewer than 200 people. However, the demographic composition is exceptionally promising. Aside from a handful of elderly individuals and some minors, the majority are robust young adults aged between 20 and 50. This group possesses both skills and physical strength, and if utilized appropriately, they represent a formidable source of productivity. Thus, upon descending from the mountain, Xu Mingda promptly set about organizing this endeavor. He first summoned Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao to mobilize the villagers, assisting Wu Zuowei and the preparatory team in positioning the containers as planned. Subsequently, they unloaded the food supplies, storing them in various warehouses, aiming to clear the containers swiftly for conversion into prefabricated housing. One area would serve as a collective dormitory and office for the law enforcement team, another for the local militia, and a third for customs operations. These three entities are armed, and should anyone attempt to invade Ganjingzi Island, any assault on these locations would be met with resistance. Moreover, these three sites are strategically positioned to support one another, with Xu Mingda having clearly defined the intended use of these containers, including for the preparatory team, the militia, and customs personnel. All were filled with enthusiasm and eagerly engaged in the task of relocating the containers. At this juncture, Xiaomin hurriedly approached Xu Mingda. "Leader, I request the allocation of a container to serve as my office." "Huh? What do you need an office for? Isn't it sufficient to work at the village committee with Jiang Xiao and the others?" "I've already found them a new location," Xu Mingda replied. "Leader, I envision it this way. Dandan and I primarily oversee the affairs concerning the incoming refugees. Additionally, I have another request. The workload is rather complex and overwhelming, so I plan to hire 2 young women to assist us. Having a separate office would be more convenient for managing the tasks at hand, especially since I would appreciate your frequent visits to oversee our progress," Xiaomin said with a meaningful smile. Earlier, Yang Gukai had already conveyed Xu Mingda's intentions to her. Having served many leaders in the past, Xiaomin understood how to navigate this situation effectively. At this moment, she had subtly communicated her true desire to Xu Mingda. Her request for an office was essentially an invitation for Xu Mingda to have a private space for leisure. "Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I will certainly support your endeavors. I will inform Hao Wenbin and the militia to reserve a container for you. You may choose the most convenient location for your office," Xu Mingda replied, fully understanding her implications. Chapter 187. Thanks to the forklift, the task of transporting these containers proceeded with remarkable ease. On a spacious area to the right of the fishing port, 4 containers were arranged in a formation resembling the letter Y, with an additional container stacked atop the central one. By merely ascending a ladder, one could access a small second floor. The Y-shaped containers formed an open courtyard facing the sea, situated merely a few dozen meters from the breakwater. This would serve as the future office space for the waterborne law enforcement team. Once the renovations were completed, Xu Mingda would no longer have to sleep aboard a swaying government vessel. He intended to rest on the second floor. Du Hao observed the transformation of the island's environment with awe and admiration for Xu Mingda. She had never imagined that Xu Mingda, a rustic man with little culinary experience, could possess such potential. He had transformed a desolate island into a formidable fortress and habitable town. Du Hao believed that Xu Mingda's abilities were merely the tip of the iceberg, and it was likely that he would shine brightly in the apocalyptic future, becoming a legendary figure. Thus, Du Hao resolved to follow Xu Mingda unwaveringly. Not only Du Hao shared this sentiment, Jiang Xiaoyu felt similarly. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan, who had often been overlooked, found herself in a state of turmoil. She had descended the mountain to confide in Xiaomin about Xu Mingda's intentions towards her, expecting Xiaomin to support her and denounce Xu Mingda's shamelessness. To her surprise, Xiaomin rebuked her harshly, asking, "Who do you think you are? Are you the emperor's daughter? What era do you think this is? You still pretend to be innocent? If I were 10 years younger, would you even stand a chance?" Though Zhang Dan was stunned into silence by Xiaomin's scolding, it ultimately awakened her. Having witnessed the plight of countless helpless refugees, she began to imagine the dire fate she would face if Xu Mingda did not rescue her. At that moment, death did not seem terrifying. Rather, the fear lay in being unable to die and suffering endlessly. While the apocalypse was arduous, how many possessed the courage to take their own lives? Thus, after Xiaomin's scathing remarks, Zhang Dan realized that Xu Mingda had taken care of her for an extended period without demanding anything in return, which was indeed generous. She reflected on the refugees crowded on rafts, many of whom, despite their education, appearance, and background, were reduced to being subject to the whims of crude sailors and petty thugs for a mere sip of water or a morsel of food. In comparison, Xu Mingda's request for her companionship during the night seemed trivial. After all, she had done nothing. Yet Xu Mingda had provided her with a box of biscuits and a large pack of tissues. The more she pondered, the more she felt Xiaomin's criticisms were justified, especially when she saw Xiaomin selecting 2 girls from among the female refugees, preparing to train them for Xu Mingda. Zhang Dan felt increasingly unworthy and disappointed in herself. Unsure whether it was too late for her to approach Xu Mingda, she ultimately resolved to discreetly seek him out and apologize. If he were willing to accept her words, she would strive to serve him diligently. At that moment, Xu Mingda stood upon the pier, directing the workers and arranging the containers. Noticing Zhang Dan swaying slightly in the distance, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of speaking yet hesitated, he couldn't help but cast a curious glance in her direction. Chapter 188. This little girl possesses a certain pride and a commendable spirit, and Xu Mingda finds her quite intriguing. Her visit must surely pertain to the incident that transpired earlier in the afternoon. He wonders what delightful surprise she might bring this time. Come here, are you looking for me? Don't hide away. I want tea bite. Xu Mingda gestured for Zhang Dan to approach while smiling and appraising her. Nearby, Yang Guokai and Han Li watched Xu Mingda with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. The reason Xu Mingda called Zhang Dan over was to clarify the events of the afternoon. After all, his actions had been spontaneous rather than premeditated, as he had no long-term plans to take advantage of this second-generation connection. Although Zhang Dan might not be of much use to him, Xu Mingda was not a person driven by utilitarian motives. Moreover, with the entirety of Ganjingzi Island under his control, abundant in both resources and armaments, he was indifferent to the trifles others might offer. However, one thing was certain: if Zhang Dan did not seek him out, she would gradually fade into obscurity, possibly forgotten. As many were eager to curry favor with Xu Mingda, regardless of gender. Initially, Zhang Dan intended to slip away unnoticed due to the crowd. But upon hearing Xu Mingda call her out, she clenched her teeth and strode forward with a determined demeanor. Captain Xu, I wish to speak with you privately. Oh? A private conversation? Xu Mingda glanced around. Yang Guokai was suppressing laughter, turning his face away in feigned ignorance. Very well, I'm not busy at the moment. Let us discuss things aboard the boat. He nodded and confidently made his way to the official vessel. At that time, Jiang Xiao and Guo Meiwan were occupied organizing the villagers to transport grain to the warehouse and were not on the boat, while all others had been dispatched by Xu Mingda to coordinate matters with Xiao Wu, leaving the official boat entirely empty. Speak, what brings you to me? Xu Mingda reclined boldly on the sofa, crossing his legs as he regarded Zhang Dan. He could tell that she had made an effort to present herself attractively. She wore perfume, and her lips were coated in a glossy balm. Xu Mingda even suspected she might be wearing sheer stockings and a thong beneath her attire. Captain Xu, I apologize for my behavior this afternoon. I should not have refused to serve you. I lack gratitude and awareness of reciprocity, so please, punish me as you see fit. I am willing to do anything for you, Zhang Dan stated flatly, her eyes cast down, hands clasped behind her back. Are you here to apologize or to entertain? Xu Mingda nearly chuckled at the absurdity. He had initially intended to tease her, but her demeanor had drained the moment of any playful spirit. Captain Xu, I genuinely come to apologize. If you require it, I am ready to serve you now. Zhang Dan stated expressionlessly, beginning to undress. Stop right there. I'm not that kind of person, nor do I possess such inclinations, Xu Mingda quickly interjected, grabbing her to halt her actions. Are you implying that I am unattractive and lack charm, thus unworthy of sharing your bed? As she spoke, her lips pouted, and she suddenly began to cry. Hey, don't cry. If someone sees you, it will appear as though I'm bullying you. Xu Mingda hastily rose to his feet and proclaimed, very well. Since you refuse to accept my apology, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I shall no longer be a source of trouble for you. Zhang Dan, with tears in her eyes, bowed deeply to Xu Mingda before turning to exit the ship. Come back. Did I permit you to leave? Tell me, who summoned you here? Xu Mingda called out, halting Zhang Dan in her tracks. Chapter 189. Xu Mingda furrowed his brow at Zhang Dan's uncharacteristic behavior. He was not a lecher. Although he possessed a robust desire for women, he still adhered to a moral compass. At this moment, he felt no attraction towards Zhang Dan, but his heart was laden with worry and sorrow. Is this truly the end of days? Must one be driven to a life of thievery and debauchery? If women are forced to resort to such extremes for survival, it renders existence rather bleak. In truth, he preferred the diversity of women, particularly those with distinct personalities. The ubiquitous, delicate, and slender figures seemed to him mere plastic flowers, visually appealing at first glance, yet devoid of fragrance upon closer inspection. He cherished the wildflower scent of Jiang Xiaoyu and the thorny rose essence that Zhang Dan exhibited. No one compelled me to come. I chose to, Zhang Dan said, wiping her tears. Indeed, Zhang Dan, I appreciate your gratitude. I understand your desire to repay me, but I do not require such gestures. Look at you. Your words are more assertive than those of my younger brother. How could I possibly be intrigued by you in that manner? Do not presume that our lack of a romantic relationship implies you cannot endure on Ganjingzi Island. It is not that simple. However, I will expect you to repay me in another way by serving our community on Ganjingzi Island, and you shall not refuse. Otherwise, you may find yourself cast aside. To thrive in this world of desolation, one must make sacrifices. Men exert their strength and intellect, while women can no longer afford to be complacent, expecting protection and provision from men as they once did. The environment has changed. It is already a challenge for men to survive. Yet, a woman's efforts are seldom linear. Do you understand? Xu Mingda said, his brow furrowed in seriousness. Yes, I understand. Thank you, leader, Zhang Dan nodded. Suddenly, she felt a sense of admiration for Xu Mingda, as if his stature had grown in her eyes. Please, spare me the leader title. How old are you? Xu Mingda inquired. 24, Zhang Dan replied. Ah, I am your senior. You may simply call me brother from now on. By the way, are you in a relationship? Xu Mingda asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at Zhang Dan. I dated someone in school, but we parted ways after graduation. Zhang Dan's mood lightened. Have you had several relationships? You aren't a virgin, are you? Xu Mingda continued to probe. Well, too. I was intimate with my second boyfriend, but it only happened once, Zhang Dan responded. Her face flushing as she realized the intimacy of his inquiry, her voice barely above a whisper. Ah, that explains it, Xu Mingda mused. His gaze still fixed on Zhang Dan. He suspected her previous boyfriend had left due to their lack of compatibility. This young woman certainly lacked a romantic sensibility and femininity. Nevertheless, one could argue that she had yet to encounter the true soulmate who could stir her heart. Xu Mingda's inquiries stemmed from the consideration that, if necessary, he might introduce Zhang Dan to one of his subordinates as a wife. Women, as a species, are often quite loyal, especially those like Zhang Dan, if treated well. She would reciprocate with unwavering devotion. Xu Mingda required not only the loyalty of his male subordinates but also the admiration of women. A man's loyalty is founded upon the strength he possesses. Now, he has the capability to dominate Ganjingzi Island, and the inhabitants there are naturally willing to serve as his subordinates. However, should the day arise when he suddenly loses his power, or if a figure more formidable than he were to emerge on Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda can assuredly expect to witness those once unwaveringly loyal subordinates depart from him without a trace of remorse. Chapter 190. This behavior is social in nature and bears little connection to one's character. Men, in their quest for survival, must navigate towards benefits while evading harm. However, women are distinctly different. They are creatures of emotion, and such sentiments may endure for long durations, often lagging behind reality. Women prioritize their feelings over mere interests, especially in their affections towards men, which can sometimes last a lifetime. Thus, Xu Mingda aspired to cultivate a few devoted female admirers, for he required individuals to serve as his eyes and ears. Jiang Xiao, though honest, was overly astute, and Xiao Min, driven by her ambitions, was hardly worth mentioning. She resembled a bottomless pit of desire, seeking to leverage her connections for personal gain, offering no genuine reciprocation in return. Consequently, Xu Mingda concluded that Zhang Dan, albeit somewhat headstrong, would undoubtedly become a loyal supporter. This was the rationale behind his intention to adopt Zhang Dan as his sworn sister. What else would you like to inquire? Zhang Dan asked, as Xu Mingda fixed his gaze upon her in silence, her nostrils flaring slightly as she maintained a calm demeanor. Nothing more. If you encounter difficulties, seek me out. I shall assist you, Xu Mingda replied. Must I not offer you anything in return? Did you not imply that there are no unmotivated acts of kindness? You have neither taken a cigarette from my home, nor enjoyed a drink from my cellar. And you do not desire to be intimate with me. Surely, you must have an ulterior motive. Just say it outright, and I shall see what I can do. Zhang Dan asserted. Her words elicited amusement from Xu Mingda. Indeed, Zhang Dan was a forthright woman. However, this quality was preferable, for Xu Mingda had no time for frivolous flirtation. Since you have spoken, keep an eye on the situation on the island, particularly regarding Xiao Min. Pay attention to any developments in her connections with Fu Biao. You need to visit me incessantly. Let us not draw attention to our sibling relationship, Xu Mingda instructed. He had specifically tasked Zhang Dan with monitoring Fu Biao and Xiao Min because he sensed that once Fu Biao arrived at Changle Island, he would undergo a transformation, harboring ambitions that could either replace or directly suppress his own. This would manifest through Xiao Min understood. You wish for me to act as an undercover agent, or rather, to remain hidden. I have not done such before, but I shall endeavor to perform well, Zhang Dan replied calmly, her expression perpetually devoid of overt emotion. This composure reassured Xu Mingda of her suitability for the task. All right, dear Sister Dan, it is settled. You now have new responsibilities. Do not fret about being replaced. As long as you remain honest with me, I assure you a prosperous life on Ganjingzi Island. In due course, I shall introduce you to a suitable partner, and thus, the matter will be resolved, Xu Mingda declared. All right, brother. Thank you. Zhang Dan bowed respectfully to Xu Mingda. However, upon noticing the peculiar glimmer in his eyes, she approached him and embraced him briefly. Very well, go now. You have lingered here too long. Others may begin to gossip, Xu Mingda remarked, affectionately patting Zhang Dan's head. Chapter 191. After Zhang Dan departed from the government vessel, Xu Mingda lit a cigarette. The sound of his lips smacking together made him feel somewhat like a saint. Zhang Dan had practically presented herself to him, yet he had refrained from making a move. This seemed rather incongruent with his character. However, the thought of Zhang Dan becoming his little informant on Ganjingzi Island made Xu Mingda feel it was indeed worthwhile. As he stepped out of the cabin with a cigarette between his lips, he noticed Yang Guokai and Han Li by the breakwater, grinning at him. Brother, that was quick. Han Li teased. What do you mean quick? I was discussing serious matters with Zhang Dan, work-related, you know? What are you thinking? Xu Mingda spat, scolding him. Yes. Brother was discussing work, Yang Guokai interjected, playfully kicking Han Li. You too, are you feeling restless? If it's too much, I could ask Xiaomin to find you a little sister? Xu Mingda suggested. Both Yang Guokai and Han Li, just over 20, were at an age brimming with youthful curiosity and desire for women. Xu Mingda had women around him, like Xiao with Wu Xia, but Yang Guokai, loyal and steadfast, had no woman to hold at night. Xu Mingda suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards the subordinate. As for Han Li, a university student, still young and inexperienced, he was not yet ready for marriage, but also needed an outlet for his burgeoning hormones. Xu Mingda did not wish to play matchmaker for them as he had for Xiao Wu. In his view, the adage that women impede a man's readiness for battle rang true. The wise do not fall in love, especially in this harsh apocalyptic era. In a world rife with zombies, mere survival was a formidable challenge, let alone bearing the burden of another person. Doubling the pressure would only hasten the demise of his subordinates. Furthermore, Xu Mingda was apprehensive that if he were to find wise for his men, their loyalty to him might wane. This was a weakness of human nature. Men are inherently protective, and in their desire to safeguard their partners, they might defy his orders or even flee in combat. Xu Mingda would not make such a mistake. Indeed, without delving into the annals of history, one could observe from a century ago during the era of chaos that soldiers could engage in plunder and pillage, yet lower-ranked soldiers were prohibited from bringing their families. Only those of a certain rank, such as above regiment level, were permitted to marry. This policy was designed to maintain combat efficacy. Thus, providing a few women for his subordinates was the most cost-effective strategy. It would address their physiological needs without allowing them to develop emotional attachments to women. A woman who had been with many men would rarely find a new suitor. Moreover, subordinates who had enjoyed the company of women would likely exhibit greater loyalty to their leader. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda might find them some little sisters, Han Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Yang Guokai remained silent, it was apparent he too harbored a certain eagerness. Wait. I'll ask Xiaomin if she has any available, Xu Mingda said. Forget it, brother. Why make a spectacle out of it, as if everyone doesn't already know? In any case, I don't want one, Yang Guokai replied. What's the matter? Do you find it distasteful? Set aside your previous notions. In this apocalyptic world, we must adhere to the rules of survival. Men should procure resources, while women ought to ensure the contentment of men. Women are also a form of resource. They are not goddesses, treasures, or unattainable beings. Unless you can support an entire woman, do not feign superiority. Xu Mingda's expression shifted, and he spoke disdainfully. Chapter 192. Xu Mingda's actions towards Yang Guokai were not merely whimsical. Rather, he was in the process of delineating the rules for the impending apocalypse. Alas, the zombie virus seems irredeemable, and the undead have evolved. It appears that humanity's descent into the apocalypse, becoming an endangered species, is inevitable. Therefore, as the Lord of Ganjingzi Island, he must establish regulations befitting this new world for the island's inhabitants. The former world has irrevocably passed, and its moral and legal frameworks are now antiquated. Those who cling to outdated moralities shall find themselves awaiting starvation or becoming prey to the awakened. Consequently, Xu Mingda was contemplating a set of 3 laws to be agreed upon by the residents of Ganjingzi Island. The role and status of women on the island formed a significant component of these regulations. With such foresight, Xu Mingda refrained from expressing anger when Xiaomin suggested selecting a few young women to serve as attendants. Instead, he even commended her suggestion. His intentions were not driven by lechery. He was not so depraved as to desire to engage with every woman on the island. Rather, he aimed to seize this opportunity to implement his proposed regulations. In truth, Xu Mingda had long been deliberating the need for a code of conduct or rules. As the demographic composition of Ganjingzi Island had become increasingly complex, it was no longer just he, Xiaowu, and Hao Wenbin, the trio who had initially founded the island. In managing the influx of refugees, he could not resort to humanitarianism or societal moral standards. Yet, he lacked any written statutes for the inhabitants to adhere to, resulting in a state of disorder. At the customs, Lu Da and Xiaowu's men operated independently. Although they all shared the identity of refugees, Lu Da's group, bolstered by their military status, exploited the new arrivals, plundering their belongings and even harassing and assaulting the female refugees. Others, like Fu Biao and Xiao Min, who had recently been promoted, were wary of the original islanders but felt free to exploit the refugees. If this behavior persisted, Ganjingzi Island would devolve into a den of thieves. The island would continue to attract newcomers, especially now that it faced the dire threat of annexation by Li Shusan's Chonglu Island. Thus, it was imperative for Xu Mingda to articulate a clear and memorable legal framework, ensuring that the people of Ganjingzi Island understood their rights and responsibilities, the consequences of transgressions, and the rewards for compliance. However, Xu Mingda found himself struggling with the pen for half an hour, producing only 2 lines of crooked writing on a blank sheet. This was unacceptable. His literacy was woefully inadequate. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead. Just then, Do Hao returned from customs. "Director Do, your timing is impeccable. I'm at my wit's end. My head is spinning. You must assist me, or I fear I shall explode." Xu Mingda exclaimed, pulling Do Hao into the cabin. "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you concerned about being seen?" Do Hao teased, mistakenly thinking Xu Mingda had ulterior motives, playfully pinching him. "Goodness, I simply need your help with writing. I can't seem to get it right." Xu Mingda replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. However, gazing at her radiant smile and the tantalizing allure of her youthful beauty, he could not help but feel a stirring within. Perhaps we should indulge in a moment together to spark some inspiration? With that thought, he pulled her towards the bedroom. "What is the matter with you? Did you not just engage in that affair with Zhang Dan?" With a scoff, she liberated herself from Xu Mingda's grasp. Chapter 193. Who said that I had an affair with Zhang Dan? Was it Yang Gukai? Xu Mingda, upon hearing such remarks, felt a surge of anger as he caught sight of Yang Guokai and Han Li sharing laughter outside through the windshield. "Do you really need others to point out your petty thoughts?" Du Hao retorted with a chuckle. "What? I've been waiting for you. Test it if you don't believe me." Xu Mingda, in a fit of determination, seized Du Hao, lifting her effortlessly and making his way towards the bedroom. "My brother, slow down. I believe you already." "Don't you think?" Du Hao exclaimed. "Wait, don't tear my clothes." "Ah, you're so eager." Once Xu Mingda triumphantly laid her upon the bed, he finally rose with satisfaction. "Now, do you believe me?" he asked, tilting her chin with a sense of pride. "You men are all the same," Du Hao replied, her expression not particularly elated. She simply smiled faintly, brushing Xu Mingda's hand away and straightening her attire. "Are you not happy?" Xu Mingda suddenly felt a tinge of disappointment, accompanied by a sense of guilt. He had envisioned countless scenarios of intimacy with Du Hao filled with romantic joy. Yet, this time, his eagerness had perhaps overshadowed the moment, akin to Zhu Beiji hastily consuming a ginseng fruit, leaving him unsatisfied, and Du Hao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "No, weren't you asking me to write something?" "The matter at hand is of utmost importance." Du Hao quickly mastered emotions. Despite the haste of their encounter, the reality of their relationship had ignited a subtle thrill within her. The two then fell into silence, proceeding to the meeting room to draft a proposal. Murder is forbidden. Those who kill without cause must pay with their lives. Mutual fighting is also prohibited. Any injuries inflicted result in losses, and one must endure the cost of healing. Engaging in brawls independently will lead to confinement and hard labor. Rape is intolerable. Those who commit such acts will find their manhood severed and discarded into the sea to feed the fish. Moreover, all rules are waived when it comes to procuring supplies. Outside, these regulations do not apply, such as the custom of our Ganjingzi Island, where vigor is encouraged to be directed outward. Additionally, exchanges between men and women are permitted. It is absurd to only observe without any physical interaction. Life would be devoid of meaning without such engagements. Regardless of gender, all must heed my directives. Men skilled in trades are exempt from gathering supplies, while those lacking skills must either procure resources or labor on the island. Those neglecting work will face 3 days of hunger and receive 10 lashes. Continued refusal to work constitutes a crime, resulting in imprisonment for forced labor or being cast into the sea. Those willing to work or serve as sailors to gather supplies shall be rewarded and entitled to enjoy all the benefits of the island. Women, too, must contribute. Except for individuals like you and Wu Xia, all are required to undertake physical labor both day and night. Naturally, coercion is not permissible. Yet they must not deny men their entertainment. Failure to fulfill these responsibilities will also be deemed a crime, leading to their detention and assignment of male companions. Men may choose not to act collectively with me and may sail away from the island, but must report their whereabouts and intentions. Then, if they manage to retrieve the items, we can acquire the useful ones, while allowing them to keep the rest for themselves. A compromise, half for them and half for us. Xu Mingda strolled around the cabin with his hands clasped behind his back, encouraging Du how to take note of his words and subsequently refine them into coherent and comprehensible prose. Unbeknownst to him, this process culminated in the compilation of 17 or 18 points. With each refinement, Du Hao began to grasp Xu Mingda's thoughts more clearly. She never anticipated that this seemingly coarse young man possessed such far-reaching considerations, which stirred within her a growing admiration and affection for him. Having articulated so many ideas today, she decided to wait for future developments to add more. After Xu Mingda expressed all his thoughts, he requested Du Hao to read the polished draft aloud twice. Satisfied with the smoothness of the text, Xu Mingda instructed, "Let us make several copies of this agreement to post at the village committee, customs, and other relevant places." Chapter 194. After Xu Mingda established and announced the code of conduct for the inhabitants of Ganjingzi Island, it signified that the island had irrevocably become his private domain. The pretense was over. Ganjingzi Island belonged to me. I am the Grand Lord of Ganjingzi Island, and you are all but my subservient vassals. Should any of you feel discontent, I shall compel your compliance through force. Leader, I wholeheartedly support your decision, Xiao Min declared promptly. This is precisely the course of action we should take. These refugees require a firm hand, as they are exceedingly difficult to manage. Xu Mingda, with a smile that barely masked his disdain, responded, "Do you truly share this sentiment?" He was acutely aware that Xiao Min was merely engaging in the politics of favor, offering him emotional validation rather than genuinely endorsing his methods. Most of the world's malevolence often stemmed from individuals like her, who, in pursuit of their own interests, remained oblivious to the plight of others. Even if Xu Mingda were to step perilously close to the abyss, she would refrain from cautioning him, opting instead to extol his visionary courage, daring to undertake what ordinary individuals would never contemplate. For her, Xu Mingda's fate was inconsequential. Should he perish and another leader assume his mantle, she would persist in her self-serving ways, thriving regardless. The reason Xu Mingda indulged her, refraining from exposing her ulterior motives, was twofold. He needed her to exert leverage over Fu Biao, and secondly, she was actively advancing the construction of the laundry facility in accordance with his vision. Xiao Min did not resort to coercion in recruiting those women. Instead, she presented enticing conditions to encourage the female refugees to volunteer. For instance, the laundry facility operated on a 25-day work schedule, allowing 5 days off each month, with daily shifts ranging from 3 to 10. The fees charged were divided, with 50% allocated to the operation, while the remaining half was at their discretion. Additionally, they were entitled to regular health checkups. Due to Xu Mingda's plans for extensive infrastructure development and territorial expansion, numerous job opportunities arose on Ganjingzi Island, predominantly suited for men. Women had limited options aside from laboring alongside men for significantly lower wages. The island's most sought-after position at the healthcare center necessitated medical expertise, which was beyond the reach of the average individual. Although the village committee had a few women, they were handpicked by Xu Mingda, negating the need for additional personnel. In contemporary society, women enjoy independence and seemingly prestigious careers, earning substantial incomes in office environments from 9 to 5. However, the advent of the zombie virus, plunging society into a post-apocalyptic realm, has regressed women to their primal state. Visualize the darkness of the medieval era or the tumultuous times of feudal China. One can glean the precarious circumstances women faced during such epochs. Deprived of modern service industries, they found themselves bereft of survival skills. Agriculture, handicrafts, few possessed such knowledge. The overwhelming majority of women were left with no recourse but to marry and subsist on the bare essentials, with their ability to bear children and propagate the next generation being their sole asset for survival. When these female refugees learned of such employment opportunities, many did not hesitate to apply. They were truly unwilling to endure the indignity of being taken back to a dilapidated house by a lecherous man, subjected to daily torment, and forced to withstand abuse and violence, all while performing household chores and bearing children, merely to scrape by. Xu Mingda found this situation quite lamentable. Yet, this is the nature of the world. Society is stratified. If a woman lacks exceptional skills, comes from a humble background, or fails to secure a good husband, is it not inevitable that she would find herself in such a plight? Xu Mingda foresaw that if the apocalypse were to persist, humanity might indeed face extinction, not at the hands of the undead, but through self-destruction. Of course, apart from sycophants like Xiao Min who supported Xu Mingda, dissenting voices emerged. Su, am I not still the director of the village committee in Ganjingzi? Jiang Xiao confronted Xu Mingda, struggling to suppress her anger. Of course you are. What is the matter? Xiao? Xu Mingda feigned surprise. Su, what you are doing is ruining Ganjingzi Island. How can everyone live normally under these circumstances? Jiang Xiao could no longer contain her frustration. Indeed, leader, people are saying that you have tarnished the reputation of Ganjingzi Island. Guo Meiwan interjected anxiously. Her concern was not for Jiang Xiao, but for Xu Mingda's potential alienation. Oh, is that what you all think? Xu Mingda replied with a bittersweet smile, though he had anticipated such reactions. He had previously treated these two women with exceptional kindness. What you are doing shows a lack of respect for women. If you continue to act according to your established procedures, won't those men be free to bully women in the future? Jiang Xiao retorted angrily. Then what do you propose? Xu Mingda leaned back against the sofa, regarding Jiang Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 195. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by Xu Mingda's sudden change in attitude towards her. Previously, when Xu Mingda spoke to her, he always wore a smile, and although she was aware of his affections, it filled her heart with sweetness. In fact, whenever others privately praised Xu Mingda, she felt a sense of pride. If anyone expressed dissatisfaction with him, she would swiftly defend and correct such notions. Despite the absence of any defined relationship between them, she had deluded herself into believing they were a pair. Moreover, she had diligently followed Xu Mingda's directives in her role. In truth, her position as the head of the village committee on Ganjingzi Island was bestowed upon her by Xu Mingda himself, a title he created to exert control and manage the island's inhabitants. Jiang Xiaoyu had always envisioned Xu Mingda as a great hero, a savior. In her eyes, he was becoming increasingly perfect, a pillar of strength amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. However, upon discovering Xu Mingda's announcement posted on the village committee regarding the new regulations for the islanders, she felt as though the sky was falling. What was Xu Mingda attempting to achieve? Was he intent on turning women into mere playthings for men? Blood rushed to her face, and her usually gentle demeanor transformed into one of fury. She needed to confront Xu Mingda and demand a revision of such rules. Xu Mingda ought to respect women. After all, aren't men meant to protect women and children? Thus, when Xu Mingda displayed an air of haughty impatience, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her heart shatter. What am I to do? I want the people of Ganjingzi Island to live normal lives, unless they no longer require me as their village committee head. Jiang Xiaoyu cried out. Observing her flushed countenance and her passionate defense, Xu Mingda found the situation amusing. This little girl had finally revealed her spirited side, which he found rather entertaining. The more he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu, the more charming she appeared. If it weren't for Guo Meijuan's presence, he would have pulled her onto his lap and watched her throw a childish tantrum, relishing the prospect of first making her cry and then soothing her, which would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. However, that was out of the question. It was a scenario they had thoroughly analyzed. It is impossible, Xu Mingda chuckled. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu was not jesting with him. I know what you are thinking. I will no longer serve as the village committee head, she declared. Her anger boiling over as she turned to leave, seeing Xu Mingda's mocking expression. Xiaoyu, do not throw a tantrum. What do you mean you won't do it anymore? Xu leadership hasn't said anything of the sort. Guo Meiwan exclaimed, hastily grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Guo Meiwan had already grasped the implications of Xu Mingda's regulations. On Ganjingzi Island, idleness was no longer an option. Everyone was expected to contribute according to the new rules. Even if she and Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to work, it would not be permissible. Fortunately, they still held positions within the village committee, and Xu Mingda treated them exceptionally well, often providing them with more than the ordinary personnel received. Guo Meiwan understood that their roles were not irreplaceable. Xu Mingda had chosen them out of trust, treating them as his own. At present, Jiang Xiao is throwing a tantrum and threatening to resign, which fills Guo Meiwan with apprehension that she might lose her own position as well. Hastily, she grasped Jiang Xiao's arm and implores her to regain her composure. Xu Mingda, observing Jiang Xiao's escalating fury, responds with a calm demeanor. He initially intended to have a constructive conversation with her, yet her outburst, made publicly in front of others, has deeply frustrated him. It is essential to recognize that the role of village committee director is coveted by many, yet few can attain it. The knowledge that Xu Mingda holds a particular affection for Jiang Xiao has deterred others from contesting her position. A woman deserves to be cherished, but it is equally imperative that she is held accountable when necessary. Chapter 196. Xu Mingda's words left both Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao momentarily speechless. Why was Xu Mingda deviating from the expected course? Logically, he should have been coaxing her and retracting that utterly shameless decision. Why had he suddenly agreed to her resignation? As Jiang Xiao pondered this, Xiaomin entered the room. Oh, Leader, are you busy? Should I come back later? Upon noticing Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao's presence, she instinctively took a step back. From Jiang Xiao's flushed face and sparkling eyes, it was evident that an argument was unfolding between Xu Mingda and her. No need. What is it? Just speak your mind. We are changing our approach. We must act decisively, for the outside world will not afford us the luxury of hesitation. Xu Mingda stated coldly. Oh, leader, I have already selected 2 exceptionally obedient and sensible employees. Would you like to take a look? Xiaomin said, deliberately raising her voice upon hearing Xu Mingda's remarks. Haha, it seems everyone has no objections to my new regulations and is prepared to implement them. Xu Mingda raised an eyebrow, implying deeper meanings. Leader, your decision is immensely popular. Regardless of gender, everyone has a role to play. Why would they disagree? Xiaomin flattered him with a smile. Guanti, let us depart, Jiang Xiao remarked, realizing that Xiaomin was already scouting for laundry women to cater to the men on the island. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda wore a hopeful expression, which only solidified her resolve to leave. Ah, leader, since you have matters to attend to, we shall not disturb you. Xiao and I will head back. If she is troubled, I will counsel her. Guo Meiwan, sensing Xiaomin's demeanor, suddenly felt a profound sense of crisis. She understood that if she and Jiang Xiao did not alter their approach, Xiaomin might usurp their positions and become Xu Mingda's new favorite. She had to make this consequence clear to Jiang Xiao. The young girl had just stepped out of school and was far too naive, utterly unaware of the fierce and ruthless nature of societal competition. If it truly came to that, she would rather persuade Jiang Xiao to submit to Xu Mingda, to share his bed, in order to solidify their standing on Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda did not attempt to retain them. He merely lifted his chin, signifying his acknowledgement, while his gaze lingered on Xiaomin. This left Guo Meiwan with a profound sense of desolation. Previously, Xu Mingda had affectionately referred to her as Little Sweetheart. Now, she was merely addressed as Mrs. Niu. Thus, she resolved to find an opportunity to cultivate a more favorable relationship with Xu Mingda. Watching Guo Meiwan and Jiang Xiao depart in disappointment, Xu Mingda sighed in relief. He hoped Jiang Xiao would comprehend his deeper intentions like Xiaomin had, becoming his capable partner. After all, external forces were coveting Ganjingzi Island, and he had neither the time nor the energy for internal strife. Did you not mention selecting 2 girls? I will not go. Let Yang Gukai and Hanli substitute for me, Xu Mingda said, noticing Xiaomin's eager expression. They know nothing. I specifically chose them for you. You will surely like them, Xiaomin replied coyly. Haha. I appreciate your intentions, but today is not feasible. Perhaps another day, Xu Mingda concluded. He had just shared an intimate moment with Du Hao and was in the throes of indulgence, rendering him temporarily disinterested in other women. Very well, leader. I shall arrange for 2 more individuals for Yang Gukai and Hanli to consider. Xiaomin cheerfully remarked upon noticing Xu Mingda entering a state of contemplation. By the way, regardless of who it may be, it is imperative that anyone seeking services must offer compensation. No one is to be treated with favoritism. This is a principle you must uphold. Xu Mingda emphasized to Xiaomin, rest assured, leader. I am well aware of this. Xiaomin replied with a smile, playfully tapping Xu Mingda's shoulder. This woman is undoubtedly destined for a nurturing role. How audacious. Xu Mingda thought to himself, feeling a jolt of realization. Chapter 197. I crouched down to inspect the lifeboat. The bullet hole, penetrated by machine gun fire, was located above the waterline, rather than at the bottom of the boat. As long as the breach was sealed and the water inside was bailed out, the vessel could remain operational. On board, the male prisoner, who had been struck down by his own aircraft, lay half-mangled, his entrails spilling forth. The Japanese commander had also met his demise, his skull shattered by my hand. Several female nurses sat at the edge of the lifeboat, some in handcuffs, others bound by ropes. Quickly, remove your clothing and plug the hole, I shouted, aiming my gun at Aiko Ito. They had been in the midst of tending to the wounded when captured, thus clad in white coats or surgical gowns. Some even donned military uniforms beneath. In our haste to transport them to the command post, we had not taken the time to change their attire. Out of humanitarian concern, we allowed them to carry a small personal bag. However, these bags were stowed at the stern of the boat, and retrieving them now seemed an impossible task. After a moment's hesitation, Aiko Ito promptly removed her short-sleeved military jacket and pressed it firmly against the breech, her expression grave as if she were desperately attempting to save a life. I was taken aback to find that beneath her jacket, she wore nothing at all. Whether due to the heat or other reasons, I marveled at her seemingly frail form, yet her alabaster chest was surprisingly well developed, 2 rosy peaks eliciting inappropriate thoughts. Naturally, I had little time to dwell on such matters, as water continued to seep through her clothing, and the lifeboat was rapidly filling. The mingling of water and blood had already reached our calves. If we did not act swiftly, the lifeboat would take on too much water and capsize, leaving us all to drown in the vast sea. You must scoop out the water, I urged. Noticing the female prisoners staring in panic at the rising tide at their feet, I quickly removed my helmet and smiths, handing them over to the women while loosening their bindings. They understood that their lives hung by a thread. With a flurry of voices, they eagerly began to bail the water from the lifeboat. Meanwhile, I clambered to the stern and discovered the toolbox. Inside were a hammer, iron nails, an axe, a saw, and wrenches for repairing the boat. I pried a wooden plank from the toolbox, intending to use it to seal the breach at the bow. At that moment, Ito, unable to maintain her grip, let go, and seawater surged in once more. Come help me, she cried urgently, attempting to cover the hole with her clothing again. A nurse named Haruka Inoue rushed over to assist Iko. Noticing Smith's corpse obstructing the bow, she swiftly heaved it overboard. What the hell are you doing? I exclaimed, my anger flaring. He is already dead. We cannot let his fate doom us all. Haruka Inoue, while pressing against the leak, turned her head to argue. At 24, her voluptuous figure was strikingly sensual. Having served 5 years in the army, her nimble movements and decisive gaze revealed her to be a resilient and seasoned nurse, well acquainted with the specter of death. Although I understood her actions were justified, I still rushed over and delivered a harsh kick. Then, I pressed the wooden plank against the fabric and hammered it down firmly with nails. With the breach secured by the plank, water ceased to inundate the small boat. At that moment, I let out a heavy sigh, surveying the surrounding sea and re-evaluating the predicament before me. Chapter 198, when Xylina called to express her desire to visit the Dragon King Temple, to make wishes and fulfill vows. Xu Mingda felt a surge of excitement within him. Has she made any requests? He inquired about Deheo. At that moment, he was still basking in the afterglow of his passionate entanglement with Deheo, his fingers caressing her smooth skin. She said she wanted me to pick her up. Deheo tossed her hair back, cascading like a waterfall, and fixed Xu Mingda with a questioning gaze. How could that be possible? You are mine now. I would never allow you to wander into the jaws of a tiger, Xu Mingda exclaimed as he sat up abruptly. Are you worried about me or the Zhai family? Deheo asked with a playful smile covering her mouth. Of course, I trust you. However, the mere thought of Zhai Fenggang makes me uneasy. Xu Mingda clenched his fists, irritation evident in his tone. Ah, Mingda, I know you care for me. But have you considered that since Zhai Fenggang was willing to give me to you, he would not linger in my life any longer? Deheo sighed, her voice trailing off. Indeed, I understand, Xu Mingda replied, recognizing the underlying message in her words. Zhai Fenggang had casually offered Deheo to him to forge a connection, demonstrating a stature and composure far beyond what Xu Mingda currently possessed. Well then, I shall dispatch a boat at once to escort you. Who would you like to accompany you to Nueda Island? Xu Mingda inquired. Mingda, I belong to you. I shall follow your arrangements, Deheo noted, sensing Xu Mingda's growing agitation, and giggled softly. All right, let Zhang Jun take the catamaran to fetch Xylina, Xu Mingda contemplated before speaking. The catamaran from the Wind Power Group had already been commandeered by Xiao Wu and his crew the previous day. Xiao Wu had made it abundantly clear to the sailors that the vessel had remained docked at Ganjingzi Island for far too long. The costs for docking alone had accumulated to hundreds of thousands. If they could not pay, they would have to repay in kind. Terrified, the sailors pleaded for mercy and voluntarily submitted applications to join Xu Mingda's enforcement team. Xu Mingda readily approved their requests with 2 flamboyant characters, same. Now was the time to test the loyalty of those sailors. Additionally, he wished for his subordinates to accompany the boat for practical experience, should the need arise. Zhang Jun or Yang Gukai would need to be prepared to take command of the vessel promptly. In truth, Xu Mingda had seized the boat primarily for the use of his enforcement team. Having made his decision, he promptly summoned Zhang Jun Captain Zhang. Prepare yourself and gather a few men to escort Director Du to Nueda Island to meet an esteemed guest. We shall use the catamaran from the Wind Power Group. It is stable and carries more prestige than our own vessels. Leader, how many people should we take to Nueda Island? Zhang Jun cautiously inquired, blinking his eyes. He was acutely aware that Nueda Island was Zhai Fenggang's territory, and it seemed that Zhai Fenggang held little regard for Xu Mingda, having sent 3 assassins to attack him just days prior. Now, Xu Mingda has instructed him to take Deheo to Nueda Island. Zhang Jun faintly sensed that this was not an ordinary mission. As the captain of the reserve team, with a cadre of around 20 individuals and a dozen semi-automatics at his disposal, was it not within his purview to determine the number of personnel required? Furthermore, I have tasked you with retrieving someone from Nueda Island, not engaging in a brawl. If it truly comes to a confrontation with Zhai Fenggang, I shall take the lead. Why would I wait for your inquiry? Xu Mingda remarked disdainfully. Oh, I understand, Captain Xu. I will prepare immediately Zhang Jun responded quickly, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, I trust your composure. However, should Zhai Fenggang overstep his bounds, do not hesitate to act. Just do it. If trouble arises, I will handle it. Xu Mingda stated firmly. Yes, Zhang Jun replied, standing at attention and saluting. Xu Mingda's words acted as a soothing balm for him. Zhang Jun instantaneously grasped what needed to be done. I wonder if this time, Su Lina will bring me good news. Xu Mingda pondered silently as he watched Zhang Jun and Deheo's figures fade from view. Chapter 199 In truth. The journey to Nueda Island turned out to be far more straightforward and smooth than Xu Mingda had anticipated. Zhang Jun, accompanied by 7 or 8 reserve team members aboard a catamaran, had not yet reached Nueda Island when they were intercepted by a yacht approaching from the opposite direction. On board the yacht, Jailina was eagerly awaiting Deheo. Shortly after Deheo boarded the yacht, it set sail towards Ganjingzi Island, while Zhang Jun's vessel merely served as an escort. Fortunately, Zhang Jun was operating this swift catamaran. When at full throttle, its speed matched that of the yacht. Otherwise, they would have been left far behind, nearly trailing in its wake. On the yacht, apart from Jailina, there was a young man present. Deheo, allow me to introduce my fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang. Jailina announced with a sense of pride. Oh, young Master Zhang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Deheo said with a smile, extending her hand in greeting. You are the maid you mentioned, who ended up with someone surnamed Su, aren't you? Zhang Chaoyang retorted, failing to shake her hand and instead casting a mocking glance at her. Chaoyang, you mustn't speak like that. Deheo is not just a servant. I have always regarded her as a good friend, Jailina hurriedly interjected, noticing her fiancé's lack of respect towards Deheo. Having such a friend is quite the disgrace. When you marry into the Zhang family, you must sever these trivial ties to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, Zhang Chaoyang declared with arrogance. Chaoyang, please. Don't say such things. Just consider it a favor for me. Jailina felt uncomfortable by her fiancé's brazen demeanor in front of Deheo. Miss Zhai, you are far too kind. A person like me could never be your close friend. I am merely following our captain's orders to escort you, Deheo replied, withdrawing her hand and folding her arms with poise. Do not be upset, Deheo. I have much to discuss with you. Come into the cabin with me. I even brought you a gift, though I am uncertain if you will like it. Jailina quickly pulled Deheo into her private cabin on the yacht. Her deference towards Deheo stemmed from her awareness that Deheo had freed herself from the Zhai family's constraints and had become a member of the enforcement team. Furthermore, it was rumored that Xu Mingda was flourishing in his role. Among the dozens of islands under the jurisdiction of Dongshan Town, none could rival his success. Even Li Shusen from Chang'e harbored both admiration and envy towards Xu Mingda. Of course, compared to the Zhai family, Li Shusen's influence was insufficient to pose a threat. However, Xu Mingda, a mere newcomer, had achieved such prominence, indicating a future of limitless potential. Individuals like him were ones that the Zhai family must either cultivate or eliminate. They would never allow him to develop unchecked, thus jeopardizing the family's interests in Dongshan Town. Hence, Jailina's inclination to befriend Deheo was a strategic move to lay the groundwork for winning over Xu Mingda. The dynamics among women were often more amicable. Should Xu Mingda truly fall under Deheo's charm, it would simplify matters considerably. By forging a close friendship with Deheo, Jailina could easily influence Xu Mingda through her, gaining insights into his affairs. Therefore, it was imperative that she nurtured a connection with Deheo. Moreover, the impetus that compelled Jailina to resolutely journey to Ganjingzi Island stemmed from a peculiar dream she had recently experienced. In this dream, she found herself entwined with an unfamiliar man, engaging in intimate relations. This enigmatic figure invaded her dreams night after night, indulging in passionate encounters. Initially, Jailina believed her desires were merely a byproduct of missing her partner due to their prolonged separation, prompting her to whimsically invite her fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, to accompany her to Noto Island. However, upon his arrival, the situation proved futile. The man from her dreams continued to visit her nightly, even making his presence known in the company of Zhang Chaoyang. This predicament left Jailina feeling profoundly embarrassed. Consequently, she resolved to pay homage at the Dragon King Temple, seeking to dispel the malevolent influences haunting her. Yet, to reach the temple, she first had to contend with Xu Mingda. Unbeknownst to her, her elder brother, Zhai Fenggang, had recently dispatched a group of thugs to Ganjingzi Island with the intention of intimidating Xu Mingda, only to have them apprehended. Now, as Jailina sought passage to the Dragon King Temple, she feared that Xu Mingda might resort to threats and intimidation. Nevertheless, she found solace in the notion that, as long as she and Deheo were considered sisters, Xu Mingda would likely refrain from causing her any harm. However, Jailina overlooked a crucial adage: one must guard against fire, theft, and even close friends. Furthermore, There exists a light-hearted saying in folklore that suggests a brother-in-law may have a half-hearted relationship with his sister-in-law. It remains uncertain whether Zhai Lina will be able to navigate this ordeal upon her arrival at Ganjingzi Island, especially considering that Xu Mingda was no longer the same captain who had once assumed a false identity. Chapter 200. Xu Mingda first received news from Lu Du regarding a vessel approaching Ganjingzi Island. Previously, Xu had instructed that Lu Da's customs brigade should not only oversee the control of the entry and exit points to Ganjingzi Island, but also monitor and track vessels in the surrounding waters. In other words, Xu Mingda needed to be informed about any ships passing through the waters near Ganjingzi Island. Fortunately, Lu Da's cargo ship stood at an impressive height of over 10 meters, stranded upon the rocky shore, with its bridge reaching nearly 30 meters above the sea, equivalent to a 10-story building. With a telescope in hand, one could observe conditions up to 20 kilometers away. Subsequently, Xu Mingda utilized his radio to inquire with Zhang Jun about Zhai Lina's situation. The radio he had dismantled from Dongshan port had its antenna installed atop a small temple, powered by solar panels, significantly extending his communication range. It is worth noting that the medium-frequency radio could transmit and receive signals over a distance of 150 nautical miles. Additionally, Xu Mingda possessed a walkie-talkie on his official vessel capable of communication over 10 kilometers, making it quite convenient to keep in touch with the outer sea. Zhang Jun responded, revealing that Zhai Lina had arrived on her yacht while he was merely responsible for escorting and navigation. "Oh, is that so?" Xu Mingda replied. "Make sure to follow that yacht closely, do not lose sight of it. No matter who it is coming to Ganjingzi, they must adhere to our directives. Should they disregard our authority and attempt to force their way in, don't you have a gun? Deal with them decisively. If it comes to it, ram them with the ship." Xu Mingda asserted commandingly through the walkie-talkie. He spoke plainly, not in code. So whether Zhai Lina's vessel could intercept his communications was of no concern to him. Ideally, they would be on the same channel. Afterward, he summoned Yang Gukai and Han Li. "You two, take the official boat to welcome our guests. As Confucius or Laozi once said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? We must uphold our etiquette and greet them with open arms. We cannot allow our guests to wander aimlessly at the entrance and leave." "Yes, boss. We understand," Yang Gukai replied. Alongside Han Li, he now had two more companions, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang. These two assassins, having undergone Xu Mingda's guidance, had awakened to their purpose and were determined to follow him. Given their audacity to attempt an assassination on Ganjingzi Island, they had proven themselves as men of courage. Thus, Xu Mingda assured them that he would rescue their wives from Nueda Island, albeit with no fixed timeline. After all, Xu Mingda had not profited from their actions and had nearly fallen victim to their schemes. Whether he assisted them depended on their performance. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang were well aware of Xu Mingda's mindset and thus displayed great enthusiasm in their endeavors. According to their words, Xu Mingda was akin to their reborn benefactor. At this moment, they were willing to comply with any request he made. To demonstrate his magnanimity, Xu Mingda even provided them with uniforms, and rather than confiscating the handgun Meng Dong possessed, he took the time to teach him how to use it. Their meals were standardized alongside the other members of the enforcement team, which deeply moved Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, bringing tears to their eyes. What kind of treatment did they receive at Nyotail Island from Zhai Fenggang? Upon arriving at Xu Mingda's place, they finally attained a status of significance. Indeed, they became individuals of considerable stature. How could they not cherish this opportunity? Yet, one can recognize a person's face but not their heart. Xu Mingda himself harbored doubts about whether Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang were genuinely sincere towards him. Thus, when Zhai Lina arrived, he instructed Yang Gukai to bring those two along. He also informed Yang Gukai that any offense towards the Zhai family should be handled by Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, serving as a test for them. After arranging the welcoming details, Xu Mingda summoned Zhang Dongguang, who was responsible for logistics. Recently, Zhang Dongguang had been rather low profile, as the role of office director had become manageable. Although he held the title of deputy team leader, he wielded little actual power. In truth, Xu Mingda treated him more like a warehouse manager. The reason for calling Zhang Dongguang was to have him oversee the accommodations and dining arrangements for Zhai Lina. "Old Zhang," Xu Mingda began, "please procure a few commendable items from our island and discuss with Guo Meiwan from the village committee to arrange a splendid feast with fine wines and exquisite dishes. I have an esteemed guest to entertain, and remember, it must exude sophistication and elegance without extravagance." Chapter 201. Zhang Dongguang's culinary skills. Zhang Dongguang possesses remarkable culinary talents. In truth, as the logistics captain, he not only manages the warehouse, but is also responsible for preparing meals for the 30 members of the enforcement team and the reserve squad. Consequently, Xu Mingda appointed Zhang Dongguang to lead a small kitchen team, enlisting two others to assist him. whenever there was a noteworthy ingredient. Zhang Dongwang took it upon himself to prepare the dish. Particularly, the island offered an abundance of seafood, which, if mishandled, could be quite pungent. However, Zhang Dongwang excelled in preparing seafood, and to say he was of chef-level prowess would not be an exaggeration. Upon realizing that his moment to shine had arrived, Zhang Dongwang promptly responded with enthusiasm, assuring the leader, "Rest assured, I may not excel in other areas, but I am quite confident in my ability to prepare 10 or 8 dishes." "Very well, off you go," Xu Mingda replied. "Oh, and please fetch a bottle of good white wine and a bottle of red wine from the storehouse, along with the necessary tableware and wine vessels." Xu Mingda added another note of instruction. Welcoming Zhai Lina was one aspect, showcasing the strength of Ganjingzi Island was another. Although you fervently claim to sincerely cooperate with Zhai Feng Gang, presenting a few shabby bowls and home-cooked dishes would merely belittle the significance of the occasion. The purpose of the meal transcends mere sustenance. It is an expression of respect and sincerity. It was after ascending to the position of captain that Xu Mingda gained this insight. One could say that one's position shapes one's perspective. Upon assuming this role, he found himself considering a multitude of matters and drawing closer to the upper echelons of society. Once the dining arrangements were concluded, Xu Mingda summoned Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiaoyu. "You two represent the village committee of Ganjingzi and must ensure a warm welcome. If necessary, gather more people, form a line. And Xiaoyu, you will be responsible for accompanying Zhai Lina. After all, conversations between women tend to flow more easily. Of course, Zhai Lina may not necessarily wish for your company, but we must put on a show of hospitality." "Understood, Captain Xu. I will follow your instructions to the letter." Since their previous altercation over the laundry issue, the relationship between Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Mingda had not improved. Jiang Xiaoyu awaited an apology from Xu Mingda, who believed he had done nothing wrong. He refused to acquiesce to her every request simply because he had developed an interest in her. A man must always maintain authority in significant matters. In truth, both Jiang Xiaoyu and her brother Hao Wenbin had come to a realization. With the arrival of refugees, the harshness of the outside world made them acutely aware that without Xu Mingda's protection, Ganjingzi Island would not be as peaceful as it was. Men need not fear being killed, and women dare to walk alone. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu began to comprehend Xu Mingda's intentions behind establishing rules. All she needed now was an opportunity for communication. Therefore, when Xu Mingda approached her to handle Zhai Lina's reception, she felt a great sense of joy. Additionally, Sandy, gather your militia unit. Ensure everyone is dressed appropriately. Those with firearms should carry them, while those without should bring along machetes and bows. We must display our combat readiness to deter any external threats against Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda instructed, pulling Hao Wenbin closer. "Rest assured, brother. I understand." Hao Wenbin responded affirmatively. The recent incident involving the assassin has profoundly awakened Hao Wenbin, instilling in him a constant sense of vigilance. Thus, when Xu Mingda spoke, he understood immediately. After arranging his subordinates, Xu Mingda finally breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded directly to the small temple on the mountain. In truth, he had no intention of personally welcoming Zhai Lina. Should he accompany her, he might find himself incapacitated before negotiations even commenced, with his lumbar spine yielding to the pressure. He had invested considerable effort in inviting Zhai Lina, not to humbly beseech the Zhai family for protection. Rather, his aim was to compel the Zhai family to regard him with newfound respect and seek collaboration. To achieve this, Xu Mingda needed to meet Zhai Lina in a suitable manner and at an appropriate location. He resolved to await her arrival in the small temple. Presenting himself as the younger brother of the Dragon King and the esteemed disciple of Master Lu, to greet Zhai Lina, who was already a devoted follower. Chapter 202. After Xu Mingda meticulously arranged the procedures for receiving Zhai Lina, he strode purposefully towards the Dragon King temple. Following the recent assassination attempt, the temple had been sealed off, and ordinary islanders were no longer permitted entry. Only Jiang Xiao, Guo Meiwan, Hao Wenbin, and a few others occasionally ventured in to retrieve supplies from the temple's storeroom. Moreover, Xu Mingda sought to transform the Dragon King temple into a private sanctuary, reserved for his own use or to host distinguished guests. His intention was to construct an additional tower adjacent to the temple, dedicated to communication and surveillance across the entire Ganjingzi Island. He also planned to renovate the temple, placing his master, the revered Lu Zhenren, at its center. Having already summoned dozens of laborers, construction had commenced in earnest. As for the other ordinary villagers wishing to pay their respects to the Dragon King, he would establish a few designated open days. He was resolute in preventing unrestrained access to this strategic stronghold. To fortify the security of this crucial site, Xu Mingda stationed the armored vehicle he had retrieved from Dongshan town at the base of the ascent. He instructed Zhang Jun to assign several reserve team members to take turns on guard duty. This way, he could visit the Dragon King Temple without the looming fear of clandestine assassins. Experience had taught him that not all would-be attackers could be so fortunate as to evade his vigilance. Thus, upon entering the temple, Xu Mingda was greeted by a serene atmosphere. He reminisced about his initial arrival on Ganjingzi Island, a time when he was utterly alone. It was likely that his master, Lu Zhenren, had already attained enlightenment in his secluded chamber by then. He recalled wishing to spend his life within the temple's confines, content with basic sustenance. And longing for companionship, he would have gladly remained on the island indefinitely. Now, with nearly 200 inhabitants on the island, none would dare approach without his consent. He could still savor the tranquility of the temple, and if he desired female company, he could summon one or more at will. Yet, despite this newfound abundance, Xu Mingda felt no greater happiness. Instead, he was burdened by immense pressure. He understood that failing to secure Zhai Lina's cooperation with her brother, Zhai Fenggang, would spell the end of his current bliss. Thus, when he donned the green Taoist robe left by his master, he felt a profound sense of reverence. Master, please bless your disciple to turn misfortune into fortune and to encounter good fortune in adversity. Brother Long, may you also bless me, your junior. With smooth sailing in all endeavors, I shall offer you more tributes in return. Xu Mingda clasped his hands and silently prayed before the statue of the Dragon King. At that moment, voices drifted in from outside the temple. Xu Mingda recognized the familiar tones of Jiang Shao among them, and another clear, melodious voice, Zhai Lina had arrived. Upon her return to Ganjingzi Island, Zhai Lina was profoundly astonished. The last time she visited, the island had been a dilapidated fishing village. But now it had transformed into a bustling town, its grand gates constructed from cargo ships and wooden rafts standing as a remarkable spectacle. Upon encountering their yacht obstructed by two fishing vessels, Zhang Chaoyang, the fiancé of Zhai Lina, immediately erupted in fury. His subordinates leaped onto the deck, hurling curses at the fishermen. Do you have any idea who we are? How dare you impede young Master Zhang's vessel? Do you wish to court death? Emerging from one of the fishing boats, Xiao Wu leaned against the railing, observing the raucous lackeys. With a dismissive gesture, he signaled two men armed with assault rifles, their ominous barrels aimed at the raucous figure. Suddenly, one of the assailants discharged his weapon, bullets whizzing perilously close to the fool's head. The moment he realized the gravity of the situation, the man fell silent and hastily retreated into the cabin, no longer daring to show his face. Zhang Chaoyang could not endure such humiliation. Damn it! I'll inform my father and have him dispatch a squad of anti-explosive commandos to eliminate these thugs. Upon witnessing the audacity of the assailants to fire at him, a blend of anger and fear surged within him, compelling him to consider retreat. What is happening, Chuyang? Zhai Lina interjected urgently, blocking his path. Didn't you see? That Xu Mingda is trying to show off. I'll have my father call for the enforcement team's leader to have him removed. He must kneel and apologize to me. Lina, they are unaware of our identities, which is why they dared to stop us. Allow me to speak with them, Zhang Chaoyang replied, his demeanor revealing his disdain for the situation. Yet, in light of her task assigned by Xu Mingda, Zhai Lina hastily explained, Chaoyang, this is understandable. If someone were to approach my brother's island, he too would send someone to inquire. We have arrived at Ganjingzi Island. Consider this an excursion with me. We shall pay our respects to the Dragon King and depart. Simon, there is no need for all this superstition, Zhang Chaoyang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhai Lina, muttering to himself. In truth, Zhang Chaoyang was a notorious playboy, surrounded by beautiful women due to his privileged background. His engagement to Zhai Lina was merely a political arrangement, a union of two families seeking mutual benefit. Nevertheless, since Zhai Lina had insisted, he begrudgingly suppressed his annoyance and followed the guiding vessel into the harbor of Ganjingzi Island. However, he harbored no benevolent intentions. Instead, he contemplated how to thoroughly investigate the shortcomings of Ganjingzi Island, planning to summon the city's administrative enforcement to take action against Xu Mingda. Chapter 203. It is said that Zhang Chuyang, incensed by the obstruction and gunfire demonstration from Xiao Wu's men, harbored a deep desire for retribution against those present. At that moment, an official vessel emerged from the fishing harbor. On board, dressed in uniforms, Yang Gukai, Han Li, and others encountered Zhang Chaoyang's yacht. As the two vessels passed one another, the official boat drew close, compelling the yacht to a halt. We are acting under the orders of Captain Su from the enforcement team to conduct a boarding inspection of your vessel. Should your yacht possess any weapons or related materials, we kindly request that you surrender them voluntarily. They will be returned to you once you depart the island, Yang Gukai proclaimed through a megaphone. Following this, Han Li, along with Zheng Jiqiang and Meng Dong, daringly leaped onto the yacht. I am Zhang Chaoyang from the municipal team, Zhang Chuyang declared, producing his identification in an attempt to assert his identity and evade inspection. Your affiliation is of no consequence, Han Li retorted, snatching Zhang's credentials and tossing them aside. He then gestured to Ming Dong and Zhang Jiqiang to commence their search of the yacht. Upon learning that this vessel hailed from Nueva Island, which they recognized as a rival's territory, Ming Dong and Zhang Jiqiang, with weapons drawn and eyes ablaze, meticulously searched each crew member on the yacht. When they intended to search Zhang Chaoyang, they were halted by Do Hao. This individual is our guest. If he refuses to relinquish his weapon, we cannot forcibly search him. At most, we can prevent him from disembarking, Do Hao asserted. Chaoyang, didn't you receive a sidearm? You should surrender it to them. Zhai Lina urged her fiancé upon witnessing the scene. Humph, a mere enforcement team from a small town, how audacious. I shall personally confront Xu Mingda shortly and ascertain the extent of his influence. Zhang Chaoyang retorted, filled with indignation. Yet, upon seeing the fierce determination in Ming Dong and Zhang Jiqiang's eyes, he wisely decided to relinquish his handgun, realizing that discretion is the better part of valor. As their yacht, guided by Yang Guizai's official vessel, entered the fishing harbor, Zhang Chaoyang's face gradually morphed into a cold smirk upon observing the numerous vessels neatly docked, some even weighing hundreds of tons. Humph, Xu Mingda. You have unwittingly handed me the knife's hilt. With so many vessels here, any one of them could serve as a means for punishment against you. This Gangjingzi Island may not suffice for the penalties I can impose upon you. He thought resentfully, capturing images of the harbor with his phone. Conversely, Zhai Lina's thoughts diverged entirely. Do Hao, this Xu Mingda is remarkably capable. Where did he procure such a multitude of vessels? This island boasts so many containers, and an abundance of wooden houses. Look, there are even photovoltaic panels and wind turbines. She exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the island's intriguing equipment. Lina. Captain Xu has invested considerable effort and endured numerous hardships to protect these people. To acquire resources, he has personally visited Dongshan Island twice, each time narrowly escaping with his life. Do Hao reflected with profound sentiment. Is that so? Zhai Lina replied, her eyes widening in astonishment. The Zhai family's roots lie in Dongshan Island, and her elder brother had attempted to return there, yet his 2 successive expeditions had yielded no success. The entirety of Dongshan Island has succumbed to the dominion of the undead. Yet, it was unexpected that Xu Mingda could traverse the island freely, which left Zhai Lina profoundly astonished. In both apocalyptic and contemporary realms, women invariably revere the strong. Xu Mingda's stature in Zhai Lina's mind gradually ascended to that of a formidable figure. She yearned to witness how this seemingly ordinary captain of the maritime law enforcement team accomplished so much in just over half a month. However, Xu Mingda did not come to meet them. The only individuals to greet her were Hao Wenbin, Jiang Xiao, and a few other village officials from the Ganjingzi Island Village Committee. Hello. I appreciate your hard work and apologize for any inconvenience caused. Zhai Lina hurriedly shook hands with each of the reception personnel while casting her gaze in search of Xu Mingda's presence. At that moment, when Zhang Chaoyang laid eyes on Jiang Xiao, his eyes lit up. The young village committee director was extraordinarily beautiful. Nay, she was remarkably pure. Her skin was fair and translucent, her lips crimson and teeth white, and her gaze was clear, unmistakably that of a Na'vi young lady untouched by romantic entanglements. Though Zhang Chaoyang was already engaged to Zhai Lina, he found himself captivated. When Jiang Xiao learned he was a city leader and extended her hand, he seized it and refused to let go. Director Jiang, you have managed Ganjingzi Island splendidly. I shall certainly commend you before the relevant authorities. Furthermore, I warmly invite you to visit the city. I will ensure you receive a warm welcome, Zhang Chaoyang proclaimed. Oh, thank you. This is all due to Captain Xu's efforts. I bear no responsibility, Jiang Xiao replied, straining to withdraw her hand as she spoke coldly. Although Zhang Chaoyang donned a crisp white shirt and golden-rimmed glasses, presenting a refined exterior, the lewd glint in his eyes repulsed her greatly. Director Jiang. Section Chief Zhang is the son of a city leader and a remarkably capable young pragmatist. Someone interjected, noticing Jiang Xiao's evident disdain for Zhang Chaoyang, eager to prevent any embarrassment for him. This comment also served to elevate Zhai Lina's standing, as Xu Mingda had invited her for the purpose of mutual cooperation. Provoking Zhai Lina would lead to undesirable consequences for all involved. Oh, I understand, Jiang Xiao acknowledged with a nod, yet she refrained from further conversation with Zhang Chaoyang. Captain Xu has heard that Miss Zhai wishes to visit the Longwang Temple to pay her respects and is already awaiting her arrival there, she informed Zhai Lina. Very well. Then let us proceed to the temple. Zhai Lina responded with a smile upon learning that Xu Mingda was there. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of urgency and anticipation stirred within her. Chapter 204. At this moment, Zhang Chaoyang refrained from commenting on Zhai Lina's superstitions. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Jiang Xiao, inquiring about various matters, seemingly captivated by the happenings on Ganjingzi Island. Jiang Xiao, aware that Zhang Chaoyang was Jai Lina's fiancé and a guest invited by Xu Mingda, politely responded to his questions, fully cognizant of his ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Hao Wenbin could hardly conceal his disdain for this privileged young man. He trailed closely behind Jiang Xiao, armed with a rifle, casting glances of cold scrutiny at Zhang Chaoyang. Within the Dragon King Temple, Xu Mingda, hearing voices from outside, surmised that Jai Lina had arrived. He then lit a stick of incense, feigning piety as he worshipped the Dragon King. Dragon brother, let us see if you shall grant me favor this time. Should I succeed in leaving a good impression on Jai Lina, the likelihood of collaboration with her brother would greatly increase. This woman holds a deep faith in you. A mere display of your divine presence would suffice to win her trust. Xu Mingda prayed inwardly while bowing respectfully to the Dragon King. In accordance with the identity of Lu Daoist, Xu Mingda and this minor dragon could be considered brothers in the spiritual realm. After all, this 1,000-year-old python had been subdued by Lu Daoist and had pledged allegiance to him, becoming a guardian spirit. Xu Mingda, being Lu Daoist's disciple, shared a closer bond than that with the python. However, the ancient serpent had cultivated its powers for millennia, far surpassing Xu Mingda's capabilities. Thus, he sought the python's assistance in capturing Jai Lina's heart. At that moment, Jai Lina was oblivious to Xu Mingda's intentions. Upon pushing open the temple door, she was surprised to find a Taoist priest offering incense to the Dragon King, which instilled within her a sense of reverence. Not daring to interrupt, she quietly awaited her turn. Xu Mingda, for his part, pretended not to notice and continued his ritual with solemnity, as he was indeed a direct disciple of Lu Daoist, who had imparted much of Taoist wisdom to him. However, most of this knowledge remained dormant, awaiting Xu Mingda's gradual unlocking in the future. When Xu Mingda finished paying homage and turned around, even Du Hao was taken aback. Clad in Taoist robes, Xu Mingda bore an entirely different demeanor and aura, exuding an air of transcendence that set him apart from the ordinary. Captain Xu, what has prompted you to don such attire? Jai Lina, after a prolonged gaze, finally recognized the young Taoist as Xu Mingda and asked in astonishment, Miss Jai, I am indeed a disciple of Taoist Lu. Why should I not wear this garb? Xu Mingda replied with a courteous smile and a bow. Ah, Taoist Xu, I beg your pardon, Jai Lina responded, quickly bowing in respect. Xu Mingda accepted her gesture with calm grace, feeling no sense of awkwardness. Subsequently, with Du Hao's assistance, Jai Lina laid out the fruits, vegetables, and other offerings she had brought on the altar, preparing to burn incense and invite the deity. True to the Zhai family's reputation, even at this moment, the offerings were lavish, featuring an array of oranges, bananas, large apples, pig heads, sheep heads, and cow heads, alongside steamed buns, twists of fried dough, and sweets, creating an impressive display on the table. Chapter 205. It is essential to recognize the harsh reality of the apocalypse, where many individuals cannot even secure a half-eaten bun. This stark truth underscores the devoutness with which the Zhai family venerates the divine. However, Jai Lina's fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, regards this with palpable disdain. Meanwhile, Hao Wenbin and Jiang Xiao await Jai Lina outside the Grand Hall, while Zhang Chaoyang feigns curiosity, glancing around and engaging Jiang Xiao with trivial questions. This Dragon King temple appears quite intriguing, Director Jiang. Might you escort me for a brief tour? Zhang Chaoyang gestured towards the back courtyard of the Dragon King Hall, a guise for his ulterior motives. He harbored ill intentions and had long been unable to suppress his desire to lead Jiang Xiao to a secluded spot for his own amusement. Indeed, no young woman had ever turned down his advances, and he had exploited this pretext to ensnare numerous innocent maidens. What is there to see, aside from a few trees? There is nothing of interest, Hao Wenbin retorted angrily, having observed Zhang Chaoyang's lewd gaze and ambiguous demeanor towards his cousin. Stung by the rebuke, Zhang Chaoyang shot a menacing glare at Hao Wenbin, contemplating how easily he could crush the old farmer underfoot. This only fueled his ambitions to seize Ganjingzi Island and claim Jiang Xiao for himself, compelling Hao Wenbin to kneel before him in submission. Thus, engrossed in his scheming, he failed to notice Xu Mingda, clad in Taoist robes, within the hall. Miss Jai, has your visit to the Dragon King Temple been for a wish or a repayment? Should you require any assistance, I am at your service. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Xu Mingda inquired as Jai Lina examined the statue of the Dragon King. Oh, Master Xu, if you're not too occupied, I would like to make a wish and perhaps draw a fortune slip. I would appreciate your guidance, Jai Lina replied. Having come to the temple to address her troubling nightmares, the presence of a Taoist priest offered her great solace. Please, do as you wish. Xu Mingda responded with a slight bow before stepping aside to strike the wooden fish, reciting incantations quietly. Earlier, he had informed his dragon brother that Jai Lina was a devout believer, hoping that the great serpent would manifest an omen to deepen her faith, thereby facilitating their negotiations. To his delight, the Dragon King proved to be quite accommodating. As Xylina knelt in prayer, she observed the incense burning rapidly in the center, and a sudden noise emanated from the offering table. To her astonishment, the bowl, previously filled with offerings, had mysteriously emptied. "Ah, the Dragon King has manifested," Xylina exclaimed, her faith intensifying as she bowed deeply in gratitude. Tears welled in her eyes. Her lips trembled as if confiding her grievances and unfulfilled desires to the divine. In truth, much of Xylina's discontent stemmed from her fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang. She sensed his frivolous nature and realized his heart was not truly hers. Despite having surrendered herself to him and entered into an engagement sanctioned by both families, Zhang Chaoyang remained indifferent, and she foresaw a future fraught with hardship. At merely 26 years of age, the road ahead seemed long and arduous, yet for the sake of familial obligations, she felt compelled to sacrifice her youth. These words she cannot share with others. They can only be expressed in silent soliloquy before the deity, hoping that the divine will heed her woes. Chapter 206. Xylina confided her troubles by the statue, while Xu Mingda listened intently. Though somewhat astonished, he found it not surprising. After all, his elder brother had attained a millennia of Tao cultivation, and he himself had received enlightenment from Taoist Lu, achieving a Tao body. Thus, receiving such information was rather commonplace. He was merely beginning to explore this realm. Indeed, there are some extraordinary individuals or practitioners in the secular world who can discern ailments at a glance, hear sounds from miles away, or see the most clandestine aspects of one's home. Xu Mingda had not yet reached that level, but with his elder brother's assistance, Xylina's silent thoughts were as clear to him as if she were speaking directly to him. Oh, who would have thought that the seemingly illustrious Shai family's young lady was entangled in emotional turmoil, living in discontent? Xu Mingda glanced at Xylina, who was fervently praying. She caught his gaze and, through her eyes, inquired if he required her assistance. Xu Mingda slowly shook his head, understanding. She quietly withdrew from the grand hall, gently closing the door behind her. Inside the hall, only Xylina and Xu Mingda remained. After a while of prayer, Xylina expressed her pent-up frustrations, feeling considerably lighter afterward. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the vast emptiness of the hall and hurriedly rose from her prayer mat. "Miss Zhai, I perceive that you are burdened with concerns, seemingly troubled by matters of the heart. Would you care to draw a fortune? The fortunes from this Dragon King temple are remarkably accurate," Xu Mingda remarked with a knowing tone. "Thank you, Taoist Xu. I was indeed contemplating this," Xylina replied, astonished that Xu Mingda had discerned her in her thoughts. "Ah, it matters not. Upon entering the temple, we transcend the mundane world, free from the myriad disturbances of life. This is tranquility," Xu Mingda unexpectedly articulated, surprised by his own words. Upon hearing this, Xylina felt even more convinced of Xu Mingda's profound insight. She accepted the fortune stick he offered, murmuring a prayer as she shook it gently. With a soft clink, a bamboo stick fell to the ground. Xylina hastily picked it up and examined it, her expression darkening as she realized it was an unfavorable omen. "Fear not, if Miss Zhai is dissatisfied with this, you may draw again. Or, I could draw for you," Xu Mingda suggested. "No, this one will suffice." "Please, Taoist Xu, interpret it for me," Xylina insisted. Worn down by her recent tribulations, she was aware of her ill fate and yearned to understand what misfortune she had invited. "Ah, Miss Zhai, have you been experiencing frequent nightmares or strange dreams lately? Is your sleep troubled?" Xu Mingda observed the stick thoughtfully. "Indeed, how did you know?" Xylina was astonished that Xu Mingda had discerned her plight without consulting any interpretative texts. "Not only have I perceived it, but I suspect that Miss Zhai is facing significant troubles." Xu Mingda smiled gently. "Ah?" Xylina was taken aback. Although Xu Mingda's transformation into a Taoist mystified her, she did not regard him as possessing any true abilities. She had kept her dreams of intimate encounters with unfamiliar men entirely to herself. She, too, doubted Xu Mingda's ability to discern her troubles. Xu Mingda approached and asserted that she was in considerable distress, akin to those charlatans of the underworld. Although Xylina held a belief in deities and bodhisattvas, she was not superstitious. Her knowledge of the local intricacies rendered her less susceptible to deceit. "Taoist Xu, I haven't encountered anything unusual lately, so why do you say that?" Xylina mused, her mind racing. "I possess my own methods. Allow me to examine your palm," Xu Mingda declared, seizing Xylina's hand and inspecting it with an air of scrutiny. Xylina hailed from a privileged background, indulging in the finest cosmetics and skincare, rendering her hands soft and supple, almost boneless to the touch. While ostensibly reading her palm, Xu Mingda was, in truth, taking advantage of the situation. To be candid, despite his past encounters with several women, he had never had the opportunity to engage with a lady of Xylina's stature. Now, as he held her hand. His desire surged within him like spring grass in a frenzy of growth. Jailina sensed the impropriety in Xu Mingda's examination of her palm. Typically, such readings involve scrutinizing the lines and measuring dimensions, yet Xu Mingda seemed to merely indulge in a sensuous exploration. "What have you disowned?" Jailina inquired, slightly vexed as she withdrew her hand. "Ah, Miss Jai, to speak frankly, this is rather concerning. An aura of negativity surrounds you, and I am endeavoring to dispel it with my own positive energy. Have you recently dreamed of a man visiting you in the dead of night, departing at dawn?" Xu Mingda inquired, his demeanor unflinching. "How do you know?" Jailina gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. The matter of her dreams was a closely guarded secret, never shared with anyone. She had assumed that her embarrassment kept others silent. Yet, with Xu Mingda's touch revealing her hidden truths, how could she not acquiesce to his insights? "Oh, what do you mean by how I know?" "I am a Taoist, a man of knowledge. The interplay of yin and yang, the principles of the 5 elements, are fundamental tenets for us. A condition such as yours, Miss Jai, has merely encountered my presence. Should you present this to anyone else, they would be powerless, merely witnessing as the shadows drain your vitality, slowly transforming you into a mere semblance of your former self." Chapter 207. Xu Mingda's words left Jailina utterly astounded. "Ah, a painted skin?" When Xu Mingda warned that if he did not intervene, Jailina would be drained of her essence by that lecherous specter, she was left speechless. "Do not worry. You are under my protection, and that malevolent being dares not harm you," Xu Mingda declared with an air of pride. In truth, his assertions were reflections of his brother Long's influence on his mind. The specter that sought to siphon Jailina's essence was a subordinate of the great python. Thus, not only did Xu Mingda possess keen insight, but he was also capable of handling the situation. Such tactics were not uncommon in the martial world. The great python typically would not resort to such lowly methods. Yet Xu Mingda had solicited his assistance, prompting the python to employ a minor stratagem. He dispatched minions to avert the impending calamity. When Jailina sought Xu Mingda's aid, all she needed to do was agree to his conditions, and the python would lift the curse, restoring her health. Noticing Jailina's pallor, Xu Mingda comforted her, stating, "Fear not, for once I perform the necessary rites to banish the evil, you shall be healed." "Thank you, Taoist. What must I do for you to expel the malevolence from me?" Jailina inquired eagerly upon hearing Xu Mingda's assurances. "Ah, no need to rush. Stay here for a day or two while I select an auspicious time to perform the rite," Xu Mingda replied. He was in no haste to cure Jailina, rather, he feigned the necessity of finding a propitious day for the ritual. If he were to say that merely speaking to the Dragon King would suffice to heal her, Jailina would not perceive Xu Mingda's capabilities as formidable, nor would she feel the need to owe him a significant favor. "Very well, Taoist Xu. Please inform me of the requisite offerings, and I shall prepare them," Jailina responded, her heart somewhat reassured by Xu Mingda's words. At that moment, Zhang Jun had prepared the meal and cautiously approached to invite Xu Mingda and his esteemed guest to dine. "Miss Jai, it is getting late. Let us have a simple meal first, and then I shall take you to explore the island. After midnight, I will further investigate what malevolent spirit is at play," Xu Mingda remarked, feeling a sense of triumph as Jailina placed her unwavering trust in him. Although Jailina had not intended to spend the night, she now had complete faith in Xu Mingda. Hesitantly, she considered consulting her fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, fearing his disapproval. Little did she know that Zhang Chaoyang, enchanted by Jiang Xiao, readily agreed upon hearing of the opportunity for food and lodging. Chapter 208. Brother, it seems this fellow has developed ill intentions towards Xiao. I think it would be best to have them leave swiftly. Hao Wenbin expressed his concerns to Xu Mingda. "There's no need for alarm. In a moment, I shall have Zhang Jun escort him over to Xiaomin," Xu Mingda replied with a calm smile. It was well known that Xiaomin had already recruited a dozen alluring laundresses. Xu Mingda was confident that even this multitude of women would not fail to captivate Zhang Chaoyang. Once Zhang Chaoyang was ensnared, he would ensure that this affluent young master would face certain repercussions. Soon, Zhang Dongwang had 2 attendants lay out a lavish spread. Seafood was, of course, plentiful: lobsters, abalones, and ivory clams prepared to perfection, along with 2 types of fish that were tender and succulent. Yet, on this island, such offerings were hardly remarkable. After all, consuming seafood daily could render even the most exquisite steamed grouper unappetizing. Thus, the true treasures of the feast lay in the few vegetable dishes presented. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with eggs, the sprouts cultivated from garlic, were a specially sourced delicacy. The eggs came from the small hens that Xu Mingda had procured from Chang'e. Spicy tofu was another highlight. The tofu was crafted by the villagers of Ganjingzi using locally sourced soybeans and seasoned with brine. This particular dish had become a favorite among the island's upper echelons, with pots being prepared daily and the fresh batches selling out almost immediately. Furthermore, there was chicken stew with mushrooms. To honor Xylina, Zhang Dongguang had sought Xu Mingda's approval to sacrifice a 2-year-old hen. The mushrooms were dried specimens collected during a recent supply run to Dongshan Island. This dish featured more chicken than mushrooms. Lastly, there was stir-fried bean sprouts with cured sausage. The yellow bean sprouts were sautéed with cured meat and a hint of red chili, making for a delightful accompaniment to the meal. These vegetable dishes were exceedingly rare on the post-apocalyptic island, and even Xylina remarked on Xu Mingda's extravagance upon seeing 4 varieties of greens. Ah, Miss Jai, you are far too modest. Though Ganjingzi Island may merely be a rocky hill, under the leadership of Director Jiang Xiao and the efforts of Captain Hao Wenbin, the possibility of achieving vegetable freedom is indeed within reach. Xu Mingda chuckled, subtly asserting the island's prosperity while hinting at his strong rapport with the local populace. Indeed, this place is rather splendid. My brother has always wanted to develop our family's island into an ecological small farm, but unfortunately, he has yet to succeed, Xylina remarked. Not to worry. If Brother Zhai requires assistance in this area, I can discuss with Director Jiang and arrange for a few individuals to be sent over, Xu Mingda offered. You are quite the penny pincher. Since the moment I met you, you've been so easily impressed by a few grains. What my father discards is of far superior quality to what is served here, Zhang Chaoyang interjected haughtily. Chaoyang, how can you say such things? It is quite inappropriate. Xylina chided, her cheeks flushing as she noticed her boyfriend flaunting his sense of superiority. I merely stated the facts. Director Jiang, what development could possibly arise in this desolate place? A beauty such as you is truly wasted on such vegetables. Perhaps I should speak to the head of agriculture and forestry and recommend your promotion to the agricultural bureau? Zhang Chaoyang paid no heed to Xylina's hints. Instead, he tilted his head to tease Jiang Xiaoyu. Humph, Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing Zhang Chaoyang's shamelessness as he relentlessly flirted with her, cast him a frosty glance. Do not provoke me when you have been offered a drink. Many have sought my assistance to secure their passage into the city sanctuary, yet have found no opportunity. Zhang Chaoyang, perceiving Jiang Xiaoyu's disdainful demeanor, felt his expression darken immediately. Bang! Xu Mingda, observing Zhang Chaoyang's utter disregard for his own dignity as he dominated the conversation at the table, could not suppress his anger and slammed his fist onto the surface. Chapter 209. Xu Mingda's intention to keep Xylina here for dinner and overnight stay was merely to place her in his debt, thereby laying the groundwork for future collaboration with the Zhai family. Zhai Finggong's invitation to his younger sister to Ganjingzi Island was also motivated by a desire to assess Xu Mingda's capabilities. However, Xylina's fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, flaunted his status at every turn and openly flirted with his beloved, Jiang Xiao, which infuriated Xu Mingda. How dare he act so brazenly in my presence? At that moment, Xu Mingda was consumed with murderous intent. He contemplated summoning a few subordinates to teach Zhang Chaoyang a lesson, making him understand why flowers bloom so vividly, and reminding him that this was not the city, but Ganjingzi Island, Su's domain. Noticing Xu Mingda's grim demeanor, Hao Wenbin clenched his fists, ready to intervene. Zhang Chaoyang's blatant seduction of his cousin only added to his ire. The individual seated beside Xu Mingda sensed the escalating tension and discreetly pinched his thigh to signal him to remain calm. Given the need to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Zhai family, Xu Mingda refrained from erupting in anger, swallowing his indignation and signaling to Zhang Dongguang. Young Master Zhang, Miss Zhai, on behalf of our team, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Allow me to propose a toast. Zhang Dongguang, understanding the cue, promptly rose to initiate the drinking ritual. Indeed, young Master Zhang, I too shall contribute a toast. Zhang Jun stood up enthusiastically. Upon noticing the somber expressions of everyone at the table, Zhang Chaoyang felt the atmosphere turn unfriendly, unlike the adoration he typically received elsewhere, prompting him to temper his demeanor. Although he reluctantly sipped from his glass, he claimed he preferred a different drink, citing his inability to enjoy Wulianya, and set his glass down. Since young Master Zhang prefers a different drink, then Zhang Dongguang was about to fetch a bottle when he caught sight of Xu Mingda's icy glare, causing him to retract his statement. Oh dear, I have no choice. The conditions here on the island are limited, and this is indeed the finest liquor we can offer. As Zhang Chaoyang's pickiness drew disapproving looks from the others, Xylina felt her pride wounded and dejectedly set her glass down. Deputy Director Xiao, I recall you have some fine liquor on your side? Xu Mingda turned to inquire of Xiaomin. He had already devised a plan to ensnare Zhang Chaoyang in the island's allure, thus deliberately inviting Xiaomin to join them for dinner. At that moment, Xiaomin understood the implication immediately. Yes, Captain Su, I indeed have some excellent wine, she quickly rose to affirm. Zhang Jun, didn't young Master Zhang express a desire to take a stroll? Accompany him. and let Sister Xiao arrange for a few people to keep him company. Xu Mingda instructed Zhang Jun, young Master Zhang. It seems a tad warm here. Shall I accompany you outside to find a more suitable spot? The local delicacies are quite distinctive. Zhang Jun smiled amiably at Zhang Qiaoyang. Sure, Zhang Qiaoyang, sensing the pressure emanating from Xu Mingda, feigned indifference at the offer to leave. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Min greeted Jailina, assuring her that she would take good care of Zhang Qiaoyang, and then swayed her hips alongside Zhang Jun as they departed the restaurant with Zhang Qiaoyang. The atmosphere in the room immediately lightened with their exit. Miss Zhai, you must eat more. Your complexion has not been well lately. It is essential to replenish your yang energy, Xu Mingda remarked, delicately placing a piece of tofu onto Jailina's plate. Captain Xu, you are too kind, Jailina replied, momentarily taken aback by Xu Mingda's personal gesture of serving her food. Just half a month prior, Xu Mingda had been compelled to gauge her mood before eating, and Jailina would not have dined at the same table as him. Yet now, he had transformed into a figure of commanding presence, endowed with another awe-inspiring identity. Xu Mingda's act of serving her was not mere flattery or an unwarranted presumption. Rather, it signified a sincere concern, a lofty bestowal of care. This sudden shift left Jailina feeling somewhat flustered. Observing her bewildered expression, Xu Mingda smirked inwardly, thinking, Zhang Qiaoyang, if you seek to entice my beloved, I shall bestow upon you a metaphorical green hat. Resolute in his intentions, Xu Mingda continued to dine with Jailina while orchestrating plans for Do how to retrieve 2 sets of new bedding from the official boat to prepare for Jailina's stay at the temple, where he intended to perform rituals to dispel malevolent spirits that plagued her. Upon hearing this, Jailina felt a twinge of fear. However, Xu Mingda reassured her that to banish the lingering specters, it was imperative to conduct the rites at the temple. Furthermore, he promised that Do Hao would accompany her, alleviating her worries. Reluctantly, Jailina acquiesced, initially hoping her fiancé Zhang Qiaoyang would join her for support. Yet, the yacht's attendants informed her that Zhang Qiaoyang was drinking at the dock and would not return anytime soon, advising her not to wait for him. This news deepened her sorrow. As a woman, she had come to confront her unutterable troubles, only to find her fiancé utterly unreliable. Fortunately, Do Hao remained by her side, providing her with a modicum of solace. Upon reaching the temple, Xu Mingda prepared for the rituals. He first lit incense and offered prayers, then retrieved vermilion and yellow paper from the dormitory, setting them up in the main hall. He performed a ceremonial walk, bowed to the North Star, and then focused his energy, picking up a brush to inscribe talismans on the yellow paper. Jailina peered in from outside, increasingly convinced of Xu Mingda's extraordinary abilities. She fervently hoped that he could exorcise the malevolent spirit that had been haunting her. Otherwise, should this affair become public, it would be utterly humiliating. Jailina pondered to herself. Chapter 210. Xu Mingda decided to keep Jailina at the Dragon King Temple, claiming he needed to perform a ritual to exorcise evil spirits. Jailina was utterly convinced. In truth, Xu Mingda merely wished to have her stay for the night. He contemplated that if he could establish some form of connection with Jailina, it would facilitate his dealings with the Zhai family in the future. To forge such a special relationship, there were 2 possible avenues. With men, one could become sworn brothers, while with women, one could simply share a bed. If a woman found joy and pleasure in his company, she would inevitably remember him for a lifetime. Thus, he entertained this notion. Of course, his interest in Jailina was also due to her youth and beauty. Had she been an unattractive older woman, he would not have considered such an approach. Nevertheless, if a woman expressed a desire for such encounters, he could always arrange for his subordinates to provide that service. After all, Xu Mingda had come to terms with his current pursuits, dismissing notions of civility, legality, and morality as luxuries that only those well-fed could afford to ponder, free from the fear of sudden misfortune. Presently, his foremost objective was to expand his territory, gather followers, and cultivate relationships to avoid being devoured by larger predators. Therefore, employing a few tricks on Jailina was a trivial matter for him. At that moment, Jailina, accompanied by Do Hao, was observing Xu Mingda diligently at work in the main hall. Xu Mingda recognized that the time had not yet come, so he remained unhurried, chanting scriptures in a newly learned melodic tone, followed by incense offerings and prayers. After donning his ceremonial robe and wielding a peachwood sword, he took a few steps, fully intent on amplifying the sense of ritual. He aimed to impress upon Jailina that his exorcism was no trivial affair. Jailina watched in rapt attention, captivated by the ethereal charm Xu Mingda exuded in his Taoist robe, a striking allure that seemed almost unattainable. Observing his every gesture, she could not help but feel her heart race. How had she not noticed before how endearing Xu Mingda was? Had she known he possessed such skills, she would not have left Do Hao to keep watch over him. She resolved to stay on Ganjingzi Island for a while to cultivate a deeper relationship with Xu Mingda. Lest Do Hao, being closer, forged a stronger bond with him first. Jailina's thoughts were quite understandable, as her connection with Zhang Chaoyang was merely a union of convenience. Both families were well off, allowing them to mutually benefit from the alliance, and their ages and appearances were suitable for a match. However, there was no genuine affection between Jailina and Zhang Chaoyang, particularly as he was known for his flirtations, often straying without regard for her feelings. Consequently, Jailina had her own aspirations. If he could play around, so could she. Neither should suffer alone. In truth, when a woman truly embraces her freedom, men often become irrelevant. Jailina simply had yet to encounter someone capable of unlocking her true potential. After all, being the eldest daughter of the Zhai family and Zhang's future daughter-in-law, her status and position intimidated most suitors. Who would dare provoke a woman of such formidable stature? One must be truly reckless to invite such peril upon themselves. As for those who disregard the Zhang and Zhai families, it is clear that they are not lacking in resources. What could they possibly want that is beyond their reach? Yet, there exists an exception in Xu Mingda. Although he lacks any notable social connections, he remains unperturbed by the Zhai and Zhang families. Furthermore, he harbors a certain affection for Jailina. In matters of love, a mere hint is often sufficient to discern one's feelings. Thus, Jailina finds herself increasingly enchanted by Xu Mingda, growing ever fonder of his charming demeanor. However, as the esteemed daughter of the Zhai family, she cannot afford to be the one to approach him directly. The next chapter hinges on how Xu Mingda will navigate this delicate situation to win the heart of the Zhai heiress. Chapter 211. Mingda, will we meet again? Jailina was evidently quite nostalgic for Xu Mingda's tenderness in the small temple, and she quietly inquired with hope. Of course, I am not the kind of man who would deny his responsibilities once the pants are lifted. However, if we wish to see each other frequently, our families must collaborate. That would provide us with a reason. Xu Mingda chuckled and planted a kiss on Jailina's lips. He did not anticipate that this heiress would be so uninhibited on the bed, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. He had intended to indulge further with Jailina, but was apprehensive about being interrupted, as it would be awkward for both. Furthermore, Jailina's fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, should have been enjoying himself in Xiaomin's laundry by now. I will speak to my brother, but the final decision rests with him, Jailina said, gathering her hair. Looking at Xu Mingda with a hint of helplessness. No worries. Just convey to me what your brother requires. Our relationship is destined to be quite straightforward, mutual exploitation, interdependence, coexisting, and thriving together. Of course, if your brother does not regard me favorably and willingly submits to that scoundrelly Shusen, then I have no recourse, Xu Mingda remarked. I will relay your sentiments, Jailina responded, realizing Xu Mingda was quite direct and thus refrained from further chatter. This trip to Ganjingzi Island was undoubtedly worthwhile for Jailina. Not only had she dispelled the unspeakable nightmares that plagued her, but she had also fulfilled her physical and emotional needs. Therefore, whether for her family's benefit or her own future emotional desires, she was firmly committed to assisting Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda personally escorted Jailina down the mountain and requested that she bring a generous gift of a container of food to Zhai Fenggang. Although Jailina hailed from a wealthy family, she was somewhat astonished by Xu Mingda's grand gesture. After all, in the apocalypse, food is as precious as gold. Zhang Chaoyang, too, had shed his previous arrogance, expressing a favorable impression of Ganjingzi Island, the reasons for which were self-evident. This time, Xu Mingda also instructed Zhang Jun to accompany Jailina, with an additional container added to the catamaran. Xu Mingda further proposed a request to Jailina to release Zheng Jiqiang, Meng Dong, and the families of his friends, allowing Zhang Jun to bring them back. Moreover, Xu Mingda made it clear that these individuals were under his command. This somewhat resembled a challenge to Zhai Fenggang. Boss Zhai, I am well aware of your trivial matters, and your people have become my subordinates. Is that not awkward for you? Xu Mingda intended to convey to Zhai Fenggang that he was extending gifts and goodwill in hopes of cooperation, urging him to grasp the situation. Otherwise, should they become adversaries, he was capable of anything. Upon hearing this, Jailina immediately agreed, stating that the matter was instigated by Zhai Fenggang's subordinates, and her brother was entirely unaware. Regardless of whether Jailina was shielding her brother, her intentions were commendable. Just before boarding the vessel, Xu Mingda requested Jailina's WeChat contact. Jailina felt a surge of anxiety, particularly with her fiancé, Zhang Chaoyang, present. The thought of Xu Mingda entangling himself with her was disconcerting. However, upon glancing at Zhang Chaoyang, she realized he was utterly indifferent to her, engrossed in a lively conversation with Xiao Min. This realization chilled her heart, prompting her to promptly add Xu Mingda as a friend. Everything was in place, only the final push was needed. As Xu Mingda observed Jailina's yacht departing from Ganjingzi Island, he pondered silently. Zhai Fenggang's recent probe into Ganjingzi Island had indeed proven to be a costly endeavor. Suddenly, he recalled the historical entanglement between Liu Bei and Sun Quan during the Three Kingdoms era. At that time, Liu Bei was the underdog yet managed to secure Sun Quan's sister in marriage while also borrowing Jingzhou. He wondered if fortune might smile upon him in a similar fashion. In any case, the district of Dongshan Town was unlikely to experience tranquility in the near future. Chapter 212. After bidding farewell to Zhai Lina, Xu Mingda promptly redirected his focus to Dongshan Port. With Zhai Fengang's agreement to collaborate, they would form an alliance to confront Li Shuxin's voracious ambitions. Should Zhai Fenggang be reluctant to offend Li Shuxin, Xu Mingda would take matters into his own hands. He would never place all his hopes on a single tree. His most reliable trump card remained Zhang Mingxing. At that moment, Zhang Mingxing was receiving treatment aboard a grain ship at Dongshan Port. As long as he could develop antibodies and not succumb to zombification, this achievement would be unparalleled. With this accomplishment in hand, Xu Mingda could easily seek out a mightier patron and secure greater rewards. By then, not only Dongshan Town, but even a triumphant return to the mainland would be within reach. Given the significance of this matter, Xu Mingda kept it confidential from the island's inhabitants, with only a select few, including Xiao Wu, being privy to the information. Yet, this secrecy also left Xu Mingda unsettled. After all, Dongshan Island had become a domain of the undead, where the zombies had developed a certain level of intelligence, a profoundly alarming prospect. If those zombies were to learn of the human experiments occurring on the grain ship, they might concentrate their forces and launch an all-out assault. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to bring the grain ship back directly and anchor it near Ganjingzi Island. This would serve as a substantial granary to provide food reserves for Ganjingzi Island. Additionally, it would allow him to monitor Zhang Mingxing's condition and potentially recruit more volunteers for related experiments. Of course, such experiments were perilous and sensitive. Therefore, Xu Mingda not only needed to retrieve the grain ship but also aimed to acquire 2 more large vessels to be deliberately grounded near Ganjingzi Island, creating an artificial island of ships for his experimental use. Previously, his limited manpower and insufficient strength rendered him incapable of managing those massive vessels. No one could operate them, and bringing them back would attract too much attention, risking the loss of valuable resources to other factions. However, now armed with firearms, and with women and provisions on the island, according to their agreed-upon principles, if faced with external threats, the men must rise to defend. Thus, he felt emboldened. He intended to gather more resources while others hesitated. Consequently, he first called for Luda Director Liu. You have been working tirelessly lately. You have made remarkable contributions to Ganjingzi Island. Xu Mingda began. Leader Xu, you are too kind. This is all part of our duty. Luda replied hastily. Since Xu Mingda appointed him as the customs director, Luda had indeed been enjoying a comfortable life, ample food, drink, and women. If Ganjingzi Island could be likened to a prison, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure within it. Therefore, Xu Mingda's courtesy made him hesitant to accept. Old Liu, as you can see, our numbers are growing, and our consumption of food and resources is increasing. Yet, the overall situation remains dire. We can only stay on this island. Thus, I plan to return to Dongshan Port to procure more supplies. However, we lack individuals capable of navigating the sea vessels. Therefore, if you could, of course, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall seek assistance elsewhere. After all, the customs department also requires your presence, Xu Mingda remarked. Leader, I am able to go. I am willing to go, Luda instantly declared, despite feeling a twinge of apprehension. Xu Mingda, with a hint of bravado, suggested Lu to venture to Dongshan Island to retrieve a vessel. Unless he were to face an extraordinary circumstance, he would be too intimidated to decline. Xu Mingda, as the highest commander of Ganjingzi Island, had personally led expeditions 2 or 3 times, risking his life to acquire goods that were shared among the group. Now that Xu Mingda required his assistance, if Luda were to shy away from danger, he would no longer deserve his position as the customs chief. Old Liu, your support is crucial to my endeavor. Naturally, I shall also select several brothers to safeguard your mission. Rest assured, your sole responsibility is to return the ship safely. I shall handle the rest. If you manage to bring back the cargo ship, it will be a significant achievement. Xu Mingda expressed with evident satisfaction. He then appointed several more officers. The crew from the last mission involving the pilot boat would all partake, but this time, they would be tasked with retrieving a freighter. Xiao Wu and Wu Zuowei, accompanied by several capable reserve members, would be responsible for protection. Xu Mingda intended to promote these reserves to full status upon the successful completion of this operation. As for Yang Guokai and Han Li, he had decided against sending them this time, fearing that someone might attempt to exploit the situation. After all, the likes of Li Shuxin had already set their sights on Ganjingzi Island. With Xu Mingda at the helm, Ganjingzi Island remained an impregnable fortress. Moreover, Xu Mingda was awaiting news from Lina. Should Zhai Fenggang wish to collaborate with him, he would be ready to meet and discuss matters at any moment. Thus, as bodyguards, Yang Gukai and Han Li must remain behind. Chapter 213. After arranging his team, Xu Mingda personally bid farewell, watching as Xiao Wu swiftly departed on the catamaran before returning to his official vessel. Hello, Lina, have you arrived home safely? Xu Mingda inquired via voice message on WeChat. Although this expedition, led by Captain Xiao Wu, bore significant responsibilities, Xu Mingda valued his collaboration with Zhai Fenggang even more. The return of the grain ship would soon attract a swarm of opportunists. At such a moment, if Zhai Fenggang were to agree to join forces with Xu Mingda, it could deter numerous minor factions. Captain Xu, I've just arrived, Lina replied almost instantaneously. A satisfied smile crossed Xu Mingda's face, indicating that Lina had been eagerly awaiting his message. I'm relieved to hear that. I've been quite concerned about your safety, he responded thoughtfully, composing a text. He knew he had to strike a balance with Lina. Being too aloof would seem heartless after their intimate encounter the previous night, while excessive warmth might lead her to believe she had captivated him, which he feared could invite her to play coy. After all, as a man dedicated to his career, Xu Mingda was neither adept at nor fond of romantic entanglements. Did you miss me? Lina typed, then almost immediately retracted her message. Xu Mingda noticed this and chuckled softly. It surprised him that the esteemed Miss Zhai would engage in such playful banter. Had he not been on the lookout for her message, he would have missed it entirely. If he were to inquire about her retracted message, Lina would likely deny having said it and perhaps even become upset. What does your smirk mean? Lina asked, displeased by his brief response. Is Zhang Chuyang not with you? Xu Mingda replied, his words layered with dual meanings. On the surface, a show of concern, but beneath, a hint of flirtation. Even if others were to witness their exchange, they would find little to critique. Giggling, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I suppose you've had your fair share of charming young ladies, Lina remarked, seemingly catching on to his implications. Oh, I am not a man who is easily won over, Xu Mingda retorted. What does that have to do with me? Lina replied. Xu Mingda recognized that further discussion could lead to tension, as Lina was adopting a sulky demeanor. Therefore, he sent a smiling emoji and fell silent. Don't think that just because I've shared a bed with you, I am obliged to comply with your wishes. My choice was for my own comfort, not to endure any discomfort, Xu Mingda mused. Lina likely sensed his displeasure, being aware that she too had a fiancé and understood the futility of expecting a life-altering connection with Xu Mingda in the future. If she persisted with her playful teasing, it would only invite his disdain. Thus, Lina stated, I will speak with my brother about our discussed matters and will contact you once I have updates. With that, she ceased her playful banter. Xu Mingda felt a sense of relief, appreciating that Lina was sensible enough to recognize the situation. He is indifferent to the number of lovers he possesses, nor does he concern himself with the extent of his sacrifices for them. However, it is imperative that these lovers remain obedient and do not cause him any trouble, let alone resort to threats. The principle of maintaining a good performance while keeping a tight lid on one's mouth is essential. Presently, Lina appears to be quite sensible, which leaves room for guidance. As for the matter of collaboration, Xu Mingda is confident that Lina will undoubtedly strive to advocate for him. Yet, whether success will be achieved truly hinges on Zhai Fenggang's disposition. This old fox is far from being as naive as his sister. At that moment, he noticed Guomeiwan and Jiang Xiao approaching through the windshield. Jiang Xiao had exhibited commendable behavior yesterday, likely having realized Xu Mingda's earnest intentions behind his stipulated rules. Although Xu Mingda has taken Lina as his companion, his feelings for Jiang Xiao remain unchanged. It is quite normal for a capable man to take multiple wives, but there is a distinct difference between colorful banners and red flags. Chapter 214. In Xu Mingda's heart, he has secretly regarded Jiang Xiao as his rightful empress. The reason is simple. He perceives Jiang Xiao as pure. Not only is her body untarnished, but her emotions and thoughts are also unblemished. Regardless of the apocalyptic circumstances, Xu Mingda's preference remains steadfast. He seeks a woman of innocence. Unfortunately, as the apocalypse deepens and persists, such women are becoming increasingly rare. In order to survive, the vast majority of women are compelled to barter their bodies for a chance at life. Guojie, Xiao, have you come to see me for something? Xu Mingda anticipated that Lina would not contact him so soon, and thus, he set aside the satellite phone and rose to meet them. Leader, Section Chief Duan asked me to consult with you. He intends to use a boat to dismantle the transformer at the nearby substation, Guomei once said with a bright smile. Oh, that sounds like good news. Why isn't he coming himself? Xu Mingda inquired, surprised. Although the island is currently powered by solar panels and 2 small wind turbines, The energy produced only suffices for limited lighting, rendering it inadequate for further endeavors. Therefore, securing stable electricity for Ganjingzi Island has always been Xu Mingda's aspiration. Hearing that the foreman from the wind power group, Duan Yang, had taken the initiative to work was a source of great joy for Xu Mingda. He dares not. Guo Meiwan chuckled helplessly. Xiao, such a big man. Xiao, am I really that intimidating? Xu Mingda looked at Jiang Xiao, bemused. Indeed. Do you still believe yourself to be a living bodhisattva? Jiang Xiao shot him a playful glare, turning her head away to suppress a laugh. Huh. Those who laugh all day may be the most cunning. As for me, while I may speak bluntly, my intentions are solely to serve you. Xu Mingda replied nonchalantly. Indeed, encountering Leader Xu is a stroke of fortune, Guo Meiwan exclaimed hastily. Her words rang true. Especially since Xu Mingda had rescued her daughter and arranged a good job for her, leaving her immensely grateful. Were it not for the significant age difference between her and Xu Mingda, she would have wished to remain by his side forever. Nevertheless, Duan Yang had been pursuing her rather fervently, and she hoped he would soon make a favorable impression on Xu Mingda. The idea to dismantle the transformer at the nearby island was, in fact, Guo Meijuan's suggestion. Duan Yang lacked the audacity to propose it himself. Very well. Inform Duan Yang that I approve of this matter. Have him find a boat shortly. As for safety, I will dispatch a few individuals to escort him. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall reward him. Xu Mingda instructed Guo Meiwan. Thank you, leader. Guo Meiwan, seeing Xu Mingda in high spirits, expressed her gratitude repeatedly before heading off to inform Duan Yang. By the way, tell Duan Yang that in the future, he should approach me directly with any matters. Am I truly so unapproachable? Xu Mingda added. With over 20 individuals from the wind power group, Ganjingzi Island does not require such a large number of electricians. Consequently, many among them feel a sense of urgency, eager to establish their presence before Xu Mingda, yet finding themselves without opportunity. Xiao, where are you headed? Xu Mingda inquired as he noticed Jiang Xiao preparing to leave. I accompanied Aunt Guo, and now we must return to the village committee, Jiang Xiao remarked. Please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Xu Mingda said, gesturing for Guo Meiwan to leave first. Guo Meiwan understood and, with a slight sway of her hips, exited. What do you need to talk to me about? Jiang Xiao inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy with only the two of them left in the official boat. Oh, it's nothing significant. I simply wish to spend some time alone with you. Is that not permissible? Xu Mingda replied, opening a drawer to find some snacks for Jiang Xiao. As time passed, their understanding of each other deepened. Xu Mingda had developed a fondness for Jiang Xiao, whose personality was as pure as blank paper. At this moment, having resolved their misunderstandings, Xu Mingda was determined not to squander the opportunity to foster their growing connection. Furthermore, he genuinely needed Jiang Xiao to alleviate the psychological pressures that plagued him. Each day seemed filled with trivial troubles, and Xu Mingda felt increasingly irritable and impatient. After all, he had merely been a carpenter before, not someone inherently suited to leadership. How is everything with you? Jiang Xiao asked, sitting a distance away from Xu Mingda, her discomfort evident. Although they were familiar acquaintances, the intimacy of being alone together made Jiang Xiao inexplicably anxious. Things are well. I've taken the team to busy themselves with the renovation of the new office. Xu Mingda replied, approaching her with a cup of coffee and sitting directly beside her. Oh, that's wonderful. You won't have to work on the boat anymore. Jiang Xiao said, her tension escalating as Xu Mingda sat so close. You're in the same situation. The house I arranged for your village committee also needs renovations. Tell me what you prefer, Xu Mingda offered, handing the coffee to Jiang Xiao while gazing intently at her. Despite having spent the previous night in a passionate encounter with Jailina, the sight of the blushing and radiant Jiang Xiao stirred Xu Mingda's desires once more. Chapter 215. As Jiang Xiao noticed Xu Mingda's unwavering gaze upon her, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. Brother Xu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she stood up, preparing to exit. Xiao, there is something I wish to convey to you, Xu Mingda declared, firmly grasping her delicate wrist. What is it, Brother Xu? Jiang Xiao, taken aback by Xu Mingda's serious demeanor, presumed he had something of great importance to share. Xiao, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. I desire for you to be my partner, Xu Mingda professed earnestly. What are you saying? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, startled by his forthrightness, withdrawing her hand and covering her face as she attempted to flee. Xiao, I am speaking sincerely. I wish to marry you because I love you and believe you are well suited for me. Xu Mingda interjected, blocking her path. He was not one for sweet talk. Yet he had consulted the teachings handed down by Lu Zhenren, which revealed that Jiang Xiao was indeed the most compatible woman for him. Their union would be a paragon of marriage, mutually strengthening and supportive. though Xu Mingda had previously been unaware of these insights. They became clear after he embraced Lu Dorn's legacy. Reflecting upon his past experiences felt as though he were merely following a script. Thus, he increasingly felt compelled not to let go of the fortuitous fate that Jiang Shao represented, given the tumultuous times they lived in. Xu Mingda was unwilling to squander time on courtship. He had far too many responsibilities. Hence, he opted for candor and directness. Brother Xu, I understand your feelings. But this is all rather sudden. We do not know each other well enough yet. Furthermore, I possess numerous flaws that I'm unsure you can accept. What I present to the outside world is merely a fade. If we are to discuss marriage, it necessitates prolonged cohabitation. I fear that you. Jiang Shao replied earnestly. In truth, she had begun to develop feelings for Xu Mingda as well. However, as a traditional woman, she held marriage in high regard. Her insistence on mutual understanding and revealing her shortcomings was genuine. Firstly, Jiang Shao, much like her commitment to preserving her innocence, maintained high standards regarding marriage. Should Xu Mingda truly wish to marry her, she would not tolerate any infidelity or indiscretions. Yet, she refrained from voicing this outright, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Additionally, she sensed that Xu Mingda might struggle to change certain habits, causing her considerable inner turmoil. Xiao, to speak candidly, I can accept everything about you, but I am acutely aware of my many shortcomings. I lack education and speak too bluntly, though I do not consider these fatal flaws. If you agree to be with me, I promise to treat you well. Xu Mingda shared his true feelings. Very well. Brother Xu, shall we take our time to understand each other better? Perhaps, by then, you may find that your feelings for me have cooled, Jiang Shao replied. After all, your exceptional qualities have attracted the attention of many young women, Jiang Shao remarked with a smile. Hee, Shao, I understand your thoughts. However, could you grant me some time? Perhaps we could consider a courtship as a couple. This would spare you from the idle gossip of others. Since Xu Mingda had broached the subject, he was resolute in ensuring that Jiang Shao would not slip away. The notion of being in a relationship was merely a public declaration, signifying that Jiang Shao was now under Xu Mingda's protection. Henceforth, no one else should dare to entertain any notions. As it stood, Guo Meiwan had already found herself entangled with Duan Yang from the Wind Power Group. Xu Mingda was indifferent to this development, for his dalliance with Guo Meiwan was merely a fleeting amusement. In contrast, Guo Meiwan sought a steadfast companion for her later years. Xu Mingda would not impede her pursuit. Yet, Jiang Shao was a different matter altogether. It was evident to all that Zhang Chaoyang, upon visiting Ganjingzi Island, had taken a keen interest in Jiang Shao. Xu Mingda harbored concerns that Jiang Shao, with her limited social experience, might succumb to temptation and fall prey to Zhang Chaoyang's machinations. Brother Xu, that seems agreeable. Jiang Shao replied, noticing Xu Mingda's genuine intentions. She realized that if she did not acquiesce, her chances of leaving this predicament would be slim. Thus she spoke with a shy smile. Shao, now that we are in a relationship, should you still address me as Brother Xu? Xu Mingda exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon her acceptance. Very well, I shall call you Xu Gu from now on, Jiang Shao declared. Xu Gu is not affectionate enough. Why not call me Mingda or De Gu? Xu Mingda suggested earnestly. Chapter 216. All right, Mingda. Jiang Shao Yu did not anticipate that Xu Mingda, who was decisive and resolute in his actions outside, would behave like a big boy in front of her, even meticulously considering how to address her, which made her chuckle softly. Shao Yu, allow me to embrace you, Xu Mingda said, unable to contain his impulses upon seeing Jiang Shao Yu's radiant smile. He moved closer, intending to kiss her. Mingda, we agreed to take our time getting to know each other. If you continue like this, I will be upset, Jiang Shao Yu exclaimed. Hastily breaking free, her cheeks flushed. Shao Yu, you are simply too beautiful. I could not restrain myself. My love for you is profound. But I understand the importance of respecting you. I was wrong. Please punish me as you see fit, and I will accept it. Xu Mingda quickly apologized, sensing her displeasure. At that moment, Do Hao walked onto the boat. Mingda, I must take my leave, Jiang Shao Yu hurriedly remarked, fearing Do Hao might discover her affair with Xu Mingda. Shao Yu, I will visit you later, Xu Mingda said, reluctantly bidding farewell to Jiang Shao Yu as he noticed Do Hao appeared to have something to discuss with him. Director Jiang has arrived? Aren't you going to stay a while longer? Do Hao asked, observing Jiang Shao Yu's flushed complexion and evasive gaze, realizing Xu Mingda had likely flirted with her, prompting her to speak intentionally. No, I need to discuss some matters with Captain Xu. The village committee has tasks awaiting my attention, Jiang Shao Yu replied, striving to maintain her composure. Shao Yu, after you finish your work, will you join me for dinner tonight? I would like to accompany you, Do Hao suggested. Her tone was not one of genuine warmth, but rather an assertion of her position as the mistress of the place. Thank you, but no need, Jiang Xiaoyu responded, though she could sense the jealousy in Dou Hao's words. Is there something going on? Xu Mingda inquired, noticing Dou Hao's slightly irritable demeanor. Is it not permissible for me to return and keep you company if nothing is happening? By the way, dear brother, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Dou Hao remarked with a pointed glance at Xu Mingda. Well, if you have something to say, do so quickly, Xu Mingda replied, aware of Dou Hao's jealousy. He pulled her into the cabin, kissed her on the lips, and caressed her chest. Only then did Dou Hao shake off her earlier feelings. Women, after all, share a common thread when it comes to love. Although she was acutely aware of her status as a concubine, she did not wish for Xu Mingda to attract other women. However, she was also wise enough to recognize that if she took her feelings too seriously, she would inevitably lose him. Thus, her paramount objective was to become the woman Xu Mingda could not live without. Zhang Jun and the others returned, bringing with them several women, rumored to be the wives of Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang. How shall we arrange for them? Xu Mingda, recalling his earlier flirtation with Jiang Xiaoyu, had forgotten to check on Zhai Lina's message. He hurriedly opened his phone to find a message from Zhai Lina. Your gift was well received by my brother, and he is quite pleased. However, he mentioned an urgent matter that requires his attention. Once he resolves it, he is likely to meet with you to have a proper discussion. Additionally, I have located the women you requested and will return them to you. The message contained no issues whatsoever. No one would have expected that just a moment ago. Zhai Lina was intimately engaged with Xu Mingda. This illustrates the distinction between women who have experienced men and innocent maidens. Thank you, Lina. You are always welcome to visit us at Ganjingzi Island, and I shall ensure you receive a warm reception. Xu Mingda pondered briefly and sent a message laced with double entendre. Even if Zhai Fenggang were reluctant to ally with him, he intended to firmly establish a connection with Zhai Lina through their romantic liaison. He believed that with Zhai Lina on the other side of Nuitail Island, she would promptly inform him of any stirring events. This was the primary reason he was willing to invest effort in her. Please have Zhang Dongguang prepare some exquisite dishes, and let Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang welcome their wives properly. Additionally, I will ask Yang Gukai to grant them both a break tonight to spend quality time with their partners, Xu Mingda remarked after a moment of contemplation. My dear brother, you truly possess loyalty and affection. Being with you, regardless of how you treat me, brings me immense happiness. All is well. Your sweet words are quite charming. Now be off. Xu Mingda felt his heart soften under the praise from De Hao. Just as De Hao stepped out, Zhang Dan hurriedly approached. Is Captain Xu on the boat? I urgently need to speak with him. Zhang Dan inquired anxiously of De Hao. Chapter 217. Zhang Dan is a covert spy deliberately placed by Xu Mingda beside Xiaomin. She hurriedly sought out Xu Mingda, likely concerning matters related to the couple, Xiaomin and Fu Biao. Xu Mingda promptly urged her to sit down and inquired about the urgency that had caused her to arrive in such a flurry, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. Captain Fu has returned. I overheard him telling his wife that the newly established Changel Group's general manager, Li Shusen, has appointed him as the captain and removed you from your position, Zhang Dan revealed, her wide eyes fixed on Xu Mingda, gauging his reaction. Oh, so this is how you intend to undermine me? Xu Mingda chuckled, amused. He had long anticipated that Li Shusen would employ such tactics to force his compliance. However, he was utterly indifferent to the hollow title of captain. The so-called enforcement team had already been obliterated by the time he encountered it, leaving only Zhang Jun Wuxia. Being a judicial police officer, assisted the enforcement team, or rather, the enforcement team aided Wuxia in combating the epidemic. The current capabilities of the water enforcement team were solely attributable to Xu Mingda's efforts. The personnel were recruited by him, the equipment acquired through his means. Apart from the official vessel, the entire enforcement team constituted his personal assets. Even this official boat could not be operated by anyone without Xu Mingda's consent. Therefore, what need had he for this so-called captaincy, especially now that the Dongshan Islands had been transformed into a corporation? The significance of his title as captain had diminished even further. Did anyone pay him a salary? Was he a bureaucrat, reveling in subservience? Thus, he remained unconcerned. His focus lay on matters of greater depth. How does Fu Biao comport himself? Xu Mingda inquired. He appears quite pleased. Previously, he had always been discontented with you, believing that the captaincy should rightfully belong to him. Now, his aspirations have been fulfilled. His wife, Xiaomin, has also become quite formidable. Just wait and see. She will outshine even Wu Zetian. Fu Biao had always heeded her words. Zhang Dan remarked with a hint of disdain. Indeed, I understand. You have performed admirably. I shall reward you, Xu Mingda responded. Please, that is not necessary. It is merely my duty. I feel a twinge of regret for you, and some concern for your future, Zhang Dan replied. You need not worry about that. Perhaps I shall thrive even more in the future. Take care of yourself. By the way, refrain from coming here. I will seek you out. Xu Mingda said with a sense of reassurance. Zhang Dan's performance filled him with satisfaction, confirming that his arrangement had been prudent. I shall take my leave then. Zhang Dan stated as she prepared to exit. Wait, if anyone inquires why you came to see me, what will you say? Xu Mingda asked. Humph, why should I disclose that? If they wish to know, let them ask you. Zhang Dan replied with a defiant glance at Xu Mingda. Haha, Xu Mingda chuckled, thoroughly entertained by her demeanor. Were it not for his current preparations to launch a full-scale offensive against Jiang Xiao, he might have genuinely contemplated the challenge of winning over this proud young lady. Mingda, how may I assist you? The concerned voice of Ji Ba inquired from the side. Nothing of concern. Just proceed with your usual arrangements. By the way, if Fu Biao wishes to take over the water team, let him do so. Sometimes, misfortunes can transform into blessings. The composition of personnel on Ganjingzi Island is exceedingly intricate, and human sentiments are even more convoluted. This moment presents an opportune occasion to discern the true nature of people's hearts. I am keen to observe how many among those who profess to follow me are genuinely sincere, Xu Mingda remarked. Indeed, I comprehend, came the thoughtful nod in response. Xu Mingda's assertion was not without justification. Ever since he survived an assassination attempt, he has harbored suspicions about the presence of traitors within the island. However, he has yet to find the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Now that Fu Biao has ascended to the rank of captain, he intends to exercise caution while seeking to unveil those who oppose him from the shadows. The heavy snow burdens the green pines, yet they stand tall and steadfast. To truly understand the pine's resilience, one must wait for the snow to melt. This verse inexplicably floated to Xu Mingda's mind. Moments later, Zhang Jun piloted the catamaran into the harbor. Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong had received word and were already waiting at the fishing port. Han Li accompanied them, eager to witness the appearance of Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong's wives. Xu Mingda remained motionless aboard the vessel. Chapter 218 Fu Biao did not immediately report to him upon his return. Instead, he went to see his wife. At his age, he was no longer in a position where he could not survive without a woman. The sole reason for his visit was to discuss with his wife, Xiao Min, how to successfully stage a coup and unseat Xu Mingda from his position as captain, thereby taking over himself. Li Shusen, having once held office, proved to be quite adept at understanding the weaknesses of human nature. With a mere nominal position, he effectively separated Fu Biao from Xu Mingda, transforming him into an opposing force. Fu Biao's loyalty was indeed perplexing. Li Shusen had offered him nothing, yet he was willing to devote himself to him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being used. However, having learned of these developments, Xu Mingda understood the need to prepare in advance. He sensed that Fu Biao's most likely ally would be Zhang Jun, as Zhang was a veteran of the waterborne law enforcement team. Now, he was curious to observe how Fu Biao would conduct himself and how Zhang would respond. Currently, Zhang Jun was commanding a catamaran belonging to the Wind Power Group, a vessel second only to government boats in terms of value. Xu Mingda would never allow Fu Biao to take possession of this boat. Gukai, go and investigate. Xu Mingda summoned his loyal subordinate, Yang Gukai, and whispered a few instructions in his ear. He had already sent Do how to receive the boat. As the office director, welcoming and sending off was part of Do Hao's responsibilities. Chow, if Zhang Jun dares to side with Fu Biao, I will take him down. Yang Guokai exclaimed in anger. Calm down. I am not sending you to start a fight. I need you to gather intelligence. Zhang Jun's stance is unclear. You must ascertain his relationship with Fu Biao. Xu Mingda urged anxiously. Rest assured, brother. If that rascal Fu Biao shows you any disrespect, I will ensure he does not leave this port. Yang Guotsai's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. As expected, when Zhang Jun's boat docked, the people onshore were engaged in a heartwarming reunion. Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang were embracing their wives, shedding tears of joy. Husband, you have suffered so much. Wife, you have suffered even more. Now, with Captain Su, we shall no longer endure such hardships. Han Li, observing Ming Dong's wife, found her quite decent looking, while Zheng Jiqiang's wife appeared less than fortunate, either from past tribulations or simply lacking in appeal, which left him feeling somewhat disinterested. At that moment, Fu Biao hurriedly approached. Xu Mingda used binoculars to watch as Fu Biao pulled Zhang Jun aside to whisper in his ear. Zhang nodded while glancing over toward the government boat. It was evident that Fu Biao was discussing matters concerning Xu Mingda with him. Subsequently, when they noticed Yang Guokai approaching, Fu Biao and Zhang Jun parted ways, indicating their cautious regard for Yang Guokai. Although Xu Mingda was not present at the scene, he had already anticipated the thoughts of each individual involved. Fu Biao, you have always been in the enemy camp while harboring intentions towards me. You treat me as a fool, but now I shall see how you play your cards. Xu Mingda mused inwardly. Despite his youth, he understood the dark psychology of individuals like Fu Biao as well as a farmer comprehends the nuances of manure. As expected, When Hanli led Meng Dong and Zhang Jiqiang to the restaurant, Fu Biao and Zhang Jun approached the government vessel together. Zhang Jun was undoubtedly there to report back. Fu Biao, on the other hand, seemed prepared to confront Xu Mingda directly. Let us see what this old fellow has to say. If he speaks ambiguously, it would indicate his self-awareness, recognizing that he is incapable of taking charge of the waterborne brigade. However, if he resorts to his usual political rhetoric, Xu Mingda let out a cold sneer, his fingers nearly digging into the genuine leather of the sofa. Chapter 219. Xu Mingda did not leave. Instead, he swiftly entered the restroom, eager to ascertain what Fu Biao would utter behind his back. Moments later, Fu Biao, accompanied by Zhang Jun, entered the cabin. Where's team leader Xu? Fu Biao exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the absence of anyone in the cabin. Indeed, the director mentioned just earlier that he was aboard. Zhang Jun replied, equally perplexed. Well, perhaps he has stepped out. Let us not dwell on him for now, Fu Biao remarked, boldly taking a seat in Xu Mingda's chair. Zhang Jun, I shall speak candidly. None here are competent, save for you. I have always held high hopes for you, and regard you as part of my inner circle. Were it not for this pandemic, I shall say no more. I have now been appointed as the captain by General Li, and I wish to bring you to Chang'e. You cannot fathom the wealth of resources over there and the immense investment from above. Comparatively, Ganjingzi Island pales in significance, Fu Biao continued, picking up a cigarette from the table and offering it to Zhang Jun. When Zhang Jun declined, Fu Biao lit one for himself, reclining in his chair with a casual air as he exhaled a ring of smoke. I am truly grateful that you thought of me. Captain Fu, I too wish to go to Chang'e. However, I am not alone here. Team leader Xu has assigned me 2 positions. And if I am to go to Chang'e, I must consult with him first. Should he agree, I shall proceed with the transition, Zhang Jun replied with a forced smile. His words were evidently a polite rejection of Fu Biao's overture. You truly do not see the bigger picture. Consider this, I am now the captain in Chang'e. What significance does the organization here in Ganjingzi Island hold? Those inept subordinates must be replaced with our own team. At that time, I will recommend you for the position of deputy captain. Fu Biao persisted with his enticing offer. Captain Fu. I find even the role of a small team leader quite challenging. How could I possibly take on the responsibilities of a deputy captain? I appreciate your intentions, but I prefer to focus on my current duties. Once I have garnered some management experience, I can pursue the opportunity to follow you in Chang'e. Zhang Jun chuckled in response. You, my friend, fail to seize opportunities. Such moments do not come often. Those who ascend often do so by taking advantage of a single opportunity, making strides thereafter. Miss it, and one might languish in mediocrity for a lifetime, Fu Biao admonished, gesturing emphatically with his cigarette towards Zhang Jun. At that moment, Xu Mingda observed and listened to Fu Biao's attempts to woo Zhang Jun. Indeed, Fu Biao was attempting to undermine him. However, Zhang Jun's resistance to temptation was commendable. It seemed he could still be useful in the future. With this thought, Xu Mingda pressed the flush on the toilet. With a loud whoosh, the expressions on Fu Biao and Zhang Jun's faces shifted dramatically. Who is it? Fu Biao leaped from his chair, hurrying around the table to peer towards the restroom. You have returned, old Fu, Xu Mingda declared, emerging from the restroom. I'm back, team leader Xu. Fu Biao immediately nodded and smiled obsequiously at Xu Mingda. Although he had already received recognition from the Chang'e side and was prepared to assume Xu Mingda's position upon meeting Xu Mingda, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation and sweat profusely. Chapter 220. I had an upset stomach earlier. Otherwise, I would have come to pick you up. How are things over there? Please share the details with me. Xu Mingda pretended to be oblivious as he bypassed Fu Biao and approached his chair. Old Fu, why don't you take a seat? He abruptly turned back, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Fu Biao. Fu Biao's face turned a deep shade of crimson upon hearing this, and he awkwardly shook his head. I happened to overhear your conversation in the restroom just now. That doesn't count as eavesdropping, does it? Xu Mingda settled into the leather chair, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. Oh, that doesn't count at all. Captain Zhang and I weren't discussing anything significant. Besides, the matters we talked about need to be reported to you, Captain Xu. Fu Biao's complexion paled. Noticing the cigarette in Xu Mingda's mouth, he hurriedly retrieved a lighter to ignite it for him. Zhang Jun, there is no business for you here anymore. Go have a drink with them, or seek out your lady love at the infirmary. Xu Mingda gestured dismissively at Zhang Jun. All right, Zhang Jun scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping across his face. He hadn't anticipated that Xu Mingda would see through his pursuit of the female doctor. Fortunately, he had played the fool earlier and hadn't agreed to align himself with Fu Biao. Otherwise, knowing Xu Mingda, he would have certainly made him regret his existence. Captain Xu, to be frank, I recently visited Chang'e and found the current ecological environment rather unfriendly to our squad. As Fu Biao saw that only Xu Mingda and himself remained on the vessel, he feigned distress. Xu Mingda grunted, indicating for Fu Biao to continue. Captain Xu, there is something I must discuss with you. General Manager Li Shusen convened a meeting and informed us that our Dongshan company, due to its limited jurisdiction and population, requires significant departmental consolidation. Our waterborne law enforcement team has been reassigned to the security department of the company. Li believes we have not been fulfilling our intended role and desires the security department to oversee us. Had I not argued persuasively, our squad might have been disbanded. I insisted that was unacceptable. Captain Xu is an officially appointed officer who has rendered service. However, Li insisted that despite your capabilities, he cannot arrange matters without the law enforcement team's presence. I offered to represent you, Captain Xu, but Li responded that he needed to convene a meeting to assign tasks. If you can accept the responsibilities on his behalf, I will retain your squad. If not, I regret to inform you that it will be entirely under the purview of the security department at the plateau. To ensure our squad retains a place within the Changle Company, I proactively volunteered, stating that as long as Li could preserve our squad as structure, I would take on the role of captain. I would take responsibility, and thus, General Li appointed me as the captain of the waterborne law enforcement team of Dongshan Group Company. Of course, I do not intend to usurp your authority. I assured General Li that this is merely a temporary arrangement. Once you return, Captain Xu, I will gladly relinquish this position to you. The more Fu Biao spoke, the more animated and aggrieved he became. Looking up, he found Xu Mingda engrossed in a mobile game. Oh, you can take the position then. I have unfinished matters to attend to. Xu Mingda, noticing Fu Biao's silence, lifted his head and offered him a nonchalant smile. He had no desire to engage with Fu Biao's irrelevant grievances. Xu Mingda, though lacking in formal education, is by no means foolish. He simply does not have the luxury of time to engage in the intricate games of manipulation that someone like Fu Biao indulges in. Rather than squander his time on such trivial pursuits, he would prefer to enjoy the company of women. Thus, when Fu Biao attempts to justify himself, Xu pays him no heed, nor does he wish to. If Fu Biao desires to go solo, he may do so. If he wishes to cling to Li Shusen for support, he should openly admit it. If he is enamored with authority, he can acknowledge that as well. It is all rather straightforward and saves a great deal of trouble. In truth, all his lengthy discourse boils down to just a few key phrases. Xu Mingda remarks with indifference. He is tempted to scold, as they are living in apocalyptic times where efficiency is paramount. If Fu Biao truly had the courage, he would challenge the zombies directly. Nothing is more effective than a bullet or a sharp blade. Fu Biao is momentarily taken aback. Am I not being clear enough? If you wish to work with Li Shusen, go ahead. I shall not obstruct you. However, let me make one thing abundantly clear. Our Ganjingzi Island is not lacking in people. Once you step out of here, do not return. Xu Mingda enunciates each word with gravity. Yes, Captain Xu, I understand. I will consider my options further. Chapter 221. Xu Mingda did not engage in excessive conversation with Fu Biao. He informed Fu Biao that he would not take on the official role concerning Li Shusen, and that Fu Biao was welcome to assume that position. As for the enforcement team, he could lead whomever he wished. Xu Mingda would not obstruct him. If he desired a government vessel, he could have it, provided he managed to gather 4 or 5 team members from the enforcement unit. In consideration of them, he would allow the vessel to be allocated to his brothers. This was the extent of his patience. He had originally dispatched Fu Biao to Changle Island to gather intelligence, only to discover that Fu Biao had audaciously usurped his position to become the captain. Had it not been for his intention to utilize Fu Biao to cleanse the internal ranks, Xu Mingda would have been inclined to eliminate him on the spot. Realizing the gravity of Xu Mingda's words, Fu Biao dropped his pretense. All right, Captain Xu, since we've spoken so plainly, I acknowledge your vision. Let us part ways. I intend to align myself with the higher-ups. I suspect many of our comrades share this sentiment. Fu Biao attempted to linger, but Xu Mingda promptly issued an eviction order. Stop your prattling. I have no interest in hearing it. Xu Mingda rose and proceeded toward the dining hall of the unit. At that moment, the makeshift headquarters constructed from several shipping containers had been nearly completed. Essentially, it involved erecting a wooden framework and securely placing the containers atop it. The containers had been modified with a saw to create windows and doors, and wooden doors and windows were affixed, resulting in a sturdy standard room. Fortunately, Xu Mingda had managed to acquire Lu Da's lumber vessel, ensuring an ample supply of wood on Ganjingzi Island. Moreover, Xu Mingda, having a background in carpentry, possessed considerable knowledge of timber. Among the refugees he had previously sheltered were several who had experience in renovation, including a genuine carpenter named Chui, whose craftsmanship Xu Mingda had observed and deemed exceptional. Consequently, Xu Mingda allocated a building to him, tasking him with leading a construction team alongside those who had renovation experience. Although Ganjingzi Island was not large, There was no shortage of projects to undertake. The housing project alone would keep Carpenter Chui occupied for quite some time. Furthermore, there were renovations needed for the Dragon King Temple and various team quarters, making the construction crew a vital production unit. Carpenter Chui was truly dedicated, lacking electricity. He persevered in using a handsaw to convert timber into planks, subsequently building the structures. This required considerable physical strength and time. Recognizing the inefficiency of this method, Xu Mingda arranged for Lu Shui from the shipyard to procure an electric saw during his last visit to Dongshan Island. The shipyard, also requiring timber for its renovations, possessed such equipment. This resolved the labor-intensive issue of sawing wood, significantly accelerating the pace of construction. Additionally, Xu Mingda reassigned most of the personnel from the wind power company, retaining only a few skilled technicians to the construction team, thereby addressing the manpower issue effectively. He appointed a carpenter named Chui Chongyan as the leader of the construction team, thus establishing him as a key ally of Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda sought to renovate the headquarters, and naturally, Chui Chongyan sprang into action, tirelessly leading his team day and night. Everyone recognized that working for Xu Mingda was a fruitful endeavor. Xu Mingda is not one to withhold from those who labor beneath him. Thus, the morale of the workforce remains high. Although Xu Mingda's containers have only recently been set up, Chui Chongyan has already familiarized himself with their general layout. Apart from the interior decoration that requires further refinement, most of the functionalities are operational. Xu Mingda has established a canteen at the brigade headquarters, where 3 tables have been arranged within a container, with Zhang Dongwang at the helm, accompanied by several women from the team to prepare meals. Consequently, both formal members and reserves of the brigade gather daily at the canteen for their meals. This initiative is also a means by which Xu Mingda fosters cohesion among the team. At this moment, Zhang Dongwang has prepared 6 dishes: braised mackerel, steamed grouper, scallion braised sea cucumber, steamed crab, clam stew with tofu, and stir-fried chives with mung bean sprouts. Among these, the tofu and bean sprouts serve as the pai si da assistants. Meanwhile, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, having settled down after their initial excitement with their families, sit in the courtyard of the brigade, awaiting the arrival of their benefactor, Xu Mingda. They recount their past experiences to the women and their families, as if narrating a dream. They had originally come with the intent to kill Xu Mingda, yet unexpectedly found refuge under his wing, becoming part of the enforcement team. Xu Mingda even facilitated the release of their families. Hence, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang regard Xu Mingda as their savior. As Xu Mingda strolls into the brigade headquarters with his hands behind his back, they leap up, bowing to express their gratitude along with their wives. Haha, it's all right. Please rise. As long as there is sincerity, that suffices. Xu Mingda chuckles, graciously accepting their homage. Noticing that Meng Dong's and Zheng Jiqiang's wives are in their 20s and early 30s respectively, having endured the harrowing experiences on New Island, he observes their bewildered demeanor as they shy away from unfamiliar men. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, witnessing their wives in such a state, can only sigh in despair. Can they cook and do laundry? Xu Mingda inquires. Yes, yes. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang exchange glances, uncertain of Xu Mingda's intentions behind the question. Chapter 222. If you are willing, you may allow them to remain at our headquarters to perform some menial tasks. This way, they need not venture out in search of work, Xu Mingda suggested. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang were taken aback with joy. According to the rules Xu Mingda had established for Ganjingzi Island, all individuals were required to participate in labor. Should one fail to secure work independently, they would be assigned by the island's authorities. Both of their wives possessed no particular skills and were unfamiliar with the island. Thus, it was highly likely they would be taken in by Xiao Min and relegated to the role of laundresses. Although this was a post-apocalyptic world, they could not bear the thought of their wives being subjugated by other men. Xu Mingda's proposition alleviated their final concerns. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda intended for them to work at the team headquarters, the 2 women's eyes sparkled with hope, profusely thanking him, nearly offering their lives in gratitude. Xu Mingda's decision was not without careful consideration. After all, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang had only recently arrived and bore the burden of past transgressions. He could not assure himself of their unwavering loyalty. The tales of the farmer and the snake, along with the story of Dong Guo and the wolf, have long taught us that human nature is inscrutable. Betrayal and treachery are eternally present, especially in a world like this. A mere expression of gratitude, in the face of life and death, truly meant little. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Xu Mingda, almost venerating him as a forebear, yet he remained unmoved. Such a significant favor need not be acknowledged with mere words. Do you think a few polite phrases could suffice to repay this debt? What Xu Mingda required was their very lives. They must repay him with their lives. Thus, by retaining their families within the team, he ostensibly displayed his generosity. whilst in reality he held them as hostages, if they were willing to go to such lengths for their wives. It was evident that these women were of utmost importance to them, and thus they would hesitate to betray him or disobey commands. In this grim world, one must remain pragmatic. Who would trade valuable resources for mere flattering words? Actions must speak louder. This meal marked a particularly satisfying repast for Xu Mingda, for it signified the addition of 2 steadfast subordinates to his ranks. For the wives of Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, it was the most sumptuous meal they had ever experienced. On Yodo Island, to stave off starvation, they had to endure the ravages and perversions of men, serving them until they were pleased, merely to scrape together a morsel of leftover food. As time passed, the island's men grew weary of them, denying even that meager sustenance. Had Xu Mingda not reclaimed them, they might well have perished from hunger on Yodo Island. Of course, Xu Mingda's intentions extended beyond mere arrangements. His primary objective was to welcome Zhang Jun back after his successful escort of Zhai Lina. He had also delivered gifts on Xu Mingda's behalf to Zhai Fenggang and retrieved the wives of Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong. Come now, my good brother. Let us not waste words. Let the wine speak for us. Xu Mingda poured a drink for Zhang Jun, catching him off guard with this gesture of camaraderie. Xu Mingda's high regard for Zhang Jun stems from the latter's steadfast adherence to his principles under the influence of Fu Biao, ultimately deciding to remain loyal to Xu Mingda. Such loyalty does not go unrewarded in Xu Mingda's eyes. When Yang Gukai and Han Li learned that Fu Biao intended to establish his own faction and recruit a group to venture to Changle Island, they were incensed and slammed the table in outrage. Han Li, fueled by indignation, contemplated teaching Fu Biao a lesson to make him aware of the consequences of betraying his leader. Why bother? Stopping him would only make me seem petty. If he regrets his decision later and wishes to return, it will not be too late for me to be unyielding, Xu Mingda remarked calmly. Yang Gukai remained silent, immersing himself in drink, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Xu Mingda recognized his unwavering loyalty. With a mere word from him, Yang Gukai would risk everything. As Xu Mingda and his associates hosted a gathering for Zhang Jun in the newly refurbished headquarters, Fu Biao found himself despondently drinking in solitude with his wife, Xiaomin. Old Fu, you should leave before Xu Mingda changes his mind. Are you not aware of his temperament? He holds grudges for a lifetime against anyone who wrongs him. Xiaomin cautioned while keeping a vigilant eye on the door. If I return empty-handed, what will Li Shusen think of me? I must bring at least a couple of people back. Fu Biao replied. Chapter 223 Xiaomin feared that Fu Biao might fall victim to Xu Mingda's vengeance. After all, Xu Mingda was the type of person who was ruthless and spoke little. However, Fu Biao was unwilling to leave. Firstly, he believed that returning empty-handed would result in Li Shusen looking down upon him. Moreover, he had no means of transportation back. Upon his arrival, he had been brought by Pang Long, a subordinate of the newly established security department head, Gao Yuan, aboard a water police vessel. Yet, after dropping him off at the customs of Ganjingzi Island, Pang Long departed. Thus, Fu Biao found himself with only one option, to stake everything and ensure that he could take some members of the water enforcement team with him, ideally securing a government vessel in the process. He still harbored illusions. I refuse to believe that these individuals would rather obey the commands of that country bumpkin Xu Mingda than heed my authority as the official captain, Fu Biao declared indignantly. Li Shusen had previously assured him that should Xu Mingda refuse to follow orders and comply with dispatch, he would be dismissed on the spot. The reason Fu Biao showed such deference to Xu Mingda was precisely due to the latter's unexpected elevation to the position of captain. The hierarchy in the bureaucracy was oppressive, particularly for someone like him, who had spent half a lifetime within the system. Climbing the ranks was paramount. Official status was his lifeblood. This is why he dared to engage in such perilous machinations behind Xu Mingda's back. With Xu Mingda having been stripped of his captaincy, Fu Biao felt liberated from any fear of him. He could hardly believe that the inexperienced Xu Mingda would dare to challenge someone of his rank. Thus, he clung to the hope that upon his return, with Xu Mingda's dismissal still under wraps and news of his own promotion yet to circulate, many would be undecided and inclined to rally to his side. He resolved to wait a couple more days, believing others would soon come to him. Yet Xiaomin doused his hopes with a dose of cold reality. Wake up, old Fu. Look at the members of the enforcement team. Who among them was not recruited by Xu Mingda? Who hasn't benefited from him? If you seek to lure them away, who would follow you? What can you offer them? Xiaomin asserted. What do you suggest I do? Perhaps you could join me? Fu Biao retorted, irked. Old Fu, now is the time to choose sides. Xu Mingda is certainly maneuvering behind the scenes. Last time, he summoned Zhai Lina and Zhang Qiuyang from the city precisely for this purpose. Therefore, we cannot place all our eggs in one basket. You align with Li Shusen, and I will manage matters here. Once your position is secure, I will follow you. If your side falters, I will seek Xu Mingda's intercession to see if he can facilitate your return, Xiaomin advised. Very well. It seems that is the only course left. Fu Biao replied after a long pause. My dear wife, in critical times, you are always my steadfast ally. Unbeknownst to him, the walls had ears. Zhang Dan was eavesdropping at the door, absorbing every word of their conversation. Meanwhile, within Dongshan port, Xiaowu and Lu Du were endeavoring to extricate the bulk carrier laden with provisions from the harbor, steering it towards Ganjingzi Island. They had already established communication with those remaining aboard the vessel. According to Wang Hongyan and Xie Tiandi, Zhang Mingxing's condition remained relatively stable. This indicated that he had neither transformed into a zombie nor reverted to his former self. At present, his overall condition resembles that of an individual who has just been bitten by a zombie and subsequently transported onto a ship. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu promptly informed Xu Mingda of the situation via telephone. Excellent, very commendable. We must ensure their safe return. Xu Mingda. Upon learning that Zhang Mingxing had indeed fallen under the control of the female zombie Meng Lei, was filled with immense excitement. After all, he had placed his bets wisely. Should he succeed in unraveling the connection between Meng Lei and Zhang Mingxing and discover a vaccine or method to resist the zombie virus, he would undoubtedly emerge as a legendary hero in history. By the way, Xiaowu, capture a few more zombies to bring back. We must guarantee the absolute safety of our people. If necessary, construct several large iron cages to confine the zombies. Xu Mingda added. Elder brother, what do you need those for? Xiaowu asked in surprise. Xiaowu, who wouldn't covet the provisions aboard the ship? If someone were to come and attempt to seize them, what do you propose we do? Xu Mingda replied. Oh, I understand now, elder brother. I will gather people to capture some right away. Xiaowu responded. Xu Mingda's concerns were not unfounded. Currently, Li Shusen had consolidated the forces of more than 20 nearby islands, and according to reports, there were thousands of refugees present. Once Li Shusen learned that Xu Mingda had procured a ship laden with provisions, he would undoubtedly employ various justifications to seize them. If Xu Mingda refused, he would send people to plunder. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to transform this vessel into a zombie ship. Chapter 224. After Xiaowu deeply comprehended Xu Mingda's intentions, he promptly prepared to take action. He summoned Zhao Wenxuan and shared his plan to capture several zombies, hoping Zhao would assist him in this endeavor, considering Zhao's notable immunity to the undead. However, to Xiaowu's surprise, Zhao flatly refused, stating, I won't go to the town. If you wish to, do it yourselves. Frustrated, Xiaowu realized he could do little to persuade him. After all, Zhao took pride in his unique genetic makeup and his relationship with a zombie, which made him less inclined to heed Xu Mingda's counsel. Yet, Xiaowu sensed that this might not be entirely detrimental. Zhao's reluctance to venture into the town suggested that the zombies there were indeed formidable adversaries. If he were to recklessly pursue them, he might find himself ensnared once again, much like the last time, with no one to rescue him. At that moment, Tang Wuchen discreetly leaned in and whispered to Xiaowu, Brother, we can't catch those in the town, but aren't there still people on the ships at the port? Both he and Han Song, like Yang Gukai and Han Li with Xu Mingda, were loyal companions of Xiaowu, earning his trust and camaraderie. Xiaowu always included them in his endeavors, and he never forgot to reward them when opportunities arose, earning their unwavering loyalty. That's a viable plan. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with realization as he gazed towards the vessels in the harbor. Previously, when Xu Mingda had secured the grain ship, Xiaowu had been in the town searching for the transformer station, this time leading a team to Dongshan town for supplies. He discovered an abundance of valuable resources in the port. Presently, many ships had quietly departed due to the severity of the outbreak, resulting in fewer vessels than during Xu Mingda's last visit. Nevertheless, there were still 50 to 60 large ships, each manned by at least a dozen crew members. Some of these sailors, unable to remain aboard, had disembarked to gather information or procure supplies, only to contract the zombie virus, leading to the entire ship succumbing to the infection. Consequently, the remaining sailors aboard the large vessels were understandably tense, employing anti-theft nets and patrolling to prevent zombies or other unscrupulous individuals from boarding. Xiaowu recognized that boarding the ships to seize crew members would not be an easy task. Moreover, should he boldly attempt to capture sailors to create zombies, the likes of Lu De, Xie Tiandi, and Wang Hongyan would undoubtedly oppose such actions. Thus, he voiced his concerns to his two subordinates. Brother, didn't our leader mention that we should acquire a container ship to return? Let us target the crew on that container ship. Once we gain access, we can capture a few disobedient sailors to feed the zombies. At this juncture, Han Song chimed in with a suggestion. A former armed police officer, he, along with Tang Guochen, a retired soldier, had managed to gain favor with the Zhai family, not only due to their skills but also because of their clear and fervent ambitions. Thus, it was not surprising that they would conceive such a plan. In their view, sacrificing the interests of ordinary citizens for their own gain is a trivial matter. The cycle of the large preying upon the small, and the small upon the shrimp, is deemed a natural order. They pride themselves on their ability to thrive, dismissing conscience as inconsequential. To them, the ability to amass wealth is a testament to their prowess. Refraining from murder is merely a sign of having a semblance of morality. Such individuals earn their livelihood at sea by collecting management fees from aquaculture operators and fishing vessels. On land, they are akin to street bullies, dominating and exploiting the marketplace. Chapter 225. We now find ourselves in an apocalyptic era, where the fabric of order has unraveled, and chaos reigns supreme. Curiously, many perceive this disarray as their golden age. Let us first navigate this vessel out of the harbor, and subsequently persuade a container ship to accompany us. Once we reach the open sea, we shall have the upper hand. Although Xiao felt a pang of conscience, he understood the adage that great achievements often come at the cost of countless sacrifices. To accomplish monumental tasks, one must not be mired in trivialities. However, when he intended to set the grain ship adrift from Dongshan port, he was met with opposition from Zhao Wenxuan. No way. Your leader Xu Mingda had previously promised to transport me and my girlfriend to the mainland. What? Does that promise no longer hold? Who said it doesn't? I can take you to the mainland, but you must wait until I conclude my business, Xiao Wu replied. During Xiao Wu's previous predicament, it was Zhao Wenxuan who came to his rescue. Thus Xiao Wu recognized the significance of Zhao Wenxuan's presence. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda had issued orders for him to transport both Zhao Wenxuan and the female zombie to Ganjingzi Island. Sending them away would hardly matter to him. Therefore, Xiao Wu aimed to placate Zhao Wenxuan, hoping to delay any disruptions until they reached the open sea, where his concerns would be rendered moot. Little did he know, Zhao Wenxuan was far from naive. Do you think I don't know who you are? You can't just dictate where I should go. What if you are working for someone else? If you attempt to move the ship, I will disembark immediately. And rest assured, you will never find me again, he declared, making as if to take his girlfriend Meng Lei off the ship. Wait, let me have my boss call you. Surely, you would trust that? Xiao Wu had not anticipated that someone as young as Zhao Wenxuan would prove to be so obstinate. With a sidelong glance at Zhao Wenxuan, he retrieved his phone. Upon hearing from Xiao Wu that Zhao Wenxuan intended to leave, Xu Mingda, stationed at Ganjingzi Island, immediately grew anxious. What? Where is he? Hand the phone to him. In Xu Mingda's eyes, Zhao Wenxuan was a pivotal figure. Although the young man was notoriously rebellious and disregarded others, he had every right to such arrogance. He was, to date, the only individual infected with the zombie virus who had regained his faculties. Although his girlfriend Meng Lei had not escaped the grim fate of becoming a zombie, her condition had notably improved. The virus within her had significantly abated, unlike the initial phase that obliterated the human brain, rendering individuals mindless husks. Particularly after Zhang Mingxin contracted the virus, Meng Lei's treatment had astonishingly managed to suppress the virus's progression within his body. This indicated that Zhao Wenxuan and Meng Lei possessed something capable of curbing the zombie virus, potentially even generating antibodies. Of course, Xu Mingda lacked the theoretical knowledge to articulate such phenomena, nor could he employ scholarly phrases to elucidate the situation. Instinctively, he felt that if another were to be bitten by a zombie, extracting a vial of blood from either Zhao Wenxuan or Meng Lei and administering it to the afflicted individual might indeed yield a cure. Thus to Xu Mingda, Zhao Wenxuan was not merely a walking tally of 200,000. He was akin to a golden idol, a diamond incarnate, a living antibiotic, and a miraculous remedy. Such a person was invaluable and must be retained for future endeavors. Because no one knows when one might contract the zombie virus, Zhao Wenxuan. Did I not promise to escort you? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you not trust me? Xu Mingda exclaimed anxiously over the phone. It was my idea to navigate this vessel to Ganjingzi Island. As you are aware, the zombies in Dongshan town have become quite cunning. While you may not fear them, I am concerned they may seek you out. This is for your protection, do you understand? You must comprehend. What? You wish to head to the mainland immediately? Very well, if you do not trust me, I shall personally sail to deliver you. How does that sound? Upon realizing that Zhao Wenxuan did not trust Xiao Wu, Xu Mingda hurriedly assured him. He was unaware of Zhao Wenxuan's urgent business on the mainland, but he could clearly sense that failing to fulfill his promise would mean losing Zhao Wenxuan forever. Thus, he preferred to portray himself as a reliable and honorable elder brother in order to gain Zhao Wenxuan's trust. All right, then come at once, Zhao Wenxuan replied. Damn, you are quite audacious, Xu Mingda retorted, feeling somewhat taken aback. He was currently at a critical juncture, with negotiations with Zhai Fenggang still pending, and Li Shusen had begun his offensive. If he were to head to the mainland at this moment, Ganjingzi Island might fall into the wrong hands. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided, very well, I shall escort you. However, you must promise me one thing. Keep your girlfriend aboard. I do not wish to be in the company of a zombie, Xu Mingda stated. Chapter 226. He felt that Zhao Wenxuan might be reluctant to part with his girlfriend, Ming Lei, and thus abandoned his request to go to the mainland. To his surprise, Zhao Wenxuan readily agreed. You can rest assured. I only ask that you accompany me. I certainly won't trouble you to send my girlfriend as well. This left Xu Mingda in a dilemma. What to do? He put down the phone and asked, if I were to send him, are you on the island? Everything was negotiable. She knew that this was a crucial moment for Xu Mingda. Many matters were dependent on him. No need. Stay on the island. I will go. If anyone inquires about me, just say I am in the temple in seclusion. Avoiding visitors. After some contemplation, Xu Mingda decided to escort Zhao Wenxuan himself. After all, Dongshan Island was not far from here, and the journey from Dongshan Island to the mainland would only take 3 to 4 hours. If all went smoothly, he would return in 2 days. Who else do you plan to take with you? She inquired. Although she was concerned about Xu Mingda going alone, there was little she could do. I will leave Yang Kukai behind, as everyone knows we are inseparable. If he goes missing, no one would believe I was in the temple. You can have him guard the temple entrance. I will take Hanli with me. Additionally, Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong need to accompany me as well. I must see if they are strong enough. Xu Mingda pondered. He planned this covert operation without letting anyone on the island know his whereabouts. With Fu Biao still present and Xiaomin keeping a watchful eye on his every move, if they were to learn that Xu Mingda had departed from Ganjingzi Island, they might conspire with Chong Lu to create chaos on the island. After all, the most capable fighters, Xiao Wu and Lu Da from the customs, were not present. The gates of Ganjingzi Island were essentially left unguarded. Leaving Do Hao behind to safeguard the place was Xu Mingda's most reluctant choice. Fortunately, his third brother, Hao Wenbin, and the militia were still on the island. It must be noted that after the assassination attempt, Hao Wenbin seemed transformed, displaying less naivety and a newfound capacity for critical thinking and decisive action. Often, personal growth is not imparted through teachings, but through experiences, while one can teach another. Experience leaves an indelible mark, allowing one to draw inferences from it. Hao Wenbin also understood that if he did not wise up soon, he could genuinely face dire consequences. Xu Mingda summoned Hao Wenbin and informed him of his impending departure. This matter is confidential. Our Ganjingzi Island currently finds itself squeezed between the forces of Li Shusen and Zhai Fenggang. If mishandled, we could easily be consumed by them. At that point, Ganjingzi Island would no longer be under our control. We could be the first to be eliminated. Therefore, my brother, we must not be careless at this juncture. Regardless of who it is or what the matter may be, do not let anyone in, nor agree to anything. Everything must wait until I return. Xu Mingda spoke earnestly to Hao Wenbin. Understood, rest assured, elder brother. I will follow your instructions. Hao Wenbin replied solemnly. In an effort to appear more mature, he had refrained from shaving. A thick growth of beard adorned his lips and the area between his cheeks, creating a somewhat incongruous contrast to his youthful visage. After arranging for the leadership cadre, Xu Mingda deliberately requested Lu Shui to pilot a tugboat for his journey, as Lu's vessel was less conspicuous than other speedboats or fishing boats. Moreover, the tugboat's tonnage and power were sufficient, alleviating any concerns about mishaps at sea. In truth, as Xu Mingda ventured out onto the ocean with increasing frequency, he became increasingly aware of the advantages of larger vessels. While their stability may not be apparent in calm waters, they truly excel in turbulent conditions. Additionally, he intended to retrieve a container ship from the East Mountain. Even if the ship proved unruly and lacked cooperation, he could still tow it back to Ganjingzi Island using the tugboat. At that point, he would transfer to Xiao Wu's catamaran to escort Zhao Wenxuan. You two can endure a bit of hardship. Once my wife returns, I want to even have the chance to embrace her before I must attend to some matters, Xu Mingda remarked. He instructed Hanli to summon Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang. Captain Xu, your words make us both feel quite embarrassed. Compared to you, what are women? Wherever you direct us, we shall follow without objection, Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang declared, thumping their chests. Very well. Then prepare yourselves. By the way, regarding your business trip, I will have Director Du inform your families, so there is no need for you to go, Xu Mingda stated. Chapter 227. That evening, Xu Mingda arrived at Dongshan Island with several subordinates. As he boarded the grain ship, a surge of excitement coursed through him. After all, the individuals left behind on the ship, including Xie Tiandi and Wang Hongyan, were among his most trusted aides. Particularly noteworthy was Zhang Mingxing, a remarkable survivor who had evaded the clutches of the zombie virus, truly a rare living specimen. Mingxing, how do you feel? Xu Mingda inquired, noticing Zhang Mingxing smiling warmly at him as he approached for a handshake. Leader, I'm doing well, Zhang Mingxing replied with a grin. Yet he refrained from shaking hands and intentionally maintained a distance from Xu Mingda. Ah, that is splendid. Xu Mingda understood Zhang Mingxing as caution. recognizing his intention to prevent any potential transmission of the zombie virus. Therefore, he did not press closer, aware that there were no medical testing facilities aboard the ship. Leaving the true state of Zhang Mingxing's health a mystery. Hong Yin, you've worked hard. Xie Tiandi, you too. Xu Mingda expressed his gratitude while gesturing for Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang to bring forth the gifts he had prepared to distribute among the crew, which included biscuits, cigarettes, and beverages. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang were also participating in their first mission with Xu Mingda. Witnessing his ability to gather resources at Dongshan Port filled them with admiration. After extending his condolences to his subordinates, Xu Mingda turned his attention to Zhao Wenxuan, who had been observing him closely. Perhaps he had not anticipated Xu Mingda's arrival. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Didn't you mention you were heading to the mainland? I shall see you off, Xu Mingda stated nonchalantly. Very well. Let us depart early tomorrow morning. Zhao Wenxuan responded. Does our captain's schedule require your input? Tang Guichen interjected with frustration, having long held disdain for Zhao Wenxuan. Were it not for Xiao Wu's insistence that Zhao was a favorite subordinate of Xu Mingda, he would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson in decorum. What concern is it of yours in our conversation? Zhao Wenxuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Guichen. Hey Tang Guichen, a veteran warrior from Ganjingzi Island, felt a surge of anger. Alongside Xiao Wu and Hao Wenbin, he was among the first batch of loyal followers who had fought alongside Xu Mingda. Had it not been for their assignments under Xiao Wu, figures like Yang Guokai and Han Li would have been unable to approach Xu Mingda at all. Now, faced with Zhao Wenxuan's contempt, Tang Guichen's eyes blazed with fury. Enough, Guichen. I'm weary, and navigating at night poses dangers. It's best we leave at dawn, Xu Mingda remarked with a faint smile, observing the growing agitation on Tang Guichen's face. At that moment, Xiao Wu subtly signaled Tang Guichen to remain silent. Wenxuan, how's your girlfriend, Meng Lei, faring during this period? Xu Mingda intentionally shifted the topic. Meng Lei was also a crucial figure in the quest to combat the zombie virus. She is not well, which is why I'm planning to go to the city to find a doctor for her. Zhao Wenxuan replied. Oh, I see. You certainly show loyalty towards your girlfriend. Xu Mingda mused with a sigh. Ah, I wouldn't say that, Zhao Wenxuan chuckled lightly. Emotions and sentiments are all but ephemeral. The true priority lies in finding a remedy for her condition. Zhao Wenxuan chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed, you speak with undeniable clarity. We share a kindred spirit. Xu Mingda nodded in agreement. He too found no inclination to engage in the empty pursuit of fame. The so-called good reputation merely serves as a tool for the manipulation of others. What he sought were words that resonated with the essence of humanity. In this apocalyptic era, who has the time to decipher the intentions of others? Perhaps you believe your words are gentle and melodious, yet the listener may remain utterly bewildered. Or worse, they may misconstrue your meaning and, before you can explain, deliver a fatal blow. Thus, in this bleak world, Xu Mingda yearned for individuals who were straightforward and efficient. As for Zhao Wenxuan, despite inciting ire among those around him, Xu Mingda felt an immense sense of pride. If he could secure Zhao Wenxuan as an ally, he would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. Xu Mingda mused to himself. Chapter 228. Those who possess strength often exhibit a formidable temperament, a notion that Xu Mingda comprehends profoundly. For he too is a steadfast mule. Yet, he requires subordinates who are adept at navigating the complexities of human interactions, as the world is not solely about conflict. It also entails subtle rivalries and the intricacies of social dealings. Zhao Wenxuan, not in haste to depart, aligns perfectly with Xu Mingda's intentions, as he, too, seeks to glean more about the current state of Dongshan Port. Observing that half the vessels have already set sail, a sense of urgency envelopes him. To Xu Mingda, these ships and their cargo represent his own possessions. Their departure equates to personal loss. Fortunately, the container ship he desires remains docked. Xiao Wu must, by any means necessary, secure this vessel. The thought of the thousands of containers aboard, each filled with diverse goods akin to unboxing a mystery box, fuels his determination. Moreover, these containers are poised to serve as construction materials, compelling Xu Mingda to issue a resolute command. This container ship rises over 20 meters above the water, equivalent to a 10-story building. Additionally, barbed wire adorns the ship's railing, potentially electrified. Such container vessels typically harbor at least 20 to 30 sailors, rendering a couple of individuals ineffectual in their attempts to commandeer it. This predicament elucidates why Xiao Wu is yet to seize the ship. His crew, aside from Tang Guichen and Han Song, who possess combat skills, are ill-equipped for piracy. While adept at sailing, they lack the necessary ferocity for such endeavors. With Xu Mingda present on site, Xiao Wu and his team regain their morale, ready to make another attempt. Luda recognizes that this is his moment to shine. Thus he requests to participate, hoping to persuade those aboard the container ship to disembark. Such efforts would be futile, Xu Mingda remarks, confident that they would not be easily swayed. Nowadays, individuals are as sharp as rabbits. Su, may I give it a try? Zhang Mingxing inquires thoughtfully. You? Are you physically capable? If not, do not act recklessly. We will have ample opportunities to prove ourselves in the future. Xu Mingda responds, his expression one of surprise. I believe I am up to the task. In fact, I am stronger now than before. Xie Tiandi can attest to this. Zhang Mingxing replies with a grin. Indeed. Su Dui, I concur that Mingxing's physical condition is satisfactory. I will accompany him, Xie Tiandi adds. Oh, that is splendid. Xu Mingda feels a surge of joy at their eagerness to reclaim the ship. He inquires about their plan. Is it not simple? Although the ship is large, it is inert. As long as we ascend the anchor chain stealthily as we did last time and lower a rope ladder, you can board. Zhang Mingxing smiles. Yes, a commendable strategy, yet we must consider the potential challenges. It is likely they will dispatch patrols. If they detect an ambush, they will respond with lethal force. Xu Mingda asserts, his seriousness palpable. He harbors no fear of zombies. Rather, it is the cunning of humans that concerns him. He perceives that while the intelligent may lack sharp fangs, they wield various tools and employ diverse methods to confront their kind, their cruelty rivaling that of a horror film. Su, I shall employ a drone to surveil them. Should any peril arise, I will promptly alert them. Or perhaps divert the attention of those aboard that vessel with the drone. At this juncture, Wang Hongyan interjected. Previously, Xu Mingda had left her on this ship, tasked with tending to teammates such as Zhang Mingxing and Xie Tiandi, while simultaneously learning the intricacies of drone operation. He had already grasped the formidable capabilities of the drone in Xie Tiandi's possession. In future opportunities, he aspired to extensively utilize drones. Thus, specialized training from the military was of paramount importance. He had not anticipated that Wang Hongyan would truly master it and had begun to apply her knowledge in practical scenarios. Excellent. It appears you all are poised to present me with a grand surprise. Xu Mingda exclaimed joyfully. Upon witnessing the assistance of these three individuals, Xiao felt a surge of happiness. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, for when he had previously deliberated on how to seize the container ship, Xie Tiandi and the others had overheard but did not volunteer for the mission. However, with Xu Mingda's arrival, it seemed everyone was eager to showcase their finest selves before him. After a brief moment, he reconciled his feelings. After all, a leader is a leader, including himself. These individuals relied on Xu Mingda for sustenance, striving to live with dignity in this apocalyptic world. If they did not wholeheartedly contemplate how to reciprocate Xu Mingda's generosity, it would be tantamount to ingratitude, deserving of dire consequences. Xu Mingda did not hasten to rouse them for action against the container ship. Instead, he instructed Wang Hongyan to prepare dinner, ensuring everyone was well fed and rested. Subsequently, at the break of dawn, when the weary were at their most vulnerable, they would launch their assault. Luda, you shall forego sleep tonight and keep a vigilant watch over that vessel. Do not allow them to slip away unnoticed. Xu Mingda commanded. Then beckoned Zhao Wenxuan as he made his way to the lower hold. He intended to inspect his most prized biological specimens. Chapter 229. As Zhao Wenxuan's girlfriend and a living antibody to the zombie virus, Meng Lei is truly a treasure in every conceivable sense. Although Xu Mingda is unaware of the method by which Meng Lei cured Zhang Mingxing's ailment, he is confident that she is harmless. A clever zombie princess who does not pose a threat to humans. Nevertheless, as his personal bodyguard, Han Li remains closely by Xu Mingda's side, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his knife, ready to sever the head of any assailant, regardless of their royal status, should Xu Mingda face an attack. When Zhao Wenxuan opens the cabin door, what unfolds before Xu Mingda is a seemingly ordinary girl. However, the glimmer in her eyes as she gazes at Xu Mingda and Han Li resembles that of a top-tier carnivore spotting fresh prey. She doesn't tea-bite anymore, does she? Xu Mingda instinctively recoils, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Meng Lei, I have told you, you must refrain from consuming meat. You are to subsist solely on vegetables. Zhao Wenxuan exclaims, rushing into the room and seizing his girlfriend's arm in a fit of panic. The girl, startled by his outburst, displays a look of fear, hesitant to resist in the slightest. Who could have imagined she was once a zombie with an insatiable appetite for flesh? Oh, can she truly comprehend speech? Xu Mingda exclaims in excitement, for she is the only zombie he has encountered devoid of a foul odor, and who can understand human language. She can be disobedient at times, Zhao Wenxuan replies dismissively. He then retrieves a small comb from his pocket and begins to groom Meng Lei's hair, imparting wisdom as he does so. Meng Lei, with a bewildered expression, nods her head and attempts to reach out to Zhao Wenxuan, seeking closeness, only to have her hand roughly pushed away. Boss. Han Li, unable to bear the scene any longer, wishes for Xu Mingda to admonish Zhao Wenxuan. Alas, You are still young. There are no dutiful sons by the bedside of the ailing. Anyone burdened with such a girlfriend would find their spirits dampened. Xu Mingda sighs softly to Han Li. To Xu Mingda's relief, Ming Lei's condition has improved significantly since their first encounter. This not only indicates that Zhao Wenxuan has cared for her well, but also suggests that the zombie virus's corrosive effect on her brain is diminishing. She is gradually regaining her human consciousness. However, her instinctual craving for high-protein sustenance to nourish the zombie virus remains uncurbed. Has Zhao Wenxuan truly mastered the art of controlling the mutated zombie virus? Xu Mingda scrutinizes the young man tending to his girlfriend. If this is indeed the case, then Zhao Wenxuan is a national treasure, and it is only natural for him to be aloof. Let us go. There is nothing more to see here. Zhao Wenxuan states after grooming his girlfriend's hair and adjusting her clothing. Turning to Xu Mingda. It seems you care for her quite deeply, Han Li observes. Would you also desire a companion like this? Zhao Wenxuan glares at Han Li. What of it? If it's feasible, having a zombie girlfriend wouldn't be so bad. Han Li quips half-jokingly. For heaven's sake, if you can't keep your mouth shut, just close it. Zhao Wenxuan suddenly erupts. Can't you even take a joke? Han Li retorts, equally agitated. He stood beside Xu Mingda, and no one had dared to shout at him in such a manner before. Do you think you are worthy of jesting with me? A glimmer of coldness suddenly flashed in Zhao Wenxuan's eyes, emanating a murderous intent reminiscent of a zombie. Han Li suddenly recalled that Zhao Wenxuan had been infected by a zombie before, causing his heart to tremble as he instinctively reached for his weapon. Xu Mingda swiftly restrained Han Li's hand. Enough, Wenxuan. Han Li is simply being thoughtless and spoke in error. He is under my guidance, and I apologize for his behavior. No need for that. I am not in a good mood, so jesting is inappropriate. I do not blame you. Zhao Wenxuan felt a tinge of embarrassment as he witnessed Xu Mingda humbling himself to apologize. All right, good brothers should not part ways in discord. Just shake hands. And let this matter be set aside, shall we? Xu Mingda suggested to both Zhao Wenxuan and Han Li. Brother Zhao, it was my indiscretion. Han Li, albeit reluctantly, extended his hand towards Zhao Wenxuan, recognizing Xu Mingda's words. It is of no consequence. Zhao Wenxuan reached out and shook Han Li's hand, also considering it a gesture of goodwill towards Xu Mingda. Chapter 230. It is not only Han Li who is curious about whether the zombie girlfriend can be of use. Xu Mingda shares this intrigue as well. However, given the awkwardness of the earlier situation, Xu Mingda wisely refrains from broaching the subject again. Subsequently, the three of them ascend the stairs, each seeking a place to rest in preparation for the impending mission at dawn. Brother, do you think that fellow is human or a zombie? Han Li inquires of Xu Mingda once they are in the room. Han Li, let us not concern ourselves with what he is. He could very well be an extraterrestrial, as long as he can collaborate with us and be beneficial. We shall engage with him. Xu Mingda responds. Understood, brother, Han Li replies thoughtfully. As the first light of dawn breaks the horizon, Xu Mingda awakens abruptly, rising from his bed. Meanwhile, on the deck, Xiaowu, Zhang Mingxing, and Xie Tiandi are already making preparations for departure. Brother, leave this matter to me. Xiaowu observes the bloodshot eyes of Xu Mingda, clearly still groggy from sleep. I trust you will handle it well, but I simply cannot find rest, Xu Mingda admits, turning his gaze towards those set to participate in the ship's seizure operation. Captain Xu, rest assured, we pledge to accomplish our mission. Xie Tiandi and Zhang Mingxing stand at attention. Be cautious. I would rather forfeit this vessel than see any of you come to harm. Xu Mingda warns them gravely. Of course, while he expresses such sentiments, if the situation demanded sacrificing his subordinates to secure the ship, Xu Mingda would ultimately choose the latter. Subordinates can be replaced, but this ship is the last of its kind in the world. Following the devastation wrought by the zombie virus, it is likely that the global capacity to construct such a vessel has been irreparably lost, along with even ordinary industrial capabilities. The remnants of human civilization may very well have to start anew from the Middle Ages. Therefore, the ship must be seized. Otherwise, he would not have risen in the dead of night. Indeed, both Xie Tiandi and Zhang Mingxing comprehend the necessity of this battle. There are no grandiose speeches or boisterous toasts. Once these individuals have prepared their gear, they swiftly ascend the rope ladder to the catamaran and head towards the massive container ship a few hundred meters away. Although Xu Mingda does not accompany them onto the catamaran, he remains by Wang Honggen's side, utilizing a drone's camera to observe the entire ship seizure process. The container vessel, likely complacent due to its imposing structure and defensive features along the hull, exhibits little vigilance. As the catamaran approaches, there is no discernible reaction from the container ship. Wang Honggen maneuvers the drone above the container ship, finding no crew members on deck. It seems Xu Mingda has chosen the moment wisely. The ship's occupants are all asleep. Commence the operation. Zhang Mingxing and Xie Tiandi exchange glances, then holster their weapons, beginning to ascend the anchor chain towards the ship. The anchor chain of the container vessel is as thick as an arm. Zhang Mingxing grips the iron chain with both hands, his feet finding purchase on the anchor chain. Skillfully alternating between hands and feet, climbing swiftly like a monkey. Following closely behind, Xie Tiandi employs the same technique to ascend. Yet the speed at which Zhang Mingxing moved was astonishingly diminished. Is Zhang Mingxing truly that formidable? Xu Mingda felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. After all, they were perched at a height equivalent to 10 stories, and neither Zhang Mingxing nor Xie Tiandi bore any safety harnesses. A fall would result in a direct plunge into the sea below. A mere 10-meter diving platform is enough to induce vertigo in an ordinary person, let alone this container ship, which towered over 20 meters high. Captain Xu, while Zhang Mingxing appears to have improved, I suspect his physical condition is still not what it once was. As you observed today, his athletic prowess has suddenly intensified, and his strength is astonishing. Wang Hongyan expressed her concerns. Oh, is that so? And what of his reaction time? Xu Mingda inquired, a deep curiosity stirring within him. If this were the case, could the zombified virus potentially forge a super soldier? Initially, his prognosis seemed grim. However, upon being taken to Meng Lei's room, he gradually began to recover. I suspect that the female zombie has consumed his blood, yet I see no visible wounds upon his body. Chapter 231. After being bitten by a zombie, Zhang Mingxing unexpectedly grew stronger, which piqued Xu Mingda's intense interest. If such a transformation were possible, he could swiftly forge a legion of super soldiers under his command, potentially dominating this region and even the entire planet. However, he did not indulge in blind optimism. After all, Zhang Mingxing had only been infected with the zombie virus for just over a week, and the subsequent adverse effects on his body remained uncertain. This urgency was the reason Xu Mingda hastily arranged for both personnel and vessel to return to Ganjingzi Island. After all, the island was home to a professional medical team. While they were not specifically trained to treat zombie-related ailments, monitoring or collecting data on the virus's effects within the human body should pose no significant challenge. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about him? Xu Mingda inquired. Leader, I believe his personality may have undergone a transformation. Wang Hongyan hesitated before responding. In what manner has he changed? I fail to perceive it, Xu Mingda remarked, perplexed. Well, he has suddenly become exceedingly lecherous. His sexual desire is quite pronounced. Were it not for Xie Tiandi constantly watching over him, he might even attempt to undress me, seeking to assault me, Wang Hongyan confessed, her face flushing crimson. Indeed, that does not align with his character. Xu Mingda acknowledged. He was well acquainted with Zhang Mingxing, who had received an exemplary upbringing, characterized by a strong sense of responsibility and high moral standards. Even if he were young and spirited, with a yearning for female companionship, it was inconceivable that he would force himself upon a female teammate who cared for him. At that moment, Wang Hongyan fell silent, fixated on the screen of her tablet. He has ascended? Xu Mingdao observed as Zhang Mingxing reached the pinnacle of the anchor chain. Beyond that lay the angled prow of the ship, with a barbed wire fence lining the edge. While Xu Mingdao pondered how Zhang Mingxing could possibly ascend to the vessel, he suddenly witnessed Zhang Mingxing plant his foot on the anchor chain, press his body against the ship's hull, then spring forth, grasping the barbed wire with one hand. Using the wire's elasticity, he astonishingly propelled himself onto the bow of the ship. This maneuver left Xu Mingda utterly bewildered. Incredible! No rock climber could execute such a feat, he exclaimed, unable to contain his amazement. Boss, Zhang Mingxing appears to surpass even those zombies in prowess. Han Li marveled from Xu Mingda's side. Indeed, Xu Mingda grunted, though his expression gradually darkened. A soldier who had only recently contracted the zombie virus had become so formidable, suggesting the existence of exceptionally challenging adversaries among the zombies on the mainland. As he contemplated escorting Zhao Wenxuan to the mainland shortly, a wave of concern washed over him. Initially, he had intended to accompany Zhao Wenxuan on his journey, helping him fulfill his aspirations before bringing him back. For Zhao Wenxuan was a rare talent he did not wish to abandon. However, witnessing Zhang Mingxing's remarkable transformation, he realized that his previous efforts in battling zombies had clearly been insufficient. As he pondered this matter, Xie Tiandi seized the rope that Zhang Mingxing had let down and ascended to the bow of the ship. The two of them, guided by the drone's instructions, swiftly dashed towards the ship's railing. Their objective was to promptly retract a section of the gill net and lower the gangway, allowing Xiao Wu and his companions to board and seize control of the entire container vessel. At that moment, the crew aboard the container ship spotted Zhang Mingxing and Xie Tiandi. Several crew members armed themselves with iron rods, axes, and machetes, intent on driving them off the ship. Under the watchful gaze of the drone, Zhang Mingxing surged forward with astonishing speed, dispatching several crew members to the ground in mere moments. Meanwhile, Xie Tiandi raised his rifle and fired 2 shots into the air, effectively intimidating the other crew members. Moments later, Xiao Wu and his team charged onto the scene. A figure who appeared to be the captain emerged from the crowd, engaging in negotiation with Xiao Wu. Observing this, Xu Mingda exhaled a sigh of relief. This must be a matter of timing, fortune, and destiny. With such capable subordinates at his disposal, he was destined to achieve great things. At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan languidly emerged from the lower cabin. "When are we leaving?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes as he addressed Xu Mingda. "Are you in a hurry?" Xu Mingda responded. "Indeed, we must set sail now to ensure we arrive by noon. The longer we delay, the less we can accomplish," Zhao Wenxuan insisted. "Very well. Let us depart at once," Xu Mingda replied with a silent smile, his agreement swift and resolute. Chapter 232. Having made a promise. Xu Mingda adheres to his principle of bringing joy to others. Thus, when Zhao Wenxuan announced their departure, Xu Mingda, disregarding the fact that Xiao Wu had just acquired a large vessel, readily agreed without hesitation. Fortunately, Dongshan port was abundant with ships. Xiao Wu offered his catamaran to Xu Mingda, planning to procure a fireboat as a means of transportation. However, Xu Mingda declined, instructing Xiao Wu to collaborate with Lu Shui, utilizing a tugboat to haul the container ship out of Dongshan port towards Ganjingzi Island. On the catamaran, Xu Mingda indulged in a brief slumber. Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, embarking on a mission with Xu Mingda for the first time and experiencing the novelty of such a vessel, were filled with curiosity, eager to observe and touch everything around them. Despite having only a few hours of sleep, they felt no fatigue. In stark contrast, Zhao Wenxuan appeared burdened with thoughts, maintaining a demeanor of silence and contemplation. Although the onboard meals were quite satisfactory, he seemed to be conserving his energy, reluctant to utter even a single superfluous word. Xu Mingda attempted to engage him in conversation, inquiring about Zhao Wenxuan's purpose in traveling to the mainland, but he showed little inclination to elaborate. Zhao Wenxuan's destination was Lehigh City, the superior urban center to Dongshan Town, which served as its administrative authority. Lehigh, a prefecture-level city, while not exceptionally prosperous, boasted a population nearing 1 million. Previously, Xu Mingda had regarded Lehigh City as lacking in populace. A city of merely 1 million could be deemed a small to mid-sized city within the nation. Yet now, the mere thought of such a compact place harboring 1 million zombies provoked an involuntary sensation of nausea within him. However, according to Zhao Wenxuan, Lehigh City had not succumbed entirely to devastation. Several large-scale shelters had been established within the urban area. His journey to Lehigh was driven by the quest to find his mother, with her last known whereabouts being a shelter in Lehigh. In truth, shelters were not necessarily safe havens. "If you wish, you could bring your mother over to stay with me. Surely, zombies cannot swim, can they?" Xu Mingda remarked, cracking open a chilled beer and sipping it as he spoke. Zhao Wenxuan merely offered a token smile before returning to his meditative repose. "Brother, I sense this lad lacks the desire to join us," Hanli remarked, harboring a hint of jealousy at Xu Mingda as persistent efforts to befriend Zhao Wenxuan. "What do you know?" Xu Mingda shot a glare at Hanli. To him, 10 Hanlis could not compare to a single Zhao Wenxuan. This young man must surely comprehend that a greater population entails a greater number of zombies. His insistence on seeking his mother at this time indicated that he possessed a method for surviving amidst the horde. This knowledge was crucial for Xu Mingda and his companions, as he believed he could not remain on a small island of less than 1 square kilometer indefinitely. Future prospects for significant development necessitated a venture onto the mainland. If he could uncover the secrets of the zombie horde through Zhao Wenxuan, it would greatly benefit his future endeavors. This was the underlying reason for his earnest attempts to cultivate a rapport with Zhao Wenxuan. The catamaran swiftly approached a fishing port on the outskirts of Lehigh City, gradually slowing down in preparation for docking. "Brother, there are numerous zombies here. We must not venture any closer," Zheng Jiqiang cautioned Xu Mingda. He and Ming Dong found their friends here and then took a boat out to sea to evade the zombies. "Indeed, brother, this place is far from safe," Ming Dong nervously chimed in. Xu Mingda cast a glance at them, remaining silent, yet his expression conveyed unmistakable disdain. "Chow, both of you should exercise a bit of common sense. If anywhere were truly safe, do you think your elder brother would have brought you here?" Han retorted angrily. Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang realized that their previous remark lacked substance. "Brother, that was not our intention," they attempted to clarify, eager to express their loyalty. However, Xu Mingda waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from speaking. He had no desire to listen. His focus was entirely on the small fishing port ahead and observing Zhao Wenxuan. As the boat approached the dock, Zhao Wenxuan was already prepared to disembark, carrying a backpack filled with biscuits, sausages, and cured meats, seemingly intended as a gift for his mother. What puzzled Xu Mingda was that he did not carry a firearm, only a machete at his side. "Wenxuan, how far is it to your destination from here?" Xu Mingda inquired. About 10 kilometers, Zhao Wenxuan replied. Such a distance. Can you manage to walk it alone? Xu Mingda asked once more. Chapter 233. Are you going to send me off? Zhao Wenxuan chuckled softly. In this apocalyptic world, certain matters should not be inquired about indiscriminately, as they may represent someone's lifeline. Likewise, some promises should not be carelessly made, for they may be beyond one's capacity to fulfill. In this era, the continent resembles a primitive world, teeming with zombies that are fiercer than tigers or wolves. Walking here is akin to traversing a precarious bridge over a crocodile pit or a snake den. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise, becoming mere sustenance for the undead. Thus, Zhao Wenxuan's words were laden with sarcasm. He hardly believed that anyone would accompany him on a path of certain death without reason. Especially not Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda had already established his own sphere of influence, a veritable lord in this desolate world. Particularly now, with his recent acquisition of a large container ship, his power was on the rise, making it even less likely for him to accompany Zhao Wenxuan on such a reckless journey. I will escort you, Xu Mingda stated, his expression unreadable. You? Why? Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed, surprised and intrigued as he scrutinized Xu Mingda. You have already fulfilled your promise by bringing me to this continent. We are even now. Because I want you to be my brother, and I wish for you to owe me a favor, Xu Mingda replied. Ah, I see, Zhao Wenxuan chuckled silently. But if you escort me, you are merely inviting trouble upon yourself. I appreciate your sentiment, but once I complete my tasks, I shall visit you, Zhao Wenxuan asserted earnestly. Xu Mingda's words indeed struck a chord within him. In this harsh reality, the fact that someone would risk their life merely to take him under their wing felt worthwhile. He expressed that Xu Mingda accompanying him would only bring complications, not as a polite refusal, but as a genuine truth. For Xu Mingda and his subordinates bore the essence of humanity, a scent that would attract those ravenous zombies like the aroma of roasted lamb skewers wafting through the air after 2 days of hunger. Zhao Wenxuan had been infected by the zombies and could be considered a cured undead, yet remnants of zombie attributes lingered within him. Thus, he shared in that instinctive awareness. Very well. Xu Mingda did not elaborate further. Take this with you. It will provide some assurance on your journey. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's intention to escort Zhao Wenxuan, Han Li had been apprehensive. However, when Zhao Wenxuan declined the offer, Han Li handed over his shotgun. This thing makes a noise like a rallying horn. Better not to use it, he remarked. Zhao Wenxuan smiled amicably at Han Li, marking the first time he had ever smiled at him. Then, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he leaped from the bow of the ship onto the walkway, waved farewell to Xu Mingda and the others, and strode inland without looking back. Brother, that kid has vanished from sight. Let us return, Han Li said to Xu Mingda, who was still peering through binoculars at the fishing port. Han Li, how long did it take for this ship to travel from Dongshan to here? Xu Mingda inquired. For hours. Han Li replied, looking at Xu Mingda with confusion. Round trip, that makes 8 hours. Do you have any idea how much fuel that consumes? The key is, we cannot afford to waste time. Xu Mingda exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Brother, what do you mean? Just say it plainly. I have no objections. Han Li faintly grasped Xu Mingda's intentions. Let us ascend and take a look, even if we manage to capture a couple of zombies. It would not be considered a fruitless endeavor. Xu Mingda lowered his binoculars and turned to Han Li and Meng Dong. Meng Dong, are you and Zheng Jiqiang locals here? Not at all, boss. We reside in the suburbs, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang hastily replied. What do you mean not? Isn't this the suburbs? How can this not be considered suburban? Xu Mingda's expression shifted as he spoke with a commanding tone. Yes, it is indeed suburban. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang fervently nodded in agreement. Now that we are so close to home, do you not wish to return and take a look? Xu Mingda inquired, his gaze resting on Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang with satisfaction. Not really. Meng Dong quickly shook his head. Indeed, big brother. We have followed you with our hearts set on Ganjingzi Island. This place holds no significance for us anymore, Zheng Jiqiang promptly emphasized. How can you not wish to? One must not forget their roots. We are practically at your doorstep. How can you not take a moment to look? Xu Mingda's expression darkened. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang exchanged a glance filled with helplessness, then turned to Han Li, uncertain of what to say next. Cough, cough. If the big brother wishes to go up for a breath of fresh air, let us accompany him, Han Li said with a wry smile. Yes, yes. We all long for home. We hope you will grant us permission to ascend and take a look, Zheng Jiqiang and Meng Dong finally understood. Sigh. I am simply too soft-hearted, unable to withstand persuasion. Since you all wish to go up, then let us proceed, Xu Mingda declared, stretching his back, seizing a large machete, and making his way toward the dock. Chapter 234. Like any ordinary fishing port, this harbor serves as a docking point for fishing vessels. Besides a few derelict boats, little else remains within the port. Due to the pandemic, The operational fishing boats have all departed. After Xu Mingda and Han Li, along with their 2 companions, disembarked, they found themselves at a loss, as Xu Mingda had not formulated a clear purpose for their visit. He had merely decided to come to the mainland out of sheer curiosity, although an island is indeed a form of land. The constant proximity to the sea created a sense of discomfort for Xu Mingda, who had grown up on the mainland. He yearned for the expansive and solid feeling that the mainland offered. Moreover, based on the knowledge he acquired from Master Lu, he surmised that his destiny would unfold more favorably on the mainland. Sighing, he resolved to set aside such contemplations, attributing them to fate and divine arrangement. For now, he would focus on the present and proceed step by step. With this thought in mind, Xu Mingda pointed ahead and declared, "Let us venture into the town and see what awaits us. Stay alert, both of you. If any trouble arises, do not flee. Protect the leader." Han Li instructed Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, then followed closely behind Xu Mingda as they walked along the concrete road leading to the town. It was midday, and the main road was deserted, save for a few abandoned vehicles. "Brother, where have all the zombies gone?" Meng Dong inquired, peering cautiously around. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the thought of those grotesque zombies lunging at them still made him uneasy. This concern did not contradict his loyalty, while many remained steadfastly loyal to their superiors. Not everyone can remain composed in the face of blades, firearms, or ferocious beasts. It is human instinct to seek safety and avoid danger. It has been a month. Surely, the most unfortunate of the zombies have perished by now, Xu Mingda remarked. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, some individuals fell prey to zombies. Others were infected and transformed into zombies themselves, while a portion fled to safer locales to escape. Given the limited population, if zombies rely solely on consuming humans for survival, then by this time, they would have exhausted their food supply. The remaining zombies, apart from devouring one another, would likely face starvation. Thus, the phenomenon of zombie hordes emerges. A multitude of famished zombies, having consumed the local populace, begin to wander in search of human settlements to attack and feed upon. Xu Mingda believed that in a modern society equipped with advanced weaponry, eliminating those zombies would not pose a significant challenge. Therefore, it was unlikely that a widespread zombie infestation would occur. At most, these zombies would resemble the predatory animals of primitive societies, suddenly emerging from hiding to assault isolated groups of people. Rebuilding human civilization would prove to be the most arduous task, as countless lives have been lost, and viruses linger everywhere. To render these areas habitable for humanity once again would likely require decades. Decades later, how many humans would remain? And how much of their civilization would endure? These questions loomed large in Xu Mingda's mind, leaving him astonished by the depth of his own thoughts. Goodness, why am I pondering such matters? Isn't this the domain of an expert? He mused, though he quickly regained his composure. He is a deputy director-level official. Is it not his duty to be concerned about the nation and its people? Indeed, one's position often dictates one's perspective. If he had previously held roles such as class monitor, academic representative, or youth league secretary during his studies, would he not fare better than Li Shusen? "Brother, there's a small supermarket ahead. Shall we take a look?" Zheng Jiqiang suggested, pointing to the supermarket a few dozen meters away. "But the movies and novels say that this place attracts zombies. Should we really check it out?" Xu Mingda replied, "Let's not go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiqiang's face turned pale. "We must go," Xu Mingda exclaimed, his eyes widening. Chapter 235, Xu Mingda's determination to venture into the supermarket. Xu Mingda's resolve to embark on an adventure to the supermarket was not driven by a desire to procure equipment or gather supplies. He was already well equipped aboard his vessel, lacking neither food nor clothing. Rather, his intent was to capture a couple of zombies for Meng Dong and Zhang Jiqiang to practice their skills. After all, he had brought these two along not merely to feed the zombies but to prepare them to defend themselves at critical moments. A guard who had never slain a zombie could hardly be deemed a competent soldier. Noticing the shattered doors and windows of a nearby supermarket, Xu Mingda's eyes widened as he called out to Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, proclaiming, "Brothers, I shall take you both inside for a look." Han Li, perceiving Xu Mingda's intentions, offered a brief remark and grasped his custom-made 2-foot-long battle knife. The blade, exceeding 2 feet in length, featured a retractable handle, allowing it to function as an ordinary chopping knife when shortened. When extended, it transformed into a polearm over a meter long. This design was conceived by Han Li himself and crafted by Lu Shui, aimed for versatility in both confined spaces and open fields. With Han Li leading the way, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang found their courage bolstered. As the trio advanced into the supermarket in a battle formation, Xu Mingda lit a cigarette, opened the door of a nearby Land Rover, and settled inside to rest. Despite his youth, Han Li had proven himself in combat alongside Xu Mingda on Dongshan Island. Thus, Xu Mingda felt assured in trusting this task to him. As Xu Mingda savored his cigarette halfway through, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from within the supermarket. Moments later, he witnessed Ming Dong dashing out in a frenzy, only to be yanked back inside by a lurking hand before he could fully escape. Observing Han Li's figure moving about inside the supermarket, Xu Mingda remained unperturbed, continuing to smoke while gazing out the window at the quaint town. This town appeared to be predominantly inhabited by fishermen. Although it lacked the grandeur of a bustling metropolis, the residences were notably well constructed, with many 2- to 4-story standalone villas. The streets were dotted with an array of fine vehicles, indicative of the town's robust economic conditions. Notably, nearly every household boasted a vegetable garden, inciting a sense of envy in Xu Mingda. While Ganjingzi Island currently provided ample sustenance, it was merely a rocky isle, devoid of arable land for cultivating vegetables, let alone flowers or trees. If he could establish a foothold on the mainland, why would he harbor jealousy towards Changle Island? At that moment, Xu Mingda perceived movement on the street. Could it be a horde of zombies? He immediately heightened his vigilance. Though he appeared to be leisurely in the vehicle, he was actually tasked with keeping watch, as Han Li and the others were preoccupied with confronting the zombies inside the supermarket. Without a lookout, they risked being encircled by zombies without realizing it. However, Xu Mingda soon discerned that the figure he had spotted did not resemble a zombie. It bore the characteristics of a human. He had not anticipated encountering any living souls in this town, yet he had just witnessed one. Surviving in such circumstances indicated that this individual was truly remarkable. Xu Mingda was suddenly filled with a desire for talent. The inability to retain Zhao Wenxuan remained his greatest regret. His insistence on venturing to the mainland was not merely for exploration. Rather, it was a quest to gather promising individuals to bring back with him. Therefore, Xu Mingda opened the car door and craned his neck towards the direction where he had just seen someone. At that moment, he distinctly felt a chill run down his spine, as if danger was imminent. What is happening? Xu Mingda instinctively turned around, only to find a masked young man swinging a baseball bat toward his head. Damn it! Xu Mingda cursed, retracting his head swiftly into the car. The bat struck the car door with a resounding thud. What kind of child is this? Why is he so aggressive right from the start? Xu Mingda cursed as he drew a shotgun from his coat. The masked youth, having missed his initial strike, stumbled and leaped beside the car door, preparing to attack Xu Mingda again. However, he was met with the ominous sight of a dart gun barrel aimed directly at him. Don't shoot. It's a misunderstanding. The youth exclaimed hurriedly, retreating as he spoke. Who the hell is misunderstanding? If I weren't aiming a gun at you, would you even mention a misunderstanding? Xu Mingda bent down and stepped out of the car, keeping the gun firmly pointed at the young man's forehead. The moment he pulled the trigger, the youth's life would be extinguished. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from firing. He realized that this young man must undoubtedly be part of a team. Someone was drawing his attention while this individual was poised to strike. This indicated a level of professionalism, perhaps honed through prolonged encounters with the undead. Han Li, Ming Dong, and the others were preoccupied with dispatching zombies in the supermarket, leaving him without assistance at this crucial moment. If he acted impulsively and shot the youth, it was likely that the concealed assailants surrounding him would swiftly retaliate. As the island lord, it was simply not worth sacrificing his life over a mere young man. Let us call your friends over. Perhaps we can become acquaintances, Xu Mingda suggested, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. He deftly pulled one out, placing it between his lips, and then offered another to the masked youth, though his gun remained steadfastly aimed at him. Put down the gun, and I'll let them come out. The youth insisted. No. Don't try to outsmart me, kid, Xu Mingda replied. He understood that keeping the gun trained on the youth was his safeguard. This masked figure was effectively his hostage. Should he relinquish his weapon, the youth's companions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. He needed to wait for Han Li and the others to emerge, ensuring that they could secure the perimeter before he could lower his firearm. Chapter 236. At that moment, Han Li noticed that there was a situation with Xu Mingda and, brandishing a knife, leaped out of the supermarket. You two, hurry out. There is trouble over here. As Han Li discerned that Xu Mingda was facing off against a masked youth, he called out loudly to those inside the supermarket. Zhang Jiqiang and Ming Dong, hearing the commotion, discarded their belongings and rushed outside. They had just encountered a minor zombie and, having collaborated to dispatch it, were brimming with vigor and a thirst for further combat, eager to showcase their prowess by slaying a few more. The masked youth, upon seeing three imposing figures emerge from the supermarket, displayed a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. Don't move. Stay away from my brother. At that moment, two individuals sprang forth from either side of Xu Mingda, brandishing crossbows, while another wielded a machete, shouting at Xu Mingda and his companions. Had it not been for Han Li's timely arrival, they would likely have sought an opportunity to strike Xu Mingda down. Where did these little brats come from? Daring to stir trouble on my territory? Zhang Jiqiang, upon noticing their numbers, drew his pistol from his waistband, ready to fire. Hey, let us all calm down. What is the point of this? What are you after? Xu Mingda interjected, sensing his subordinate's murderous intent. This place belongs to you now. Let us leave. The masked youth declared. Wait a moment. I haven't finished speaking. Xu Mingda, seeing the youth's sudden submission, stepped in front of him. What do you intend to do? I've stated that all the goods in this supermarket belong to you. Don't push your luck. A glimmer of anger surfaced in the masked youth's eyes. Oh? Xu Mingda nodded in a moment of realization, then erupted into laughter. I swear, I thought you wanted to kill me over this trivial matter. Take what you want. Do I look like someone who is in need of such trifles? The three youths, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat skeptical, although the supermarket seemed to have been previously visited. A glance through the shattered windows revealed that many items still remained. To them, it was a rare treasure trove. For such a bountiful location was hard to come by within a 20-kilometer radius. What is the matter? My brother has spoken. Why aren't you moving? Hanli, observing their hesitation, proclaimed with an air of superiority. While this supermarket does have goods, essentials like instant noodles, candy, and pickled vegetables have been depleted. However, we discovered numerous unopened cases of canned goods in a storage room at the back. He intended to consult Xu Mingda about whether they should transfer these items onto the boat, but was interrupted by the unfolding situation. You too, go. The masked youth said sternly, evidently wishing to confront Xu Mingda and shield his companions. The two youths, albeit with some reluctance, driven by their desire for supplies, dashed into the supermarket. Moments later, one of them emerged, cradling a large box of instant noodles. Big brother, we've struck gold. There's a fortune here. Indeed. The masked youth noted that Xu Mingda didn't even flinch. Hanli and the others exhibited little reaction, merely letting out a grunt. The two young men, having moved 4 or 5 boxes of relatively light food, dared not continue and instead stood at the entrance, observing the masked youth. Thank you. The masked youth understood that taking too many items would not only be unmanageable but could also provoke the formidable group before him, especially since Xu Mingda and his companions were armed. Young man, let us become acquainted and befriend one another. Where do you hail from? Xu Mingda, noticing the three individuals had lowered their guards significantly, inquired with a smile as he tossed a cigarette their way. From the 3rd quarantine station in Lehigh City, replied the masked youth, accepting the cigarette, yet refraining from smoking it, instead carefully tucking it into his pocket. Clearly, cigarettes had become a rare commodity, particularly those of the esteemed brand Xu Mingda offered. The 3rd quarantine station? Goodness, have you all been infected by the zombie virus? Xu Mingda exclaimed, gazing at the masked youth in astonishment. Chapter 237. His inquiry stemmed from the fact that Zhao Wenxuan had also contracted the zombie virus, yet displayed no differences from an ordinary person, and even possessed certain abilities that far exceeded those of the average human. If the experts in the city had indeed devised a cure for the zombie virus, then his efforts on Ganjingzi Island would have been in vain. Do you wish for the extinction of humanity? The quarantine station is meant to safeguard those uninfected by the virus. The masked youth snorted disdainfully. However, his demeanor had markedly improved. At the very least, he was willing to elucidate this matter to Xu Mingda. Brother, how many quarantine stations are there in Lehigh City? Are there more good people left, or more zombies? Xu Mingda hastily inquired. I do not know, but I have not seen many normal humans. The masked youth replied before turning to leave. Hey, wait. Xu Mingda anxiously approached, attempting to detain him. What do you want? The youth instantly turned back, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent. What the hell? Are you being ruthless? I'm from out of town and merely wish to inquire about the situation here. Xu Mingda responded with a smile. We still need to hurry on our journey. If you have questions, you can go to the quarantine station. The officials there will inform you of whatever you wish to know, the masked youth remarked. We can go there too? Xu Mingda's interest was piqued. Big brother, let us not crowd in on that commotion. Hanli interjected hurriedly upon witnessing the exchange. There were still plenty of supplies in the supermarket. He intended to load them onto the boat and enjoy them slowly back on the island. Furthermore, he had no desire to visit a quarantine station, as that place sounded anything but inviting. Yet Xu Mingda harbored a curiosity towards the quarantine stations in Lehigh City. To gain first-hand knowledge now would be far more valuable than seeking it later when it would merely be a relic of the past. Hanli, go find a bag. You all pack some food and drink. We shall accompany this young man to the 3rd quarantine station, Xu Mingda declared, striding over to the masked youth, chuckling, Brother, would you kindly lead the way? Lead fee required. You'll give me half of what you carry. The masked youth retorted coldly, glancing at Xu Mingda. Noting his imposing presence. No problem. Xu Mingda signaled an okay gesture. Meanwhile, Han Li urged Zheng Jiqiang and Ming Dong to hasten and find backpacks in the warehouse to pack provisions, while also using the walkie-talkie to call the crew on the catamaran, instructing them to come over and swiftly load the remaining supplies onto the boat. The masked youth's two companions began to tie up food boxes with ropes, preparing to carry them on their backs, their faces radiating rare excitement and joy at the prospect of such bountiful loot. Clearly, they understood that this was a reward bestowed by Xu Mingda. Otherwise, they might have to continue searching for their next opportunity. After the masked youth signaled to them with a few whispered words, they all turned to Xu Mingda, seemingly ready to set off together. Moments later, Han Li, Zheng Jiqiang, and Ming Dong each bore fully loaded backpacks, with Ming Dong even carrying 2 large plastic shopping bags, filled to the brim. Chow, this fellow truly shows no regard for fatigue. Just wait until he encounters a zombie. I wonder how he will flee, Xu Mingda thought, torn between laughter and despair. Yet, he refrained from curbing Ming Dong's foolish antics. Some lessons must be learned through experience. Brother, let us procure a vehicle, Han Li suggested, having heard that the city center of Linhai was still over 10 kilometers away. Absolutely not. If you wish to drive, then we shall part ways, the masked youth replied sharply. What's the matter, Chow? Han Li asked, a hint of anger brewing. Hurry up and defer to the host. We shall comply with their wishes. They walk, and we shall walk as well. Xu Mingda pressed down his hand, signaling Han Li to acquiesce. Subsequently, the 7 of them, led by the masked youth, hastened towards the direction of Linhai City. Chapter 238. Xu Mingda finally understood why the masked youth had prohibited Han Li from driving. As they passed a villa, the masked figure suddenly gestured for silence, prompting his 2 companions to crouch low, covering their mouths and noses with their hands, seemingly attempting to suppress even the slightest breath. Though Xu Mingda had emerged from the depths of carnage, aware of the potential presence of zombies nearby, he deduced that the masked youth feared that any sound might attract the undead. Having traveled far from the fishing port, he was uncertain of what the zombies on the mainland might be like, so he signaled to Han Li and the others to mimic his actions. Indeed, moments later, 2 zombies shuffled into view from the villa. Fortunately, having concealed themselves in advance, Xu Mingda and his companions remained undetected as the zombies, despite catching the scent of humans, wandered off in another direction. By heavens, this person possesses some skill, Han Li remarked, impressed that the masked youth could provide an early warning. However, he also sensed a certain humility in the trio's existence. Had it been him, he would likely have charged forward, brandishing a blade to intercept and slay the 2 zombies. The masked youth seemed to perceive Han Li's thoughts. We must hasten our pace. There is no need to squander time and energy, as the quarantine station will close at nightfall. No one will be allowed in. Understood. Did you all hear that? Stay close. Xu Mingda nodded and gestured for Han Li and his companions to refrain from unnecessary actions. Although he was uncertain of the zombies' behavior at night, he imagined the chilling sensation of being encircled by them in the pitch darkness would be utterly harrowing. He began to comprehend the masked youth's reluctance to carry excessive items. The road is long and the load must be light. To maintain their speed and traverse the distance back to the quarantine station before darkness fell, it was indeed imperative to minimize their possessions. Otherwise, they would leave a bounty for the zombies. The masked youth likely withheld this reasoning from Xu Mingda and his group, treating them as free laborers. When they became sufficiently fatigued, he would return with his comrades to claim their belongings. Xu Mingda, being seasoned in such matters, was well aware of the underlying dynamics. Though he refrained from voicing it outright, he discreetly advised Han Li and the others that they should consume their provisions rather than carry them. This would provide them with the necessary energy to continue their journey. Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang had previously endured hunger and had a particular fondness for food. Young Han Li, with a hearty appetite, listened attentively to Xu Mingda's counsel. They tore open their food wrappers, munching as they walked. Do not eat on the road. The smell of food may attract the zombies, the masked youth scolded, glaring at Xu Mingda and the others. Rest assured, zombies are not interested in such fare. They crave human flesh, Xu Mingda retorted nonchalantly, popping a pastry into his mouth with deliberate noise, drawing curious glances from the other 2 survivors. Come, you should have some, Xu Mingda offered, extending a cream-filled pastry towards them. The 2, swallowing hard, could not resist approaching for the food. Their gaunt faces betrayed their circumstances. It was evident that they did not enjoy regular meals, and it was likely that going 3 days without food was a common occurrence for them. It appears that the supplies at the isolation point are rather scarce. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to traverse several kilometers in search of sustenance. Sweets present an irresistible temptation to those who are hungry. No eating, the masked youth commanded sternly, seemingly intent on preserving his dignity. Boss, the area is quite safe now. We haven't encountered any zombies, the 2 individuals protested begrudgingly. I have stated that these sugary delights are off limits, the masked youth replied in an authoritative tone. The two individuals cast their gazes towards Xu Mingda and the other three. They are not from the isolation point, and I am under no obligation to ensure their safety. Unless you no longer wish to accompany me, the masked youth declared. Chapter 239. Brother, do not be so utilitarian. Your words are quite hurtful. Xu Mingda could not help but express his disdain when he noticed the masked youth spoke without any hesitation. Humph. If you do not wish to accompany me, no one will stop you. Yet, you must pay the fee for the guide, replied the masked youth. Brother, I think it's best to let this go. This person is so whiny, they resemble a woman. Why should we involve ourselves with them? Hanli remarked with a cold sneer upon witnessing the masked youth's lack of compassion. Who are you calling a woman? The masked youth was immediately incensed. I am referring to you. What of it? Hanli retorted nonchalantly, tilting his head back. Hanli, do not provoke trouble. Since they refuse to share, we shall not partake, Xu Mingda declared, tossing the half-eaten egg yolk pie onto the ground. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang looked on with regret in their eyes. Chow, the boss has said not to eat anymore, yet you two still indulge. Han Li exclaimed angrily as he snatched their food and tossed it to the ground, stomping on it twice. I just thought it was a shame to waste such a delicacy. Zheng Jiqiang offered a sheepish grin. Chow, it seems you were at a loss by following the boss. Han Li scoffed. Having spent considerable time with Xu Mingda, he understood his intentions. Xu Mingda was deliberately trying to provoke the masked youth. Indeed, the masked youth's eyes were filled with animosity and resentment upon witnessing Xu Mingda's willingness to discard food rather than carry it. Let us go. It will be dark in 2 hours, the masked youth said, quickening his pace. He walked as if his feet barely touched the ground. Han Li, being athletic, followed effortlessly, while Xu Mingda, still young and fit, was also perspiring heavily. Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, both of whom had previously worked in the city and lacked systematic training, struggled to keep up, their age weighing heavily upon them as they limped and complained of foot pain, urging the masked youth to slow down. However, the masked youth paid them no mind. Xu Mingda realized that he was intentionally seeking to retaliate against them. What intrigued him was that while everyone was drenched in sweat, the young man seemed oblivious to the heat, always shrouded in his veil, leading Xu Mingda to wonder if his face bore some terrifying flaw. Yet, he reconsidered. Perhaps the mask served a unique purpose, such as detecting zombies? Otherwise, what qualified him to be the leader? After interacting with Zhao Wenxuan, Xu Mingda understood that the zombie virus had created the undead, but it also awakened powerful dormant abilities within many individuals, especially the 3 young survivors they had just encountered. All around 20 years old, leading Xu Mingda to not underestimate anyone. After walking for more than half an hour, towering buildings appeared in the distance. The urban area was within sight. Everyone, be cautious. There are zombies ahead, the masked youth warned, elevating his body as he moved forward. While this action might expose him, it also allowed him to see further due to his elevated vantage point. The other 2 young men clutched their weapons tightly, adopting a stance as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Brother, I do not see any zombies either, Han Li remarked, feeling a sense of unease as he observed their tense demeanor. Stay close to them. We must not allow them to use us as bait, Xu Mingda whispered to his subordinates, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 240. At this moment, Xu Mingda profoundly realized that engaging in a battle of wits with zombies in the city was an entirely different affair from dealing with a few zombies at sea. On the boat and the island, the space was limited, allowing for a semblance of strategy. However, within the city, the towering skyscrapers and intricate streets presented a labyrinthine complexity, with vehicles strewn across the roads, obscuring any sense of predictability regarding where zombies might emerge. Furthermore, the restricted visibility made it difficult to ascertain which direction would be deemed safe. Perhaps a zombie lurked just around the next corner, or perhaps by crossing this street, they could distance themselves from the threat. Thus, having a competent guide became exceedingly crucial. The deference exhibited by the 2 young men towards the masked youth indicated that he was no novice in scavenging for supplies. He was likely a seasoned guide. Consequently, Xu Mingda resolved to follow closely behind him. As they delved deeper into the city, Xu Mingda and his companions were struck by the eerie emptiness of Linai City, as if its million inhabitants had vanished without a trace. The streets lay desolate and silent, resembling a ghost town, with only their small group traversing the chaotic thoroughfares. Hey, where is your 3rd quarantine point, and how far is it? Xu Mingda inquired as the masked youth paused to regroup at a street corner. There's no rush. You'll be informed when we arrive, the masked youth replied with a glance at Xu Mingda, his impatience evident. By the way, I mentioned that you need to offer half of your supplies as an introduction fee, he added, turning back to Xu Mingda. Not a problem. Han Li, unload the supplies and hand them over. Xu Mingda chuckled, gesturing to his subordinate behind him. Hold on to them for now. I'll take them when needed. The masked youth responded, then resumed scanning the street ahead, seemingly inspecting something. Boss, Is this guy just putting on a show? Hanli remarked, pulling out binoculars to survey the street, noting the lack of any unusual activity. Trust him, Xu Mingda replied succinctly. As a leader himself, he understood that the masked youth would not jeopardize their safety merely for a few extra supplies. His cautious demeanor must have been warranted. Sure enough, after a thorough observation, the masked youth turned to his companions and exchanged a few words. He then addressed Xu Mingda. We plan to stay here for the night. If you are eager to reach the quarantine point, you may proceed on your own. He gestured to the road, indicating that beyond this intersection and 2 more blocks lay a high-end residential area, which was the 3rd quarantine point. We're in no rush, Xu Mingda replied, feeling a surge of frustration. How inconsiderate of you. We had already agreed to pay, and yet you wish to use us as bait. Such treachery. If it weren't for his desire to glean information about the city, he would have bound them and discarded them on the roadside. Seeing that Xu Mingda was not easily swayed, the masked youth shot him an annoyed glance before leading his companions back. What are you planning to do? Xu Mingda asked. We won't be returning tonight. We need to find a place to stay for the night. We will address things in the morning, the masked youth replied. Indeed. We are quite fatigued, Zheng Jiqiang exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the suggestion to find a place to rest. However, Xu Mingda perceived the matter to be more complex than it appeared. They were merely less than 1,000 meters away from the 3rd isolation point. Why would they choose to spend the night outdoors? Could it be that these young men intended to consume everything they had brought with them? Chapter 241. Xu Mingda is no child. His achievements on Ganjingzi Island are a testament to his prowess and capability. The petty tricks of deceit cannot mislead him. First, please pay the guide fee. This building is vacant. You may choose any room to rest. We shall reconvene at dawn. As the masked youth ushered Xu Mingda and his companions to a building, he spoke. Goodness, your service leaves much to be desired. Charging us before we even arrive? Xu Mingda chuckled. Such is our protocol. If it displeases you, feel free to leave. I require none of your possessions, the masked youth retorted coldly. Not at all. I am merely curious about how you ascertain that this place is both unoccupied and safe, Xu Mingda inquired. We have resided here several times. Naturally, we are aware. The masked youth's silence was broken by one of his companions. Then you too inhabit this building? Hanli asked. Indeed. However, we cannot dwell at the same entrance. The masked youth replied, leading his subordinates towards a doorway. What do you see? This is also a rule. Not to mention, even a single group must separate to avoid being cornered by zombies. Another youth remarked derisively towards Xu Mingda and his group. Wait, we wish to stay in this unit. You should find another. Hanli stepped in front of the masked youth, blocking their path. By what right do you claim this space? We chose it first, protested one of the masked youth's companions angrily. Simply because I do not trust you. What guarantee do we have that you are not up to mischief? Hanli asserted, his standing as one of Xu Mingda's key aides lending weight to his words. Perhaps it would be wiser for us to reside together, providing mutual support, Ming Dong interjected. We require no such assistance from you, the youth replied bluntly. Let them have it. We shall seek another location. The masked youth, noticing Han Li's unwillingness to relent, frowned slightly and turned towards another entrance. The 2 youths behind him glared resentfully at Xu Mingda and his group. Unbelievable, boss. They are insufferable. I will reclaim their spot. Han Li, unaccustomed to such affronts, was ready to pursue them. Enough. We are all fatigued. Let us find a place to rest. Ming Dong. Stay below and observe where they choose to lodge. Xu Mingda directed. This is not Ganjingzi Island. We are in Linhai City, where a significant portion of the million-strong populace has succumbed to the undead. If we raise a ruckus here, we risk drawing the zombies upon ourselves. Han Li acquiesced and led the way into the building. Xu Mingda remained in the hallway, assessing the surroundings, his left finger deftly calculating. He was employing the Taoist techniques imparted by Lu Daoren to locate auspicious positions and exits. Admittedly, he had not utilized these methods before. This was indeed a case of learning on the fly. Before long, he discerned the appropriate floor and unit. This is the one. Open the door. Xu Mingda pointed to a unit on the 4th floor. Zhang Jiqiang immediately stepped forward, attempting to pry open the door. Who knew that a mere pressure on the door lock would cause it to swing open instantly, nearly toppling him over? Chapter 242 Brother. He turned to Xu Mingda, seeking his opinion. Open the door and take a look. Xu Mingda gestured with his chin. To him, there was nothing peculiar about it. The masked youth had declared this place safe, indicating that it was entirely devoid of inhabitants. Situated merely a few hundred meters from isolation point number 3. It was likely that not only this building but all the nearby structures had already been ransacked by the scavenging teams. The 2-bedroom apartment was unoccupied, showing no signs of a zombie attack, and appeared remarkably clean. Of course, this cleanliness implied that all edible supplies had been thoroughly stripped away. Fortunately, Xu Mingda and his companions had brought ample provisions. Brother, Everything is secure, Hanli reported after inspecting each room, approaching Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda acknowledged with a nod before stepping into the apartment and heading straight to the balcony. Surrounded by several multi-story buildings, this edifice enclosed a small courtyard. Xu Mingda surveyed the area and noticed that the other buildings were also devoid of residents. It seemed that those who had not been infected had retreated to the isolation points, while the infected had ventured out to hunt for prey. Xu Mingda observed numerous cables and fiber optics strung between the buildings. Suddenly, an acute sense of awareness struck him. He felt the weight of a gaze upon him. Following his instinct, he glanced upward to find the masked youth from the adjacent unit on the 6th floor, looking down at him expressionlessly. Since the youth seemed disinterested in engaging, Xu Mingda did not feel compelled to seek his favor. After exchanging a fleeting glance, he redirected his attention elsewhere. However, he sensed that the masked youth continued to scrutinize him. What could this individual want? Xu Mingda pondered. In such an environment, the law of the jungle prevailed. As a newcomer bearing a considerable cache of weapons and food, he was akin to a prime target. Although he had already demonstrated his prowess to the masked youth, it was not beyond reason for the latter to seek allies to eliminate him and seize his resources. No, he must not learn the specifics of my whereabouts. Xu Mingda resolved, glancing back at the masked youth, only to find that he had vanished from the balcony. Boss, I just checked. They are in the unit next door. They must have found a place to stay, but haven't come down yet. At that moment, Meng Dong, tasked with surveillance, rushed over to report. Good job. Xu Mingda replied tersely. Meng Dong, unsure whether Xu Mingda's tone was positive or negative, scratched his head while looking at him. However, Xu Mingda chose not to engage further. Ideally, Meng Dong would linger a while longer, perhaps even follow them to ascertain their exact apartment number. That would constitute the completion of his assignment. Nonetheless, he did not wish to set the bar too high. Considering that it was the first mission for both Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang under his command, and their performance had already been commendable, at least he had successfully discerned the masked youth's residence. Of course, whether he will make any further changes thereafter remains uncertain. After all, the entire unit is available for their unrestricted use. Chapter 243, Brother, let us barricade the door. Upon noticing the malfunction of the security door's lock, Hanli suggested, if someone ascends from the corridor and breaches the entrance, we would find ourselves ensnared like fish in a barrel. Xu Mingda remarked with a knowing tone. All right, brother. I comprehend. I will proceed to block the entrance below and subsequently obstruct the landing on the 3rd floor. This way, should anyone approach, we will be alerted at once. Hanli instantly grasped the urgency of the situation. We shall join you, Zheng Jiqiang conveyed to Meng Dong, before descending with Hanli, bearing their supplies. Seizing the opportunity while they fortified the unit door, Xu Mingda ascended once more. Upon reaching the top floor, he suddenly understood why the masked youth had chosen to reside on the 6th level. The building comprised 7 stories, and the 7th floor possessed a ladder leading directly to the rooftop. Xu Mingda endeavored to climb, gently nudging the attic door ajar. Outside, he beheld an individual leaning against the parapet, surveying the situation below. Seemingly sensing a disturbance, the figure glanced back. Xu Mingda instinctively recoiled, concealing himself. Yet, he discerned that this person was indeed one of the companions of the masked youth. Clearly, they had meticulously prepared an escape route. Should they detect anyone entering below, they could swiftly abscond from the rooftop. Their choice to dwell on the 6th floor rather than the topmost level adeptly mitigated the risk of someone descending directly from the roof to the 7th floor. How astute these individuals are. Xu Mingda silently admired their cleverness. Nonetheless, he remained puzzled as to where the masked youth and his associates intended to retreat. For according to his calculations, the external fire escape on the side of the building did not lead to a viable escape route. Retreating from there would lead to a dead end. Upon recalibrating his escape route, Xu Mingda discovered it led to an isolated courtyard, adorned with a grand poplar tree. If he were to leap from the 4th floor, it would likely allow him to land upon that poplar, from which he could then descend to the ground and ultimately reach the courtyard. However, this courtyard lay within the confines of the surrounding buildings, and Xu Mingda was unsure how to exit from it. Nevertheless, he did not dwell excessively on this conundrum. After all, it was his first foray into calculating his future using the principles of Qimendunjia. The accuracy of his predictions remained uncertain. Perhaps his calculations were flawed. Xu Mingda mused, instinctively seeking a means of escape for himself, harboring no genuine expectation for imminent events, as they had yet to witness any signs of zombie activity since their arrival in the city. Clearly, the city had been fortified against such threats. Xu Mingda understood that quarantine zones not only served to protect the uninfected, but were also measures devised to starve the zombies. If zombies had no humans to devour, they would either perish from starvation or wander away. Thus, the architects of these quarantine zones displayed remarkable foresight. Brother, what are you observing? At that moment, Hanli, noticing Xu Mingda's absence, approached him. Xu Mingda gestured toward the rooftop, remaining silent. Han Li leaned in for a glance, cursing in frustration. Damn. Let us go? No more complaints. In this apocalyptic world, no one bears the obligation to care for others, for failing to do so may lead to one's own peril. After Xu Mingda finished speaking, he turned on his heel and descended the stairs. Chapter 244. The unexpected arrival of night. Han Li initially intended to search the house for candles or flashlights for illumination, yet he found nothing. Frustrated, he cursed. Was it not better that he could not find anything at all? Who knew whether those zombies would be attracted to the light? Xu Mingda, however, maintained a more relaxed perspective. Indeed, elder brother, if we do not light a lamp, no one will know where we are. Zhang Jiqiang echoed his sentiment. Yet the subsequent darkness instilled a sense of despair. It was an impenetrable blackness, a stark contrast to the bright life they were accustomed to in the city, evoking a terror of being ensnared in an unknown world. Ping Dong, you take watch in the corridor. Tonight we will take turns sleeping, every 2 hours, Xu Mingda instructed. Yes, boss, Ming Dong replied. Though weariness weighed heavily upon him, he nonetheless feigned a spirited demeanor. Zhang Jiqiang, you take the second watch. I will take the third. Let the elder brother get a good night's sleep. Don't forget to wake me. If you miss your shift, I shall not be grateful to either of you. Han Li added, organizing the shifts. With guards stationed both upstairs and downstairs, Xu Mingda felt no hesitation as he made his way to the master bedroom, climbed onto the bed, and promptly fell asleep. He had grown accustomed to an early sleep and early rise due to his laborious work. Furthermore, those engaged in physical labor often have fewer thoughts, allowing them to drift off easily and recover swiftly. Indeed, Xu Mingda was fatigued. Having had little rest on the boat the previous day and having walked over 10 kilometers today, suddenly he was roused by an odd, mournful sound. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was pitch dark, and it felt as though he had barely slept at all. However, glancing at his watch revealed that 2 hours had passed. By the faint glow of his luminous watch, he noticed Han Li sitting nearby, straining to listen intently. What is that noise? Why does it sound like a wailing ghost? Xu Mingda inquired. I don't know. Could it be those zombies crying? Han Li replied tremulously. Although they had slain numerous zombies, they had never encountered their wailing at night. Outside, Zhang Jiqiang on guard duty was so terrified by the cries that he nearly wet his pants. Unable to contain himself, he flung open the door and rushed in. Boss, we should not sleep. This place is too frightening. He stammered. Go out and do what you need to do. What is there to be afraid of? Xu Mingda replied with irritation, then rose and hurried to the balcony. From there, he could gain the best vantage point to observe the outside situation. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he leaned over the balcony and was startled to see zombies below, gazing up at the building. What a coincidence! Xu Mingda quickly withdrew his head, hoping he had not been seen. The zombies continued to look up, calling out while intermittently emitting soft whimpering sounds. Their origins unknown, whether from outside or the local inhabitants of the neighborhood. A rough count indicated there were about a dozen below. He glanced towards the 6th floor of the adjacent unit, hoping to spot the masked youth and his companions, who were experienced in such matters. Yet, there was not a single figure to be seen on the 6th floor balcony. The 3 individuals were not merely asleep. It seemed they had departed. It appeared that he would have to endure the night alone. Xu Mingda silently resolved himself. At that moment, Zhang Jiqiang, who had been waiting in the corridor, burst through the door. Boss, there's commotion at the entrance downstairs. Those zombies might be coming up. He stammered. Chapter 245. At this moment, Han Li and Ming Dong were wide-eyed, clutching their weapons, too fearful to sleep. Upon hearing a disturbance from downstairs, they sprang to their feet, ready to fight for their lives. Xu Mingda listened intently, and indeed, the unit door creaked ominously a few times, followed by a sudden loud thud, as if someone had kicked the door in frustration after failing to open it. Have the zombies in this city become so cunning? Xu Mingda pondered. All the unit doors were designed to be pulled open, not pushed. He instructed someone to barricade the door from the inside. This way, it could not be easily opened. In his imagination, zombies would only push and collide, never pull a door. Yet now, this very scenario had unfolded before him. He recalled the ambush he faced in Dongshan town, realizing that the city was full of hidden traps. Even the zombies here were smarter. Han Li hurried to the balcony and glanced toward the unit door, confirming his fears as he spotted a horde of zombies gathered below. Brother, we might have been led into a trap by that group. Why are all these zombies congregating at our unit? He exclaimed anxiously. Xu Mingda shared his confusion. Could it be that we inadvertently revealed something? Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Perhaps it's because our sin is too strong. He recalled the foul odor emanating from the masked youth and his companions. Initially, he thought it was due to the poor hygiene conditions at the isolation point. But now it seemed they were deliberately masking their own scent. So that's why they refused to share a unit with us, he realized. Zombies possess a far keener sense of smell than ordinary humans. What should we do, boss? Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang trembled as they asked. Killing humans and zombies were entirely different matters. Humans were akin to kin, lacking inherent malice. Yet zombies, with their grotesque and terrifying nature, posed a risk of infection with their deadly virus at the slightest contact. To ordinary people, zombies were as fearsome as venomous snakes, to be avoided at all costs. Especially in this desolate, silent building, encountering such creatures was far more terrifying than facing a ghost. Trembling, feeling their legs weaken, or wetting themselves would not invite ridicule. Check the bathroom. Is there any foul waste? Xu Mingda contemplated a desperate strategy. He aimed to use another repugnant substance to mask their scent. Damn it. It's too clean here. There isn't even a scrap of excrement. Hanli lamented after inspecting the toilet. At that moment, the noise from downstairs intensified, as if the unit door was about to be ripped off its hinges. The sound echoed throughout the complex, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Even Han Li's complexion changed, his heart racing with fear. Do not mock them. Imagine the terror of a ghost knocking at your door in the dead of night, or camping under a flimsy tent while bears or wolves circle you. Then you can grasp the level of fear we are experiencing. Let us head to the 6th floor. Xu Mingda declared thoughtfully. This was not the time for pride. He intended to reach the 6th floor and speak with the masked youth through the balcony. Perhaps they could devise a solution together. Upon hearing this, Hanli and his companions swiftly made their way to the 6th floor. To their dismay, they discovered that the door was firmly locked. Moreover, this security door was exceptionally robust. After a prolonged struggle, Hanli was unable to unlock it. Come on. They did this on purpose, he exclaimed in frustration. They are not at fault. Xu Mingda interjected. It appeared that the 6th floor of each unit had likely been reinforced, repurposed as a temporary refuge. Just then, a loud crash resonated from below, as if the unit door had been breached by the undead. A sense of dread washed over Xu Mingda and the others. At that moment, it seemed their only option was to ascend to the rooftop. Chapter 246. The zombies have surged up from below. However, the sturdy door on the 6th floor remains obstinately shut, leaving Xu Mingda no choice but to lead his companions to climb to the rooftop. Hurry up, Hanli urged Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang. In their frantic bid for survival, they had returned with food but had no time to carry any with them. This was likely the reason the masked youth refused to escort them to the quarantine point. Taking them there would yield only half the rations, while abandoning them here would mean feeding the zombies. The undead have no appetite for egg yolk pies or instant noodles. Thus, once Xu Mingda and his companions were devoured, the food would rightfully belong to the masked youth. The four of them assisted each other in their ascent to the rooftop. At that moment, the corridor below was filled with the cacophony of hurried footsteps and low, guttural growls. In the darkness, these sounds echoed like the wails of vengeful spirits from hell. This door won't hold them back. Quickly, find something to barricade it, Hanli shouted, noticing the rooftop door was merely a wooden panel. Barricading is useless. We need to find a way to escape, Xu Mingda replied. He first sprinted to glance at the fire escape by the wall, only to discover several zombies lurking below, waiting. Damn, they're cunning, Xu Mingda cursed. He recalled a divination he had conducted earlier that day, which indicated this place was a dead end. To find an escape, they would need to attempt entry into the small courtyard. However, jumping down from the rooftop would be akin to delivering themselves to the zombies. Consequently, he resolved to descend from another unit, aiming to reach the tree in the courtyard above and then swing down to it using a rope. Although this also posed a risk of injury, in such dire straits, it was the only option available. At this moment, a zombie had already pursued them up the corridor, leaping onto the rooftop, intent on crashing through the door to seize its prey. Should the door be breached, the zombies below would erupt forth like a geyser. Despite the rooftop's expanse, it could not accommodate all of them. Remaining there would transform them into a feast for the undead. Let us go down from here. Xu Mingda pointed to the adjacent rooftop. Hanli immediately dashed over, attempting to pull open the door. To his dismay, it was locked from the inside. It appeared the masked youth S group had anticipated the predicament Xu Mingda and his companions would face. Brother, the door to this loft is open, Zhang Jiqiang exclaimed, noticing the nearby unit's loft door ajar. No chance for a spectator's delight. Hanli, pry that door open, Xu Mingda commanded. Hanli inserted the blade of his knife into the door's crack, forcing it open. With a creak, the door hinge nearly came off. With a stronger push, the door fell away, revealing it was secured with an iron chain. Had the door not been so poorly constructed and dilapidated, it might have remained shut for much longer. Quickly go down. Xu Mingda gestured to the loft, urging Zheng Jiqiang to descend first. His intention was not to display gallantry, but rather to ensure that the masked youth had not set any traps or mechanisms within the loft. Let Zheng Jiqiang test the waters for safety before he followed. 3SA crowd. Let the younger brother take the brunt of it. As Zheng Jiqiang descended, a sharp cry escaped his lips as if something had pricked him. Yet he paid no heed to the pain, rushing down the stairs without hesitation. Xu Mingda, observing that Zhang Jiqiang had already cleared the minefield, bent his waist and slipped inside. Close behind him, Hanli and Ming Dong followed closely. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed as the wooden door, which had been their barrier against the undead, was toppled, and several zombies roared as they surged forth from the corridor. Chapter 247. As Zhang Jiqiang reached the 6th floor, he was called back by Xu Mingda. Wait, are you injured? Xu Mingda inquired. Boss, it seems I've stepped on a nail, Zhang Jiqiang replied. Take off your shoes, Xu Mingda insisted. No need, boss, I can endure it. Zhang Jiqiang felt a warmth in his heart. I told you to remove your shoes and smear the blood from your foot on their door. We've been wronged. And it's all their fault. We can't let them get away with it, Xu Mingda exclaimed. At that moment, Zhang Jiqiang grasped Xu Mingda's true intention behind asking him to remove his shoes. He took off his sneakers, only to discover that the blood had soaked through his socks. It seemed the puncture had been quite deep and serious. A sense of dread washed over him. Being injured in such circumstances was far from ideal. He feared being left behind by Xu Mingda and the others. With this thought in mind, he quickly raised his injured foot and kicked the door of the masked youth's room a few times. Hey, don't play dead. We've marked your door with our blood. If you want to be trapped inside with the zombies, then don't come out, Xu Mingda echoed, delivering a couple of kicks as well before shouting into the room. Big brother, the zombies are coming. We should leave quickly, Hanli called out as he rushed from behind. Just then, the security door on the 6th floor cracked open slightly. Who let you in? A young man inside said, sounding frustrated. Who do you think let us in? That foul woman. You didn't warn us there are zombies here, Xu Mingda cursed, attempting to force the door open and barge inside. However, the young man inside grabbed a spray bottle and began spraying a foul-smelling liquid all over Xu Mingda and the others. What are you spraying us with? It stinks. Xu Mingda initially thought it might be pepper spray intended to ward him off, but he soon realized it was likely the rotting fluid meant to deter zombies. As the masked youths were indeed cloaked in that repugnant odor, it appeared his plan to divert attention had succeeded. Hey, you injured my man. Xu Mingda tried to push the door open, but the occupants inside resisted fiercely, attempting to lock it shut. Let them in, one of the masked youths coldly instructed. Xu Mingda cast a triumphant glance at Hanli and the others, then swiftly squeezed himself into the room. Aren't you the guides? Now that the zombies are on our tail, what do you propose we do? Xu Mingda inquired, surveying the situation within the room. The space was dimly lit by a gauzy lamp. In the faint light, Xu Mingda was astonished to see a long-haired woman glaring at him. So you truly are a woman? He recognized her as the masked youth. You attracted the zombies. She glowered at Xu Mingda before pulling a mask over her face. How can you blame me for that? Xu Mingda scrutinized the young woman disguised as a man. There is no time for this now. We must leave, the young woman said, heading towards the balcony. Xu Mingda observed a rope that had been inexplicably strung across the balcony, with its other end draped over the window of a nearby unit. It appeared they intended to execute an aerial maneuver, transferring from one unit to another in a bid to evade the zombies. Wait, this approach is unwise, Xu Mingda quietly interjected. Huh? The young woman turned back, her expression one of surprise, seemingly perplexed by his audacity to offer her unsolicited advice. At that moment, a zombie's head suddenly emerged from the adjacent balcony, casting its gaze in their direction. The young woman gasped, attempting to untie the rope to prevent the zombie from crossing over. However, the creature seemed to anticipate her intentions, shrieking at her while skillfully climbing along the rope towards their side. Behind it, several more zombies appeared, grasping the rope and attempting to ascend. Chapter 248. The masked young woman felt a surge of anxiety as she noticed the zombie attempting to traverse the rope bridge she had constructed. In her haste, she only compounded her errors. Her attempt to dismantle the bridge failed due to the zombie clinging to it from the other side. At that moment, Hanli rushed forward, seizing the masked woman and swinging a large cleaver that severed the rope. The zombie, which had been crawling toward the center of the two balconies, plummeted with a resounding crash. Outside the door, the zombies had realized there were occupants within the house and began to pound against the entrance. Although the security door was robust, it was unlikely that the zombies could breach it without the aid of substantial tools. Their corporeal strength alone would not suffice. Yet, these zombies were akin to a pack of wolves. Upon spotting their prey, they would relentlessly pursue and remain at the threshold, waiting for the occupants to succumb to hunger and thirst and attempt a desperate escape, at which point they would strike. Hey, aren't you the captain? Make a decision, Hanli taunted as he observed the fear etched on the faces of the masked woman and her two companions. Foolish. If it weren't for you drawing the zombies here, we would still have some chance. The masked woman retorted angrily, then leaned over the balcony to gauge the situation outside. Having revealed her femininity, she no longer felt the need to disguise her voice with a voice modulator, though her tone remained deep and robust. At that moment, zombies were crowded on both adjacent balconies, peering over toward them. Some were extending their bodies and reaching out their arms, testing the distance to their balcony, ready to climb over. Although their grotesque forms were obscured by the darkness, the sounds they emitted betrayed their ravenous desire for human flesh. Her two companions anxiously glanced toward the back window, evidently concerned that zombies might crawl in through there. Is it problematic for us to hide here? Xu Mingda inquired. His reluctance to leave stemmed from Zhang Jiqiang's injured foot. If they attempted a hasty escape, he feared his companion would be left behind. We have already become their targets. If they cannot take us down, they will summon more zombies. The masked woman shot Xu Mingda an irritated glare, tightening her grip on the baseball bat. With a sudden, forceful swing, she struck a zombie that was attempting to leap onto the balcony, sending it crashing to the ground below. Chow, this won't do. Xu Mingda lamented, feeling a sense of despair. He regretted his earlier conflict with the masked woman. Otherwise, he would have already led his companions to safety on the 4th floor. However, he understood that regret was a fruitless endeavor in this world. Moreover, as a seeker of wisdom, he recognized the inherent rationale of existence. His presence on the 6th floor indicated a fateful connection with the three individuals. Hanli, search for any gas canisters or explosive materials, Xu Mingda urged. Hurry, find something useful. Hanli called out to Meng Dong, and the two began to rummage through the kitchen. There's no need to look. All the gas canisters have been taken, a local young man interjected. Is there anything to ignite? Xu Mingda furrowed his brow. He needed to swiftly create a passage to the 4th floor. However, the conventional approach of confronting the zombies head-on was not advisable. The current predicament resembled a notification from the neighborhood office, warning that a pack of lions and tigers had suddenly escaped from the zoo. These ferocious beasts, having been neglected, were now prowling the community in search of sustenance, urging residents to remain indoors while an authority figure dealt with the situation, advising against venturing outside, particularly now, with those lions and tigers lurking just outside the door. No one would be foolish enough to step out unarmed to buy groceries. What are you planning to do? The masked young woman curiously glanced back at Xu Mingda. Those zombies should fear fire or smoke. If we can reach the 4th floor, I have a way to lead you to safety, Xu Mingda declared. Chapter 249. The fireworks are useless. Throw him out. Perhaps it will buy us some time. The masked woman cast a glance at Zhang Jiqiang and declared, Chow, I will first toss you, neither man nor woman, out. Zhang Jiqiang, realizing her intent to use him as bait for the zombies, erupted in anger. Humph. Dragging along a bleeding, lame person will only attract more zombies to pursue us. The masked woman paid no heed to Zhang Jiqiang, her gaze fixed intently on Xu Mingda. To her, Zhang Jiqiang had lost all value, rendered utterly useless. At this juncture, feeding him to the zombies would merely exploit his final worth. Any captain leading a team to scavenge for supplies would act similarly. Furthermore, those venturing out for resources would invariably sign a life-and-death contract. Thus, she found no need for explanation. She hoped Xu Mingda would make a swift decision, for the zombies were already devising ways to leap through the windows into their midst. No, he is my brother. I will not lose even one of my brothers, Xu Mingda declared solemnly and resolutely. In truth, Xu Mingda was akin to Liu Bei, striving to win hearts and minds. He hoped that through his unwavering loyalty, he could sway the masked woman and her companions, ultimately leading them out of danger. Little did he know, the masked woman remained unmoved. Then you shall accompany him to feed the zombies, she retorted coldly. However, the other two young men appeared somewhat touched. Undoubtedly, the most affected was Zhang Jiqiang. Hearing Xu Mingda's fierce defense of him, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother, I have become a burden. Do not concern yourself with me. If you can escape, go ahead. I will stay behind. What nonsense. Is that what kind of brother you are? Hanli interjected. He had gathered some cotton clothing and scrap paper, and had broken a mop, intending to bind the materials to the mop handle to create a torch later. At that moment, a piercing screech suddenly echoed through the courtyard. The masked woman's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The zombie king has arrived. One of the young men trembled. Xu Mingda's demeanor abruptly changed as he hastened to the balcony and peered down. At that moment, a new horde of zombies had inexplicably amassed in the courtyard, numbering only a few dozen, yet their presence was formidable. As they emerged, the previously lively zombies became subdued, frozen in fear. What the hell? Xu Mingda exclaimed internally, astonished. He had long anticipated that zombies were not as foolish as they seemed, but would gradually evolve. Otherwise, if all hosts perished, the virus would cease to spread. He surmised that the next generation of zombies would embody traits of both humans and zombies, possessing human intellect alongside superhuman physical capabilities. Yet, he never imagined this theory would manifest into reality. At that moment, a humanoid zombie, surrounded by a throng of lesser zombies, approached the building where they resided, gazing upward towards the 6th floor. Despite it being the dead of night, only a few stars and a crescent moon cast a cold, silvery light upon the scene. Yet Xu Mingda felt that the gaze of the zombie seemed capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space, fixating upon him and sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be that this zombie king had singled me out? What peculiar powers does it possess? Xu Mingda turned to inquire of the masked woman. At that moment, she had already lost her spirit, her eyes reflecting a void of despair. I do not know, she lamented, but I am aware that fewer than 10 individuals have managed to escape from the clutches of such a zombie king. Chapter 250. Upon hearing the formidable reputation of the Corpse King, Xu Mingda found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Could it be that his illustrious life was destined to meet its end here? While the loss of his fame would be regrettable, he fervently hoped to preserve his life. At that moment, Han Li and the others, upon learning of the Corpse King's might, also grew anxious, hastily drawing their firearms. We cannot use our guns. Do you wish to summon every zombie in the city? The masked woman hissed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, my life is nearly forfeit anyway. I might as well take a few down with me and save one bullet for myself. Ming Dong wailed in despair. Zheng Jiqiang sat despondently in a corner, glancing furtively at the masked woman and Xu Mingda. Since you are at a loss as well, why not heed my counsel? Xu Mingda proposed. The masked woman remained silent, realizing that squabbling over leadership at this juncture was utterly futile. The other two young men looked at Xu Mingda with hopeful anticipation, yearning for a glimmer of hope. But let us agree, if I manage to lead you out, you must take me to the quarantine zone. Xu Mingda seized the opportunity to negotiate. Jinjie. The two young men, noticing the masked woman's silence, anxiously sought to gauge her response. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, the masked woman coldly nodded. By the way, what is your name? We need to coordinate during the operation. Xu Mingda inquired. Chen Xiang, the masked woman replied, her brow furrowing as she uttered her name. Oh, a lovely name, Xu Mingda remarked, wrinkling his nose as if to catch a hint of the woman's perfume. The masked woman stepped aside, casting a disdainful glance at him. Xu Mingda chuckled silently to himself, well aware that Chen Xiang and her companions had doused themselves with the foul-smelling fluid of the dead to mask their scent. The repugnant odor was far from pleasant. He merely wished to lighten the atmosphere. Since Chen Xiang did not appreciate his jest, he disregarded her reaction and leaned out over the balcony, eager to discern the intentions of the Corpse King and the nature of its threat. However, Xu Mingda was startled to discover that the Corpse King, who had previously stood below gazing upward, had suddenly vanished, along with the dozen or so followers it commanded. A chill ran down Xu Mingda's spine. Where had the Corpse King gone? Just then, a loud thud resonated from above. Xu Mingda glanced upward and witnessed a few zombies, resembling monkeys attempting to grasp the moon, clinging to one another's legs, plummeting from the rooftop, intent on breaching the 6th floor balcony. When he had peered below moments earlier, the zombies had desperately tried to seize him, but their reach had fallen short. The human ladder swayed, crashing against the glass. Xu Mingda quickly withdrew his head, realizing that this refuge could not be held indefinitely. Given the relentless onslaught, it was only a matter of time before their sanctuary was breached. The paramount concern now was to navigate towards the exit he had calculated. Chapter 251. Though Xu Mingda was uncertain of the efficacy of his plan, he had no choice but to treat this desperate situation with a semblance of hope. Han Li, ignite the torch and drive back the zombies at the entrance. Ming Dong, you and Chen Xiang will cover our rear. You too, he gestured towards a pair of comrades. Assist Zheng Jiqiang in the center. Remember, we will descend continuously until we reach the 4th floor. Then we will enter. Do not miscalculate the floors. Xu Mingda turned to address the individuals within the room. Although Chen Xiang and the others felt that such an endeavor was perilously reckless, and were perplexed as to why Xu Mingda insisted on leading them to the 4th floor, they recognized the futility of remaining behind. Waiting here only meant certain death. Thus, they acquiesced and prepared themselves. Han Li lit the torch, then shouted boldly as he forcefully thrust open the door, thrusting the torch outward with fervor. To their surprise, only 2 zombies awaited them outside. With a vigorous push from Han Li and Xu Mingda, the creatures were sent staggering aside. Their swift and decisive actions soon rendered the 2 gatekeepers lifeless. It turned out that the zombies, thwarted by the sturdy security door, had been unable to breach it, leaving only these 2 to feign menace while the others sought weaker points through windows or balconies. Quickly, follow me, Xu Mingda exclaimed, invigorated by their initial success. Calling out to his companions behind him, Han Li led the way, with Xu Mingda at his heels, and they raced down the staircase. The zombies on the rooftop, hearing the commotion in the corridor below, realized Xu Mingda and his group were attempting to escape and began to descend in pursuit. However, Xu Mingda and his companions managed to reach the 4th floor, closing the security door behind them. Isn't this just the same? Qin Xiang voiced her frustration upon seeing Xu Mingda lead them into another residence on the 4th floor. How can it be the same? Just moments ago. We were in the West Hall, now we find ourselves in the main hall. Xu Mingda replied earnestly. Qin Xiang, exasperated by Xu Mingda's flimsy reasoning, chose to remain silent. Hey, big brother, there's a hole here. Han Li exclaimed from within one of the rooms. What hole? Xu Mingda inquired, hastily crossing over. He discovered a dark cavity, more than half a meter high, concealed behind a wardrobe. Han Li cautiously extended the torch into the darkness, where the flames flickered as if leading to an abyss. How could there be a secret passage in this building? Xu Mingda pondered. At that moment, Zhang Jiqiang, who was guarding the door, suddenly cried out. Shortly thereafter, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. The sturdy security door was abruptly pierced by a sharp claw, creating several translucent holes. Outside, the enraged roars of the zombies sent shivers down their spines. The formidable door seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Quick, into the hole! Xu Mingda urged without further contemplation, beckoning Han Li to lead the way with the torch as they all scrambled into the mysterious opening. This passage, whether a vent or something else entirely, appeared to connect the upper and lower levels seamlessly. After crawling a few meters, Han Li suddenly turned to Xu Mingda, saying, Boss, there's an exit here. Xu Mingda crawled over to see a bright opening that appeared to be only a few meters from the ground, leading directly to a courtyard below. Ah, this truly is an escape route. Xu Mingda felt a surge of joy within. Quick, exit from here and leap into that yard. He shouted to those behind him. At that moment, the sound of the security door of that house being violently torn down echoed in the air, as a horde of zombies surged in. Although Xu Mingda and his companions had managed to slip into the dark tunnel, their safety was by no means assured. This tunnel lacked a door, allowing the undead to infiltrate as well. Moreover, these inhuman creatures surely possessed a swiftness that surpassed human agility. Thus, despite the uncertainty of what lay within that yard and whether it could truly offer refuge, Xu Mingda urged his subordinates to hasten their climb. They had to act swiftly. At this juncture, Han Li stood at the opening of the outer wall and leaped towards the tree in the yard. His martial arts training granted him a nimbleness and grace. With a resounding rustle, he landed on a branch and adeptly grasped the trunk. Chapter 252. Tie the rope. Xu Mingda shouted. Han Li responded and secured one end of the rope, which Xu Mingda had previously wrapped around his waist, to the trunk of a tree. Xu Mingda tugged on the rope, finding it sturdy, then instructed someone to fasten the other end to a protruding rebar in the hole. He took the lead, sliding along the rope towards the towering tree, followed closely by Qin Xiang. Be careful, Xu Mingda cautioned as he perched on a tree branch, catching Qin Xiang in his arms. Although he seized the opportunity to pinch her a couple of times while assisting her down the trunk, Qin Xiang said nothing in protest. Grateful for the rope, she realized that without it, she would never have dared to leap from the 3rd floor to the tree, several meters away from the staircase. By the time the two youths responsible for trailing behind had slid down, the zombies had already pursued them. Observing the undead attempting to ascend the rope, Han Li swung his blade, severing the rope. The zombies lost their balance and tumbled down. The remaining zombies at the entrance of the dark passage cried out in frustration, unable to leap over. Seeing this, Xu Mingda finally felt at ease enough to glide down to the ground, landing in a courtyard. This courtyard appeared to belong to the community's pump house, featuring a tall single-story building, surrounded by walls, and fortified by a sturdy iron gate. The yard was cluttered with scrap and debris, likely collected by the personnel overseeing the pump house. The community was without electricity, and the pump house was equally dark. The main entrance consisted of 2 large, brick-red iron doors, flanked by narrow windows that oddly resembled those of a shrine. Xu Mingda was uncertain what made this building special. It was, after all, his lifeline. After Qin Xiang landed, she surveyed the courtyard, asking sternly, Why did you bring us here? This is a secret, Xu Mingda replied. In truth, he was just as clueless about the purpose of their arrival, let alone how to explain it to Qin Xiang and the others. At that moment, the zombies from above began to descend, surrounding the area. They clung to the outer walls, peering in while drooling, like ravenous dogs awaiting their next meal. Feeling akin to caged animals, Xu Mingda and his companions grew anxious. Brother, let's go inside to take cover, one suggested. Indeed, these walls offer no protection against the zombies. Han Li and Zhang Jiqiang echoed their concerns. Although they had successfully escaped the upper floor, the ground was teeming with zombies, leaving them with no means of escape. Moreover, the whereabouts of the zombie king remained unknown, along with the potential ferocity it might exhibit. Xu Mingda recognized that the 1-meter-high wall could not deter the zombies. Yet, he found it peculiar that the zombies, despite their apparent hunger, only gazed longingly at the iron railing, unwilling to leap over and seize their prey. What were these zombies afraid of? Xu Mingda pondered curiously. At that moment, The door of the pump house suddenly swung open, and a figure emerged. With all this noise, how can anyone get any sleep? The man lamented with a voice full of grievances. Astonishingly, upon hearing him, the zombies fell silent, no longer daring to utter a sound. Chapter 253. Xu Mingda was perplexed as to how such a dilapidated courtyard could fend off zombies. At that moment, an elderly man with grizzled hair emerged from the pump room, wielding a flashlight and illuminating the individuals in the yard. He grumbled with irritation, "Why are you all here? Get out of my home." Xu Mingda observed, to his astonishment, that upon the old man's loud exclamation, the zombies actually recoiled, closing their mouths as though struck by fear. He could not help but admire the extraordinary ability of this man to subdue the undead amidst the apocalypse. "Sir, we were chased here by these zombies." Xu Mingda hastily stepped forward, pulling out a cigarette in an attempt to offer the old man one. "I don't care who you are. Just leave. This is my home." The old man shouted back, his shoulders raised in defiance. "Be cautious with your words. Do you know who he is?" Hanli interjected, alarmed that the old man dared to yell at Xu Mingda. "I don't care who he is. No one is allowed here. Get out." The elderly man kicked Hanli sharply, glaring fiercely. "Are you serious? You dare kick me again?" Hanli exclaimed, feeling irate. Yet, he quickly realized that offending this old man might not be wise, so he circled around him while clutching his rear. "I'll not only kick you, but I'll also hit you." The old man swung his flashlight menacingly at Hanli's head. At that moment, a low growl erupted from outside the courtyard. "The Zombie King!" Xinxiang exclaimed in horror. The old man halted, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern, as he too heard the fearsome roar. "Enough is enough. You've already frightened away everyone in this community. Where am I supposed to go to collect scrap now? Who will I sell it to?" The old man muttered to himself in resignation. Unexpectedly, his words drew a response. The Zombie King let out a chilling roar, causing all the zombies gathered outside the walls to turn and retreat into the darkness. This turn of events was utterly astonishing. Even Xu Mingda struggled to comprehend the occurrence. "They're leaving. Why are you still here? Quickly, go. Don't come running back here," the old man said, then hunched over and made his way back into the pump room. His tone was laden with a sense of weariness and desolation. "Let us go. It's safe outside." Xu Mingda watched as the old man entered the building and securely closed the heavy iron doors, feeling a mix of emotions he could not articulate. However, he had finally escaped the jaws of death, eluding the grasp of the zombies. At that moment, Xinxiang's curiosity about Xu Mingda piqued. She had never expected that the problem she could not solve would be effortlessly resolved by him. To express her respect, she decided to take him to Isolation Station No. 3 immediately. "Boss, who is that old man?" Zheng Jiqiang limped forward, unable to suppress his curiosity. Xu Mingda remained silent. "Your grandpa," Meng Dong chimed in. "Your grandpa," Zheng Jiqiang echoed back. A moment of silence ensued among the group. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at the entrance of an expansive luxury residential community. The grand gate stood tall, yet it was sealed with bricks and stones, leaving only a small door ajar. The surrounding buildings lining the street had their doors and windows bricked up, resembling a towering wall several meters high. A sense of foreboding enveloped Xu Mingda's heart. Chapter 254. After enduring the trials within the dilapidated community, Xu Mingda's fascination with the art of Qimendunjia had reached its zenith. Fortunately, his master, the Venerable Lu, had imparted all his knowledge to him, leaving only the gradual unlocking of mysteries for Xu Mingda to undertake. Thus, this seemingly enigmatic mastery posed no challenge for him. Observing the state of isolation point number 3, he instinctively began to apply his understanding of feng shui to assess the area. To his astonishment, he discovered that this isolation station was situated on a site of ill fortune. Did the developers not consult a knowledgeable person during its establishment? Xu Mingda pondered. Yet, he soon realized that the feng shui of this place had not always been so. It was once vibrant and open. Now, however, all the energy channels had been sealed off by concrete, transforming the expansive community into a veritable necropolis. "What?" Xinxiang, noticing Xu Mingda murmuring to himself about isolation point number 3, looked at him in confusion. "I mean, it resembles a graveyard, a place for the deceased," Xu Mingda emphasized. Xinxiang did not dispute his words. Instead, she gazed thoughtfully at isolation point number 3, having previously heard similar sentiments expressed by others, though she had paid them little heed at the time. After all, there were only a few places in the city that could sustain normal human life, and the individuals at each isolation point were restricted from mingling, ostensibly to prevent viral transmission, but in reality to hinder the exchange of information among the ordinary survivors. Now that Xu Mingda had broached this subject again, Xinxiang felt a stirring within her. After all, he had just rescued her from a dire situation, granting her a second chance at life. Meanwhile, her two companions had already struck up a lively rapport with Zheng Jiqiang. "Let me tell you," Sticking with our leader guarantees you a life of luxury, Zheng Jiqiang boasted unabashedly. The two young men, inspired by his confidence, privately resolved to accompany Xu Mingda on their next scavenging expedition. After all, they perceived that the seemingly experienced Chen Xiang had been overshadowed by Xu Mingda, whose group evidently possessed greater skills and bolder approaches. The two young men were named Yang Guixian and Dong Huanwu. Captain Chen, while the doors remained closed, why not speak with their leader and suggest that we join them for future resource hunts? They implored quietly, pulling Chen Xiang aside. You may follow whoever you wish, but do not involve me, Chen Xiang replied coldly. Previously, she had ventured out with Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing several times to scavenge resources, returning successfully each time. The prospect of these two abandoning her for Xu Mingda left her feeling unsettled. Sister Chen, we're doing this for your own good. After all, resource gathering is becoming increasingly difficult. Many have aligned themselves with Ma Chao and He Tao's groups, Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing urged. Their initial motivation for teaming up with Chen Xiang was fueled by a budding infatuation, hoping to cultivate a romantic relationship through this shared experience. However, Chen Xiang remained indifferent to their advances. In these apocalyptic times, superficial charm held little value. As long as one can procure supplies and evade or eliminate zombies, they become the most sought-after individual among women. Regardless of their appearance or age, such a person may attract numerous admirers. Chen Xiang did not disregard Xu Mingda. In fact, she was captivated by his generous spirit when he willingly relinquished the supermarket to her and her companions, allowing them to take whatever supplies they desired. At that time, her feelings toward him were merely neutral, as Xu Mingda had yet to display any remarkable qualities. Within the isolation station, there were hundreds of teams collecting supplies on a similar scale to Xu Mingda's, and their leaders were generally as adept at navigating the circumstances. However, following the recent encounter, Xu Mingda's unwavering commitment to his teammates, his astute judgment of the situation, and his strategic choices for survival made Chen Xiang perceive a potential for his development. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to submit herself to Xu Mingda solely based on these attributes. She was a girl with aspirations. She understood that if a woman chose to remain a mere ornament, her existence would likely be fleeting, lasting only a few months or a year at most, as men would soon grow weary and trade them for other women. When faced with illness or abandonment, even the most ordinary woman would find herself in dire straits. The consequences could be devastating. Therefore, she resolved to establish a team through her own efforts, no longer relying on men for sustenance. Yet now, her teammates had begun to express disdain towards her. If no one is willing to form a team, then I shall seek supplies on my own. After all, I must learn to survive independently of men, she vowed silently. Chapter 255. In truth, Chen Xiang was perhaps overthinking. Xu Mingda had no intentions towards her whatsoever. His presence here was solely to seek out Zhao Wenxuan, who embodied the characteristics and genetics of both zombie and human, making him an extraordinarily valuable specimen. As for Chen Xiang, a survivor such as herself could at most serve as a mere ordinary team member on Ganjingzi Island. Thus, utilizing her as a guide to locate Zhao Wenxuan was Xu Mingda's true objective. Regarding his casual flirtation with Chen Xiang, that was merely part of his routine. Truth be told, if Xu Mingda had the time, he would not be able to resist the company of women for an entire night. Of course, should Chen Xiang propose to accompany him, he would not refuse. Xu Mingda was not particularly discerning, having previously absorbed individuals like Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, who had attempted to assassinate him, into his fold. His requirements for subordinates were quite lenient. However, he was not indiscriminate in his selections. For instance, he found it challenging to accept the couple Fu Biao and his wife, regarding them more as tools than trustworthy allies. As for Chen Xiang, he was still gauging her character. Nevertheless, she displayed a certain audacity and was quite pleasing to the eye. If she accompanied him and provided some emotional value, that would suffice. Thus, when he overheard Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing whispering about joining his search team, Xu Mingda merely smiled faintly, not extending any invitation. At this moment, the sun had risen, dispelling the gloom of the previous night. Although the streets lay in disarray and the entire city resembled a silent graveyard, Xu Mingda rallied his spirits, preparing to explore the refugee shelters on this continent. As dawn broke, Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing ceased their earlier discussions, bringing their supplies and following Chen Xiang as they approached the quarantine point. They had successfully gathered an entire box of supplies, totaling 4 items. Along with the 2 items of food they had paid as a guide fee to Xu Mingda. In total, they possessed 6 goods, which could be exchanged for numerous merit points and ample food supplies, securing at least a week's worth of provisions for themselves and their families. Their excitement was palpable. Naturally, as the team leader, Chen Xiang would take the larger share. Upon Chen Xiang ringing the doorbell, A head peeked out from the top of the quarantine point's gate. Back so soon? The guard yawned, somewhat displeased. Stop the chatter. Open the door. Qin Xiang replied curtly. Who are those people? The guard scrutinized them, noting they did not appear to belong to their quarantine point. Noticing Qin Xiang's lack of social awareness, the guard's expression hardened. They are our friends. Reliable individuals who helped us procure supplies. Qin Xiang glanced at Xu Mingda before addressing the guard. That won't do, just because you say they're reliable. Does that make it so? The higher-ups have stated that without special circumstances, no outsiders are permitted near the quarantine point. This is not my rule. The guard retorted with a sarcastic tone. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Qin Xiang's tone shifted as she glared at the guard. Don't speak nonsense. We are merely adhering to regulations. Is it really that hard for you? What do I gain from making it difficult for you? The guard scoffed, preparing to withdraw his head. Hey, brother, we truly have special circumstances. Could you possibly make an exception? Xu Mingda was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar circumstances at the quarantine station. In his mind, he had envisioned a fortress-like setting, heavily fortified with various surveillance measures. Reminiscent of a prison. The difference being that a prison aims to prevent inmates from escaping, while a quarantine station is intended to keep the outside zombies at bay. However, to his astonishment, this expansive quarantine area was manned by merely one guard at the entrance, who appeared rather greedy. Yet, this might merely be a fade. The neighborhood was surrounded by towering buildings, soaring several stories high, with all windows and doors sealed tight, making it indeed impossible for zombies to ascend. It was likely that there were surveillance devices in place, and should a zombie attempt to breach the entrance, assistance would likely arrive. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang was rather inept in matters of social interaction, leaving Xu Mingda stranded outside, unable to gain entry. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He called out to the guard on duty while tossing a pack of cigarettes upwards. Wait a moment. I shall inform our captain. Upon seeing an entire box of Furong Wang, the guard's delight was palpable. Moments later, the guard's head reappeared from above. Brother, our captain wishes to know where you hail from. Dongshan. Xu Mingda replied with candor. Upon hearing Dongshan, the guard turned to relay the information to those inside. Chapter 256. Oh dear, that's not possible. Our captain has just received orders. Due to the current mutations among the zombies, some of them are nearly indistinguishable from humans. So ordinary people are not allowed into our quarantine area, the guard at the gate said apologetically, yet he showed no intention of returning the cigarette to Xu Mingda. You manage this place quite strictly. That's commendable, Xu Mingda remarked, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a cold smirk. Brother, this is all beyond our control. Please understand. The guard, noting Xu Mingda's authoritative tone and the formidable presence of those accompanying him, offered a forced smile. Where's your captain? Have him speak with me. Xu Mingda stated nonchalantly. Our captain. He's currently resting. The guard glanced back toward the interior. Then you should consult your quarantine station's supervisor and inform him that a departmental leader from Dongshan Port wishes to conduct business, but has been obstructed and turned away by your personnel. Xu Mingda's tone grew increasingly impatient. Who? Wait, I will go down at once. At that moment, another head poked out from the building, peering down before speaking. Upon hearing Xu Mingda claim to be a departmental leader, Qin Xiang and the other two young individuals were taken aback, their gazes towards Xu Mingda now filled with admiration and respect. Despite the apocalypse, it appeared that the significance of status had not diminished on this continent. Xu Mingda mused, simultaneously contemplating his next course of action. A moment later, the gate creaked open, revealing two heads. May I ask which one of you is the director? One of them, adorned with 3 stripes, inquired. That would be me, Xu Mingda replied, casually presenting his commendation certificate. Upon seeing the document, the guard captain noted the position and rank inscribed upon it. He hastily returned the certificate to Xu Mingda. Standing at attention and saluting, what brings you, Captain Xu, to our facility? I shall report to our quarantine station's leadership. You are the personnel responsible for guarding the quarantine area? Xu Mingda observed the 2 men, whose faces bore a disheveled look, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Yes, Captain Xu. Most of our personnel have been reassigned elsewhere, so currently, we are the only small team guarding the gate. One of the guards holding a cigarette responded. Oh, very well. Inform your superior that I am from the Dongshan quarantine point and wish to meet him for an exchange of knowledge. If he is unavailable, there's no need to trouble him. You may simply show me around, Xu Mingda said, casting a knowing glance at Hanli. Understanding. Hanli discreetly slipped several packs of instant food into the hands of the 2 guards. Oh, Captain Xu, you are too generous. I will notify our leader right away. The 2 men nodded eagerly, accepting the offerings, and retreated back inside, shutting the door with a resounding clang. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that this place is rather dubious, Han Li remarked disdainfully. Xinxiang, how long have you been here at this quarantine point? How many people are inside, and what is the situation like? Xu Mingda asked, bemused. I reside here. This community previously housed over 10,000 households. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, our homeowners committee and the property management leaders sealed off the area, she explained. At that time, many homeowners were filled with indignation. Yet it has since been proven that their concerns were well-founded. Subsequently, as the authorities observed that our area had not succumbed to the zombie virus, they dispatched personnel to designate us as a quarantine pilot zone. This is the origin of the third quarantine point. However, it is perplexing that the population within the community has dwindled significantly. Previously, tens of thousands resided here, yet now it appears that less than a tenth remain. In light of the increasing desolation, the higher-ups withdrew their personnel as well. It is likely that the majority of those who ventured out in search of sustenance have not returned, while many within the community, too fearful to venture outside, have perished from hunger. Nevertheless, it seems no one truly cares about this matter. Xinxiang remarked. Oh, is that so? Xu Mingda nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He had assumed that this quarantine point was established by the government, unaware that it was a spontaneously formed initiative by the community itself. Goodness. No wonder it seems so informal here. Even the security checkpoint resembles that of a mere guard. It turns out it is indeed managed by the community committee, with actual security personnel overseeing the entrance, Xu Mingda silently critiqued. On one hand, this arrangement has its merits. The absence of high-ranking officials in management allows someone of his deputy director rank to exert influence over the local administrators. On the other hand, the lack of official oversight likely results in disarray and chaos. Xinxiang, being a woman and relatively inexperienced, is unlikely to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Yet, she may soon confront the darker aspects of humanity. As for the dwindling numbers at the quarantine point, Xu Mingda found it suspicious. However, since he was there to seek Zhao Wenquan, he had no interest in intervening. If Xinxiang were unwilling to remain, he could simply take her and the others with him to Ganjingzi Island when he departed. Just as Xu Mingda contemplated this, the iron gate creaked open, revealing several individuals emerging from within. Chapter 257. Xu Mingda found himself disenchanted by the vacuous platitudes regarding the ozone layer that the station chief, Mr. Wang, was spouting. It seemed a frivolous waste of time. Captain Xu, if you have no further matters to discuss, I shall not keep you, he said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Mr. Wang, catching the undertone of Xu Mingda's remark, grew cold and chuckled lightly. Very well, Mr. Wang. You are undoubtedly busy with your myriad responsibilities, Xu Mingda replied. Oh, by the way, have there been any outsiders visiting our community in the past couple of days? He inquired. Ask the head of security, he will have that information, Mr. Wang retorted, clearly wishing to disengage from the conversation. Xu Mingda acknowledged with a grunt and proceeded to find the head of security. At that moment, Xinxiang had just finished exchanging the supply she had brought back, clutching a small bag of rice as she prepared to head home. Upon seeing Xu Mingda emerge, she hesitated briefly before deciding to wait. If you have time, you are welcome to visit my home, she offered. Certainly, I will make a point to visit. Xu Mingda replied before searching for the head of security who had previously guided him. Ah, there were a few outsiders, but we turned them away. It's a directive from above. The head of security gestured vaguely upwards. Xu Mingda nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, the residents had greeted him with warmth due to his generous demeanor, but as he began to inquire further, their enthusiasm waned, no longer perceiving him as an authoritative figure. Human nature is indeed pragmatic, particularly in these apocalyptic times. Brother, since Zhao Wenquan is not here, we should return swiftly while there is still light, Han Li suggested. Shaken by the previous night's experiences, the city's complexities seemed daunting. He yearned for the safety of Ganjingzi Island, where there were no undead monarchs and opportunities for indulgence were plentiful, far superior to their current predicament. Patience, we have come this far. We ought to gather more information. Xu Mingda responded. He had also noted the unusual lack of movement within the expansive community. According to Mr. Wang, there had been a significant exodus, with the population dwindling to merely 1/10 of its original size. Logically, one would assume that within a quarantine zone, people would find solace in remaining. Yet the question loomed, why were they choosing to leave? Where would they go? Moreover, could the meager supplies collected by individuals like Xinxiang sustain the remaining inhabitants? How were these resources distributed? Xu Mingda's curiosity deepened, tinged with suspicion about the community's true nature. At that moment, he spotted a group approaching them. The individuals brandished clubs and knives, their demeanor suggesting hostility. Han Li, we must leave. Let us head to Xinxiang, Xu Mingda warned, alert to the potential threat. The residents were not zombies, and indiscriminate violence was unwarranted, but if these individuals sought to confront them, they were heavily outnumbered. Perhaps these were the very people Mr. Wang had summoned to expel them. Yet, Xu Mingda sensed that there were too many unanswered questions within this community, where honesty was a rare commodity. Thus, he hesitated to depart. He felt he could only rely on Chun Xiang for the time being. Xu Mingda was quick-witted, just as he resolved to leave. The group spotted them. The leader pointed a cleaver in their direction and charged forward. Han Li, preparing to draw his weapon, was restrained by Xu Mingda's hand. A true hero does not suffer from immediate setbacks. We shall employ the 36 stratagems, with retreat being the best option. Run swiftly, Xu Mingda shouted, leading his 3 subordinates towards the building where Chun Xiang resided. Halt! Do not flee. You, stand right there. I shall strike you down. Behind Xu Mingda, a group of 20 to 30 robust young men armed with various implements pursued them. Fortunately, Xu Mingda was fleet of foot, and with a burst of energy, he dashed to the foot of Chun Xiang's building. However, the entrance door was firmly locked. They tugged at it several times without success. Chun Xiang, open the door. Xu Mingda yelled upwards. At that moment, he experienced an unsettling familiarity, akin to being chased by zombies. Those zombies possess sharp fangs and claws to inflict harm and spread contagion. The individuals pursuing them now seemed even more terrifying. When a person is intent on causing harm, it is the most dreadful prospect. Han Li and Zheng Jiqiang had drawn their firearms, fully prepared to fight to the death. Just then, the entrance door creaked open a crack. Hurry, come inside, Qin Xiang called from within, peering out. Chapter 258. The appearance of Takase Yumi further disrupted my meticulously crafted plans. Anxiously, I aimed my scope at her. The distance of merely a few dozen meters allowed me to observe her with utmost clarity. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her expression resolute, as she crouched low and sprinted towards Vincent. Clad in the uniform of the Imperial Japanese Army, her sudden emergence left the Japanese soldiers momentarily perplexed. They were uncertain about the intentions of this unexpected Japanese woman. Stop! Do not approach, called out a soldier in warning. Yet, Takase Yumi paid no heed. At that moment, a Japanese soldier caught sight of the carbine that she clutched in her hands. She is an American spy, he shouted, raising his weapon to take aim at her. Fortunately, I noticed just in time. I swiftly redirected my gun and fired at the soldier. He collapsed as if his spine had been severed. Takase Yumi was saved, but I had exposed my position. The Japanese soldiers, realizing there was an ambush, promptly concealed themselves and began firing in my direction. Bullets whizzed through the fronds of the palm trees, a typical tactic employed against snipers. While I sought refuge among the palm trees, they offered scant protection against the hail of bullets, leaving me in constant peril of being struck. I watched as Takase Yumi reached Vincent's side, seizing his arm and attempting to hoist him onto her shoulder, striving to carry him away. However, Vincent weighed nearly 200 pounds, and her efforts caused her to collapse beneath his weight. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she summoned her strength once more. Vincent appeared to have surrendered to despair, but her arrival rekindled his courage. With her assistance, he struggled to stand upright, limping toward bunker number 4. The Japanese soldiers quickly took notice of him but refrained from firing, opting instead to capture him alive. They discerned from his attire that he was a pilot, an officer of the American forces, and capturing him would yield invaluable intelligence. They shouted excitedly, emerging from their hiding places, brandishing rifles equipped with bayonets as they charged at Vincent. In that moment, Vincent displayed extraordinary valor. He forcefully pushed Takase Yumi aside and seized a machine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing soldiers. The first 2 assailants fell to the ground, struck by his fire. In response, the remaining soldiers, infuriated, opened fire on Vincent. He was instantly hit multiple times, staggering as he dropped the machine gun from his grasp. Fortunately for him, the Japanese aimed to capture him alive, and thus did not strike any fatal blows. Takase Yumi clung to him tightly, striving to guide him to safety. She shouted loudly, signaling to the Japanese soldiers to cease firing, declaring that Vincent was a wounded man, rendered incapable of combat. However, a bullet struck her. Her body jolted, and she cast a bewildered glance in my direction before slowly collapsing to the ground. As I witnessed Takase Yumi fall, my heart felt as though it too had been pierced by a bullet. I could not restrain a cry of anguish, as if this was the only means to alleviate the indescribable pain coursing through me. At this moment, the Japanese forces had surrounded Vincent and Yumi Takase, who had been shot, and were attempting to capture them. Additionally, the troops were advancing towards my hiding place, firing their weapons as they approached. Seemingly having ascertained my general location, I realized that I could no longer afford to wait. Otherwise, we would be utterly defeated by these soldiers. Taking advantage of the fact that they had yet to pinpoint my exact location, I took aim at the delayed detonation mechanism of the bomb and fired a shot. Although my first shot struck the bomb, the darkness of the night and my weariness from the loss of Takes prevented me from hitting the detonator. The Japanese soldiers, having discerned my hiding spot from the direction of my gunfire, were now closing in on me. Chapter 259. Xu Mingda was taken aback by the events unfolding at the quarantine station. Boss, could it be that this quarantine point has connections to the outside? Otherwise, how could so many people have gone missing? Zhang Jiqiang inquired. Ah, you've noticed it too? Xu Mingda chuckled. His suspicions about the station master, surnamed Cheng, and the existence of the zombie king deepened. Given the feeble security measures at the quarantine point, it was inconceivable that they could withstand a zombie assault, especially with the presence of such a formidable entity as the zombie king. Reaching the third quarantine point would be a matter of mere moments. Yet, curiously, the third quarantine point remained intact, with a few security guards managing to keep the horde at bay outside the gates. While the residents of the quarantine area might remain oblivious, the onlookers were acutely aware. Even Zhang Jiqiang could sense that something was amiss. The only plausible explanation was that the station master, Cheng, had struck a clandestine agreement with the zombies, occasionally sacrificing residents from the community as sustenance in exchange for the zombie king's protection from attacks. Within the ranks of the undead, there were evolved beings of the zombie king caliber, capable of discerning between mere satiation and perpetual abundance. Once a thriving community of over 30,000, the quarantine point now housed a mere 3,000 to 4,000 souls. It was evident that hundreds were being transported daily, serving as food for the zombies. Qin Xiang's expression darkened upon hearing this revelation. Initially, she had viewed her forays for supplies as a noble endeavor, but now she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. The tens of thousands within the community had been duped. The materials collected by their exploratory teams were likely reserved solely for the likes of Station Master Cheng and the upper echelons, never intended for the common folk. I will seek out Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixie to inform the other supply-seeking teams. I cannot believe they would remain silent, she declared. Calm down. You and your group should refrain from drawing attention, Xu Mingda advised. Furthermore, to substantiate this matter, we must locate Zhao Wenxuan. I believe he is more likely to know the truth. Did you hear that? The boss has asked you to help find Zhao Wenxuan. We will handle the rest. Han Li said to Qin Xiang. Understood. Qin Xiang replied, raising her chin defiantly. Despite her strong will and reluctance to play the subordinate, she recognized her limitations as a civilian in this dire situation. Han Li, accompany her, Xu Mingda instructed, having been observing the commotion below. The assailants, on the surface, appeared to have dispersed, yet they had left watchers concealed nearby. The moment Qin Xiang and her group ventured out, these sentinels would signal, prompting Cheng's henchmen to attack. Although Qin Xiang was a homeowner in the community, aligning herself with Xu Mingda had placed her firmly on the station master's blacklist. Boss, then you. Han Li hesitated. I'm fine, Xu Mingda reassured him. You should go as well. He then turned to Meng Dong. Yes, boss, Meng Dong replied promptly. You will split into two groups. They will head east, while you go west. Once outside, one should run as swiftly as possible, then circle back with a thoughtful strategy. Xu Mingda pondered aloud to Meng Dong. Ah, I understand. Meng Dong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xu Mingda intended for him to serve as bait, diverting the attention of those below. Should those individuals focus their efforts on pursuing a single target, they would undoubtedly succeed in their capture. However, if they scattered, they would become bewildered, uncertain of Xu Mingda's true direction. Furthermore, upon descending, Meng Dong and Han Li would inevitably lead to speculations about whether Xu Mingda would also descend. Should their entire focus be directed towards confronting Meng Dong and Han Li, Xu Mingda could seize the opportunity to escape. Thus, Xu Mingda aimed to employ this tactic to distract those below, ensuring the safety of his subordinates. Naturally, he would remain in Qin Xiang's residence, as Zhang Jiqiang's injured foot rendered him incapable of swift movement. Additionally, he would serve as a magnet, continually drawing the firepower of Director Cheng towards himself. Chapter 260, Brother. Am I holding you back? Seeing that Han Li and Meng Dong had descended to carry out their mission, Zhang Jiqiang felt a pang of guilt as he found himself alone with Xu Mingda in the room. Do my legs even have a front and back? He asked hesitantly. Xu Mingda chuckled softly, concealing his amusement, and swiftly drew the curtain shut. A glint of light reflecting off the greenery below alerted him to the presence of someone observing him through binoculars. Boss, whatever you ask of me, I will comply unconditionally, Zhang Jiqiang confessed, unable to decipher Xu Mingda's intentions, feeling increasingly uneasy. Stop overthinking, Xu Mingda replied, his focus shifting as he parted the curtains to glance outside. At that moment, he noticed Qin Xiang and Meng Dong being pursued by several individuals. However, they were still at a safe distance, posing no immediate threat. This indicated that the subordinates sent by Director Chung were fixated on him rather than on Chun Xiang and Meng Dong. Boss, I suspect that the one surnamed Ching may resort to using zombies against us, Zhang Jiqiang speculated. Indeed, I share your concerns, Xu Mingda nodded solemnly. If Director Chang were indeed colluding with the undead, he would undoubtedly eliminate Xu Mingda to prevent his schemes from being unveiled. The most inconspicuous method would be to unleash zombies to devour Xu Mingda, only to later drive them away, thus calming the public's fears. As they conversed, chaos erupted within the community. People screamed in terror and fled in panic. Damn, we guessed correctly. Xu Mingda initially feared that something had befallen Meng Dong and Han Li. However, upon peering out the window, he was dismayed to see an abundance of ravenous zombies within the community. Boss, this is a gated community. The entrance door is quite sturdy. If not for Qin Xiang, we wouldn't have been able to enter either. Zhang Jiqiang still clung to a sliver of hope. At that moment, Xu Mingda observed the entrance door creaking open slightly, as though obstructed by some object, leaving it ajar. We cannot escape this time. Prepare for action, Xu Mingda declared, commencing his search for weaponry. A traitor lurked within the community, leaving Xu Mingda without any illusions. With the entrance door breached, they could only rely on a single door for defense. Yet, many formidable zombies could easily breach a flimsy door with their claws, rendering a steadfast defense futile. It was merely a matter of time before they were consumed. Thus, Xu Mingda understood the necessity of proactive defense, buying time until Chen Xiang and Han Li could return with Zhao Wenxuan to assist. Upon discovering half a bag of soybeans in the kitchen, he decisively retrieved them. Remove the curtain rod and affix the bone-splitting knife to it. We shall use it as a firearm shortly, Xu Mingda instructed. Then opened the stairwell door and poured the half bag of soybeans down the corridor. The marble steps were slick and combined with the soybeans. Any zombie attempting to leap would likely find themselves unceremoniously grounded. Xu Mingda could already envision the ludicrous sight of those zombies languishing in the corridor. However, merely relying on such tactics would prove utterly insufficient against the undead. Xu Mingda had further plans to ensnare the zombies in a veritable trap. He turned around and yanked out an iron cage from Qin Xiang's balcony, which seemed to have once housed a pet dog, but the canine had mysteriously vanished. The cage was constructed from welded angle steel, surrounded by iron mesh, standing over 1 meter tall and 1.5 meters long. It would effectively block the corridor when tossed inside. Before hurling the cage, Xu Mingda connected a length of wire to it. Once electrified, any zombie attempting to scale the cage in its ascent would be subjected to an electrifying treatment. Xu Mingda initially contemplated dousing the area with some flammable substance, perhaps oil or alcohol, and igniting it with a lighter. However, time was of the essence, as the ominous sound of zombies ascending the stairs echoed in the corridor. Moreover, he considered that flames would rise, and igniting a fire in the corridor would be akin to standing within a chimney. The smoke and stench from incinerating corpses would likely inflict more harm than good. At that moment, Meng Dong also retrieved 2 Roman poles, each over 3 meters long, affixing sharp bone knives to their tips. He stood at the doorway, poised for a valiant stand, ready to confront the onslaught. Come on, brother, let us engage in a fierce battle, Xu Mingda bellowed, seizing his firearm. A surge of indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. Chapter 261. Happy New Year to everyone. Due to the New Year festivities, updates have been somewhat slow and chaotic. I kindly ask for your understanding. Xu Mingda himself feels somewhat foolish. He forsook his role as an island master to venture into the city to solve a mystery, only to find himself confronted by a horde of zombies at his doorstep, filled with an eager anticipation for a grand showdown. So be it. I might as well embrace the madness. Even in death, I would be a true hero. Xu Mingda spat into his palm and grasped the Roman spear, mustering all his strength to thrust it at an oncoming zombie. With a piercing scream, the creature was struck, faltering before tumbling down the steps, breaking its neck upon impact. Soon, more zombies surged forth. Throw the dog cage, Xu Mingda yelled as he and Zhang Jiqiang worked together to lift the cage and hurl it down upon the advancing zombies, toppling several in the process. Just as another tried to climb over the cage, Xu Mingda electrified it once more. Sparks erupted, and the zombies trapped within the cage began to convulse uncontrollably. Then, with a resounding bang, a fireball shot from the iron cage, signaling a short circuit. Stab them. Don't let these wretched creatures ascend, Xu Mingda shouted, brandishing the spear and lunging at the heads of the zombies. He finally understood the source of his sudden exhilaration. This life-and-death struggle awakened a primal surge of testosterone within him, reminiscent of the blood-soaked path he carved through the zombie horde before he ever reached Ganjingzi Island. Seeing Xu Mingda so invigorated, Zhang Jiqiang dared not lag behind. He seized the curtain rod and joined the fray, thrusting wildly. The two coordinated their efforts, using soybeans and the cage as barriers, managing to hold the zombies at bay for a brief moment. Yet, Xu Mingda was acutely aware that this was not a sustainable strategy. His strength was rapidly waning. The zombies, driven mad by the sight of the living, exuded tremendous force, desperately trying to seize the Roman spear, even attempting to bite it. Zheng Jiqiang hesitated to apply full force with his legs, hindering his effectiveness. In no time, the spear was wrested from his grasp. Consumed by bloodlust, he turned to grab a stool, intending to join the fray against the zombies. But Xu Mingda caught him by the collar and yanked him inside, slamming the security door shut behind them. It was clear that blocking the horde in the corridor was no longer feasible. They could only hold out within the confines of the room for a while longer. Just as Xu Mingda secured all the locks on the door, the zombies began to batter it relentlessly. Soon, one clawed its way through the crack, attempting to tear apart the iron sheeting of the door. The unsettling sound sent shivers down Xu Mingda's spine. "Boss, move aside." Zhang Jiqiang exerted all his strength, pushing the double-door refrigerator from Qin Xiang's kitchen against the entrance to fortify their defenses. As he prepared to move more items to block the door, Xu Mingda called out to him, "Old Zhang, don't waste your energy. It's futile." Xu Mingda replied, tossing him a cigarette while he lit one for himself, collapsing onto a stool to catch his breath. "Damn, that was exhausting, but quite exhilarating. How many did I take down? 4 or 5? As Xu Mingda rested, he inquired of Zheng Jiqiang, "Boss, it seems to be 5, right?" Zhang Jiqiang, observing Xu Mingda's surprisingly buoyant state of mind at such a moment, offered a wry smile in response. He recognized that Xu Mingda had relinquished his struggle, surrendering to despair. "To be honest, during my time alongside you, I have found immense joy and harbor no regrets. If there were to be another life, I would still choose to be with you," Zhang Jiqiang remarked. "Is that so?" "Quite thrilling, indeed, as long as you're happy. However, let us not speak of the next life. It is imperative that we navigate this one well first," Xu Mingda proclaimed, discarding the remnants of his cigarette towards the entrance. At that moment, a considerable portion of the security door had been pried open, and had it not been for the refrigerator blocking the way, the zombies would have already begun to infiltrate. Chapter 262. Zheng Jiqiang believed that Xu Mingda had relinquished his struggle. Thus, he spoke to Xu as if delivering a final testament, expressing that he had no regrets about associating with him. Xu Mingda offered a faint smile, suggesting that Zheng should first contemplate the matters of his own life. For Xu, it was not a case of surrender, but rather a calculated belief that his fate was not destined for demise. He anticipated that, at a crucial juncture, a benefactor would come to his aid. What constituted this critical moment was unclear to him. He speculated it might be when the zombies breached the door. If the undead were to enter before help arrived, then he would accept his end. Having witnessed the world, Xu Mingda felt a sense of fulfillment. As he prepared for the impending chaos, he lit a cigarette and began to reflect on his life. Though he perceived himself as having endured hardship, he took pride in having ascended to the position of island leader amidst the outbreak of the zombie virus, commanding his subordinates with authority. After all, he had briefly tasted success. Even Yuan Shikai, who reigned for a mere 80 days, had been recognized as an emperor, regardless of legitimacy. There had been many who bowed before him, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor." Being an emperor, however, was not as glamorous as it seemed. It mirrored the burdens of being a team leader, rife with labor and responsibility. The novelty of such power was fleeting. Thus, he felt content, believing that even if his life were to conclude at this moment, he had much to be satisfied with. As Xu Mingda flicked the cigarette but towards the door, a sudden, fearful growl erupted from outside, causing the zombies to become disoriented and flee in chaos, abandoning their assault on the door. Zheng Jiqiang, perplexed by this turn of events, craned his neck to glimpse the situation beyond the refrigerator, only to witness the front door being forcefully yanked open, and a zombie lunging inside. Startled, he instinctively recoiled with a gasp. Yet, before he could react further, the zombie was yanked back outside, and a youth stepped into the room. "Brother Xu, are you there?" The young man called out, noticing the refrigerator obstructing the entrance. "Who? Wenxuan, is that you?" Xu Mingda exclaimed, springing up from his seat and hastily moving the double-door refrigerator aside, his face lighting up with joy upon recognizing the visitor. "It's me, Brother Xu." Although we've only been apart for 2 days, Zhao Wenxuan appeared transformed. His gaze was melancholic, and his speech carried a newfound steadiness. "I had a feeling you would be here. I finally found you. So, are you leaving this time?" Xu Mingda eagerly pulled Zhao Wenxuan into the room, his sincerity palpable. From his demeanor, one could hardly discern that he had just survived a fierce encounter with zombies. Nor did he seem to care about the whereabouts of those that had fled outside. However, someone did care. Following Zhao Wenxuan into the room was Qin Xiang, her face a portrait of astonishment, rendered speechless by the revelation. Xu Mingda had asked her to assist in locating Zhao Wenxuan, assuming he was merely as formidable as Xu himself. Little did she know that, while Zhao Wenxuan appeared unassuming and gentle, the zombies scattered before him as if grease on a plate met with dish soap, though some stubborn remnants remained, with a mere gesture from Zhao Wenxuan. The grotesque creatures were effortlessly obliterated and torn apart. The Corpse King, he undoubtedly embodies the essence of a being at the pinnacle of the undead hierarchy, Qin Xiang contemplated. She was perplexed as to how Xu Mingda could have come into contact with such a mutated Corpse King, and intriguingly, this Corpse King seemed to treat Xu Mingda with a semblance of courtesy. This revelation was nothing short of a paradigm shift. Were it not for the fact that she had spent the previous night with Xu Mingda, witnessing his narrow escape from the clutches of the Corpse King, she might have even doubted his humanity, suspecting he too was a Corpse King. Qin Xiang questioned Xu Mingda's true identity, yet Zhao Wenxuan remained unconvinced. Observing Xu Mingda's concerned demeanor, he offered a gentle smile. I shall not proceed any further. It holds no appeal. I merely wish to find a tranquil place to linger for a while. Then accompany me to Ganjingzi Island. There, whatever I possess, you shall also have, I assure you. You shall not be deprived of anything, Xu Mingda replied earnestly. He genuinely hoped to bring Zhao Wenxuan into his fold, even if Zhao Wenxuan declined to be his subordinate. They could still maintain a camaraderie. I am not inclined to go at this moment, Zhao Wenxuan replied nonchalantly. His melancholic demeanor stemmed from the fact that he had witnessed here something he had never dared to imagine. Chapter 263. The third isolation station is not merely a surface structure. Its most significant feature is, in fact, the 4-story underground parking garage. This vast facility was repurposed into a temporary quarantine zone following the outbreak of the zombie virus, intended to accommodate individuals suspected of infection. Initially, this was a grassroots initiative by the community, driven by a collective desire to avoid cohabiting with the undead. Thus, anyone exhibiting signs of infection would be sent to the underground parking for isolation. Over time, the nature of this quarantine zone evolved into a veritable prison of the apocalypse. Those who defied authority were confined here under the guise of quarantine. Subsequently, refugees seeking shelter were also detained here, awaiting selection. Consequently, the actual number of individuals infected with the zombie virus in the quarantine zone was relatively low. The majority were ordinary people. These individuals still required sustenance. But the food that could be sent down from above was woefully scarce and unpredictable. As a result, the underground area bore witness to unspeakable atrocities born from hunger, existing as a hellish gray zone, neglected and unmonitored. Of course, this underground isolation zone also represented a rich resource for Director Chung. With a mere fraction of food or other resources, he could command the loyalty of many who willingly offered their servitude. Thus, the quarantine area remained in operation, even expanding considerably. Upon Zhao Wenxuan's arrival, being an outsider and an ordinary individual, he was promptly dispatched to the underground quarantine zone. Here, he found his mother, which was the very reason for his journey to the mainland. After his parents' divorce, she had settled in Linghai City, while Zhao Wenxuan resided with his father on Dongshan Island. When the apocalypse struck, Zhao Wenxuan contracted the zombie virus at Dongshan Port. However, due to his girlfriend Meng Lei's influence, he did not fully mutate and appeared to recover. Tragically, his father, an official in the Dongshan Town Armed Forces, met his demise at the hands of zombies. Thus, Zhao Wenxuan sought his mother in Linghai, hoping to prevent her from suffering a fate akin to his father's. Upon arrival, he discovered that, in her struggle for survival, his mother had tragically succumbed to a life of degradation, subject to the whims of others. For a mere biscuit, she could engage with multiple men simultaneously. Such scenarios were rampant in the underground quarantine zone. Women were either coerced into selling their bodies or secretly murdered and consumed. Despite having emerged from a sea of corpses, Zhao Wenxuan still retained the fundamental moral compass of humanity. Unable to bear the sight of such depravity, he unleashed the brutal aspect of his zombie nature, tearing apart his mother and her 3 companions in a fit of rage. Consequently, he earned a notorious reputation within the underground quarantine zone. Zhao Wenxuan faced no punishment or pursuit from human society, for the third isolation station had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Directors Ching and Wang were utterly incapable of safeguarding the survivors residing above. The reason the third quarantine station has not succumbed to the onslaught of the undead lies solely in the covert arrangement between Station Chief Chung and the Zombie King. Consequently, the realm within the underground parking lot has been left unmonitored. The formidable entrance of Zhao Wenxuan has altered the balance of power in this subterranean domain. There are those who conspire to eliminate him in order to preserve their dominance in this underworld, yet they all fall victim to Zhao Wenxuan's retaliatory strikes. Ultimately, he emerges as a terrifying entity, akin to a specter of the netherworld. Many formidable figures from the underground, upon witnessing Zhao Wenxuan's zombie attributes, recognizing him as a being of the Zombie King caliber, aspire to pledge their allegiance to him. desiring to be his subordinates. In the underground quarantine zone, Zhao Wenxuan's name resonates widely. Otherwise, it would indeed be challenging for Chun Xiang to locate him. However, Zhao Wenxuan is far from elated. He harbors no desire to ascend to the throne of the zombie king, nor does he wish to become the overlord of the underworld. Thus, when Qin Xiang and Han Li daringly venture into the shadowy realm, declaring that Xu Mingda is also present and seeking him, Zhao Wenxuan's eyes gleam with renewed hope. He follows them, yearning to discover a direction for his future life through Xu Mingda. Chapter 264. Zhao Wenxuan's life of slaughter in the underground quarantine zone awakened the dormant zombie bloodline within him, elevating him to the status of a zombie king. Yet, he found no joy in this transformation. He felt lost, uncertain of what the future held for him or what significance his existence carried. At that moment, Qin Xiang and Han Li found him, igniting a flicker of hope within Zhao Wenxuan. He sensed that Xu Mingda was different from others he had encountered. Although Xu Mingda appeared somewhat crude, he possessed an unparalleled authenticity, marked by his integrity, personal convictions, and aspirations. Thus, without hesitation, Zhao Wenxuan decided to approach him. As Zhao Wenxuan neared Qin Xiang's apartment, he caught the scent of zombies. These zombies, raised within the underground quarantine zone, were familiar with his essence. Upon his arrival, they recoiled in terror, preferring to tumble downstairs rather than approach him. Zhao Wenxuan did not need to lift a finger. The mere sight of him was enough to instill fear in them. When Zhao Wenxuan met Xu Mingda, he initially felt a surge of excitement. However, upon hearing Xu Mingda's invitation to relocate to Ganjingzi Island, he found the suggestion somewhat lacking in substance, leading to a wave of dejection. Given his current capabilities, even the thought of serving as Xu Mingda's subordinate seemed unattainable. To him, Xu Mingda now appeared as an imposing figure. He suddenly entertained the notion of leaving, convinced that Xu Mingda could not address his concerns. Xu Mingda, too, sensed the terrifying transformation in Zhao Wenxuan. As Zhao Wenxuan approached the floor-to-ceiling window of Qin Xiang's living room and pressed his hand against the glass, contemplating shattering it to leap outside, Xu Mingda uttered a phrase that halted Zhao Wenxuan's actions. "Wenxuan, if you're willing, I can relocate this quarantine point to a small fishing town by the sea, and you could become its leader. How does that sound?" Zhao Wenxuan slowly turned his head, gazing at Xu Mingda with confusion. Though he was unsure how Xu Mingda could facilitate such a feat, the proposition genuinely captivated him. He had never envisioned himself as a leader of thousands, yet now, equipped with the necessary capabilities, he found that he could not simply revert to being an ordinary person. Thus, Xu Mingda illuminated a path for him. He harbored no fear of zombies, yet he did not strictly belong to humanity. As a zombie king, he leaned towards belonging to and safeguarding humanity. Therefore, taking over the third quarantine station and allowing his devoted followers to protect the residents seemed entirely fitting. Moreover, the location Xu Mingda proposed was particularly appealing. Zhao Wenxuan had little fondness for the coastal urban area. The once thriving concrete structures now appeared desolate, akin to a barren desert. In contrast, the town they had visited upon landing boasted mountains, sea, trees, and fertile land. Living there with human survivors would undoubtedly be a pleasant endeavor. Not only was Zhao Wenxuan intrigued, but Qin Xiang was also moved by the suggestion. Having visited that fishing port, she recognized the town's merits. However, the small town lacked sturdy walls to fend off the encroachment of the undead, which compelled her to return to this towering concrete prison. Now, with a formidable protector like Zhao Wenxuan, her desire to stay was palpable. But what if the station master disagreed? She inquired, her expression grave. Once the residents of the community learned that they were bargaining with zombies, the station master would no longer hold their position. They would be deemed traitors to humanity, deserving of death, Xu Mingda asserted. His popularity on Ganjingzi Island stemmed not only from loyal companions like Yang Gukai and Xiao Wu, but also from his genuine efforts to serve and protect the people of the island. Otherwise, he would have faced execution or exile from Ganjingzi Island. Lacking political acumen and formal education in party schools, he grasped a fundamental truth. If a leader does not serve the people, it is better to return home and sell sweet potatoes. Thus, he concluded that by exposing the vile actions of Station Master Chung and Station Master Wang, the innocent survivors in the quarantine zone would rise against them, overthrowing Cheng's control and joining him. Yet, they would likely suppress the information and eliminate witnesses. Moreover, how could one compel them to reveal their crimes? Qin Xiang questioned. This is where your assistance becomes crucial. Xu Mingda replied with a knowing smile. He then proceeded to share his plan with Qin Xiang. Chapter 265 Me? I shall do my utmost. Qin Xiang hesitantly replied. Xu Mingda's plan, though seemingly straightforward, was fraught with peril. If she were to follow his instructions, it would be a perilous endeavor. Yet, she could not bring herself to refuse. Her character and conscience would not permit her to remain idle. Naturally, Xu Mingda also had arrangements concerning Zhao Wenxuan. I will seek out Station Master Cheng to discuss matters. At that time, he may very well imprison me to feed the zombies. That would serve as irrefutable evidence. I require your timely intervention to rescue me. If anything were to befall me, we would all be trapped here. Xu Mingda conveyed to Zhao Wenxuan. All right, Zhao Wenxuan succinctly uttered. Let us proceed. We shall act separately. With Zhao Wenxuan and Qin Xiang both acquiescing to his plan, Xu Mingda rose to his feet. At the property management center of the community, Station Master Wang was tending to a pot of flowers. Despite humanity facing the impending doom of extinction, these plants remained unaffected. Under the sunlight, the blossoms bloomed in vibrant hues, appearing charming from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, a foul odor reminiscent of decay emanated from them. These flowers are indeed splendid. Xu Mingda, accompanied by Han Li and Meng Dong, boldly entered Station Master Wang's office. Indeed, this flower is known as the ghost flower or manjusaka. Legend has it that these blooms belong to the underworld. I have nurtured them for over a decade, barely keeping them alive, yet today they have flourished. Station Master Wang remarked with a forced smile. Xu Mingda's escape from the clutches of the zombies had already revealed to Station Master Wang that he was no ordinary individual. His arrival here had also been anticipated by Wang, who had prepared himself for death and thus felt no fear. Ah, how refined of you, Station Master Wang. To tend to matters of the living while nurturing flowers of the netherworld, Xu Mingda chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Han Li. Han Li swiftly approached Station Master Wang and drew his machete from his coat. You wish for me to escort you to see Station Master Cheng, do you not? Station Master Wang remarked with a wry smile, directing his gaze towards Xu Mingda. Indeed, I have been attacked here and narrowly escaped with my life. Therefore, I must speak with the one truly responsible here. Xu Mingda replied in a sardonic tone, all the while assessing Station Master Wang's reaction. He resides in the sunlit rotating hall atop Building 1. You may seek him out yourself, Wang said, his eyes glancing through the window toward a towering structure in the center of the community. This edifice boasted over 30 floors, with a circular structure atop it, capable of slowly rotating and providing a panoramic view of the city. Oh, what a splendid location. Now I understand why Station Master Cheng is reluctant to descend. Xu Mingda mused, mentally affirming his thoughts. At such an elevation, ordinary zombies would be unable to ascend, and without permission, even humans would likely be barred from access. Once the elevator ceased, the mere 30-plus floors would be daunting for anyone to navigate. Furthermore, Station Master Cheng could easily establish numerous checkpoints within the mid-levels to thwart anyone attempting to reach the pinnacle. In the apocalyptic era, individuals like Station Master Cheng, who possess abundant resources and the stature to command protection, can indeed continue to live comfortably in their elevated positions. You shall lead us to meet him. Xu Mingda remarked with a faint smile, believing that Station Master Wang could indeed establish contact with Station Master Cheng. Furthermore, Station Master Wang could serve as a bargaining chip. I must take my leave. You can manage on your own, Station Master Wang said cryptically, smiling at Xu Mingda. Stop with the frivolous talk. If my elder brother commands you to go, you shall comply. Han Li threatened, gripping Station Master Wang by the collar. At that moment, however, his expression shifted dramatically. It appeared as though Station Master Wang had deflated like a punctured rubber doll. His body suddenly collapsed. The skin on his face swiftly shrank, rendering him akin to an elderly woman. Han Li attempted to grasp the now limp Station Master Wang, only to discover that a desiccated corpse had slipped from his clothing and thudded to the ground. Elder brother Han Li stood frozen in shock, his hands still clutching the collar of what he thought was Station Master Wang, only to realize he was merely holding an article of clothing. He must have perished long ago. Xu Mingda, equally astounded, managed to steady his heartbeat and uttered these words. Chapter 266. Although the demise of Director Wang was shrouded in mystery, Xu Mingda was not taken aback. Let us not forget that he is now the disciple of Master Lu, a Taoist apprentice. He had discerned that this community was ensnared in a deathly grip. The underground garage had witnessed the demise of many, nurturing a heavy aura of death. This isolation point resembled an immense tomb, with residents like Qin Xiang living as if in a cemetery. The tallest edifice in the community, Building 1, stood prominent both in position and form, akin to a gravestone. The circular observation platform resembled a wreath adorning that gravestone. Director Cheng resided at the pinnacle of this monument. In this light, Wang's lifeless state was indeed fitting, for he roamed this community like a specter, overseeing the souls of the departed residents. No one had previously contested his authority, and thus he took it for granted. With the oppressive atmosphere of death permeating the community, the living cowered within their quarters, too fearful to venture out. Hence, Director Wang remained oblivious to his own ghostly nature. However, with Xu Mingda's arrival, accompanied by several vigorous young men, particularly Xu Mingda, who bore the identity of a Taoist, the dynamic shifted. The essence of a Taoist is one of pure yang, compelling Wang to confront the truth of his existence and acknowledge his own death. This elucidation led to the recent unsettling occurrence. While Xu Mingda exhibited no fear, Wang's transformation startled Han Li and Zhang Jiqiang. Despite having witnessed numerous extraordinary events alongside Xu Mingda, this particular situation was exceedingly bizarre. Han Li, let us seek out Director Cheng, Xu Mingda declared. Brother, could it be that Director Cheng is also an undead? Han Li inquired, a tremor in his voice. Even if he is a living hell, we must confront him. Xu Mingda asserted resolutely. To avert the possibility of Director Cheng becoming a malevolent spirit, Xu Mingda had procured 2 items as instructed by Master Lu. Intending to ward off evil. Are you still a virgin, Han Li? Xu Mingda asked. Yes. Why do you ask? Han Li replied, taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Collect your urine. If you have not engaged with a woman, then you are a pure youth. The urine of a virgin wards off evil. Xu Mingda instructed. Oh, brother. Will that truly work? Han Li hesitated. Trust me, hurry and do it. Xu Mingda urged, his expression stern. Subsequently, he directed Meng Dong to gather several branches from a peach tree in the community garden, fashioning them into the semblance of swords and arrows with a knife. Boss, I found some rope. If they prevent us from using the stairs, I will climb up, Meng Dong announced, clutching a bundle of climbing rope. Zhang Jiqiang tightly wrapped his injured foot and fashioned a sturdy wooden stick into a cane, preparing to accompany Xu Mingda to the top floor. Do not rush. I believe Director Cheng will extend an invitation to us, Xu Mingda said confidently, buoyed by the knowledge that Qin Xiang was currently enacting his instructions, seeking her 2 companions. Wandering through the community, a figure brandished a banner crafted from a white bedsheet, inscribed with black ink, fervently proclaiming the collusion between Station Chief Qing and the Corpse Kings, alleging that the inhabitants of the quarantine zone were being sold off as sustenance for the undead. As the proverb goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The normally reclusive residents, who had hitherto cowered in their homes, were stirred into action upon hearing the outcry. Their dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs had long simmered as time passed. They found themselves not only abandoned without rescue but also deprived of even the most basic necessities such as food, water, and electricity, with grievances reaching a boiling point. The revelation of such treachery seemed to provide a scapegoat for their collective anger, prompting them to rally and confront Station Chief Qing. Previously, Cheng had employed thugs and henchmen to intimidate Qin Xiang and his companions, but they soon encountered the fierce denizens of the underground quarantine zone. Sent by Zhao Wenxuan to assist Xu Mingda, though few in number and clad in peculiar attire, these individuals, living in their own hell, were far more formidable in combat than Cheng's hired goons. They were the type to gouge eyes rather than deliver mere slaps, favoring lethal strikes above all else. A fierce battle erupted within the community as the remaining spirited souls of the 3rd quarantine point clashed. Both sides resorted to nearly every means available, barring firearms. Vehicles in the vicinity were set ablaze, and the windows of low-rise apartments shattered. Blood flowed freely as individuals fled in terror, while one notorious thug was strangled and hung from a decorative tree, igniting a lantern beneath him. This chaotic fray drew even more residents into the fray, not necessarily to support a cause, but simply to engage in the violence. Particularly, those who had previously relied on Chang's power to intimidate others became prime targets. As they were swiftly confronted one by one, the more disorderly the scene became, the better it served to confuse the enemy while simultaneously galvanizing the populace. Xu Mingda, observing from the property service hall, watched the uproar outside the 3rd quarantine station and, clapping his hands slowly, remarked on the cacophony. It seemed he had suddenly grasped a profound insight, believing his political acumen had significantly advanced. Chapter 267, Mobilizing the Masses, Harnessing Their Power to Achieve Personal Goals. This was the realization that Xu Ming had come to. Witnessing the effectiveness of Qin Xiang's mobilization of the masses brought him great satisfaction. He had previously been troubled by a pressing concern, even if he could expose Director Qing. How could he persuade the people at the quarantine site to follow him to establish a new base in that seaside town? It now seemed evident that by cultivating an influential presence, he could usurp Qing's authority and emerge as the new leader, thereby convincing the remaining individuals at the quarantine site to accompany him. Han Li, go inform Qin Xiang that the higher-ups have dispatched someone to investigate Director Cheng. A new director has been appointed. This person is me, Xu Ming instructed as he beckoned Han Li closer, whispering in his ear. Brother, are you planning to stay here? What will happen to Ganjingzi Island? Han Li exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let us proceed with this plan for now. Once we have subdued Director Cheng and relocated the people to the town, I will have Zhao Wenxuan manage things. But brother, doesn't that mean we would be sewing clothes for Zhao Wenxuan? Han Li replied reluctantly. He had fought valiantly alongside Xu Ming, and the thought of the fruits of their labor benefiting Zhao Wenchuan left him feeling quite unsettled. Go quickly, regardless of who manages them. Those people will be under my command. Xu Ming scolded Hanli with a glare. The third quarantine site housed at least 3,000 to 5,000 normal individuals. This represented a significant asset. Human beings are far more valuable than mere gold and silver, for they possess the capacity to generate both material and spiritual wealth. With 200 refugees currently on Ganjingzi Island, Xu Ming already felt quite accomplished. These 200 could create substantial economic and emotional value for him. If he could establish another refuge on the mainland with 5,000 individuals, he would not only have a continuous supply of labor resources at his disposal, but also a solid foothold on the mainland. Ganjingzi Island felt constricted. Even if Xu Ming were given the entirety of the Dongshan archipelago, he would still perceive limited room for growth, particularly during this return to Linhai City. He acutely felt the vastness of the mainland. In his dreams, he envisioned returning to the mainland rather than languishing on Ganjingzi Island, leading a life of isolation in a small, sparsely populated realm. In this apocalyptic era, humanity had become an invaluable and irreplaceable resource. Only the weak would fight amongst themselves for survival. Individuals like Xu Ming, embodying strength and resolve, would regard these survivors as precious resources to be cultivated and utilized. All right, brother, I will heed your counsel. I merely believe that your takeover here is quite timely. I shall act upon your instructions at once. Hanli chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head before exiting to seek out Xinxiang. Before long, news spread through the third quarantine station that the higher-ups had sent Xu Ming to take over the site, only to be suppressed and framed by Director Cheng. Subsequently, Xinxiang arrived at the community management center accompanied by several individuals to meet Xu Ming. As Xinxiang introduced them, it became clear that they were members of the two largest supply search teams at the third quarantine station, led by Captains He Tao and Ma Chao, who wished to make Xu Ming's acquaintance. The resource search team is comprised of the bravest, most responsible, and most experienced individuals within the community. These individuals also embody the elite class among the ordinary citizens of the neighborhood. Chapter 268. The fact that they could now actively seek out Xu Mingda indicated that the sentiments within the community had begun to waver, as they hesitated on whether to align themselves with him. Thus, persuading and winning them over was of paramount importance to Xu Mingda. Behold, this is the very Wang station master who previously organized you. Xu Mingda did not boast about his connections or capabilities. He merely led them to Wang's station master's office. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the station master, they were taken aback. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, the sight of corpses had become commonplace. Especially for those among them who frequently ventured outside, it was evident that Wang's station master had been deceased for several days. How could this be? We saw him just yesterday. Indeed, he even spoke to us when we exchanged supplies for points. Therefore, what you encountered before was merely a living ghost. Had it not been for our Su team subduing him, you would have inevitably fallen prey to him. Ming Dong warned them ominously. Captain Su, I am He Tao, the leader of the supply search team. I wish to know what truly transpired at our third isolation station. The residents of our third isolation point have the right to understand the circumstances, asserted a short yet resolute man with prominent brow bones as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Mingda. This matter cannot be elaborated upon too extensively. I can only say that Station Masters Qing and Wang did not fulfill their obligations to protect the residents, resulting in a rapid decline of our third isolation station and the mysterious disappearance of numerous civilians. Consequently, the higher authorities have dispatched me to lead you in re-establishing a settlement, Xu Mingda replied, deliberately speaking in vague terms as if guarding a secret. In truth, he was at a loss for words, and the captain, he, appeared astute and capable, which made Su wary of revealing too much. Captain Su, could you provide more detailed information? We are certainly willing to cooperate with the higher-ups, but we require specifics. He Tao persisted earnestly. Why do you keep asking? Do you think our leadership will show you the official documents? Just understand this. Previously, Station Masters Qing and Wang treated you like livestock. When they needed to feast, they would seize a few to slaughter. When they did not, they merely scattered a bit of chaff to prevent you from starving. Zhang Jiqiang interjected disdainfully from the side. While his words were harsh, they escalated the collective frustration of the group. Damn it, how could they be so despicable? Someone exclaimed. Let us smash that Cheng fellow's office. Drag him out and demand a thorough explanation. Wait. Be cautious. Cheng might have transformed into a corpse demon like Wang. Reasoning with him may prove futile. Our Su team possesses the means to subdue him. You do not. Should he devour you, we will bear no responsibility. Ming Dong, noticing the growing agitation among the search team members, also became animated, adding fuel to the fire. His remarks only intensified their resolve. What is there to fear? We confront zombies daily. What is there to be afraid of? Indeed, if the individual surnamed Qing is a specter, let us first douse him with a deluge of dog blood, and then offer him a few black donkey hoofs. The search team members cursed even more fiercely. Everyone quieted down to listen to Captain Su. At that moment, He Tao, with a cold expression, uttered a remark. He possessed a delicate appearance, devoid of any facial hair. Yet his gaze was chillingly formidable. The ability to discern between good and evil is, in itself, a commendable trait, indicating that we have all awakened to the reality. However, Director Qing has long exploited the common folk here and is unlikely to relinquish control easily. Thus, I still require everyone's cooperation. We must represent the community's voice and distill public opinion. The adage water can carry a boat but can also capsize it rings true. The support of the common people determines who holds power. No one should trample upon us while silencing our grievances. Do you not agree? Furthermore, we shall elect several management committee members to participate in governance. As for the selection of committee members, I hold the opinions of the populace in high regard. Xu Mingda stated. Indeed, I comprehend. A glint of cold light flickered in He Tao's eyes as he nodded towards Xu Mingda. Chapter 269. The reason Xu Mingda spoke extensively with He Tao, weaving words that resembled mist, rain, and wind, was that he discerned He Tao's burgeoning political ambition. This young man, previously an enigma, revealed through his gaze that he was a resolute individual with firm convictions. Such a person cannot be coerced into compliance through mere intimidation. They must be lured by the promise of profit. Therefore, Xu Mingda strategically hinted at the selection of several managerial positions. As anticipated, He Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to lead a team to gauge public sentiment. Soon, rumors began circulating in the community, suggesting that Director Qing was akin to a living dead man. These tales grew increasingly ominous, painting Director Qing as a voracious demon, while Xu Mingda was depicted as a celestial being descended to vanquish evil. This left Qin Xiang momentarily stunned. Since when were you a deity? She mused. What era are we in? We need to clarify this. She shot an annoyed glance at Xu Mingda, who was leisurely sipping tea at his desk. That nonsense ISN team I doing. Let them say whatever they wish. As long as it benefits us, that is what matters. Xu Mingda emphasized the word as with conviction. If he intended to seize control of isolation point number 3, he needed to ensure that his own people were within its confines. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that within isolation point number 3, numerous power-hungry individuals were also observing him. Moreover, given the recent antics of Director Qing, the original residents of the isolation area would likely be reluctant to trust outsiders. He needed to swiftly select a few confidants to manage the inhabitants of the isolation point. The external refugees in the underground zone would be entrusted to Zhao Wenxuan. However, he lacked acquaintances within isolation point number 3. Thus, Qin Xiang's role became exceedingly significant. Are you truly planning to evacuate everyone from the isolation point? Qin Xiang inquired seriously. Indeed. Do you believe this isolation point remains secure? If we linger here, the inhabitants will be devoured by zombies. This is not a sanctuary. It's a den of lions. Director Qing is nothing but a trickster. Xu Mingda retorted. True. However, not everyone will comprehend your intentions, Qin Xiang remarked. Observing that Xu Mingda was resolute in his desire to leave, aspiring instead to establish dominion here, her thoughts grew convoluted. After all, she was a local resident and understood the psyche of the original inhabitants. In times of calamity, people tend to seek refuge in their homes. Particularly in a world overrun by zombies. Unless the undead are knocking at their doors, no one wishes to abandon their safe havens for perilous ventures. Therefore, Xu Mingda's call to action would likely only amplify the community's anxiety. Persuading the residents to relocate would yield minimal impact. The prospect of not only zombies lurking outside but also those heartless devils masquerading in human guise who disregarded the lives of the common folk would only make them more cautious. They might even bolt their doors, refusing to venture out. So, do you have any suggestions? Xu Mingda inquired, scratching his head after listening to Qin Xiang's thoughts. Unless a truly charismatic leader emerges to organize this endeavor and guarantee everyone's safety, the residents might be inclined to follow you, Qin Xiang proposed. Who in your community possesses such charisma? Xu Mingda inquired. Ma Chao, Qin Xiang solemnly replied. Oh. Xu Mingda could not help but display a look of astonishment. He had previously heard from Qin Xiang that the third quarantine area was home to 2 of the largest resource search teams, led by He Tao and Ma Chao, respectively. He had already encountered He Tao earlier. Despite He Tao's outward appearance of being a champion for the people, he was, in fact, a power-hungry individual, orchestrating the resource collection team to consolidate his own authority and pave the way for greater influence. Thus, Xu Mingda subtly suggested that, should he perform well, he could be officially appointed as one of the overseers for these survivors. He Tao immediately sprang into action, rallying support for Xu Mingda and gathering followers for himself. In addition to He Tao, two other team leaders of resource collection approached Xu Mingda, expressing their willingness to serve under this new leadership. However, Xu Mingda had yet to encounter Ma Chao. Indeed, where is Ma Chao? Why have I not seen him seek me out? Xu Mingda asked, perplexed. He should be with Station Chief Ching. Chen Xiang responded with a grim expression. Like Station Chief Ching, Ma Chao has also been dispatched from above. He is from the armed police force. His role here is solely to assist Station Chief Ching in overseeing security at the quarantine station. Many of the members in his resource collection team are regular troops he brought along. The reason he has not taken charge of the community's defense is due to Station Chief Cheng's exclusion of him. He is not required by Cheng. Consequently, he reluctantly organized his subordinates to venture out in search of supplies. Reflecting on it now, Station Chief Cheng's refusal to allow him to oversee security was primarily driven by fear that he would obstruct his dealings with the Zombie King, thus facilitating the trafficking of normal humans. Chapter 270. Yoko and Nakamura had been tending to the injured Yumi Takase in bunker number 2. In truth, given the encroaching Japanese forces, she had no intention of joining me in confronting them, particularly after the fierce battle on the island, where Vincent sacrificed himself and Yumi was wounded. She became acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between myself and the Japanese troops. Thus, she seized the opportunity to remain in bunker number 2, growing closer to Haruka, Inoue, and the others. This, of course, also afforded me and Aiko Ito a chance to share some moments alone. At dawn, Yoko Nakamura hurried from bunker number 2 to bunker number 1 in search of Aiko Ito, eager to glean information. The tremendous explosion that had occurred late the previous night had reached their bunker, leaving Haruka and the others anxious and rife with speculation. When Yoko learned from Aiko that Morrison and I had managed to blow up a Japanese transport ship, she was utterly astonished. Although she was aware of my bravery in repelling the invading forces, she found it hard to fathom that I had faced an entire ship of Japanese soldiers alone and succeeded in destroying that vessel. Matthew is an exceptional soldier. He is the bravest man I have ever encountered, Aiko Ito declared earnestly. Oh, that's marvelous, Dr. Aiko. With his capabilities, we can remain here without having to return, Yoko exclaimed joyfully, wishing to see me. However, Aiko interjected, he is exhausted and needs to rest well. We must not disturb him. Aiko, did you spend the night with him? Yoko asked, her tone laden with implication as she noted Aiko's concern for me. Yoko, please don't think that way, Aiko replied, blushing. Aiko, do not misunderstand my intentions. I meant, if you're willing, we could both seek to win his favor together. Have you not noticed that Yumi has always desired Matthew? We must not give her that opportunity, Yoko said somberly. She likely understood that I was merely indulging her in a fleeting dalliance while my true affections lay with Yumi Takase and Aiko Ito. Although Yumi, due to her leg injury, would not be able to be with me for some time, Yoko was unwilling to allow Aiko to monopolize my love. After all, she firmly believed that a man does not protect a woman without reason, and she was willing to trade her own physical presence for my attention. As Aiko and Yoko presumed I was in a deep slumber, they did not consciously avoid me, and I overheard their conversation. Yet, I had no desire to meddle in their rivalry. If they wished to express their loyalty to me in this manner, I would gladly accept it. For I did not wish for any unforeseen incidents to befall the female captives on the island. Before long, Mikasa Takahashi returned to the island aboard a sailboat. They had not located Morrison, but she brought back another piece of good news. The Japanese transport ship had departed. I intercepted their communications, learning that they feared the vessel might sink and thus needed to return to port for repairs. This means, Mikasa exclaimed with excitement, that the Japanese forces are unlikely to launch another attack on us in the immediate future. Sally, do not fret. We shall undoubtedly locate your father, I reassured her. She was engulfed in profound sorrow over her father's disappearance, tears streaming down her cheeks. This sight filled me with both compassion and remorse. Chapter 271. Are you Captain Xu Mingda? The bald man, seated in an imposing armchair, scrutinized Xu Mingda from head to toe and inquired. Indeed, Xu Mingda replied with composure. His gaze shifted from the bald man to the two female zombies beside him. Initially, the two female zombies appeared quite docile, nestled at the feet of Director Ching, affectionately clinging to his legs. However, upon noticing Xu Mingda's stare, they immediately transformed into figures that seemed ready to devour him. My goodness, is this not the fabled man-eating Rakshasa? Xu Mingda's heart raced at the thought. I can offer you wealth, power, and women. What is it that you desire? Director Chung spoke in an authoritative tone, his piercing gaze already having discerned Xu Mingda's fixation on the female zombies. He was probing for Xu Mingda's vulnerabilities, seeking to breach his defenses and ultimately vanquish him. Xu Mingda initially contemplated retorting that he already possessed everything Chung could offer, but he swallowed the words and merely chuckled. Director Ching, what I seek may be beyond your capacity to provide. Pray tell, what do you desire? Noticing Xu Mingda's sly grin, Director Cheng leaned forward, peering intently at him. As their eyes locked, Xu Mingda observed that Cheng's eyes had become increasingly sunken and lifeless, resembling those of a zombie. I desire them. Xu Mingda's gaze darted to the two female zombies flanking Director Cheng. Aside from their unpleasant odor, they appeared no different from living beings. Moreover, judging by their appearances, they must have been exceptionally attractive in their former lives. Of course, Xu Mingda was not so depraved as to wish to toy with zombies. He merely surmised that Director Cheng kept these two creatures close not merely to flaunt his identity and preferences. They were likely his formidable weapons, akin to Zhao Wenxuan's girlfriend, Ming Lei. Indeed, upon hearing Xu Mingda's demand for the two female zombies, a flash of anger crossed Director Cheng's face. Captain Xu. Some jokes are not to be trifled with. Leaning back, Cheng's tone was laced with warning. Yet, the two female zombies, upon learning of Xu Mingda's interest, began to sway their hips and lick their fingers, adopting alluring poses. I am not jesting. Since Director Cheng is unwilling to comply, I shall propose another condition. Xu Mingda sneered. How audacious of you. At that moment, one of Cheng's subordinates cursed, drawing a gun and aiming it at Xu Mingda. Lower your weapon. Hanli, upon witnessing the threat against Xu Mingda, quickly brandished his knife, directing it toward the subordinate. However, as he moved, Cheng's entourage swiftly drew their weapons, targeting Xu Mingda and Hanli. Director Cheng, you might want to consider your options. The crowd below is eagerly awaiting your decision. Xu Mingda scoffed, raising his head in a haughty manner. In truth, he felt an undercurrent of anxiety, uncertain whether the weapon would truly be discharged. Aside from them, name one more. Ultimately, Director Cheng weighed the stakes, suppressing his fury, and smiled at Xu Mingda. I demand the individuals from the 3rd Isolation Point's underground quarantine zone. Xu Mingda proclaimed with an air of authority. Impossible. Director Cheng ascended, his countenance contorted into a menacing grimace. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, rising abruptly. The two zombies at his feet, their eyes gleaming with malice, suddenly pivoted, baring their sharp fangs like feral dogs. They emitted a low, threatening growl from their throats, as if the chains around their necks were the sole barrier preventing them from lunging at Xu Mingda and tearing him to shreds. Chapter 272. Upon witnessing Ma Chao's decisive action in eliminating Director Cheng, Xu Mingda felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Han Li, quick and agile, wielded his blade to dispatch Cheng's bodyguard. However, as he prepared to slay the two female zombies that Cheng had kept, Xu Mingda hurriedly intervened. Hold on. I find them useful. Brother, they are zombies. Aren't you afraid they might bite you? Han Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Had it not been for his deep-seated admiration for Xu Mingda, he would have nearly uttered, Brother, you have quite the peculiar taste. They are trained by old Cheng. We must not waste them, Xu Mingda insisted, disregarding the gazes of others. He casually seized a chain from beside Director Cheng, planning to restrain the two female zombies as one would a dog. To his surprise, the zombies were unruly and lunged at him with open mouths. How dare you bite your master? I shall teach you a lesson. Xu Mingda had been prepared. He swiftly swung the chain, striking the zombie that attempted to bite him, sending it tumbling to the ground. It could not rise again. Its previously smooth and pristine face marred by a deep gash inflicted by Xu Mingda, an injury that would likely leave an unsightly scar even if it healed. The other female zombie dared not act out and merely lay on the ground, wailing and swaying in a plea for mercy. Witnessing Xu Mingda's ruthless demeanor and the underlying warning in his words, Ma Chao's subordinates, who had initially harbored a sense of derision, now concealed their scorn, regarding Xu Mingda and Han Li with suspicion and caution. Brother Chao, now that we have resolved old Cheng's issue, this place is hardly suitable for lingering. Should we not prepare to depart swiftly? Xu Mingda inquired with a smile after securing the two female zombies. When did I ever say we should leave? Ma Chao replied with a smirk that did not reach his eyes, casting a lingering gaze at Xu Mingda. Come on, Brother Chao. We agreed that once we dealt with old Cheng, we would take everyone from the quarantine zone to the seaside town and establish a new sanctuary. You were to serve as the chief guardian, and we would select a few assistants to aid you. Have you forgotten? Xu Mingda said, bemused by Ma Chao's response. He was concerned that Ma Chao might think less of the position he was offering him, hence he emphasized the role of the future sanctuary steward. Captain Xu, you should know that Isolation Station Number 3 is an establishment set up by the higher-ups. It is not something you can simply withdraw from or relocate at will. If there is a genuine need, it must be sanctioned by the authorities, Ma Chao retorted with a sneer, slowly approaching Cheng's former seat and plopping down into it. I see, Ma Chao. You believe my rank insufficient to represent the higher-ups' intentions, Xu Mingda responded with a forced chuckle. That would be an oversimplification. Director Cheng was also sent by the higher-ups, yet he succumbed to corruption and was infected by the zombie virus. Therefore, by the order of succession, I am now the director of this isolation station. The future direction of Isolation Station Number 3 is to be determined by me, Ma Chao proclaimed, enunciating each word deliberately. Very well, Director Ma. I congratulate you on your ascension. But do not forget, this position is far from easy, Xu Mingda replied. As evening swiftly approaches, should you fail to deliver the promised individuals, the Corpse King will undoubtedly unleash a horde of the undead to assault Isolation Station Number 3. With merely 100 or so subordinates at your disposal, it is uncertain whether you can withstand such an onslaught. Xu Mingda, observing Ma Chao's steadfast resolve to pursue a position of authority, scoffed with disdain. Captain Xu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. The warriors under my command are seasoned veterans of the battlefield, well equipped with strategies to confront the undead. As for the Corpse King, I believe that if I were to possess one as well, I would hold sufficient leverage for negotiation. Upon concluding his statement, Ma Chao surveyed his subordinates and remarked, Captain Xu, it seems you are weary. Kindly see our guest out. Chapter 273 Brother, this scoundrel has utilized us to eliminate Director Ching. And now he refuses to acknowledge us. Han Li, observing Ma Chao not only tearing up their previous agreement, but also attempting to expel them, furiously pointed at him and shouted, Han Li, cease your outburst. Xu Mingda, suppressing his rage, intervened. He had discerned that the ploy to use him to assassinate Director Cheng was merely the first move. Ma Chao undoubtedly had ulterior motives. He suspected that Ma Chao had already ensnared Zhao Wenxuan. Should this be true, his journey to Linhai City would yield nothing. Brother Chao, regardless of your intentions toward the Corpse King, since I am involved in this matter, I implore you to allow me to take those individuals from the underground quarantine zone with me. It would be a small consolation for my efforts, Xu Mingda chuckled, attempting to placate the situation. Ha ha, Captain Xu, I must inform you that you may indeed labor in vain. However, I can permit you to take Chen Xiang and Di Tao along, Ma Chao scoffed. By the heavens, you cannot be serious. This is utterly preposterous. Xu Mingda responded, incredulous and seething. His suspicions were confirmed. Ma Chao had indeed captured the invaluable Zhao Wenxuan, while Chen Xiang and He Tao represented a formidable force in their own right. They paled in comparison to Zhao Wenxuan. Moreover, He Tao is not one to be easily swayed. He harbored ambitions of his own. Thus, Ma Chao was essentially offering him a hollow gesture of goodwill, provoking his ire. Well, Captain Xu, interpret it as you will. Time is of the essence, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off, Ma Chao retorted indifferently. He had successfully usurped Director Ching's position. What did it matter if Xu Mingda hurled a few insults his way? Even if Xu Mingda were sent from above, he remained unconcerned. Having spent considerable time alongside Director Ching, Ma Chao had come to realize the immense rewards that accompanied such a position. Moreover, the temptation of wielding power over multitudes was the most lethal allure of all. Although he was an officer bound to obey orders, witnessing Director Cheng's actions at Quarantine Station Number 3 illuminated the reason behind Yuan Shirkai's ambition to ascend to the throne, even after serving as president. To be emperor meant to dictate one's own course, unbound by the constraints of so-called legal protocols. He recognized that chaos reigned in the world. Truly, it was a time when heroes emerged. With his band of brothers at his side, he could scarcely predict how far he might rise. At present, allowing Xu Mingda to dictate his actions was laughable. After all, what was a mere captain of a maritime enforcement team in Linhai City? Xu Mingda understood that continuing to reason with Ma Chao would only serve to demonstrate his own ignorance. Very well, Ma Chao. I comprehend your perspective. Yet do not say that I did not forewarn you. Each person has their fate. Some are born to be pawns, and should they aspire to ascend, they may invite calamity. Xu Mingda uttered coldly, casting a glance at Han Li before departing. Wait. Ma Chao's voice, laced with malice, rang out. His subordinates, brimming with murderous intent, glared menacingly at Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that he would not take his own life at this moment, for Ma Chao still required him to bear the blame for the demise of Director Ching. Thus, he provocatively gazed at Ma Chao. Do not forget to bring along these 2 female zombies. They are indeed your most prized trophies, Ma Chao remarked with a sardonic tone. Laughter erupted among Ma Chao's other subordinates, though they were also spirited young men with fervent desires for women. They dared not toy with the notion of engaging with zombie girls. Thank you. Xu Mingda gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to curse, as he turned to grasp the leash tethering the zombie and strode confidently towards the exit. What woman is beyond reach when one associates with Brother Ma? He scoffed. Humph. Had I known he had such tastes, I would have gifted him a female dog. Behind him, Ma Chao's subordinates chattered mockingly. Brother Han Li's eyes nearly bulged with rage. His fist clenched tightly, cracking audibly. Despite Ma Chao's formidable crew, he would still dare to confront them if Xu Mingda commanded it. Han Li, fret not. They will eventually beseech us for mercy, Xu Mingda declared emphatically. Chapter 274. Although Xu Mingda was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Ma Chao, He did not dwell on the losses of this particular encounter. Time was slipping away, with only a little over an hour remaining before the evacuation of refugees from the isolation point. From the observation deck atop the building, he could see that a dozen or so buses had already arrived within the community's courtyard. It was evident that individuals were beginning to organize the residents to board the vehicles. Previously, these people had served as commodities in the transaction between Station Chief Chung and the King of Corpses. The unsuspecting individuals were being sent out in droves to be exploited and consumed by the King of Corpses. Now, both he and Ma Chao had eliminated Station Chief Chung. Ma Chao was intent on establishing himself as a ruler at the third isolation station. Xu Mingda was confident that Ma Chao would not replicate Cheng's strategy of using the living to feed the zombies. However, the buses would undoubtedly be filled with people as they exited the community. Otherwise, the third isolation point would face an onslaught from the undead. Xu Mingda had a foreboding sense about who would be aboard those buses. It was likely that Ma Chao had deceived all the outsiders in the underground isolation zone, possibly including Zhao Wenxuan and his mother. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to thwart this plan. "Brother Su, how is it?" As Xu Mingda and Han Li stepped outside, Chun Xiang approached them eagerly, along with He Tao and others who were growing increasingly impatient. Chun Xiang speculated that Xu Mingda and Ma Chao had engaged in a confrontation with Station Chief Chung and wished for He Tao to accompany her to assist. However, He Tao remained composed, asserting his belief that Xu Mingda and Ma Chao would surely deal with Station Chief Cheng. In truth, it was apparent to any discerning observer that He Tao was merely attempting to employ a strategy of letting the clam and the snipe contend while he reaped the benefits. He had covertly instructed his subordinates to be prepared to take over the third isolation point at any moment. "Brothers, that fellow Chung has hoarded a substantial amount of supplies here. Once we seize the warehouses on this floor, we can control the entire community." Therefore, when Xu Mingda and Han Li emerged, He Tao was taken aback. He could not comprehend how Xu Mingda had emerged unscathed while Ma Chao and his subordinates had seemingly vanished. Had Ma Chao and his men perished in the conflict? Yet, when he saw Xu Mingda's other two subordinates, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang, leading two female zombies behind him, all those gathered outside were left in shock. Was this still the Xu Mingda who had once raised a banner against Station Chief Cheng's collusion with the undead? To think he now appeared so amicable with the zombies. And those two female zombies seemed to share a peculiar connection with him. Who exactly was Xu Mingda? Could he truly be the one consorting with the undead? He Tao and Chen Xiang exchanged glances, their skepticism palpable. "Brother Su, what is going on?" Chen Xiang asked, eyeing the two female zombies warily. "We killed Station Chief Cheng. And these are my trophies," Xu Mingda proclaimed. "Trophies? What about Ma Chao and his men?" He Tao inquired suspiciously. Around him, dozens of explorers from the search team tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Xu Mingda. They had previously spent their days contending with zombies, and they knew these two female zombies were far from ordinary. Typical zombies would succumb to decay, transforming into mere shells of their former selves. However, the skin and muscles of these two female zombies exhibited remarkable elasticity, indicating they were still alive and coexisting with the zombie virus. Such creatures were akin to the zombie king, albeit lacking the immense power and charisma. Xu Mingda's ability to associate with such zombies, coupled with the evident fear they held towards him, suggested both his formidable presence and the possibility that he was of a similar ilk. Ma Chao remained upstairs, displaying no desire to halt the relentless offering of individuals to the zombie king. "We must prevent them from continuing this," Xu Mingda urgently implored He Tao. "I need to have a serious discussion with Ma Chao." He Tao cast Xu Mingda a cold glance before leading his subordinates swiftly upstairs. "Brother Su, what are you truly thinking? By bringing out two female zombies, who will still believe you?" Chen Xiang, witnessing the once formidable entourage reduced to just herself and two followers, glared at Xu Mingda with frustration. Xu Mingda understood that Ma Chao would never willingly relinquish these two female zombies. Ma Chao intended to use them to thoroughly tarnish Xu Mingda's reputation, stripping him of the support of his community and rendering him a pariah. Yet, these two female zombies were of paramount importance to him. If he could unravel the reasons behind humanity's coexistence with the zombie virus, or even discover an antibody, humanity would no longer live in fear of the virus's contagion. This was also the rationale behind his persistent search for Zhao Wenxuan and his efforts to protect Meng Lei. He was seeking an escape route. Should he fail to locate Zhao Wenxuan, obtaining these two female zombies would not render his journey in vain. "I do not require the belief of others. I only need your faith in me." Xu Mingda silently smiled at Chen Xiang. Chapter 275. Ultimately, Chen Xiang chose to place her trust in Xu Mingda, a belief that did not necessitate intricate reasoning. Her intuition whispered that Xu Mingda spoke no falsehood. He sincerely wished to aid those in the number 3 quarantine station. "I will escort you to the underground quarantine zone," Chen Xiang declared. Captain, that area has already been sealed off. Both Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing replied in unison. Unlike Chen Xiang, they did not harbor such unwavering faith in Xu Mingda, nor did they possess the same fervent desire to accompany him. If you're afraid, then do not go, Chen Xiang stated, her expression unyielding, as she resolutely sprinted towards the underground quarantine zone. Sister Xiang, it's not that we are afraid. We are merely concerned for you. Dong Huanwu attempted to justify himself. Little brother, you should return home. The outside is perilous. Do not let the zombies frighten you. Han Li patted his shoulder, jesting as he strode forward. Who are you calling afraid? Who is frightened? Dong Huanwu shouted in agitation. Although he admired Han Li's prowess, it did not mean he was willing to be looked down upon. Go home, Meng Dong chimed in, still tethered to the two female zombies. These female zombies, presumably possessing a semblance of intelligence, were acutely aware of their fate should Xu Mingda abandon them. Thus they obediently followed in his wake. Observing Xu Mingda's subordinates driving Dong Huanwu away, the two zombies, emboldened by their association, bared their teeth in a menacing manner. Yet, their petite frames, clad in blue school uniforms by Chief Ching's design, rendered their intimidation akin to a playful display in Dong Huanwu's eyes. Whoever is afraid and retreats is a coward, he muttered, following closely behind. Accompanying him was another of Chen Xiang's followers, Yang Guixing. Upon their arrival at the underground quarantine zone, they found several armed police officers tightly securing the entrance to the underground parking lot. Vehicles emerging from within were filled with incoming refugees. Hey, brother, what is happening? Xu Mingda approached to inquire, but was met with the barrels of several guns aimed at him. Step back. We are executing a mission. Do not enter the restricted area, or we will open fire. A stern officer barked at Xu Mingda. Hey, are you all fish? Even our Captain Xu remembers you. Han Li, recognizing the officer as one of Ma Chao's subordinates, who had been present at the first encounter between Ma Chao and Xu Mingda, could not contain his ire. Stop wasting breath. He is your captain, not mine. I hate only my captain, the officer retorted, raising his weapon menacingly at Xu Mingda and Han Li. The other officers followed suit, weapons drawn. Clearly, they were on high alert to prevent any interference with the evacuation of individuals from the underground quarantine zone. Enough, Han Li. Xu Mingda, sensing the escalating tension, quickly pulled Han Li away. He understood that Ma Chao had meticulously orchestrated this moment. He has lost his value, and his continued existence is merely a stroke of fortune. Should he dare to intervene, Ma Chao would not hesitate to have him eliminated by his subordinates. He is truly not worth the trouble. Brother Xu, what do they intend to do? Chen Xiang inquired solemnly. Ma Chao must have discovered a means to deal with the Corpse King. He plans to extract everyone from the underground isolation zone along with the zombies to use as bait, Xu Mingda explained. He was not merely trying to intimidate Chen Xiang or save face. Ma Chao's willingness to breach the underground garage isolation zone indicates he possesses a strategy to confront Zhao Wenxuan, for the underground isolation zone belongs to Zhao Wenxuan. The individuals within are Xu Mingda's final trump card. Presently, vehicles are continuously transporting people out, suggesting that Zhao Wenxuan and his subordinates have been entirely subdued. Indeed. With a resounding roar, a pickup truck emerged from the underground garage, with a woman bound in its bed. It appeared she had been infected by the zombie virus, but had not yet fully transformed. Han Li, with keen eyes, quickly recognized that the woman was none other than Zhao Wenxuan's mother. Brother, what shall we do? Zhao Wenxuan must be dead. Otherwise, he would not neglect his own mother. Han Li exclaimed. What else can we do? We should find a vehicle and go. Xu Mingda managed to utter through gritted teeth. I heard Xu Mingda intends to take the bus to feed the zombies voluntarily. Chen Xiang and the others were left in stunned silence. Chapter 276 at this juncture. Xu Mingda's choices were becoming increasingly limited. Ma Chao had firmly taken control of the quarantine station, and unlike Station Chief Cheng, Xu Mingda was acutely aware of Ma Chao's entire scheme, prompting Ma Chao to yearn for his immediate demise to silence him. Xu Mingda had come to the realization that even if he wished to leave this place normally, it was likely an impossibility. Perhaps the moment he stepped beyond the quarantine point, he would be ambushed or exposed to the horde of zombies. Thus, boarding those buses and departing openly was the most prudent course of action, for those buses were merely a means of delivering heads to the zombie king. Ma Chao and his cohorts would undoubtedly relish witnessing Xu Mingda walk willingly into the trap. Sister Chen, must we follow them? Yang Guixing inquired cautiously, feeling a sudden desire to withdraw. His decision to team up with Chen Xiang for resource gathering stemmed not from the belief that she could help him accrue points, but rather from the notion that working alongside a woman would alleviate the burdens of their arduous task. Unlike the larger resource search teams led by He Tao, where one would often endure scoldings and beatings, and could even be abandoned to the zombies for failing to complete assigned tasks, his time with Chen Xiang had fostered a budding affection. After all, scouring for resources amidst a zombie-infested world was a perilous endeavor fraught with immense psychological strain. The prospect of sharing moments of levity with a woman would provide substantial relief. Moreover, Qin Xiang possessed commendable skills, though not on par with the likes of He Tao and Ma Chao. She was still adept at uncovering resources. Additionally, her cautious nature, lack of greed, and the innate intuition women often have regarding danger made accompanying her a safer venture. The idea of marrying Qin Xiang felt akin to a humble worker striking gold by securing a high-paying position in the financial sector. Even the mere thought of it brought him immense satisfaction. Initially, Qin Xiang harbored little interest in the relatively handsome Yang Guixing. Yet, given the dire circumstances and the deteriorating state of the quarantine area, the comfort of companionship was appealing, coupled with Yang Guixing's charm and knack for navigating social interactions. She found herself developing a slight fondness for him. Yang Guixing believed that he was merely a veil away from success. However, Xu Mingda's sudden appearance filled him with despair. As he perceived the longing in Qin Xiang's gaze directed at Xu Mingda, sensing that this once certain opportunity was slipping away, still, he clung to a thread of hope. Noting that Xu Mingda was accompanied by 2 female zombies, he wished that Qin Xiang's jealousy might drive her into his arms, severing her ties with Xu Mingda. "You need not go," Qin Xiang remarked with a glance at Xu Mingda, her voice resolute. "Sister Chun, he is actively enticing zombies. Why should we follow him? I am only looking out for your well-being. I cannot bear to see you deceived by him and lose your life in vain. Have you not noticed his greater interest in those 2 female zombies than in you? He simply wants to exploit you." Yang Guixing, frantic at Qin Xiang's unwavering resolve to accompany Xu Mingda, sought to dissuade her. "Enough. You need not say more. I am aware," Qin Xiang coldly interrupted Yang Guixing. She had indeed experienced her own moments of hesitation. After all, she was a resident of this community and the leader of the resource search team. Even if the upper echelons of the quarantine station underwent changes, it was unlikely to disrupt her life significantly. However, through this experience, she discerned a distinction among Ma Chao, He Tao, and Xu Mingda, believing that only Xu Mingda genuinely cared for the well-being of the quarantine site. In contrast, Ma Chao and He Tao were solely focused on their own ambitions, indifferent to the plight of the community residents. This emotional inclination is characteristic of her as a woman. She could easily align herself with either He Tao or Ma Chao, thriving in the quarantine zone, flaunting her power, and ensuring her own safety. Yet, she chose to pursue justice instead. The world was already shrouded in darkness, and Xu Mingda emerged as a flicker of light amidst the gloom. Though this faint glimmer could not illuminate the entire abyss, it offered Qin Xiang a glimmer of hope. She yearned not to return to her dreary, lifeless past. She desired to chase after this beam of light that Xu Mingda represented, even if it meant she would, like a moth to a flame, ultimately be consumed by him. Nevertheless, in a world teetering on the edge of oblivion, the majority struggled merely to survive, while the true essence of life remained a privilege few could enjoy. Yang Guixing's words did not persuade her. Instead, they solidified her resolve to follow Xu Mingda. Although Xu Mingda appeared weak and entangled with the undead, she consistently perceived hope in him, even if it seemed that Xu Mingda was walking into a trap this time. Qin Xiang believed that he would ultimately find a way to navigate through the darkness towards a brighter dawn. Chapter 277, Sister Chun. We must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon. Since they dare to go, we shall too. At that moment, Dong Huanwu approached. He was a fiery youth who had just been insulted by Xu Mingda's subordinates for being timid, and he had long sought an opportunity to prove himself. Now, seeing Xu Mingda and his group escalating their antics, he felt a flutter of trepidation in his heart, yet he squared his shoulders and sought out Qin Xiang. "I trust he will lead us out," Qin Xiang declared, before guiding Dong Huanwu towards Xu Mingda and his companions. "Wait for me. I believe in Sister Chen's decision." Yang Guixing, realizing he was the only one left behind, hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit. "Boss, another bus is coming," Hanli exclaimed, noticing another large bus emerging into the courtyard. He quickly informed Xu Mingda, "Let us board that one, and try to sit by the windows." Xu Mingda observed that it was a Red King Long bus and, utilizing his astrological calculations, deemed it fortuitous for himself. "Boss, what about these 2? Mingdong asked, somewhat perplexed as he held on to 2 zombies. The female zombies, illuminated by the headlights of the bus, immediately became agitated, growling, and attempting to break free from their chains. "Cover their eyes. There are both humans and zombies in the underground warehouse. Everyone, do not be afraid," Xu Mingda instructed. Upon hearing this, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang promptly removed their outer garments and draped them over the heads of the 2 female zombies. They immediately settled down. It appeared that although these zombies seemed ferocious, they had been in a state of restless agitation. Xu Mingda discerned that as long as they were provided with a sense of security, They were actually quite tame and obedient. As Xu Mingda and the others approached the bus, they were swiftly intercepted by 2 guards who leaped down from the vehicle. "We are voluntarily leaving this place." "Is that not permissible?" Xu Mingda stepped forward to negotiate. At that moment, the armed police stationed at the entrance of the underground garage also recognized Xu Mingda's intentions and promptly contacted their superior, Ma Chao, via radio. At that time, Ma Chao was engaged in a tea session with He Tao. Though labeled as tea drinking, it was more akin to a hierarchical discussion of sharing spoils. While Ma Chao commanded a contingent of men, He Tao was no slouch either, being part of a militia unit. Furthermore, he had allied himself with several medium-sized resource retrieval teams. Ma Chao was aware of this dynamic, but did not wish to grant He Tao excessive power. After all, he was a regular army officer dispatched from above, while He Tao, despite his numbers, could only be regarded as militia. Thus, Ma Chao intended to offer He Tao a nominal position as the chief of resource collection, allowing him to continue gathering supplies for the quarantine zone without accessing the core of governance. Yet, He Tao was astute. He nearly made it explicit that if Ma Chao could not provide the benefits he sought, he would align himself with Xu Mingda, the appointed special envoy. He aimed to elevate Xu Mingda to the position of station chief for the quarantine area. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Ma Chao's eyes towards He Tao became difficult to conceal. However, after weighing his options, he deemed it prudent to keep He Tao placated for the time being, especially since he had just seized the position of station chief and his seat was still warm. He Tao was vying for the position of deputy station chief. Just as Ma Chao was about to acquiesce, one of his subordinates called over the intercom, informing him that Xu Mingda intended to hitch a ride on the bus departing from the quarantine zone. Ma Chao cast a contemplative glance at He Tao, conveying a straightforward message. "Are you not seeking to leverage Xu Mingda to overthrow me? Let us see how you will navigate this situation now." Chapter 278, Director Ma. He must not be allowed to leave. Otherwise, he will divulge everything that has transpired here, which would not bode well for you. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda intended to escape, He Tao sprang to his feet. If Xu Mingda were to depart, he would lose his leverage over Ma Chao. Yet, he refrained from expressing his true thoughts, and instead feigned concern for Ma Chao. "Huh, do you truly believe he has any chance to spread his tails outside?" Ma Chao scoffed with a smirk. "Listen, let him board the vehicle, and designate it for destruction, as both he and the individuals within are infected with the zombie virus. The 2 female zombies serve as evidence." Subsequently, Ma Chao picked up the intercom and spoke in a low voice. "Yes, the mission will be accomplished. Take Xu Mingda and his subordinates out for destruction." A soldier on the other end of the intercom responded affirmatively. The soldier then gestured to the 2 guards stationed by the car door, signaling them to approach. Under the command of the team leader, they were instructed to board the vehicle and subsequently be taken away for destruction. Remember, everyone in that vehicle is infected with the zombie virus. Exercise caution. Understood. The expressions of the 2 guards grew serious as they began to inspect their protective gear, ensuring they would not be bitten by Xu Mingda and his group. The guards responsible for the transport wore protective suits akin to ancient warriors clad in armor. However, this armor was crafted from rubber, thick and elastic, covering the neck, arms, and legs of each guard. Being part of an official armed police unit, they were equipped with specialized rubber gear, cut-resistant gloves, tactical vests, groin protection, military boots, helmets, and more. Since bullets proved ineffective against zombies, and gunfire attracted more of them, they primarily wielded blunt weapons such as wolf fawn clubs and hammers. In fact, while blades may appear sharp, they are not as effective as a heavy iron rod or other blunt instruments. A knife can easily become lodged in bone when cutting flesh, whereas a wolf fawn club or iron rod can shatter even the toughest skulls in an instant. When Xu Mingda observed these helmeted warriors standing menacingly on either side of the car door, one hand gripping a weapon while the other pushed people into the vehicle like cattle until it was filled to capacity, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had initially intended to hijack a bus and make a break for it. However, given the current situation, it was uncertain whether he would even be able to move once inside the vehicle. Being crammed in like canned goods did not bode well for his survival. As he hesitated, several fully armed guards approached him. "Who is Captain Xu? Our Captain Ma has instructed us to escort you out." One of the guards stated with authority. "I am." Xu Mingda realized he could no longer hide and reluctantly extended his arm to indicate his position. "Captain Xu, are these the individuals you intend to take with you?" The guard glanced at the few people behind Xu Mingda. "Yes, since your Captain Ma has made the introduction. Might it be possible to arrange for fewer individuals in this vehicle? I suffer from claustrophobia." Xu Mingda replied. Get in the vehicle. We are solely responsible for ensuring your safety on the road. As for everything else, we have no say." With a wave of his hand, the guard signaled, and several others immediately surrounded Xu Mingda and his companions. It appeared that they had no choice but to stay. My friend, what is your surname? Xu Mingda inquired, pulling out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it. Chapter 279. Does my surname matter to you? The guard raised a hand, coldly regarding Xu Mingda. Brother, you also have it tough. Each day, you toil in this demanding work yet cannot even disclose your names. Thus, I wish to express my gratitude. Xu Mingda remarked with heartfelt sentiment. Humph, it's not so arduous. It's merely to fulfill the tasks assigned from above. The guard's tone softened, evidently moved by Xu Mingda's empathetic words. Alas, though I am a leader myself, I often feel I am not doing enough. I strive to share both hardships and joys with my subordinates, always the first to charge ahead. Yet, upon seeing you, my heart grows heavy. We are all someone's children. Not made of iron. Why must we endure more suffering than ordinary people? Even when infected by the zombie virus, we cannot speak of it. We cannot even leave behind our names. As Xu Mingda spoke, he offered a cigarette. Here, brother, allow me to toast to you. The guard hesitated but accepted the cigarette. Xu Mingda proceeded to light it for him. Thank you for your understanding. My surname is Chang. I am the leader of the guard team responsible for your transport. The guard stated. I should be the one thanking you, Captain Chang. Xu Mingda replied, standing tall and saluting with emotion. Salute, Captain Chang and several other guards. Upon seeing this, stood at attention in return. The previously tense standoff was shattered by Xu Mingda's few words and a cigarette. Everyone, move towards the rear of the vehicle and follow commands. Let us not add to Captain Chang's burdens. It is not easy for him. Xu Mingda urged as he encouraged his subordinates to board the vehicle. At the vehicle's entrance, 2 guards stood watch. When Zheng Jiqiang led the 2 female zombies towards the vehicle, they were halted by the guards. What is their situation? One guard inquired, attempting to lift their clothing for inspection. Brother, don't move. They are carriers of the zombie virus. I am taking them for treatment. Xu Mingda quickly interjected. What? The 2 guards exchanged astonished glances. While zombies did not frighten them, hearing Xu Mingda claim that they could be cured was a revelation. They dealt with zombies daily and had witnessed their comrades bitten and transformed. They were acutely aware that one day it could be their turn. And thus they were mentally prepared for sacrifice. However, the notion that the zombie virus could be treated left them profoundly shocked. No one desires to become a zombie. Yet, their captain Ma Chao had never mentioned the possibility of curing the virus. Instinctively, they felt inclined to befriend Xu Mingda. What if they were bitten by a zombie? Could they seek Xu Mingda's aid to save their lives? Captain Xu, please, walk slowly. With such thoughts, their gazes towards Xu Mingda became significantly more courteous, and they ceased to raise their voices at his subordinates. Chapter 280. It is indeed our leader who possesses friends everywhere and can converse with anyone. Zhang Jiqiang had initially harbored concerns about how to transport the 2 zombie pets into the vehicle. To his astonishment, Xu Mingda's mere words prompted the guards to graciously allow them passage, leaving Zhang Jiqiang in profound admiration. Chen Xiang, too, found herself glancing at Xu Mingda with renewed interest. Who would have thought he could be so articulate? Initially, Chen Xiang considered Xu Mingda to be rather plain, yet the more she observed him, the more she found him pleasing to the eye, even perceiving an inherent charisma and masculine allure about him. Why does this vehicle reek so heavily of blood? Han Li exclaimed upon entering, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Indeed, it resembles a slaughterhouse, Meng Dong and Zheng Jiqiang muttered in agreement, just as they voiced their complaints. The 2 female zombies they had dragged into the vehicle began to thrash about restlessly. They emitted bone-chilling roars, tearing off the cloth that obscured their heads. Their eyes gleaming with a terrifying light, fixated on Zheng Jiqiang and the others as if they were prey. Be calm. Get down. Zheng Jiqiang shouted in panic, frantically dodging. Within the confines of the narrow aisle, should the zombies block their escape, there would be no means of flight. Quiet down. If you wish to continue living, I shall dispose of you right now. Xu Mingda, standing at the rear, kicked the 2 female zombies in annoyance, threatening them in a hushed tone. Although films depict zombies as fearsome creatures, human warriors are typically no match for them, yet the few individuals guarding the vehicle were evidently different. They exuded an aura of lethal intent, suggesting they had dispatched countless foes. Upon hearing Xu Mingda's words, the 2 female zombies turned back to him, mewling like frightened kittens, adopting postures of fear and retreat, evidently intimidated by the guards. Sister Chen, this vehicle feels ominous. Perhaps we should disembark? Yang Guishun began to waver. However, Chen Xiang shot him a fierce glare. Once aboard this vehicle, there would be no opportunity for a hasty exit. Indeed, Xu Mingda also detected the pungent odor of blood, mingled with a foul stench and a chilling air. The vehicle resembled one used in a mortuary for transporting corpses. Although no bodies were visible, it emanated a palpable sense of dread. It was uncertain how many souls had been delivered to the Corpse King via this vehicle, becoming sustenance for the horde of zombies. Contemplating the grim fate that awaited him, Xu Mingda felt a tightening in his chest, his brow furrowing in concern. His departure from the third quarantine station was not intended to deliver takeout to zombies. The pressing question on his mind was how to escape the grim fate of being devoured. At that moment, several vehicles emerged from the underground quarantine area. As the doors swung open, the armored guards began dragging the occupants from the vehicles, treating them like livestock, shoving them into the cars. "Let us go. We refuse to exit. What you are doing is illegal. We will report you." The captives were those who had fled here seeking refuge. Despite the darkness of the quarantine zone, it was preferable to being sent back to a wild animal park teeming with voracious zombies. However, their resistance was forcefully suppressed by the guards. The sentinels, clad in rubber armor impervious to blades and bites, felt no psychological burden when confronting these unarmed civilians. Yet, the group expelled from the quarantine zone was not to be underestimated. They gathered the women and children in the center, while the men rallied around, declaring, "Follow me." They spontaneously organized, strong young men and women forming a circle, shouting and attempting to engage the guards, determined not to let them shove them onto the bus. This tactic had proven effective in the underground quarantine zone. However, it was now futile. Their numbers were too few, and they had effectively been isolated and overwhelmed. The limited number of men leading the resistance were swiftly dragged away, mercilessly beaten with clubs and iron rods until they lay bloodied and motionless on the ground. Subsequently, the guards seized them by the hair and tossed them into the vehicle. The women and children, bereft of male protection, cried out in despair. Though they cursed in anger, they were ruthlessly shoved into the bus. Chaos erupted within the vehicle. "We cannot maintain this charade any longer. Soon we will be powerless," Xu Mingda thought. Glancing at the female zombies. The two female zombies were crouched in the aisle, emitting low growls of menace toward those being forced inside. The darkness outside and the lack of light within the bus concealed the presence of the zombies from the panicked individuals. "Go, bite them. Don't let them come closer." Xu Mingda loosened the chains around their necks and whispered to them. The two female zombies, already driven wild by the sin of blood, lunged at the people in the bus with a feral howl. Upon seeing the zombies, the terrified passengers scrambled in a frenzy to escape beneath the vehicle. The guards stationed at the entrance could not contain the chaos. "There are rioters. If they do not heed the warning, they shall be eliminated without mercy." The armed police maintaining order at the garage entrance quickly surrounded the scene. Realizing the time was ripe, Xu Mingda hastily opened the bus window and shouted to the escort. "Captain Chang, quickly close the doors. No more passengers. I will ensure they quiet down." Chapter 281 is the leader of the escort team. Chang Wei witnessed the chaos erupting within the bus and promptly organized his subordinates to prepare for an interception. At that moment, Xu Mingda opened the window and shouted at him, insisting that he close the bus doors and that he would handle the turmoil inside. "Close the doors." Chang Wei hesitated briefly before issuing the command. "Commander Chang, there are important individuals who have yet to board. We cannot close the doors." A concerned armed police officer interjected. "I am the leader of the escort team, and I am responsible for the safety within this vehicle. You must heed my orders," Chang Wei asserted with conviction. He held a favorable impression of Xu Mingda and recognized that if the doors were not closed promptly, even if they intervened, they would be unable to prevent those intent on exiting the bus. The only way to stop them would be to eliminate them entirely, a course of action that would provoke severe repercussions within the community. "Yes, close the doors." Upon hearing Chang Wei's directive, the guard at the entrance swiftly shut the electric doors. "Everyone, please remain calm. I am Xu Mingda from the enforcement team, here to ensure your safety," Xu Mingda proclaimed as he stood up to address the passengers. However, his words fell on deaf ears as the occupants continued their frantic attempts to escape. They pounded against the doors and windows with a fervor reminiscent of the undead. Yet, the vehicles had been specially fortified for security. The doors and windows were reinforced with iron mesh, allowing for ventilation but preventing any escape. Even if the passengers were to shatter the glass, it would be futile. "Listen closely. These two zombies are harmless. They have been specially trained by us," Xu Mingda amplified his voice. As the passengers realized their inability to flee and noted that the two zombies were not attacking them, a semblance of calm began to settle. "I don't believe you. Let them bite one of us, and we will believe." A bloodied young man shouted defiantly. "Very well, it is settled. I will allow them to bite. And you will follow my lead," Xu Mingda declared loudly. "Indeed, if you dare to lead by example, we shall comply." Others echoed from the bus. "Do you see this clearly?" Xu Mingda said, inserting his finger into the mouth of one female zombie. The creature reacted excitedly, gnawing at his finger with fervor, but unbeknownst to them, Xu Mingda was aware that Station Chief Chung had likely feared that these two female zombies might turn aggressive. Hence he had removed their teeth and fitted them with dental prosthetics. This precaution allowed Xu Mingda to employ them without fearing a bite. At that moment, the female zombie held his finger tightly, making it impossible to withdraw. Yet, in truth, His skin remained unbroken. Station Chief Ching truly knows how to play this game. Xu Mingda mused. The thought of the two zombies potentially being used for other purposes causing a fleeting stir within him. However, he quickly refocused and extracted his finger from the creature's mouth. See, they pose no danger. They are merely here to frighten. Xu Mingda displayed his unscathed finger to the others, his voice ringing with authority. The passengers, witnessing the integrity of his finger, were left in astonishment. I shall demonstrate for you as well. Meng Dong, inspired by Xu Mingda's display, attempted to insert his own finger into the mouth of another female zombie to prove his bravery, but Xu Mingda halted him. Since this particular utility of the female zombies had been developed, it was certainly a privilege that Xu Mingda intended to enjoy exclusively. Captain Xu, since you have the ability to control the zombies, can you assure us of our safety? At that moment, another man in the vehicle tentatively inquired. He appeared to be around 40, sporting a pair of glasses for nearsightedness, and his demeanor exuded a refined elegance. Xu Mingda noted his administrative jacket and leather shoes, suggesting he held a position of authority. I cannot guarantee your safety. You must ensure that you do not act recklessly. I will agree to escort you to another refuge, Xu Mingda replied. Old Xing, does he expect us to follow his lead? That is out of the question. Another survivor exclaimed in anger. Xiaowei, hold your tongue for now. Everyone, let us remain calm, the middle-aged man known as Old Xing interjected, pressing his hand down to restore order. It appeared he was the backbone of this group. The newcomers fell silent at once. The fact that Xu Mingda could tame zombies was sufficiently astonishing to them. Captain Xu, what is your intention? Old Xing scrutinized Xu Mingda and his group. Like you, we were expelled by the individuals at the quarantine zone, unable to connect with them, Xu Mingda replied with a chuckle. This was a strategic move to quickly establish rapport with Old Xing's group. But we have other places to go, he added. Ah. So you two have sensed the issues with this quarantine zone? Old Xing adjusted his glasses and coughed lightly. It seems you are also. Xu Mingda gestured upwards. Indeed, comrade, Old Xing nodded knowingly. His use of the term comrade further indicated his significant status. They intend to deliver us to the zombies, employing treachery to silence us. Xu Mingda stated. What? Let us out. The survivors erupted in outrage upon hearing this. Everyone, remain calm. Captain Xu, do you have a viable plan? Old Xing waved his hand to stabilize the situation, his gaze now anxious as he looked at Xu Mingda. I have mentioned that I can lead everyone out. But you must adhere to my commands. Xu Mingda asserted solemnly. Very well, we shall all follow your lead. Old Xing declared resolutely. Chapter 282. There were a total of 18 individuals in Old Xing's group, comprising 9 robust men, 7 women, and 2 adolescents. They had been residing in the underground quarantine zone for a month. The reason Ma Chao included them as targets for elimination was not only due to their obstinate nature within the quarantine area but likely also because of Old Xing's identity. Xu Mingda refrained from inquiring about his specific position, for at that moment, the bus had already commenced its journey. Panic ensued within the vehicle as an ominous premonition settled in each passenger's heart, fueled by the fear of the 2 zombies. Moreover, the bus was sparsely populated, causing Xu Mingda and his companions to occupy the rear, while Old Xing's group sat at the front, creating a stark division between the 2 factions. Xu team, what other news do you have? Old Xing approached Xu Mingda, settling beside him to whisper. This time, the quarantine station is likely targeting someone named Zhao Wenxuan. We might also be fed to the zombies, Xu Mingda replied gravely. He understood that he must unite every possible ally to confront the zombie king. Zhao Wenxuan? I know him. A remarkable young man with considerable charisma. Unfortunately, they have already captured and imprisoned him, Old Xing expressed with regret. Rest assured, I will faithfully report the situation here to the higher-ups. The issues at the 3rd quarantine point will be resolved. We cannot allow them to act with impunity. Old Xing's intent was unmistakable, urging Xu Mingda to devise a means to safeguard his safety, promising assistance in return. It was likely he had made similar promises in the underground quarantine zone, which explained his loyal followers. However, Xu Mingda was unimpressed by his words. He did not believe in any savior in this world. Survival depended on one's own struggle. Nonetheless, he would not forfeit the opportunity to forge connections with influential figures, as his future growth would inevitably attract attention from above. Old Xing, I trust you. But only by locating Zhao Wenxuan do we stand a chance of escaping the zombie king, Xu Mingda asserted earnestly. Oh, Old Xing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed his understanding. He returned to his followers and relayed Xu Mingda's words. Upon hearing this from Old Xing, those referred to as Wei Deming and his companions turned their gaze towards Xu Mingda, realizing he was their beacon of hope. At that moment, over a dozen buses had gathered. Except for Xu Mingda's vehicle, the others were filled to capacity, containing no fewer than 400 to 500 individuals. The escort team leader, Chang Wei, along with several members, began to inspect the fleet, assessing the condition of each bus. Soon, they would board an armored vehicle to escort the convoy to the designated location. Leader Chong, which bus is Zhao Wenxuan on? As Chong Wei inspected beneath Xu Mingda's bus, he pulled down the window and inquired, "Shut your mouth and close the window." Chong Wei glanced at Xu Mingda with irritation and barked. However, he discreetly signaled Xu Mingda with a gesture indicating the number 9 and turned to glance at bus 9. Xu Mingda had just managed to quell the unrest among the members of vehicle number 2, which proved to be a significant assistance to him. Chong Wei could sense that Xu Mingda was a person of considerable capability, and thus, he was more than willing to offer his support. Xu Mingda understood instantly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Team Leader Chong, once we arrive at our destination, I have matters to report to you," he said meaningfully to Chong Wei. Chapter 283. Upon learning that Zhao Wenxuan was detained in vehicle number 9, Xu Mingda felt a surge of relief. His purpose for this visit was solely to assist Zhao Wenxuan, although he had recently allied himself with Chun Xiang and 2 others. As well as established connections with Lao Xing's group, he still felt inadequately prepared to confront the Corpse King. While those affiliated with Lao Xing displayed considerable fighting spirit and appeared unafraid of death, they lacked weaponry and any inclination to devote themselves to Xu Mingda's cause. It was likely that they would fight fiercely to protect Lao Xing, yet in Su's eyes, they were of little use, merely fodder to delay the inevitable. The true turning point in the battle would come from Chong Wei and his associates. Their extensive dealings with zombies had granted them insight into both the creature's weaknesses and strengths. Therefore, persuading Chang Wei to join his side was of paramount importance. Moreover, Zhao Wenxuan represented a crucial element in determining victory or defeat. Ma Chao's resolute decision to extricate Zhao Wenxuan along with everyone from the underground isolation zone indicated the perceived threat Zhao posed. A person capable of negotiating with the Corpse King would not be so feared unless he harbored significant potential, possibly even the ability to confront the Corpse King directly. Thus, Xu Mingda had firmly resolved that regardless of where the bus would take him, he would seek out vehicle number 9 to reunite with Zhao Wenxuan. Of course, Xu Mingda was not foolish. He understood that the transport team would likely separate them to prevent any collective unrest. With him in vehicle No. 2 and Zhao Wenxuan in number 9, there was considerable distance between them. The vehicles traversed a dark road devoid of streetlights, making it impossible to track the others. Therefore, securing Chong Wei's allegiance was essential. Indeed, after inspecting all the vehicles, Chong Wei began communicating with Ma Chao, just as the gates of the 3rd isolation station slowly ascended, indicating that Ma Chao had approved the convoy's departure. As the vehicles exited the isolation station, the passengers felt a palpable tension. Despite the numerous shortcomings of the 3rd isolation station, the thought of being cast out left them yearning for the safety behind its high walls. A woman began to regret not having departed with the men from her neighborhood. Xu Mingda felt a twinge of uncertainty until he noticed a transport vehicle approaching from behind. The vehicle pulled alongside number 2, and the adjacent window rolled down. Xu Mingda saw Chang Wei glancing at him while driving, the interior occupied solely by himself. "Team Leader Chong, this should be your last mission, correct?" Xu Mingda remarked with a smile. Who told you that?" Chang Wei responded, momentarily taken aback. "Is it not obvious? Ma Chao has assumed authority from Station Chief Chung and will no longer engage in such transactions with zombies. By expelling everyone from the isolation zone, he is undoubtedly positioning himself for the Station Chief role," Xu Mingda replied, his tone laden with implication. You think so?" Chang Wei scoffed, turning his head to gaze ahead. The escort vehicle proceeded alongside vehicle number 2. It appeared that Xu Mingda was eager to hear more from him. "Chang Wei, I know we shall soon reach our destination. However, I must impart a piece of wisdom. When the cunning rabbit is slain, the hound is cooked. I believe you possess a measure of intelligence as well." Upon finishing his words, Xu Mingda withdrew his head back into the vehicle. At that moment, he noticed the escort vehicle abruptly applying the brakes, as if Chang Wei had been stirred by his remarks. "Brother, there seems to be danger ahead," Hanli whispered, having observed the 2 female zombies becoming agitated. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes flickered with iridescent blue-green light in the darkness, suggesting they were drawn and invigorated by some unseen force. Earlier, while waiting to depart, Xu Mingda had given the 2 zombies simple yet fitting names, Xiaomei and Xiaoli. Now, he reached out to grasp the nape of Xiaomei's neck, turning her head towards him. "Have you discovered something amusing?" He tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear and then seized her hair, inserting 2 fingers into her mouth, encouraging her to suckle. Xu Mingda had realized that this action resembled offering a pacifier to an infant, providing her with a sense of security and pleasure. Xiaomei's gaze immediately transformed, becoming animated and enraptured. She then inexplicably began to hum in a muffled tone. "Speak in human language." Xu Mingda tugged at her hair and withdrew his fingers from her mouth. I can smell a strong scent of blood. They are waiting ahead. Awaiting the grand feast to welcome the arrival of the king. Xiaomei spoke in a rather surreal voice. What does she mean? Ming Dong and Zhang Jiqiang asked in astonishment. Do not concern yourselves with the meaning. It certainly bodes ill. Prepare to seize the vehicle. Xu Mingda whispered urgently. Chapter 284. Xu Mingda and his companions found themselves aboard a luxurious coach, which was divided into two levels, the upper deck for passengers and the lower deck for cargo and luggage. Once they boarded, the doors and windows, equipped with protective grills, were securely shut. The exit passage was also cordoned off by the driver with iron mesh, effectively isolating Xu Mingda and his group in the upper level, leaving them entirely disconnected from the driver below. The vehicle would proceed wherever the driver chose, leaving them to fate. Now, Xu Mingda had given the order to seize the vehicle, which astonished the others on board. However, it was clear that Xu Mingda had prepared for this eventuality. Ming Dong promptly made his way to the front aisle of the coach, retrieving a small bottle of high-proof liquor from his pocket and splashing it onto the iron mesh barrier. The potent aroma of alcohol rapidly filled the air as the liquid dripped down beside the driver's seat. What are you doing? Who allowed you to bring alcohol? The driver exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Although alcohol is not gasoline, it is undoubtedly flammable. Should Ming Dong ignite the alcohol, a fierce blaze would engulf the lower level of the bus in an instant. Ming Dong and his companions had anticipated this scenario and were prepared to cover the iron mesh with a cloth pad to contain the flames, ensuring the upper deck would remain unaffected for the time being. While the driver could potentially stop the bus and escape through the door, it would render the coach inoperable, blocking the road and impeding the passage of subsequent vehicles. Stop the bus and let us off, and I want to set it ablaze, Ming Dong declared, brandishing a lighter. The driver, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, ceased further negotiation with Ming Dong and immediately grabbed the radio to contact the escort team leader, Chang Wei. Calm them down. I'll be there shortly. Chang Wei's expression darkened upon hearing this. Xu Mingda's earlier remark about the cunning rabbit being killed and the hound being cooked had unsettled him. He realized that the drivers assigned to this mission were not the seasoned veterans he was accustomed to, but rather a fresh batch of inexperienced faces who were oblivious to the gravity of their task, merely driving according to a predetermined route for monetary compensation. This implied a lack of the quick reflexes honed through regular training, and they were headed straight for an area densely populated with zombies. If they encountered a horde trailing the convoy, panic would ensue, leading to reckless driving and ultimately transforming them into fodder for the undead. While Chang Wei had long been desensitized to the sight of those fed to zombies, the troubling aspect was that Ma Chao had replaced the drivers but had not substituted his escort personnel. What are you playing at, Ma Chao? Chang Wei seethed internally. He was acutely aware that his actions were far from noble, and if this were to leak, it would incite public outrage. Yet, he was merely executing orders from above. Furthermore, it was Ma Chao who had dispatched him to carry out this task. Should an investigation arise, Ma Chao would be implicated and could bear significant responsibility. Now that Ma Chao had successfully taken control of the third quarantine station, was he planning to eliminate witnesses to cleanse his own slate? At this moment, Chang Wei sensed an ominous turn of events. Though he had dealt with zombies on multiple occasions, he understood that the true transactions were being conducted by the powerful figures above and the zombie king. If those in power no longer deemed him necessary, they could just as easily employ the zombie king to eliminate him. The more he contemplated this, the more furrowed his brow became, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He wished to have a serious conversation with Xu Mingda, as he sensed that Xu Mingda might possess some knowledge. After all, Xu Mingda was not forcibly taken. He had chosen to venture out willingly. Furthermore, Chang Wei was aware of Xu Mingda's prior collaboration with Ma Chao, during which he had murdered Director Cheng. Thus, when the panicked call from the driver of vehicle number 2 crackled through the intercom, Chang Wei did not delegate the matter to his subordinates but instead drove to vehicle number 2 himself. Attention all units, vehicle number 2 is experiencing an unusual situation. Immediately pull over to the side of the road and await further instructions. All other personnel and vehicles shall continue along the established route. Chang Wei calmly announced over the intercom. Chang Wei, this transport involves extremely dangerous individuals. Under no circumstances are we permitted to stop midway. Organize the vehicles to continue moving at once. A dark voice interjected through the intercom. Ma Chao? Astonishment rippled among all those with intercoms. They had not anticipated that their communications were being monitored by Ma Chao. Boss, we are merely addressing an emergency situation. We will resume movement shortly. Chang Wei glared at the pitch-black street, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He had never before perceived this long road as a passage to hell. Chapter 285. Chang Wei. Are you not even listening to my words? I can have someone replace you immediately. Ma Chao's voice erupted through the intercom, filled with fury. Yes, boss. Chang Wei paused for a moment before responding. Understood, continue along the predetermined route. Responses echoed from each vehicle. Xu Mingda, seated inside, overheard the exchange between the driver and the intercom. Ignite the engine. He calmly instructed Meng Dong. Damn it, if we are to die, let us all perish together. No one shall escape unscathed. Meng Dong howled as he ignited the alcohol, a blaze of blue flames erupting instantaneously. Have you lost your mind? Old Xing's face drained of color as he witnessed Meng Dong setting the vehicle ablaze. He understood that once a bus caught fire while in motion, it would be engulfed swiftly, condemning them all to a fiery demise or suffocation. The women and children shrieked in terror. Even Chen Xiang and the others clutched the armrests of their seats tightly, poised to kick open the windows and leap to safety. Extinguish the flames. Old Xing's men rushed forward, attempting to dodge Meng Dong's lighter, using their clothing to smother the fire. Who dares to move? Anyone who stirs, I will end them. Zhang Jiqiang brandished his shotgun, racking a shell ominously. Everyone, remain calm. Follow my commands. Xu Mingda spoke deliberately, his authority clear. I am the special envoy dispatched to the 3rd isolation station. I possess the authority to command your obedience. In the face of crisis, old Xing dropped his pretense, suddenly producing an identification document from his pocket, declaring loudly, Chow, another envoy has emerged. If you're so formidable, why not dethrone Station Chief Cheng? Must you let a few armed police force you onto the bus? Hanli scoffed derisively. Having spent considerable time with Xu Mingda, he had adopted a fearless attitude, convinced only he was the true leader. The envoy Xing found himself momentarily speechless. Amidst the flickering flames, his companions fixated intently on Xu Mingda, then glanced back at old Xing. Captain Xing, since you are confident in your ability to manage the situation, I shall defer to you. Everyone, heed his instructions. If we are to die, let it be together. Old Xing's voice was hoarse from distress. Old Xing suddenly relinquished his leadership, leaving those who had followed him in a state of shock and disappointment. After all, they were not acquainted with Xu Mingda. Envoy Xing, since you have said so, I shall not hold back. I will do my utmost to guide everyone to safety. In the end, you will still be the envoy, wielding your authority. Xu Mingda smiled, aware that old Xing was no ordinary individual, yet surprised by his high rank. Such a person, accustomed to bureaucratic maneuvering, excelled in internal strife, yet was ill-prepared for the brutal realities of combating zombies. Hence, he decided against further humility. After all, old Xing was merely a special envoy of modest standing, not a deity of life and death. In times of peace, his rank commanded respect, but now, in this moment of peril, rank meant little. One could only rely on oneself for salvation. The driver of Vehicle 2, witnessing the fire within, disregarded all commands, hastily maneuvering the bus to the roadside, then flinging open the doors, panic-stricken as he leaped out. At this moment, Chang Wei arrived in the escort vehicle. Chief Chang, they are igniting a fire inside the car. The driver stammered upon seeing Chang Wei disembark. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Wei retrieved a fire extinguisher from the escort vehicle and rushed over to douse the flames licking at the floor of the coach. The newly ignited fire was swiftly extinguished. Meanwhile, the buses behind vehicle number 2 passed by, yet none came to a halt. Captain Su, cease your meddling up there. Come down so we can have a proper discussion. Seeing the convoy move past, Chang Wei took out his keys and opened the iron gate blocking the passage. Chief Chang, I cannot fathom how this vehicle suddenly caught fire. We are immensely grateful for your decisive action, which has undoubtedly saved the lives of everyone aboard, Xu Mingda proclaimed, clasping his hands together as he descended from the vehicle. Captain Su, at this juncture, let us speak plainly. There is no time for circumlocution. Chang Wei sighed ruefully, casting a glance at Xu Mingda. Chapter 286. Speak clearly. Xu Mingda's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze intently on Chang Wei. Very well. You must now cooperate with me and relinquish command of the entire convoy. We must alter our course of action to save our lives and those of the hundreds in the convoy. Captain Su, are you joking? Chang Wei replied coldly, his hand resting near the grip of his firearm. Chow, did you not advise me to speak plainly? If not, I shall heed your instructions. Turn the convoy around and head toward the seaside, as if you were the hero destined to save us all. Xu Mingda retorted. I do not comprehend your words. Chang Wei stared at Xu Mingda in confusion. Oh my heavens, do you still not realize that Ma Chao has betrayed you? Do you know who is aboard this vehicle? They are prominent figures being investigated regarding the 3rd quarantine zone. Old Xing, in a fit of cowardice, dared not allow them to be scrutinized, which is why he confined the higher-ups to the underground quarantine area. Now that Ma Chao has seized control of the 3rd quarantine zone, he certainly will not take on this burden. Thus, he has tasked you with silencing witnesses, and in the process, you too will be fed to the zombies. Do you not grasp the gravity of this situation? Xu Mingda articulated the conclusions he had drawn regarding the third quarantine zone in one breath. Why should I believe you? Chang Wei's resolve visibly wavered, yet he struggled to accept that Ma Chao would act against him, as everything he had done was at Ma Chao's behest. If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. I must attend to pressing matters, Xu Mingda declared, irritation evident in his voice. Young comrade, you should place your trust in Captain Su. I can attest that what he says is true. At that moment, Old Xing descended from the vehicle, speaking earnestly. Look, he is the special commissioner sent from above, Xu Mingda noted, encouraged by Old Xing's support, and raised his voice twofold. I represent the higher authorities and demand your cooperation in thoroughly investigating the matters concerning the third quarantine zone, rather than concealing them through illegal means, which will only exacerbate your guilt. I assure you, if you now choose to see reason, we will overlook past transgressions and reward your future contributions accordingly. Old Xing displayed his credentials, exuding an air of official authority. Very well. I shall comply. What do you require of me? Chang Wei pondered for a moment, then resolutely made his decision. Comrade Chang Wei, I command you to immediately lead your escort team and redirect the convoy to the fishing port in Bihai town, where we shall await further rescue instructions, Xu Mingda stated with gravity. Yes, I accept the order. Although somewhat reluctant, Chang Wei stood at attention and saluted Xu Mingda. Excellent. With the first step taken, a second will follow. Soon, you shall grow accustomed to it. Xu Mingda felt a surge of triumph within. He had not anticipated that a slight maneuver would tie Chang Wei's fate to his own. It is worth noting that although the escort team comprised fewer than 20 individuals, they were an elite special forces unit accustomed to dealing with zombies. Having their assistance would significantly ease the establishment of a sanctuary in Bihai town. As Chang Wei called his subordinates over the radio, Xu Mingda promptly boarded the large bus. He understood that he must promptly locate Vehicle No. 9 to rendezvous with Zhao Wenxuan. Which of you can drive a large bus? Step forward quickly. Xu Mingda shouted to the individuals above. I can drive. A young man surnamed Wei exclaimed as he leaped down from the upper level. Before boarding, he engaged in a brief scuffle with the guards, emerging bruised and battered. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Xu Mingda had previously negotiated with Chang Wei, and they had all listened intently from the vehicle. Now, with Commissioner Xing's attention focused on Xu Mingda and his acquisition of Chang Wei's team, the others, despite their initial skepticism, were now wholeheartedly intent on following his lead. After all, Commissioner Xing had displayed a certain leniency in handling the situation, which did not align with everyone's expectations. Everyone, take heed, the path ahead is perilous. However, if we can unite with Vehicle Number 9, our chances of escape will significantly increase. I will guide you to a truly safe location. Xu Mingda ascended to the upper compartment of the vehicle and delivered a brief pre-battle rallying speech to those inside. We will follow your lead, Xin Xian exclaimed, eyes alight with anticipation. Very well. Let us set forth and join the other vehicles. Xu Mingda signaled to the driver, Young Wei, and issued the command. Chapter 287. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem capable of swallowing everything whole. Amidst the ruins of the city, only a scattering of lights flickered in the wind, resembling dying stars. The air was permeated with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood, mingling with the acrid scent of scorched earth, inducing a wave of nausea. In the distance, a low, guttural howl echoed, reminiscent of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell in search of prey. Hanli gripped the iron rod tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His breath came in sharp, heavy gasps, his chest heaving violently, sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking his already tattered clothing. Behind him stood several equally weary survivors, their eyes brimming with fear and despair, yet tinged with a stubborn glimmer of defiance. They're coming, someone whispered in a trembling voice. Barely audible, Hanli raised his gaze, and in the darkness, dozens of crimson eyes were slowly drawing near. These zombies, once human, were now mere decaying husks driven by primal bloodlust. Their movements were stiff and sluggish, yet they exuded a suffocating sense of dread. Rotting flesh sloughed off their skeletal frames, revealing stark white bones, each step accompanied by the sickening sound of grinding bone. What the hell is this? Are they cannon fodder? Hanli growled hoarsely but resolutely. The zombie king had yet to appear, and now it was the most ordinary of zombies that were mounting a relentless assault. Yet he understood that any retreat at this moment would only hasten their demise. As the horde drew closer, Hanli could clearly discern their grotesque visages, the empty sockets of their eyes glimmering with madness. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, its decaying hands reaching for his throat. Hanli reacted swiftly, sidestepping and swinging his steel blade with force, cleaving the zombie's skull. With a dull thud, its head burst like a watermelon, dark red blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. However, more zombies surged forward. Kill them, Meng Dong shouted, wielding his iron rod with every ounce of strength. The sound of shattered bones, the roars of the undead, and the screams of survivors intertwined, forming a macabre symphony of death. One survivor was tackled by a zombie. Their scream abruptly silenced, replaced by the horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart. Han Li's heart tightened, but he had no time to dwell on it. The zombies had completely surrounded him. He swung his blade again and again, each strike claiming another zombie's life, yet his stamina waned rapidly. Han Li, watch out. Ming Dong's voice rang out in alarm. Han Li whipped around just as a zombie lunged from behind, its jagged teeth aimed at his neck. Damn! He had no time to evade and could only raise his arm defensively. The zombie's teeth sank painfully into his forearm. Fortunately, he wore protective gear. But the bite still sent a jolt of agony through him. Han Li gritted his teeth, his other hand seizing the zombie's head, twisting with all his might. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's neck snapped, and it crumpled to the ground. Glancing at his arm, Han Li noted a row of bite marks imprinted into the rubber guard. Had he not worn it, he might have already succumbed to infection. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, nor for fear. He understood that if he did not lure the Corpse King out, he and Xu Mingda would inevitably perish. Spitting in disdain, he turned back to the fray, wielding his steel blade with even greater ferocity. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration, until at last. The number of zombies began to dwindle. Han Li was utterly exhausted, his vision blurring and his body swaying precariously, yet he persevered. Only when the final zombie collapsed did he exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Han Li, how are you holding up? Qin Xiang approached, her voice laced with concern. Had it not been for Han Li's desperate defense, blocking the majority of the zombies' assault, she would have surely met her demise. Han Li lifted his face, managing a faint smile. I'm all right. However, I find it strange that the Corpse King has not yet appeared tonight. No sooner had he spoken than a distant roar echoed ominously from the darkness. Corpse King, Qin Xiang whispered in a tone of trepidation. Chapter 288 Han Li. Take your men down and hold them off for 10 minutes. If you cannot, I shall descend and continue the fight. Xu Mingda slowly turned to face his subordinates. Before the bus, nearly 100 zombies were amassed, and more were approaching from the outskirts of the city. Xu Mingda had engaged in numerous battles against the undead, and was acutely aware of the difficulty of withstanding their assault for even 10 minutes. Perhaps, they truly had reached a point of no return. Boss, this task is not one for you. Han Li chuckled softly, then began to draw his knife. Wait. First put on this armor. Xu Mingda noticed a set of rubber armor beside the driver's seat and hurriedly handed it to Han Li. It's useless, brother. This thing will only prolong the suffering. Han Li replied with a wry smile. It was evident he had resigned himself to the possibility of dying in battle. Put it on. If you wish to perish, that's a lovely thought. I still need you alive. Xu Mingda glared fiercely, his tone harsh. Yet, his eyes were red with unshed tears. This was a matter of life and death. He could not bear to send his most capable subordinate to meet his demise. Alongside Han Li, Ming Dong and Zheng Jiqiang also prepared to join the fray. Though they were terrified, they understood that death was inevitable. Rather than being dragged down by Xu Mingda to be thrown to the zombies, they preferred to take matters into their own hands. Qinjie, let us stay in the bus. Yang Guixing trembled as he saw Qin Xiang rising from her seat. If you don't want to be hacked to death and fed to the zombies, come down with me, Qin Xiang replied, her teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, Old Xing stood up. Now is the most critical time. We must all heed Captain Su's command. This is for our own sake. If we defeat these zombies, we will have won and can see the sunrise tomorrow. Let us fight. We will follow Commissioner Xing. After all, it's death either way. If our sacrifice allows the children to survive, it is worth it. My love, I cherish you. I will protect you. As Old Xing spoke these words, those he had brought along rose one by one, ready to confront the zombies. The remaining women clung tightly to their children, watching as the men slowly descended from the bus. They knew all too well that this might be their last farewell, but they did not attempt to dissuade them. They understood that if these men were to perish, they would soon follow, merely hours apart. Soon, Han Li organized a combat team of over 10 individuals, each armed and prepared to fight for their lives. At this moment, in Lingjiang City, the night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem capable of consuming all. Among the ruins of the city, only scattered lights flickered in the wind, resembling dying stars. The air was permeated with the stench of decay and blood, mingling with the acrid scent of scorched earth, inducing nausea. In the distance, a low growl echoed, like demons clawing their way from the depths of hell, calling for their prey. Chapter 289. Han Li gripped the machete tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. Beside him stood Ming Dong and Qin Xiang, with Yang Guixing and Dong Huanwu flanking Qin Xiang. At that moment, Yang Guixing was pressed tightly behind Qin Xiang, his breath rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently. sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his clothing. Behind Yang Guixing were several weary, ragged survivors, their eyes filled with fear and despair, yet tinged with a stubborn defiance. Unlike Xu Mingda and the others, these individuals had been extracted from the underground quarantine zone without any weapons. Xu Mingda had ordered them to dismantle their luggage racks, leaving each person clutching a 2-meter-long iron rod. "Hanli, they're coming," Ming Dong whispered urgently, his voice trembling and barely audible. "Everyone, remain calm. Those with rods, pick them up and keep them at bay. If you have knives or guns, target the zombies that get too close," Hanli commanded. As he looked up, he could see dozens of crimson eyes slowly encroaching from the darkness. These zombies, once human, were now mere decaying shells driven by a ravenous instinct. Their movements were stiff and slow, yet exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. Rotting flesh hung from their skeletal frames, revealing ghastly white bones. Each step accompanied by the unsettling sound of creaking bones. "What in the world is this? Are these the cannon fodder for the zombie king? Destroy them," Hanli bellowed, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The zombie king had not yet appeared. Instead, they were besieged by the most ordinary of zombies in overwhelming numbers. However, he understood that any retreat at this moment would only hasten their demise. As the horde closed in, Hanli could clearly discern their contorted faces, the vacant eye sockets glinting with madness. Suddenly, one of the zombies let out a chilling howl and lunged at him, its decaying hands reaching for his throat. Hanli reacted swiftly, sidestepping and striking the zombie's head with his steel blade. With a dull thud, the zombie's skull burst like a watermelon, dark red blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Yet, more zombies surged forward. The spear formation formed by the survivors soon faltered under the relentless onslaught of the undead, scattering like chaff in the wind. "Kill them," Ming Dong roared, swinging his iron rod with all his might. The sound of shattering bones, the zombies' howls, and the survivors' screams intertwined, creating a symphony of death. One survivor was tackled by a zombie, their screams abruptly silenced, replaced by the horrific sound of flesh being torn apart. Hanli's heart tightened, but he had no time to dwell on it. Aware that he was the backbone of this resistance, he found himself surrounded by the encroaching zombies. His blade swung repeatedly, each strike claiming a zombie's life, yet his strength was rapidly waning. "Hanli, be careful," Ming Dong shouted in alarm. Hanli turned abruptly, only to find a zombie lunging at him from behind, its jagged teeth aimed directly at his neck. Damn it! He had no time to evade and could only raise his arm to shield himself. The zombie's teeth sank viciously into his forearm. Fortunately, Hanli was clad in protective armor, yet he still endured the excruciating pain from a zombie's bite. Gritting his teeth, he seized the head of the undead creature with one hand and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a sharp crack from its neck before it slumped lifelessly to the ground. Glancing down at his arm, he noticed a series of bite marks imprinted on his rubber forearm. Had he not worn this safeguard, he would surely have succumbed to infection. However, he had no time for contemplation, nor for fear. He understood that unless he could lure out the zombie king, he and Xu Mingda, along with the others, would inevitably perish. Spitting in defiance, he turned and resumed the fray, wielding his steel blade with even greater fervor. The battle raged on for an indeterminate span. Yet at last, the number of zombies began to dwindle. Hanli, utterly exhausted, felt his vision blur and his body sway precariously, but he persevered. It was only when the last zombie collapsed that he finally exhaled in relief, collapsing wearily onto the ground. Chapter 290. Hanli, how are you? Chun Xiang stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Had it not been for Han Li's desperate struggle to fend off the onslaught of zombies, they might have already met their demise. Han Li lifted his face, forcing a faint smile. "I am fine. However, I am quite puzzled as to why those zombies have ceased their advance." He had previously believed that his end was imminent, yet unexpectedly, the zombies had been vanquished. Ming Dong and Dong Huan shared his bewilderment. In contrast, Yang Guisheng had performed admirably during the recent skirmish. This young man, endowed with remarkable physical prowess, seemingly found himself with no avenue for retreat and unleashed his latent potential, wielding a baseball bat with such ferocity that he crushed the skulls of numerous zombies. However, the survivors from Old Xing's group did not fare as well. Lacking weaponry and practical experience against the undead, they suffered significant losses, leaving only 2 individuals besides Wei, who had been driving the bus. Nevertheless, merely 5 minutes had elapsed. To endure a fierce battle against a horde of zombies for 5 minutes is a commendable feat. Even though these individuals hailed from martial arts backgrounds, they could not withstand the formidable might of the zombies, akin to Tyson, who were not only robust but also capable of biting. As they glanced back at the bus, a realization dawned upon them. Xu Mingda was seen holding the hands of Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, standing at the bus door, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distant darkness. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li bared their teeth, growling threateningly at the approaching zombies, much like a protective dog. Clearly, their tier was significantly superior to that of the ordinary undead. Although devoid of teeth, the aura emanating from their bodies instilled fear in the other zombies. Xu Mingda observed that the zombies had not retreated but instead lurked in the shadows, resembling a pack of wolves that feigned weakness due to a disparity in strength. They awaited the moment when Xiao Mei and Xiao Li had their fill before launching an assault on the remaining scraps. If Xiao Mei and Xiao Li refrained from attacking for an extended period, it would signify their abandonment of the hunt. Should they deny the other zombies sustenance, it was likely that the remaining undead would rise up in rebellion against the dominion and authority of Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Xu Mingda understood that, regardless of their prowess, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li could not withstand the onslaught of the lowly zombies, who felt no pain. He could not afford to lose these two precious living vaccines that he had found with such difficulty. At that moment, a zombie leaped from the darkness, angrily shrieking at Han Li and the others. This outburst resonated with the other zombies, prompting a second wave to emerge from the shadows, poised to attack Han Li and his companions. In response, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li unleashed a sharp roar. However, in comparison to the chilling cries of the zombies, their voices sounded juvenile and trivial, akin to a petty quarrel. The opposing zombies had already insulted the ancestors of Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Yet they could only respond in indignation, questioning the rudeness of the attacks. Is it too much to ask for a semblance of decorum? Xu Mingda understood that Xiao Mei and Xiao Li could not possibly withstand the wrath of these enraged zombies. Everyone, get in the vehicle, he spoke in a low, somber tone. He intended to rely on the bus's defenses to hold out for a few more moments, until Chong Wei and vehicle number 9 could arrive. Just as his words faded, a faint roar echoed from the darkness. The Zombie King, Qin Xiang exclaimed in a hushed, fearful whisper. Chapter 291. No, we cannot abandon our comrades. The two remaining survivor warriors, upon hearing Xu Mingda instruct them to board the vehicle to escape the zombies, were filled with anguish, their eyes reddened. They stood guard over their fallen companions, unwilling to leave. They had shared countless moments together, bound by brotherhood. Now, in the wake of this massacre, they found themselves bereft. They could not confront their own emotions, nor could they face the other companions and loved ones aboard the vehicle. To abandon them meant certain death, as they too had been bitten and would soon transform into the undead. Han Li observed their desperate attempts to drag their companions' bodies toward the vehicle and shouted urgently, "Leave it. If you pull me again, I swear I'll fight you." The two survivors, driven to madness, retaliated with kicks and blows against anyone attempting to pull them away. Damn it, they're hopeless. Let them be. Han Li cursed in frustration, leading Ming Dong and the others toward the bus. Wait. Han Li's words suddenly sparked a thought in Xu Mingda's mind. Although these individuals had succumbed to the zombie bites and would soon mutate, he still possessed the two female zombies, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Recalling how Meng Lei had cured Zhao Wenxuan of the zombie virus, he pondered whether he could replicate that success using Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. If he could transform these fallen subordinates into obedient biochemical weapons, it would be a monumental achievement. Those two zombies would not have been retrieved in vain. With this thought in mind, Xu Mingda pushed Xiao Mei and Xiao Li forward. Go, feed on their blood and revive them. Xiao Mei and Xiao Li had long been salivating at the prospect of fresh flesh. However, they were restrained by iron chains around their necks and fearful of Xu Mingda's whip, thus they had refrained from moving. At this moment, seeing the chains loosened and hearing the command to feed, they let out excited cries and lunged toward the corpses on the ground. Meanwhile, the recently deceased survivors began to exhibit signs of mutation under the influence of the zombie virus. They crawled up from the ground in peculiar postures, instinctively seeking fresh blood. Lacking sharp teeth, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li pounced on them, sucking blood from their wounds. However, the newly transformed zombies retained a survival instinct and began to struggle against Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Yet, the two female zombies proved to be remarkably agile, entwining themselves with the corpses while simultaneously feeding. The corpses, previously with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, were caught in a frenzy. After Xiao Mei and Xiao Li drained their virus-laden blood, they astonishingly began to regain lucidity. They swayed unsteadily in the middle of the road, gazing helplessly at the people in the vehicle. It seemed they remembered who they were and yearned to reunite with their loved ones, only to realize the tragic separation that had occurred, filling them with sorrow. They were still alive. We cannot abandon them. Witnessing their loved ones in such a state, the women and children in the vehicle cried out, pleading with Xu Mingda to help them aboard. Xu Mingda closely monitored the situation of the corpses, hesitant to make any rash decisions. Captain Xu, they are too dangerous. We cannot act on impulse. We must keep them isolated from us. Old Xing trembled as he spoke to Xu Mingda. These individuals had previously been steadfast followers of Lao Xing, but upon hearing his words, a chill swept over those remaining in the vehicle. They had not anticipated that the very person they had hoped would save them and offer new hope for survival would At this critical moment, be solely concerned for his own safety. I know, Xu Mingda stated, his expression devoid of emotion. He was meticulously observing the changes in the corpses. At this moment, the bodies did not immediately attack the occupants of the vehicle, indicating that the zombie virus within them had been quelled. However, to what extent this suppression lasted and whether these newly deceased could return were questions he needed to investigate. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies lurking in the shadows could no longer contain themselves. With a thunderous roar from the zombie king in the distance, they surged forth from the darkness, launching themselves at the passengers on the large bus. The few new corpses at the front of the bus were initially taken aback by this frenzied and shocking assault, staring blankly as the zombies lunged at the bus, attempting to claw away the steel mesh from the windows to gain entry. Even Xiaomei and Xiaoli were so frightened by the tide of zombies that they jumped onto the bus, trembling uncontrollably as they huddled beneath Xu Mingda's feet. The bus shook violently, reverberating with ominous sounds. The women and children inside screamed in terror, and this cacophony awakened a semblance of intelligence in the new corpses. One of them suddenly let out a shriek and, in a frenzy, lunged towards the front of the bus, violently pulling away the zombies attacking the vehicle. These new zombies possessed formidable combat prowess. Likely due to their recent demise, their muscles had yet to wither, making them appear as fearsome as deities of death compared to their withered counterparts. The emaciated zombies were flung aside one by one. Although the older zombies began to howl in rage and attempted to retaliate, their strength paled in comparison to that of the new zombies, akin to the disparity between a child and a robust adult. Splendid. We have succeeded, Xu Mingda exclaimed, joyfully slapping his thigh as he witnessed the new zombies valiantly defending the bus. He had not expected Xiaomei and Xiaoli to possess such miraculous transformative abilities. If Ma Chao were to learn of this, he would surely regret his decisions. Yet, the transformation of these few survivors alone would not suffice to fend off the frenzied horde. Xu Mingda needed to swiftly reunite with Zhao Wenxuan, Chang Wei, and the others. Chang Wei, where are you now? Xu Mingda inquired, seizing the walkie-talkie as the appointed time had arrived. Captain Xu, we have reached an overpass not far from your location. Please move towards us, Chang Wei replied. An overpass? Xu Mingda urgently asked Chen Xiang. Just at the intersection ahead. Chen Xiang pointed. Xiao Wei, prepare to drive and carve a path out. Xu Mingda shouted. Captain Xu, you cannot abandon our companions. They are risking their lives to protect us. Xiao Wei protested fervently. First, get the vehicle moving so they can follow us in our escape. Once they have distanced themselves from the zombies, we will bring them aboard. Xu Mingda commanded resolutely. Chapter 292. Paul is undoubtedly a pro-Japanese individual. However, I do not harbor animosity towards him for this. The Japanese, in their quest for a prolonged presence here, are compelled to cultivate a faction of locals to serve their interests. Paul and his wife are among those who have benefited from this arrangement. Particularly, Paul is a sociable man, well-versed in conversation, and has formed friendships with several Japanese individuals. One of them is a local army officer, Major Tanaka, who is responsible for overseeing Allied prisoners of war in a concentration camp. Under normal circumstances, given Paul's status as a local agriculturalist, he would not have contact with mid-level Japanese officers. However, Major Tanaka's wife, Maosada, resides in Majuro and operates a palm oil factory. As a supplier, the eloquent Maria not only became a business partner with Maosada, but also a close friend. Consequently, when Major Tanaka returned home to Majuro during holidays, it was only natural that he and Paul and his wife would become friends. Paul, being quite the conversationalist, engaged in discussions with Major Tanaka about current events and military affairs, a common inclination among men. In moments of merriment, Tanaka would share anecdotes from the concentration camp. According to Major Tanaka, the camp holds hundreds of Allied prisoners of war from various battlefields across the Pacific. Recently, they had also received several pilots captured from downed bombers. Tanaka remarked that their daily amusement lay in reprimanding the Allied prisoners, asserting that despite the bravado exhibited on the battlefield, they were utterly ineffectual compared to the forces of the greater Japanese Empire. In the camp, they displayed considerable weakness. Do you know, he said, that upon encountering Major Tanaka, they would forsake their dignity and kneel to kiss his shoes? For, if he were displeased, he would execute them and feast upon their hearts. Paul spoke with an earnestness that suggested he had witnessed these events firsthand. All right, Paul, let us change the subject, Maria interjected. We are in the midst of preparing a meal, and your words are rather unsettling. They truly do such things. Lilina, who had been reclining beside me soaking up the sun, interjected with disdain. Her reaction surprised Paul, who had assumed that having a Japanese boyfriend would lead her to adopt a more sympathetic stance towards them. Lilina, perhaps you should check on the chicken to see if it's cooked, I suggested, noticing that her resentment towards the Japanese was resurfacing. I gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her to assist Mikasa Takahashi with the food. I apologize. My husband can be somewhat embarrassing, Maria said apologetically. No, I do not mind. I find that I connect well with Paul, I replied with a smile, extending my hand to shake his, signifying my friendship. Despite Paul's tendency to speak indiscreetly and his apparent admiration for the Japanese, I chose to overlook these aspects. However, I sensed that I could take advantage of this opportunity to have him enlighten me further about the truck naval base and the prisoner of war camp situated here. Paul, pleased by my admiration for him, expressed his willingness to introduce me to Major Tanaka if the chance arose. That would certainly be wonderful, I replied with a smile. At that moment, the pork and chicken were perfectly cooked, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Chapter 293. It was indeed astute of Chang Wei to choose to rendezvous with Hanli at the overpass. This location was unlikely to attract a large horde of zombies, providing both offensive and defensive advantages. Thus, Huali promptly decided to steer their bus towards the overpass at the next intersection. Upon learning that Hanli had instructed a few new zombies on the ground to delay the horde, Xiao Wei reluctantly glanced back before igniting the bus's engine. The vehicle surged forward, colliding with a swarm of zombies surrounding it, toppling many in the process. At that moment, several of the stranded zombie companions below let out desperate howls, believing themselves abandoned. Yet, the lingering resolve within them propelled them to engage with the pursuing zombies. Hurry, get on the bus. After the bus had traveled 100 meters, Hanli instructed Xiao Wei to open the luggage compartment beneath the vehicle, calling out loudly to their battling zombie brethren behind. The zombies, realizing they had not been forsaken, responded with joy and hastily pursued the bus. Xiao Wei skillfully adjusted the bus's speed, ensuring their companions could catch up without allowing the vehicle to be encircled once more. As several zombie comrades boarded the bus, they squeezed into the luggage compartment. Unfortunately, 2 were left behind, their garments tattered and flesh exposed, revealing deep bones due to their tussle with the zombies. Go, just go, they cried out in despair, their voices muffled as they were engulfed by the horde, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. Xu Mingda, undeterred by the loss, commanded Xiao Wei to accelerate towards the overpass. Indeed, a bus was already stationed there with its hazard lights flashing, seemingly welcoming their arrival. As Xu Mingda's bus surged onto the overpass, Chang Wei and his escort team quickly established a blockade using several abandoned vehicles on the bridge. Chang Wei cleverly obstructed the middle of the road while leaving narrow passages at both ends, allowing only single-file passage. This way, zombies would flood through the openings rather than attempt to climb over the vehicles. A dozen Special Forces soldiers escorting the bus, armed with iron rods and wolf fawn clubs. Clad in protective gear, with some wielding riot shields, lay in ambush beside the narrow passage. As zombies surged forward to traverse the opening, they swiftly swung their weapons at the approaching horde. The fallen zombies were soon trampled by their comrades, clawing and gnashing as they lunged at the escort team. However, due to the bridge's low concrete barriers, many zombies were simply pushed off the edge, plummeting down to the concrete road below, splattering upon impact. This was also a reason for Chang Wei's decision to meet at the elevated bridge. Nonetheless, such cover would inevitably be breached, as the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, with many more approaching. Xu Mingda leapt from the second vehicle, instinctively glancing down at the bridge below. There, a dense mass of zombies gazed upward, resembling fish gasping for air in a shallow pond, inducing a creeping dread within Xu Mingda. However, he did not delay. Instead, he took Hanli directly to meet with the individuals from vehicle number 9. Xu Mingda noticed that someone else had also leapt from vehicle number 9. His gaze swiftly scanning the opposite side in search of that familiar figure. He was looking for Zhao Weixian. Chapter 294. Xu Mingda leaped from the second vehicle and instinctively cast his gaze down towards the underpass of the overpass. Below, a throng of undead creatures craned their necks towards the bridge, resembling fish gasping for air in a suffocating pond, evoking a creeping sense of dread within Xu Mingda. However, he did not linger. Instead, he proceeded directly to rendezvous with the individuals aboard the 9th vehicle, accompanied by Hanli. Upon arrival, Xu Mingda noticed others descending from the 9th vehicle, his eyes rapidly scanning for the familiar silhouette of Zhao Weixian. Yet, Zhao Weixian did not emerge to greet him. Instead, it was one of Zhao Weixuan's subordinates who approached. "Where's Zhao Weixian? I must see him," Xu Mingda inquired. "He is injured and currently resting in the vehicle." "He knew you were coming and sent me to fetch you," the subordinate replied. Injured? Xu Mingda's heart sank. Zhao Weixian was a formidable warrior, and Xu Mingda relied on him to navigate their escape from Linhai City. How is he hurt? Take me to him at once. Captain Xu, Weixian has been poisoned. Zhao Weixuan's mother, Su Lihui, interjected as she stepped out of the vehicle. Xu Mingda's expression shifted to one of shock as he learned that the poison had originated from Zhao Weixuan's own mother. It transpired that Director Cheng had sought to recruit Zhao Weixian, believing his unique abilities could be of use. However, Zhao Weixian was not swayed by Director Cheng's machinations. Consequently, Cheng devised a plan to eliminate him. Aware of Zhao Weixian and his subordinates' wariness, Cheng bribed a man who lived with Zhao Weishuan's mother, providing him with an abundance of food and a small box of medication purported to cure Zhao Weishuan's affliction. Zhao Weishuan's mother, unaware of the deceit, mixed the poison-laced medication into the food she offered her son. The result was catastrophic. Zhao Weixian exhibited alarming symptoms akin to the onset of the zombie virus. With no alternative, they were compelled to subdue him and confine him with iron chains. Zhao Weixian struggled throughout the night, and under the influence of the drug, he coughed up blood and became increasingly listless. Now, he lay within the vehicle, a condition that facilitated Director Cheng's successful transfer of the underground quarantine zone's occupants to the bus. "Take me to see him now," Xu Mingda implored, anxious to ascertain Zhao Weishuan's condition and whether there remained any hope for his recovery. After all, Zhao Weixian was their team's beacon of survival. Numerous signs indicated that the Lion King had targeted them, orchestrating a horde of zombies to encircle them. Without Zhao Weixian, Xu Mingda's chances of breaking free from their dire predicament were bleak. "Boss, you've arrived," a frail young man on the 9th bus spoke up, raising himself to gaze at Xu Mingda. It was none other than Zhao Weixian. "Weixian, how are you?" "I'm late," Xu Mingda said, grasping Zhao Weishuan's hand tightly. The chill of Zhao Weishuan's hand was akin to that of a corpse, and his nails had elongated, resembling the claws of a beast. It was evident that the virus within him had spiraled beyond control due to the drug's influence. Zhao Weixian appeared weak and feeble. In stark contrast to his previously vigorous self, he now required his mother's assistance to stand and walk. He chuckled softly, "I am quite fine. I merely fell victim to someone else's scheme and was unwittingly drugged," Zhao Wenxuan said with a bitter smile. The someone else he referred to was, of course, Director Cheng. "Wenxuan, I have a notion. I captured 2 zombies from Director Cheng, and I wish to employ them to extract all the zombie virus from your body," Xu Mingda proposed. Chapter 295. This is indeed the darkness before dawn. Xu Mingda reflected inwardly. Retracing their steps seemed straightforward, yet the members of He Tao's faction were looming behind them. Should they decide to turn back, they would undoubtedly face a barrage of opposition. Thus, Xu Mingda perceived this as a cunning stratagem by He Tao's men, compelling them to march directly into the line of fire. Furthermore, if they turned back, the vehicle Xu occupied, number 2, would lead the charge. Regardless of his inclination, he would have to surge forward amidst the bullets. "Turn around," Xu Mingda instructed the driver, Xiao Wei. "Team leader Chang, I need you to send someone ahead to clear the obstacles." Xu Mingda directed his gaze toward Chang Wei. "Captain Xu, my brothers are utterly exhausted. They might have their reservations," Chang Wei replied hesitantly. He felt acutely aware of the peril surrounding them. Yet he harbored doubts about Xu Mingda's ability to guide them toward salvation. "Brothers, we had the upper hand just moments ago and could have exited this place unscathed. However, that scoundrel He Tao, in collusion with Ma Chao, has stabbed us in the back. Not only did he kill our comrades, but he also injured my men. Now, they have blocked our escape route, intent on annihilating us all. What do you say? Shall we retaliate? Let us seek vengeance." Xu Mingda bellowed as he observed the escort team standing behind Chang Wei, filled with despair and indignation. "Vengeance! Vengeance! Vengeance!" Xu Mingda's words ignited the fighting spirit within the escort team, and despite their extreme fatigue, they seemed to regain their fervor in that instant. At that moment, Han Li and Meng Dong leaped from their vehicle, positioning themselves beside Xu Mingda. "Brother, shall we take the lead?" Xu Mingda glanced at them but remained silent, instead summoning Chang Wei closer. "I suspect they have set up formations ahead to intercept us. I need a few agile individuals to flank them from both sides." Xu Mingda indicated the darkened road ahead. "However, we lack sufficient manpower," Chang Wei lamented. "You need not lead the charge. When chaos ensues ahead, you simply need to advance," Xu Mingda instructed. Chang Wei was still pondering Xu Mingda's remarkable subordinates when Xiao Wei opened the trunk of vehicle number 2. 5 or 6 individuals emerged, each bearing horrific bite wounds from zombies, yet their eyes retained a semblance of normalcy. Next, Xu Mingda approached vehicle number 9 and briefed them on the situation ahead. "You should send a few of your men as well," he urged. The majority aboard Vehicle 9 were fierce bandits loyal to Zhao Wenxuan, known for their ability to take on 10 foes at once in the underground quarantine zone. Upon hearing that Xu Mingda intended for them to punish those who harmed Zhao Wenxuan, a throng of 20 to 30 descended, each a fresh recruit. Chang Wei had exerted considerable effort to get them on the vehicle in the first place. "Chang Wei, arm them with your weapons. You will use firearms," Xu Mingda commanded. "Did everyone hear that? Arm them," Chang Wei shouted, noticing his men staring blankly at him. He has now truly recognized Xu Mingda's capabilities. Not only can Xu Mingda command the loyalty of his own subordinates, but he can also effortlessly compel others to follow his orders. Such an individual is a born leader, a natural talent for command. At this moment, he is utterly captivated by Xu Mingda's charisma and has resolved to follow him steadfastly. Chapter 296. At this moment, the city of Linhai was engulfed in a tumultuous battle. The central figures of this confrontation were the Corpse King and Zhao Wenxuan, who had just been resurrected to full vitality. Although Xu Mingda was unaware of Zhao Wenxuan's exact location or the nature of his conflict with the Corpse King, he could discern from the behavior of the attacking zombies that they were evidently gripped by fear. No longer did they frantically assault the bus. Instead, they huddled in the shadows, restless and howling in agitation, clearly affected by the emotions emanating from the Corpse King. Seize this opportunity while the zombies hesitate, Chang Wei urged, leading the charge towards He Tao's subordinates. The dozen or so individuals were elite members under He Tao's command, now heightened by the effects of a peculiar drug. Each of them was brimming with energy, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Armed with automatic weapons, they were prepared to eliminate Xu Mingda and Chang Wei in one fell swoop. Among them, some utilized military-grade night vision goggles to keep a vigilant watch on Xu Mingda's movements. Upon seeing a group rushing towards them, they immediately opened fire. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the night, resonating throughout the urban landscape. The zombies, alerted by the sound, perked up their ears and turned their heads toward the source of the shots. Instinctively, they emitted low growls, yearning to charge toward the noise. However, as a potent and oppressive aura wafted through the air, they were struck by terror, bowing their heads and trembling against the walls. Shortly thereafter, a wailing lament filled the air, lingering with a sense of despair and frustration, slowly drifting towards the suburban sports hall. It seemed as though the zombies had received a summons, as they began to withdraw en masse toward the direction of the sports hall. On the elevated bridge, He Tao's subordinates, aided by their night vision equipment, continued to fire at the approaching crowd. Below the bridge, what was once a sea of zombies had mysteriously vanished, leaving the streets eerily vacant. This development elicited mixed feelings for Chang Wei's advancing group. On one hand, they rejoiced at the absence of a zombie assault, allowing for a smoother retreat. On the other hand, with the zombies gone from the battlefield, they could no longer use them as cover, rendering them conspicuously vulnerable on the open streets. The lack of protection had already resulted in several members of Xu Mingda's faction being shot down. This fueled Chang Wei's anxiety and anger. He could see that He Tao's men were strategically positioned in pairs, taking advantage of the terrain to create a crossfire that effectively impeded their progress. Although his team was also armed, the advantage of He Tao's forces, bolstered by superior positioning and military equipment, made breaching their fire net an arduous task. It seemed that the only thing he could match against He Tao's subordinates was sheer willpower and a fearlessness of death. "Brothers, follow me," Chang Wei resolved. Leaping from behind cover, gun in hand, charging forward, with several members of the escort team following closely behind. Just a few steps into his sprint, he felt a searing warmth coursing through his abdomen, akin to being branded by a hot iron. "I've been hit," he gasped, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach. As he raised his head once more, he witnessed two of his comrades, who had attempted to aid him, succumb to gunfire as well. Others dared not make a move, hiding anxiously behind their shelters, shouting and attempting to suppress the enemy's fire. However, He Tao and his crew were exceedingly cunning, lurking in the shadows, prepared to mount a flanking attack and systematically eliminate the elite troops led by Chang Wei. Although Xu Mingda did not directly engage in the battle, he stood anxiously behind the vehicle, observing the conflict unfolding before him. Upon witnessing Chang Wei's fall, he could not help but curse and sigh. "Xu team, let us charge forward in the vehicle to draw their fire. We must rescue team leader Chang." At that moment, Xiao Wei suggested. Beside him, several mutated comrades were present. In his mind, as long as he could drive the bus to the enemy's position, those mutated allies would be able to leap forward and eradicate He Tao's hidden subordinates. Wait a moment. Xu Mingda recognized the merit in this plan, yet he felt an ominous premonition as he gazed toward a high-rise building adjacent to the overpass, where a figure faintly stood on the windowsill, observing the situation on the overpass below. Chapter 297. The towering building stood adjacent to the elevated bridge, its exterior adorned with glass walls. It was difficult to fathom how one might cling to such a fade. Yet, Xu Mingda envisioned that individual, akin to Batman, poised against the glass, surveying the skirmish atop the bridge. "Zhao Wenxuan, is it you? If it is, descend and dispatch He Tao and his men." A surge of emotion enveloped Xu Mingda as he cupped his hands to his mouth, projecting his voice towards the figure. Despite the considerable distance from the battleground, the stillness of the night carried his call. Remarkably, the silhouette floated down like a leaf. In an instant, chaos erupted among He Tao's ranks, gunfire erupting haphazardly. "Charge. Go forth and eliminate them," Xu Mingda exclaimed excitedly, urging Xiao Wei. Without hesitation, Xiao Wei pressed the accelerator, the bus roaring towards the elevated bridge. A barrage of tracer bullets rained towards the vehicle. However, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the night, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. The compartment beneath the bus swung open, and several figures tumbled out, launching themselves directly at Hitao's stronghold. Mere minutes later, the bridge fell silent, devoid of any combat sounds. "Let us investigate." Xu Mingda gestured to Han Li and sprinted towards the bridge. At that moment, Xiao Wei noticed Chang Wei and two other escort team members, wounded and sprawled on the bridge, using the vehicle as a shield. He leaped from the bus to drag Chang Wei and the injured to the roadside, preventing further harm. "Where are the others? Hurry over, Captain Chang is injured." Xu Mingda rushed to the scene, witnessing Chang Wei clutching his abdomen in agony, and immediately shouted for help. Hardly had he finished speaking when several escort team members arrived. "Chang Wei, you must hold on. We have the finest doctors who will tend to your wounds." Xu Mingda reassured him. Standing tall, he continued onward. The makeshift fortifications established by He Tao's men lay in disarray. It was evident that a figure reminiscent of a superhero from the movies had suddenly descended, obliterating He Tao's forces. Meanwhile, a fierce struggle continued against the remaining assassins. "Leave two alive. Do not eliminate them all," Xu Mingda commanded. The bridge was now a battleground with several factions engaged in combat. Yet they could be delineated into two camps, He Tao's men and Xu Mingda's subordinates. Although many of Xu Mingda's men were unfamiliar to him, his shout still commanded authority. Xu Mingda did not lament the fate of the assassins. Rather, he sought to extract valuable intelligence from those dispatched by He Tao. As he walked, he surveyed the scene, oblivious to the ongoing conflict. He was intent on locating Zhao Wenxuan. "Zhao Wenxuan, where are you? Wenxuan, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you," Xu Mingda called out as he advanced. At that moment, he spotted a figure seated against the concrete railing by the bridge. Their back turned towards the roadway, legs dangling as they peered down. "Wenxuan, is that you?" Xu Mingda inquired cautiously, aware that if this individual were not Zhao Wenxuan, they could be an exceptionally formidable character. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to remain so leisurely amidst such a fierce battlefield. "What is your purpose in seeking him?" The individual spoke, his voice resonating with a haunting desolation that left Xu Mingda feeling unfamiliar. "Zhao Wenxuan is my dear friend, and I am concerned for his well-being. That is why I am searching for him." Xu Mingda halted his steps, eyeing the person with heightened vigilance. "If he has undergone a complete transformation, would you still regard him as a friend?" The individual slowly turned his head. "My goodness." Upon seeing him, Xu Mingda's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to exclaim in shock. Chapter 298. Although darkness enveloped the surroundings, Xu Mingda was able to discern the figure before him, aided by the illumination of the car's headlights. The visage of the individual resembled that of a desiccated corpse, yet their eyes shimmered with a terrifying luminescence. "Wenxuan, how have you transformed into this?" Xu Mingda inquired, astonished. Almost immediately, he regretted his words, fearing they might wound the other's spirit. When Zhao Wenxuan had arrived, he had been a spirited young man, albeit with distinct genes that set him apart from the ordinary. Yet now, he appeared akin to a cadaver preserved in formaldehyde, utterly disconnected from humanity. "It's all Qing Station Master's fault. I shall exact my vengeance," Zhao Wenxuan bellowed in response to Xu Mingda's question, a surge of fury evident in his demeanor. "Wenxuan, there is no need for that. Qing Station Master has already met his end at my hands," Xu Mingda urged, his heart aching with concern. "And that Ma Chao?" Zhao Wenxuan spat through clenched teeth, revealing his awareness of his grotesque transformation. Otherwise, he would not have lingered in a daze atop the building, contemplating his fate after repelling the corpse king, instead of rejoining the convoy. Had it not been for Xu Mingda's call for assistance, he might have remained lost in his thoughts, unable to find his way. "Wenxuan, now is not the time for revenge. We must first find a remedy for your affliction," Xu Mingda implored. "I am not ill. I possess two conflicting genes within me, and they are at odds," Zhao Wenxuan lamented, his voice trembling as he seemed on the brink of tears. "Wenxuan, do not be afraid. I will find a way to help you." Xu Mingda's heart softened, and with reddened eyes, he approached to offer comfort. "Do not come any closer," Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed, thrusting his hand outward with a fierce tone. Xu Mingda noted that the once slender and delicate hand of his friend had grotesquely morphed into something resembling a bird's claw, amplifying his unease. "Wenxuan, listen to me. I believe I have discovered a potential treatment for the virus. Did you not see? If I were to have you absorbed from those two female zombies, you might." Xu Mingda faltered, uncertain of how to continue. In that moment, he had acted impulsively, with Zhao Wenxuan in a critical state and devoid of options. Now, however, Zhao Wenxuan was lucid, fully aware that vague reassurances would not suffice. Indeed, He Tao's subordinates have suddenly grown strong. They may have also stumbled upon some methods. I shall bring them over to inquire, Xu Mingda thought. Urgency coursing through him as he wished to employ every possible means to aid Zhao Wenxuan. Brother, is everything settled here? When shall we depart? At that moment, Han Li approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhao Wenxuan. Wenxuan, come with us. Let us head to that seaside town. I will ensure these people are settled, for they are your friends. Then, I shall find the finest doctor to treat you. Xu Mingda pleaded earnestly. Go on without me. Zhao Wenxuan waved dismissively, his voice deep and resonant. Very well, I shall await you in the town. Xu Mingda understood that Zhao Wenxuan had changed. Perhaps he had yet to come to terms with his current self and was reluctant to confront others. He could not impose upon him. Numerous injured individuals, along with the occupants of more than a dozen buses, required his attention. Xu Mingda, after all, was a formidable leader. A figure of authority obliged to bear responsibility for all, unwilling to relinquish his aspirations in this apocalyptic world for the sake of one Zhao Wenxuan. With a decisive command from Xu Mingda, vehicles number 2 and 9 gradually ascended the overpass. Once they confirmed that no zombies obstructed their path, Xiao Wei pressed the accelerator, hurtling towards the assembly point with astonishing speed. Chapter 299. At this moment, on Xu Mingda's vehicle number 2, there were the fragile Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, the severely injured Chang Wei, and several brave warriors wounded in battle. Observing their bloodied forms, Xu Mingda felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Xu, we need a doctor. Chen Xiang, who was tending to them, cast a worried glance in his direction. Indeed, there should be some in the vehicles ahead, Xu Mingda replied, lifting his chin. However, he understood that even if a doctor were present, their chances of salvation were slim. Without medical equipment or supplies, and lacking even a sterile operating room, how could he possibly save those with severe injuries? He spoke merely to instill a glimmer of hope in the wounded. Chang Wei, hold on. We'll be all right once we reach our destination, he assured Chang Wei, whose abdomen had been struck by a bullet, causing his intestines to spill out. The injury was grave, and due to significant blood loss, he was on the brink of unconsciousness. Xu Mingda could only place his hopes on the seaside town, wishing there was a hospital equipped with an operating room. If such a place existed, he would be the first to attend to Chang Wei. After all, Chang Wei represented a small elite unit of over 20 men. Securing this unit would significantly bolster Xu Mingda's strength. The people of Dongshan Town, including Li Shusen and the Zhai family, would regard Xu Mingda with greater respect. Of course, Xu Mingda's ambitions extended beyond this. He aimed to command the entire convoy, comprising nearly 1,000 individuals. Yet, aside from those on vehicles 2 and 9, the others were utterly unaware of his identity. These individuals had been isolated in the underground quarantine zone, having only heard of Zhao Wenxuan or merely spoken of him. Even Director Cheng and Ma Chao might not have heard of, let alone seen, Xu Mingda. Furthermore, Zhao Wenxuan was not accompanying the convoy. Therefore, Xu Mingda turned his attention to Old Xing. The identity of this special commissioner must be skillfully leveraged. After all, aside from influential figures like Zhao Wenxuan, the official voice still held considerable authority. The apocalypse had not yet fully descended. Moreover, based on the information from the 3rd quarantine station, it appeared that the authorities had been suspected of orchestrating this major incident from the outset. Thus, Xu Mingda needed Old Xing to step forward and affirm his leadership. Once the official recognition of his authority was secured, he could easily manage the situation with Zhao Wenxuan, and the 1,000-strong group would rightfully belong to him. Xu Mingda. Commissioner Xing, what should our next step be? Xu Mingda feigned humility as he approached Old Xing. Captain Xu, don't you have a plan? Old Xing was taken aback and hastily responded. Commissioner Xing, my plan is to ensure the safe escape of the convoy and prevent these people from being devoured by zombies. Now that I have rescued everyone, you are the one sent by the higher-ups to lead us, so I must adhere to your directives. Otherwise, wouldn't that overshadow your authority? Xu Mingda chuckled, scratching his neck. Oh, Captain Xu, you are too humble. The fact that you managed to save us from the horde of corpses is a testament to your capabilities. This team should undoubtedly heed your guidance. Arrange matters as you see fit. I stand firmly behind your decisions. Old Xing spoke earnestly. Alas, Commissioner Xing, I am aware of your trust in me. I wish to shoulder this responsibility for everyone, but will they comprehend and accept it? Xu Mingda, seeing that Old Xing remained oblivious, decided to be more forthright. Oh, I understand now. Thus, this segment of our group shall be under your leadership. From now on, you will be their backbone. No, their leader. I concede this point. Furthermore, I shall, in the name of our superiors, declare you the captain of our team. Old Xing exclaimed with a newfound clarity. My abilities may not be sufficient. But for the time being, with no one else to take over, I shall act as the interim leader. Xu Mingda scratched his head, satisfied with his words. Old Xing had been sent from above to succeed Director Cheng, and ostensibly, His rank exceeded that of Director Cheng. Additionally, as a special envoy, he possessed the authority to appoint Xu Mingda as the leader of this group. Chapter 300 Captain Xu, I kindly request that you arrange a vehicle for me. With the recent upheaval in Isolation Zone 3, it is imperative that I report to the higher authorities regarding the situation here. Old Xing observed the bus racing wildly through the chaotic streets of Linhai, and unease began to creep into his heart, fearing that Xu Mingda might fall victim to a zombie ambush. Commissioner Xing, perhaps you should wait a moment longer. There are still several hundred people awaiting our rescue. The welfare of the populace must take precedence, wouldn't you agree? Xu Mingda cast an impatient glance at Old Xing. He was increasingly concerned that the individuals aboard the other buses might be assailed by zombies. If he arrived only to find wreckage where there should have been lives, all his efforts would have been in vain. The occupants of these buses were not merely ordinary individuals. They were the very treasures he had salvaged since his rise to prominence. As for the title of commissioner, it held little weight in his eyes. It was merely a means for Old Xing to further his own interests. True respect, he believed, was absent. Since the onset of the conflict with the zombies, Old Xing had remained hidden within the vehicle, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Such timidity hardly warranted any respect. Very well, very well. I too wish to report Captain Su's commendable deeds to our superiors. Captain Su's initiative to establish a new refuge is indeed commendable. In the current climate, it is nothing short of remarkable, a true exemplar that must be recognized by those above. My intention is to ensure that our leaders are promptly informed of Captain Su's accomplishments and to promote this endeavor. Furthermore, I could also seek to secure some benefits for our newly established refuge. Old Xing explained awkwardly. Understood. That is agreeable. Commissioner Xing, I appreciate your goodwill. However, let us first prioritize evacuating the survivors from the city. Rest assured, I will dispatch capable individuals to accompany you to report to the higher authorities. After all, we are of one mind. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingda's tone instantly softened. Regardless of Old Xing's agreement or dissent, it did not hinder his acquisition of these resources. Gaining recognition from the higher-ups would only serve to embellish his standing, and he was in need of such validation. Although he was aware that such titles and honors would not be granted without expectations of loyalty and tangible offerings in return, he understood that, under certain circumstances, these accolades could afford him powers unattainable by the common citizen. This exchange was, for him, exceedingly worthwhile. Soon, Xu Mingda's 2 vehicles arrived at the designated location where the other vehicles were stationed. 13 buses were parked in the plaza in front of a large shopping mall, guarded by several personnel standing vigilant beside the convoy. To avoid attracting a horde of zombies, all the vehicles were turned off with doors and windows sealed. And the occupants inside had activated silent mode, their eyes wide with apprehension. Many had already begun to speculate about their fates, yet until the very end, a flicker of hope remained for those in Isolation Zone 3. As Xu Mingda's convoy approached, the people on the buses stirred anxiously, though their energy resembled that of fish gasping for air in a depleted pond. Listen closely. Under the leadership of Captain Xu Mingda, we will escort you to a new location to establish a refuge. Captain Xu will ensure your safety and provisions, provided that you comply with his directives. Should you choose to disregard Captain Xu's orders, he possesses the authority to expel you from the ranks. You ought to recognize that it was Captain Xu who salvaged your fates. Without his intervention, you would all have succumbed to the undead. Zheng Jiqiang passionately addressed the survivors aboard the numerous buses. These several hundred individuals had previously been confined in an underground parking area, isolated from the outside world. Initially, they had hoped for an organized oversight from above. However, what awaited them was a treatment marked by brutality. Many perished from hunger and illness in that subterranean confinement, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards their superiors. Now, upon hearing that someone from above was once again to oversee them, they glared coldly at Xu Mingda, who stood in their midst. I don't need your supervision. Yes, let us go free. I can manage myself. As one voice rose in protest, the convoy erupted into a cacophony of vehement dissent. Xu Mingda, disheartened, covered his ears and muttered a curse. He had previously heard tales of the difficulty in managing these individuals. Whoever took charge would undoubtedly face a headache. Little did he anticipate that they would prove so resistant to both gentle and harsh measures. Chapter 301 Xu Mingda understood that at this moment, further ideological education would be futile. He summoned his subordinates with a strained voice, instructing them to prepare for suppression, declaring that anyone who dared to instigate trouble would be eliminated first. Yes, Team Leader Chang. The members of the escort team responded tearfully, taking their positions and raising their firearms towards the buses, ready to enforce order. Do not torment them. Xu Mingda raised his hand. Those who are willing to trust me, follow me. Those who choose not to, I shall not compel. In this world, no one is obligated to take responsibility for another. Life belongs to oneself. You must make your own choice. Xu Mingda concluded his solemn address with a nod to the escort team. Those who do not wish to leave, step off the bus. Those who wish to follow Team Xu, remain seated. The escort team members shouted loudly. The previously boisterous convoy fell into an immediate silence. The passengers exchanged bewildered glances, each hesitant to be the first to disembark. Humans, after all, are social beings, and the fear of isolation is profound. Although they were dissatisfied with their superiors, they lacked the courage to venture out alone in search of survival. Where is Zhao Wenxuan? We need to find Zhao Wenxuan. Someone shouted. Go. Bring out Zhao Wenxuan's mother and let them see. Xu Mingda instructed Han Li. He then approached the escort vehicle where Chang Wei had been seated and tapped on the window. Team Xu, what are your orders? A member of the escort team inquired from inside the vehicle. We depart in 2 minutes. You lead the way. Do you know the destination? Xu Mingda replied, tilting his head. Understood. The occupants of the vehicle nodded. All right, prepare yourselves. Xu Mingda said before striding towards bus number 2. He needed to set off immediately. The absence of a zombie attack on the convoy now did not guarantee safety in the future. He must seize this window of opportunity to transport the people to their future stronghold. Regardless of how many others could be saved, those on bus no. 2 were his bounty. Subsequently, the escort vehicle honked twice, illuminating the headlights brilliantly, and began leading the way out of the city. Xiao Wei, let us go. Start the car. Xu Mingda urged. Brother, aren't we waiting for the results from the back? Han Li asked, puzzled. Waiting only complicates matters. Some individuals cannot be coddled. Xu Mingda replied with a stoic expression. His words were not meant to be concealed, as those on bus number 2 heard him clearly and regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the buses behind were in disarray, each voicing their opinions, when suddenly someone noticed bus number 2 departing and panic ensued. Captain Xu is leaving. Hurry. Get on the bus and catch up. Don't fall behind. Zhao Wenxuan's mother and a few close friends exclaimed as they rushed towards bus number 9. Observing this, the vehicles behind began to move slowly. Xu Mingda did not engage in their stubbornness. Instead, he turned and walked away, leaving them feeling uncertain. They suddenly sensed a chilling fear of abandonment. Quickly, hastened to catch up. The passengers shouted, casting anxious glances into the darkness behind the bus. They feared that once Xu Mingda ventured too far, countless zombies would emerge from the boundless darkness, encircling them and tearing them apart without reason or regard for their emotions. Thus, they were gripped by terror. Xu Mingda observed through the rearview mirror that all of the dozen or so vehicles were trailing closely behind, and a smug smile crept across his face. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that these individuals were no match for those from Ganjingzi Island. He realized that to maintain control over them, he would need to wield an iron fist. Such thoughts coursed through his mind. Chapter 302. As the convoy surged forth from the urban expanse of Lehigh City, dawn began to break. The horizon revealed a hint of blue, the sea. Xu Mingda seized the walkie-talkie and called out. The occupants of the vehicle erupted in joyous exclamations, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Light brings hope, after all. These individuals had been confined in an underground quarantine zone, deprived of sunlight for an agonizingly long time, and their psyches had become distorted. Yet, Xu Mingda recognized their virtues. Although they appeared reckless, their fiery spirit had been forged through adversity. Subjected to prolonged injustice, compounded by the threats from the third quarantine point, they had been driven to desperation. Thus, while they seemed utterly defeated, they possessed an undeniable fierceness. Frankly speaking, they would fight tooth and nail for this glimmer of hope. He had exerted immense effort and taken great risks not to nurture a band of ineffectual and cowardly individuals. Lost in thought, Xu Mingda suddenly noticed a large truck transporting seafood approaching from the opposite direction. Everyone froze. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began, and all normal human activities had ceased. How could there still be cargo transport? At that moment, the escort team's lead vehicle reported that the road ahead was blocked. They sought Xu Mingda's orders on whether to clear the obstruction. Wait, don't act just yet. Xu Mingda sensed something was amiss. Could it be that the small town had already been occupied? If so, a confrontation was inevitable. Having just led a convoy here, being thwarted would be a blow to his dignity and reputation. Thus, he decided he must ascertain who the adversary was. It would be best to communicate clearly. If dialogue failed, they could resort to force later. As Xu Mingda approached the obstructing truck with Han Li, Meng Dong, and others, 2 individuals leaped down from the vehicle. Upon seeing them, Xu Mingda realized it was Yang Guokai and Xiao Wu. Brother, it's you. You nearly drove us to despair. Yang Guokai rushed forward, grasping Xu Mingda's hand. Brother, are all these people yours? Xiao Wu, astonished at the sight of the large convoy and the heavily armed escorts, inquired. After seizing the container ship, they had intended to report their success to Xu Mingda and then transport the vessel to Ganjingzi Island. However, upon arriving at Dongshan port, they found neither Xu Mingda nor the catamaran. Xiao Wu grew anxious, believing Xu Mingda had merely taken Zhao Wenxuan to the mainland and would return shortly. Yet, by the next morning, the catamaran had returned, stating that Xu Mingda and his group had left for Lehigh City. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was instantly alarmed. The mainland was rife with zombies. Xu Mingda had only 3 companions, a perilous situation indeed. Xiao Wu had instructed Lu De to sail the container ship back to Ganjingzi Island while he himself boarded the catamaran. Heading to the small town where Xu Mingda had disembarked, prepared to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Upon Lu Da's return to Ganjingzi Island, he recounted the entire sequence of events. Yang Gukai, upon learning of Xu Mingda's disappearance, erupted in fury. He promptly sought out Zhang Jun, requesting him to mobilize the reserve team to accompany him in the search for Xu Mingda. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun assembled 20 reserve members, joining Yang Gukai as they ventured to the coastal fishing town of Linhai, where they would rendezvous with Xiao Wu's subordinates. Xiao Wu had been waiting in the town for an entire day and night, yet there was no sign of Xu Mingda, leading him to suspect that something untoward had befallen Xu Mingda in Linhai City. Although he was eager to investigate, he lamented that his numbers were insufficient for such an endeavor. At that moment, upon seeing Yang Gukai arrive with reinforcements, his spirits soared. After a brief consultation, they procured a seafood transport truck and a large freight trailer, gathering gasoline in preparation to head to Linhai City in search of Xu Mingda. However, before they could reach the city district, they unexpectedly encountered a convoy. Both Xiao Wu and Yang Gukai, recognizing the formidable presence of their adversaries, were momentarily overtaken by anger, positioning the freight trailer across the road, ready to engage in battle. Ah, good brother, I am favored by the heavens. It would be far too easy for me to fall. Xu Mingda observed the unwavering loyalty and bravery of his 2 subordinates, nodding in approval. Chapter 303. Xu Mingda was troubled about how to manage the hundreds of strangers upon arriving at the fishing port town. Just then, his good friends Xiao Wu and Yang Gukai, accompanied by their men, arrived, which effectively resolved his dilemma. With such a formidable group of armed and loyal guards, Xu Mingda felt a newfound sense of confidence in his endeavors. At that moment, the escort team recognized that Xu Mingda's imperial army had arrived. And they were no ordinary fighters, they were fierce and unyielding. They nodded in silent acknowledgement, growing even more respectful towards him. Let us go. We are all on the same side. Xu Mingda waved his hand, prompting Xiao Wu and Yang Gukai to turn the vehicles around and begin guiding the convoy into the town. The original name of this town was no longer of concern to Xu Mingda. He intended to bestow upon it a new name. I shall call this place New Kaiyuan Sanctuary, he declared to Old Xing. New Kaiyuan signifies a new era, and Kaiyuan refers to the prosperous era during the rule of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty. By naming the town New Kaiyuan, Xu Mingda expressed his ambition to forge a new epoch with this town as its inception. Having fled to Ganjingzi Island for survival, he now aimed to use it as a base to return to the mainland, and this New Kaiyuan Sanctuary would mark the first step in his new journey. Excellent name. Old Xing nodded in approval, albeit he found the name somewhat lacking and even suggestive of establishing an independent domain, contrary to the higher authorities. However, he dared not oppose Xu Mingda any longer. With Zhao Wenxuan's assistance, Xu Mingda had vanquished the zombies and, with a fierce determination, had successfully led the entire convoy. Now, with a formidable force to assist him, Old Xing felt compelled to comply with Xu Mingda's decisions. Although he was dispatched by higher-ups, he lacked a solid foundation and any significant military force. After painstakingly gathering a group, many had perished or sustained injuries, leaving behind a mere handful of women and children. To adopt a bureaucratic demeanor at this juncture would be utterly foolish and self-serving. New Kaiyuan. Yes, we shall establish a new base, Yang Gukai exclaimed excitedly. Yet, Xiao Wu remained silent. He had come to realize that Xu Mingda's aspirations extended far beyond a mere island or cluster of islands. He was reaching out towards the mainland. This realization also implied that they would face greater challenges and battles ahead. Once the convoy came to a halt in the town center, Xu Mingda instructed everyone to disembark. Surrounded by his loyal followers, he convened a brief meeting. During this assembly, he announced that he had been entrusted by higher authorities to establish a sanctuary here, for which he would assume full responsibility. This location, adjacent to the sea, allows us to harvest seafood. Additionally, there is land available for us to cultivate vegetables and grains. As for safety, I will organize everyone to protect ourselves. Those who wish to stay should follow my lead. For those who do not wish to remain, I can arrange for your return to the city. Xu Mingda succinctly outlined the benefits of the New Kaiyuan Sanctuary and the basic requirements for staying there. The refugees, having been subdued by Xu Mingda's firm yet fair approach, were now greeted by the picturesque scenery of the blue skies and azure seas of this charming town, and naturally, they were more than willing to stay. Moreover, Sending them back to the city would merely serve to feed the zombies. Thus, there were no dissenting voices. Very well, let us now divide into teams by vehicle. The individuals aboard each bus will constitute a squad. You are to elect a leader and a deputy. Subsequently, the leader shall report to me. I will communicate my specific arrangements to the leaders. Xu Mingda gestured vaguely towards the dense crowd, expressing his reluctance to engage in individual persuasion. With 13 buses, there would be a total of 26 leaders. He spoke solely to these 26 individuals. Furthermore, once familiarized, he intended to merge the 4 squads into a single larger unit, thereby simplifying his oversight to merely 3 or 4 individuals. For him, efficiency was paramount. He had no desire to exhaust himself serving as a mere servant to these people. He aspired to revel in the glory of kingship. Chapter 304. After instructing the captains to find suitable accommodations, Xu Mingda certainly did not forget to secure a place for himself. It is worth mentioning that Zhengkaiyuan town is quite affluent, though the town is not large. Nearly every household boasts a newly constructed home, with numerous independent 2- or 3-story villas. The vehicles parked outside, both large and small, exude an air of sophistication. Before addressing the newly appointed captains, Xu Mingda had already urged Qin Xiang and Han Li to promptly locate an appropriate residence to serve as his official residence. His eagerness to convene the captains stemmed from his desire to instill confidence in the refugees, demonstrating that his choice of this location as a sanctuary was well considered. After all, they had traveled throughout the night, and arriving at a place without any clarity could easily incite civil unrest. To be candid, Xu Mingda was not particularly concerned about trivial matters. Rather, he feared the prospect of a rebellion. If he were to lose the support of the people, even forceful suppression of the refugees would render him powerless. Such an outcome would be detrimental. Thus, his first order of business upon arrival was to dispatch Xiao Wu immediately to procure a shipload of provisions. His second priority was to facilitate the election of captains among the refugees and arrange for them to disembark from the vehicles to rest, with food and shelter provided. Everyone would be grateful to Xu Mingda and willing to follow his leadership, as they had yet to encounter such a formidable leader. However, true to Xu Mingda's nature, he believed that he should be the first to enjoy the good fortune. As he expressed, how could anyone trust him to lead them to a better life if he himself was living in poverty and deprivation? Therefore, when he beheld the 3-story villa selected by Han Li, his first inquiry was, "Is this the finest house available?" "Boss, I cannot ascertain if this is the best house, but I can assure you that this location is the most advantageous," Han Li replied. His experience accompanying Xu Mingda on this expedition had proven to be remarkably successful, as his performance had not only met Xu Mingda's expectations but had even pleasantly surprised him. This indicated that Han Li was now capable of handling matters independently, solidifying his role as Xu Mingda's right-hand man. Very well, Xu Mingda assessed the villa's position, noting its centrality within the town's axis, making it an excellent choice for an official residence. He promptly ordered everyone to take up residence there. Xu Mingda understood that establishing a stronghold in the town was imperative. While he deemed the 3-story villa suitable, he still felt the space was insufficient. "Go find Yang Guokai and ensure we occupy both sides of this villa, controlling the streets at both ends. The town center is ours, and no one shall be permitted entry." Xu Mingda gestured emphatically. His entourage now included not only Han Li and Zheng Jiqiang, but also Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, Chang Wei's escort team, Qin Xiang and her 2 subordinates, Old Xing and his supporters, as well as Yang Guokai and Xiao Wu's contingent of reserve members, who would serve as Xu Mingda's guards. In addition to these individuals, due to the disappearance of Zhao Wenxuan, the vehicle numbered 9 that Zhao had occupied was also absorbed into Xu Mingda's core forces. Thus, there were approximately 100 people, both inside and outside, under his command. Xu Mingda understood that while he could assist other refugees, it was imperative for him to maintain an overwhelming position of authority. This way, anyone who dared to defy him could be subdued with force. As Xu Mingda was directing his subordinates into the villa, someone approached him and said, "Captain Xu, Commissioner Xing is looking for you." Chapter 305. Old Xing? Let him come. Xu Mingda furrowed his brow and said with displeasure. Now everyone was aware that he was sent by superiors to establish the new refuge. Thus, Xu Mingda felt that Old Xing's usefulness had diminished significantly. Those deemed less useful naturally did not warrant much attention. Moreover, when Old Xing sought him out, it was merely to trouble him, for there was no other purpose, and he was currently preoccupied with pressing matters. Moments later, Old Xing approached from outside. "Captain Xu, your security here is quite stringent. Even I am not permitted to pass." Old Xing remarked awkwardly, clearly somewhat displeased. "Ah, Commissioner Xing, those individuals must be from my previous team, unaware of your status. I shall formally introduce you to them shortly, so they will no longer obstruct your passage," Xu Mingda replied, his use of you laden with disdain and mockery. Xu Mingda was no longer at the third isolation point. He was on his own territory, the newly established Kaiyuan. He had the means to put on airs. Why would he choose to be modest? This was also a matter of safety, as he had gathered around 800 or 900 refugees, most of whom he did not yet know. Could Xu Mingda allow outsiders to approach him freely? Last night's attempted assassination by a hired killer sent by He Tao served as a stark warning. Xu Mingda would never make the same mistake twice. Haha, that is unnecessary, Old Xing quickly replied, sensing Xu Mingda's displeasure and forcing a smile. I just conducted a round of inspections among the teams and noticed a concerning issue. He continued. Oh, do elaborate. Xu Mingda gestured for him to take a seat on the large sofa. This town is indeed commendable, yet it is interconnected in every direction. How shall we defend ourselves if zombies were to arrive? Old Xing posed a question after settling down. Damn it, Xu Mingda replied, impatiently furrowing his brow. Old Xing was still trying to act as though he were in charge, adopting an inspection posture to present a series of complaints to this diligent worker. The so-called management philosophy, if I do not concern myself with you, then you shall not regard me, seemed to be his habitual approach, seeking to find faults and make subordinates submissive. You are correct. Defense here is inadequate, and I have no solutions. Please, offer a suggestion. Xu Mingda spread his hands, lighting a cigarette without offering one to Old Xing. According to Xu Mingda's management style on Ganjingzi Island, when one identified a problem, one should devise a solution. If unable to resolve it, then he would be the one to assist. Upon resolution, Xu Mingda would surely offer a reward. What was Old Xing attempting here? This was clearly a tactic to assert his presence. This is a responsibility that falls upon you as the administrative head. What solutions could I possibly propose? Old Xing chuckled awkwardly. Xu Mingda grunted, falling silent. He was acutely aware of the interconnectedness issues of Qian. It was already within his considerations. However, having endured the tribulations at the third isolation point and the battles of the previous night, he had developed a deeper understanding of the zombies' nature. These creatures were not mindless entities acting solely on instinct. Rather, they were organized and capable of avoiding danger. They would not provoke others unless they perceived them as weaker. Currently, there are two formidable zombies, Xiaomei and Xiaoli, whose presence is powerful enough to deter ordinary zombies from approaching carelessly. Last night, the horde attacked the convoy due to the presence of a zombie king, but that menace has since been vanquished by Zhao Wenxuan, ensuring that it will not return to seek trouble here. This provides Xu Mingda with the confidence to establish a new settlement in this area. Nonetheless, he is aware that he cannot rely solely on this victory for the rest of his life. The defense of the newly founded settlement is imperative. Xu Mingda has yet to initiate preparations upon his arrival, yet he has already devised a plan in his mind. The town of Zhengkaiyuan is situated on a small peninsula, bordered by the sea on 3 sides and connected to the mainland on one. By constructing a defensive line outside the town, he can effectively thwart the majority of the zombie horde. Additionally, Xu Mingda intends to create a labyrinth or a bagua array around the town using abandoned vehicles as a buffer zone. Should the zombies breach the first line of defense, the second line outside the town will serve to impede their advance. Finally, he plans to bring several boats from Dongshan port to anchor offshore, establishing 1 or more platforms on the sea. If both lines of defense fail to hold, he will need to prepare for the evacuation of the townspeople onto the boats for refuge. With these 3 layers of protection in place, he has no need for Old Xing to meddle and complicate matters further. Chapter 306. Upon perceiving the sharp tone and dismissive attitude of Xu Mingda, Old Xing felt a sense of disinterest. Very well, since you already have arrangements in place, I shall not interfere. By the way, I previously mentioned that I need to report the situation at the new Kaiyuan to my superiors. Now that you have gathered everyone here, I hope you can expedite sending someone to take me to the higher authorities. Old Xing expressed with a hint of displeasure. His newly appointed subordinate, Xu Mingda, was proving to be rather disobedient, which irked Old Xing. Yet, he understood that the times had changed. In this chaotic era, heroes emerge amid turmoil. Xu Mingda seemed to possess the potential of a hero. However, it is also said that circumstances give rise to heroes, and even heroes require the right timing, location, and support to flourish. Old Xing was keen to impress upon Xu Mingda that it was he who had bestowed upon him the opportunity to become this hero. Having previously worked in the service industry, Xu Mingda was certainly perceptive enough to read Old Xing's expression. Let us wait until after tonight. I am still unclear about the current situation with the zombies outside. It is too perilous to venture out, and I do not have sufficient personnel to ensure your safety. Besides, with you here, I can proceed with my tasks more confidently, Xu Mingda remarked with a chuckle, recognizing Old Xing's irritation. He understood that a high-ranking official like Old Xing could be quite formidable if he did not speak favorably on his behalf. All of Xu Mingda's efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, he was not concerned about old Xing speaking ill of him, as he had no intentions of leveraging any advantages from above. However, he had learned the importance of navigating the upper echelons. Moreover, he was currently preoccupied and had yet to find the time to express his gratitude to old Xing. The flattery from Xu Mingda caused old Xing's demeanor to soften slightly. Very well, I shall depart early tomorrow morning. Yang Wakai, take a few men to specifically escort Commissioner Xing. Also, ensure that Commissioner Xing is provided with a suitable residence. He will need to visit us frequently for guidance. Xu Mingda commanded loudly. On the surface, he appeared enthusiastic. Yet his words subtly indicated that old Xing was being pushed out of New Kaiyuan. The notion of frequent visits for guidance implied that old Xing was no longer welcome to reside there. New Kaiyuan was now under the auspices of the Xu family. Once Yang Gukai and a few men had closely attended to old Xing, Xu Mingda began directing his subordinates to take control of the newly acquired command center. He first instructed Zheng Jiqiang and Chen Xiang to escort Xiao Mei and Xiao Li to the third floor. Subsequently, he directed Ming Dong and Han Li to carry Chang Wei to the second floor. Xiao Mei and Xiao Li were crucial tools for suppressing ordinary zombies and developing super soldiers, thus requiring careful attention. At that moment, having consumed a few sips of fresh human blood, their complexions appeared somewhat improved and their vitality seemed to be returning. Xu Mingda pulled Zheng Jiqiang aside and quietly advised him, if these two female zombies require fresh human flesh, do ensure to provide it for them. Of course, we must be discreet about it. Brother, is that appropriate? Although Zheng Jiqiang had the fortune of caring for Xiao Mei and Xiao Li due to his foot injury, he was taken aback upon hearing that Xu Mingda intended to feed them human flesh. After all, they were zombie hunters. The notion of nurturing zombies was difficult for him to fathom. Then perhaps you could enlighten me on what to do? Xu Mingda's expression darkened. No worries. I will handle it splendidly. Zhang Jiqiang nervously scratched his head, unable to meet Xu Mingda's gaze. Xu Mingda was acutely aware that if someone reported him for using human flesh to nurture zombies, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li were far too significant. Not only had they revived a group of super soldiers, but they had also forged a figure like Zhao Wenquan, capable of rivaling the king of zombies. What harm was there in them consuming a bit of human flesh? After all, flesh derived from mere running pigs held little value. Xu Mingda recognized the terrifying nature of his current thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly comprehended the perspective of Station Chief Cheng from the third quarantine station. Perhaps Chief Cheng had once entertained similar thoughts? He merely took it too far, sending thousands of people as feed. What kind of monstrous zombies was he raising? Damn. As Xu Mingda pondered this, he felt a chill of dread. He sensed that he had inadvertently brushed against a staggering secret. This was not a promising omen. Perhaps he had disrupted Chief Cheng's plans and was now being watched. Ma Chao, that rascal, must have known all along. He had turned him into a pawn. Xu Mingda discreetly wiped his brow. Chapter 307. Xu Mingda began to sense that he might be entangled in a monumental secret. This realization tightened his resolve. Though he was audacious, he was not foolish. Xu Mingda understood that with his current capabilities, he could manage a village or oversee a township. But to ascend further would require the patronage of others. Otherwise, he would find himself at an impasse. Given this, if he were to make a grave error, the powerful figures above would crush him without hesitation. Thus, he was determined to maintain a good relationship with old Xing while simultaneously making every effort to rescue Chang Wei. Chang Wei not only represented a legitimate armed force but also, as someone who did the dirty work for old Xing, undoubtedly possessed a wealth of insider information that would be immensely beneficial to Xu Mingda. Moreover, as long as the higher-ups wished for Chang Wei to survive, it would signify Xu Mingda's own survival. One could say that Chang Wei had become his guiding compass. Upon entering the newly established Kaiyuan, Xu Mingda promptly instructed Han Li to seek a hospital. He required an operating room to treat Chang Wei's injuries. However, Kaiyuan lacked a hospital, possessing only 2 privately run clinics, neither of which had the necessary surgical facilities. Xu Mingda grew anxious. Without an operating room, he contemplated creating a makeshift one. After all, a living person could endure a lot. His brow furrowed in worry. Yes, brother, I will find someone immediately, Han Li responded hastily, noticing Xu Mingda's grim expression. Recently, he had made remarkable progress, adeptly discerning Xu Mingda's thoughts and effectively addressing practical matters. When he spoke of finding someone, it was clear he meant to search among the entire refugee population rather than within their immediate circle. Having spent considerable time with Xu Mingda, he knew that, despite Xu Mingda's lack of formal education, he appreciated cultured individuals. Thus, he aimed to sift through the crowd of approximately 1,000 people to identify those of higher value for Xu Mingda's use. However, after a disappointing round among the squads, Han Li found no individuals with advanced degrees, let alone skilled medical personnel. Yet, in one of the teams, An elderly man in his 40s stepped forward upon hearing that Han Li was looking for a doctor. Are you a barefoot doctor? Han Li inquired, but the man, named Zhang Naoyang, boasted no formal qualifications, not even having passed a medical certification exam, eliciting a sardonic laugh from Han Li. My medical skills are inherited. I practice traditional Chinese medicine, Zhang Naoyang replied. Very well, come with me, Han Li reluctantly stated. Brother, all the useful individuals have already been selected. They mentioned that when they first arrived at the third isolation point, someone had already sifted through them, and we are too late, Han Li reported to Xu Mingda. Somewhat disheartened. Understood. It's all right. Do we not have doctors on Ganjingzi Island? Have Shao bring them over. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, one must employ them when the time arises. If we do not utilize them now, what purpose does it serve to keep them? Xu Mingda replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Though he was uncertain of the true intentions behind the selection of the educated individuals at the third isolation point, Xu Mingda felt no disappointment. In these apocalyptic times, many past knowledge and concepts ought to be discarded. What he requires is someone capable of learning through experience. No one has ever endured an apocalypse. Even the esteemed doctors in major hospitals cannot cure such ailments. Otherwise, the zombie virus would not have spread with such alacrity. When Han Li contemplated venturing outside, he suddenly remembered that he had brought back a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I had a feeling that today a lucky star had descended upon me. Perhaps it is you. Xu Mingda, intrigued upon learning that the individual is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, inquired, Are you skilled in performing surgeries? No, Zhang Naoyang replied. Then what ailments can you treat? Xu Mingda pressed. Other than surgeries, I possess some knowledge in various other areas, Zhang Naoyang stated. That is not sufficient. What I require now are individuals capable of performing surgeries. I have injured personnel here. Moreover, the physicians I recruit are for the long term, well compensated. Without genuine expertise, you cannot remain. Xu Mingda observed Zhang Naoyang, whose unkempt beard and pallid complexion rendered him unappealing, unlike the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners he was accustomed to, who often appeared ruddy and dignified. He furrowed his brow. How can you discern my true capabilities if you do not afford me an opportunity? Zhang Naoyang responded boldly. Very well, you may stay for now. By the way, do you have a wife and children? Xu Mingda inquired. No, I am all alone, traversing the world. Making the seas my home, Zhang Naoyang replied. Ah, understood. If you are indeed a man of great wisdom, I shall ensure you are well compensated, Xu Mingda remarked, turning his attention to other matters. At that moment, Chen Xiang hurriedly descended the stairs to seek out Xu Mingda. Xu Mingda was taken aback. Based on his calculations, it would take Xiao Wu several hours at the earliest to return, and by the time he brought the doctor, Chang Wei might have already perished. What to do? Xu Mingda's mind raced with the notion of transforming Chang Wei into a super soldier. However, he dismissed this idea. Chang Wei still had over 20 capable subordinates. And should he metamorphose Chang Wei into a creature neither human nor zombie, it would likely incite rebellion among his followers. Could you show me where your patient is? May I take a look at him first? Zhang Naoyang inquired. Very well. Han Li, please guide him to see Team Leader Chang, Xu Mingda instructed. Previously, Xu Mingda would have undoubtedly expelled Zhang Naoyang, or at the very least, ridiculed him as a charlatan. However, Xu Mingda had undergone a transformation. He had embraced a new path and broadened his horizons. He understood that there are always greater heights beyond the clouds and people beyond the known, especially among those hidden talents in the populace, many of whom possess genuine skills. Science is merely a discipline that has developed over a few centuries. How could it possibly explain such profound matters? Thus, he chose not to dismiss Zhang Naoyang lightly, but rather resolved to test him. Chapter 308. At this moment, Chang Wei, having sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen and deprived of timely medical attention, felt the life force ebbing away as his blood nearly drained from his body. He was acutely aware that his time was drawing to a close. Thus, he instructed his caretaker, Chen Xiang, to summon his subordinates, implying that he wished to convey his final words. When Xu Mingda arrived with Zhang Naoyang, Chang Wei was already struggling to articulate his thoughts, fixating his gaze upon Xu Mingda with an expression of profound reluctance. Xu Mingda, under the weight of Chang Wei's stare, felt a pang of discomfort. After all, Chang Wei had followed him in pursuit of a brighter future, not to sacrifice his life at this juncture. Captain Xu, I do not regret it. After all, I have done a good deed, he managed to utter with a grim smile, exerting all his strength to speak. Chang Wei, do not speak. You must hold on, Xu Mingda replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He turned to Zhang Naoyang, gesturing for him to attend to the medical needs, while he himself paced to the window, lighting a cigarette to mask the sorrow within his heart. He held little hope that Zhang Naoyang could save Chang Wei. Do not speak. Close your eyes. Soon, I shall perform a ritual to stop your bleeding. when the surgeon arrives. They will drain the blood from your abdomen and cleanse your intestines. After a period of recovery, you shall be well again. Remember, this injury is not fatal. Zhang Naoyang proclaimed, as he began to manipulate Chang Wei's body. Han Li observed from the side, scoffing at Zhang Naoyang, deeming him a mere quack. His words seemed futile, promising recovery through future medical intervention, a claim anyone could make. If things went awry, it would merely be blamed on the subsequent doctor's failure. Yet Xu Mingda turned to scrutinize Zhang Naoyang, sensing there was something extraordinary about him, for it was evident to all that Chang Wei was on the brink of death. If Zhang Naoyang claimed he could prolong Chang Wei's life for a few more hours, he was surely not speaking empty words. Should he truly possess the ability to sustain Chang Wei, he would be a treasure indeed. Zhang Naoyang continued his ministrations, pinching and prodding Chang Wei, even retrieving a toothpick to prick his abdomen several times. Remarkably, Chang Wei did not cry out, instead closing his eyes. Is he dead? Han Li inquired, reaching to check for Chang Wei's breath. He is merely in a deep slumber, Zhang Naoyang replied. Xu Mingda approached with curiosity and discovered that Chang Wei still had faint breaths and a pulse, albeit exceedingly weak, so faint that it could easily go unnoticed. Dr. Zhang, your technique is commendable. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. Wherever I go, you shall follow. As for your remuneration, I assure you it will be satisfactory. Xu Mingda declared. Haha, I seek no reward. I cannot always be at your side. You are not ill, so what need have I to accompany you? I still have herbs to gather, Zhang Naoyang grinned. Very well, but you must guarantee your availability at my beck and call, Xu Mingda insisted, nodding. His gaze lingered on Zhang Naoyang, reluctant to part ways. He recognized the value of this man. Zhang Naoyang was an irreplaceable talent in this era, one that would be difficult to find again. Though rural physicians may not enjoy national recognition, their folk remedies often cure a multitude of ailments. A skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can be as effective as a small hospital. Despite the disdain from physicians in large hospitals who dismiss traditional medicine, it is often a matter of competition. Traditional Chinese medicine, through the techniques of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking, requires neither sophisticated instruments nor intricate pharmaceuticals. It relies solely on the natural world to discover remedies capable of healing ailments. In contrast, Western medicine, devoid of its apparatus, loses all significance. To Xu Mingda, science is merely a fade. He perceives technology and agricultural techniques as being of the same caliber. In the past, people subsisted by farming. Hence they learned agricultural skills from birth. Today, survival hinges on factory work, necessitating the acquisition of technological knowledge and mastery over machinery. The distinction between a scientist and an experienced farmer is negligible, and the reverence for science often stems from its foreign origins, leading to an unwarranted veneration. Even the comparatively underdeveloped Western medicine is regarded as more valuable than domestic traditional Chinese practices. It is absurd that a condition treatable for 5 yuan in traditional Chinese medicine necessitates a 500 yuan expenditure in Western medicine. Is this not driven by profit? Now that Xu Mingda holds a leadership position, his perspective inevitably diverges from that of the common populace. He has learned to look beyond appearances to grasp the underlying truths. Chapter 309. Having accepted a divine healer, Xu Mingda's vitality intensified. Outside the building, Chang Wei's subordinates stared intently, awaiting the outcome upstairs. These warriors, having followed Chang Wei through life and death, had irrevocably bound their fate to his. Wherever Chang Wei went, they accompanied him. Whatever he commanded, they obeyed. Should Chang Wei fall, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to command these stalwart individuals. Hence, Xu Mingda was determined to leverage Chang Wei's influence to win over these capable soldiers. After all, they were the elite who had survived the trials of battle. And Xu Mingda discerned that they were worth their weight in gold compared to the newly minted recruits, who, though well-equipped, had never faced the undead. It was said they previously had an enhanced squad, but after the skirmish last night, they had suffered further losses, leaving only 18 remaining. Thus, Xu Mingda was resolute in his efforts to retain them. To ensure Chang Wei could undergo surgery swiftly, Xu Mingda deliberately called Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu informed him that they had set out and were en route, expected to arrive in 2 to 3 hours. No matter the circumstances, you must arrive on time. There are lives at stake. Xu Mingda commanded decisively. Once these matters were arranged, Yang Gukai approached Xu Mingda, reporting that the area surrounding the newly established command center had been secured, with sentries positioned and the reserve troops armed and vigilant at the entrances. How is old Xing faring? Xu Mingda inquired. I found him a young woman. He is currently engaged in lofty discussions with her, Yang Gukai remarked disdainfully. It seems he hasn't enjoyed the company of a woman in quite some time. Huh. Well done, Xu Mingda replied, pleasantly surprised that Yang Gukai had seized the opportunity, cleverly exploiting human nature. He felt immense satisfaction with his subordinate. Subsequently, he instructed Yang Gukai to gather a few individuals, stating, "You and I shall venture outside for a while, to observe the condition of those outside." As Xu Mingda prepared to depart, Qin Xiang approached, accompanied by Dong Huanwu and Yang Guixing. "Captain Xu, please assign us some tasks," she urged, her brow furrowed. Upon entering the new command center, she had truly come to appreciate Xu Mingda's capabilities. She had witnessed his formidable efforts to reclaim the refugees, and her heart had been thoroughly won over. Although Xu Mingda's territory was not as expansive as the third quarantine zone and his charges numbered only in the hundreds, his youth was a significant asset. Additionally, Xu Mingda harbored a certain fondness for her, leading Qin Xiang to bind her fate to his, sharing both in triumph and adversity. Having just assisted Han Li in settling the refugees from vehicle number 9, she now sought Xu Mingda for further assignments. "Very well, you shall accompany me. There are women among the refugees outside, and certain matters I cannot address directly nor can I take aggressive action." Xu Mingda beckoned to Qin Xiang. At the third quarantine zone, Qin Xiang had been his primary aide. Now, as he sought to establish a refuge at the new command center, her support was indispensable. For he needed a cadre of loyal grassroots leaders to manage the newly acquired refugees. Xiao Wu, Yang Gukai, and Zhang Jun, despite their deep-rooted friendships and unwavering loyalty, remain oblivious to the new circumstances. The recent influx of refugees may not necessarily embrace them. Thus, Qin Xiang stands as a banner, a crucial asset to be utilized. Throughout the journey, Xu Mingda has familiarized himself with the individuals aboard vehicle number 2, and he intends to appoint a driver named Xiao Wei as a subordinate leader, primarily to oversee the several mutated individuals. Furthermore, Xu Mingda also aims to cultivate 2 team leaders from those in vehicle number 9. Initially, he considered Lu Fei, the mother of Zhao Wenxuan, as a prospective leader. Lu Fei, just past 40, exudes a certain charm, reminiscent of a captivating woman of experience. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she likely possessed a vibrant social presence. However, the chaos of the new era has taken its toll on her. Nevertheless, her ability to attract a younger companion in the underground quarantine zone indicates her exceptional nature, suggesting that her allure is not merely superficial but also rooted in her social acumen. Upon settling into the compound, Xu Mingda ensured Lu Fei's arrival and arranged for her accommodation on the 2nd floor. Although Xu Mingda has an appreciation for mature women, he harbors no personal intentions towards Lu Fei. His elevated treatment of her is solely due to her being Zhao Wenxuan's mother. The whereabouts and return of Zhao Wenxuan remain uncertain, yet possessing Lu Fei equates to holding the reins of a kite. Zhao Wenxuan is a dutiful son. Having ventured to Linhai City in search of his mother, his victimization and drugging are intrinsically linked to Lu Fei. Thus, Xu Mingda is acutely aware that Zhao Wenxuan will inevitably return to find her. However, Lu Fei's current mental state is precarious, particularly after witnessing the drastic transformations of her son. This once carefree and flirtatious mother has adopted a more nurturing demeanor. Following Zhao Wenxuan's disappearance, Lu Fei has been engulfed in sorrow, incessantly weeping for her lost child. Hence, it is not an opportune moment for her to assume a leadership role. Reluctantly, Xu Mingda has assigned a man named Yao Chong to oversee the individuals in vehicle number 9. In times of external strife, one must first secure internal stability. At this juncture, having organized his foundational groups in vehicles 2 and 9, Xu Mingda plans to explore the other 13 squads. Alas, the divisions are excessive. This round of assessments could take an indeterminate amount of time. He muses that he must expedite the selection of several captains, delegating such arduous tasks to those under his command in the future. Chapter 310. The long-abandoned Xin Kaiyuan town suddenly came alive with activity. The refugees, noticing that many houses remained intact, flocked in eagerly. Having endured dire poverty in the underground shelters of the 3rd isolation station, anything they could find was a treasure to them: clothing, shoes, bedding, and more. They grabbed whatever they could, their arms laden with goods, their hands overflowing with their newfound possessions. Yet, the most pressing need was sustenance. When Xiao Wu led the group to welcome Xu Mingda, he too discerned the town's wealth. He emptied the shops of their contents, claiming them as his own. By the time Xu Mingda and his companions arrived, Xiao Wu had amassed enough supplies to fill 2 large rooms. These provisions established a material foundation for Xu Mingda's governance in the area. Some items were transported by boat to Ganjingzi Island, enhancing the lives of its inhabitants. However, Xiao Wu had taken only goods from stores and warehouses, fresh merchandise. Many families in Xin Kaiyuan had locked their doors while fleeing, leaving their belongings untouched. Some households still had rations left, and there was an abundance of sun-dried fish and seafood that had not been relocated. The refugees, discovering food and necessities within these houses free from the threat of zombies, felt a sense of security and decided to stay, no longer contemplating departure. Yet, deep within, They remained acutely aware of the lurking danger posed by the undead, their hearts heavy with trepidation at the thought of a zombie horde returning. Thus, when Xu Mingda appeared before them with a few subordinates, they gazed at their new leader with hopeful eyes, and the captains quickly stepped forward to greet him. Xu Mingda first inquired about the basic conditions of their group, what food they had, where they were living, and what difficulties they needed him to address. Then, based on the specific circumstances, he began to analyze the situation through his own perspective, urging the captains to implement his strategies and ideas concretely. At that moment, Xu Mingda exuded the demeanor of a leader. In fact, he had honed his skills in constructing shelters on Ganjingzi Island, while these refugees lacked such experience. Their only motivation had been the fear of zombies, prompting them to seek refuge in the nearest isolation station, where they were subsequently confined. They had little experience in defense, self-sufficiency, foraging for food, or organizing labor for cooperative endeavors. Therefore, when Xu Mingda spoke, they experienced an epiphany. Indeed. Captain Su's considerations are thorough. His vision is unique, and he approaches problems holistically. Consequently, their admiration for Xu Mingda became tangible. They were willing to trust whatever he proposed. However, Xu Mingda was still a step away from being revered, as he needed to address their foremost concern, food. Although they had found some provisions in the empty houses, the quantities were meager, and once consumed, they would need to venture outside in search of more, where zombies lurked. Xu Mingda had promised them sustenance and shelter. The lodging issue was resolved, but what of the food? Xu Mingda felt the urgency of the matter. He had already contacted Xiao Wu, who assured him that the supplies would arrive at the shore in about an hour. Each team should tally the number of individuals present, specifying how many are male and how many are female, along with their ages and any special skills they may possess. Shortly, I shall allocate provisions based on the head count. Furthermore, each team is to designate 10 robust individuals who will assist in unloading the cargo, Xu Mingda instructed. The team leaders, witnessing Xu Mingda's commitment to distributing provisions, expressed their profound respect for him. After a thorough inspection lasting over 2 hours, dusk was approaching. Among the 13 squads, each exhibited its own character. Some were organized meticulously, with personnel and resources allocated in an orderly fashion, while others were in disarray, with the leaders overwhelmed and frantic, unable to manage effectively. This indicated a poor selection of leaders. Their capabilities were lacking, Xu Mingda mused. He was indifferent to the moral character of the leaders. His priority was stability. As long as they could manage their teams effectively, he did not concern himself with the methods they employed, provided they did not create chaos and fulfilled their responsibilities satisfactorily. This was a skill Xu Mingda had honed as his managerial duties expanded. Of course, Xu Mingda did not allow the leaders to act recklessly. He needed to govern these local chieftains, ensuring their obedience. Naturally, those elected as leaders were astute individuals, adept at presenting themselves favorably. It was challenging for Xu Mingda to identify their flaws. However, in a large group, one could find all types of personalities among them. There were undoubtedly those who were shrewd, harboring their own ulterior motives, seeking to embezzle or inflate numbers for personal gain. Xu Mingda was fully aware of this. He prepared to use the upcoming provision distribution as an opportunity to assess the character of these junior leaders and determine their utility. Should they prove unworthy, he would not hesitate to make an example of a few to instill fear and establish authority. In order to command respect in this setting, mere generosity would not suffice. Humans are inherently self-serving, easily swayed by benefits and grudges alike. The most effective means of ensuring compliance was through a combination of reward and punishment. By eliminating one or two of the junior leaders, the others would promptly become compliant and submissive. Chapter 311 this day was undoubtedly the longest and most exhausting one that Xu Mingda had ever experienced. Yet, he persevered resolutely, for it marked the inaugural day of the new Kaiyuan. The multitude of tasks was inevitable. As the general manager, he felt compelled to oversee everything personally. Once all departments were streamlined, he could delegate responsibilities to his subordinates. He aspired to establish a management team at New Kaiyuan that would operate under his directives, akin to the model he had implemented on Ganjingzi Island. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility of consolidating alliances with a few close associates through brotherhood oaths. After undergoing a rigorous trial, Chen Xiang had emerged as a member of the team he had envisioned. Additionally, should Chang Wei successfully navigate this critical juncture, he would also become a significant asset at New Kaiyuan. At that moment, Chang Wei had indeed been treated by the skilled physician Zhang Naoliang, who employed traditional Chinese medicine to alleviate his bleeding, and remarkably, he was still alive. This filled Xu Mingda with hope. Thus, when Xiao piloted the catamaran into the harbor, Xu Mingda was not preoccupied with the quantity of provisions he had brought back. Instead, he hurried to ascertain whether he had managed to bring along Director Liu, the best surgeon from the local hospital on Ganjingzi Island. Upon witnessing Director Liu and two other medical staff hastily disembarking, he felt a slight sense of relief. To his surprise, Director Liu had also brought along Xu Xiaoman, the daughter of Guo Meiwan. Xu Xiaoman had been serving as an intern nurse, and Director Liu likely intended to provide her with practical experience. Once again encountering the people from Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda was overcome with a sense of familiarity. They were all like family to him. Captain Xu, where are the patients? Director Liu, having been appointed as the vice president of the Ganjingzi Island Hospital by Xu Mingda, had not yet had the opportunity to showcase his skills. Now, having heard that someone urgently required surgery, he immediately assumed the demeanor of a seasoned expert, his slight paunch reflecting his confidence in his abilities. Yang Gukai, escort Director Liu. You must fully cooperate with him. Whatever Director Liu requires, ensure it is provided. It is imperative that he saves Changwei. Xu Mingda exclaimed loudly. A statement primarily directed at Director Liu. He refrained from attending to the situation personally, as he still needed to supervise the unloading of provisions. In comparison to the entire refugee group at New Kaiyuan, Xu Mingda prioritized Changwei last. After all, he was not a chivalrous hero guided solely by loyalty. He was a formidable leader, already harboring ambitions of expanding his dominion. This group of approximately 1,000 individuals represented the fruits of his labor following his initial success on Ganjingzi Island, and the sustainability of this venture, along with its potential for further growth, hinged on this very moment. At that juncture, several hundred people had congregated at the dock. Although Xu Mingda had instructed each team to send 10 strong laborers, the actual turnout far exceeded that, with at least 20 to 30 individuals present. Fearing that a smaller turnout would result in missed opportunities, nearly everyone capable had come, as they observed that the catamaran's deck was laden with 2 standard shipping containers. They could hardly contain their excitement, ready to rush forward. Xu Mingda, however, was somewhat displeased to see that Xiao Wu had managed to bring back only 2 containers, totaling less than 20 tons of bulk grain. Brother, this vessel is not a cargo ship. I fear it might be overloaded and capsize. Next time, I will use a tugboat to bring more containers, Xiao Wu hastily explained. Very well. Good job. Xu Mingda nodded in acknowledgement. The catamaran is swift. If it were a tugboat, it would surely not reach this place tonight, no matter what. It appears that Xiao Wu is quite dependable in his endeavors. Everyone, disembark. Do not move recklessly. At this moment, those on the vessel noticed the refugees beginning to surge frantically towards the ship and hastily intervened. However, the starving refugees were unwilling to heed their warnings, persistently climbing aboard, creating a dark, chaotic mass that resembled a horde of zombies clamoring for flesh, sending shivers down Xu Mingda's spine. What about the squad leaders? Can you not manage your own people? Xu Mingda shouted into the crowd. But the cacophony of voices quickly drowned out his words. Curse be it, Xu Mingda muttered angrily. Seizing a Type 56 rifle from one of the guards and firing a few short bursts into the frenzied crowd attempting to board the ship. The gunfire and the anguished cries of the wounded abruptly restored some semblance of order among the undisciplined throng. They retreated like a receding tide, scurrying back to the dock, casting fearful glances at Xu Mingda and his companions. Good grief, can they not comprehend human speech? Xu Mingda cursed bitterly. Chapter 312. Xiao Wu managed to retrieve 20 tons of raw grain, equivalent to 40,000 pounds of rice. Given the current population of the newly established Kaiyuan, each individual could receive a bag weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. However, Xu Mingda would never distribute all this grain to the refugees immediately. He understood human nature all too well. To him, grain was tantamount to hard currency. Handing over grain to the refugees without charge was akin to employing a group of workers and paying their wages before they even began their tasks. Would you expect those workers to be grateful? They would likely deride you as foolish, then take their tools to the next opportunity or become negligent in their duties. Xu Mingda was not so naive. He merely intended to demonstrate his strength to these people without a genuine desire to distribute the grain. This was raw grain, which needed to be processed into rice using a milling machine. I have already dispatched my people to procure the machinery. Tomorrow morning, we shall distribute the white rice to everyone, Xu Mingda declared with a vigorous gesture. Upon hearing that the containers were filled with rice, the refugees eager to seize the first batch felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, Xu Mingda's earlier show of force had rendered them too intimidated to express their displeasure. Since you are here, help me move the rice into the courtyard. Xu Mingda calmly observed their reactions. A few captains scoffed, indicating their reluctance to comply. But Xu Mingda noted their expressions. Everyone understood that with the current power and water outages, the quantity of processed rice was limited. Here, we adhere to principles. Those who work more shall receive more. Today's laborers will be prioritized for rice distribution. You there? Ensure that you record the names of all who work today. Xu Mingda pointed at Yang Gukai. Rest assured, boss, Yang Gukai replied. his demeanor fluctuating as he gazed upon the throng of hungry faces before him. In his eyes, they resembled a pack of starving dogs awaiting their meal. If he did not wield a firm hand, these individuals might very well consume the one providing the sustenance. Xu Mingda's decision to assign Yang Gukai to oversee this task stemmed from this understanding. Get to work. The refugees, albeit reluctantly, began to move when prompted by a shout, shaking their shoulders as they filled bags with rice and transported them to a designated courtyard, which was being utilized as a warehouse. In a large garage beneath, Han Li had already procured 2 milling machines, ready for operation. However, another pressing issue remained. There was no electricity. Without power, the milling machines could not function, and the rice could not be processed into edible form. Xu Mingda had instructed Xiao Wu to bring in the electrician Duan Yang and several other electricians. Once the grain was unloaded, they would promptly head to the wind turbine to connect the electricity. Although land-based hydroelectric and thermal power stations were down, wind and solar energy still generated electricity. Previously, Xu Mingda had compelled Duan Yang to connect the power from a large offshore wind turbine to Ganjingzi Island. Now, he aimed to have Duan Yang connect the electricity generated by the nearby wind turbines to Kaiyuan. Once electricity was secured, Kaiyuan would become a beacon of human civilization, a sanctuary for survivors. Naturally, Xu Mingda had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. He instructed someone to carry 2 antique stone millstones from the newly opened Kaiyuan town to his courtyard. Chapter 313. If electricity cannot be harnessed, then let us resort to manual labor. We shall grind the rice by sheer force. The matter of sustenance has already been addressed. Consequently, Xu Mingda promptly set aside this concern and turned his attention to a more pressing issue, the establishment of a temporary operating room to save the lives of Chang Wei and other injured individuals. Brother, I have located a dental clinic. The conditions there seem adequate. I wonder if it could serve as an operating room. Han Li reported after scouring the town of Zinkeyuan and discovering 3 medical points, a community hospital, a private clinic, and a dental office. His recommendation of the dental clinic stemmed from the fact that it still had personnel present. As he prepared to force open the clinic's door, a man in his 40s, claiming to be Dr. Qi, emerged. He was the proprietor of the dental practice and one of the few living souls remaining in Zinkeyuan. Upon the arrival of Xu Mingda and his forces in the town, they discovered that several survivors were indeed hiding within their homes, albeit in a state of mental disarray, believing they were under siege by a horde of corpses. If no living beings were to be seen, it was likely that these individuals would succumb to madness. However, Dr. Qi was markedly different. He appeared quite normal, and upon learning that Han Li and his companions were establishing a new human settlement, he became quite animated, enthusiastically sharing information about the town and offering complimentary dental services to Xu Mingda's troops. He even provided them with food. Han Li, however, was not inclined to take advantage of his generosity and instead reciprocated with some provisions of his own. Dr. Qi's warmth left a lasting impression on Han Li. Now, as Xu Mingda sought a location for Chang Wei and the other injured to undergo surgery, he inquired about the necessary conditions from Director Liu. Han Li promptly suggested the dental clinic. Upon hearing that there was no proper operating room, Director Liu furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, having spent some time on Ganjingzi Island, he was well aware of Xu Mingda's temperament. Xu Mingda's determination was clear. While one might falter in execution, one could never refuse to act. Thus, he told Han Li that all he required was an operating table. Everything else could be improvised. After all, during the era when Norman Bethune operated on wounded soldiers, not only were sterile environments absent, but even the operating tables were cobbled together from door planks. He intended to embody that spirit of saving lives. However, he also cautioned that if a patient were to succumb to infection post-surgery, he could not be held responsible. Han Li conveyed Director Liu's words to Xu Mingda, who agreed, stating that as long as Director Liu could perform the surgery, the fate of the patients thereafter was a matter of individual destiny. Xu Mingda contemplated this. After all, the patients were not his kin. If the surgery were to falter, transforming them into super soldiers would not be a bad alternative. Therefore, Han Li led Director Liu and his cadre of medical angels to Dr. Qi's clinic. Meanwhile, Xu Mingda suppressed the seeds of rebellion among the survivors at the docks and assigned the taciturn Yang Gukai to oversee food supplies before turning to check on the situation regarding Director Liu and his team. After all, Chang Wei was a pivotal figure. While he could overlook the others, he was determined to ensure Chang Wei's survival. Chapter 314. After Xu Mingda had arranged matters at the dock, he prepared to transition to another significant venue, the Qijia Dental Clinic. Xu Mingda was not merely passing through. He intended to establish a permanent stronghold here, serving as a vital bridgehead for his return to the mainland. For the new Kaiyuan to ensure lasting stability, it was imperative to address not only sustenance but also health care, for no one can guarantee immunity from illness. Additionally, he was preoccupied with another critical issue. During their escape, several individuals had been bitten by zombies, but following the intervention of Xiaomei and Xiaoli, they regained consciousness and exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. Of course, their bodies bore the scars of battle. Some had wounds deep enough to expose bone, while others had suffered severe scalp lacerations that appeared agonizing. Currently, they were confined within a house under the care of Xiao Wei. Xu Mingda contemplated having Director Lu perform surgery on Chang Wei first, followed by tending to the wounds of these formidable warriors to prevent them from bleeding to death. Moreover, he wished for Director Lu to investigate from a medical perspective what differentiated these individuals from ordinary humans. This could be viewed as a reverse study of zombies. By understanding the physiological functions of these super soldiers, he might uncover the vulnerabilities of the undead, thereby equipping himself better for future encounters with them. Despite being inundated with responsibilities and decisions, he still made time to inspect this new medical facility. If it proved satisfactory, he intended to transform the clinic into a hospital for New Kaiyuan. Furthermore, upon learning that the doctor surnamed Qi was a dentist, Xu Mingda experienced a sudden epiphany. While Xiaomei and Xiaoli were undeniably youthful and attractive, their front teeth had been extracted by Captain Qing, which not only diminished their aesthetic appeal, but also compromised their combat effectiveness. Although Captain Chung had provided them with dentures to wear regularly and remove when needed, Xu Mingda felt it was not quite the same. Initially, when he acquired the two sisters, he harbored impure thoughts, curious to see if the zombie sisters might provide unexpected satisfaction. However, upon arriving at New Kaiyuan and witnessing Xiaomei and Xiaoli rescue Zhao Wenshuan, his perspective shifted. He recognized the malevolence of his inclinations. With readily available women, he had entertained desires for the undead. Though they appeared human, their bodies were rife with venom. As a disciple of Lu Zhenren's Taoist teachings, who practiced pure yang arts, how could he possibly engage with mere corpses? Thus, after confining Xiaomei and Xiaoli to the top floor, he refrained from utilizing them. Nevertheless, Xu Mingda did not forget their advantages. They emitted a substance that could intimidate and restrain ordinary zombies. Consequently, he envisioned nurturing these sisters as his unique bodyguards. If he intended for them to protect him, he must equip them with weapons. Since zombies attacked with teeth and claws, Xu Mingda resolved to have Xiaomei and Xiaoli's teeth restored. Moreover, he wished to equip them with canines crafted from special materials. In doing so, should they encounter equally matched opponents, they would gain a distinct advantage. This was the only way he felt he could assist them, Xu Mingda mused. Such thoughts surged within him upon learning that the newly opened Kaiyuan had a dentist. He yearned to meet this Dr. Qi in person. Chapter 315. Moreover, Xu Mingda sought to inspect potential locations for establishing a hospital. With this intention, he summoned Chen Xiang and Meng Dong, and together they proceeded to the Qi family dental clinic, situated on the main street of Xingkaiyuan. The clinic occupied the ground floor of a quaint four-story building, encompassing approximately 100 square meters. It was equipped with 4 surgical beds for dental procedures, along with facilities for sterilization and storage, making it rather presentable. Han Li, accompanied by Director Lu and 2 other medical personnel, arrived at the clinic ahead of Xu Mingda. Director Lu had already arranged one of the surgical beds, preparing to commence surgery on Chang Wei. Meanwhile, Han Li was searching for a generator and gasoline to ensure the electricity was operational. Upon noticing Xu Mingda's arrival, Han Li hurried to greet him. "This is our Captain Xu. The Xingkaiyuan shelter is under his protection," he announced. "Brother, this is Dr. Qi." Han Li introduced a man in his 40s, whose balding head was quite prominent. "Ah, greetings." Xu Mingda extended his hand, towering over Dr. Qi, yet his expression remained stoic as he scrutinized the middle-aged man. For some reason, he sensed an underlying oddity about Dr. Qi, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. "Captain Xu, it is truly a pleasure to meet you," Dr. Qi said with a sycophantic smile. "We would like to utilize your clinic to treat our injured brother. As for the fees, please feel free to mention them. If you find it awkward to discuss directly with me, you may relay it through Han Li. That is not the issue. I am not particularly concerned about the costs. My main concern is whether my facilities meet Captain Su's standards. In fact, there is another medical center in town, and their resources are likely far superior to mine. After all, I only provide dental care, unlike them, who offer comprehensive services." Dr. Qi responded awkwardly. "So, you are implying that we are unwelcome here?" Xu Mingda's tone turned icy. "Not at all. That is not my intention. I merely wish to provide Captain Xu with more information about the town." "Doctor," Qi hastily explained with an awkward smile. "Since that is not the case, then it is settled. I find your clinic satisfactory. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Han Li, inquire about the total cost of this property. We shall purchase it," Xu Mingda declared, casting a stern glance at the man before striding into the clinic. Inside, Director Liu and the two nurses had donned green surgical attire, preparing to operate on Chang Wei. Upon learning of Xu Mingda's arrival, they rushed to greet him. Director Liu, is there anything else required for the surgery? This patient is of utmost importance, and we must expedite the procedure, Xu Mingda inquired, observing Director Liu, who was masked. Once the power for the shadowless lamp is resolved, we can commence, Director Liu replied promptly. Very well, Xu Mingda nodded, his gaze shifting to Xu. You must also strive to learn diligently and acquire a skill swiftly, he advised with genuine concern. Indeed, Uncle Xu, I will certainly do so, Xu responded earnestly, nodding repeatedly. It was the first time Xu Mingda had seen her in a nurse's uniform, prompting him to take a few extra moments to admire her. Though she was still young, she had matured quite early. Xu Mingda's gaze lingered upon her ample bosom, causing Xu to blush, hastily lowering her head and retreating slightly. Ah, please take me to see the patients. Xu Mingda, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, quickly interjected. Chapter 316, in the makeshift operating room. Chang Wei lay on a rudimentary surgical table. Chang Wei, how are you feeling? Xu Mingda inquired, noticing that he had yet to be anesthetized. Good, Chang Wei weakly uttered, revealing his excitement at Xu Mingda's presence. Do we not have any anesthetics on hand? Xu Mingda asked, surprised by Chang Wei's alertness. We do have some. Additionally, we found a substantial supply of anesthetics from Dr. Qi. It will suffice for our needs during this period, Xu Chanqian interjected from the side. She was a physician recruited by Xu Mingda from the second batch of refugees at the Ganjingzi Island Health Center. Tall and striking, she bore an air of celebrity, likely due to the attention she garnered from men since childhood, which made her forthright and unreserved. Moreover, it was well known among everyone that she was the object of Zhang Jun's affections. Oh, indeed, Dr. Qi has just received a fresh supply of anesthetics. However, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, the townsfolk fled, rendering the supplies unused. I told him we would need a portion, and he agreed to donate it without compensation. As long as Captain Xu could ensure his safety, Director Liu remarked, casting a glance at Xu Chanqian before leaning closer to Xu Mingda to speak quietly. Certainly. We must safeguard individuals like him who support our efforts. Not only should we protect him, but we should also extend certain preferential policies. Inquire if he wishes to collaborate with us. We can reserve a position for him at the hospital, Xu Mingda stated. Recognizing that Director Liu had likely made some arrangement with the dentist and was now using Liu's influence to facilitate matters. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Captain Xu. I will convey your sentiments to Dr. Qi, Liu responded eagerly, nodding and smiling. Very well. You may proceed with the surgery. After attending to Team Leader Chang, there are several others who require your attention. You all have worked hard these past few days, Xu Mingda instructed the trio of medical personnel. It's not too arduous. Xu quickly replied. Captain Xu, given our efforts, what rewards do you plan to offer us? Xu Chanqian joked lightly. Speak your desires, anything within my capabilities. I shall fulfill without hesitation, Xu Mingda replied earnestly. Outside the clinic, several of Chang Wei's subordinates, having learned of their leader's surgery, hurried over to await news. Come in, Xu Mingda beckoned them, having noticed their weary faces and expressions of uncertainty and mistrust. He understood that winning over these escort team members hinged upon saving Chang Wei. Of course, if Chang Wei did not survive the surgery, he would need to devise a strategy to keep the remaining team members loyal to him. This was indeed a prime opportunity to win their hearts. Thus, he ushered them into a room within the dental clinic, offering them 2 boxes of cigarettes and providing an update on Chang Wei's condition. Thank you, Captain Xu. The escort team members expressed their gratitude. In the apocalyptic era, the relationships between individuals have grown exceedingly strained. Aside from vigilance and confrontation, trust and collaboration have become scarce, let alone heartfelt communication. Xu Mingda's demeanor instilled a rare warmth among them. Their gazes towards Xu Mingda gradually transitioned from aloofness and caution to relaxation and trust. He remained by their side, sharing cigarettes and engaging in light conversation, until Xu emerged from the operating room. Captain Xu, the surgery on Chief Chang has been completed. And Director Liu stated that it was very successful, she reported, a hint of fear in her voice as she noticed the crowd outside. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. Xu Mingda exclaimed, rising hastily. At that moment, Director Liu also exited the operating room, carrying a tray that held a bullet. Captain Xu, I have removed the bullet for him. However, the patient's intestines were perforated. I cannot guarantee he will survive the critical period, Director Liu said with a note of concern. You are a doctor. You must save our chief. The members of the escort team exclaimed, their eyes ablaze as they glared at Director Liu. Brothers. It was Ma Chao and He Tao's men who injured Chief Chang, not Director Liu, Xu Mingda said softly. I understand your feelings, but if you seek revenge, You must confront He Tao and Ma Chao. Chapter 317. Chang Wei's subordinates sought to create unrest, yet Xu Mingda swiftly quelled their agitation with just a few words. Indeed, we must seek vengeance against Ma Chao and He Tao. Should anything befall our leader, I shall be the first to exact retribution. The members of the escort team have long engaged with zombies, becoming adept at taking lives with ease. Although they wield no weapons, the palpable aura of menace they exude sends shivers down one's spine. If these individuals are not pacified, they might unleash chaos upon the newly established center. However, if harnessed correctly, they could serve as the sharpest edge of a blade. Xu Mingda was acutely aware of their potential. All right, brothers, he said, steadying his hand. I understand your sentiments. Chang Wei is your leader, but he is also my sworn brother. Even if you do not seek vengeance against Ma Chao, I shall not let him escape justice. Your current task is to safeguard Chang Wei in this location. This is what he needs from you most. Yes. We heed your command, Captain Xu, they replied in unison, their emotions now under control. Good, your arrival is timely. Wang Gang, you shall act as interim leader, organizing our team to protect Chang Wei and maintain order in the town. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. Xu Mingda felt a sense of relief as he observed the fierce warriors regain their composure. He then promoted a seasoned team member to a leadership position. Such elite soldiers cannot be left without direction. Furthermore, promoting individuals is a customary means of fostering loyalty and allegiance. Even if Chang Wei recovers, he will be unable to undertake missions for several months, necessitating the appointment of several loyal individuals to Xu Mingda's cause. Consider the allure of loyalty to Xu Mingda coupled with the role of a squad leader, which promises ample provisions of tobacco, alcohol, and sustenance, along with housing and the potential for companionship. Who would not covet such advantages? Who would not desire to serve Xu Mingda with fervor? Yes, Captain Xu. We shall fulfill our duties, Wang Gang proclaimed resolutely. At that moment, Meng Dong and Xiao Wei brought forth the several mutated warriors infected by the virus for Director Lu's care. Upon seeing their grotesque visages, marred and battered, Lu's face turned pale with fear. Old Lu, these individuals have made significant contributions. You must do your utmost to restore their former appearances. Of course, ensure that your surgical team is well protected, as they may still carry the zombie virus, Xu Mingda instructed, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing that these individuals were once zombies, Su Qianqian and Shui Min recoiled in terror, retreating against the wall in fear of the disfigured mutated warriors. Yet, these beings retained human intellect and emotion. When they sensed the two female medical staff's trepidation and reluctance to treat them, they responded with anguished howls and sorrowful grimaces. Su Shu was startled, jumping in front of Xu Mingda, collapsing into his embrace, trembling uncontrollably, and bursting into tears. Su Qianqian pressed herself against the wall, wishing to distance herself from the commotion. What on earth is happening? Can they not quiet down? Wang Gang, hearing the ruckus, approached with a few others, only to find several mutated individuals venting their grievances. He pointed at them and shouted. Wang Gang and his escort team had encountered all manner of hardened individuals. They routinely battled zombies, thus they felt no fear towards these newly transformed beings. What do you intend to do? They are all heroes. Is it too much to let them express their discomfort? Xiao Wei exclaimed in indignation. Wang Gang, Xiao Wei, cease this noise. Xu Mingda, seeing the two of them quarrel before him, furrowed his brow and admonished them. Su Dui, please provide us with reason. What are we to do? To his surprise, Xiao Wei defiantly shouted back at Xu Mingda. How dare you, as a mere lieutenant, be so unaware of your place, putting me on the hot seat? Xu Mingda, witnessing Xiao Wei's blatant disregard for decorum, felt a surge of anger. Chapter 318. Xu Mingda had encountered troublemakers before, but never had he experienced insubordination from someone he had just promoted. I elevated you for the purpose of alleviating my burdens. Yet you have the audacity to compel me to handle your legal matters. Xu Mingda's gaze towards Xiao Wei shifted dramatically. Previously, when Xiao Wei displayed remarkable bravery in combat against the zombies, Xu Mingda held him in high regard. However, witnessing his recent antics prompted a reassessment of his value. This individual is not to be trusted. If you grow too close to him, he will exploit that relationship. If you distance yourself, he will maliciously accuse you of using him without offering any benefits. Such a person is unequivocally unsuitable for significant responsibilities. Moreover, Xiao Wei's behavior stemmed largely from his lack of respect for Xu Mingda, as he considered himself a confidant of the former leader, Lao Xing. Should Xu Mingda confront him, it would be tantamount to a loss of face, given that he had assigned Xiao Wei to oversee the mutated individuals. Wang Gang, take your men back. I will handle this matter. Xu Mingda gestured dismissively. Understood, Captain Xu. Wang Gang, feeling somewhat displeased at being dismissed, led his comrades away. He couldn't shake the feeling that Xu Mingda did not regard him as a trusted ally, favoring the personnel from Vehicle 2 at a critical juncture. Humph. A few guards think they can intimidate me. Bah. With Xu Mingda providing support, Xiao Wei grew increasingly arrogant, spitting towards Wang Gang's retreating figure. Xiao Wei, you must consider the impact of your actions. Look how frightened the doctor is. How do you expect her to perform surgery on you all later? Xu Mingda admonished. Yes. Captain Xu, Xiao Wei chuckled, then turned to the mutated individuals, commanding, everyone, quiet down. Behave so the doctor can perform our surgeries. The mutated warriors complied, standing silently. Captain Xu, as you can see, they listen solely to me. Whatever I instruct, they follow. Xiao Wei declared proudly. Indeed, you possess a unique influence. Xu Mingda replied with a forced laugh, though internally he seethed with resentment. Damn it, they heed your words. What purpose does my care for them serve? Am I merely nurturing you to flaunt your superiority? Though these thoughts plagued Xu Mingda's mind, he maintained a composed exterior. At this juncture, Han Li returned with Meng Dong, Chun Xiang, and a few others. Brother, we've completed the grain processing, but connecting the electricity may have to wait until tomorrow. What shall we do? Han Li inquired. Tomorrow is not an option. We need to procure a generator and some gasoline. We must process a portion of the grain tonight. Otherwise, if these people awaken to find no rice, chaos will ensue. Xu Mingda asserted. Boss, we searched everywhere and found no generators. The only one available is at that dental clinic, Meng Dong hesitantly added. Should we halt the surgeries then? After all, these brothers are not in immediate danger, he suggested. At that moment, Chen Xiang approached Xu Mingda and softly remarked, it is unacceptable. Our presence here is solely due to the support of our brothers. What difference does it make if those outsiders forego a meal? However, if anything were to happen to my brothers, who would bear the consequences? Just then, Xiao Wei interjected loudly. What do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak here? Upon hearing this, Han Li grew agitated. What am I? Captain Xu has entrusted me with the responsibility of these brothers, and I must safeguard their interests. If I do not speak for them, who will? Xiao Wei glared, shouting in defiance. His demeanor stunned both Meng Dong and Chen Xiang. Has this fellow lost his senses? Is he perhaps infected by the zombie virus? Meng Dong pondered in astonishment. Han Li, perhaps you should seek alternatives elsewhere, Xu Mingda advised, as he noticed Han Li rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Xiao Wei's lack of cunning was an established fact. Xu Mingda did not care whether he remained or departed. Such a reckless individual deserved to be cast into the horde of zombies. Yet, he refrained from taking such drastic measures, as the mutated warriors were watching him intently. Although these beings retained human intellect, they also exhibited characteristics of zombies, and their expressions reflected a protective instinct toward Xiao Wei. Thus, managing this rebellious individual would require some strategy. Otherwise, provoking a riot among the mutated warriors would yield dire consequences. Chapter 319. Xu Mingda ultimately instructed Han Li to seek assistance from Duan Yang, even if it meant employing a battery or a hand-operated mill to grind out several hundred pounds of rice. Meanwhile, the generator at the dental clinic remained inoperative. Xiao Wei, after 2 fervent debates, staunchly defended the interests of his small collective, reveling in his triumph and eager to boast to anyone who would listen. However, he soon seemed to realize that he had offended Xu Mingda, leading to feelings of regret and trepidation. Yet, his meager pride compelled him to believe that he need not grovel around Xu Mingda like his other subordinates. He had no desire to become a sycophant. Nevertheless, while he wished to avoid being a lackey, Xu Mingda insisted on his compliance. As Xu Mingda diligently organized efforts to bolster the construction and stability of New Kaiyuan, Old Xing approached him. Director Xu, you've done a commendable job over here at New Kaiyuan. Your capabilities are widely acknowledged. I would like to offer my assistance. Could you find a few individuals to escort me to the higher authorities? I wish to report the situation here and request additional funds and resources for our development. Old Xing earnestly proposed. Initially, he had hoped to witness Xu Mingda's downfall, to observe how he managed the refugees in New Kaiyuan from scratch. If Xu Mingda faltered, inciting public outrage, he could then reveal his true identity and seize control of New Kaiyuan, having previously been dispatched by the higher-ups to oversee matters. Now, feeling undermined by Xu Mingda, he was quite displeased. However, he did not anticipate that Xu Mingda would excel in his initial endeavors. First, Xu Mingda divided the populace into several squads for more effective management, preventing the masses from becoming a chaotic, easily swayed crowd. Then, he arranged for a ship laden with grain, compelling everyone to gaze longingly at the rice and obediently heed Xu Mingda's commands. Now, he had established a clinic to tend to the wounded and ill. With these 3 strategic moves, he had successfully garnered the people's trust. This indicated that Xu Mingda would soon solidify his position in New Kaiyuan. Consequently, Old Xing grew anxious. If he could not secure the third quarantine point, he would have no standing in New Kaiyuan, rendering him useless to the higher-ups. Thus, he sought Xu Mingda's assistance in facilitating his report to the authorities. Should they assign him a role, a decree would inevitably follow, elevating him to the status of the supreme ruler of New Kaiyuan. In fact, his previous assignment to the third quarantine point had followed a similar pattern. Once the ground teams achieved success, the higher-ups would dispatch someone to take over and unify leadership. The director of the Homeowners Association at the third quarantine point, like Xu Mingda, was indeed capable. Nevertheless, the eventual stronghold would still belong to Old Cheng. While the founders of the third quarantine point would either be marginalized or eliminated, New Kaiyuan presented a promising stronghold. Let Xu Mingda take the lead for now. Once he succeeded, Old Xing would return to reap the rewards. Yet, he noticed that Xu Mingda possessed a degree of cunning. He feared that Xu Mingda might also realize this, choosing to retain him and prevent his departure. Thus, while he sought to leave during the day, Xu Mingda had a woman suppressing his leg. Chapter 320 now, having dealt with that woman, he began to reflect on this matter once more. In Old Xing's eyes, Xu Mingda was a heartless individual, driven solely by self-interest, devoid of any emotional considerations. Had he not possessed a protective talisman, his predicament in the New Kaiyuan would be perilous. Upon seeing Old Xing again, Xu Mingda's brow furrowed in distaste. However, his expression brightened when he laid eyes on Xiao Wei. Commissioner Xing, I was just contemplating this matter. Our New Kaiyuan sanctuary, in its nascent stages, is in dire need of support from above. As you can see, we lack for everything here, particularly in terms of weaponry. I am genuinely concerned that without sufficient firearms, our ability to hold this ground will be severely compromised. If you could persuade the higher-ups to allocate us a batch of weapons and ammunition, it would be most advantageous. Xu Mingda said, a smile that failed to reach his eyes gracing his features. Weapons and ammunition. Indeed a significant issue. But I shall do my utmost to advocate for it. I believe the superiors will consider it with due seriousness, Old Xing replied. A cold smirk forming within as he realized that Xu Mingda sought to exploit him for armaments. Xu Mingda, the only reason you wield such power now is because you possess a few firearms. If I were to procure another batch for you, who would you regard with any respect? Yet, he could not voice this thought. He could only promise to advocate on Xu Mingda's behalf, thus leaving him with a glimmer of hope to send him to the higher authorities. That would be splendid. In fact, I have long wished to send you, but have struggled to find a suitable candidate. Those under my command are either injured or impaired, and their temperaments leave much to be desired. However, now I have someone in mind, Xu Mingda continued, beckoning Xiao Wei over. Xiao Wei, your work ethic is commendable, and you are unafraid to speak out for your comrades' interests. Therefore, I have prepared to promote you to the captain of the second team. Of course, one must achieve results as a captain. So how about you accompany Commissioner Xing to the higher-ups? Xu Mingda said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Wei. Certainly. I am already well acquainted with Commissioner Xing. I assure you I can deliver him to his destination, Xiao Wei responded, his eyes widening in excitement at the prospect of promotion. Excellent. Prepare yourself shortly. I will arrange for a vehicle. Once you reach the higher-ups, do ensure that you represent our New Kaiyuan well and solicit as much support as possible, Xu Mingda said, patting Xiao Wei's shoulder with earnestness. Rest assured, Captain Xu, the higher-ups are utterly oblivious to the struggles of the common folk, and once I arrive, I will ardently advocate for our interests here, Xiao Wei declared, eager to gather his fellow mutated warriors for the journey. Though they had undergone transformation, their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Captain Wei, these mutated brothers will remain here for treatment. I will send you a few others, Xu Mingda chuckled, knowing full well that these mutated individuals were invaluable assets he would not relinquish. Moreover, his intention in sending Xiao Wei to the higher-ups was not driven by a genuine desire to promote him. The presence of Xiao Mei and Xiao Li in New Kaiyuan deterred ordinary zombies, but elsewhere, the situation was markedly different. Xiao Wei is determined to brave the horde of corpses once more, yet Xu Mingda remains indifferent to his fate. Even if Xiao Wei manages to carve a path through the chaos and reach the higher echelons, Xu Mingda is certain that with Xiao Wei's temperament and his unfiltered tongue, he is bound to incur the displeasure of the authorities above. Would those officials indulge him? Thus, the wicked shall face their own reckoning. And it is not Xu Mingda's concern how those in power choose to deal with him. Ultimately, he has resolved to send Xiao Wei to his demise, ensuring that he himself leaves no trace behind. Chapter 321 Xu Mingda accompanied until the late hours of the night, until Director Liu, along with Su Tranqian and Shui Min, managed to stitch up the mutated individuals. Only then did he allow Meng Dong to escort them back to the specially prepared courtyard meant for their recuperation, which essentially served to confine them and prevent any erratic wandering. Captain Su, you nearly frightened me to death just now. I am a doctor, not a coroner. To have me perform surgery on them feels akin to being a beautician in a crematorium, Su Chanqian complained as she emerged from the operating room. Haha, Dr. Su. These individuals are not zombies. They are valuable specimens. There are likely very few like them nationwide, Xu Mingda replied. Humph, I do not care what they are. They are still quite revolting. Su Chanqian shot Xu Mingda a reproachful glance. Her beauty and prior experience in the hospital, coupled with her respectable status, had rendered her somewhat spoiled. Dr. Su, this is our duty. Captain Su has assigned us this task, and it is what we ought to do, Director Liu reminded her. Yet, he too harbored some grievances. On Ganjingzi Island, he had hardly any surgeries to perform, merely engaging in light-hearted banter with the female healthcare staff at the clinic. However, Xu Mingda's treatment of him had been commendable, and now, after performing 6 or 7 major surgeries in succession, his legs felt weak. Nevertheless, he understood the principle of nurturing troops for 1,000 days only to employ them in a moment. Xu Mingda had treated them well in the past, and now that he needed their utmost effort, they had to comply. Thus he resolutely stated, Humph, I never said otherwise. After working for over 10 hours. Can't one utter a word? Su Chanqian cast a sidelong glance at Director Liu and muttered quietly. Then, she adopted a pitiful expression. Captain Su, I am utterly exhausted. Where do you plan to arrange our accommodations? I just wish to take a shower and lie down to sleep. I have made arrangements for you. You and Xue Min will go with Qin Xiang. Director Liu will accompany Han Li, Xu Mingda replied, feeling equally fatigued yet burdened by numerous responsibilities, which left him no room for rest. Captain Su, the 3 of us can just return to the dock. When we arrived, Xiao Wu had already arranged accommodations for us. He asked us not to trouble you and to address any issues with him. Director Liu quickly interjected. That works too. Xu Mingda felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Xiao Wu had already made arrangements. Although he had not seen Xiao Wu and Yang Wakai for several days, these capable subordinates had anticipated many needs and endeavored to alleviate his burdens. Such is the essence of true brotherhood. I shall not go to the dock. The environment there is filthy and odorous, Su Chanqian remarked. Su Shu at this moment, Xue Min timidly called out, her eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Why are you two so fussy? Do you not wish to work? Director Liu scolded angrily upon noticing their reluctance to head to the dock. Xu Mingda, sensing their clear aversion, felt a twinge of suspicion but chose not to reveal it. Qin Xiang, please take them to our place instead. The conditions are better there. Xu Mingda spoke calmly. Director Liu, upon hearing Su's words, did not dare to contradict him and had no choice but to allow Su Chanqian and Xue Min to accompany Xu Mingda and his companions. Meanwhile, Han Li escorted him to the dock. The reason behind Xu Mingda's arrangement was to discuss matters concerning Ganjingzi Island with Xue Min. After all, perspectives can greatly influence conclusions. When he held absolute power on Ganjingzi Island, everyone showcased their best and most obedient selves to win his favor. But what was the reality? During his time on Ganjingzi Island, Xu Mingda might not have paid much attention to the thoughts of lesser individuals, as he was akin to a king, indifferent to the sentiments of those beneath him. However, now that he had ventured out and aimed to establish a solid foundation at Xinkiyuan, he would need to remain there for at least 10 days to half a month before he could leave, followed by a substantial period dedicated to Xinkiyuan. Thus, the reactions from Ganjingzi Island were of paramount importance. After all, Ganjingzi Island was Xu Mingda's stronghold, his base. He would never forsake the substantial for the trivial, abandoning Ganjingzi Island for fleeting gains. Moreover, Xu Mingda harbored his own personal desires, namely the fulfillment of his physical needs. At his age, engaging in such activities 2 or 3 times a day was hardly an issue. If he went 3 or 4 days without finding a companion to relieve his urges, he would be quite uncomfortable, unable to enjoy food or rest soundly. While at the 3rd isolation point, he had the opportunity to interact with Qin Xiang. Her demeanor was too proper, compelling Su to perceive her as merely a male figure. Additionally, amidst the mental and strategic battles with Director Cheng and Ma Tao at the 3rd isolation point, he truly lacked both the time and inclination to engage in discussions of physiological hygiene with Qin Xiang. Now that he had arrived at Xinkiyuan, having escaped the encirclement of the undead and successfully established a base, a surge of mischief welled up within him. He was now the ruler of Xinkiyuan, and it was essential for him to find a woman to celebrate this new chapter. Upon seeing Xue Min's pitiable demeanor, he felt a stirring in his heart, wondering why he had not noticed this young girl before. She was clean and beautiful, with clear eyes, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. After all, it had been a long time since the onset of the apocalypse, and for a woman to safeguard her virtue was exceedingly difficult. Many were either forcefully taken or compelled to barter their bodies for resources or protection. Thus, a youthful and innocent girl like Xu Mingda was indeed a rare find. In truth, Xu Mingda did not particularly care whether a woman was inexperienced, as such matters were inconsequential. However, he was hesitant to engage with the women he had brought back from the third isolation area. As they had been confined in an underground parking lot for 1 to 2 months without basic hygiene, their bodies and clothes soiled with the remnants of male filth. The very thought of such conditions evoked a visceral aversion within him. Therefore, when Xu Mingda, in a pitiful state, sought his assistance late at night, hoping he would take her to a safe place to stay, Xu Mingda smiled gently. "Do not fear, dear. Uncle will protect you." Chapter 322. Xu Mingda's residence is a grand 3-story villa with a private courtyard. This villa serves not only as Xu Mingda's home, but also accommodates others such as Yang Guokai, Han Li, and Chen Xiang, who are always ready to respond to his commands. Additionally, Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, and the injured Chong Wei have also been assigned to this villa. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to this villa as the headquarters of the new Kaiyuan. Xu Mingda's room is located on the 2nd floor, featuring a master bedroom that spans approximately 40 to 50 square meters, complete with a private bathroom. Although New Kaiyuan is a fishing village, its residents possess considerable wealth, as evidenced by the impressive construction and exquisite decor of their homes. In Xu Mingda's room, a 45-inch television hangs on the wall, and both the audio system and bed are from renowned brands. The wardrobe is filled with fashionable clothing and footwear. Due to some unknown circumstances, the residents of New Kaiyuan have vacated, leaving behind these belongings that were unable to be taken, thus benefiting Xu Mingda and his companions. However, despite these advantages, the living conditions still fall short of what is necessary for habitation. The primary issues are electricity, water, and gas. Without electricity, the vast villa is plunged into darkness at night, rendering it extremely inconvenient. While the absence of electricity can be tolerated, a lack of water is truly untenable. Basic necessities such as cooking and washing require water, and without it, even the finest home becomes useless. This issue, although prevalent throughout New Kaiyuan, does not affect Xu Mingda as its founder. He is not obliged to endure such indignities. Han Li and Meng Dong, along with other subordinates, have already transported several liquefied gas canisters from other locations to the villa's large kitchen. Simultaneously, they have fetched considerable amounts of water from a well in town using large plastic barrels, specifically for the villa's occupants. Moreover, several capable and pleasant women from Vehicle No. 2 have been assigned to the villa to manage cleaning, cooking, and taking care of Xu Mingda's daily needs. This idea was actually proposed by Lu Fei, Zhao Wenxuan's mother. According to her, Xu Mingda is the most significant figure in this region, and since he dedicates himself tirelessly for the benefit of everyone, it is only fitting that he should not be burdened with trivial matters. Bringing in a few women to attend to him is essential for ensuring that he can better serve the community. Consequently, upon returning from his outings, Xu Mingda need not concern himself with such mundane issues. Meals are served warm, and whenever he desires something to eat, there is always someone available to prepare it. Moreover, his bathroom is stocked with a full bathtub, and the shower can dispense hot water. Of course, this water is not from the tap. Instead, Han Li and her team have ingeniously set up a large water tank that heats the water temporarily for the bathtub. Xu Mingda finds this lifestyle excessively extravagant, especially considering the apocalyptic circumstances in which they find themselves. For ordinary people, obtaining a sip of clean water is a challenge. How then could he justify indulging in hot baths? Despite his protests, which have proven futile, he can only sigh in resignation, exclaiming, "Ah, you are turning me into a lord. This will distance me further from the masses." Yet, that is where the matter rests. After Xu Mingda ceased his remarks, he appeared to revel in the moment. He instructed Chen Xiang to accommodate Xu Mingda and Su Chanqian at the villa. Lu Fei, with her remarkable understanding, arranged rooms for them on the 2nd floor. This arrangement greatly pleased Xu Mingda. To be honest, when Lu Fei is not in a state of frenzy, she possesses an innate ability to endear herself to men. She has a profound understanding of their psychology. Xu Mingda first directed his subordinates to prepare a selection of delicacies to entertain Su Chanqian and Xu Mingda. Having just arrived at the newly opened resort, he did not anticipate encountering anything particularly extraordinary. However, when Su Chanqian and Xu Mingda beheld several fresh vegetables and noodles adorning the table, their faces blossomed with delight. Ganjingzi Island offers an abundance of food and clothing, yet it is sorely lacking in greenery. Cultivating vegetables on the island proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The few plots of vegetables grow in a rather bedraggled manner, and even those require special care to be palatable. Chapter 323. Xu Mingda's choice of Zinkayuan as his new stronghold stems from its vast potential for development, especially when compared to the cramped confines of Ganjingzi Island. Notably, Zinkayuan, A fishing village boasts that nearly every household possesses a vegetable garden. While this may seem commonplace for a fishing village, to Xu Mingda, it is a remarkable treasure. It is often said that one thrives by utilizing the resources at hand, and with grains available, the island's seafood can be consumed without worries of scarcity. However, seafood is best enjoyed when one is well nourished. Without sufficient fat reserves, the allure of seafood diminishes, its scent becoming unappealing. Moreover, the human body does not require excessive high-protein foods. Overindulgence necessitates the expenditure of one's energy to metabolize them, leading to a paradox where one becomes leaner from consuming seafood, much like the lean meat of rabbits which, while rich in protein, lacks fat. Those familiar with survival shows know that relying solely on rabbit meat could lead to starvation. To maintain good health, one must incorporate fats, proteins, carbohydrates, and vitamins into their diet. Fats can be supplemented through the consumption of pork, while proteins are easily sourced from the sea, and rice provides the necessary carbohydrates. Xu Mingda currently possesses nearly 10 tons of provisions, sufficient for the time being. Vegetables are essential for vitamins. Without them, one risks scurvy, a fundamental truth. If Xu Mingda aims to establish a refuge, he must consider the viability of survival conditions. The third quarantine zone serves as a cautionary example, though heavily guarded against zombies. It is, in essence, a dead end. The inability to cultivate crops there would lead to starvation for anyone remaining once external supplies cease. In this post-apocalyptic era, the days of leisurely shopping for food at markets or supermarkets are long gone. Self-sustenance, through cultivation, is now paramount. Possessing arable land signifies a safeguard against hunger. While Xu Mingda prefers ready-made meals, it necessitates that others engage in cultivation on his behalf. Zhengkaiyuan offers opportunities for fishing, vegetable cultivation, and the reclamation of land for staple crops such as corn. Thus, Xu Mingda has chosen this locale. He encourages ample consumption. Noticing that Xuemin and Su Qianqian are eagerly serving themselves vegetables, he pushes a plate of spinach towards Xuemin, observing Xu Mingda's favoritism. Su Qianqian casts him a sidelong glance. As someone with experience, she perceives his intentions clearly. It appears that Captain Su intends to pursue the young nurse tonight. Oh, Xuemin, do indulge. Captain Su truly dotes on you, she remarks with a teasing tone. Xu Mingda, catching the subtext of Su Qianqian's words, chuckles and hands her a cucumber. Dr. Su, you should also partake in more vegetables. All right. Could you escort me back to the dock afterward? It would be splendid to take these vegetables with me. Su Qianqian responds, unabashedly pointing to the eggplants and peppers on the table. Sister Su, what business do you have at the dock at this hour? Xuemin inquires anxiously, setting down her chopsticks. Never you mind. I am merely clearing space for someone. Su Qianqian quips, winking playfully at Xu Mingda. It is too late. You might as well stay for the night. If you must leave, do so in the morning. Xu Mingda felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Indeed, Sister Su, please do not leave. I would feel quite frightened alone, Xuemin said anxiously. She was already quite fatigued and truly did not wish to return to the dockside. However, she sensed that Xu Mingda's enthusiasm towards her had been somewhat excessive this evening. Thus, she instinctively sought the company of Su Qianqian. At that moment, a chilling roar echoed from the upper floors. The sound sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Xu Mingda, for they recognized it as the terrifying howl of a zombie. Chapter 324. The zombies arrive. Su Qianqian was startled and jumped up from the dining table, her eyes wide with terror as she looked towards the source of the sound. Xuemin, trembling with fear, threw herself into Xu Mingda's embrace. Do not be afraid. They are zombies I have raised, Xu Mingda calmly reassured, patting Xuemin's shoulder. You raised them? Su Qianqian exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Zheng Jiqiang limped down the stairs, cautiously making his way to the entrance of the dining room. Boss, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li have suddenly become irritable. I do not know what is happening, he reported. Due to an injury to his foot, he was unable to move freely. So Xu Mingda had entrusted him with the care of Xiao Mei and Xiao Li. Zheng Jiqiang had performed adequately, overseeing their well-being. What is their reaction? Are they hungry? Xu Mingda inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at Zheng Jiqiang. It does not seem so. They appear to be unwell. Zheng Jiqiang replied cautiously. Unwell? Upon hearing this, Xu Mingda turned his gaze towards Su Qianqian. Dr. Su, would you mind examining them to see what affliction they may have? You want me to treat zombies? What a joke. Su Qianqian exclaimed, taking several steps back. She had already endured considerable hardship while tending to the mutated warriors earlier. Dr. Su, they are not ordinary zombies. They are usually quite docile. It is just that they have been acting up for some unknown reason, Zheng Jiqiang quickly explained. Even so, what if they were to bite me? Su Qianqian replied anxiously. Rest assured, they will not bite, Xu Mingda assured her. Xiao Mei and Xiao Li do not have their front teeth. Realizing she had little choice, Su Qianqian reluctantly conceded, "Very well. I will give it a try." On the third floor, in a spacious room, Xiaomei and Xiaoli were engaged in a scuffle, with Xiaoli's face marred by Xiaomei's claws. Upon hearing footsteps from outside, they both lunged towards Su Qianqian, startling her into a frightened retreat. Had Xu Mingda not blocked her path, she likely would have fled down to the courtyard below. "You two, calm down," Xu Mingda commanded, pointing at Xiaomei and Xiaoli. Though they emitted low growls from their throats, the two squatted on the ground, feigning obedience. What on earth is happening? Su Qianqian was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Xu Mingda briefly explained the origins and functions of Xiaomei and Xiaoli, leading them over by their collars for Su Qianqian to inspect. After checking their basic physiological indicators, such as temperature and heartbeat, she pondered aloud, arriving at two perplexing conclusions. Are they in heat? Or perhaps they are in need of the zombie virus? What? Your diagnoses have left Xu Mingda speechless. Zheng Jiqiang, you haven't harbored any improper intentions towards them, have you? He barked, glaring at Zheng Jiqiang with a fierce expression. He had taken charge of Xiaomei and Xiaoli for 2 days now, and was stunned to discover that these female zombies could exhibit such behavior. Although they were confined upstairs, separated from Xu Mingda's room by a mere floor, they were clad in clothing like ordinary individuals. However, if Zheng Jiqiang harbored intentions of violating them, opportunities would still abound. "Boss, how could I possibly harm either of them?" Zheng Jiqiang stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Xu Mingda, noticing that the attire of Xiaomei and Xiaoli was relatively intact, turned his gaze skeptically towards Su Qianqian. "Dr. Su, if they are simply yearning for male company, wouldn't it suffice to find someone to alleviate their desires?" Xu Mingda inquired. "That seems to be the implication." Su Qianqian replied. "Zhang Jiqiang, you should attend to them," Xu Mingda whispered to him. "Oh, boss, Zhang Jiqiang was taken aback at the suggestion of engaging with the two female zombies, his nervousness manifesting in his stuttering. "If they are in need of such matters, and you refuse to act, do you expect me to intervene personally?" Xu Mingda glared at Zheng Jiqiang. Originally, Xu Mingda had hoped to seize the chance to host Su Qianqian and Xue Min, relishing the youthful allure of Xue Min. However, the sudden illness of Xiaomei and Xiaoli, who required male sustenance, forced Xu Mingda to relinquish that opportunity to Zheng Jiqiang. To his surprise, Zheng Jiqiang was ungrateful and recoiled. "Can you even do this?" Xu Mingda raised his hand as if to strike Zheng Jiqiang. "All right, boss. Perhaps you could take Dr. Su and the others away for a moment?" Zheng Jiqiang, realizing that the boss demanded his loyalty, said with a quavering voice. Xiaomei and Xiaoli seemed to comprehend Zheng Jiqiang's intentions, and both growled at him in unison. "Boss, I seem to be unable to rise to the occasion." Zheng Jiqiang, terrified, looked to Xu Mingda for reassurance. No, it's unnecessary," Su Qianqian quickly interjected. Xu Mingda, not wishing to witness such a scene, glanced curiously at Su Qianqian upon hearing her insistence. "They may indeed fall into the second category. This is merely my conjecture. I lack testing equipment here. But I suspect that since they have undergone changes, their physiological structures must have also altered. I believe that the zombies' frenzied assaults on humans are not due to a genuine lack of nutrition or a need for sustenance. Rather, they are under the influence of a neurotoxin, akin to the effects of consuming stimulants, leading to hallucinations. These hallucinations arise from the presence of the zombie virus in their bodies. As you mentioned, they possess inherent antibodies. Should the viral presence diminish, they would undoubtedly experience discomfort, akin to withdrawal symptoms, hence their agitation." As Su Qianqian noticed Xu Mingda's hawkish gaze upon her, she instinctively recoiled and hurried to clarify. "Your argument holds some merit. However, at this late hour, where might we procure zombies for them?" Xu Mingda sighed in exasperation.